The life frame of Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud was born in Freiburg, Moravia, in 1856 and died in London in 1939. Except for his first 4 years and his last one, he spent his entire life in Vienna. In 1856 the Austrian Empire was still feeling the shock of the revolution of 1848, which had been suppressed by the army, and the 26-year-old Emperor Francis Joseph I was trying to restrain the military and implement his personal power. The Crimean War had left Austria the dominant power in Central Europe. In 1857, the young emperor decided to make Vienna the modern capital of a great empire. The old city walls were demolished to leave room for the Ring, a large avenue encircling the city, on both sides of which splendid palaces and buildings were to be erected in the following decades. During these founding years, the empire enjoyed an unprecedented industrial and economic development, although it also suffered political upsets. In 1859, Austria was defeated in Italy by the Piedmontese and the French, and lost Lombardy. In 1866, Austria, at war with Preux. GT, SIA, suffered a swift and crushing defeat at Sadova and Las Venetia. The Austrian Empire had to abandon 418 Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 419 its ambitions regarding Germany and Italy and begin to look upon the Balkan Peninsula for political and economic expansion, where it met the growing rivalry of Russia. In 186-7, the Austrian Empire became the Austrian-Hungarian dual monarchy. In 1875, the neighboring provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina rebelled against the Turks, which brought forth the Russian-Turkish War, 1877-1878. This conflict was settled by the Congress of Berlin, which put these two provinces under the protection and administration of Austria-Hungary. In 1890, the suburbs of Vienna were incorporated into the capital, which now had more than 1 million inhabitants and had become one of the world's most beautiful cities. The assassination of King Alexander of Serbia and his wife in 1903 inaugurated a period of open hostility on the part of Serbia against Austria-Hungary. In 1908 came the revolution of the Young Turks, and Bosnia and Herzegovina were annexed by Austria-Hungary. Ethnic conflicts and problems of official administrative languages became increasingly complex within the dual monarchy. Public opinion was concerned with the Balkan Wars, which raged during 1912 and 1913. In June 1914 the assassination in Sarajevo of Archduke Francis Ferdinand, heir to the throne, and his wife unleashed World War I, and subsequently the defeat and the collapse of Austria-Hungary, in November 1918. The little Austrian Republic that emerged from its ruins was shaken by social and political convulsions. In 1926 the economic and political situation improved temporarily in Austria, but soon afterward came the riots of 1927, the socialist insurrection, the assassination of Chancellor Dollfuss, and, finally, the Nazi occupation of Vienna in February 1938. Freud was saved through the intervention of influential friends. He left for England, and died in London on September 23, 1939, at the age of 83, 3 weeks after the onset of World War II. Sigmund Freud's life is an example of gradual social ascension from the lower middle class to the high bourgeoisie. After the difficult years of the Privatdozent, he became one of the best-known physicians in Vienna, with the envied title of extraordinary professor. The patients on whom he made his neurological studies belonged to the lower strata of the population, but his private practice, on which he based his psychoanalysis, was made up of patients from the higher social circles. In his early 50s he found himself the chief of a movement whose influence gradually spread over the cultural life of the civilized world, so that in his late 60s he had attained world fame. When he died in exile in England, he was celebrated as a symbol of the struggle of freedom against the fascist oppression. Family background. Much of the family background of Sigmund Freud is still unknown or unclear. The little we know must be understood within the larger frame of reference of the conditions of the Jews in Austria-Hungary in the 19th century. Before the emancipation, the Jews of Austria and Hungary belonged to several groups living under widely different political, social, and economic conditions. In Vienna there were the so-called tolerated families. 3 Although the Jews had been banned from Vienna in 1421, and again in 1670, in the second half of the 18th century a third community was reconstituted around several wealthy, influential families. In Boemiertz, the period from 1790 to 1848, their number increased, and in spite of restricted regulations they achieved a great role in the economic life, and controlled, notably, the textile and grain trades. Another Jewish group in Vienna, the so-called Turkish Israelite community, consisted of Sephardic Jews who had come from Constantinople and Salonika, and who for a long time enjoyed the protection of the Sultan. For they spoke a Spanish-Jewish dialect, and pronounced Hebrew in a different manner from the German-speaking Jews. Supposedly, they were envied by the other Jews, and rumor had it that certain of the latter tried to join the Spanish-Jewish community but were disdainfully rejected. There were also the ghetto Jews of Prespa towns. The mode of living of the Jews of Prespa has been well described by Sigmund Mayer, a rich merchant who was born and educated there. 5 Prespa, a town of 40,000 inhabitants at that time, had 5,000 Jews, all of them living on one long, narrow street enclosed at each end by a gate that was locked by the police every evening. One side of that street belonged to the town, the other to the estate of Count Palfy, a Hungarian magnate, and the tenants of the latter side suffered less despotic restrictions. However, nobody on either side held the right to buy a house or property. Each side consisted of shops and dwellings where the people lived under crowded conditions. Some of the Jews were craftsmen, but most of them were shopkeepers. A few had large enterprises, particularly in the textile business. Since the Jews were the only merchants in the town, the ghetto streets were overcrowded all day long with customers. The Jews lived under great pressure, owing to the competition, and worked feverishly from early morning to late evening for 6 days a week. The rest of their time was absorbed by religion. They went to the synagogue for prayers twice a day, and celebrated the Sabbath and the Jewish holidays in a strictly orthodox manner. The children attended school at the synagogue, where most of the teaching consisted of reading the sacred books in Hebrew, without understanding the meaning, an ordeal for most of them. Family life was rigorously patriarchal. The man was the undisputed authority in the home. Discipline was strict, but the parents did their utmost to secure a better future for their children. Under such confining conditions, where everybody knew what the other was doing, there developed a special mentality of harsh instinctual repression, unavoidable honesty, quick wit and a sarcastic vein, as seen in those writers such as Heinrich Heine and Ludwig Born, who grew up in a ghetto. The main feature was fear of their Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 4J parents, their teachers, their husbands, the rabbis, God, and above all the Gentiles. In Prespa, no Jew would have dared to give back a blow received from a Christian, and even we children would not have dared to fight back against Christian children who had attacked us, wrote Sigmund Mayer. Finally, within the ghetto there was a certain social structure consisting of the successful and unsuccessful, the rich and the poor, and an aristocracy of a few wealthy families, such as the Gompertz, the Todesco, the Ullmann, the Pappenheim, who kept up a large network of business and social connections. Other Jewish groups were scattered in places where they lived under very different conditions. There was an active and prosperous Jewish community in the little town of Kitsi, between Vienna and Prespa, at the foot of the castle of Count Bathyny. They were grain traders who had their warehouses and their homes there, enjoyed relative freedom, and were actively engaged in trade with Vienna and Budapest. The bulk of the Jewish population of Austria lived in small towns and villages in Galicia, in such close relationship with the Polish peasants that they often addressed each other with the familiar du, thou. The mentality of these Jews was different from that of the ghetto Jews. Among them were ambulant merchants. The poor ones went on foot with their merchandise on their backs, the others had horse-drawn carts. There were also many dealers and craftsmen, innkeepers, and petty farmers. The life of those Jewish communities of Galicia at the end of the 18th century has been pictured in a lively way in the memoirs of Ber of Bolchow, 1723-1805, a Jewish merchant who was keenly interested in the cultural life of his community. 6. He described their trade, rules of business, commercial dealings, coinage and currency, credit and prices, the close relationship of some of them with foreign commercial centers, their distant journeys on horseback, their knowledge of languages, and their friendly relations with the Gentiles. Ber also described the autonomy of these Jewish communities under the administration of the Kaha/, whose functions covered legal questions, economic activities, and charitable institutions, and who also collected the taxes for which he was responsible. The Kaha/ had his own administration and kept a police force. Besides the Kahal were the rabbi, religious chief, and the daimyoch. One striking feature in Ber's description is the intensity of the cultural life. Apart from the general respect for learning and the reverence for wise rabbis, there were lively controversies between Orthodox Jews and the followers of Hasidism, and of the Haskalah. First speaks with irony of his Talmudic education and of the Pi/Put, that is, a keen discussion of learned men about obscure points of the Talmud, each one rivaling the others in subtle arguments, hair-splitting distinctions, and audacious assertions obtained from ingenious combinations of the text. Among these Galician Jews, the revival of the Hebrew language and literature had occurred in the first half of the 18th century. Therefore, there is nothing surprising in the fact that Jacob Freud, Sigmund's father, who came from Tismanica, could write Hebrew fluently. In Moravia, Jews were not permitted to settle on a permanent basis. Moravian Jews were mostly immigrants from Galicia with a residency permit limited to 6 months, which had to be renewed after this period. Furthermore, they could live only in special inns, the so-called Status Bestandhauser, owned by the town and leased to innkeepers. Permission to stay in private quarters would be granted upon the payment of a special tax. These drastic conditions did not prevent many Jews in Moravia from conducting commercial activities, which were encouraged by local authorities as long as they were profitable to the community. Such was the condition of the Jews before the emancipation. The unsuccessful revolution of 1848 was followed by a short but harsh reaction, which also affected the Jews, but in 1852 a period of liberal policy began. In 1867 the Jews were officially granted equal political rights, which in practice they had already enjoyed for 1 decade. There was a great influx of Jews from all parts of the monarchy to Vienna, and also from the neighboring parts of the Russian Empire to Austria-Hungary. The emancipation and the abolition of the ghettos completely changed the life of the Jews. Not only did many of them migrate from the country to the towns, and from the provinces to Vienna, but most of them underwent a radical modification in their way of life. A large fraction of the Jews, especially in the towns, strove toward assimilation by adopting the customs, manners, clothes, and way of life of the surrounding population, and those Jews who spoke Yiddish, a 14th-century German dialect interspersed with Hebrew words, adopted the use of standard, modem German. Many of these assimilated Jews kept their religion in the form of the so-called liberal Judaism. Others who had little or no religious feeling remained traditionally attached to their communities. Certain Jews went further and discarded their allegiance to the religion of their ancestors, which no longer meant anything to them, and since it was obligatory to be classified in a religion, they registered as Catholics or Protestants. A few communities of Orthodox Jews rigorously maintained their beliefs, rites, and customs. Reading certain descriptions of ghetto life, such as those of Sigmund Mayer7 or H. Steinthal, 8-1 senses a curious undertone of nostalgia for that time when religious life and moral discipline were so strict. It is clear that such a widespread social, political, economic, and cultural revolution entailed difficult problems for the families or the individuals concerned. The situation somewhat resembled that of the European immigrants in the United States in the process of shifting from one culture to another. For many young men the emancipation was a tremendous experience which opened a world of unsuspected possibilities to them. Joseph Breuer said of his father, Leopold Breuer, Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 423 he belonged to that generation of Jews which was the first to step from the spiritual ghetto to the air of the Western world. One cannot evaluate highly enough the spiritual energy which was displayed by that generation. To exchange the jargon for the correct German, the narrowness of the ghetto for the educated Maoris of the Western world, to gain access to the literature, poetry, and philosophy of the German nation. 9 on the other hand, numerous conflicts arose between Orthodox parents and their estranged children, who could not realize the harsh conditions under which their parents had lived. Freud relates that when he was 10 or 12 years old, his father told him how once in his youth, as he was walking in the street, a Gentile passed by and threw young Jacob's calf in the mud saying, "Jew, get off the sidewalk." Sigmund asked his father what he did then, and Jacob replied, "I went to the road and picked it up." 10 The young boy was indignant about what he felt was cowardice in his father. An anecdote of that kind illustrates the gulf between the young generation and its elders, and may help to explain the genesis of the concept of the Oedipus complex. As a further consequence of the emancipation, the Jews had to submit to the same civil registration as other citizens. Many adopted new names, surnames, and fictitious dates of birth. They were registered in the Jewish community with a Hebrew first name, and in the community register with another first name, so that they had a kind of dual identity. In Austria the civil registration was often conducted in a haphazard way. On marriage or death certificates, the civil register relied for birth dates on the information given verbally by the people, and it could also happen that on an official document the place of birth had been confused with a former place of residence. For such reasons historians must be careful in the utilization of Austrian official documents of that time, especially those relating to Jewish people. The trend toward assimilation was facilitated by the fact that, for 2 or 3 decades, anti-Semitism was almost completely unknown in Austria. In Vienna the Jewish population increased steadily, and from a few hundreds at the beginning of the 19th century, their members attained 72,000 in 1880, 118,000 in 1890, and 147,000 in 1900. There were many Jewish lawyers, doctors, and scientists. Among the Jewish professors of the Viennese Faculty of Medicine, Max Grunwald mentions the oculist Mutter, the physiologist Fleisch, von Marxau, the anatomist Zucker Kendall, the dermatologists Kaposi and Zeiss, the laryngologist Sorg and Johann Schnitzler, the hydrologist Winternitz, the pediatrician Kisowitz, the otologist Politzer, the experimental pathologist Stricker, and the neurologist Moritz Benedict. 12 There also were Joseph Breuer, the 2 Nobel Prize winners, Frey and Barani, and many others. It would seem that the first signs of anti-Semitism appeared after the 1873 stock exchange panic, and that it increased slowly in the 1880s and 1890s, although certain prominent Jews who lived in Vienna at that time assert that they perceived nothing, or very little of it. 13 However, even during these 2 or 3 decades during which anti-Semitism was practically non-existent in Vienna, many Jews remained hypersensitive to anything that seemed to imply the slightest antagonism. Joseph Breuer criticized that attitude in a paper that he wrote in 1894 in answer to an inquiry made by the Kadima, a Jewish student association. Our epidermis has almost become too sensitive, and I would wish that we Jews had a firm consciousness of our own value, quiet and half indifferent to the judgment of the others, rather than this wavering, easily insulted, hypersensitive point d'honneur. Be that as it may, that point d'honneur is certainly a product of the assimilation. 14 Among the Jews living in Vienna in the second half of the century, a discerning eye could recognize various features in regard to the family background. Depending on whether they originated from the Viennese tolerated families, from the Spanish-Turkish community, from other privileged communities, from the ghetto, or from some Galician township, their general outlook on life was bound to be very different. It is not irrelevant to note that Joseph Breuer's father had been emancipated in his young years from a closely knit, rigid community, that Bertha Pappenheim's grandfather was a prominent man in the Prespot ghetto, that Adler's father came from the prosperous Jewish community of Kitsi, that Moreno originated from a Spanish Jewish family, and that Freud's ancestors had lived in Galicia and Russia. The foregoing will help us to understand the problem of Freud's family background in its full complexity. Factual and reliable data on Freud's ancestors, even about his parents, are scarce. Like many of their contemporaries, they were very discreet in what they divulged of their past. Almost everything about the life and personality of Jacob Freud is obscure. Only recently have painstaking researches made by Dr. René Gickhorn and Dr. J. Sagener brought some light. Is the oldest document we possess about the history of Freud's family is a letter dated July 24, 1844, written by Jewish merchant Abraham Siskind Hoffman, who lived in the little town of Klocksdorf, near Freiburg, in Moravia. He informed the authorities that as an old man of 69 he has taken as a business partner his grandson Jacob Telemann, Kalaman, Freud, from Tismanica, in Galicia. Abraham Hoffman reminds the authorities that he buys woolen cloth in Freiburg and surroundings, has it dyed and dressed, sends it to Galicia, and brings regional products from Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 425 Galicia to Freiburg. He adds that he has procured for himself and his grandson a traveling passport from the government of Lemberg, valid until May 1848. He requests from the authorities the permission for both of them to reside in Freiburg for the same period. After approval of the Clothmakers Guild, Abraham Hoffman's application was granted. Jacob Freud's age is given as 29 at that time. We know from other acts that he was the son of Salomon Freud, a merchant, and of Peppy Hoffman, from Tismanica. His wife, Sally Kanner, remained in Tismanica with his 2 children. Both Abraham Hoffman and Jacob Freud belonged to the group of Wandeljuden, traveling Jews, who constantly moved between Galicia and Freiburg. All of them were kinsmen from Tismanica, Stanislaw, and Lemberg. We know from the city register of Freiburg, and from Jacob Freud's passport, that in the following years he spent 6 months in Klugsdorf or Freiburg and traveled the rest of the year to Galicia, Budapest, Dresden, and Vienna. In February 1848, the city of Freiburg decided to impose a tax on the group of 8 Galician Jewish merchants. This entailed an inquiry into each one's business. The Clothmakers Guild declared that Abraham Hoffman and Jacob Freud were known as honest businessmen, and that their presence was of great advantage to the population. This happened shortly before the Revolution of 1848, which gave the Jews freedom of residence. Documentary evidence points to the fact that Jacob Freud's business reached its peak in 1852. In the same year his second wife Rebecca came to reside in Freiburg with the 2 sons of his first wife, Emmanuel, aged 21, and Philip, aged 16. Emmanuel was married and had a child. Rebecca Freud died sometime between 1852 and 1855. Jacob Freud married for the third time on July 29, 1855, in Vienna. Amalia Nathanson 16. It is not known when Jacob took over his grandfather's business. We do not know either for what reason he left it to his son Emmanuel in 1858. In 1859 he requested a certificate of morals and good conduct from the authorities, and shortly afterward he left Freiburg. This, incidentally, was during the year when all legal restrictions for the Jews were officially abolished in Austria. Aside from these few documentary data, we know very little about Jacob Freud, and even his birth date is uncertain. 17. We know nothing of his childhood, his youth, his first wife and first marriage, nor where he lived until 1844, nor about his second wife, nor when and how he met his third wife, what he did in Leipzig in 1859, and finally how he earned his living in Vienna, and what was his financial situation. Jacob Freud's occupation in Vienna is generally listed as wool merchant, but even that matter is uncertain. René Gickelhorn states that she was unable to find a mention of him in the Vienna Trade Register, Gewerberegister, or in the Trade Tax Register, Gewerbestuurkataster, which would rule out the possibility of his having practiced any trade in Vienna. 18. According to Jones, Jacob Freud was always in a precarious financial situation and received money from his wife's family. L9. However, as Siegfried Bernfeld remarks, Jacob Freud had, in fact, somehow managed to keep the family reasonably well fed and clad and living in a spacious apartment. None of the children had to interrupt his education, and even some of the luxuries were provided. There was money for books, for theater tickets, for piano, for music lessons, for an oil painting of Sigmund at the age of 9, and of all the children several years later, for the modern and improved petroleum lamp, the first of its kind in Vienna, and even for summer vacations at a resort in Moravia. 20. René Gickelhorn adds that according to archive data, Jacob Freud always paid the full tuition for his son at the gymnasium, although the boy could easily have obtained an exemption since he always was the first in his class. However, this would have entailed an inquiry into the financial state of the family. Even more obscure are the personalities of Jacob Freud's brothers, particularly of Sigmund's uncle Joseph and the latter's conflicts with the law. Jacob's third wife, Amalia Nathanson, according to the marriage certificate, was from Brody, which does not necessarily mean that she was born there, was 19 years old, so the date of her birth would be 1836, and her father Jacob Nathanson was a trade agent, HR, Dulsagent, in Vienna. A part of her childhood was spent in Odessa, southern Russia, from where her parents moved to Vienna at an unknown date. Testimonies about her concord on 3 points: her beauty, her authoritarian personality, and her boundless admiration for her firstborn Sigmund. She died in 1931 at the age of 95. Jones pointed out the unusual setup of the Freud family, with the 2 stepbrothers Emmanuel and Philip being about the same age as Sigmund's mother, and Sigmund being only slightly older than his nephew John. 21 of his younger siblings, only one, Anna, was born in Freiburg. The 5 others, Rosa, Marie, Adolphine, Paula, and Alexander, were born in Vienna. The 7 children of Jacob and Amalia Freud were born in the space of 10 years. Obviously the Freud family followed the trend of a great many Jews in Vienna toward assimilation. Whatever may have been the mother tongue of Jacob Freud and Amalia Nathanson, it seems that they spoke only standard German in their home, and that they soon adopted the way of life of the Viennese middle class. As to religion, they did not belong to the Orthodox group, but since religious instruction was compulsory, Sigmund received it from Jewish teachers. Though he was not raised in the Orthodox Jewish fashion and was unable, Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 427 to read Hebrew, Freud kept an attachment for Judaism that seems to have developed under the impact of growing antisemitism and was reflected later in his fascination for the figure of Moses. Freud's personality had been strongly shaped by the traditions of his Jewish community. 22. He kept the patriarchal ideology, with its belief in the domination of man and subordination of woman, its devotion to the extended family, and its severe puritanical mores. Also he always had a deep respect for his masters, as shown in the way he named some of his children after them. Another typical feature was his prompt and sarcastic wit, and his predilection for Jewish anecdotes. Freud had in common with some Austrian Jews his extreme sensitivity to any, true or supposed, form of antisemitism, as well as his discretion in talking of his family and of himself, revealing nothing although appearing to say much. He attributed to his Jewish origin his capacity for not letting himself be influenced by the opinions of the majority. To that, he could have added his readiness to believe that he was rejected. Events in Sigmund Freud's life. The difficulty in writing about Freud stems from the profusion of the literature about him, and from the fact that a legend had grown around him, which makes the task of an objective biographer exceedingly laborious and unrewarding. Behind this mountain of factual and legendary material are wide gaps in our knowledge of his life and personality. Moreover, many of the known sources are not available, particularly those contained in the Freud archives deposited in the Library of Congress in Washington. The available sources may be roughly divided into 4 groups. 1. Besides an autobiographical sketch, Freud mentions many details of his life throughout his work, particularly in the interpretation of dreams. 23. A comparatively small portion of his wide correspondence has been published, such as part of his letters to Flies. 24 to Pfister, 2s to Abraham, 26 to Lou Andrea Salome, 27 and a choice of other letters. 28 of his 900 letters to his fiancée, only a few have been published, but many others were utilized by Jones. 2 memories of Freud have been published by his son Jean Martin, and by numerous disciples, colleagues, visitors, and interviewers. 29 Most of these publications are related to the later years of Freud's life. 3 An accurate investigation of Freud's life, based on archive material, has been inaugurated by Siegfried Bernfeld, with his articles on Freud's childhood, 30 medical studies, 31 first research, 32 cocaine studies, 33 in his first year of medical practice. 34 of basic value are the documentary researches by Joseph and René Gickelhorn on Freud's academic career, 35 supplemented by René Gickelhorn's clarification of certain episodes in Freud's life in her book on the so-called Wagner-Jorad process. 36. Other documents have been brought by K.R. Eisler. 37 The objective study of Freud's sources has been inaugurated by Maria Dora. 38 And an inquiry into the development of Freud's concepts on the basis of source material has been undertaken by Ola Anderson. 39 4. Biographical sketches on Freud were published by Whittles, 40 Punner, 41 in Sachs. 42 The main, and as it were official, biography by Ernest J. Oenius 43 is invaluable, because this author had access to much material which was, and will probably remain for a long time, unavailable to other researchers. It is, however, not free from inaccuracies. On the whole, we are far from having the thorough and exact knowledge of Freud's life which is generally supposed to exist. But even a complete reconstruction of Freud's life and of the development of his work would not suffice to give an accurate picture, because these must be viewed against the background of contemporary events, and the originality of his work cannot be measured without knowledge of pre-existing and contemporary ideas. It would be redundant to write a new biography of Freud. Our concern will be to give a chronological vista, attempting to separate the certain from the uncertain, the historical data from the legend, and to place Freud's personal achievements in their historical context. Sigmund Freud was born in Freiburg, in Czech, Freiburg, Moravia. 44 in Jacob Freud's family Bible. His birth was recorded under his Jewish name of Shlomo, as having occurred on Tuesday, Rosh Chodesh ER 5616 of the Jewish calendar, that is, on May 6, 1856.45 in 1931, when the town council decided to place a commemorative plaque on the house where he was born. It was allegedly found in the town register that the real birth date was March 6, 1856. Jones assumed that it was a slip of the clerk's pen. In fact, René Gickelhorn and Dr. Sagener have shown that the birth date was undisputably May 6, 1856.46. The first 3 years of Freud's life were spent in Freiburg. It was, at that time, a little town of about 5,000 inhabitants, in a picturesque landscape of meadows and woods, away from the railroad tracks. The German-speaking Jews were a minority among the Czechs. The house where Freud was born belonged to the family of the locksmith Zajac and bore the number 117 in Freiburg. There were 2 rooms downstairs for the workshop, and 2 rooms upstairs, one for the landlord's family and one for Jacob and Amelia's family. Emanuel Freud and his family lived in another house and had Monica Zajac at their service as a maid, who had to look after the children of both Freud families, and she was probably the nanny of Freud's earliest memories. The allegation that Jacob Freud possessed a weaving mill belongs to the legend, as well as the story that he left Freiburg on account of the raging anti-Semitism. No less fragmentary is our knowledge of the year in Leipzig that followed, and the journey from there to Vienna, where Jacob Freud settled around February 1860. Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 429. Almost nothing, either, is known about Freud's early childhood in Vienna. The only certain point is that Jacob Freud changed his residence several times between 1860 and 1865, and after that lived in the Pfeffergasse, in the predominantly Jewish quarter of Leopoldstadt. 47. Nor is it known whether Sigmund received his first schooling at home from his father, or whether he went to one of the elementary Jewish schools in the neighborhood. Sigmund Freud went to secondary school from 1866 to 1873. That school, the first Leopoldstadter communal gymnasium, commonly called Spur Gymnasium or Sperlium, had high educational standards. Among the teachers were the naturalist Alois Picorni, the historian Annika, and the future politician Victor von Krauss. The research of the Bernfelds and of René Gickelhorn has brought forth precise information about the curriculum of that school and Freud's achievements. Freud's assertion that throughout his schooling he had constantly led his class has been confirmed by the school archives. Freud also reports that when he was 15, his class decided to revolt in a body against an ignorant and unpopular teacher, and that he was chosen by common acclaim to act as spokesman for the group. 48. No mention of that incident has been found in the school's well-preserved archives, but another episode has emerged through the research of Gickelhorn. 49. In June 1869, Freud was 13. The teaching staff was upset to learn that several pupils had visited places of doubtful repute. Inquiries were made, and a meeting of the principal and the teachers of the school was called to institute disciplinary action against the culprits. Sigmund Freud was not among these, and his name is merely mentioned as one of those who told what he had heard on the matter. Not much is known about young Sigmund's life at home during these years. We may somewhat visualize it through a description of Jacob Freud's household written by Judith Bernays Heller, who stayed for 1 year with her grandparents in 1892 and 1893.50. At that time Jacob Freud was no longer working, and Judith wondered who really supported this establishment. He divided his time between reading the Talmud and many other Hebrew and German books, sitting in a coffee house, and walking in the parks. He lived somewhat aloof from the other members of the family and took no real part in the talk during meals. Grandmother Amalia, in contrast, is depicted as tyrannical, selfish, and subject to emotional outbursts. At this time Sigmund had left home for quite some time, but all the details that we have point out the fact that as long as he was there, he enjoyed a privileged position. Freud's biographers have been puzzled by his knowledge of Spanish, a language not usually learned in Austria at that time. A Spanish Jewish dialect was the language of the not numerous Sephardic community. Could the prestige of that community have enticed young Sigmund to learn their language? On the other hand, it has been found that Freud learned Spanish with a schoolmate named Eduard Silberstein. The 2 adolescents had founded between them a kind of Spanish academy of 2 members, with a mythology of their own. Later Silberstein studied law and settled in Romania. They exchanged letters for a period of 10 years, and Freud's letters to Silberstein were recently discovered. When they are published they will no doubt provide valuable information about Freud's life between the ages of 16 and 26. S1 Sigmund left the gymnasium in the middle of 1873. It was a year of dramatic events in Vienna. An international exhibition had hardly been opened when a cholera epidemic broke out and the visitors from outside Vienna fled in panic, whereupon the stock market crashed, causing bankruptcies, suicides, and a deep economic depression. Whether, and to what extent, this affected the business of Jacob Freud is not known. In any case it did not seem to have deterred Sigmund from his studies. According to his own account, he was influenced in his choice of a vocation when he went to a lecture by the zoologist Karl Brull, who read a poem, Nature, ascribed to Goethe. 52. For many young men at that time, the study of medicine was a means of satisfying their interest in the natural sciences. August 4. And Adolf Meyer also came to the study of medicine in this way. At that time, medical studies in Austria lasted a minimum of 10 semesters, 5 years. The academic year was divided into a winter semester lasting from October to March, and a summer semester lasting from April to July. The student could begin his studies in either semester. In the medical school, as in the university in general, academic freedom reigned. This term meant that a student was absolutely free to work, or not to work, that there were no controls on attendance, no tests or assignments, and no examinations except the final ones. A student could choose any courses for which he registered and paid fees. However, there were a number of compulsory courses. Few students restricted themselves to the obligatory courses, most of them also registered for medical courses in line with their personal interests or future specialization. Frequently, a student took 1 or 2 courses in another faculty, especially if the course was given by an outstanding professor. Most students did not misuse academic freedom, they knew they would have to pass exacting final examinations. Medical students had to pass the 3 rigorosa, the first 2 at given points during the 5 years, and the third at the end. However, they had the right to postpone the first 2 rigorosa until the end. Many students did additional work, particularly during the university vacations, engaged os family in hospitals or laboratories, that is, doing menial work, in order to be gradually allowed to do more important jobs, even paid ones, if they showed zeal and capability. Many students also gave a part of their free time to the students' corporations, fraternities. Freud began his medical studies in the winter term of 1873, and received his medical degree on March 31, 1881. The fact that his medical studies lasted 8 years puzzled Freud's biographers, the more so because his family is said to have been poor. Siegfried Bernfeld published a list of the courses taken by Freud during his medical studies on the basis of an inquiry conducted in the archives of the University of Vienna. 53. During the first 3 semesters, Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 431. Freud followed the courses taken by the other students, with a few additional ones. Starting in the 4th semester, he engaged in an intensive study of the natural sciences, particularly zoology. At the end of his 5th semester, he began regular work in the laboratory of the professor of comparative anatomy, Karl Kloss. This lasted for 2 semesters, with 2 sojourns at the Marine Zoological Station in Trieste, and it was crowned with the publication of his first scientific paper. Freud seems to have been disappointed by Kloss, and after his 2 semesters with him he moved from his laboratory to that of Briot, who taught physiology and higher anatomy, as he called histology. Freud adopted Ernst Briot, 1819–1892, as his venerated teacher, and found in his laboratory a congenial place where he was to work for the following 6 years. Benedict has given, in his memoirs, a curious picture of that rigid, authoritarian Prussian, who never felt comfortable in Vienna, and who impressed the Viennese as a foreigner, with his red hair, stiff face, and Mephistophelian smile. 54 The scientific level of his teaching was far too high for his students, and he never deigned to teach at their level. Most dreaded of all examiners, he asked only one question, and if the candidate did not know the answer, he was never asked a second one. Bryce waited in impassive silence until the allotted 15 minutes were through. It shows what enormous respect he infused into the students, that they never rioted against him, Benedict adds. The story of his long and fierce enmity with the anatomist HYRTL became legendary in the scientific world of Vienna. 55 Bryce had been a pupil of Johannes von Miller, the great German physiologist and zoologist, who marked the shift from philosophy of nature to the new mechanistic organistic trend inspired by positivism. 56 This means that together with Helmholtz, Du Bois, Karl Ludwig, and a few others, Bryce rejected any kind of vitalism or finalism in science, but strove to reduce psychological processes to physiological laws, and physiological processes to physical and chemical laws. 57 Bryce's interest covered many fields. He wrote about the scientific principles of fine arts, the physiological basis of German poetry, and invented Pisigraphia, a universal writing purportedly applicable to all the languages of the world. In Bryce's institute, Freud became acquainted with his two senior assistants, the physiologist Sigmund Exner and the highly gifted Fleisch von Marxau, and also with Dr. Joseph Breuer, who was pursuing some research there. Freud found Breuer a stimulating colleague, a fatherly friend who helped him in later years with substantial loans of money and who also whetted his curiosity with the story of the extraordinary illness and cure of a young hysterical woman who was to become famous under the pseudonym of N.O. Joseph Breuer, 1842–1925, was born in Vienna, where his father Leopold was a teacher of religion in the Jewish community. 58 In a short autobiographical note, Breuer says that he lost his mother at an early age, and that he spent his childhood and youth without misery and without luxury. S9. He bestowed the highest praise on his father, a devoted educator, always ready to help the members of the community. Obviously his father was the model whom Breuer strove to imitate throughout his life. Leopold Breuer composed a textbook of religion, which was used in the Jewish schools in Vienna for many years. 60 Joseph Breuer, however, departed from Orthodox Judaism 61 and adopted the views of the so-called liberal Judaism. He studied medicine, but followed courses in many other sciences as well. His keen interest and great talent for the experimental sciences were manifested by two outstanding pieces of research, one on the mechanism of the self-regulation of respiration, and the other on the mechanism of the perception of bodily movements and positions through the ear labyrinth. According to his biographers, he had begun a brilliant scientific career, but resigned his position of privat docent and refused the title of extraordinary professor. One explanation is that he was so thoroughly devoted to his patients that he did not want to sacrifice them to a scientific career, another one that he resigned his post as privat docent following intrigues of colleagues. He was certainly not of a belligerent nature. All those who have known him agree in saying that he was the most unassuming man one can imagine. An admirable clinician, he combined scientific acumen with humaneness. He treated two groups of patients gratuitously, his colleagues and their families on one side and the destitute on the other, and many of these expressed their gratitude toward him in touching ways. 62 is one of the most sought-after physicians in Vienna. He had a large income and could afford a high standard of living, including regular journeys to Italy. An exceptionally cultured man, he was a connoisseur of music, painting, and literature, and was an inspiring conversationalist. He was personally acquainted with the composer Hugo Wolf, the writer Schnitzler, the philosopher Brentano, and he carried on a correspondence with the poetess Maria Ebner Eschenbach. 63 According to certain witnesses he was selfless to a fault, and overly trusting. 64 The physiologist Dicklein, who visited him in his old age, admired him for his perfect mental vigor, his familiarity with the most recent medical publications, the unerring judgment of the Neuroctogenerine, and also tells of his extreme simplicity and personal warmth, as well as of his critical faculty which remained remarkably acute, though benevolent, to the end. 65. He had so many devoted friends and admirers in Vienna that when Sigmund Exner organized a subscription in honor of Breuer's 70th birthday in 1912, the best-known personalities of Vienna contributed to it. Thus was founded the Breuer Stiftung, a foundation whose aim was to give awards for meritorious scientific research, or invite prominent scientists to give lectures in Vienna. 66 Freud had not yet completed his medical studies when he had to fulfill 1 year of military service, 1879 to 1880. His main achievement during that time was his translation of one volume of John Stuart Mill's collected works. 67 He realized that he had to concentrate upon obtaining his medical degree. In the interpretation of dreams he says that he was getting the reputation of a Sigmund Freud in psychoanalysis. 433 Perennial student. Though still working in Brych's laboratory, he passed his two first rigorosa in June 1880, and his third rigorosum on March 30th, 1881, so that he received his medical degree on March 31st, 1881. Thereupon he received a temporary post of demonstrator, a kind of teaching assistant, in Brych's laboratory, with a small salary, and pursued his histological research there. He also worked for 2 semesters in Professor Ludwig's chemistry laboratory, but it was obviously not his specialty. At this point a remarkable change occurred in Freud's life. Until now he seemed to have decided upon a scientific career. Now, in June 1882, he suddenly left Brych's laboratory where he had worked for 6 years maintaining a good relationship with him and turned to a career of practicing physician, visibly without great enthusiasm. In those days there were 3 paths to a medical career. The first entailed 5 years of concentrated work with emphasis on the clinical, and working as a famulus in hospitals during vacations, after which one could put a sign on one's door and wait for the patients to come. The second was to supplement one's regular studies with 2 or 3 voluntary internship years, to acquire more experience or to specialize. The third and hardest way was, after completion of one's studies, to compete for successive ranks in the academic career in one of the branches of theoretical or clinical medicine. It took from 2 to 5 years to become privat docent, and 5 or 10 years more of hard competition to become an extraordinary professor. Only very few were able to attain the rank of ordinary professor, a position of substantial advantages and high social status. Freud, in 1882, seemed to turn to the second solution, namely that of specialized medical practice, but he did not give up his interest in brain histological work, where he perhaps already saw the means of a future scientific career. 2 explanations have been given for this change. Freud himself explained that Brych pointed out the lack of prospects in his institute, since his 2 assistants, Exner and Fleisch, had 10 years seniority, which meant that Freud would have to be content for a very long time with an inferior and poorly paid position. Siegfried Bernfeld and Jones suggested that the true reason was to be found in Freud's new plans of marriage and founding a family. Freud had met Martha Bernays, fallen in love, and become engaged to her in June 1882. According to Jones she belonged to a well-known Jewish family of Hamburg. 68 Her father, a merchant, had come to Vienna several years before and had died in 1879. Those who knew her described her as being very attractive, and endowed with a firm character. In those 2 regards she resembled Freud's mother. Both women also lived very long. Martha Bernays was born on July 26, 1861, and died on November 2, 1951, at the age of 90. Following the custom of the time, a marriage was expected to take place only after a proper financial situation had been established. Long engagements, entailing separation, and assiduous corresponding, were frequent. The ties between the Freud and the Bernays families were reinforced by the marriage of Martha's brother Eli to Sigmund's sister Anna. At this turning point of his life, Freud's situation was far from easy. He began 3 years of hospital residency at a low salary, and found himself 4 years behind those who had chosen clinical medicine initially. His prospects were bright, but set in a remote future time. The only way to shorten that slow and arduous career would have been to make a brilliant discovery that would bring him rapid fame, the secret hope of many young physicians. The old Viennese General Hospital, with its 4,000 or 5,000 patients, was one of the most famous teaching centers of the world, where almost every head of a department was a medical celebrity. There was great emulation among the medical staff and a keen competition for the much coveted and poorly paid positions. 69 Sigmund Freud began by working 2 months in the surgical department, then worked with the grade of aspirant under the great internist Nothnagel from October 1882 to April 1883. On May 1, 1883, he was appointed as secondary in the psychiatric department, headed by the illustrious Theodore Maynard. Freud had already engaged in histological research on the middle oblongata in Maynard's laboratory, where he remained and worked from 1883 to 1886, and it appeared as if he now had found a new master. Theodor Maynard was a prominent figure in Vienna, but he also had what the Germans call a problematic nature. 70 Bernard Sachs, who worked in his laboratory during the same period as Freud, describes him as striking enough in appearance, a huge head poised on a short body disheveled locks that had an annoying habit of falling down over the forehead and had to be pushed back every so often. 71 Maynard was considered the greatest brain anatomist in Europe, along with Flechsig. Unfortunately, he gradually lapsed into brain mythology, the then current trend to describe psychological and psychopathological phenomena in terms of real or hypothetical brain structures. August 4. Tells in his memoirs how disappointed he was when he came to work with Maynard, only to realize that many of the brain tracts allegedly discovered by him were but the creations of his imagination. And Maynard was known as a good clinician, but a rather tedious lecturer, and he had little contact with his students. He was also a poet, 73 a connoisseur of music and art, and his social circle comprised the intellectual elite of Vienna, even though he was a difficult personality and had violent enmities. 74 After spending 5 months in Maynard's department, in September 1883, Freud moved to the 4th Medical Division headed by Dr. Schultz, where he acquired excellent clinical experience with neurological patients. Meanwhile, an article written by Dr. Aschenbrandt, in December 1883, pointed out the interest of cocaine, the alkaloid of coca. 75 Freud experimented on himself and others with this supposedly harmless substance, which he found to be effective against fatigue and neurasthenic symptoms. In July 1884, Freud published a paper in which he praised the virtues of the new drug with Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 435 Eloquence. 76 He asserted that cocaine could be used as a stimulant, as an aphrodisiac, against stomach disorders, cachexia, asthma, and for the removal of the painful symptoms that accompany the withdrawal of morphine in addicts. He actually applied it in that way in treating his friend Fleischl, who, following severe neuralgia, had become a morphine addict. However, this treatment resulted in Fleisch becoming a severe cocaine addict. While talking about cocaine with his colleagues Leopold Konigstein, a Privatdozent 6 years his senior, and Karl Kohler, 1 year younger than himself, Freud mentioned that cocaine caused a numbness of the tongue. Kohler was currently searching for a product that would produce anesthesia of the eye. While Freud left on a vacation to visit his fiancée in Wandsbek, a suburb of Hamburg, in August 1884, Kohler went to Stryker's laboratory and experimented with cocaine on the eyes of animals, and he rapidly discovered its anesthetic properties. As was often the custom among scientists eager to secure the priority of a discovery, he kept silent and hastened to send a preliminary report to be read by a friend, Dr. Brett Tower, at the Ophthalmological Congress in Heidelberg on September 15.77. The paper aroused a sensation. Konigstein hurried to perform experiments of the same kind and to apply the discovery to human surgery. He and Kohler presented the discovery to the Society of Physicians on October 17, 1884. When Freud returned from Wandsbek, he found that Kohler was the lucky winner who had acquired sudden fame, and it was all the more frustrating to him since it was he who had given Kohler the hint that led to the discovery. But Freud did not give up his study of cocaine. 78 He experimented with its effect on muscular force and continued to advocate the medical use of the new drug. It was not long before Albrecht Erlenmeyer published a paper warning against the danger of cocaine addiction, and this was to be the beginning of a storm against Freud. 79 Meanwhile, on January 21, 1885, Freud had applied for the post of Privatdozent in neuropathology, and in March he applied for a traveling grant of 6 months from the University of Vienna. Freud worked in the ophthalmology department from March to the end of May, and in the dermatology department in June. His paper on the roots and connections of the acoustic nerve also appeared in June and was well received. In the same month he passed the oral examination for Privatdozent and gave the trial lecture. 8 Degree He was appointed on July 18, and then he learned that as a result of the intervention of Bright and Maynard, he had been elected as the recipient of the traveling grant over 2 other candidates, which he decided to spend studying in Paris with Charcot. On August 1, 1885, Freud left the Viennese General Hospital, where he had spent the previous 3 years. He then took a 6 weeks vacation at Wandsbek near his fiancée, and on October 11 left for Paris. Apparently he considered this sojourn in Paris as the great opportunity of his life. 81 For a serious, unworldly young scientist such as Freud, it must have been an overwhelming experience to be thrown suddenly into the feverish milieu of the French capital. With keen interest he observed the daily life of Paris, visited the museums and the Cathedral of Notre Dame, and attended plays in which great actors performed. But he could not at first help feeling lost at the Salpêtrière. In spite of Benedict's letter of introduction, Freud was, to Charcot, just another one of the many visitors who came to the Salpêtrière. He began doing research in the pathology laboratory with the Russian neurologist Darkskoich, and apparently was disappointed in the working conditions. Freud then offered his services to Charcot as a translator of some of his work into German. The great man invited Freud to some of his fashionable receptions. From the beginning Freud had been under the spell of Charcot, who impressed him not only by the boldness of his conceptions of hypnosis, hysteria, and traumatic neuroses but also by the immense prestige and sumptuous life of the Prince of Science. Apparently, Freud did not realize that Charcot was surrounded by fierce enemies, and he did not stay long enough to sense, as did Dolbeuf who was there at the same time, the amount of suggestion that was fed to many of Charcot's hysterical patients. Freud liked to say that he had been Charcot's student in Paris during 1885 and 1886. This sometimes led people to believe that he had stayed there for a long time. Actually, Jones states, on the basis of Freud's letters to his fiancée, that Freud saw Charcot for the first time on October 20, 1885, and took leave of him on February 23, 1886, and from these 4 months must be subtracted 1 week of the Christmas holiday, which Freud spent with his fiancée in Germany, and a couple of weeks of Charcot's illness. We may assume that Freud's meeting with Charcot was more in the nature of an existential encounter than a normal relationship between master and disciple. Freud left Paris on February 28, 1886, with the impression of having met a great man, one with whom he would keep in touch for the translation of his books, and who had provided him with a world of new ideas. After spending the month of March in Berlin studying pediatrics with Baginski, Freud returned to Vienna on April 4, 1886. He took an apartment in the Rathausstrasse and opened his practice at the end of April 1886. It was a busy period in his life, with preparations for his marriage and his preoccupation with his scientific work. He wrote a report on his traveling grant activities for the Assembly of Professors. 83 and in May he read papers on hypnotism before the Physiological Club and the Psychiatric Society. 84 In the same month a second paper by Erlenmeyer appeared that warned of the dangers of cocaine and mentioned Freud's name critically. 85 Freud had few paying patients and filled his forced leisure by translating a volume of Charcot's lectures that appeared with a foreword by Freud, bearing the date July 18, 1886.86 from August 11 to September 9. Freud completed a period of military service with the rank of battalion physician in a German-speaking regiment that performed maneuvers in Omitz. It is curious to compare Freud's Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 437 letter to Breuer, 87 expressing his complaints about military life and his contempt for it, with the report written by Freud's superiors after completion of that period of service. 88 On September 30, 1886, Sigmund Freud's marriage to Martha Bernays took place in Wandsbek, and they spent the rest of the month on their honeymoon, on the shores of the neighboring Baltic Sea. Upon their return to Vienna, Freud moved his practice to a new apartment in the Kaiserlich Stiftungshaus, a large apartment house built at the instigation of Emperor Francis Joseph I on the site of the Ring Theatre that had burned down on December 8, 1881, with a loss of about 400 lives. He was not yet able to start his Privatdozent teaching, but began working at the Kassowitz Institute, a private children's hospital, where he had been appointed to the neurological department and could gather rich material for clinical studies. 89 Freud had returned from Paris enthusiastic about what he had learned at the Salpêtrière and eager to make it known in Vienna. The paper that he read at the Viennese Society of Physicians caused him disappointment, and this incident has given rise to a tenacious legend. Since it is impossible for us to discuss the numerous episodes of Freud's life in the limited frame of this book, we will single out this particular one as an example. The standard account of that event reads as follows. Freud presented a paper on male hysteria before the Society of Physicians on October 15, 1886. This paper was received with incredulity and hostility. Freud was challenged to present a case of male hysteria to the Society, and though he met this challenge on November 26 of the same year, the reception was cool, and this was the starting point of Freud's lifelong feud with the Viennese medical world. When checking the story, 4 points must be clarified. 1. What kind of scientific body was the Society of Physicians? 2. What did the concept of male hysteria mean at that time? 3. What actually occurred during the meeting? 4. How can the events of the meeting be explained? The Imperial Society of Physicians, Kaiserliche Gesellschaft der Art in Wien, was one of the most reputed medical societies in Europe. 90. Its origin dated back to a group of physicians, who, around 1800, had begun to meet once a week to discuss problems of medicine and public hygiene. After various vicissitudes, the society received official recognition in its present status in 1837. The society had kept its original special concern with problems of public health, but also dealt with all branches of medicine and strove to maintain the highest possible scientific standard in each branch. Many important discoveries were first announced before the society. In 1858, Chermach demonstrated the laryngoscope discovered by Turk. On May 15, 1850, Semmelweis explained his discovery that puerperal infection in the maternity section of a hospital was carried there from the anatomy rooms. In 1879, Nitze and Leiter demonstrated their cystoscope, and in October 1884, 2 years prior to Freud's paper, Konigstein and Kohler announced their use of cocaine in eye surgery. Another feature of the society was that any physician could present papers, provided that he offered something original. But though the speakers never departed from their dignified and courteous manner, contributions were exposed to sharp criticism. The surgeon Breitner described in his autobiography how, during the discussion of one of his papers, Wegner Joret crushed him against the wall like a FTY. 91. The sessions took place every Friday evening in Indiana, the building of the Academy of Sciences, in a rather formal way. The discussions were recorded by a secretary, Schriftführer, and summarized in the fortnightly bulletin of the society. Sessions were attended by medical journalists who sent accounts to their respective periodicals. What actually occurred at the meeting of October 15, 1886, is unintelligible if one does not define what the term male hysteria meant at that time, and to do so we must go back a few decades. In the past decade there had been an enormous increase in railway traffic, railway accidents, and insurance claims. A new chapter of pathology had opened, pioneered by British physicians, who described railway spine and railway brain, and distinguished nervous shock from traumatic shock. In England, Dr. Page contended that many cases of railway spine did not result from nervous lesions but from functional disturbances, which he called hysterical. He found in these patients hemianesthesia and other symptoms generally considered stigmata of hysteria. 92. Dr. Page's assertions created lively discussions around 2 points. First, the comparative frequency of organic and dynamic, in modern language functional, lesions, and second, whether these non-organic nervous conditions were identical to hysteria. These points were of considerable practical importance to the patients, to the insurance companies, and to the medical experts who had to assess the claims. Dr. Page's viewpoint was widely held in England, and was accepted in the United States by Walton, 93 Putnam, and others. 94. In Germany 2 leading neurologists, Thomson and Oppenheim, objected that hemianesthesia was no proof of hysteria, because, as they showed, it could be found in many other conditions, and that in their own cases of railway spine they found that the hemianesthesia was much more severe than in hysterical patients, that the depression was deeper, and that there was little response to therapy. 9's non-organic cases of railway spine were described by them as a specific traumatic neurosis distinct from hysteria. In France, Charcot denied the existence of Thomson's and Oppenheim's traumatic neurosis. He admitted that non-organic cases of railway spine had certain symptomatic peculiarities, as stated by the Germans, but he insisted that they belonged to hysteria. As proof, Charcot said that under hypnosis he had produced paralyses Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 439 that were symptomatically identical with traumatic paralyses. Since many accident victims were men, the diagnosis male hysteria, formerly restricted to men with classical hysterical symptoms, was now extended to men with functional, post-traumatic disorders. Thus the frequency of male hysteria increased in France, at least as a diagnostic label, and there were now 2 kinds of male hysteria in Paris, the classical one, in which heredity was considered the main etiological factor, and the post-traumatic, in which heredity played a lesser role, if any. In Vienna the existence of classical male hysteria was no longer questioned, but the leading neurologists did not accept Charcot's identification of traumatic paralysis in men with male hysteria. Thus, to understand the discussion that followed Freud's paper, 2 facts must be remembered, that the term male hysteria applied to 2 different conditions, namely classical male hysteria, whose existence was accepted by everyone, and Charcot's traumatic male hysteria, which was the object of heated discussions among neurologists, and that the discussion of traumatic male hysteria was itself part of a wider controversy pertaining to the consequences of railway accidents and other trauma. The best way to reconstruct what happened at the meeting of October 5, 1886, is to rely on reports published immediately afterward. We do not possess the text of Freud's paper, but it was probably similar to the report he sent to the professor in Collegium. 96. A brief survey of the discussion that followed Freud's presentation was recorded in the next issue of the Bulletin of the Society of Physicians, and more detailed proceedings were given in 5 medical journals. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. Freud's paper was preceded by the clinical demonstration of a case of lupus of the larynx and palate, by a laryngologist, Dr. Grossman. Then Freud told the society how he had spent a few months in Paris with Charcot, and explained the latter's concept of hysteria. Charcot, he explained, distinguished between the grande hysteric, with a specific type of convulsions, hemianesthesia, and various other stigmata, and petite hysteric. Charcot, he added, had the merit to show that hysterical patients were not malingerers, that hysteria did not issue from disturbances of the genital organs, and that male hysteria was more frequent than was generally assumed. Freud then related a case of male hysteria he had seen while in Charcot's service. It was a young man who had suffered an accident at work and had then contracted paralysis in one arm and an entire range of stigmata as well. On the basis of such cases Charcot was inclined to equate most cases of railway spine and railway brain with male hysteria. The discussion was opened by Professor Rosenthal, a neurologist. Male hysteria, he said, was no rarity. He had described 2 such cases 16 years earlier. Professor Maynard stated that he had repeatedly observed cases of epileptic seizures and disturbances of consciousness after trauma, and that it would be interesting to check whether these cases always presented the symptoms depicted by Freud. Professor Bamberger, the chairman, acknowledged Charcot's merits, but saw nothing new in Freud's interesting paper. He questioned Charcot's distinction of grande and petite hysteria because some of the most severe cases of hysteria did not belong to grande hysteria. As for male hysteria, it was a well-known condition, but on the basis of his own observations Bamberger disagreed with the equating of railway spine with genuine male hysteria, in spite of certain similarities in the clinical picture. Professor Leitsdorf mentioned that he had often examined patients who, following a railway accident or similar trauma, had developed organic symptoms that had nothing in common with hysteria. He did not deny that there were cases where the shock had been followed by hysteria, but he warned against concluding that the hysteria was a consequence of the trauma, because the true extent of the lesions could not yet be evaluated at that stage. Freud's paper was followed by one presented by Professor Lachenberger, on the presence of ball pigment in tissues and liquids in severe diseases in animals. Professor Bamberger objected sharply to Professor Lachenberger's assertions. Obviously coolness was the tone of the society, and in that regard Lachenberger was not treated any better than Freud, in spite of his professor's title. In the legendary accounts of that meeting it would seem as though tremendous discoveries, which had not yet reached Vienna, had been revealed to Freud in Paris, such as the existence of male hysteria, and that, while acting as Charcot's missionary to the Viennese pundits, he was shamefully scorned and rejected. Actually, things were quite otherwise. Freud had returned from Paris with an idealized picture of Charcot. Much of what he attributed to Charcot were the views of previous authors, and male hysteria was a well-known condition of which case histories had been published in Vienna long since by Benedict 103 Rosenthal, and others. 104 Charcot was popular in Vienna. Benedict visited him every year. Maynard 1-5 was on friendly terms with him, and Leitsdorf spoke highly of him. 106 But the German-speaking medical world was disquieted by the new turn taken by Charcot's research since 1882. It is characteristic that the Neurologisches Centralblatt published a detailed review of Freud's translation of Charcot's lectures, in which the highest praise was bestowed on Freud as a translator, but a sharp though polite criticism was expressed about Charcot's new teaching. 10.7 From the proceedings it is obvious that no one denied the existence of classical male hysteria. Of the four discussants two, Rosenthal and Bamberger, expressly stated that male hysteria was well known, and Leidsdorf spoke of it as a current notion. Maynard necessarily shared the same opinion since a case of classical male hysteria from his wards had been published just a month before under his auspices, not because male hysteria was Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 441 unusual, but as a result of a rare hysterical symptom that the case presented. 108 It is clear that the crux of the discussion was Charcot's equation of traumatic neurosis with male hysteria. It thus appears that the Viennese neurologists took issue with 3 points in Freud's paper. First, Freud had not conformed with the society's tradition that the speaker bring something new and original. This is the meaning of Bamberger's remark, all this is very interesting, but I see nothing new in it. Freud would probably have been received better if instead of relating one of Charcot's case histories he had brought one of his own. Second, Freud intervened upon the sole authority of Charcot in a controversy of which he did not seem to have seized the complexity and the practical implications. Actually, the cautious attitude of the Viennese neurologists in regard to the diagnosis of hysterical disturbances was to the advantage of their patients. This is the meaning of Leidsdorf's remark. Third, it might have been irritating to these neurologists that Freud attributed to Charcot the discovery that hysteria was neither malingering nor the result of disturbances of the genital organs, 2 points that had been known in Vienna for a long time, so that Freud seemed to treat them as ignorance and to be talking down to them. One may wonder how it happened that Freud did not realize he was offending these men who had been well disposed toward him. L091 One reason was that Freud, who had always been subject to prompt and strong enthusiasms, was now under the spell of Charcot. Another reason was Freud's craving for the great discovery that would bring him fame. He was still aching with the disappointment caused by the cocaine episode, and he apparently thought that the revelation he had received at the Salpêtrière could be the starting point for further discoveries. Thus the cool reception given to his paper was all the more painful to him. There is no documentary evidence that Freud was challenged to show the society a case of male hysteria. Be that as it may, Freud himself felt obligated to do so. He was able to find a case 1 week after the meeting, had the ophthalmologic examination performed by Dr. Konigstein on October 24th, and the demonstration took place on November 26th. Freud began his paper by stating that he was meeting Professor Maynard's challenge to demonstrate to the society a case of male hysteria with the stigmata described by Charcot. 110 The patient was a 29-year-old worker, who at the age of 8 had been run over in the street, suffered the loss of an eardrum, and was afflicted with convulsions of an unclear nature during the 2 years that followed the accident. Now, after a nervous shock experienced 3 years previously, he had developed hysterical symptoms. He showed a severe hemianesthesia and other hysterical stigmata, such as described by Charcot. In fact, it was an ambiguous case that could be diagnosed either as revived traumatic hysteria, because of the old accident, or as classical male hysteria, because of the nervous shock, and it could hardly contribute to elucidate the point that had been criticized during the meeting of October 15th. This time there was no discussion, perhaps on account of the heavy schedule. Freud stated later in his autobiography that this paper had been applauded, but apparently it did not dissipate the impression created by the previous meeting. Contrary to the legend, Freud did not break his ties with the society after that meeting. His candidacy was submitted by 7 prominent members of the society on February 16, 1887, and he was elected on March 18, 1887. He never ceased to be a member of the society until he left Vienna. 111 The session of October 15, 1886, was recalled 3 months later by Arthur Schnitzler in a review of Freud's translation of Charcot's book. 112 Schnitzler tells of the fantasy of the ingenious physician, Die Fantasie des Geistreichen Arztes, that is, Charcot, and how his concept of traumatic male hysteria was received with reserve. T13 This had been borne out when Dr. Freud recently spoke on the topic before the Imperial Royal Society of Physicians in Vienna, and a lively discussion developed. The controversy on traumatic neurosis versus male hysteria continued to rage in Europe for a few years, until, around 1900, the medical world lost interest in hysteria, ceased to believe in the existence of Charcot's stigmata, and the disease itself became much less frequent. 114 In the 10 years that followed, Freud struggled to raise his family, build up his practice, achieve neurological work, and create a new psychology. Freud started out, in 1886, with the usual handicap of the young doctor who has debts and no fortune. Private patients were slow in coming, and he had difficulty in finding cases for his demonstrations as a privat doesn't. A few facts show that he must have been under some criticism during this period. He was accused of having unleashed upon mankind the third scourge, cocaine addiction, the others being alcoholism and morphinism. In a last paper on cocaine, of July 1887, Freud tried to justify himself. Cocaine, he said, was dangerous only to those addicted to morphine, but wonderful results could be obtained from treating morphinists with cocaine during the withdrawal stage. U5 And he added, it is perhaps not superfluous to note that this is not personal experience, but advice given to someone else. A medical journal having published a short review by Freud of a book by Weir Mitchell, brought soon afterward a more extensive review of the same book by another reviewer. L16 Freud had broken with Maynard, and an acrimonious quarrel broke out between them in 1889. In a paper on traumatic neuroses, Maynard criticized Charcot's theories on traumatic paralyses and added in a footnote that Freud's opinions were more dogmatic than scientific and contradicted Charcot's teaching. 11.7 To this Freud replied with a vehement attack on Maynard, whom he accused of being prejudiced. Such episodes illustrate the atmosphere of isolation and distrust in which Freud began his career. But Freud also had assets. His old friend Joseph Breuer, who enjoyed Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 443, one of the wealthiest clienteles in Vienna, sent him patients. Moreover, Freud had been placed in charge, after his return from Paris, of the neurological department of the Kassowitz Institute. 118 An assiduous worker, Freud gradually created for himself his social position and his reputation as a specialist. According to all testimonies, his marriage with Martha was a happy one. 6 children were born to them: Mathilde on October 16, 1887, Jean Martin on December 7, 1889, Oliver on February 19, 1891, Ernst on April 6, 1892, Sophie on April 12, 1893, and Anna on December 3, 1895. 119 The household also comprised Freud's sister-in-law, Minna Bernays, and 2 or 3 servants. In the summer of 1891 the family moved to the apartment at Berggasse 19, which Freud was to leave only in 1938. Freud's apartment was located in a residential quarter, close to the Innenstadt or Old Town, in the almost immediate vicinity of the university, the museums, the opera house, the Burg Theater, the great government buildings, and last, but not least, the Imperial Court. The latter included the Imperial Palace, Hofburg, its gardens, art galleries, library, crown jewels, Schatzkammer, and the Spanish Imperial Riding School. The family thus lived and grew up near the pulsating heart of the great empire. It was a frequent occurrence to see the emperor passing through the neighborhood in his stagecoach. In many regards life was very different from what it is now. Professionals received their clients at their place of residence, so that they found it easy to interrupt their work to see their family. Children had glimpses of their father's occupation, which enjoyed enormous prestige in their eyes. It was not unusual to work from early morning to late at night, 6 days a week, but professionals and well-to-do people took 3 months of summer vacation, which they spent either in the country or traveling with Baedeker in hand. Freud's scientific evolution during those 10 years is shown by the fact that in 1886 he was mainly a neurologist who completely accepted Charcot's theories of neurosis, whereas by 1896 he was no longer interested in neurology, and after having given up Charcot's and Bernheim's ideas, had slowly come to elaborate his own system. The first step was his growing interest in Bernheim, whose textbook he translated, and then, in July 1889, he went to Nancy to visit him in Liebald, whereupon he attended the International Congress of Psychology in Paris. 120 In 1891 Freud's book on cerebral palsy in children appeared in collaboration with Oscar Rie, as did his critical study of the theory of aphasia, and in 1892 Freud published the translation of another of Bernheim's books. L21 In a series of 2 lectures he gave on April 27th and May 4th, 1892, at the Wiener Medizinisker Club, the concept of suggestion that he expounded was almost exactly that of Bernheim. 122 But Freud also translated a further volume of Charcot's lectures, which he provided with footnotes, some of them explaining Charcot's ideas, others stating his own concept of hysteria or contradicting Maynard. 123 In 1893 biographical sketch of Freud appeared in Das Das Geist a sort of who's who of Viennese celebrities. 124 Freud published several articles on hysteria. Notably his preliminary communication with Joseph Breuer entitled Psychic Mechanisms of Hysterical Phenomena. Charcot's concept of the mechanism of traumatic neurosis was extended to hysteria in general, and a psychotherapeutic method proposed, based on the concept of catharsis in neighbor action. In 1894, in his paper Defense Neuropsychosis, Freud had gone on from hysteria to phobias, obsessions, and even hallucinations. Freud pressed Breuer for the completion of studies on hysteria, and it was published in 1895. It was a well-organized book. After a short foreword stating that they did not use as many case histories as they would wish, because of professional secrecy, the preliminary communication of 1893 was reprinted, followed by the case of the patient Anna Zero, given as a prototype of a cathartic cure. Then came four of Freud's case histories, the first of which was Emmy von N., Freud's first cathartic treatment. The book was concluded by a chapter on the concept of hysteria by Breuer, and another by Freud on its psychotherapy. We will return later to the effect produced by this book in the contemporary papers of Freud. By that time Freud's professional and financial position had improved to the point where he could afford periodical travels in Italy and the collecting of art objects. In the following year he felt that his theory and therapeutic method was sufficiently original to be given a new and specific name, psychoanalysis. But the birth of this new science was to come through a very unusual process that had by then already begun. Over a period of about 6 years, 1894 to 1899, four events are inextricably intermingled in Freud's life: his intimate relationship with Wilhelm Fliess, his neurotic disturbances, his self-analysis, and his elaboration of the basic principles of psychoanalysis. We will first summarize the known facts, then propose an interpretation. The two main sources are Freud's interpretation of dreams, which analyzes several dozen of Freud's dreams of that period, and the published part of his correspondence with Fliess. The complete publication of these letters will possibly modify somewhat our picture of that period. Freud had become acquainted in 1887 with Wilhelm Fliess, an ear and nose specialist of Berlin. Fliess was the author of theories whose three main points were the correspondence between the nose mucosa and the genital organs, the bisexuality of human beings, and the existence in each individual of a double periodicity, a feminine one with a cycle of 28 days, and a masculine one with a cycle of 23 days. 12 Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 445 Freud's first letter to Fliess of November 24, 1887, concerns the diagnosis of a patient. A friendship developed, marked in June 1892 by the adoption of the familiar mode of address du, thou. It soon acquired a more emotional character. To Freud, Fliess was a scientific correspondent, a physician who treated his nose condition, and a confidant who also stimulated him and in whose judgment he placed boundless trust. At the beginning of 1894 Freud suffered from heart symptoms. On Fliess's advice he stopped smoking, and in spite of much distress kept to his decision. At this time an episode occurred as described by Max Schur. L26 Freud was treating a woman, Emma, for hysteria, and he called Fliess to determine whether there was a connection between her symptoms and a possible nose condition. Fliess operated on Emma's nose and returned to Berlin. The patient, however, suffered from severe postoperative complications, and another specialist found that Fliess had accidentally left a long piece of iodoform gauze in the cavity. Weeks later the patient had a hemorrhage of such severity that her condition remained critical for quite some time. According to Schur, Freud expressed, in letters hitherto unpublished, his full confidence in Fliess, who remained for him the healer into whose hands one confidently entrusts one's life. These events came at a time when Freud was entirely absorbed by his cogitation on a new psychology. In June 1895 he wrote to Fliess that he had resumed smoking after an interruption of 14 months. He could bear it no longer. It was during the night of July 23 to 24, 1895, that Freud had his celebrated dream of Irma's injection, the first dream of which he made a complete analysis with his new technique of associations. It was to become the prototype of dream analysis, not only in Freud's Traumdeutung, but in the eyes of all psychoanalysts. Max Schur has shown that the basic elements of that dream were present in the story of the patient Emma, and that it can be interpreted as the dreamer's attempt to justify Fliess. Freud had the feeling that he had solved the mystery of dreams and found a key to their interpretation, a key that he could now utilize in the investigation and treatment of his patients. In the period from July 1895 to the death of his father on October 23, 1896, Freud published, together with Breuer, the studies in hysteria, broke off his relationship with Breuer, and wrote a project for a scientific psychology which he, however, soon abandoned so that it remained unpublished. Freud's sufferings increased. During an excursion in the mountains he lost his breath and was obliged to turn back. Once again he gave up smoking, but soon resumed it. Feelings that he had made great discoveries were followed by tormenting doubts. Jacob Freud, who had been severely ill for several months, died on October 23, 1896. During the night following the funeral, Sigmund dreamed that he was in some premises where he read a poster, "One is requested to shut the eyes." 127 There was a connotation of self-reproach in the dream. Freud now realized how much his father had meant to him. Most likely he had guilt feelings about the hostility he had long felt toward him. From that time on, Freud's self-analysis, which seemed to have proceeded intermittently until then, became systematic and absorbed him increasingly, particularly the analysis of his dreams. Edith Buxbaum 128 in an article, and Didier MCAU in a book, 129 have tried to reconstruct Freud's self-analysis by placing the dreams in chronological order and in juxtaposition with the Fliess correspondence. For about 1 year after his father's death, Freud's inner sufferings became worse, as shown by his letters to Fliess. He brooded day and night over the psychological apparatus and the root of neuroses. He paid increased attention to the fantasies covering certain memories. He felt on the verge of discovering great secrets, or to have discovered them, but soon fell back, the prey of doubts. He told of his neurosis, his little hysteria. He claimed to be indifferent to the intrigues that may have occurred at the university. On August 14, 1897, he told Fliess that the main patient who keeps me busy is myself, and that his analysis was more arduous than any other. On September 21, 1897, Freud wrote Fliess a startling confidence. The stories of early seduction by the father, as told by all of his hysterical patients, were mere fantasies, so that his entire theory of hysteria was shaken. The lack of therapeutic success, the improbability that so many seductions by the father could pass unnoticed, the impossibility of distinguishing in the unconscious a memory from a fiction, were the main reasons that now led him to give up the hope of elucidating the mystery of neurosis. Gone were the expectations of a great discovery that would bring fame and wealth. However, the tone of this letter was optimistic. There remained to Freud his method of interpreting dreams and his incipient metapsychology, his system of psychic apparatus. From this moment on, his self-analysis underwent a fruitful phase. Childhood memories rushed forth. The ugly, old nanny, who told him about God and hell, he now saw as being at the root of his earliest sexual experience, whereas the libido toward his mother had been aroused at the age of 2.5 years. Relationships with his 1-year-old nephew furnished the pattern for the neurotic side of his subsequent friendships. He remembered his jealousy toward his little brother and subsequent guilt feelings after his death. Searching for memories about his nanny, he discovered an example of what he later called screen memory. He assumed that the little boy's amorous feelings for his mother and jealousy of his father were general phenomena. He invoked the names of Oedipus and Hamlet. He gave increasing importance to resistance, now considered as the persistence of infantile characteristics. He reformulated his idea about the origin of hysteria and obsessions. In this process, self-analysis and the analysis of his patients were narrowly intermingled, and Freud told Fliess, "I cannot give you any idea of the intellectual beauty of the work." Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 447 in November 1897, Freud wrote that his self-analysis was stagnating again. More childhood memories slowly emerged. Freud was preoccupied with problems pertaining to former sexual zones, particularly the anal memories and fantasies. He compared dreams, fantasies, neurotic symptoms, witticisms, and artistic creations. He felt an improvement in his neurosis, emancipated himself from the influence of Freud and Charcot, and identified himself with Goethe. His letters to flies became less frequent, shorter, and manifested a shift from dependency to competition. At the beginning of 1898 he began to write a book on dreams. That work was interrupted by the summer vacation, and in the autumn by a new period of depression and inhibition, but was resumed and completed by September 1899. The publication of the Interpretation of Dreams marked the end of Freud's neurosis, but he never ceased his self-analysis, and from that time on devoted a moment to it daily. He emerged from this experience with a deep-reaching interior transformation. He outgrew his dependency on flies, and their close friendship ended at the beginning of 1902. Freud was able to overcome a mysterious inhibition that had prevented him from visiting Rome, and in September 1901 he spent 12 days in that city of his dreams. He finally took steps to further his nomination as a professor, and now felt ready to gather around him a small circle of adherents. The strange malady that Sigmund Freud underwent between 1894 and 1900, together with his self-analysis, have given rise to various interpretations. Some of his adversaries contend that he was a severely ill man, and psychoanalysis was the expression of a neurosis. His followers, such as Jones, claim that his self-analysis was a heroic feat without precedence, which was never to be performed again, by which the abysses of the unconscious were revealed to mankind for the first time. It is our hypothesis that Freud's self-analysis was one aspect of a complex process, the others being his relationship with flies, his neurosis, and the elaboration of psychoanalysis, and that this process was an example of what may be called a creative illness. This compels us to define creative illness and give its main features. Point 130 It occurs in various settings and is to be found among shamans, among the mystics of various religions, in certain philosophers and creative writers. One example already mentioned in this book is that of Fechner, 131, and we shall describe in a later chapter the creative illness of C.G. Jung. 132 A creative illness succeeds a period of intense preoccupation with an idea and search for a certain truth. It is a polymorphous condition that can take the shape of depression, neurosis, psychosomatic ailments, or even psychosis. Whatever the symptoms, they are felt as painful, if not agonizing, by the subject, with alternating periods of alleviation and worsening. Throughout the illness the subject never loses the thread of his dominating preoccupation. It is often compatible with normal, professional activity and family life. But even if he keeps to his social activities, he is almost entirely absorbed with himself. He suffers from feelings of utter isolation, even when he has a mentor who guides him through the ordeal, like the shaman apprentice with his master. The termination is often rapid and marked by a phase of exhilaration. The subject emerges from his ordeal with a permanent transformation in his personality and the conviction that he has discovered a great truth or a new spiritual world. In Freud's case all these features are to be found. Ever since his visit to Charcot in 1885 and 1886, he had been preoccupied with the problem of the origin of neurosis, a problem that at some point became a dominating concern. From 1894 onward Freud's sufferings as described in his letters to flies would undoubtedly be classified as neurotic, and at times as psychosomatic. But to the difference of neurosis, the concentration upon a fixed idea had not merely an obsessive, but also a creative character. Intellectual speculation, self-analysis, and work with his patients occurred in a kind of desperate search for an elusive truth. Repeatedly he felt that he was on the verge of discovering a great secret or to be now in its possession, only to be again seized with doubts. The characteristic feeling of utter isolation is one of the leitmotifs in his letters to flies. There is no evidence that Freud was really isolated, and still less that he was ill-treated by his colleagues during those years. His 3 lectures before the Doctor and Collegium were well received in spite of the strangeness of the theories. Another, on dreams, before the Vinaigrette, Freud says, was given an enthusiastic reception. Even more, one can speak of genuine respect and tolerance toward Freud on the part of his colleagues. On May 2, 1896, when Freud gave a lecture before the Society of Psychiatry and Neurology, expounding his theory of early seduction as the cause of hysteria, Krafft Ebing, who was chairman, simply remarked that it sounded like a scientific fairy tale, and nonetheless proposed Freud's nomination to the title of extraordinarius the following year. 133 is for the audience, who would blame it for its skepticism when Freud himself, a few months later, discovered that he had been mistaken. A frequent feature in neurosis is the abundance of pejorative judgments, such were those emitted by Freud in these letters in regard to his colleagues. As early as August 1888, he said that his colleagues had to moderate him in his attacks on Maynard. His book on aphasia is an attack on various colleagues, and particularly on the high-enthroned idol Maynard. Even the good brewer was treated with contempt. In these letters also appears a strong intolerance of any kind of criticism. Steinpel's review of the studies in hysteria, which acknowledges the merits of the book, though with certain reservations, Freud qualified as base, neither tracted. 134 When C.S. Freud published an article on psychic paralyses, 135 Freud called it almost a plagiarism, 136 although the article expressed a theory quite different from that of Freud, whom the author even mentions in that regard. Freud was sensitive in matters of priority and was anxious not to be forestalled. Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 449 for instance by Mobius or Janet. His attitude toward his colleagues appeared in these letters as one of distrust or as provoking them. 137 Freud's relationship with flies, which has puzzled so many psychoanalysts, can be easily understood when placed in the context of creative illness. The person has the feeling of blazing a trail in an unknown world in complete isolation. He desperately needs a guide to help him in that ordeal. Freud had left behind those fatherly figures, Friot, Maynard, Brewer, and Charcot, and he now resorted to a friendship with a man of the same generation as his own. In his adolescent years Freud had had a close friendship with his schoolmate, Edward Silberstein, with whom he spent most of his free time. The two friends learned Spanish, to use as a kind of secret language, took Spanish names, founded a Castilian academy, and continued to correspond for about 10 years. On a somewhat similar model, Freud and Flies engaged in a narrow friendship. They exchanged ideas, and particularly new insights and discoveries still kept secret from the rest of the world. However, a perusal of Freud's letters to Flies shows that the initial relationship of two equal friends was gradually replaced by another of intellectual subordination of Freud to Flies, until Freud eventually regained his former position of an equal. This shows that during the crucial period of Freud's creative illness, Flies had involuntarily and unconsciously taken the role of the shaman master before the shaman apprentice, and of spiritual director to the mystic. Typical for creative illness is the spontaneous and rapid recovery accompanied by a feeling of elation. We recall how Fechner went through a slightly hypomanic phase during which he thought that he could decipher all the enigmas in the world. A somewhat similar feeling is expressed in the sentence, whosoever has eyes to see and ears to hear convinces himself that mortals can keep no secret hidden. He whose lips are silent prattles with his fingertips, and self-betrayal gushes forth through all the pores of his skin. 138 All the years of suffering had vanished, but there remained the impression of having passed through a long period of terrible isolation in a hostile world. Typical for the end of creative illness is the gradual shift of interest from the interior to the exterior world. Whereas in his letters he had told Flies that he was indifferent to his nomination and even visualized a complete break with the university, Freud now intervened actively at the ministry to further his interests. How the personality of a scientist can be affected by his discovery is shown, for instance, in the case of Robert Bunsen, as depicted by von Uexküll 1. 139 When Bunsen discovered spectral analysis, his vision of the world changed, and so did his personality. From then on he bore himself as a king traveling incognito. Paul Valery has shown how the personality of a creative writer can also be reshaped after the image of his work. 140 In regard to the creative illness the resulting transformation of personality is even deeper. It is as if the individual had followed the call of St. Augustine, seek not abroad, turn back into thyself, for in the inner man dwells the truth. 141 For that reason, too, the transformation of personality is indissolubly united with the conviction of having discovered a grandiose truth that must be proclaimed to mankind. In Freud's case it was the discovery of the psychoanalytic method and of a new theory of the mind, and its first evidence lay in his book The Interpretation of Dreams, Traum zu Doom. Freud always considered The Interpretation of Dreams his capital work, and it is certainly an extraordinary book. While much was published every year about dreams, the topic of their interpretation had not been renewed since Schema in 1855. Second, the book brought not only an original theory of dreams, but the foundation of a new psychology. And third, the book was, to an unprecedented degree, bound to the life and personality of its author. Hervey de St. Denis and others had filled up entire books with their own dreams and explanations thereof, but none had analyzed dreams that were had during a creative illness. Today the interpretation of dreams is a classic, and we are so familiar with it that it is difficult for us to visualize the impression it made in 1900. The current version today is that Freud was at that time an obscure neurologist who was ostracized by his colleagues, and that the book that brought so many innovations was scorned or received with deathly silence. An objective scrutiny of the facts gives a different picture. During those years of creative illness, Freud's reputation had slowly grown in Vienna and abroad. At the International Psychological Congress in Munich in August 1896, Freud's name was mentioned as one of the foremost authorities on hysteria. 142 Van Rentergem in 1897 listed Freud among the leading representatives of the Nancy School. 143 as mentioned previously, a biographic sketch on Freud appeared in 1901 in a kind of who's who of medical celebrities. 144 moreover, in Lyons the gynecologist, Dr. Caesar Tournier, as early as 1895 became deeply interested in Freud's ideas on infantile sexuality. 145 The assertion that Freud was ostracized in Vienna is unfounded. He never ceased to be a member of the Imperial Royal Society of Physicians. 146 and at least in 1899 to 1900 was an assessor of the Association for Psychiatry and Neurology. 147, the same group where his lecture on hysteria had been received with disbelief in 1896. An official certificate of October 4, 1897, stated that Freud lives in obviously very good circumstances, has 3 servants, and enjoys a not very extensive but lucrative practice, and it is clear that his position had improved even more in the meantime. Point 14b In spite of its fame, the interpretation of dreams is one of the least understood works of Freud today, for several reasons. First, because the text has undergone many changes, additions, and subtractions from one edition to another, so that the edition now available is rather different in Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 451 shape and content from the original. Second, the book was difficult to translate, and many nuances of the original escape in the best translation. 149 The only way to gain a real knowledge of its content is to read the original German edition, which, unfortunately, is very scarce. Third, the interpretation of dreams is filled with allusions to events and customs that were familiar to the contemporary reader, but are nearly incomprehensible today without a commentary. 150 It literally swarms with humorous details about life in the fin de siècle Vienna. Furthermore, the book could be called an autobiography in disguise. Freud mentions his birth and the prediction of an old peasant woman made at the time, the rough education he received from an old nurse, the peculiar mixture of friendship and hostility between him and his nephew John, 1 year older than he, the emigration of his half-brothers to England, a childhood nightmare in which he saw his mother in bird-beak figures, his position as first in the class at school, the conspiracy against the unpopular teacher, the first inklings he had of anti-Semitism in schoolmates, and many other details. Freud also mentions political events, the liberal government in 1866 in which there were 2 Jewish ministers, the Spanish-American War of 1898, the anarchist criminal attempts in Paris. Freud tells of his previous works, his disappointment in the cocaine affair, his feeling of exhilaration when he set foot in Paris in 1885, and of his friend Flies. He hints at his discoveries about screen memories, childhood sexuality, and the Oedipus complex. He carefully conceals everything pertaining to his own love life, but he tells about his children and gives examples of their dreams. He does not hide his atheistic feelings, nor his disbelief in immortality. On the other hand, Freud made use of the stratagem resorted to by Dante when he cast the people he disliked into hell. Such was Uncle Joseph, the black sheep of the family, whom Freud claimed never, of course, to have loved. Such was the old nanny who treated him harshly as an infant, and the stupid gymnasium teacher against whom there was a rebellion. The all too severe Bright was pictured in a dream as compelling Freud to dissect his own leg and pelvis. Maynard was said to have been treated for chloroform addiction in a private mental hospital. Mention was made of Maynard's bitter struggle against Freud, and that shortly before his death Maynard confessed to Freud that he was afflicted with male hysteria, which he had carefully concealed all his life. 151 Most striking are the reminiscences concerning Freud's father. When Sigmund was 6 years old, Jacob gave him and his sister a picture book to tear into pieces, which was hardly justifiable from a pedagogical point of view. After little Sigmund had urinated in his parents' bedroom, his father told him that he would never amount to anything. There was also the incident of the Christian who had insulted Jacob, and of Jacob's cowardly behavior. In one dream he was shown as having been inebriated and under arrest. There were also the painful symptoms that grieved Jacob and the family in the last days before his death. There is not much on the positive side, and this makes one wonder whether Freud had not more deep-reaching reasons for this attitude toward his father than just the early childhood rivalry for his mother. One peculiar feature of the book is an element of deliberate but well-concealed provocation. At that time the word Traumdeutung was used to designate the popular interpretation of dreams by fortune-tellers, thus the philosopher Gompertz 152 had published a pamphlet, Traumdeutung und die Zauberei, Dream Interpretation and Magic. To contemporary scientists the title Traumdeutung held something intriguing and shocking. 153 Freud placed at the beginning of his book a motto borrowed from Virgil's Aeneid, Flectere es iniquio superos, et curantum mupo. If heaven I cannot bend, then hell I will arouse. L54 These were Juno's words when Jupiter refused to prevent Aeneas from becoming king of Latium. She then summoned out of hell the Furia Alecto, who with a band of enraged women attacked the Trojans. This motto can be interpreted as an allusion to the fate of repressed drives, but also as referring to Freud's failure to obtain academic recognition in his revolutionizing the science of the mind. Freud, in a letter to Flies, on February 9, 1898, writes that he is enjoying in thought all the head-shaking over the indiscretions and impudences the book contains. 155 These unusual features of the Traumdeutung, the provoking title and motto, the high literary quality, its intimate connection with Freud's life and personality, its humorous allusions to the Viennese life in those days, all this contributed to the effect the book had on the readers. Some were critical of what appeared to them as a lack of scientific rigor, but for certain others it was a revelation that shook them and set their lives on a new course. The German psychiatrist Leaher 156 tells in his autobiography how he had little interest in Freud's work until a friend lent him the interpretation of dreams which he could not put down until he had finished it and which gave a decisive orientation to his career. It is through similar experiences that Stiegel, Adler, and Ferenczi became disciples of Freud. As to the assertion that the book was met with silence or annihilating criticism, it has been refuted by Lisa Bry and Alfred Rifkin. 157 An obscure point in Freud's life is why his nomination as extraordinary professor came so belatedly. The traditional story tells of anti-Semitism, of the scandal caused by Freud's sexual theories, and of the pettiness of his colleagues who resented his superiority. Freud's final nomination, the legend adds, was obtained when one of his rich patients bribed the Minister of Education into nominating him, with a gift of a painting by Rochlin to the art gallery he patronized. An objective study of the facts was made possible when Joseph and René Gickhorn found a series of 40 Docs Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 453 Ments pertaining to Freud's university career in the archives of the University of Vienna and in the Austrian State Archive. 158 Two other documents were added subsequently by K.R. Eisler. 159 It is a confirmed fact that in January 1897, Professors Nothnagel and Kraft-Tiebeing asked the Assembly of Professors to propose Freud for the position of extraordinary professor. In its meeting of February 13, 1897, the Assembly charged a committee of 6 professors to make a report on the matter. On June 12, 1897, after hearing a favorable report read by Kraft-Tiebeing, the Assembly proposed to the Ministry the nomination of Freud as extraordinary professor. However, it was only on February 27, 1902, that the Minister of Public Education, Freiherr W. von Hartl, proposed the nomination, which was signed by Emperor Francis Joseph on March 5, 1902. What happened during that interval of 5 years is not sufficiently explained by the available documents. In a letter to Flies dated March 11, 1902, Freud tells how, when coming back from Rome, he realized that he had to act himself if he ever wanted to receive the long-postponed nomination, how in the ministry it was intimated to him by Sigmund Exner that influences were working against him, and that he had better look for counter-influences, how he found these in a former patient, Frau Lise Gompertz, and how he asked Nothnagel and Kraft-Hebing to renew the request in his favor. Finally, as a result of the intervention of another former patient, the Baroness von Ferstel, the extraordinary professorship was granted. It is certain that Nothnagels and Kraft-Hebing's renewed request of December 5, 1901, was followed by Freud's nomination, but this still does not explain the reason why the first request of the Assembly of Professors remained buried for more than 4 years. To that, the Gickelhorns have given the following explanation. On May 28, 1898, by a secret decree, the Ministry of Education decided to reduce the number of nominations for the title of extraordinary professor, stipulating that those nominated should be able to replace the titular professor, and also that one had to consider those Privatdozents who already had an extensive teaching practice. According to the Gickelhorns, Freud did not comply with these conditions. He had the title of Privatdozent in neurology, but not, as was the case with Wegner-Jorek, in psychiatry. Further, he had given more attention to his lucrative practice than to his function of Privatdozent. These conclusions by the Gickelhorns have been disputed point by point by K.R. Eisler. 160 It is certain that candidates who had been proposed at the same time as Freud and after him received their nominations before him. To be sure, there had been repeated changes in the ministry, and the new minister, Wilhelm von Hartl, an extraordinarily active man, who was responsible for the entire Austrian school system as well as for religious and cultural affairs, could not be expected to keep informed of each individual candidature. L61 But he was subjected to all kinds of political pressures. Many professorial nominations were obtained because of political influences rather than the merits of the candidates. For that reason von Hartl was the object of vehement attacks by Karl Kraus. 162 Von Hartl was also attacked by anti-Semites because he had been instrumental in awarding a literary prize to Arthur Schnitzler and because he had publicly condemned anti-Semitism before the Austrian parliament. That Freud was not nominated earlier cannot, therefore, be ascribed to anti-Semitism. As to the legend that the nomination of Freud was obtained by Frau Ferstel in exchange for a painting by Böcklin, Die Bergruin, René Gickelhorn has shown that this painting remained in the possession of its owners, the Thorsch family, until 1948, and that the Modern Gallery had already acquired another of Böcklin's pictures. 163 K.R. Eisler rejoined that the Modern Gallery had in fact received a painting from Baroness Marie von Ferstel in 1902, by the artist Emil Orlik, Church in Aschau. 164 In view of the small value of the painting, this would rather confirm the improbability of the story of Freud's nomination being obtained through bribery. 165 Possibly this gift was no more than a token of gratitude of the Baroness to the minister. It may be concluded that the major reason for the delay in Freud's nomination was the bureaucratic inertia, and that priority was always given to recommended candidates, while Freud had been too absorbed in his self-analysis to see to his interests. Thus in 1902 Freud saw this one of his ambitions fulfilled. The title of extraordinary professor was an acknowledgement of his scientific work and also permitted him to expect higher fees. There then came for Freud a period of intense productivity. In the autumn of 1902 he gathered together a small group of interested people, who met at his home each Wednesday evening to discuss problems of psychoanalysis. They called themselves the Wednesday Psychological Society. The first followers were Kahane, Regler, Adler, and Stiepel. This was the onset of the psychoanalytic movement, which was to expand until it reached worldwide dimensions. From that time on, Freud's life story is largely that of the psychoanalytic movement. In 1904, Freud published The Psychopathology of Everyday Life in book form. In spite of an unpleasant polemic with Flies, he found increasing recognition in various quarters. In September he began to correspond with Eugen Bleuler. In 1905, 3 of his best-known works appeared, 3 essays on sexuality, Jokes in the Unconscious, and The Story of the Patient Dora. The perspective of those who saw psychoanalysis from without changed. Whereas around 1900 Freud was seen as an explorer of the unconscious and interpreter of dreams, he now appeared as the proponent of a sexual theory. The traditional story is that these new theories aroused a storm of indignation and abuse, but here too an objective examination reveals a different picture. Brian Rifkin, on the basis of reviews of Freud's works of that time, conclude that knowledge and appreciation of Freud's work spread widely and rapidly, that for the Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 455 time during which Freud is supposed to have been ignored, a great many signs of recognition and extraordinary respect could be added to the few illustrations given in his paper. 166 Freud had become a celebrity and a much sought-after therapist. In 1906, on the occasion of his 50th birthday, Freud received a medallion embossed with his portrait from his disciples. With the exception of a polemic from Flies, whose former friendship had turned into hatred, Freud received signs of acknowledgement and devotion from everywhere. In March 1907, C.G. Jung and Ludwig Binswanger came to visit Freud, and on their return to Zurich they founded a small psychoanalytic group. In 1908 the movement acquired an international character and the first International Congress of Psychoanalysis met in Salzburg, and in 1909, the first psychoanalytic periodical was founded. Freud was invited to give lectures at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, and made the American journey with Jung and Ferenczi. This highlight in Freud's life was, as he put it, the end of isolation. This brings us to examine the meaning of that isolation about which Freud complains so much. In his autobiography he tells of 10 years or more of isolation without specifying in which year it started or ended. This alleged isolation was certainly not in relation to his immediate circle. He had a happy family life, and Jones speaks of his astonishingly wide circle of acquaintances. 167 There is little evidence of envy and meanness on the part of colleagues. Wherever animosity succeeded friendship, as in the cases of Maynard, Brewer, Flies, it is difficult to evaluate who was at fault. So far as is known, none of Freud's articles were ever refused by a journal, nor were any of his books rejected by a publisher. Contrary to the usual assertion, his publications did not meet with the icy silence or the disparaging criticism that are said to have existed. Actually the reception was mostly favorable, though at times accompanied by a mixture of surprise and puzzlement. It was seldom a direct rejection, and in that regard others fared no better than he. It might be that the feeling of utmost and bitter isolation, which is a characteristic feature of creative neurosis, persisted in Freud and was reinforced because during THDSE years he had markedly isolated himself from the Viennese medical world. During the year 1910 a peak came in Freud's life and in the history of psychoanalysis. The Wednesday Psychoanalytic Society, which in 1908 had become the Viennese Psychoanalytic Society, could no longer meet in Freud's apartment, with its increased membership. At the Second International Congress, in Nuremberg, the International Psychoanalytic Association was founded, as well as a second psychoanalytic periodical. Freud published A Childhood Memory of Leonardo da Vinci. But the very fact that psychoanalysis was proclaimed a movement, and not just a new branch of science, inevitably provoked opposition in psychiatric circles, and crises within the initial group, and an anti-psychoanalytic feeling rapidly arose in psychiatric circles. 160 In June 1911, Alfred Adler left Freud and founded a dissident society. In October 1912, Stiepel left, but for some time the defections were largely compensated by progressions. The great crisis came in September 1913, when Freud and Lung broke their relationship and the Swiss group was disorganized. In that year, Freud published another of his major works, Totem and Taboo. At the end of July 1914, World War I broke out. Freud, whose 2 sons Jean Martin and Ernst were mobilized in the Austrian army, followed the general trend of patriotic enthusiasm. His practice was seriously diminished. He wrote down his considerations on war and death, and his last lectures at the university were published under the title Introductory Lectures in Psychoanalysis. Concern about war neuroses revived interest in psychoanalysis, and a congress to that effect was organized in Budapest in September 1918. But soon after came the defeat, the disintegration of Austria-Hungary, and the years of economic ruin and famine. Freud was officially nominated ordinary professor in 1 January 1920, and in the following month took part in the so-called Wagner-Jorek process. Gradually, international ties were renewed. Freud's practice again grew with patients coming from foreign countries. He expounded his revised theories in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and in Mass Psychology and Ego Analysis. The year 1923 was a critical and ominous one. 169 in February, Freud noticed a leukoplakia on his palate and jaw. In April he consulted a specialist who performed an operation and found that it was cancerous. This was the first in a series of 30 operations that he was to undergo until his death. At that time Freud had just lost his daughter Sophie, and his grandson Hein Aurel Halberstadt, to whom he was particularly attached and who was staying with them, died on June 19, 1923. This caused Freud the greatest grief of his life. On October 4 and 11 of that year Freud underwent a major operation in which his upper jaw and palate were partly removed and replaced by a prosthesis. During that year he wrote the Ego and the /D. From then on, until his death 16 years later, Freud lived in the aura of world fame, but his life also consisted of a long series of sufferings borne with stoical courage. The psychoanalytic movement spread swiftly. In 1925, Freud wrote Inhibition, Symptom, and Anxiety in an autobiographic sketch. In 1926 his pamphlet on lay analysis was a strong plea in favor of the practice of psychoanalysis by laymen. Psychoanalysis became immensely popular in England, and still more in the United States, to Freud's surprise and sometimes disquiet. In 1927, Freud published The Future of an Illusion, one of the sharpest criticisms of religion ever published, and in 1929, Civilization and its Discontents appeared. In August 1930, he was awarded the Goethe Prize, and in October 1931, a ceremony was held in the town of his birth, Freiburg, now called Perzheimer. In 1932, Freud revised part of his ideas written in the form Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 457 of lectures before an imaginary audience, the new introductory lectures in psychoanalysis. In 1933, Hitler seized power, and the future looked gloomy for Europe. In 1934, Freud's books were burned in Berlin, and in 1936, the entire stock of the International Psychoanalytic Publishing House was confiscated in Leipzig. In that year, on the occasion of Freud's 80th birthday, an address was read by Thomas Mann. 170 in the following month, there was a recurrence of Freud's cancer. Freud's friends and disciples tried to persuade him to emigrate, but he refused. On March 12, 1938, the Nazis entered Vienna, and Freud finally resigned himself to emigration, but the Nazis made this difficult. Freud's escape was obtained through arduous negotiations, on the part of Princess Marie Bonaparte and other influential and devoted friends. He had already been provided with a refuge in London by his son Ernst, and he left Vienna on June 4, 1938. In passing through Paris he was greeted at the railway station by the American ambassador Bullitt. Freud was received in London with great honor. In spite of his age and his intolerable sufferings, his mind remained alert. After some hesitation, he published Moses in Monotheism, perhaps his most controversial writing. He received visits and homage of many fervent admirers, and was made a Fellow of the Royal Medical Society. The delegation brought the act of nomination to his home by unique exception. Since his first operation in April 1923, Freud had undergone another 32 operations, as well as X-ray and radium treatments. There were scars in his mouth, and for years he had to wear a complicated prosthesis. There were times when he could not speak, could hardly swallow, and heard with difficulty. Freud showed neither impatience nor irritation, nor did he ever give way to self-pity. He refused all analgesics in order to keep a fully alert mind. Sigmund Freud died in London at his son's Hampstead home, on September 23, 1939, at the age of 83. He was cremated at Golders Green Crematorium. There was no religious ceremony, but tributes were paid by Dr. Ernest Jones in the name of the International Psychoanalytic Association, by Dr. P. Newman in the name of the Committee of Austrians in England, and by another prominent refugee, the writer Stefan Zweig. 171. The personality of Sigmund Freud. Freud belongs to those few men who saw their life and personality placed in the limelight and themselves exposed as an object to the curiosity of mankind. He tried to protect himself behind a screen of secrecy, but legends grew all the more around him, and he has been subjected to many contradictory judgments. One reason for this may be that his personality underwent substantial changes during his life. Accounts of his childhood depict him as the firstborn son of a young mother, who lavished love and reassurance upon him. Most probably she was the one who inspired him with that ambition that was to grow ever stronger throughout his life. In the reminiscences of his sister Anna, Sigmund appears as the privileged oldest boy and a young family tyrant, who forbade her to read Balzac and Dumas, who was the only one to have a room and an oil lamp to himself. 172 He objected to the disturbance of piano practice, causing the piano to be sold and his sisters to be deprived of the musical training usual in Vienna. At school he was a brilliant pupil, always at the head of his class. This is confirmed by the school archives, which also reveal that in a school scandal he was not among the misdemeanants, but one of those who cooperated with the authorities by giving information. 173 As a medical student, Sigmund still appeared ambitious and hardworking, but his protracted studies and extracurricular courses seemed to suggest a certain lack of practical sense. From his 27th to his 30th year, his correspondence with his fiancée still reflected ambition and hard work. Freud showed himself a man of strong likes and dislikes, a fervent and devoted lover, although at times possessive and jealous. We do not know much about Freud's relationship with Martha after their marriage. Disciples and visitors merely speak of her as a good housewife and mother, although not too closely acquainted with her husband's scientific work. She is reported to have said, "Psychoanalysis stops at the door of the children's room," and an intimation in a letter to Fliess, of February 8, 1897, seems to support this. Lafargue relates that while walking in the Viennese woods with her, she cryptically remarked that nature provided that the trees do not grow into the sky. 174 His son, Jean Martin, describes Freud as a good educator and kind father, who had time for his family on Sundays and during summer vacations. 175 He also tells of Freud's rigid adherence to the conventions of professional life, and his reluctance to accept such innovations as the bicycle, the telephone, and the typewriter. The first available document that gives a substantial description of Freud's character is a report about his qualifications as a medical officer, written after a period of military service in the Austrian army, from August 2 to September 9, I-886. We will give a translation of its essential parts. 176 Report on qualifications. Name, Dr. Sigmund Freud. Rank, KK Oberarzt, nominated June 13, 1882. Military promotion, from August 11 to September 9, 1886, during the principal exercise, battalion head physician, and during the concentration of the regiment from August 31 to September 6, regimental chief physician. Knowledge of languages, German perfect in word and writing, French and English good, Italian and Spanish fairly good. Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis. 459 Professional aptitudes and knowledge of the sanitary service. Does he enjoy the confidence of the military and civilians? Qualities of mind and character, zeal, orderliness, and reliability in service. Is he in possession of the prescribed uniform and bandage material? Conduct in service. 1. Before the enemy. 2. Toward superiors. 3. Toward equals. 4. Toward subordinates. 5. Toward patients. Conduct outside of duty. Condition of health. Fitness for war service. Qualifications for promotions. Very skillful in his profession. Knows the sanitary prescriptions and the sanitary service exactly. Enjoys great confidence among military and civilians. Honest. Firm character. Cheerful. Very zealous in performing duty. Is orderly and very reliable in service. Possesses prescribed uniform and bandage material. Not served. Obedient and open. Moreover modest. Friendly. Benevolent and exerting a good influence. Very solicitous of their well-being. Humane. Very decent and modest. Pleasant manners. Delicate, but completely healthy. Fit for war service. In the rank order. This evaluation confirms other statements that depict Freud as a man of solid character and a strong sense of duty. Noteworthy is the word cheerful, hater, which has not always been associated with the traditional picture of his character. 177 The letters to Fliess, written during the following period in Freud's life, reveal his ambition, his wish to perform a work of great magnitude, his passionate friendship toward Fliess, much complaining about depressive ailments, his critical judgment of many people, and his feeling of being isolated in a hostile world. From 1900 on, Freud's personality appears in a new light. His self-analysis had transformed the unsure young practitioner into a self-assured founder of a new doctrine and school, convinced that he had made a great discovery, which he saw as his mission to give to the world. Unfortunately, we lack contemporary descriptions of Freud during that period. Most accounts of him were written much later, after 1923. In that period, Freud's personality was transformed through his world fame and the physical sufferings caused by an unrelenting illness. His letters, as well as testimonies of his disciples, show him as a good husband, father, son, friend, and physician, kind at heart, tactful in the writing of letters and the choice of gifts, devoid of any kind of pose or theatricalism, as a master able to conduct a movement in the midst of difficult circumstances, and as a man facing his physical sufferings and the knowledge of his impending death with the utmost courage. He thus appeared to those close to him as a rare personification of a wise man and a hero. A few examples of the impression Freud made on those who interviewed him are as follows. The first known interview of Freud was given during his American journey to a Boston journalist who pictured him as follows. One sees at a glance that he is a man of great refinement of intellect and of a many-sided education. His sharp, yet kind, clear eyes suggest at once the doctor. His high forehead, with the large bumps of the observation, and his beautiful, energetic hands are very striking. 178 There is a long gap between that interview and the next ones, which fall into the period following 1923, that is, when Freud's personality had undergone a transformation caused by his world fame and the cancer that made his life a martyrdom. It was during this period that he had the most visitors and that most was written about him. Ricoli, a French journalist, found that Freud's apartment resembled a museum, and that Freud himself was like an old rabbi. We see an extremely accentuated Jewish type, the air of an old rabbi just arrived from Palestine, the thin and emaciated face of a man who has passed days and nights discussing with his initiated followers on the subtleties of the law, in whom one feels a very intense brain life and the power of playing with ideas as an oriental plays with the amber beads of his chaplet. When he speaks of his doctrine, of his disciples, he does so with a mixture of pride and detachment. However, it is pride that dominates. T79 Max Eastman, in 1926, was taken aback by the outrageous prejudice Freud displayed against the United States and the shockingly overt way he expressed it before American visitors. L80 Andre Breton reported that the greatest psychologist of this time lives in a house of mediocre appearance, in a lost quarter of Vienna. 18 He did not find the maid who opened the door pretty. When he finally came to Freud's office, Breton says, I found myself in the presence of a small, unassuming old man who received in his shabby office, like a physician for the poor. The playwright Leonard Mand found Freud's office like that of any university professor. 182 Freud showed him the works of Shakespeare and of the Greek tragedians on his shelves and said, here are my masters. He maintained that the essential themes of his theories were based on the intuition of the poets. Schultz, a German psychiatrist, saw Freud as a man of a little more Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 461 than middle height, slightly bent, strongly built, with the typical manner of a professor, strikingly reminiscent of Paul Ehrlich. 183 He had a short, full beard, wore glasses, and had a penetrating look. He combined an objective, intellectual attitude with a sprightly spirit and a typical Austrian amiability and expressed himself in classically stylistic language. Schultz called Freud an extraordinarily gifted man with a harmony of personality. You do not really believe that you are able to cure? Freud asked him. Schultz replied, in no way, but one can, as a gardener does, remove impediments to personal growth. Then we will understand each other, Freud answered. Victor von Weizsäcker described Freud as a learned man of the world, of bourgeois high culture. 184 In his office there was a long row of antique statuettes in bronze and terracotta, satyrs and goddesses and other curios. He showed no trace of academic pedantry, and his conversation glided easily from serious and difficult themes to light and gracious chatting. The eminent man was always present. It was obvious that Freud was suffering physically, but it was not oppressive to those around him. Emil Ludwig told of visiting Freud in the fall of 1927 and of finding his interpretation of the lives of Goethe, Napoleon, and Leonardo da Vinci to be fantastic. 1SS An interview was extorted from Freud by a French journalist, Odette Panetier, who had made herself a reputation for literary hoaxes. 1B6 Knowing that the 80-year-old, physically suffering Freud had closed his door to journalists, she pretended to be a patient with a phobia about dogs, and brought Freud a letter of recommendation from a French psychiatrist. The interview, as she reported it, far from making Freud look ridiculous, showed him as a likable, good-humored old man who did not seem to have taken her phobia too seriously. He asked to see her husband, explained the costs and difficulties of treatment. I extended an envelope. His manner seemed friendly rather than professional, but he took the envelope. Accounts given by persons who have been analyzed by Freud mostly date from the later years of his activity. Roy Brinker pictures Freud as a sage and a fountain of wisdom. 1B7 Hilda Doolittle described the inspiration she drew from her analysis with him in highly poetic terms. Joseph Wernes, who underwent a 4-month didactic analysis with Freud in 1934, kept a diary of his sessions and recast it in book form. 189 His report shows much of the technique used by Freud, and that Freud related his opinion on all possible topics: money, socialism, old age, American women, the Jewish question, and so on. He also made biting comments on certain colleagues. To conclude, we will mention the interviews that Bruno Goetz had with Freud in 1904 and 1905, and which he reported from memory almost half a century later. 190 In those years Goetz was a poor and hungry student in Vienna suffering from violent facial neuralgia. One of his professors advised him to consult Dr. Freud, to whom he had shown some of Goetz's poems. Goetz was impressed by the way Freud looked attentively at him with his marvelously kind, warm, heavy-hearted, knowing eyes. Freud told him he found his poems very fine, but you hide yourself behind your words instead of letting yourself be borne by them. Freud also asked why the sea recurred in his verses and whether it was a symbol or reality to him. Goetz then poured forth his life to him, telling him that his father had been a sea captain, how he had spent his childhood with sailors, and many other details. Freud told him that he did not need an analysis and prescribed a medication for his neuralgia. Freud inquired into Goetz's financial situation and thus learned that he had eaten a steak for the last time 4 weeks prior to their meeting. And apologizing for playing the part of a father, Freud handed him an envelope with a small honorarium for the pleasure you gave me with your verses and the story of your youth. The envelope contained 200 crowns. 1 month later Goetz, whose neuralgia by that time had disappeared, paid a second visit to Freud, who warned him against his enthusiasm for the Bhagavad Gita and disclosed his ideas about poetry to him. Several months later, before returning to Munich, Goetz went to take leave of Freud, who criticized some of his articles he had read in the meantime, and added, it is good that we do not see each other for a while and do not speak together, and asked Goetz not to write to him. Freud was a man of middle stature. Some found him short, slender in his youth, more rotund as the years passed. His eyes were brown, his hair dark brown, his well-groomed beard was longer in his younger years than later. He was a hard worker and remained so, even during the worst period of his illness. His only sport was hiking during the summer vacations. He became a heavy cigar smoker to the point of endangering his life, but attempts to give up smoking caused him so much discomfort that he relapsed every time. From the accounts we have of Freud, 2 very different pictures can be drawn. Some persons were impressed by what they called Freud's coldness, and C.G. Jung even stated that Freud's main characteristic was bitterness, every word being loaded with it. His attitude was the bitterness of the person who is entirely misunderstood, and his manners always seemed to say, if they do not understand, they must be stamped into hell. 191 Freud no doubt belonged among those who cannot suffer fools gladly. He also could go far in bearing grudges and in his resentment against those he believed, rightly or wrongly, to have offended him. 192 Many others depicted him as an extremely kind and civil man, full of wit and humor and altogether charming. It is as if both his mother's cool aloofness and his father's easygoing nature were united in him. One basic feature of Freud was his tremendous energy. He combined his boundless capacity for work with an intense concentration on one Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 463 goal. Physical courage was allied with moral courage, which culminated in his stoic attitude during the last 16 years of his life. His conviction of the truth of his theories was so complete that he did not admit contradiction. This was called intolerance by his opponents and passion for truth by his followers. Freud lived, morally, socially, and professionally, according to the highest standards of a man of his time and status. A man of scrupulous honesty and professional dignity, he contemptuously rejected any suggestions of lending his name to commercial ends. He was extremely punctilious, kept his appointments exactly, and set all his activities to a timetable, to the hour, the day, the week, and the year. He was equally punctilious about his appearance. In retrospect, some of these traits have been considered obsessive-compulsive, but they are normal if seen in the context of the times. 193 Considerable dignity and decorum were expected of professional men of his standing. To call Freud on Viennese shows a confusion between the stereotype of a Viennese operetta and the historical reality. 194 The difficulty in understanding the complex personality of Freud has led many to seek a basic notion that would make him intelligible. Interpretations have been given of Freud as a Jew, as a Viennese professional man of his time, as a romantic, as a man of letters, as a neurotic, and as a genius. Freud 195 wrote in 1930 that he was completely estranged from the religion of his ancestors, as well as from any other, and that he could not espouse the Jewish nationalistic idea, but he never denied belonging to his people, that he felt his singularity as a Jew and did not wish it to be otherwise, and that if one wondered what was still Jewish in him, he would answer, not very much, but probably the main thing. 196 His Jewish feeling seems to have followed the same curve as that of many of his Austrian contemporaries. Anti-Semitism was almost non-existent in Austria at the time of his birth. There was some in certain student associations during his youth. In the last 2 decades of the 19th century, anti-Semitism increased, but it could hardly impair the career of a professional man. In proportion to the increased anti-Semitism, particularly after World War I, the feeling of Jewish identity was revived, and many Jews who had been inclined to reject their Jewish identity came to emphasize it. Probably the best interpretation of Freud's personality as a Jew was given by Hyman. Here is the boy, growing up in a middle-class Jewish family with a fable of descent from famous scholars, and a legendary family history going back to the destruction of the temple. He was his mother's firstborn and darling, his father's spoiled scholar and pride, the pet of his teachers. We know that he will be a little radical as a young man, but will settle down, and that he will become a good husband and a loving and indulgent father, a passionate card player, a great talker among his cronies. He is ambivalent about his Jewishness, like 100 semi-intellectuals we know. He dislikes Christianity without any corresponding new faith. His friends are almost entirely Jewish. He is fascinated by Jewish rituals but mocks it all as superstition. He toys with conversion, but is never serious. He has a burning ambition for success and fame, and a corresponding contempt for ambitionless goyim. He is incredulous that any Gentile author, in this case George Eliot, could write about Jews and know things we speak of only among ourselves. He suffers from Schnorrer. Fantasies, Freud's own term, about inheriting undeserved wealth. He identifies himself with Jewish heroism in history and legend. I have often felt as if I had inherited all the passion of our ancestors when they defended their temple. We can be sure that this fellow will end up in B'nai B'rith, and he does. If we had been told that this Dr. Freud made a good living as a general practitioner, provided a first-class education for his children, and was never heard of outside the neighborhood, we would not have been surprised. 197 No doubt there were many among Freud's Jewish contemporaries whose lives and careers followed a similar pattern, without, however, gaining world fame. A comparison of Freud and Breuer may be instructive. Breuer, who had been the victim of intrigues and who had missed the opportunity of a brilliant academic career, never attributed any of his setbacks to anti-Semitism, and declared that he was perfectly content with the life he had, whereas Freud repeatedly referred to the hostile attitude of anti-Semitic colleagues and officials. Speaking of his father, Breuer emphasized how wonderful it had been for a man of his generation to be free from the ghetto and able to enter the wider world. Freud's only reference to his father's youth was the story of the affront he suffered from a Gentile. Breuer devoted half of his autobiography to a eulogy of his father, in contrast to Freud who had no compunction against expressing hostile feelings toward his father. Breuer criticized the hypersensitivity of the Jew to the slightest anti-Semitic touch, and ascribed it to imperfect assimilation. From the beginning Freud felt he belonged to a persecuted minority and attributed his creativeness partly to the fact that he had been compelled to think differently from the majority. Benedict, in his autobiography, gave a long list of complaints about many of his contemporaries, but never accused them of anti-Semitism. Thus, to be a Jew in Vienna could lead one to adopt different attitudes toward Judaism and the Gentile world, and it was no obstacle to feeling thoroughly Viennese at the same time. Freud could also be understood if seen as a typical representative of the Viennese professional world of the end of the 19th century. It was not unusual in Vienna, an ethnic and social melting pot, that a gifted man from the lower middle class could climb the social ladder and reach, by middle life, a fairly high social and financial status, provided that he had gone to secondary school and a university. One example was Joseph Breuer, son of a modest teacher, who became one of the most well-to-do physicians Sigmund Freud in psychoanalysis 465 in Vienna and who could certainly have gone farther if he had wanted to. The man, of course, had to be gifted, a hard worker, and ambitious, and Freud was all of these. For a medical man, this meant facing a period of poorly paid hospital jobs, privat doesn't teaching, intense competition, and years of plodding through little rewarded scientific work. Freud was one of those who successfully underwent these trials. From his 35th year on he was able to live the life of a wealthy Viennese bourgeois, who had a large apartment with several servants in one of the best residential quarters in Vienna, took 3 months of summer vacation in Austria and abroad, read the Neue Freie Press, and strictly conformed to the obligations of his profession. Freud also possessed to a high degree the manners of the Viennese high bourgeoisie of his time, the refined and many-sided culture, the exquisite urbanity, the good-natured humor, and the art of conversation. The interpretation of dreams, the psychopathology of everyday life, and jokes in their relation to the unconscious, are filled with allusions to Viennese life and contemporary local events. Freud was Viennese to his fingertips, including the characteristic affectation of hating Vienna. Freud also shared the values of his class. David Reisman, in trying to reconstruct Freud's Weltanschauung from his writings, emphasized his notions of work and play. 198 Freud viewed the world of work as the real world, and even extended this into the unconscious in the form of the dream work and the work of mourning, as opposed to the world of pleasure, which is the world of the child, the immature, the neurotic, the woman, and the aristocrat. Criteria of mental health, according to Freud, were the capacities to work and to enjoy pleasure. In this formula, Freud expressed the ideal of the industrious Viennese bourgeois who conformed to the exacting requirements of his position, but claimed his share of the pleasures of the city. Freud viewed society as being naturally and necessarily authoritarian and the family as paternalistic. As he had respected his masters, so he expected his disciples to respect him. To be sure, Freud did not conform in every detail to a certain type of upper-class Viennese. He was not a frequenter of the theater or opera, nor did he have affairs with actresses. But puritanical behavior and monogamy, such as Freud's, were not as exceptional as the legend would have it. Those who called Freud un-Viennese have misunderstood the character of both Freud and Vienna. Freud's personality could also be seen as that of a romantic. Wittels has said that though Freud was a contemporary of Bismarck in Germany, he ideally belonged to the Germany of Goethe. 199 In his style of life there was much of romanticism. His letters to his fiancée show the exaltation one meets, for instance, in the letters of Herzen to his beloved. Freud's passionate relationship with Fliess, which is so foreign to our present-day standards, was similar to those found among young romanticists. It is as though Freud identified himself with the Byronic figure of the lonely hero struggling against a host of enemies and difficulties. Weekly gatherings of friends and cynicals were a habit with romantic poets, students, and young scientists. By 1900, however, scientists gathered in meetings of official societies. Freud's Wednesday evening group would have been more in context among neo-romantic poets, or a century earlier among romantic scientists. The formation of a secret group of 6 chosen disciples who pledged their allegiance to the defense of psychoanalysis, each of them receiving a ring from Freud, was an eminently romantic idea. That Freud should suddenly harbor feelings of Austrian patriotism, after a long period of political indifference, when the war broke out, is reminiscent of the patriotic fervor of the young German romanticists in 1806. Finally, much in psychoanalysis can be understood as a revival of the concepts of the philosophy of nature in romantic medicine. Wittels found the key to Freud's personality in his identification with Goethe, recalling that Freud's vocational choice was made after hearing Goethe's poem on nature. 19 Why both Goethe's idea of beauty and interest in art and archaeology, as well as his concept of science with its search for archetypal patterns, can be found in Freud. Freud's literary style is modeled after Goethe's. The influence of Goethe can even be found in Freud's predilection for certain words, such as international, in the sense of supranational. Freud can also be understood as a man of letters. He possessed the attributes of a great writer to a supreme degree. First, he had linguistic and verbal gifts, the love of his native language, a richness of vocabulary, the sprachgefühl, feeling for the language, that infallibly led him to choose the appropriate word. 200 Even his early articles on histology are written in magnificent style. As Whittles wrote, for his readers who are not professionally interested, often what he says is not so important as the fascinating manner in which he says it. The translations of his writings cannot reproduce the thoroughly German spirit which Freud's works breathe forth. The magic of the language cannot be carried over. If one wishes actually to comprehend Freud's psychoanalysis from the bottom up, one must read his books in their own language. Second, he had that gift of intellectual curiosity that impels a writer to observe his fellow men, to try to penetrate their lives, their loves, their intimate attitudes. This burning curiosity has been well described by Flaubert and Dostoevsky. Third, Freud loved writing and had a propensity for writing letters, diaries, essays, and books, Melodie sine linea. For a man of letters, to write down one's thoughts and impressions is more important than to check their exactness. This is the principle of Born's method, that is, to write down one's immediate impressions of everything, seeking sincerity above all. This is also the way Popperlinkus wrote his Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 467 essays. Freud's essays on Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci could be considered as essays written in the Born manner. Fourth, Freud possessed one of the rarest qualities in a great writer, which Paul Bauer called credibility. Mediocre writers will make a true story seem manufactured, while a great writer can make the most implausible story seem true. A Hebraic historian, commenting on Moses and monotheism, gave a long list of inaccuracies and impossibilities contained in it, but added that by his great talent Freud had made a plausible story of this network of impossibilities. 201 Freud repeatedly referred to the fact that the great poets and writers had preceded psychologists in the exploration of the human mind. He often quoted the Greek tragedians, Shakespeare, Goethe, Schiller, Heine, and many other writers. No doubt Freud could have been one of the world's foremost writers, but instead of using his deep, intuitive knowledge of the human soul for the creation of literary works, he attempted to formulate and systematize it. There have been interpretations of Freud's personality in the form of those pathographies made famous by Mobius and developed later by psychoanalysts. 202 Malin explained Freud's work and personality through his father complex. 203 Natenberg collected, from Freud's writings and available biographical material, all evidence of neurosis, and fitted it together into a portrait of a deeply disturbed individual with a delusional system. 204 In Erich Fromm's pathography, Freud is perceived as a fanatic for truth, who, aided by various neurotic traits, was imbued with the conviction that it was his mission to lead an intellectual revolution to transform the world by means of the psychoanalytic movement. 205 Percival Bailey portrays Freud as a kind of eccentric and clumsy genius who invoked anti-Semitism and the hostility of his colleagues as an excuse for his failures, and who went astray construing fantastic theories. 206 Mary Schwarzy sees at the root of his personality and his work the weakness of his libido. Is not then Freud's theory a rationalization of his own sexual inhibition? 207. According to Alexander, Freud suffered from an unsolved conflict between having to remain in the opposition and his craving to be fully recognized. 2 degree A variety of other traits have been pointed out in Freud and stamped as neurotic. Freud is said to have been credulous in certain matters. He believed, for instance, the war propaganda of the Central Empires, to have committed errors of judgment in regard to certain persons, to have kept unjustified grudges against others, as well as prejudices against the American civilization, to have been intolerant, to have committed indiscretions when speaking of some of his patients, to have shown inordinate concern over matters of priority while pretending not to care for it, to have attributed to himself the origin of many extant concepts, and to have been a tobacco addict. 29 Even his puritanical behavior and his strict monogamy have been deemed abnormal. The poet Anna de Noailles, after paying him a visit, was shocked that a man who had written so much about sexuality should never have been unfaithful to his wife. 210 Mark Robert excused his puritanical way of life because, she said, by the time he had acquired his knowledge of sexuality, he was too old to change. 211 Actually in all this there is nothing to justify a diagnosis of neurosis. One far more difficult problem is how Freud's oversensitiveness and subjective feeling of isolation could have led him to the conviction that he was rejected and ostracized, a conviction that all available documents show to have been unfounded. 212 To our knowledge, K.R. Eisler is the only author who attempted a systematic study of Freud as a genius. 213 In a previous book on Goethe, Eisler defines men of genius as persons who are capable of recreating the human cosmos, or part of it, in a way that is understandable to mankind, and contains a new, hitherto unperceived aspect of reality. Genius is the result of an extraordinary combination of factors and circumstances. At the root lies an innate, biological factor. In Goethe it was the intensity and quality of the dream function, which was at the service of creation. In Freud, a perfect mastery of the language. But the emergence of genius requires also a whole set of environmental factors. Being the beloved firstborn of a young mother, who herself was the second wife of an older man by the name of Jacob, Freud was predestined to an early identification with the biblical character of Joseph, the interpreter of dreams who came to surpass his father and brothers. The young Sigmund had invested his libido in his scientific work and ambitions. His encounter with Martha Bernays brought him to turn a part of his libido toward Martha in the outside world, but the 4 years of his engagement entailed a severe frustration, hence a higher degree of sublimation. For Martha's sake, Freud gave up his dreams of scientific ambition, turning to clinical work, and it is this renunciation that enabled him to make discoveries in the field of neuroses. The daily correspondent $LT, with Martha sharpened his ability for psychological observation and introspection. Eixler thinks that this 4-year engagement period was instrumental in causing a restructuring of Freud's personality, which in turn made his self-analysis possible, and subsequently the gradual emergence of a new vision of the world, that is, of psychoanalysis. However, the time has not yet come when one may acquire a truly satisfying appraisal of Freud's personality. Data are still insufficient. Our knowledge of his childhood is as meager as was our knowledge of his self-analysis before the publication of the Flies correspondence. It is not inconceivable that, as time passes, it will become more and more difficult to understand him. Freud belonged to a group of men of the same mold, including Kraepelin, Bohr, and Bleuler, who had gone through long training in intellectual and emotional discipline. They were men of high culture, puritanical mores, boundless energy, and strong convictions, which they vigorously asserted. Despite all personal or doctrinal divergencies, these Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 469 men were able to understand each other immediately, whereas their ascetic idealistic type is becoming increasingly foreign to a hedonistic utilitarian generation. Freud's contemporaries Freud's personality, like that of any man, cannot be fully understood if isolated from the context of his contemporaries, their parallelisms, divergencies, and interrelationships. From among these men, we will choose Wegner von Jauregg, who, while following the traditional path, made outstanding discoveries in psychiatry, and Arthur Schnitzler, who began as a neuropathologist and became one of the great Austrian writers. Julius Wegner von Jauregg, the son of a civil servant, was born on March 7, 1857, 1 year later than Freud. 215 According to his autobiography, he chose medicine without having a special vocation for it, and registered at the Vienna Medical School in October 1874, 1 year after Freud. 216 Unlike Freud, he finished his medical studies in the minimum time, although he too did extra work in laboratories from the 3rd year on. His great master was the professor of experimental pathology, Salomon Stricker. As did Freud's, his first scientific publication appeared in the Proceedings of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences, when he was a 4th-year student. He graduated as MD on July 14, 1880, and remained in Stricker's laboratory, where he met Freud, and they came to address each other by the familiar du. Realizing that there was no future for him with Stricker, Wegner Jauregg turned to clinical medicine, toyed for some time with the idea of emigrating to Egypt, studied with Bamberger and Leidsdorf, and was even, at one time, interested in research on the anesthetic properties of cocaine. In 1885 he became privat dozent in neuropathology, after his master Leidsdorf had overcome the strong opposition of Maynard. 3 years later, Wegner Jauregg's privat dozentship was extended to psychiatry. This step, which Freud had not taken, gave Wegner Jauregg the possibility for a later appointment as titular professor. In 1889, he was appointed extraordinary professor of psychiatry in Graz, and in 1893, while Freud and Breuer had just published their preliminary communication education, he was appointed titular professor of psychiatry in Vienna. Wagner-Jaureg's psychiatric work was marked by three major accomplishments. First, in view of the fact that cretinism is correlated with a deficiency of iodine and could be avoided by the regular intake of iodized salt, he fought for the wide-scale application of this prophylactic measure, which resulted in the almost total disappearance of cretinism in certain parts of Europe. Second was his discovery of the cure of general paresis, a condition heretofore considered incurable, by malaria therapy. This discovery was the outcome of systematic experiments conducted for many years. The third great achievement was his proposing and having carried out a reform of Austrian law in regard to mental patients. Wagner-Jaureg was awarded many honors, culminating, in 1927, with the Nobel Prize. He was the first psychiatrist to receive it. Wagner-Jaureg was an active mountain climber and horseman, and had received a many-sided education. He wrote in a clear and concise style, avoiding comparisons and literary imagery. His teaching was considered good, but not eloquent. His manner toward his students was said to be both authoritarian and benevolent. Besides his teaching, research, hospital responsibilities, and private practice, he was active in many scientific societies and academic functions. The personality orientations of Freud and Wagner-Jaureg were so different that the two could hardly be expected to understand each other. Wagner-Jaureg fully recognized the value of Freud's neurological work, and possibly his early studies in neurosis, but he could not accept as scientifically valid Freud's further developments, such as the interpretation of dreams and the libido theory. Much has been said of Wagner-Jaureg's hostility toward Freud, though in his autobiography Wagner-Jaureg maintained that he never expressed any animosity toward Freud, apart from a few words in jest at private gatherings. However, one of his pupils, Emil Riemann, became a sharp adversary of Freud, and Freud seemed to blame Wagner-Jaureg for these attacks. Wagner-Jaureg said that Freud, being an intolerant man, could not understand that anyone else could allow their pupils to have opinions of their own, but at Freud's request, Wagner-Jaureg asked Riemann to cease criticizing Freud, which Riemann did. When Freud finally received the title of ordinary professor in 1920, it was Wagner-Jaureg who wrote the report recommending his nomination. Freudians have pointed out that, at the end of this report, Wagner-Jaureg made a slip of the pen, recommending Freud's appointment as extraordinary professor, and then striking the prefix extra. One may draw the conclusion that Wagner-Jaureg was reluctant, but supported Freud's candidature out of professional solidarity. Many contradictory statements have arisen around the so-called Wagner-Jaureg process of 1920, an event to which we shall return. 217 Even if Freud's expert report on Wagner-Jaureg's process was moderate in terms, it is clear that he, in turn, was reluctant. The reluctance appeared more openly during discussions, and Wagner-Jaureg resented it, as we learn from his autobiography. When these two men had grown old and world-famous, however, they exchanged congratulations on their 80th birthdays, in an almost royal manner. Ask. R. Eisler said, given their enormous difference in personality and temperament, one could have expected the development of a personal enmity between Freud and Wagner. The friendship which had been contracted in their young years, however, outlasted all vicissitudes of life. The mutual respect and friendly esteem was not Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 471 destroyed by the scientific differences, and this is a truly exemplary episode in the biography of the two researchers. 21 parallels between Sigmund Freud and Arthur Schnitzler have repeatedly been drawn. In a letter to Schnitzler on the occasion of his 60th birthday, Freud wrote, I shall make you a confession. I think I have avoided you from a kind of fear of finding my own devil, Doppelgängerschuh. 219 Like Freud, Schnitzler belonged to a Jewish family that had severed its ties with the religion of its ancestors. He was born in Vienna on May 15, 1862, which makes him 6 years younger than Freud. His father, a noted laryngologist and professor at the Vienna University, was the editor of a medical journal, and had actresses and opera singers among his clients. Arthur studied medicine in Vienna from 1879 to 1885, and thus graduated 3 years after Freud. Like Freud, he spent 3 years at the Viennese General Hospital, was Maynard's pupil, and was interested in the current discussions on hysteria and hypnosis. His first paper concerned 6 patients he had cured of hysterical aphonia in 1 or 2 hypnotic sessions each. He preferred to call it functional aphonia because he had some doubts about the diagnosis and concepts of hysteria. 220 Following in the footsteps of his father, Schnitzler launched himself in a career in medical journalism. He reported in the Wiener Medizinist Press about the meetings of the Imperial Royal Society of Physicians, and this is how he came to give an account of the meeting of October 15, 1886, in which Freud talked about male hysteria. 221 In a subsequent article, recalling that lively discussion, Schnitzler expressed his fears that as a consequence many cases of supposed male hysteria would be presented in future meetings, but over-eagerness, he said, was certainly more beneficial to science than a negative attitude. 222 Schnitzler also wrote many reviews of medical books in the International Klinische Rundschau, with a preference for those dealing with hysteria, neurosis, and hypnosis. Commenting on Freud's translations of Charcot's and Bernheim's books, he praised his ability as a translator, but questioned some of the content. In his review of Bernheim's book on suggestion, Schnitzler spoke of the posing and role acting of the hypnotized individual, drawing on his own experience. 223 Similarly, Schnitzler gave due credit to Liebald, but deplored the ingenious fantasies, Geistball Fantasiereien, in which he had indulged. On October 14, 1895, when Freud read that celebrated paper at the Doctor and Collegium in which he proposed his classification of 4 basic neuroses, with a specific sexual origin for each, it was Schnitzler who wrote the most exhaustive and objective review. 224 Meanwhile, Schnitzler's time and interest were being increasingly absorbed by literature and the theater, and his practice gradually shrank. Stormy love affairs with actresses caused him to suffer, but provided him with the material for his plays. Around 1890 he gathered together a group of gifted young Austrian poets and playwrights, who called themselves Young Vienna. 225 Schnitzler's literary fame began with Inato, the story of a Viennese playboy of the time. 226 One episode of his play deals with hypnosis. Max congratulates Anatole on the manner in which he hypnotizes his young mistress, and has her play various roles. He suggests that, through hypnosis, Anatole find out whether she is faithful to him. Anatole hypnotizes Cora, who tells him she is 21 years old, and not 19 as she had let him believe, and that she loves him. Anatole is afraid to question her further and wakes her. Max concludes, one thing is clear to me, that we men also tell lies under hypnosis. One of Schnitzler's next plays, Paracelsus, also revolves around hypnosis. 227 In 16th century ball, Paracelsus is rejected by the authorities as a charlatan, but he attracts the masses and performs miraculous cures. He hypnotizes Justina, the wife of a rich citizen, claiming that he can make her dream anything she wants. Justina then makes startling revelations. No one knows how much of it is true. The point at which she awakens from the hypnotic state is not made clear. The moral of the play is the relativity and the uncertainty, not only of hypnosis, but of mental life itself. Paracelsus contends that if a man could see his past years pictured, he could hardly recognize them, because memory deceives almost as much as hope, that we are always acting a part even in deeper matters, and that whosoever knows it is wise. Schnitzler's Paracelsus thus gives a very different picture of hypnosis in mental life than do Breuer's and Freud's studies in hysteria. Breuer and Freud seemed to take the revelations of their hypnotized subjects at face value, and built their theories on that basis, while Schnitzler had always emphasized the element of fabrication and role acting in hypnosis and hysteria. Similarities between Schnitzler and Freud should not be overemphasized. If Freud introduced the method of free association in psychotherapy, Schnitzler was one of the first to write a novel entirely in the stream of consciousness style. 228 Common to both Schnitzler and Freud was their interest in dreams. Schnitzler is said to have recorded his own dreams, and he made an extensive use of the dream motif in his works. In his novels, People Have Dreams, in which recent events, past memories, and current preoccupations are distorted and intermingled in manifold variations. But there is nothing of Freudian symbols, and in spite of their artistic beauty and richness, these dreams provide little material for psychoanalytic interpretations. The same independence from Freud's psychoanalysis is shown in Schnitzler's novel Frau Gale, a story of incest between a youth and his widowed mother. 229 here. No reference was made to an Oedipus complex or to childhood situations. An extraordinary combination of circumstances made the outcome seem almost inevitable. World War I caused many men to reflect on the tragedy in which they Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 473 were taking part. Freud concluded his thoughts for the times on war and death by stating that aggressive instincts were stronger than contemporary civilized man had believed, and he saw the handling and channelizing of aggressiveness as the main problem. 230 Schnitzler contested the role of hatred. Neither soldiers, nor officers, nor diplomats, nor statesmen really hated the enemy. 231 Hatred is artificially introduced into public opinion by the press. The true causes of war are the malevolence of a few individuals who have a vested interest in warfare, the stupidity of a few men in power who resort to war to solve the problems that could be solved in another way, and above all the incapacity of the masses to visualize the true picture of war. Finally, a war ideology is imposed upon the people with pseudo-philosophical and pseudo-scientific allegations, and false political imperatives, using an emotionally charged vocabulary. The prevention of war, Schnitzler said, entailed the eradication of all possibility of profiteering, a permanent parliament of nations to solve the problems usually leading to war, the unmasking of war ideology, and the silencing of warmongers. After World War I, the new Austrian generation despised Schnitzler as a prototype of the corrupt spirit of the decaying monarchy and of the frivolous life of the Viennese Eicher class. In 1927 he published a booklet, The Spirit in Work and the Spirit in Action, a curious attempt at typology of such varieties of men as the poet, the philosopher, the priest, the journalist, the hero, the organizer, the dictator, and so on. 232 Another collection of thoughts and fragments would have required only a little organization to form an outline of a philosophy. 233 Schnitzler revealed himself as much less skeptical than one would have thought from his earlier literary work. He took a stand against the theory of universal determinism. He viewed freedom of will not only as the basis of morality, but as the basis of aesthetics. His belief in the existence of God is expressed, though in veiled terms. Both Freud and Schnitzler were afflicted with physical suffering toward the ends of their lives, Freud with his cancer, and Schnitzler with otosclerosis. In those painful last years Schnitzler wrote the novel that is generally considered his masterpiece, Flight into Darkness. The subjective state of a man's schizophrenic mind is described in such a way that the development of his illness to the point of murdering his physician brother is made intelligible. 234 Freud saw similarities between his thinking and that of Schnitzler, but Schnitzler, despite all his admiration for Freud's writings, emphasized his disagreement with the main tenets of psychoanalysis. 235 Both men actually explored, in their own ways, the same realm, but came to different conclusions. It is easy to imagine what kind of depth psychology Schnitzler could have devised. He would have emphasized role-playing and the deceitful element in hypnosis and hysteria, the unreliability of memory, the mythopoetic function of the unconscious, the thematic rather than the symbolic element in dreams, and the self-deceptive rather than the aggressive component in the origin of war. He would also have written philosophical essays in a less pessimistic vein than Freud. One is free to speculate about the literary possibilities had Freud left medicine to develop his great talent as a writer. Emmy von N, Elizabeth von R, and young Dor would have become heroines in short stories I.A. Schnitzler. The Obsessions of the Wolfman would have been made a nightmarish novel in Hoffman's fashion, and a story about Leonardo da Vinci would have overshadowed Mirskovsky's historical fiction. A novel by Freud about the cruel old father and the horde would have brought to perfection that literary genre of prehistoric novels that the brothers Rosny had made popular in France, although Freud would have conceived it more in the style of Hesse's Remaker. 236 The story of Moses would have made a novel comparable to the biblical novels of Sholem and Thomas Mann. It would then have remained for Schnitzler's disciples to analyze such writings and reconstruct the psychological system implicit in them. Freud, however, obviated this possibility, since he chose psychology, with the aim of annexing to science a system of that psychological intuition and knowledge possessed by great writers. Freud's work won from microscopic anatomy to theoretical neurology. So many accounts of Freud's work have been given that we will not attempt here more than a brief survey, with special regard to its sources, relation to contemporary science, and particularly to its line of evolution. The first historians of psychoanalysis divided Freud's scientific career into a pre-psychoanalytic and a psychoanalytic period. They considered Freud as a neurologist who left his first vocation to found a new psychology. It was later recognized that a knowledge of the first period is necessary for a full understanding of the origin of psychoanalysis. An even closer examination of the facts reveals a definite line of evolution throughout the pre-psychoanalytic period. When the 19-year-old student Sigmund Freud began to do research in Professor Claus Institute of Comparative Anatomy, he was engaging in a career of a particularly exacting nature. Work with a microscope was a school of scientific asceticism and self-denial. Agassiz has well described the long and arduous training of the eyes, the hand, and the intellect that is necessary before one can work efficiently with the microscope or the telescope. I think that people are not generally aware of the difficulty of microscopic observation, or of the amount of painful preparation required merely to fit the organs of sight and touch for the work. It seems an easy matter for a man to sit down and look at objects through a glass which enlarges everything to Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 475 his vision, but there are subjects of microscopic research so obscure that the student must observe a special diet before undertaking his investigation, in order that even the beating of his arteries may not disturb the steadiness of his gaze, and the condition of the nervous system be so calm that his whole figure will remain for hours and rigid. Obedience to his fixed and concentrated gaze. 237 It often requires years of training before the young scientist is able to make his first discovery, and as Agassiz pointed out, the life work of a scientist may be summed up in one sentence. 238 But even those adept at this method were not immune against self-deception. Haeckel described and illustrated imaginary configurations that confirmed his theories and caused him to be accused of fraud. Maynard described illusory tracks in the brain, substance, and several generations of astronomers saw and mapped the canals on Mars. The young student was usually given a small piece of research to do, as much to test his capabilities as for the results. Freud's first investigation was on the gonadic structure of the eel. Jones has told how Freud dissected about 400 eels but could not come to any decisive conclusion. Nevertheless, Claus was satisfied with Freud's work and presented his paper at the Academy of Sciences, yet Freud was dissatisfied. 239 Apparently the ambitious young man had not yet understood the philosophy of microscopic research. During the 6 years spent in Brie-Doddick's laboratory, Freud did research of high quality on limited subjects. At that time brain anatomy was a newly opened field, where any diligent researcher could make discoveries. To that end there were 3 approaches. The first was routine investigation of new cases with current techniques, the second, the perfecting of a new technique, such as a microtome or coloring agent, to give new possibilities for studies, and the third, conceptualization, an approach taken by those who presented the neuron theory. Freud tried all these approaches in turn. He started with a limited investigation on certain cells in the spinal cord in a species of fish, the Pteromism. 240 Here too the master was more satisfied than the pupil with the results. A noteworthy feature is the high quality of the style in which this technical paper is written. Freud then turned his investigations to the lesser known regions of the nervous system. Such was his work on corpus restiforme, and on the nucleus of the acoustic nerve. This was the type of work through which men such as August IV and Constant and von Monaco were making themselves known to the neurological world. In regard to the second approach, Freud introduced a method of coloration with gold chloride, which, however, did not produce uniform results, and so was not widely adopted. 241 From the conceptual point of view, Freud wrote a paper on the structure of elements of the nervous system, which some historians consider an anticipation of the neuron theory. 242 During his 3 years of residency at the Viennese General Hospital, Freud for the first time came in contact with patients, and his research changed accordingly. It was the period of his attempts with cocaine, during which he also experimented with the anatomoclinical method, that is, checking clinical diagnoses against the findings of autopsies. Freud showed skill in this art and published 3 of the cases he diagnosed in 1884. 243 244 245 In the following period, after Freud left the Viennese General Hospital and Maynard's laboratory, he turned to purely clinical neurology. At that time the neurologist depended heavily on the hospital or institution for patients. Freud was put in charge of neurology at the Kissowes Institute, where he examined so many children with cerebral palsy that he became a specialist in that condition. In 1891 he was able to publish, with Oscar Ree, a study of 35 cases of hemiplegia and cerebral palsy. 246 This study points out the existence of two extreme types, the one of acute onset of paralysis, and the other a gradual onset with chorea, and all possible intermediate combinations of symptoms. This shows an instance of what Freud later called complementary series. In 1891, Freud published a book on aphasia dedicated to Joseph Breuer. 247 This book was long overlooked by psychoanalysts. Later it was praised as a milestone in the history of the study of aphasia and a herald of later psychoanalytic concepts. Actually, it is easier to ascertain its significance in the evolution of Freud's work than in the history of aphasia. At that time there was a flood of literature on aphasia. Today these writings are not easily accessible, much in them is written in the style of the contemporary brain mythology. The prevalent theories of aphasia, such as those of Wernicke and Lichtenstein, were based on the assumption that sensory images were stored in certain centers of the brain, and that lesions in these areas were the cause of aphasia. In the early 1880s, Haymon Steinthal 248 proposed what today would be called a dynamic theory of aphasia, but being a linguist he was ignored by neuropathologists. 249 historians of aphasia 250 point out that from the time of Bastian to that of Desjardins there occurred a gradual recognition of the dynamic factors in aphasia. In this monograph, Freud foreshadowed the concepts of Desjardins. He was probably the first on the continent to refer to the work of Hugh Jackson, and he introduced and defined the term agnosia. Freud apparently did not consider this work a major contribution to the problem of aphasia. It was a theoretical discussion without new clinical observations or new pathological findings. The traditional story that Freud's book on aphasia met with no success at all and was never quoted by further authors is, to say the least, an exaggeration. 251 In 1892 Freud's pupil Rosenthal published in his medical dissertation 53 observations on cases of diplegic forms of cerebral palsy, which he had seen in Freud's service. 252 In 1893, Freud expounded his conception Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 477 of cerebral diplegia in children. 253 An anonymous book review argued that Freud had described the pathological anatomy of this condition, not from his own observations, but from a compilation of the findings of other authors, which made Freud's physiopathological interpretations unconvincing, because the connection suggested by Freud between certain groups of symptoms and certain etiological factors was not sufficiently substantiated by the facts. 254 On the other hand, Freud's study was given the highest praise by Pierre Marie. And Freud wrote a paper in French on the same topic for the Revue Neurologique. 2 SS Freud's reputation as a specialist in cerebral palsy was now so well established that Notnagel asked him to write a monograph on the topic, which appeared belatedly in 1897. 25 This work received great appreciation in France from Brissot and Raymond. 257 In Belgium, Freud's theory of cerebral palsy and its classification of subforms was criticized by Van Gehuchten, who found that it was an artificial conception lacking any anatomopathological basis. 25 These facts are of interest because they show that, in his neurological period, 2. Freud received both praise and criticism, contrary to the assumption that he received nothing but praise as long as he was a neurologist, and nothing but abuse as soon as he turned to the study of neuroses. From the beginning it was Freud's tendency to make bold generalizations that gave rise to criticism. We thus see that during the 20 years of his pre-psychoanalytic period, Freud had followed a long line of evolution, going from microscopic anatomy to anatomo-clinical neurology, and from there to purely clinical neurology, and even to the kind of non-clinical theoretical neurology, manifested in his book on aphasia. This last trend was to reach its acme with Freud's project for a scientific psychology, to which we now come. Freud's work to the search for a psychological model. There are two ways of building a psychological theory. The first is to gather facts and find common factors from which to deduce laws and generalizations. The second is to build a theoretical model and see how the facts fit it, in order to retest the model if necessary. Following a trend common in his time, Freud's preference went to the latter. Among those who attempted to correlate psychological functions with the structure of the brain, Maynard distinguished himself. Hutt unfortunately often slipped over into brain mythology. Others, inspired by Fechner's psychophysics, postulated the existence of nervous energy on the model of physical energy, and tried to express mental phenomena in terms of that hypothetical nervous energy. Still bolder attempts were made to interpret mental phenomena in terms of both brain anatomy and nervous energy. Freud devoted a great deal of time and care to the elaboration of a theoretical model of that kind. His correspondence with Flies has preserved the 1895 draft known as the Project for a Scientific Psychology. 259 students of psychoanalysis agree on two facts. First, that this model was highly artificial, and second, that it can help us to understand the origin of certain psychoanalytic concepts. The main idea of the project is the correlation of psychological processes with the distribution and circulation of quantities of energy throughout certain material elements, that is, hypothetical brain structures. The energy called quantity by Freud is equated to sums of excitation originating either from the outer world through the sensory organs, or from the inner world, that is, the body. Quantity is ruled by two principles, inertia, which is the tendency to the full discharge of the energy, and constancy, which is the tendency to keep constant the sum of excitation. Freud's material elements were the neurons, of which he postulated three types. The fine neurons receive quantities of excitation from the outer world, but do not retain the current, because they are regulated by the principle of inertia. The psi neurons receive quantities of excitation either from the body or from the fine neurons, but because they are ruled by the principle of constancy, they retain traces of any stimulation received, they therefore constitute the substratum of memory. The omega neurons receive quantities of stimulation from the body and from the fine neurons, and have the peculiarity of transforming quantity into quality, because of a period of movement. These neurons constitute the substratum of perception. The pleasure-unpleasure principle is explained in the sense that unpleasure is a heightening and pleasure a discharge of the level of quantity. The ego is an organization of neurons endowed with a constant reserve of quantity, and able to inhibit incoming excitation. This provides a criterion of reality. Reality testing is equated to an inhibition by the ego. Freud distinguished a primary and a secondary process. In the primary, a quantity of excitation stimulated memory images in the psi neurons and then reverted to the omega neurons, evoking hallucination. In this process, energy was tonic and bound, and hallucinations were checked through inhibition by the ego. These are some of the basic principles of the 1895 project. They were developed into an extraordinarily complex system. Within this framework almost any psychological function and several psychopathological manifestations were given an explanation. To make the project intelligible it must be placed in its context, that is, in the long line of evolution, which had started with Herbart. Throughout the 19th century, brain anatomy and physiology were constructed on a scientific and experimental basis, but there was also a parallel line of speculative brain and anomophysiology, which in the latter part of the century was called hemiphagy, brain mythology. Curiously enough, it was sometimes the same men who pioneered scientific and anomophysiology of the brain who also indulged in brain mythology, although they conceived Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 479 of themselves as positivists and scorned the philosophy of nature. Freud's project is but a late offspring of this speculative sequence. Its initial dynamic speculative philosophy may be traced back to Herbart, and the greatest part of its energetics to Fechner. 260 The principle of inertia and the principle of constancy are very similar to what Fechner called absolute stability and approximate stability. Fechner had already connected the pleasure-unpleasure principle with the idea of approach and retreat from approximate stability, and he also equated quality of perception with the periodicity of a stable movement. These Fechnerian principles were later complemented by Heinrich Sachs with his alleged law of the constant quantity of psychic energy. The sum of the tensions of all present molecular waves is, within certain time limits, in the same individual approximately constant. 261 The three main other sources of the project are Breit, Maynard, and Exner. This has been well shown in a study by Peter Amateur. 262 Bright was one of those who reduced psychology to neurology, and explained the entire functioning of the nervous system as a combination of reflexes. 263 Stimulation of the same organs determined quantities of excitation, which were transmitted throughout the nervous system, transferred from cell to cell, and often accumulated in certain centers until they could be discharged in the form of movements. Bright, as well as Maynard and Exner, described mental processes indifferently in physical and psychological terms. Maynard also described psychological processes in terms of quantities of excitation and of reflex neurology, though more elaborately than Breuck. 264 He took from Herbart and from the English empiricists the doctrine of associationism, but he reduced it to a reflex neurology similar to that of Breuck, and to his own concepts of the structure and functioning of the brain. He distinguished two kinds of reflex responses, those determined at birth, which followed subcortical pathways, and those that were acquired, which followed cortical pathways. There were association bundles between cortical centers, and when an inflow of excitation arrived simultaneously at two centers, a cortical pathway was opened and a phenomenon of induction took place. The physical concomitant of an association and an elementary logical function. Such experiences, beginning on the first day of life, developed a system of cortical pathways, that is of associations, which constituted the primary ego, that is the nucleus of individuality. Later, a secondary ego was constituted, whose function was to control the primary ego, and which was the substructure of ordered thought processes. As a clinician, Maynard described dementia, a mental condition with incoherent hallucinations and delusions, which reproduced a state of infantile confusion when there was no ego control. Maynard equated the cortical activity during dreaming with the cortical activity that produced dementia. Exner, the third of Freud's neurological teachers, published his Entwurf in 1894, which may be considered a synthesis of Breuck's and Maynard's systems. 26s. In the meantime, though, the neuron theory had appeared, and Exner discussed how quantities of excitation could be transferred at the junctions between neurons, where he believed that summations of excitations took place. Exner also assumed that junctions could be changed during the life of the individual, though the simultaneous excitation of two cells. Exner called the processes Bonham channeling, by which the simultaneous excitation of two cortical cells would open a nerve pathway between themselves and would transfer excitation from one to the other, when either of them was subsequently engaged by excitation. He described emotion centers, particularly the pain, or unpleasure, center. Under the name of instincts, he described associations between ideas and emotion centers. He extensively developed his neurological psychology, giving explanations of perception, judgment, memory, thinking, and other mental processes. Freud's project of 1895 may be understood as a logical development of the theories of his predecessors, particularly of his masters Breuck, Maynard, and Exner. It is the outcome and legacy of a century of brain mythology. This is probably why Freud abandoned this project as soon as he had completed it. But many of the ideas formulated in the project were to reappear under various new forms in Freud's subsequent psychoanalytic theories. Freud's work 3 The theory of neuroses. The circumstances that brought Freud to devise a new theory of neuroses belong both to the zeitgeist and to specific personal experiences. In shifting from neuroanatomy to anatomo-clinical neurology, and from there to a dynamic concept of neuroses, Freud followed a contemporary pattern also illustrated by Charcot, Four, and later by Adolf Meyer. Neuropathology, in that time quite distinct from psychiatry, was beginning to be a fashionable medical specialization. Two personal experiences oriented Freud along this path, his visit to Charcot, and the story of Breuer's patient Anna Zero. Freud saw the starting point of psychoanalysis in Breuer's experience with Anna Zero. To this day, the most elementary account of psychoanalysis begins with the story of that young lady whose numerous hysterical symptoms disappeared one by one, as Breuer was able to make her evoke the specific circumstances that had led to their appearance. The veil of legend surrounding this story has only partially been lifted by objective research. Ernest Jones has revealed the real name of the patient, Bertha Pappenheim, 1860 to 1936. Her life is known through a brief biographical notice published after her death, 266, and a short biography by Dora Edinger. 267 Bertha Pappenheim belonged to a distinguished old Jewish family. Her grandfather, Wolf Pappenheim, was a prominent personality Sigmund Freud in psychoanalysis. 481 of the Pressburg Ghetto, and her father, Siegmund Pappenheim, was a well-to-do merchant in Vienna. Little is known of her childhood and youth. She had received a refined education, spoke English perfectly, and read French and Italian. According to her own account, she led the usual life of a young lady of high Viennese society, doing a great deal of needlework, and outdoor activities, including horseback riding. In the biographical notices of 1936, nothing was said of a nervous illness in her youth. It was reported that after her father's death, she and her mother left Vienna to settle in Frankfurt on the Main, where Bertha gradually became concerned with social work. In the late 1880s she began to display remarkable philanthropic activity. For about 12 years she was the director of a Jewish orphanage in Frankfurt. She traveled in the Balkan countries, the Near East, and Russia, to inquire into prostitution and white slavery. In 1904 she founded the Giedisker Frauenbund, League of Jewish Women, and in 1907 she founded a teaching institution affiliated with that organization. Among her numerous writings are short stories, theatrical pieces on social themes, travel accounts, studies on the condition of Jewish women and on the criminality of Jews. In her late years she retyped ancient Jewish religious works into modernized form, and a history of her ancestors with extensive genealogical tables. Toward the end of her life, she was depicted as a deeply religious, strict, an authoritarian person, utterly selfless and devoted to her task, who had retained from her Viennese education a lively sense of humor, a taste for good food, and the love of beauty, and who possessed an impressive collection of embroideries, china, and glassware. She died in March 1936, early enough to escape the fate of a martyr, but late enough to foresee the impending extermination of her people and the destruction of her life work. After the Nazi domination, she was remembered as an almost legendary figure, to the extent that the government of Western Germany honored her memory in 1954, by issuing a postage stamp with her picture. There is a wide gap between the descriptions of the Jewish philanthropist and pioneer social worker Bertha Pappenheim, and of Breuer's hysterical patient Anna Zero. Nothing in Bertha Pappenheim's biography would let us guess that she was Anna Zero. And nothing in Anna OS story, either, would let us guess that she was to become known as Bertha Pappenheim. If Jones had not revealed the identity of the two figures, it is likely that no one would have ever discovered it. 268 is for the story of Anna Zero. There are two versions, the one given by Breuer in 1895, 269 and the other by Jones in 1953.270. According to Breuer, Fräulein Anna Zero was an attractive, intelligent young lady, endowed with a strong will and much imagination. She was kind and charitable, but afflicted with a certain emotional instability. She was brought up in a strongly puritanical family, and there was a marked contrast between the refined education she received and the monotonous home life she led. This caused her to escape into daydreams, which she called her private theater. Her illness, as told by Breuer, goes through 4 periods. From July 1880 to December 1880, she cared for her severely ill father and manifested signs of physical weakness. This, Breuer called the period of latent incubation. From December 1880 to April 1881, there was a period of manifest psychosis. A great variety of symptoms appeared within a short time: paralyses, contractions, ocular disturbances, linguistic disorganization. She spoke a kind of a grammatical jargon. Her personality was split into one normal, conscious, sad person, and one morbid, uncouth, agitated person, who sometimes had hallucinations of black snakes. During that period, Breuer visited her frequently. Under hypnosis, she told him her latest daydreams, whereupon she felt relieved. That is what she called her talking cure. From April to December 1881, her symptoms became markedly worse. The death of her father on April 5th was a severe shock. She recognized no one, except Breuer, who had to feed her for some time. And she spoke nothing but English. She was transferred to a private sanitarium near Vienna, where Breuer visited her every 3 or 4 days. Her symptoms now appeared in a regular cycle, and were relieved by Breuer's hypnotic sessions. Instead of telling him her daydreams, she told him her recent hallucinations. From December 1881 to June 1882 recovery came slowly. The two personalities were now sharply distinct and Brewer could make her shift from one to the other by backslashing her in orange. The main feature was that the sick personality lived 365 days earlier than the healthy one. Thanks to the diary her mother had kept, Brewer was able to check that the events she hallucinated had occurred, day by day. Exactly 1 year earlier. Once, under hypnosis, she told Brewer how her difficulty in swallowing water had started after she had seen a dog drinking from her glass. Having told Brewer this, the symptom disappeared. Here started a new kind of treatment, she told Brewer, in reverse chronological order. Each appearance of a given symptom with exact dates, until she reached the original manifestation and initial event and then the symptom disappeared. Brewer eradicated every symptom in this tedious way. Finally, the last symptom was traced back to an incident that occurred while she was nursing her sick father. She had had a hallucination of a black snake, had been upset, and had muttered a prayer in English. The only one that came to her mind. As soon as Anna had recovered that memory, the paralysis left her arm, and she was able to speak German. Anna had decided and announced in advance that she would be CU, Ed by the end of June 1882. In time for her summer vacation. Then, according to Brewer, she left Vienna for a trip. But it took her some time to recover her full equilibrium. The current accounts of Anna OS illness do not emphasize the unusual features of this story. First, was the coexistence of one personality living in the present and one living 365 days earlier. Second, the fact that each of the symptoms allegedly appeared immediately after the traumatic event, without any period of incubation. Third, that the symptoms could be made Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 483 to disappear. However, it is absolutely not so, as the current accounts would have it, that it sufficed to recall the circumstances under which the symptoms had appeared the first time. Anna had to recall each instance when the symptom had appeared, whatever the number, in the exact reverse chronological order. These features make Anna OS story a unique case of which no other instance is known, either before or after her. In a seminar given in Zurich in 1925, Jung revealed that Freud had told him that the patient had actually not been cured. 271 in 1953 Jones published a version of the story that differs notably from that given by Brewer. According to it, Freud had told Jones that at the time of the alleged termination of the disease, the patient was far from cured, and was in the throes of hysterical childbirth after a phantom pregnancy, that Brewer had hypnotized her and then left the house in a cold sweat, whereupon he left for Venice to spend a second honeymoon, which resulted in the conception of a daughter, Dora. The patient Anna Zero was admitted to an institution in Gross-Enzersdorf, where she remained ill for several years. Jones' version indicates that Brewer had been fooled by the patient, and that the supposed prototype of a cathartic cure was not a cure at all. Comparing Bertha Pappenheim's biography with the two versions of the story of Anna Zero, one notes that, in the former, Bertha left Vienna for Frankfurt in 1881, whereas Anna remained in the Viennese sanitarium until June 1882 according to Brewer, and much longer according to Jones. 272 A still stranger fact is that the photograph of Bertha, the original of which the author has seen, bears the date 1882 embossed by T.E. photographer and shows a healthy-looking, sporting woman in a riding habit, in sharp contrast to Brewer's portrait of a homebound young lady who had no outlet for her physical and mental energies. In regard to Brewer's version, it must be remembered that at that time psychiatrists went to great length and took great trouble to disguise the identity of their patients when they published their histories, altering the names, places, professions, and sometimes the dates. 273 Brewer's case history is obviously a reconstruction from memory, written 13 or 14 years later, as he himself said, from incomplete notes, and published half-heartedly, to please Freud. As for Jones' version, it is fraught with impossibilities. First, Brewer's last child Dora was born on March 11, 1882, as evidenced by the Heimat roll in Vienna, and thus could not possibly have been conceived after the supposed terminal incident of June 1882.274 second. There was never a sanitarium in Gross-Enzersdorf. Mr. Scram, who wrote a history of the locality, told the author that it must have been confused with Inzersdorf, where there was a fashionable sanitarium. Upon inquiry, the author learned that it had been closed, whereupon its medical archives were transferred to the Vienna Psychiatric Hospital. No case history, however, of Bertha Pappenheim could be found there. 275 Jones' version, published more than 70 years after the event, is based on hearsay, and should be considered with caution. 276 Returning to Brewer's story of Anna Zero, it is clear that it radically differs from other cases of hysteria at that time, but is analogous to the great exemplary cases of magnetic illness in the first half of the 19th century, like those of Katharina Emmerich, Friedrich Haufe, or Estelle L. Hardy. 277 Anna OS hallucinations about what had happened to her, day after day, exactly 1 year previously, could be compared to Katharina's nightly visions that coincided exactly with the church calendar. Anna OS recollections of every occurrence of each of her symptoms, with the exact dates, will remind one of the prodigious mnemonic feats of the seeress of Prevorst. Brewer and his patient played a close game, as Dispin and Estelle had done in the past, though Brewer was less successful than Dispin. To the older magnetizers, Anna OS story would not have seemed as extraordinary as it did to Brewer. It was one of those cases, so frequent in the 1820s, yet so scarce in the 1880s, in which the patient dictated to the physician the therapeutic devices he had to use, prophesied the course of the illness, and announced its terminal date. But in 1880, when authoritarian use of hypnosis had supplanted the former bargaining therapy, a story such as that of Anna Zero could no longer be understood. Juan Dalma 278 has shown the connection between Anna OS cure and the widespread interest in catharsis that followed the publication, in 1880, of a book on the Aristotelian concept of catharsis by Jacob Bernays 279, the uncle of Freud's future wife. For a time catharsis was one of the most discussed subjects among scholars and was the current topic of conversation in Viennese salons. 280 No wonder a young lady of high society adopted it as a device for a self-directed cure, but it is ironic that Anna OS unsuccessful treatment should have become, for posterity, the prototype of a cathartic cure. The second personal experience that oriented Freud toward his new theory of neuroses was his visit to Charcot, where he saw the latter's demonstrations of traumatic paralyses, and their reproduction under hypnosis. The common opinion today is that these experiments with hysterical patients had no scientific value, because with such suggestible and mythomaniac subjects anyone could have demonstrated anything. Nevertheless, together with Anna OS story, they were the incentive for the creation of Freud's psychoanalysis. The development of Freud's new theory of neuroses, from 1886 to 1896, may be followed through his publications in his letters to Flies. 281 in 1886 and 1887. Freud was filled with respect for Charcot, showed himself as his zealous disciple, and presented the master's theories such as he understood them. In 1888 a medical encyclopedia published an unsigned article on hysteria, almost certainly written by Freud. 2 as to the Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 485 author mentioned Charcot's theory, although he merely questioned the cerebral localization of hysteria and mentioned Brewer's therapeutic method. In July 1889 Freud, who had just translated one of Bernheim's textbooks, went to visit him in Liebald in Nancy, and thereafter went to the International Congress of Psychology in Paris. It is likely that he saw Janet there, although there is no record of their meeting. Whether Freud already knew Janet or not, he could not have failed to become acquainted with psychological automatism, with its story of Marie and her cathartic cure. At about the same time Freud tried a similar therapeutic method with his patient, Emmy von N. 283 as usual in such cases, Freud altered many facts to protect his patient, whose true identity was later discovered by Ulla Anderson. 284 Freud's account gives the impression that the treatment took place in one period before he went to Paris, but Anderson's findings indicate that the treatment actually occurred in two periods, before and after Freud's journey. Liebbrand assumes that interest in Anna O.'s case was revived by the publication of Janet's book. This would explain why Freud waited from 1882 to 1889 to apply the same method. 285 In fact, the chronology of the case of Emmy von N is so obscure. 286 that no conclusion can be drawn from the extant data. 287 This story shows Freud's first attempt to work with Breuer's method, differing from that method by having the patient recall under hypnosis only the initial traumatic event, and that once the event had been recalled, the doctor had to suggest that the symptom disappear. This procedure was thus identical with that inaugurated by Janet in 1886. In 1892 and 1893, Freud seemed to oscillate between the Nancy School, his old allegiance to Charcot, and the adoption of Breuer's cathartic method. In a lecture given on April 27, 1892, to the Viennese Medical Club, Freud openly espoused Bernheim's concept of hypnosis, recommended its application, and advised physicians to go to Nancy to learn it. 288 and 1893, Freud published the story of a woman who was prevented from breastfeeding her child because of various hysterical symptoms. 2 sessions of hypnotic suggestion sufficed to remove all the symptoms, and the same happened after the birth of another child a year later. 289 There was no question here of catharsis. It was a cure in Bernheim's style. On May 24, 1893, before the Viennese Medical Club, Freud gave a lecture on hysterical paralyses 290 which he wrote in French for Charcot's archives de neurologie. 291 Here he referred constantly to Charcot, giving only a slight modification of his theory. Instead of dynamic lesion of motor brain centers, he assumed that the representation of the arm was dissociated from other representations. Referring to Janet, Freud emphasized that hysterical paralyses do not correspond to the distribution of nerves, as if hysteria knew nothing of anatomy. But 4 months earlier, on January 11, 1893, Freud had already disclosed to the same audience the new theory of hysteria on which he was working with Breuer. 292 This was the basis for the preliminary communication that many consider the first stone in the construction of psychoanalysis. The authors extended Charcot's concept of traumatic hysteria to hysteria in general. Hysterical symptoms, they said, are related, sometimes clearly, sometimes in symbolic disguise, to a determined psychic trauma. This trauma may have occurred during a state of slight auto-hypnosis, or its painful character caused it to be excluded from consciousness. In both cases it was not followed by sufficient reaction, for instance cries, or acts of vengeance, and it disappeared from consciousness. Under hypnosis, however, the memory of the trauma is as vivid as was the actual event. Psychotherapy cures the hysterical symptoms, though not the hysterical predisposition, by bringing the trauma to consciousness and discharging it through affect, words, or corrective association. This theory may be considered a combination of Benedict's concept of the pathogenic secret and Janet's therapy of bringing subconscious fixed ideas back into consciousness. In regard to Janet, the authors recalled in a footnote his case of a hysterical young woman who had been cured through the application of a procedure analogous to our own. Another footnote said that the closest approach to our theoretic and therapeutic statements we did find in the occasionally published remarks of Benedict, with which we will deal in another place. There was, however, no further reference to Benedict. 293 The Breuer-Freud paper aroused much interest and was favorably reviewed in several neurological journals. 24 In the same year Freud wrote a eulogy of Charcot, crediting him with a theory of hysteria that in fact belonged to his predecessors, and added a respectful criticism. 295 He wondered what Charcot would have found if he had taken the discharge of strong emotion during hysterical attacks as his starting point. He could have looked for trauma in the patient's life history, of which the latter was not aware. This would have explained these emotions. Strangely enough, this was not very far from Charcot's theory of the Grande history, as could be found in the thesis of his disciple Richard. 296 In 1894 something definitely new emerged in Freud's writing, the concept of defense, Abwehr. 297 This term came from Maynard, who distinguished two basic attitudes of the organism, attack and defense, which were reflected in the themes of delusional ideas. Freud gave the word defense the meaning of forgetting painful memories or ideas, and emphasized 4 points. Not the trauma in itself is pathogenic, but its representation or idea. The defense is directed against sexual ideas. The defense is a common feature in neuroses and was found in one case of psychosis. The degeneration theory is denied. Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 487 In 1895, Freud published a contribution on anxiety neurosis, that is, on patients who suffered constantly from diffuse anxiety and had acute attacks of anguish, without knowing the cause. 298 This neurosis had already been described by Hecker 299 as a subform of neurasthenia, by Chris Haber 300 as a specific entity, and by Kowalski 301 as a toxication of the organism following consecutive stimulation and exhaustion of certain brain centers. The assumption that sexual frustration caused anxiety symptoms was then already fairly widespread, and Freud's innovation was the linking of a specific form of anxiety neurosis with an etiological theory of sexual frustration. The year 1895 also saw the publication of Breuer's and Freud's studies in hysteria. 302 The preliminary communication was reprinted. Then came a reconstruction by Breuer of the case of Anna Zero, given as a prototype of cathartic cure, and 4 of Freud's case histories, the first of which was Emmy von N. Freud's first cathartic treatment of 1889, followed by the stories of Lucy R., Katharina, and Elizabeth von R. All 3 during the latter part of 1892. The book closed with a chapter on the theory of hysteria by Breuer, and another by Freud on its psychotherapy. Freud now openly stated his divergences with Breuer. He saw only one possible origin of hysteria, through the Abwehr. In the story of Elizabeth von R he described the new method of free association, which had been suggested to him by the patient herself. Freud's 4 case histories are strongly reminiscent of those of Benedict. Janet's influence was still apparent in Freud's use of the terms psychological analysis and psychological misery. At the beginning of 1896, Freud sketched his new classification of neuroses. 303 He still invoked the great name of Charcot, but emphasized his divergence from Janet. Thus, Freud no longer spoke of psychological analysis, but called his own method psychoanalysis. Neuroses were divided into actual neuroses, whose source was in the present sexual life of the patient, and psychoneuroses, whose sources were in his past sexual life. Actual neuroses were subdivided into neurasthenia, whose specific origin was masturbation, and anxiety neurosis, whose specific origin was frustrated sexual stimulation, particularly in the form of coitus interruptus. Psychoneuroses were subdivided into hysteria and obsessions. The specific cause of hysteria was sexual abuse by an adult, passively suffered in childhood. Such trauma often made little apparent impression, and may have seemed to be forgotten until puberty, when a slight cause revived the earlier impression, and acted as an actual trauma. The specific etiology of obsessive neuroses was the same as that of hysteria, with the difference that the child's role was more active, that he felt pleasure. Obsessive ideas were merely self-reproach in modified form. In this way Freud explained the prevalence of hysteria in women and of obsessions in men. In the same year Freud's paper on the etiology of hysteria marked a point of achievement in the theory of hysteria on which he had worked for 10 years. 3-4 The cornerstone of his theory remained Breuer's assumption that hysteria is determined by traumatic experiences whose memory unconsciously reappears in a symbolic way in the symptoms of the illness. 305 And which can be cured by recalling the memory into consciousness. 306 Building on this, Freud now states that things are considerably more complex. The trauma must have both determining quality, a logical connection between cause and effect, and traumatic power. It must be able to cause an intense reaction. The difficulty was that in the search for trauma, one often found events either unrelated to the symptoms, or harmless. The difficulty could be explained with Breuer's idea that the trauma occurred during a hypnoid state, but Freud rejected this theory and assumed that the themes recorded by the patient were only links in a series, and that behind them were more formal, elemental trauma. Actually, Freud said, as chains of memories were revealed, they diverged and converged in nodal points, finally arriving at events of a sexual nature in puberty. Here, a new difficulty arose, because these pubertal events were often of a rather trivial character, hardly justifying their giving rise to hysteria. Then Freud assumed that the pubertal events were only precipitating causes that revived unconscious memories of much earlier trauma in childhood, which were always of a sexual nature. In 18 fully analyzed cases, Freud said that he had found that the patient had been the victim of a seduction by an adult of his immediate environment, often followed by a sexual experience with children of the same age. These experiences, Freud added, had at the moment left no apparent impression. The traumatic effect was revived by trivial events in puberty, though the childhood experience remained lost to memory. Freud proclaimed this theory as a great discovery, which he compared to that of the source of denial in neuropathology. In contrast with the preliminary communication of 1893, he now contended to be able to cure not only the symptoms of hysteria, but hysteria itself. Actually, only a year passed before Freud, as seen in a letter to Fliess, had to admit that he had been misled by his patient's fantasies. 307 This was a decisive turning point in psychoanalysis. Freud found that in the unconscious it is impossible to distinguish fantasies from memories, and from that time on he was not so much concerned with the reconstruction of events from the past through the uncovering of suppressed memories, than with the exploration of fantasies. The sources of Freud's new theory of hysteria are manifold. First were Breuer's theory of hysteria deduced from the misunderstood case of Anna Zero, Charcot's and Richter's concepts of the Grande History, and Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 489 Charcot's experiments with his salpetriere patients. Second was Janet, who had explained, particularly in the case of Marcel in 1891, that in the exploration and treatment of hysterical patients one had to retrace a chain of unconscious fixed ideas. Third was Herbart's associationistic psychology. Lindner's textbook, which Freud had used at the gymnasium, explained how chains of associations could diverge and converge in nodal points. Fourth was Benedict's emphasis on the extreme importance of fantasy life in the normal and the neurotic, and the frequency of early sexual trauma and hysteria. Fifth was a current interest in childhood sexuality. In that regard Freud quoted a paper of Stiepel. In 1894, Dallemagne had contended that many sexual deviations in adolescence resulted from childhood sexual experiences, which had been revived in puberty. What belonged to Freud was the particular emphasis on the role of defense, abwehr, and the confidence with which he synthesized these elements into a general theory of hysteria. In view of its great importance, we will show here a graphic representation of that model. The diagram is the author's, not Freud's, but follows his thought as accurately as possible. Outbreak of hysteria, actual event adolescence chains of memories puberty, trauma, often trivial, childhood, early sexual experience Freud's work for depth psychology it might have seemed, in 1896, that Freud had now reached his goal of building a new theory of neuroses, explaining every detail of their symptoms and origins. This theory was seen by some, such as Krafft-Ebing, with benevolent skepticism, by others such as Lowenfeld with interest, but in the literature of that time no expression of hostility is to be found. For Freud, however, this was just the starting point for the creation of what came to be called depth psychology. 308 Depth psychology claimed to furnish a key to the exploration of the unconscious mind, and through this a renewed knowledge of the conscious mind, with wider application to the understanding of literature, art, religion, and culture. The first dynamic psychiatry had been, in the main, the systematization of observations made on hypnotized patients. With Freud's method of free association, a new approach was introduced. The patient relaxed on a couch, and was told the basic rule, to tell whatever came to his mind, no matter how futile, absurd, embarrassing, or even offensive it seemed. In trying to do so, the patient felt moments of inhibition and other inner difficulties, which Freud termed resistance. As the sessions went on from day to day, the patient began to manifest irrational feelings of love or hostility toward the therapist. Freud called them transference. Actually, both resistance and transference had been known to magnetizers and hypnotists. The hypnotists knew that their subjects often showed resistance to falling into a hypnotic sleep, and that once hypnotized, they resisted certain commands, or they would perform suggested acts in a distorted or incomplete way. Farrell had described how, when recalling forgotten events, under hypnosis, the procedure became increasingly difficult the closer he came to the critical points that were painful to the patient. Point 3°9 as to transference, it was a reincarnation of what had been known for a century as rapport and which Janet had recently brought back into focus as somnambulic influence. 31 degrees Freud's innovation lay not in introducing the notions of resistance and transference, but in the idea of analyzing them as a basic tool of therapy. Depth psychology can be understood as the combined findings from Freud's self-analysis and the analysis of his patients. In his mind the findings confirmed each other and confirmed much of the theory of neurosis in the model of the mind he had previously formulated. The main aspects of depth psychology were Freud's dream theory and his theory of parapraxis, the first two generalizations of the pattern he had worked out for hysteria. These theories were elaborated simultaneously and presented in two of his best known books, The Interpretation of Dreams, in 1900, and The Psychopathology of Everyday Life in 1904. Freud's theory of dreams has been told so often that it has become common knowledge. Viewed in the line of development of psychoanalysis, it follows almost the same pattern as his theory of hysteria in 1896. This becomes obvious if the dream theory is also represented graphically, and the graphs of the two compared. Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis. Sensory stimuli manifest content secondary elaboration CC.9. E. CU. U0 U0.C. C0 and E0 life situation _______. Latent content T libido 491 conscious preconscious unconscious dream work at the top of the graph we have the manifest content, that is, the dream itself, insofar as we are able to remember it. Experimental psychologists tried to connect this manifest content with the actual sensory or motor stimulations occurring during sleep. Freud considered their roles as minor. He viewed as the main point the relationship between the manifest content and the latent content, a relationship similar to that which he had found in his patients between the hysterical symptom and the pathogenic memories. To detect them and distinguish one from the other he used the same method, that is, free association. Between the hysterical symptom and the pathogenic memory extended a network of diverging and converging associations. In the same way, between the manifest content and the latent content, Freud described the dream work with its mechanism of displacement and condensation, in which the process of symbolization also occurred. As the hysterical symptom expressed the trauma in symbolic form, in the dream the latent content also tends to express itself in dream symbols. Why does the dream work transform the latent into the manifest? Because just as there is a dynamic conflict between the trauma and the hysterical symptom, there is a dynamic factor, the sensor striving to keep down the latent content in the unconscious. The sensor does not permit latent content to find expression in the dream unless it is modified by means of displacement, condensation, and symbolization. But Freud's theory of the dream, as well as his hysteria theory, was an edifice having two stories. The upper story was the dream itself with its latent and manifest contents. In the latent content, Freud finds as one constant element the day residue, that is, some more or less insignificant event of the day preceding the dream. And just as he connected a pubertal trauma with an early forgotten sexual experience, Freud also found a connection between the day residue and childhood memories. Among the many trivial events of the day, the dream chooses the one that shows some relationship to a childhood memory, and as Freud puts it, the dream stands with one foot in the present and one foot in childhood. Thus one is led from the latent content still farther back to a childhood memory expressing an unfulfilled wish of that remote time. Here Freud introduced the notion he had found in his self-analysis and in his patients, the Oedipus complex. The little boy wants to possess his mother, wishes to get rid of his father, but is frightened of his threatening rival and of castration as a punishment for his incestuous feelings toward the mother. Such is, Freud says, the terrible secret that every man keeps in the recesses of his heart, repressed and forgotten, and which appears in a veiled form in a dream every night. To complete the picture, we should add the secondary elaboration, that is, the changes occurring in the manifest content when the dreamer is awakening. We should compare it to the editing done by certain journals to articles sent by authors. The article may acquire more organized and pleasant form, while the author may find that much of what he actually meant has been lost or distorted. Freud considered as his major discovery that the dream is a fulfillment of a wish, or, to put it more accurately, the vicarious fulfillment of a repressed, unacceptable sexual wish, and this is why the censor must intervene, to keep it down or to allow its appearance only in disguised form. Freud also defined the dream as the guardian of sleep. Feelings that might awaken the dreamer are disguised in such a way that they do not disturb him. Should this mechanism fail, the dreamer has a nightmare and awakens. The dream is also, Freud says, a process of regression that manifests itself simultaneously in three fashions: as topical regression from the conscious to the unconscious, as temporal regression from the present time to childhood, and as form regression from the level of language to that of pictorial and symbolic representations. The sources of Freud's dream theory are numerous. To begin with, Freud was a good dreamer, who remembered his dreams and had years earlier kept a record of them for some time. The dream of Irma's injection, June 24, 1896, furnished him with a prototype of dream analysis in the Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 493 notion that the essence of dreams is wish fulfillment. Like those great dream students of the past, Schemer, Maury, and Hervé de Saint Denis, Freud used much intimate experience reflected in his dreams to nourish his book. To be sure, Hervé de Saint Denis revealed more of his amorous life, but Freud more of his childhood, his family, and his ambitions. The second source was Freud's inquiry into the vast dream literature of the 19th century. 311 His complaints to Fleiss about the futility of that literature should not be taken too literally, since he drew heavily on it. However, he was unable to find a copy of Hervé de Saint Denis' book, and he apparently knew Schemer's work only through accounts given by Foucault, so that he underestimated Schemer's originality. 312 It was Schemer who maintained that dreams can be interpreted scientifically according to rules inherent to their nature, and that certain dream symbols have general value. Among others were sexual symbols, which were much the same as those later described by Freud. 313 The mechanism of displacement and condensation had been described under other names by many authors. The term dream work, Traumarbeit, was used by Robert. Much of Freud's theory can be found in Maury, Streimpel, Foucault, and particularly Delitzsch. Delitzsch propounded a concept of dynamic energy, implying that the representations loaded with psychic energy repress or inhibit each other, or confuse together, that there are in dreams chains of associations that can sometimes be partially reconstructed, and that old memories can be called forth from dreams through association with recent images. Freud's originality resides in four innovations. The first is his model of the dream with its distinction of manifest and latent content and its specific pattern of being lived simultaneously in the present and the remote past. The second is Freud's contention that the manifest content is a distortion of the latent content, resulting from repression by the censor. To be sure, Popper-Lindquist had recently expressed the idea that the absurdity and senselessness of dreams derive from something unchaste and hidden in the dreamer. 314 But Freud certainly did not draw his theory from him. 315 Freud's third innovation was the application of the free association as a method for the analysis of dreams, and the fourth was the introduction of systematic dream interpretation as a tool of psychotherapy. Curiously enough, Freud attributed to Liebolt the idea that the dream is the guardian of sleep, whereas nothing of the kind can be found in Liebold's works. 31.6 In later editions, Freud gave further examples of dreams and enlarged the section devoted to dream symbols, partly under the influence of Abraham, Ferenczi, Rank, and Stiepel. Freud also incorporated the findings of Silber about dramatization and hypnagogic dreams. He treated specific types of dreams in more detail, such as those of passing examinations, of being without clothes, or of the death of loved ones. After the theory of hysteria and the theory of dreams, Freud's third great contribution to depth psychology was his Psychology of Everyday Life, which was also worked out by him during and from his self-analysis. It was published serially in a psychiatric journal, from 1898 to 1903,317, and the greatest part of it appeared in book form in 1904.318. In the first contribution of 1898, Freud dealt with the situation of the person who suddenly forgets a name, cannot recall it in spite of his efforts, and would recognize it at once if he heard it. Making efforts to find the forgotten name only brings other words to mind. Freud found that these other words do not come at random, that they form chains of associations that diverge and converge in nodal points, and that these associations pertain to repressed material. Forgetting is thus the outcome of a conflict between the conscious and the unconscious, rather than merely the result of the weakening of the representation. In 1899, Freud's paper on screen memories, Decker and Ehrman, appeared. Among our oldest memories, some are seemingly insignificant though remarkably vivid. Freud distinguished two kinds of screen memories. In the simpler type, the preserved memory is but a part of a more significant whole, which has been repressed. For instance, a man had a memory dating from his 4th year, the picture of a table with a basin full of ice. This was linked to an upsetting event, the death of his grandmother, and only this fragmentary picture had not been submerged by repression. In the more complex type, the memory, as it appears to the individual, is a construction in which a certain event of early childhood has been combined with a repressed event of adolescence. The earlier memory is not necessarily untrue, but it is a harmless substitute for the memory of a later, unacceptable, representation. As an example, Freud told of an analysis of the screen memory of a supposed patient, which Siegfried Bernfeld has convincingly shown to be a slightly modified autobiographical account. The narrator tells how, when he was 3 years old, his family was obliged to move from a happy life in the country to a harder life in the city. He remembered playing, at the age of 2.5, in a meadow full of dandelions, with a boy and a girl cousin of his own age. He and the boy cousin snatched from the girl the bunch of dandelions picked by her, and she was given a piece of black bread by a peasant woman as a consolation. The boys too received pieces of the delicious bread. This memory occurred to the narrator after he had, at the age of 17, visited his town of birth and become enamored of a girl of 15 in a yellow dress. When he was 20, the narrator visited a well-to-do uncle and again met the girl cousin of the early memory. The two young people failed to fall in love and marry as their elders wished them to, a plan that would have ensured the narrator's economic security. The meaning of the screen memory was thus to offer an innocent childish declaration as a substitute for the adolescent wish, and of the yearning to taste the bread of economic security. From this example one sees that the relationship between the more recent event of youth Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 495 and the early childhood memory is similar to the relationship between the day residue and the childhood events in Freud's dream theory. 319 The bulk of the psychopathology of everyday life consists of further articles on slips of the tongue, of the pen, and other acts that have been grouped under the name of parapraxes. Although the source of these studies resides primarily in Freud's self-analysis and the observations made on his patients, the field was not quite new. Schopenhauer and von Hartmann had already pointed out such facts as manifestations of the unconscious. 320 Goethe, who used to dictate his work, once analyzed the errors made by his secretaries. 321 He found that some errors were his own, some were due to the secretary's unfamiliarity with difficult or foreign words, but others came from the emotional state of the secretary, who, for instance, thought he heard the name of the person he loved and wrote it in the place of what had actually been said. In Freud's time, psychology had begun to investigate the problem. In 1895, Mehringer and Mayer had published a study on the slips of the tongue, but they were more concerned with pronunciation than with meanings. 322 Several other sources were closer to Freud's approach. One was the studies of Hans Gross, the celebrated criminalist of Gress and founder of judicial psychology. 323 In the 1880s, Gross systematically searched the testimony of witnesses and accused persons for meaningful slips of the tongue and kindred manifestations, and published relevant observations in his articles and textbooks. Gross told of a man who substituted for a genuine witness in order to give false testimony, first verbally and then in writing, and who betrayed himself at the very last moment by inadvertently signing his real name under his false testimony. Gross found that false witnesses invariably betrayed themselves, even if by only one word, and also by their attitude, mien, or gestures. There also was a humorous novel by Theodore Vischer in which he created and made popular the term the malice of objects, top day objects, to describe the misadventures that continually happened to some people, as if some little demon controlled the objects, hiding or substituting them. 324 The notion of parapraxes, if not their theory, was well known to some of Freud's contemporaries. Karl Kraus, in his journal Die Fackel, used to collect amusing misprints that showed that the typographer had guessed and involuntarily betrayed the true thought of the writer. Some writers currently use parapraxes as a device that was so obvious that it was not necessary to explain it to the reader. In his Journey to the Center of the Earth, 325 Jules Verne depicted an old German professor trying to decipher a cryptogram with the help of his nephew, who is secretly in love with the professor's daughter Graubin. The young man believes to have found the key, and to his amazement it gives him these words: I am in love with Graubin. In 20,000 Leagues Under the SEA 326, the same author tells how Professor Aronnax seeks for giant pearls at the bottom of the sea. He omits to inform his companions that the place is infested by sharks, but when he tells them about a giant oyster, he says it contains no less than 150 sharks. Seeing his companion's surprise, he promptly exclaims, "Did I say sharks? I mean 150 pearls. Sharks would have no meaning." The Psychopathology of Everyday Life was well received, frequently retyped, enlarged, and translated into many languages, and psychoanalysts began publishing their own collections of parapraxes. 327 Freud's fourth great contribution to depth psychology was his book Jokes and Their Relation to the Unconscious, a topic on which he had started to work in 1897. 328 Many theories had arisen about the psychology of jokes, the comic, and of humor. Freud had been stimulated by Theodore Lip's book Comic und Humor, but his true starting point was his observation of certain similarities between the mechanisms of jokes and of dreams. 32 Freud distinguished in jokes a certain technique and a certain tendency, in other words, an element of form and one of content. He found techniques of condensation, displacement, expression of an idea by the contrary, and so on, similar to those of the dream work. In regard to the tendencies, Freud distinguished harmless jokes, whose pleasure came only from the technique, and the tendentious, whose mainsprings were either aggressiveness or obscenity, or both. Obscene jokes imply the presence of at least three persons, the joker, the subject, and a spectator. They mentally express the desire to strip or seduce. Jokes are enjoyed both because of the tendencies and the techniques. The tendentious jokes also help us to tolerate repressed needs, allowing a socially acceptable way of giving vent to them. The two main differences Freud found between dreams and jokes were that dreams express wish fulfillment and jokes satisfy the pleasure of play. Dreams are a regression from the level of language to thinking in pictures, but in jokes the regression is from logical language to play language, the ludic function of language in which young children find so much pleasure. Freud's book on jokes is one of the least read of his works. It is full of amusing but untranslatable puns and implies the reader's knowledge of the German classics such as Heine and Lichtenberg. Its Jewish stories were funnier to readers of that time than to readers of today. It is the work of a man who immensely enjoyed topical anecdotes and wit, but much of it would need a commentary today. To a greater degree than the interpretation of dreams, this book reflects contemporary Viennese life. With this work, Freud erected a little memorial to the spirit of the Vienna of the dual monarchy. 330 We have so far summarized depth psychology's assumptions regarding Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis. 497 Hysteria, dreams, parapraxes, and jokes. Now we will try to define the two common models that lie under these assumptions. The one is simple, the other more complex. Repression j __________________________________________________________________________________________________________ TTT. The simple model can be expressed graphically by two lines running parallel. The upper is the level of consciousness and apparent manifestations. The lower is the level of unconsciousness and the hidden manifestations that are the cause of the conscious manifestations. Psychological life is displayed simultaneously on these two levels, which can be very different from each other and can conflict. This model was originally worked out by Breuer and Freud in their studies in hysteria. On the upper line we put the hysterical symptoms, and on the lower the unconscious motivations that Breuer and Freud, following Charcot and Janet, found to be unconscious representations, or in the language of that time traumatic reminiscences. Suppose the symptom S is on the upper line, and the traumatic reminiscence T is on the lower. The association between S and T is threefold. There is a hermeneutic relationship. The symptom is like the cipher in a known language that helps one to decipher the text in an unknown language. There is a relationship of effect to cause, and thirdly there is a therapeutic relationship. S can be removed by exerting a certain maneuver on T, such as bringing it into awareness and abreacting it. The clinical interpretation, the scientific understanding, and the therapeutic removal of the symptom thus almost coincide. This is a development of what Janet and Breuer had found. Freud's innovation was his dynamic concept of the relationship of S and T. T has a tendency to express itself in consciousness, but T is checked and held in the unconscious by means of an active force called repression. This inner conflict absorbs psychological energy that can be freed when the patient is cured of his symptom. The success of repression is variable. If repression is extremely strong, the traumatic reminiscences can remain latent and S disappears, at least temporarily. If repression is extremely weak, T emerges directly to the surface and expresses itself in undisguised form. Here S and T are so similar that there is no need of deciphering. We have to deal with a symptomatic action. In the intermediate cases, when repression is unable to keep T entirely in the unconscious, there is a kind of balance or compromise between both forces in the form of a symptom. S expresses T in disguised form and needs to be deciphered. The same model applies to the psychology of dreams, with the difference that instead of symptom S we have the manifest content, instead of the trauma T we have the latent content, and between them the forces of repression are called censor and result in the mechanisms of displacement and condensation. Here, too, we find three types of dreams. The first are irretrievably lost as soon as the dreamer awakens, comparable to those latent symptoms where repression is so powerful that nothing appears at the surface. The opposite type are those lucid, infantile dreams comparable to the symptomatic acts. The repression is so weak that the latent content is shown undisguised in the manifest content. Most dreams are of the intermediate type, a compromise between the unconscious forces striving to express themselves in consciousness, and the forces of repression. The same schema also applies to parapraxes. In the case of symptomatic forgetting, for instance, we have as S the loss of memory, instead of T the disturbing latent representation, and between them the force of repression. Here also we see the three types, as distinguished by Dalby's. 33L. The first are the inhibited acts where there is complete and successful repression, as in forgetting something important that one has known well. The opposite are the symptomatic acts performed under the influence of an unconscious impulse, where the individual does not know why he acts as he does. Between the two is a group of disturbed acts where repression is incomplete. Most slips of the tongue and slips of the pen belong in this group. In regard to jokes, a similar model can be applied, provided that the play on words itself is given instead of S and the underlying thought instead of, and the technique of witticism is given instead of repression. Thus far we have described the simpler model of depth psychology, but there is also a more complex model that comprises an upper and a lower floor. In hysteria we find on the upper floor the symptoms connected by chains of memory to some traumatic reminiscence of puberty, and from there to the childhood memory on the lower floor. In the dream the upper floor shows the manifest content connected through the dream work and the censor to the latent content. The latter is related to the lower floor, the seat of repressed childhood wishes. In the psychopathology of everyday life an equally complex model applies to those screen memories where an event of adolescence, between the present memory and the childhood event, gives the clue. Finally, the two-story model applies to those jokes in which preliminary pleasure is offered by the technique, comparable to the dream work, but on the lower level a malicious or sexual pleasure finds its gratification. But this is not all, since depth psychology offers the kernel of a third, still more complex model. As in the adult mind Freud found the influence of the forgotten world of childhood, so he visualized a deeper layer, common to mankind, to which belong many of the universal sexual symbols found Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 499 in Dreams. It was not long before Freud was to deduce, from the universal character of the Oedipus complex, the concept of the murder of the primordial father by his sons. All these concepts of depth psychology may appear theoretical and abstract, but they become a living reality when illustrated with a clinical case. Such is the classical story of Dora, who was treated by Freud in 1900, although he published her history only in 1905.332. This history is remarkable for its literary value and the skill with which the author maintains the reader in suspense throughout. At the start Freud takes great pains to explain that there is nothing wrong in discussing sexual matters under a scientific viewpoint. This precaution seems strange when one considers the flood of sexual pathological literature that continued to submerge Europe since craft heaving. The story of Dora may also be viewed as belonging to the contemporary uncovering literature. In truly Ibsenine fashion we are at first confronted with a seemingly harmless situation, but as the story unfolds we are led to discover complex relationships, and weighty secrets are disclosed. Dora, a young lady of 18, afflicted with a few classical symptoms of petite history, lives with her father, a well-to-do industrialist, her mother, who is totally absorbed in her household duties, and an older brother. As in many families, the daughter is attached to the father, and the son to the mother. Dora's parents have a close friendship with Mr. and Mrs. K, with whom they often spend their vacations, and Dora gives her affectionate care to their two small children. A first inquiry already shows a turbid situation. Dora's father, who is frequently ill, is nursed by Mrs. K, and Dora resents this. Mr. K overwhelms Dora with presents and flowers. To her annoyance, indignantly, Dora reveals to her mother that Mr. K has been making propositions to her, which her father refuses to believe/see. Mr. K denies everything and retorts that he learned from his wife that Dora has been reading the semi-pornographic writings of Mantgaza 333. Gradually, Dora makes increasingly surprising confessions to her analyst. She is fully aware of her father's and Mrs. K's adulterous relationship. 4 years earlier, Mr. K had kissed her and she had been strongly repelled by him. She feels herself deli-aired up to Mr. K by her father in exchange for Mr. K's consent to her father's affair with Mrs. K. On the other hand, it becomes obvious that Dora abets her father's actions. Thereupon one also learns of a governess who had enlightened her upon sexual matters, had explained to her the nature of her father's relationship with Mrs. K, and, being herself in love with Dora's father, she lavished her care upon the young person. But when Dora realized this, she caused her parents to discharge the governess. Conversely, it becomes clear that if Dora is so strongly attached to the K's small children, it is because she is deeply in love with Mr. K, in spite of her assertions to the contrary. Nonetheless, Dora is much attached to her father, and it appears that the secret aim of her hysterical neurosis is to touch the heart of her father and detach him from Mrs. K. But this is not all. By means of veiled intimations, Dora gives to understand that she is aware that her father is sexually impotent and that therefore his relationships with Mrs. K must necessarily be of an abnormal nature. Indeed, it seems that Dora is far better informed on sexual matters than it appeared at first. It is there that the analyst finds the key to an understanding of Dora's hysterical cough. But Dora is not only in love with her father and with Mr. K, she also had a romantic attachment to Mrs. K. In former years, Dora used to share a room with her and still speaks of her adorable white body, and it was Mrs. K who, even before the governess, had taught her sexual matters and lent her the books by Mantgaza. But from the moment when Dora understood that Mrs. K cared for her only because she loved her father, she rejected her exactly as she did the governess later. At this point, psychoanalysis shows itself able to go farther than anything that uncovering literature would have attained. Freud wants to demonstrate how dream interpretation will further a treatment in filling in memory gaps and by furnishing an explanation of the symptoms. The two dreams of Dora and their interpretation are far too complex to summarize here. Let it merely be said that the first dream expressed her wish for her father to help her to ward off the temptation of Mr. K. That it reveals her old incestuous love for her father, that she had indulged in childhood masturbation, that she knew that her father had gotten syphilis and had transmitted it to her mother, and that she had overheard sexual intimacies between her parents. The second dream leads the reader still farther into the realms of Dora's secret sexual wishes and of the symbolism of a kind of sexual geography. This short account cannot convey the full complexity of Dora's story with the intricacies of the interpersonal relationships and their reflection as neurotic symptoms. So we see how Dora's mother regularly becomes ill on the eve of her husband's return, whereas Dora is ailing as long as Mr. K is away and recovers when he comes back. We also learn how people borrow, as it were, each other's neurotic symptoms. How in other instances somatic symptoms are the expression of hidden or unconscious feelings. How denial can be the equivalent of a confession. And how accusations against others may represent self-accusations. The hermeneutic and therapeutic importance of transference is also brought to light. Present-day psychoanalysts would consider Dora's 3-month treatment far too brief and the technique employed no longer adequate in many regards. But aside from its intrinsic interest, the Dora case shows exactly the stage reached by depth psychology in the early 1900s. Freud himself had proclaimed that the unconscious makes no distinction between facts and fantasies. Some readers found that this distinction was not sharp enough in the Dora case and remained unconvinced. It is in this light that the early controversies around psychoanalysis must be viewed. Freud's work Vita Libido Theory in 1905. Freud published his 3 essays on sexual theory. 334. This concise pamphlet gives the impression of being a digest of a more extensive book, rather than an original work in itself. Here, too, later editions have Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 501 been considerably augmented, and to understand the original theory one should read it in the 1905 edition. The first essay classifies sexual deviations according to object and to aim. In the former group is inversion, homosexuality, in whose etiology Freud pointed out the basic bisexuality of human beings, and the lack of sharp delineation between perversion and the normal varieties of sexuality. In the sexuality of neurotics, Freud saw 3 features: the forceful repression of a strong sexual drive, a sexuality of a perverse quality, neurosis is the negative of perversion, and its infantile characteristics, as yet ununafy, partial drives localized in erogenous zones. The second essay deals with infantile sexuality. Why has this phenomenon been almost unknown? Asked Freud. Not only because of conventional ideas about the innocence of the child, but because of peculiar amnesia, similar to that caused by repression in neurotics, blots out the memory of the first 6 or 8 years of life. This amnesia serves for each individual as a prehistory. The latency period, which follows, results not only from cultural but from organic conditions, and enables the sublimation of sexual instincts for the benefit of society. Freud then described the successive phases of the development of infantile sexuality. First, there is an autoerotic phase, in which any part of the body can be an erogenous zone, but its usual site is the mouth, with gratification in the form of sucking. After this oral phase, the anus becomes the main erogenous zone, and the retention of feces provides gratification. This zone is replaced in the third phase by the genitals, hence the frequency of infantile masturbation. During these phases the child is polymorph perverse, which means that the potentialities for all perversions are present, and under specific circumstances may be developed in many adults. Freud also gave a list of sources of sexual stimulation, including rhythmic movements, muscular activity, strong emotions, and intensive intellectual work, and he pointed out the constitutional element in the individual varieties of sexuality. In later editions Freud added to the second essay details of infantile sexual theories, and the effects of the primal scene, the observation by the child of parental sexual intercourse. The third essay is entitled The Transformations in Puberty. Following the biological upheaval of puberty, there is a shift from autoeroticism to sexual objects, from partial drives to their unification under the primacy of the genital zone, and from individual pleasure to the service of procreation. At this stage, sexual pleasure, such as it existed in the child, survives in the form of preliminary pleasure, an incentive to fuller gratification. Freud compared this mechanism to that of those jokes where the technique provides preliminary pleasure, and stimulates deeper gratification through release of aggressive or erotic feelings. There follows the psychosexual differentiation of men and women. Libido, Freud said, is fundamentally masculine in nature, whether it occurs in men or women, and whatever its object, but at the same time Freud adopted from Fleiss the fundamental bisexuality of human beings. Freud then described the development of psychosexuality in men, in whom it is simple, and in women, where it is more complex, hence woman's greater predisposition to hysteria. The remainder of the essay is devoted to the problem of finding a love object. The very first object of infantile sexuality is one's own body in the mother's breast. After weaning, sexuality becomes autoerotic and only later does sexuality have to be redirected to an object. The first object, the mother, in kissing and fondling the infant, awakens his infantile sexuality, which leads to the Oedipus situation, a point that was to be considerably developed in later psychoanalytic literature. Freud pointed out the importance of this early education for the future love choice and the destiny of the individual. In his recapitulation, Freud emphasized the role of the constitutional element, in which he also refers to the frequency of hereditary syphilis in neurotics. In spite of their brevity, the 3 essays contain a synthesis of considerable width and scope, upon which Freud himself, and generations of psychoanalysts, were to expand. We shall not dwell upon these developments that have been explained in detail by so many authors. We shall only try to place Freud's theories into the context of contemporary sexual pathology. Freud's sexual theories revolve around several themes. First, the concept of libido, that is of the sexual instinct with its embryology, successive phases of evolution, and metamorphoses. Second, an emphasis on the vicissitudes of the love object choice, particularly on the Oedipus complex. Third, based on the correcting, an interpretation of certain character types, notably the oral and the anal types, of neuroses and sexual deviations. Fourth, a system of sexual symbolism. And finally, an inquiry into early events of sexual life, early sexual fantasies, and their roles in subsequent emotional life. When the three essays appeared in 1905, the zeitgeist was of extreme interest in sexual problems, and it is difficult to distinguish the limit between Freud's sources and the parallel developments that were taking place around him. 335 contemporary sexual mores at that time had retained little, if anything, of the attitude symbolized by the word Victorianism. August 4, in his memoirs, gives a lively description of the laxity of sexual mores in Vienna, adding that it is not any better in Paris. 336 Silberg mentions that leagues of free love were thriving all over the Tsarist Empire among students and adolescents, and that this was a phenomenon of a sociological nature by no means limited to Russia. Problems of venereal diseases, contraception, and sexual enlightenment of children were discussed freely everywhere. All possible facets of sexual life appeared with glaring frankness, in Silberg's terms, in the works of Maupassant, Schnitzler, Wedekind, and many others. They also were discussed in a somewhat vehement fashion Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 503 in journals such as Karl Kraus Die Fackel. Schopenhauer had already given metaphysics of sex as a central place in his philosophy. Now, Weininger had brought forth the doctrine of sexual mysticism in a book that was enormously successful. Further similar systems were to be developed by Rozanov and Windhus. Above all, the new science of sexual pathology, which had grown slowly during the 19th century, had received its decisive impetus 30 years earlier with the publication of Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis. Since 1886, the flow of literature on that subject had grown steadily and had become difficult to survey. In 1899, Magnus Hirschfeld had started the publication of a yearbook, part of which tried to cover the then current bibliography. 340, whereas the first volume had 282 pages, the fourth, in 1902, counted 980 pages, the fifth, in 1903, had 1,368 pages, the sixth, in 1904, 744 pages, and that of 1905, 1,084 pages. No wonder that there is not much in Freud's 1HRE essays that cannot be found among the facts, theories, and speculations contained in that flood of literature. The sources of the libido theory are multiple. Let it be recalled that the terms autoerotism, erogenous zones, and libido were already in use. 341 The first models of a unified concept of the sexual instinct had been drawn by philosophers, beginning with Plato. Both Plato and Freud taught the original bisexuality of the human being and the sublimation of the sexual instinct. Georgiadis points out that Freud considered libido as masculine, while Plato valued homosexual love above heterosexual, and considered the sublimation of a homosexual love as the origin of all higher feelings. 342 Deep reaching analogies between Freud's libido theory and Schopenhauer's philosophy have been mentioned previously. 343 as well as Ariadne's widened concept of the sexual instinct. 344 Biologists followed in the footsteps of the philosophers. Blay, in 1884, suggested that the original anatomical bisexuality could leave physiological traces in the human, and that these in turn could be the starting point of homosexuality. 345 In turn, similar theories were developed by clinicians. Dessoy 346 in 1894, and MOLL 347 in 1898, described two stages of evolution of the sexual instinct, an undifferentiated stage followed by a differentiated one. Some individuals, they said, remain at least partly in the undifferentiated stage, hence the occurrence of homosexuality or other perversions. Two works in 1903 proposed a theory based on the concept of the fundamental bisexuality of man. One was Weininger's celebrated Sex and Character already referred to, the other was in a less philosophical but more clinical approach Herman's book, Libido and Mania. 348 All sexual deviations, Herman says, originate from the combined effect of human bisexuality and disturbances in the stages of evolution of the libido, in the sense given to that term by Moll. Sexual abnormities are classified in three groups. First, the various forms of asexualism, sexual infantilism, autoerotism and the like. Second, those derived from bisexualism. Third, those that belong to supersexualism, mostly the abnormal, senile sexuality. The bulk of sexual deviations belong to the second group, in which Herman classifies in pairs, Uranism, lesbianism, sadism, masochism, and so on. Whether the undifferentiated libido will be directed toward a man or woman greatly depends upon chance. Maynard is referred to in that regard. 349 Herman's libido and mania was certainly known to Freud, since he mentioned it in his three essays. Notions of infantile sexuality in early phases of sexual development were not quite new. The idea that the infant's pleasure at the mother's breast found later expressions in aesthetic pleasure was already seen by Erasmus Darwin. 350 The pioneer investigator of oral eroticism in children was the Hungarian pediatrician Lindner, who described many varieties of thumb-sucking, simple and combined, and assumed that these were expressions of infantile erotic gratification. 351 This paper had drawn some attention from Krafft-Ebing and others, who assumed that certain nursing women also obtained erotic gratification from breastfeeding. Freud's concept of anal eroticism seems to be more original, although some of its aspects had been anticipated. Charles Fourier, the utopian French socialist, ranged the drive to play with mud and dirt as a transient childhood phase among the basic human instincts. 352 Fourier proposed to socialize that drive. Children in this phase would be organized into little gangs of dung collectors, to their own delight and the benefit of society. On a more speculative level, a representative of romantic medicine, K.R. Hoffman, had developed a theory that to excrete was not just a bodily function, but was a basic drive of life, Grundtrieb des Lebens, which could occasionally turn itself against the individual. 353 A correlation between Freud's theory of anal eroticism and the zeitgeist may also be pointed out. It is a human tendency to neglect things that are too obvious, and to pay attention to them when they disappear. Thus the folklore of European peasants remained unknown to scientists or was despised by them, until it began to decline, and only then did folklorists arise to record it. In a similar way, for centuries mankind had taken the sight and smell of excrements for granted, but when, at the end of the 19th century, plumbing became general, when men began to live in a dulcified and deodorized world, attention was drawn to this matter. The new preoccupation was illustrated by a 600-page compilation by Krauss and L.H.M., giving a general survey of the roles of excrement in various populations of the world, with a laudatory foreword written by Freud in which he speaks of coprophilic manifestations in children, their repression, and their connection with the sexual instinct. 354 What Freud said of the phallic phase of libido reflected a general concern of his time. Educators, pediatricians, and sexual pathologists all knew of the frequency of masturbation among infants and young children, and were concerned about the possibilities of the seduction of children by servants and other adults. 355 The existence of childhood sexuality was no Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 505 doubt ignored by many, or considered a rare and abnormal occurrence, but there were those who knew better. Special mention should be made of the popular books by Michelet, Our Sons, and Woman. The latter was known to Freud, since he quoted it in another connection. 356 The term and concept of sublimation were well known, and Freud never claimed to have introduced them. They are mentioned as a current idea in a novel published in 1785, and later used by Naevelus, Schopenhauer, and particularly by Nietzsche. 357 Freud systematized the idea that the sexual instinct underwent its first phases of development in infancy, followed by a latency period, that its apparent beginning at puberty was really revival and reorganization. Similar facts have been observed and described first by Dallemagne, and then by Rivet, but these authors considered such development an exception. 358 The idea of the sexual instinct being directed toward the subject itself instead of toward an exterior object was fairly widespread. The concept of narcissistic love, having been abundantly developed by poets and writers, had reached psychiatrists. 35 Havelock Ellis had described various forms of autoerotism, and had introduced the term narcissism. The great importance of the images of the mother and father for the future love life of the individual had also been anticipated, and Nietzsche was not the only one who had believed that every man bears in himself the image of his mother, and on the quality of that image will depend his future attitude to women. In a celebrated novel, Laclos had his arch-seducer Valmont explain that one cannot seduce an innocent and honest young lady until one has destroyed in her respect for her mother. 360 Jules Sloffart explained that it was his loss of respect for his mother that caused Hamlet to treat Ophelia so roughly. 361 Freud's innovation was the introduction and systematization of this concept of the father and mother imago into psychiatry. That an erotic bond can arise between infant and mother was well known by many educators. Stendhal had told of his early incestuous love for his mother. 362 Michelet had popularized this notion. Freud now asserted that, within limits, this bond was natural and normal, and added the ideas of the child's death wishes toward his father, and of his fear of punishment and castration by the father. The full concept of the Oedipus complex, as Freud was later to systematize it, included these three components: an incestuous wish toward the mother, a wish to kill the father, and the image of a cruel, castrating father. Actually, the mythological model of that complex is not so much to be found in the Oedipus drama as it is in the myth of Saturn and Jupiter. Saturn was threatened with death by his father Uranus, the first god of the world, but was saved by his mother. Saturn then castrated his father. Later, Saturn ate his own children except for the youngest, Jupiter, who was saved by his mother. Jupiter then supplanted his father. The same myth has been found in India and among the Hittites. 363 to Dumazil, a historian QF religions. This myth is simply a reflection of conditions that once existed. 364 In ancient dynasties of India, political and sexual powers were identified with each other, and the king was a great tyrannical male, fearful of being dethroned and robbed of his virility by his sons. On the other hand, philosophers of India explained the process of rebirth by attributing feelings to the reincarnate similar to those of the Oedipus complex. Vasubandhu described it in the following way: the intermediate being possesses the divine eye. It sees the place of its birth. However far, it sees its father and mother united. Its spirit is disturbed by the effect of complacency and hostility. If it is a male, it is seized by the desire of a male toward his mother. If it is female, it is seized by the desi, of the female toward the father. On the other hand, it hates the father or the mother, which it regards as either a male or a female rival. As it is said in the Prajanapti, then occurs in the Gandharva either a thought of lust or a thought of hatred. The spirit being so troubled by these two erroneous thoughts that, by amorous wish, it attaches itself to the place where the two organs are joined, fancying that it is itself which becomes united, the intermediate being thus enjoying the pleasure of installing itself in the matrix. $3 GT. 5 One of the aspects of psychoanalysis that became most popular pertains to sexual symbols, the Freudian symbols. In this field, Freud's many predecessors can be placed into 4 groups. 1. Anthropologists made collections of the traditional obscene symbols found in Praetic poetry, and of cryptidae from all countries. Freud thus was asked to give psychoanalytic comments for a collection of that kind by the folklorist Oppenheim. 366-2. The interest in dream symbols also drew attention to those with a sexual meaning. According to Lionel Augustine and Duncan, the dream book of the Renaissance, that of Pyrrhus, describes dreams of serpents, trees, flowers, gardens, teeth, columns, and grottos, having meaning similar to those of Freudian symbolism. 367 The first objective study of dream symbolism was by Steamer, and we recall that the symbols found by him as being sexual were identical to those described 39 years later in Freud's interpretation of dreams. 368-3. Wide investigations of sexual symbolism in cults, myths, and religions have been carried out throughout the 19th century. The pioneer of these studies, Jacques-Antoine Dulaure, contended that early civilizations who worshipped the sun incorporated its regenerative forces into the image of the phallus. 369 He described at length the cult of the phallus and its symbolism, with innumerable examples from ancient civilizations. This book had enormous success, and popularized the idea that a universal cult Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 507 of the phallus had existed. Many amateur archaeologists became infatuated with the search for symbolic relics of that cult. To give only one example, in Flaubert's novel, Bouvard et Picochette, the two heroes of the story, in their preoccupation with Celtic archaeology, take for granted that the cumulus symbolizes the female organ and the Pierre Levy the male, that the towers, pyramids, church candles, milestones, and trees were phallic symbols. They opened a department of phalluses in their private museum. Meanwhile, a serious scholar, Adalbert Kuhn, interpreted ritual fire kindling as symbolic of human generation. 370 In the middle of the Victorian era in England, George Cox explained the sexual symbolism of ancient religions. The rod, the tree, the shepherd's staff, the scepter, the serpent, the bull, were male symbols, and the ark, the ship, the cup, including the Holy Grail, the well, the basket, the lamp, the lotus, were female symbols. Since the thoughts aroused by the recognition of the difference between men and women are among the most mysterious stirrings of the human heart, Cox admitted that a philosophy which professed to reconcile the natural impulses of the worshippers with a sense of right and duty would carry with it a strange and almost irresistible fascination. In Germany, Nagel interpreted the cult of the serpent in antiquity as a phallic cult. 372 In Italy, Gubernati's developed a systematic theory of the universal sexual symbolism taken from botany 73 in zoology. 374-4. Clinical experience had furnished many data on sexual symbolism. Romantic psychiatry dwelt on the role of sexual impulses and frustrations in psychoses. 375 Newman, later Santless, and to a lesser extent Griesinger, decrypt the disguised manifestations of the sexual instinct in their patients. The awareness that many forms of pathological mysticism resulted from repressed sexuality was current knowledge among novelists, psychiatrists, and religious writers. 376 The criminologist Hans Gross also made a systematic inquiry into the disguised forms of frustrated sexuality and their role in criminality. Another field of Freud's inquiry was the venatals and vicissitudes of sexual fantasies and their subsequent role in emotional life. Freud contended that the observation by young children of their parents' sexual intercourse, that is, of what he called the primal scene, had a deep-reaching disturbing influence on the child, especially when interpreted as a sadistic act. Freud also attributed a great deal of importance to the theories young children imagine in order to answer their own questions about how babies come into the world, and their parents' sexual relations. Freud mentioned it as a further argument in favor of the contemporary trend to give children sexual enlightenment. Another fantasy was the family romance occurring in certain children who imagine their real parents to be of much higher social status than their actual parents. This topic was considerably developed by Otto Rank. 377 Here again we find a psychoanalytic reflection of a contemporary, popular theme. In that period, when most European countries had a king or emperor, many mental patients claimed to be descendants of sovereign families, or even to be the legitimate monarch. Krafft Ebing described a variety of these delusions under the name of originaria paranoia. This term has often been misunderstood as delusion about one's family origin. Actually, it meant a form of paranoia whose origin could be traced to the age of beginning memory. In France, one celebrated patient, Hercule Rouet, was, following her claims of royal birth, committed to a mental hospital, but released with a substantial compensation because of a technical error in the committal order. She published 2 autobiographies. In one she dissembled a great part of her delusional ideas, in the other she expressed them fully. 378 Freud's originality was in showing that the family romance does not only exist under extreme paranoid forms, but is frequent among children in its embryonic form, and also has some relevance to folklore and mythology. Current accounts of Freud's life state that the publication of his sexual theories aroused anger because of their unheard of novelty in a Victorian society. Documentary evidence shows that this does not correspond to fact. Freud's 3 essays appeared in the midst of a flood of contemporary literature on sexology and were favorably received. 379 Freud's main originality was to synthesize ideas and concepts, the majority of which lay scattered or partially organized, and to apply them directly to psychotherapy. A clinical illustration was the case of Little Hans, which was for the libido theory what the Dora case had been for depth psychology. The story has less literary quality than the Dora case and makes for lengthier reading. It was told by the father of Little Hans and commented upon by Freud. Hans was the firstborn of a psychoanalyst who was one of Freud's closest disciples. His mother lavished tender care upon him. She often took him in her bed. And even, as it appears later, she often took him with her when she went to the toilet. At the age of 3, Hans was much interested in his whittler. Having asked his mother whether she had one, she said, yes. When he was 3112 his mother discovered that he masturbated and threatened him with castration. At about the same time his little sister was born. Hans was told that the stork had brought her. But he was impressed by the doctor's bag and the basins full of water and blood in his mother's room. He became preoccupied with whether other people and animals had a wiggler and seemed particularly interested by the large size of those of horses. He came to the conclusion that the presence of that organ distinguished animate from inanimate beings, however. He noticed that his little sister did not have one, and he said that it would //. Even before the age of 4, Hans was of a polygamous disposition. He fell in love with a series of girls from 7 to 8 years of age, but he also put his arms tenderly around a 5-year-old boy cousin. At the age of 4% years, Hans, as it was found later, saw a horse, which Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 509 was drawing a he3/I loaded carriage, fall to the ground. Shortly afterwards he became increasingly anxious, clung much more to his mother, and then expressed fear of going into the street lest a horse bite him. Freud advised the father to tell Hans that he feared horses because he was so much interested in their wigglers, and to gradually start winning him some sexual enlightenment. This was the beginning of a 4-month-long RJRSS, January to May, 1908. The boy's sayings, dreams, spontaneous plays, were recorded by his father and communicated to Freud. The phobia extended to giraffes, elephants, and pelicans, after a visit to the Schönbrunn Zoo. One morning Hans told of the fantasy of 2 giraffes in his room. A big one and a crumpled one. The big one cried because Hans took the crumpled one. This was interpreted by the father as a transposition of a little family scene. Hans was in the habit of coming into his parents' room early in the morning. His father would say his mother should not take him in her bed. And she would say it did not matter if she took him for a short while, which she did. The big giraffe was interpreted as being his father's big penis, the crumpled one his mother's genital organs. On March 30th, 1908, his father took Hans on a short visit to Freud's office. Freud explained to the boy that he feared his father because he loved his mother so much. This 1ISIT11ASFOLLM1ED by a substantial improvement, but the phobia soon expanded to any one topics. Namely large, rough horses drawing heavily loaded carts. Furniture one answer and the like. Hans told of horses falling down and kicking with their feet. Then he took a disgust for yellow ladies' pants and was preoccupied with excrement, with bathtubs, with loaded carts and boxes, and so on. One morning Hans fantasied that while he was in his bath, the plumber unscrewed the bathtub and stuck him in the stomach with a borer. The father's interpretation was, being in his mother's bed, his father pushed him out with his big penis. The later interpretation 11 is in the sense of a generation fantasy. The father put him in his mother's womb 11ith his big penis. Hans' aversion for baths was connected 11th his wish that his mother take a1bay her hand while bathing his little sister, so that the child would drown. The fantasy of the falling horse was interpreted as being the 11ish, and at the same time the fear that his father would fall DM1N and die, and also as a fantasy of his mother in the process of childbirth. In fact, it 11 has found that Hans had not believed the stork story and had understood much about his mother's pregnancy. At the root of Hans' phobia thus appeared his 11ish to possess his mother, and that his father and little sister he dead, his castration complex, the influence of early infantile sexual theories, and his resentment against his parents for having told him the untrue story about the stork. On April 25, 1908, Hans, who had just reached the age of 5, was answering some of his father's questions. In a climate of confidence and acceptance, he admitted that he would like to see him dead and marry his mother. This was the culminating point of the therapeutic process. And from that time on, the remnants of the phobia gradually receded. The Oedipus complex had been overcome. 380 The story of little Hans 11AS not accepted as easily as had been Freud's prior publications, but the meaning of that skepticism had been misunderstood. It is not so much that it was found immoral, but rather that some readers found that the child had been erotically precocious to an unusual extent before his phobia. They also wondered whether the phobia itself had not developed as a consequence of the father's inquisitive attitude and suggestive questions. Testimonial psychology, which was in 1909 a new and fashionable branch of psychology, brought numerous examples of children giving false testimonies, which proved to be the response to unconscious suggestion, children having an uncanny ability to sense what adults expect them to testify. Psychoanalysts hailed the story of little Hans as the first confirmation of Freud's theory of infantile sexuality obtained by direct observation on a child. It was also the first example of child analysis, which, however, was to develop later along different lines, and was also the first control analysis on record. Rev. Oscar Pfister 3111 commented upon the changes that had occurred in psychoanalysis. Originally, Freud attributed neurotic symptoms to the repression of painful memories, mostly of a sexual nature, the term sexuality being taken in its usual sense. Healing was achieved through labor action. In 1913, psychoanalysis told of the repression of fantasies as well as of memories, and of neurotic symptoms originating in the Oedipus complex. Healing occurred through the analysis of transference and resistance. The concept of sexuality was now extended to include, under the name of psychosexuality, all categories comprised under the word love. This would have solved psychoanalysis of the accusation of pansexualism. However, certain critics felt that the concept of psychosexuality made the theory of libido and especially that of sublimation even more difficult to grasp. Freud's work 6 From Metapsychology to Ego Psychoanalysis by 1913 it would have seemed that the psychoanalytic theory had achieved its completion. However, and to the surprise of Freud's followers, a great metamorphosis was still to occur. This time the newer teaching was not contained in a single book, such as Interpretation of Dreams and the 3 essays, but in a series of articles and brief monographs spaced over a period of 10 years. In 1914, Freud proposed, in the Introduction to Narcissism, his new views as a hypothesis which he was willing to retract or alter, should facts contradict it. 3. 2 Until then the notions of the conflict between conscious and unconscious, and the dualism of libido and ego drives, had been fundamental in psychoanalysis. In the 3 essays Freud had already spoken of an early stage of autoerotism preceding the cathexis of the libido on the first object, the mother. In the meantime Jung had explained that schizophrenia resulted from an introversion of libido, and Adler had emphasized the importance of self-esteem. Havelock Ellis in England, and Nick in Germany, had described narcissism as a specific form of sexual deviation in which the individual is in love with himself. Freud's theory of narcissism seems to have been designed to meet all these. Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 511 This theory entailed a new systematization of the drive theory. Freud's former distinction of non-sexual, ego drives and sexual, libido was modified by the new concept of ego libido, so that there were now 2 kinds of ego drives, libidinal and non-libidinal. Freud kept the concept of an early stage of autoerotism, but said that as the ego begins to be differentiated, the heretofore diffuse libido focused thereon, and this was primary narcissism. In the following stage, a portion of primary narcissism is retained, and the libido is largely cathected on the mother and subsequently on other objects. The object libido may retract and be reinvested in the ego, what Freud later called secondary narcissism. A residue of primary narcissism will be found through analysis of normal individuals, and even more in neurotics, homosexuals, and others. Retraction of the object libido explains such conditions as delusions of grandeur, hypochondriasis, schizophrenia, and paraphrenia. Normally, amorous feeling proceeds directly from object libido and this is analytic love. If the entire libido is cathected in another person, and not enough retained for the ego, it is infatuation. Love of the narcissistic type happens when primary narcissism has been unduly prolonged. The individual then sees in the object only what he himself is, has been, and would like to be. This theory of narcissism was to be the prelude to a complete restructuring of the framework of psychoanalytic theory. In 1915, Freud announced that he was working on a book entitled Introduction to Metapsychology, consisting of 12 essays, but of these only 5 were ever published. Freud felt the need of rebuilding a conceptual framework that would be sufficiently comprehensive to encompass all the facts and aspects of psychoanalysis. He defined metapsychology as a system that would describe psychological facts from the topographical, the dynamic, and the economic points of view. The topographical, referring to a well-known quotation from Fechner, meant the distinction of the unconscious, the preconscious, and the conscious. The dynamic referred to psychic forces in conflict with each other. The economic meant the regulation of mental forces through the pleasure-unpleasure principle. In drives and their vicissitudes, Freud defined the drives as psychical representatives of endosomatic, continuously flowing sources of stimulation, in contrast with the sensory stimuli that originate in specific external excitation. 383 Freud then defined the general features of the drives, their force, their aim, their source, and their vicissitudes, reversal into the opposite, turning against the subject, repression, and sublimation. Freud also mentioned the process of introjection. The infant introjects pleasure and projects unpleasure. Finally, Freud touched on the genesis of love and hate, contending that though they form a pair of opposites, hatred has its root in an earlier stage of psychic life than love. The last point, which contradicted the original libido theory, was the forerunner of further changes. The paper on repression surprised those analysts who considered repression the one explanatory concept of pathogenesis. 384 Repression, now placed third among the vicissitudes of drives, was divided into primary repression, in which the mental representations of instincts have never been allowed into consciousness, and later repression, in which conscious representations are dragged into the unconsciousness through their association with one of the primal repressed ideas. When emotionally charged ideas are repressed, the fate of the idea and of the emotion may be different. Repressed ideas organize themselves into fantasies, and emotions are transformed into anxiety. In the third metapsychology paper, Freud emphasized that the unconscious contains more than repressed material, and restated the main features of the unconscious mind, previously called the primary process. 385 The unconscious has no relationship to reality. It does not know the principles of contradiction or time. Unconscious energy is unbound. Freud also stressed the importance of unconscious fantasies, and that unconscious representations must go through a stage of verbalization at the preconscious level before becoming conscious. In the fourth essay, Freud restated some aspects of the dream theory from the viewpoint of metapsychology. 38.6 In the fifth, Morning and Melancholia, he gave an interpretation of melancholic depression in terms of the new metapsychology, by comparing it with the normal morning reaction that follows the death of a loved person. 387 The morning work consists of a slow, gradual dissolution of the emotional ties with the lost object, and the incorporation of its idealized picture into the subject. In Melancholia, it is as if the patient had unconsciously lost an object for which he had ambivalent feelings of love and hatred. As a consequence of its incorporation, the shadow of the object has fallen upon the ego, hence the melancholic self-hatred and suicidal tendencies. In 1920, Freud greatly surprised his followers once again with the publication of his book Beyond the Pleasure Principle, which seemed to give metapsychology its final shape. 388 Of its title of Nietzsche, its content was definitely inspired by Fechner. One of the three elements of metapsychology, the economic aspect, had until now been equated by Freud with the pleasure-unpleasure principle, a concept borrowed from Fechner. Before Fechner, the principle of pleasure had been commonly understood as simply seeking pleasure and avoiding unpleasure. Fechner had related it to the principle of stability, and Freud, following Fechner, had related unpleasure to the increase of tension, and pleasure to the decrease of tension to an optimum level. Thus the basic rule of life was the regulation of the quantum of stimulation through the mechanism of the pleasure-unpleasure principle. Freud, however, had already recognized that the pleasure-unpleasure principle was limited, first through the principle of reality, which had to be taken into account throughout human development, Sigmund Freud, and Psychoanalysis 513, and second, because originally pleasurable drives, once repressed, lost that quality. Now, he contended that these limitations went beyond the pleasure principle. Another, more ancient principle, the compulsion to repetition, he now saw as the sole possible explanation of certain clinical facts. In the repetitive dreams of traumatic neuroses, in hysterical attacks, in certain forms of child play, we see unpleasant events repeated. Transference during analysis is revealed as the unconscious revival of childhood situations. In neurosis, as in normal life, certain individuals find themselves repeatedly in the self-same situations, leading to a belief in predestination. Freud differentiated between the pleasure-unpleasure principle that is beneficial to the organism, and the demonic character of the compulsion to repetition, and this led him to an excursion into philosophy. After various considerations on the Reichschutz, the tendency of the organism to protect itself from overstimulation, he proposed a new definition of the drives. Drives do not have a progressive character, they do not tend to further the development of the individual and the species. Their aim is conservative. They tend to re-establish prior conditions. In truly Fechnerian style, Freud goes so far as to say that the evolution of organisms is the reflection of the evolutionary history of the Earth and its relationship to the Sun. Freud now suggested, as a hypothesis, a new dual classification of the instincts, eros, grouping together all forms of libidinal instincts, and the death instinct, which Freud's followers were soon to call thanatos. In that dual system, Freud seemed to postulate that the death instinct was the more fundamental. Like Schopenhauer, Freud now proclaimed that the goal of life is death, that the preservation instinct itself is one aspect of the death instinct because it protects against accidental, externally caused death, in order to preserve the individual for death from internal causes. Eros is now far more than sexual instinct, it exists in each living cell and drives the living substance to constitute larger beings, it is a postponement of death by flight forward. The death instinct is the tendency toward dissolution of living substance and return to a state of inanimate matter. The two instincts are inseparable, and life is a compromise between Eros and the death instinct until the latter prevails. Freud expressed the hope that the progress of biology would make a formulation of these speculations possible in scientific terms. Meanwhile, he had to reformulate a great part of his clinical conceptions. For many years he had proclaimed the primacy of libido, and in 1908, he had rejected Adler's idea of an autonomous aggressive drive. In his first metapsychology paper in 1915, however, he had attributed the origin of hatred to non-libidinal ego instincts, placing its origin prior to that of love. With his new theories, he had to admit that there was a primary masochism that was not simply sadism turned inward, and in his further writings he ascribed more and more importance to the role of aggressive and destructive instincts. He seemed to put as much emphasis on these as he had formerly placed on the libido. The theories contained in Beyond the Pleasure Principle were not all as new as they appeared to some of Freud's followers. Freud was returning to the tendency for speculation he had gratified in 1895 by writing his project for a scientific psychology, as well as to Fechner, who had inspired his former speculative works. At the beginning of Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud connected the principle of pleasure-unpleasure and Fechner's principle of constancy. 389 As Freud remarked, the principle of constancy is but one particular case of Fechner's more general principle of the tendency to stability. Fechner distinguished three forms of stability: absolute stability, implying a permanent immobility of the parts of the whole; full stability, the parts of the whole are animated by movements so regular that each part of the whole returns to the same place at regular intervals; and approximate stability, a more or less imperfect tendency to return to the same place at regular intervals, as in the movements of the heart and other rhythmic psychological activities. It would seem that this systematization of Fechner inspired a similar framework for Freud's ideas. To the pleasure-unpleasure principle he added the death instinct, a return to Fechner's full stability, and the repetition compulsion, as intermediate between approximate and absolute stability. The notion of repetition compulsion was, from the clinical point of view, the most original contribution contained in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, though it had been expressed by other authors. Tartt had already described the propensity of a criminal to relieve his crime in imagination, to return to the scene of his crime, and to repeat his crime, as a particular example of a more general tendency to repeat, consciously or not, acts and situations from one's own history. 390 Freud's concept of the death instinct also had many precursors. Von Schubert among the Romantics had expressed it clearly, mainly as a wish, in the latter part of life, to die. 391 Closer to Freud's idea, novelist proclaimed that life is for the sake of death, and that the characteristic of illness is the instinct of self-destruction. 392 Opposite to the death instinct, novelist placed the instinct of organization, whose highest expression was human language, culture, and philosophy. At the end of the 19th century, the Russian psychiatrist Tokarsky wrote a philosophical essay on death, in which, in the manner of the ancient Stoics, he dissociated the various feelings and images that are associated with the idea of death, until there remained nothing frightening in it. 93 He quoted a centenarian, who said that at a certain age there came a need to die as natural as the need to sleep. Another Russian, Mechnikov, maintained that there was such a thing as an instinct to die. 394 He added further observations, surmising that the wish to die must be a particularly pleasant feeling, but that few people experience it, either because they die early, or because of the diseases of old age. These two Russians, however, viewed the death instinct simply as a wish to die, whereas the idea of destructive and self-destructive Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 515 instincts was much more widespread throughout the 19th century. It followed a tradition going back to Hobbes and popularized by Darwin and the Social Darwinians, by Lombroso, and by Nietzsche. Fechner had written a curious little essay in which he advanced the idea that destruction was a more fundamental principle than creation. 395 In the beginning was destruction, then destruction began to destroy itself, and this was creation. Even among psychoanalysts, the concept of a death instinct had been occasionally expressed. Sabina Spielrein had written on Destruction as the Cause of Becoming 396. Ranke's theory that every man longs to return to the mother's womb was considered by Moxon as an anticipation of Freud's concept of the death instinct. 97 The classical pairs of opposites were Eros Nikos, Love Strife, and Bios Thanatos, Life Death, but not Eros Thanatos, although an Austrian writer, Schöckel, had published a series of 5 short stories of a rather gloomy quality under that title. 39 Freud first brought forth his concepts as hypotheses, but in later writings he showed that he firmly believed in them. In every psychological process he saw the presence of the two processes, Eros as a tendency to form larger units, and the death instinct Thanatos as the reverse tendency. This latter concept was very close to Spencer's definition of evolution and dissolution. Freud once more was compelled to reinterpret his theories of the various clinical conditions, melancholia, for instance. He now viewed his disintegration of the libido and the death instinct. Freud's concept of the death instinct met resistance, even among the most faithful psychoanalysts. Brunn, in Switzerland, objected that there was no biological support for the notion of a death instinct. Death, he said, was the finus, termination, but not the telos, final aim, of life. Those psychoanalysts such as Karl Menninger, who utilize the notion of life and death instincts, do so from an empirical and clinical rather than a biological point of view. 399 Actually, as shown by Meckler, Freud's concept of the death instinct can be best understood against the background of the preoccupation with death shared by a number of his eminent contemporaries, biologists, psychologists, and existential philosophers. 400 While the notions in Beyond the Pleasure Principle were received with mixed feelings by psychoanalysts, those presented 3 years later in the Ego and the ID enjoyed great success, though they meant extensive modifications in psychoanalytic theory. 401 For many years psychoanalysis had been considered adept psychology, primarily focused on the unconscious mind and its influence upon conscious life. Freud had distinguished 3 layers of the mind, the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. Neuroses were manifestations of conflicts between the conscious and the unconscious, the former being implicitly equated with the ego. Freud now felt that his conceptual framework had become inadequate. He considered mental life as produced by the interaction of 3 psychic agencies, instances, the ego, the ID, and the superego. The ego was defined as the coordinated organization of mental processes in a person. There was a conscious and an unconscious part in the ego. To the conscious ego belonged perception and motor control, and to the unconscious ego, the dream center and the process of repression. Language was an ego function. Unconscious contents became preconscious through the medium of words. The ID was not very different from what Freud had originally described as the unconscious, the seat of both the repressed material and the drives, to which had been added the unconscious fantasies and unconscious feelings, notably guilt feelings. The word unconscious was now an adjective, used to qualify not only the ID, but parts of the ego and superego. The term ID, das Es, could be traced to Nietzsche, but Freud admitted borrowing it from the Book of the ID, by George Brodeck. 402 An admirer of psychoanalysis. 402 The most novel part of the ego and the ID is that devoted to the third agency, the superego, though Freud had already touched on some of its aspects under the name of ego ideal. The superego is the watchful, judging, punishing agency in the individual, the source of social and religious feelings in mankind. Its origin was in the individual's former ego configurations, which had been superseded, and above all in the interjection of the father figure as a part of the resolution of the Oedipus complex. The construction of the superego in an individual is thus dependent on the manner in which the Oedipus complex has been resolved. On the other hand, the superego receives its energy from the ID, hence its frequently cruel, sadistic quality. This new concept explained the role of neurotic guilt feelings in obsessions, melancholia, hysteria, and in criminality. The ideas of self-punishment and criminality because of guilt feelings were later to be expanded and emphasized in psychoanalysis and criminology. Freud concluded that the ID is quite amoral, the ego strives to be moral, and the superego can be hypermoral and cruel as only the ID can be. As a consequence of these new theories, the ego was now in the limelight of psychoanalysis, especially as the side of anxiety, reality anxiety, that is, fear caused by reality, drive anxiety from pressures from the ID and guilt anxiety resulting from the pressures of the superego. Freud concluded with a description of the pitiful state of the ego, suffering under the pressures of its 3 masters. It was clear that the main concern of psychotherapy would now be to relieve the ego by reducing these pressures and helping it acquire some strength. To many of Freud's contemporaries, the theory of the human psychological structure consisting of these 3 entities, the ego, the ID, and the superego, seemed perplexing, even though there was nothing revolutionary in it. As already mentioned, the notion of the ID can be traced to the Romantics, and the essence of the superego unmistakably originated with Nietzsche, especially in the genealogy of morals. To define the ego as Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 517 the coordinating organization of the mental processes in a person was reminiscent of Janet's function of synthesis, and ego strength was not very different from Janet's psychological tension. The ego was an old philosophical concept in new psychological dress. Knack's definition of the ego as the entity through which the individual becomes conscious of his own existence and of the existence of the external world is almost identical with that which Fichte had given in philosophical terms. 403 In 1936 Freud published Inhibition, Symptom, and Anxiety, a book that some analysts have found the most difficult among his works. Inhibition was redefined as a limitation of the functions of the ego. Anxiety is a painful emotional condition accompanied by processes of discharge, both of which are perceived by the individual. Anxiety was no longer a symptom, but a condition necessary for the formation of symptoms. As already stated in the ego and the ID, the ego is the only side of anxiety. Anxiety can occur in 2 circumstances, either when the ego's protective barriers are overrun, or as a warning signal against danger from the drive to which the ego reacts with various forms of defense, abwehr. Repression is now but one of the defenses, the others being reaction formation, isolation, and undoing. Repression is characteristic of hysteria, the other 3 of obsessive-compulsive neuroses. In this new theory, repression is no longer the cause of anxiety. On the contrary, anxiety gives rise to repression and other defenses. Inhibition, symptom, and anxiety marked a new phase in the transformation of Freud's theories, from metapsychology to ego psychology. It would seem that this booklet was, at least partly, a refutation of Ranke's theory that all anxiety arises from the trauma of birth. With the increased importance Freud ascribed to the ego, he came closer to the concepts of Janet, for instance, the idea of the isolation mechanism in compulsive neuroses, and of Adler, reaction formation as a form of compensation. There are also noteworthy similarities between Freud's new theories of anxiety and those expressed in 1859 by Heinrich Neumann. 404 As a consequence of these new theories, the focus of Freudian therapy shifted from the analysis of the instinctual forces to that of the ego, from the repressed to the repressing. Analysis of defenses would necessarily uncover anxiety, and the task of the analyst was now to dispel the excess of anxiety and to strengthen the ego, so that it could face reality and control the pressure of drives and the superego. A further step toward ego psychoanalysis was taken by Anna Freud with her book The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense, describing a variety of defense mechanisms from the theoretical and practical viewpoint. 405 Freud himself had redefined the ego as a system of functions, facing reality, controlling drives, and integrating the 3 agencies of personality, a system working with its own desexualized energy. In his last works he emphasized the biological aspects of the ego, suggested that it possessed inherited characteristics, and indicated self-preservation as one of its main functions. 46 The final step toward modern ego psychoanalysis was marked by Heinz Hartmann's celebrated monograph of 1939, which emphasized the autonomy of the ego and its function of adaptation. This writing was to inspire a generation of psychoanalysts, but Freud by that time had accomplished his work. 407 Freud's work 7 The psychoanalytic technique. Freud's creation of a new psychotherapeutic method was a long process that underwent a succession of metamorphoses from his earliest attempts to the end of his life, and which was to be continued by his disciples after his death. It is not certain how Freud treated his first neurotic patients. He may have used that unsystematized, intuitive approach, traditional with those physicians who understood their patients' problems and helped them by giving support and direction. He most probably benefited from the teachings of Moritz Benedict about the importance of the second life, daydreams, suppressed wishes, and ambitions, and of the pathogenic secret, and it is known that he applied Bernheim's technique of hypnotic suggestion. The first picture of a properly Freudian psychotherapy appeared in 1895, in Freud's contribution to the studies in hysteria. At this stage it was an adaptation of Breuer's cathartic treatment, and almost identical to Janet's procedure. Probably inspired by where Mitchell's cure was the adjuvant use of physical relaxation, which was to become the psychoanalytic couch. In view of the difficulty he had in hypnotizing his own patients, and remembering that Bernheim was able, in the state of post-hypnotic amnesia, to have the subject recall what had happened under hypnosis, Freud told his patients to close their eyes and concentrate. While he pressed a hand on the patient's forehead, he would then assure them that the forgotten memory would return. At times it did so directly, at others it did so through chains of associations. Freud, too, noticed the intensification of neurotic symptoms when he came close to the pathogenic nucleus. In the same contribution the concepts of resistance and transference are first defined. Freud noticed a slowing down or stoppage of the free association in some cases. He termed this phenomenon resistance and attempted to analyze it. 408 He considered resistance as the result either of inner causes, from the material itself, or external causes related in some way to the therapist. Sometimes the patient felt neglected by the doctor, and a simple explanation would suffice to restore the flow. Sometimes the patient was afraid of becoming too dependent on the doctor. Sometimes also, the patient transferred painful memories to the doctor. The latter's task was to make the patient aware of the resistance and find its origin in the life history. Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 519 5 years later, in 1900, the interpretation of dreams made a practical method for the interpretation of dreams available to psychotherapy. An account of Freud's psychoanalytic method, written in 1904 at the request of Lowenfeld, shows the modifications it had undergone in the previous 10 years. 49 The patient still reclined on a couch, but the doctor now sat on a chair behind his range of vision. The patient no longer closed his eyes, nor did Freud place his hand on the patient's forehead. The method of free association was now dominated by a basic rule: the patient should say anything that came to his mind, no matter how absurd, immoral, or painful it seemed. Freud explained how he analyzed resistance with the gaps and distortions in the material obtained. A new comprehensive technique of interpretation utilized as material, not only the free associations and resistance, but the patient's parapraxes, symptomatic acts, and dreams as well. Freud now rejected the use of hypnosis and contended that the psychoanalytic technique was much easier than the reader could surmise from its written description. 1 year later, in 1905, Freud showed in the Dora case how dream interpretation could be used for psychotherapy. Transference was redefined as an unconscious revival of life events, in which the therapist is viewed as if he had been one of the participants. Transference, the greatest obstacle to the cure, was now considered the most powerful therapeutic tool, if skillfully handled by the doctor. In 1910, Freud drew attention toward counter-transference, that is, the irrational feelings of the therapist toward the patient. 410 In his pamphlet on wild analysis, Freud departed from the opinion he held in 1904, by saying that it was very difficult to learn psychoanalysis and that in view of the danger of wild analysis, an organization should be set up to teach analysis and qualify analysts. 411 In 1912, Freud stated that it was not necessary to interpret all the dreams of a patient, many did not require complete interpretation, and often no interpretation was needed. 412 In a further paper Freud distinguished positive and negative transference, adding that there were mixed, ambivalent, forms, and that transference was a general phenomenon in human life. 41.3 In a third paper he introduced the principle of free-floating attention. The analyst, far from concentrating too intensively on the utterances of the patient, should trust his unconscious memory. He should not take abundant notes, but content himself with noting the dates, important facts, and texts of dreams. 414 He should not speculate about the causes and structure of the case until he was well advanced, go on without definite intention. Freud advised the analyst should follow the model of the surgeon in regard to emotional coldness toward the patient. His concern should be to act as a mirror, reflecting for the patient what he shows to the analyst, and the analyst should therefore be opaque to the patient. Neither should the analyst demand intellectual tasks of the patient, such as the thinking over of a certain period of his life, nor should he seek to channel the patient's sublimation process. Freud proclaimed that it was necessary for a psychoanalyst to have undergone a training analysis. In 1914 Freud explained that in the transference situation all the symptoms have replaced their previous meaning by a new one within the framework of a transference neurosis, which can be cured. 415 Transference neurosis is an artificial illness, an intermediate realm between illness and real life, a transition from neurosis to health. Thus not only the patient's utterances but also his behavior are analyzed, and once all is interpreted to the patient, he is expected to apply this new insight. In the presence of a woman patient manifesting transference love, Freud added in 1915, the role of the analyst is to show her that the alleged love is a form of resistance. 416 In 1919 Freud warned analysts against taking false routes. 417 He disavowed Ferenczi's innovation and precept of the active role of the analyst, and also rose up against the idea of the analyst giving emotional gratification to the patient. The analysis should be conducted in an atmosphere of abstinence. Neither did Freud admit that a psychoanalysis should be supplemented by psychosynthesis, nor that it should deal with religion or philosophy and undertake to educate the patient. Nevertheless Freud was preoccupied with future application of psychoanalysis to the underprivileged. In that event he considered that psychoanalysis would have to be supplemented by hypnosis. In Beyond the Pleasure Principle Freud reinterpreted the meaning of transference as being the manifestation of the compulsion to repetition. The concept of the death instinct and the new theories that were soon to follow entailed deep-reaching modifications in the psychoanalytic techniques, and further ones were introduced by the promoters of ego psychoanalysis. The focus of the analytic work was now no longer the direct investigation of the unconscious, but the exploration of the ego's defenses. The unconscious drives were felt as threats by the ego, which experienced anxiety, and protected itself through a system of defenses. The task of the analyst was the cautious uncovering of these defenses and the working through of at least a part of the underlying anxiety. Freud now admitted that anxiety could not be completely removed. The therapist analyzed these defenses, whether they were anachronic or inappropriate, and their relationship to the neurotic symptoms. He taught the patient to use more appropriate defenses, permitting a better adjustment. In Freud's last publications, an almost pessimistic tone could be perceived. He conjectured that the future would attribute far greater importance to psychoanalysis as a science of the unconscious than as a therapeutic method. In Analysis Terminable and Interminable Freud admitted that certain psychoanalytic treatments have to be resumed after a number of years, while others must be pursued, though intermittently, the whole life long. 418 The therapeutic prospects are limited by biological factors. Sigmund Freud, and Psychoanalysis 521 by the constitutional strength of the drives, by the weakness of the ego, and particularly by the death instinct. Least accessible to psychoanalysis are the woman's wish for a penis and the man's feminine attitude toward his own sex. In the posthumous outline of psychoanalysis Freud added to these negative factors psychic inertia, a kind of viscosity of the libido, and a weak capacity for sublimation. 419 He visualized the final outcome of the treatment as depending upon the balance between the forces that the analyst and the patient are able to mobilize to their advantage, and the sum of the negative forces working against them. The best way to assess the novelty and originality of Freud's psychoanalytic methods is to contrast them with the pre-existing ones, from which he started. Freud was not the first therapist who spent considerable time with his patients, allowed them to speak in an atmosphere of benevolence, listened to all their complaints, recorded their whole life history, and took into account the emotional causes of disease. All this had been done by Janet, by Bleuler, and many others before them, and was preliminary to the use of a particular method. But psychoanalysis can be primarily understood as being a modification of the previously extant techniques of hypnotism. The hypnotist, sitting in a chair, faced his subject seated in another chair and instructed him how to attain the hypnotic sleep. The patient showed more or less resistance, but yielded in favorable cases. These sessions were repeated, often daily, until the patient learned to fall rapidly into hypnotic sleep. The hypnotic cure could then take weeks or months. Unknown capacities and forgotten memories were uncovered in hypnotic sleep, new roles were played by the subject, and the hypnotist was able to induce regression to earlier periods in the patient's life. But the patient often opposed a resistance to the hypnotizer's interventions. In the course of the hypnotic treatment, a singular rapport was established between the subject and the hypnotist. The strong erotic element of rapport, as well as the possibility of infantile dependency in the patient, making the termination of hypnotic treatment a delicate exercise, were emphasized by many authors. In psychoanalytic technique, the patient reclines on a couch, and the therapist sits on a chair behind him, seeing but unseen. The analyst explains the basic rule, which is to tell anything that comes to mind. This rule is, of course, difficult to follow, and the patient has to overcome resistances, which in the best of cases would never completely disappear. After a few weeks, however, the patient learns to overcome his resistance, and even to take pleasure in talking at random. A gradual loosening of associations occurs, and instead of following one train of thought, the subject jumps from one idea to another. As the analysis proceeds, more and more memories of even more remote childhood events appear interspersed with memories of dreams and fantasies, and the patient begins to have a strangely distorted picture of the analyst. The analyst offers interpretations, which the patient accepts or not. Whereas with hypnosis resistance is merely considered a nuisance, in psychoanalysis it becomes a relevant phenomenon to be analyzed. What the hypnotist calls rapport, the analyst terms transference, and considers it to be a revival of early attitudes toward parents, requiring analysis. It is the slow development and subsequent resolution of the transference neurosis that are considered the main tools of the psychoanalytic technique. The contrast can be summarized as in the following table: hypnosis setting, patient sitting. Subject facing hypnotist. Preliminary instructions, how to become hypnotized. First week, subject learns to become hypnotized. Following weeks or months, emergence of unknown capacities, new roles, latent memories. Hypnotic age regression. Hypnotic suggestions, formerly bargaining, used by magnetizers. Resistance as troublesome element. Rapport often utilized as therapeutic tool. Risk of hypnotic dependency makes termination of treatment difficult. Psychoanalysis setting, patient lying down. Analyst sitting behind patient, seeing but unseen. Preliminary instructions, psychoanalytic basic rule. First week, patient overcomes aversion to the basic rule. Following weeks, months, or years, loosening of association process, fragmentary memories and fantasies, distorted picture of the analyst. Psychoanalytic regression to pre-Oedipal stages. Interpretations offered to subject, who is free to accept them or not. Resistance, an analysis of resistance. Transference utilized and analyzed as therapeutic tool. Treatment terminated through resolution of transference neurosis. Certain features of psychoanalytic technique can be understood in the context of what neuropathologists wrote at the end of the 19th century about the diabolical cleverness of hysterics in deceiving the therapist and involving him in their games. It is as if each rule of Freudian technique was devised to defeat the cunning of these patients. The specific setting, the psychoanalyst seeing without being seen, deprives the patient of an audience and of the satisfaction of watching the therapist's reactions. The basic rule, together with the analyst's neutral attitude, prevents the patient from distorting words of the analyst, and places the latter in the position of a sensible parent who ignores the silly utterances of a little child. The rule that all appointments must be paid, whether kept or not, and in advance, prevents the patient from punishing the therapist by Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 523 absenteeism and non-payment. The analysis of transference as it occurs defeats the hysterics concealed but always present aim, the seduction of the therapist. For the same reason, full liberty is given to verbalization, but any kind of acting out is prohibited, and no contact with the therapist is allowed outside the hours of treatment. Because of the hysteric's tendency to defeat the therapist by any means, even at the cost of remaining sick, a cure is never promised, and the patient is told that the healing depends on his or her own efforts. Psychoanalytic techniques may thus be considered a transformation of the old techniques of the hypnotists, especially devised to defeat the underlying maliciousness of hysterics and their constant endeavor to fool the hypnotist. However, it appears that the ever-present resistance of psychoanalyzed subjects had inherited this hysterical feature. Psychoanalysis also incorporated the principles of other, previously known, psychotherapeutic techniques. Relief from painful, pathogenic secrets through confession no doubt plays a role in certain psychoanalytic cures. The exploration of the inner life of frustrated wishes and ambitions, and of fantasies, as taught by Benedict, is an integral part of psychoanalysis. Relief from symptoms through becoming aware of unconscious influences was not unknown. In a letter to his friend Hunnit, Descartes told of his propensity to fall in love with cockeyed women. 420 and thinking about it he remembered that as a child he loved a young lady who had that defect. After he had recognized and understood the connection, his predilection disappeared. In this letter we find the theory of complex determination of a conscious act through an unconscious or half-conscious memory, and the notion of its therapy through bringing it to awareness and interpretation. 421 The therapeutic utilization of transference neurosis is comparable to the conjuring up of a latent possession in exorcism, or to Mesmer's techniques of bringing forth crises in order to control them gradually. 422 The concept of transference itself was but the late metamorphosis of the rapport, whose long evolution has been described in former chapters, as well as its therapeutic utilization by Janet. 423 Certain writers or philosophers resorted to spontaneous thinking, as a help toward the creative work. The Romantic poet and physicist, Johann Wilhelm Ritter, used to jot down any thoughts that occurred to him, sometimes in incomplete and unclear form, but from the midst of that tangle brilliant aphorisms and suggestions for scientific experiments could emerge. 424 A somewhat different technique was that of Ludwig Born. In an essay entitled The Art of Becoming an Original Writer in 3 Days, Born recommended shutting oneself away for 3 days with a supply of paper, to write, without falsehood and without hypocrisy, about every topic that comes to mind. 425 Born's idea was that men are stifled by the burden of conventional ideas, and that they do not dare to think for themselves. His aim was to free the mind from adulterated thinking. Sincerity is the source of any kind of genius, Born proclaimed. 426 In another essay, Born said what is dangerous is the repressed word, what has been despised avenges itself, but what has been spoken out is not in vain. 427 Born's work was held in great esteem by members of Freud's generation, and by Freud himself. Other techniques of spontaneity utilized psychic automatism. From the beginning of magnetism, it was known that in a hypnotic trance a subject could be brought to draw, paint, write, and so on, of which he would remember nothing in the waking state. Later, automatic writing, an activity in which the subject was conscious that he was writing, but not of what he was writing, was introduced into psychopathology by Charles Richet and used as a psychotherapeutic device by Janet. Crystal gazing also became the object of systematic studies. An individual looked into any reflecting surface and began to see clouds that formed themselves individual projections of unconscious thoughts. Automatic drawing also became fashionable in the 1880s, and we have seen that Janet utilized automatic talking with his patient, Madame D, in 1892. This was the nearest approach to Freud's technique of free association. Freud had his patient's free associations met by the analyst's free-floating attention, and here also he had a predecessor. In his autobiography, Galton said that at one time in his life he was interested in mesmerism and magnetized about 80 people, in the process of which he made an unexpected observation. I had been assured that success was the effect of strength of will on the part of the magnetizer, so at first I exerted all the willpower I possessed, which was fatiguing. I then, by way of experiment, intermitted a little, looking all the time in the same way as before, and found myself equally successful. So I intermitted more and more, and at last succeeded in letting my mind ramble freely while I maintained the same owl-like demeanor. This acted just as well. For to be all these technical devices, and perhaps many others, can be recognized within Freud's therapeutic procedure. But this does not account for its truly unique characteristics, that is, to have originated in Freud's self-analysis. Freud's analysis was an application of the self-treatment he imagined for his creative neurosis to other persons. This does not preclude the fact that he may have previously applied some of its devices, for instance, free associating, and that he simultaneously analyzed his patients and himself. Psychoanalysis essentially differs from other psychotherapeutic methods in that the patient repeats the experience of Freud's own creative illness, though in attenuated form and under qualified guidance. To undergo a successful psychoanalysis thus amounts to a journey through the unconscious, a journey from which a man necessarily emerges with a modified personality. But this in turn leads to a dilemma. Psychoanalysts proclaim Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 525 that their method is superior to any other kind of therapy, being the only one able to restructure personality. On the other hand, an increasing number of limitations, contraindications, dangers, have been pointed out by Freud and his successors. Could it be that psychoanalysis, as a therapy, will come to be replaced by other less laborious and more effective therapies, whereas a few privileged men will afford it as a unique experience apt to change their outlook upon the world, their fellow men, and themselves? Freud's work gave philosophy of religion, culture, and literature soon after he had conceived his psychoanalytic theory. Freud expanded his reflection upon the fields of religion, sociology, cultural history, art, and literature. The works he wrote on these topics have given rise to conflicting opinions. Certain critics were inclined to understand them as essays in the form manner, that is, as thoughts jotted down to clarify one's thinking by discarding all merely conventional ideas and putting down all one sincerely feels about a topic. But there have been Freudians and non-Freudians alike who considered them a legitimate extension of psychoanalytic research upon the realms of philosophy, culture, sociology, and the theory of art and literature. Although Freud claimed to be scornful of philosophy, he definitely expressed philosophical ideas, in the sense of a materialistic, atheistic ideology. His philosophy was an extreme form of positivism, which considered religion dangerous and metaphysics superfluous. In 1907, Freud compared obsessive-compulsive symptoms of neurotics with religious rituals and creeds, and concluded that religion was a universal obsessional neurosis, an obsession and individualized religion. 20 years later, in The Future of an Illusion, Freud defined religion as an illusion inspired by infantile belief in the omnipotence of thought, a universal neurosis, a kind of narcotic that hampers the free exercise of intelligence, and something man will have to give up. 430 Religiously minded psychoanalysts objected that Freud had overstepped the boundaries of psychoanalysis and was expressing his personal philosophical opinion, but Freud no doubt believed that psychoanalysis could unmask religion as it could any neurotic symptom. With Totem and Taboo, Freud undertook to retrace the origin, not only of religion, but of human culture, and to find a link between the individual Oedipus complex and the prehistory of mankind. 431 Reading the works of Tyler, Lang, Fraser, and other ethnologists, Freud noted that in primitive populations as well as in neurotics there was the same abhorrence of incest, the same irrational character in primitive taboo and in neurotic phobias, the same omnipotence of thought and magic procedures and in neurotic fantasies. Freud proposed a comprehensive theory furnishing a common basis to explain neurotic symptoms, social and cultural manifestations in primitive peoples, and the origin of civilization. The common nucleus is demonstrated in the story of the murder of the primeval father, an extension of the notion of the Oedipus complex. Every little boy, Freud said, has to overcome his secret wish to kill his father and marry his mother. If he is able successfully to overcome this trial, the child incorporates the image of his father in himself, his superego is built, and he will be ready for a normal maturity in adult life. If he fails, he is bound to be neurotic. Such is every man's fate, but that individual fate is the reflection of one decisive event that occurred in the prehistory of mankind. Ages ago, men lived in hordes under the despotism of a cruel old father, who kept all the females for himself and exiled his growing sons. The banished sons lived in a community united by homosexual feelings and behavior. Eventually, the sons killed and ate the father, gratifying their hatred, but this was the beginning of totemism. They revered that animal as a benevolent ancestor, as the father ought to have been, but at regular intervals they killed and devoured it. After killing the father, they did not dare to take his women, as an effect of delayed obedience. Moreover, the new organization would have been threatened if the males had quarreled over the females. Such was the origin of the first two commands of mankind, the patricide prohibition and the incest prohibition, the beginning of human culture, morals, and religion. And at the same time the prototype of the Oedipus complex. The idea of primitive mankind living in hordes under the leadership of a tyrannical male was a hypothetical assumption of Darwin's. J.J. Atkinson enlarged Darwin's description. As a result of the father exiling his rival sons, there were two groups living in close proximity. One was the Cyclopean family comprising the male head, captured females, his own adult female offspring, and a troop of infants of both sexes, the other a band of exiled sons living most probably in a state of polyandry, and in peaceful union. 432 When a troop of males felt itself stronger than the father, it attacked and killed him, and the strongest young male succeeded him. This fighting might have perpetuated itself, but Atkinson supposed that at some time one wife was able to persuade the patriarch to keep one of his sons, so that he might succeed him, on the condition of not touching the older man's wives. And this was the beginning of the incest prohibition. Freud was also inspired by William Robertson Smith's theory of the origin of Semitic cults. In the time when men lived in small clans under the belief and rule of totemism, they used to sacrifice a totemic animal at regular intervals and eat it at a ceremonial banquet. 433 It is likely that C.G. Jung's metamorphoses and symbols of libido focused Freud's interest on cultural history, but there was also a keen interest in the subject of totemism among his contemporary ethnologists. Numerous theories, many of them forgotten today, sprang up everywhere. 434 Durkheim contended that totemism had been the common root of all the religions of mankind. Fraser announced three successive theories, the third being expounded in his book Totem and Exogamy, which was one of Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 527 Freud's main sources. In 1912, Wundt attempted a reconstruction of the successive stages gone through by mankind, one of which being totemism. Actually, it is not impossible that the inspiration for totem and taboo came less from an unfathomable prehistory than from contemporary events. In those years Turkey, an anachronistic empire and neighbor of Austria, was ruled by the Red Sultan, Abdul Hamid II. This despot had the power of life and death over his subjects, kept hundreds of wives in a harem guarded by eunuchs, and from time to time massacred entire populations of his empire. In 1908 the sons banded together against the cruel old man, the Young Turks rebelled and overthrew the Sultan, in order to start a national community where civilization and the arts could flourish. These events were watched with the keenest interest in Austria, more than anywhere else. Whatever ethnologists may think of the murder of the primal father, the story retains its value as a philosophical myth, corresponding to Hobbes' myth of the origin of society. 435 The original condition of mankind, according to Hobbes, was the war of everyone against everyone. Then a number of men united and delegated their rights to a sovereign, and this power was to be used by him for the common good and as he thought expedient. Such was the origin of absolute monarchy, which for many centuries was the most common form of government, for better or for worse. As Hobbes gave a philosophical myth of the origin of absolute monarchy, Freud gave one of its dissolution. In Group Psychology and the Ego, in 1921, Freud proposed the rudiments of a sociology that rejected the concept of an autonomous social instinct, and was based on the libido theory. 436 Freud discussed the theories of L. E. Bon, McDougall, and Trotter. L. E. Bon's theory of crowds, he said, did not explain the secret of the leader's power, which resides in eros, that binds everything together in the world. Libido binds the individual to the leader and induces him to give up his individuality. Besides the transient, unorganized crowds, there are also durable and artificial crowds, such as the church and the army, in which the tie of the individual to the leader is one of love, strengthened by the illusion that the leader loves him. Individuals identify themselves with the leader, and are bound together through their common identification. All of these manifestations of libido, furthermore, cover something more fundamental, the aggressive drives. When a group collapses, aggressiveness is released in the form of outbursts of violence, or the loss of security produces anxiety that takes the form of panic. What actually binds individuals together are the elementary feelings of envy and aggressiveness. When a popular singer attracts a swarm of young women, their common admiration for him is the only thing that keeps them from pulling each other's hair. Social feeling thus resides in the turning of a previously hostile feeling into a positive attachment in the nature of identification. All the individuals would like to be equal but also to be ruled by one person, an assumption not very far from Hobbes' theory of the origin of society. Freud concluded by pointing out the similarity between these groups of equals with their leader, and the primal horde. Group psychology and the ego obviously was inspired by the collapse of the Habsburg Empire at the end of 1918, with the panic and distress that followed. But it also inserted itself into the context of a previous TR and of mass psychology, whose origin and history are not generally known. As shown by Dupree, there had been in Western Europe after the insurrection of the Commune in Paris in 1871 a wave of anti-democratic pessimism, which was kept alive by the socialist agitation, the strikes, and the bloody riots so frequent at that time. 437 The philosopher Taine turned his activity toward writing a history of the French Revolution, in which special attention was devoted to the riots and collective murders, with an analysis of their social and psychological causes. Taine's findings were developed and systematized by Tard in France and Siley in Italy. Tard postulated a basic interpsychological process, which he called imitation. 438 Imitation can be conscious or unconscious, it applies to individuals as well as groups. According to Tard, the father is the first lord, priest, and model for his son. The son's imitation of the father is the primal phenomenon that lies at the root of society. This imitation does not dwell upon force or cunning, but upon prestige, a phenomenon that Tard, at first, compared with hypnotism. Later he explained that prestige derives neither from intelligence nor strength of will, but from an unanalyzable physical action that could possibly be related through some invisible link to sexuality. 439 Tard emphasized the role of the unconscious in mass psychology. He described crowds united by love and others by hatred. As to Siley, he stressed that no mass phenomena could be understood without an analysis of their historical and social context and also of the specific composition of the given crowds. 440 These teachings of Tard, Taine, and Siley were adopted, oversimplified, and popularized by L. E. Bon in his Psychology of Crowds. 441 Any man within a crowd, L. E. Bon said, loses his individuality and acquires a parcel of the crowd soul. The crowd soul is intellectually inferior and shows a kind of intrinsic malignity. This can only be explained through a kind of hypnotic regression to a prehistoric mental stage of mankind. L. E. Bon applied these concepts of the crowd soul to the psychology of social groups and the vicissitudes of history. This book enjoyed enormous success. L. E. Bon's theory was considered as indisputable scientific truth by many. One may wonder that Freud took it as starting point for his own theory. As shown by Rewolf, Freud's theories, while contradicting L. E. Bon, show noteworthy similarities with those of Tard. 442 What Tard had called imitation, Freud called identification, and in many regards Freud's ideas appeared to be those of Tard transposed in psychoanalytic concepts. In 1930, in Civilization and its Discontents, Freud presented additional Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 529 views on the origins of civilization. 443 A number of men discovered that if they put limits on the gratification of their instinctual drives, they were able to build a strong, united community. This situation, however, inevitably led to an insolvable conflict between the urges of the individual and the demands of society. The latter increased in the course of civilization's progress, deepening the conflict, and Freud wondered if the demands of contemporary, civilized society did not exceed the individual man's power of repressing his instincts, thus creating a neurosis of civilization. The problem discussed in this essay at times recalls Hobbes, but can be distinctly traced to Nietzsche's genealogy of morals, and through him to Diderot's supplement to the Travel of Bougainville. 444 In the same essay, Freud proposed a new hypothesis about the taming of fire. Whenever primitive man came upon fire, he would extinguish it by urination. Owing to the phallic shape of the flames, he experienced an erotic feeling of a homosexual contest. The first man to renounce this erotic pleasure was able to put fire to practical use. This great cultural conquest was thus the reward for instinctual renunciation. The woman was constituted keeper of the hearth because she was anatomically incapable of extinguishing fire as a man does. In another place Freud suggested that woman was the inventor of clothing because she wanted to hide her shameful lack of a penis. Pubic hair inspired the invention of weaving. 44 Whereas he found religion noxious and philosophy useless, Freud deemed art beneficial to man. But what is the essence of art? Freud defined it as a combination of the principle of pleasure and the principle of reality, much as Nietzsche had considered it a fusion of the Dionysian and the Apollonian principles. 446 As an infant, the individual lives entirely according to the principle of pleasure, but the latter gradually recedes in favor of the principle of reality, which will dominate throughout his adult life. The artist maintains the pleasure principle more than others do, but compromises with the reality principle by creating works of art that will gratify the pleasure principle in other men. In a further paper, referring more to the poet than to the artist, Freud emphasized the role of fantasy, predominant in the child. It gradually recedes, but the creative writer is able to retain and convert it into literary work through certain devices, mainly by providing the preliminary pleasure in elements of form. 447 Another of Freud's contributions to aesthetics is his analysis of the uncanny, the particular feeling of creeping horror that pervades the works of a writer such as E.T.A. Hoffmann. 448 One ton sometimes appears in the inexplicable recurrence of events, which, in themselves, may be harmless, sometimes in the belief of a devil, or the dread of ghosts or other malevolent beings. A feeling of the uncanny, Freud believed, arises in situations where deeply repressed material or animistic attitudes of childhood are stimulated. The only piece of art criticism left by Freud was his article on the Moses of Michelangelo, which at first appeared anonymously. 449 Binswanger noted that the method used by Freud in this study belongs to the psychology of expression, which is also one of the first stages in psychoanalytic methodology. 4 So as to literary criticism, Freud devoted an 81-page monograph to a short novel, Gradova, by Wilhelm Jensen. 451 Freud showed that a psychoanalytic interpretation could be given to the delusions and dreams of the hero of that story, but he did not pursue his interpretations into the personality of the author. Under the name of Pathographies, Mobius had published a series of monographs purporting to elucidate a writer's thought through an assessment of his heredity, constitution, and life history. It was not long before Freud's disciples wrote similar monographs based on psychoanalytic concepts. Freud himself gave the classical model of these studies with his essay, A Childhood Memory of Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci is generally considered a universal genius who was misunderstood by his contemporaries. In his personality, Freud emphasized 3 features. First, that his thirst for knowledge led him to neglect his outstanding gifts, and to turn his interest more and more to scientific investigation. Second, that being a slow worker, he left numerous sketches, but most of his works remained unfinished. Third, his cool repudiation of sexuality that caused a presumption of his homosexuality. Freud traced the common root of these 3 features to Leonardo's infantile sexuality. An illegitimate child, he spent the first 3 or 4 years of his life / with his forsaken mother until his father, by then married, adopted him. A mother, in such circumstances, is prone to turn her libido onto her infant, thus determining an incestuous attachment in him, in which psychoanalysis sees a possible root of later homosexuality. Actually, no objective records of Leonardo's early childhood are extant, but the artist recorded one early childhood memory, where as an infant he was lying in his cradle, a bird, called Nebbio in Italian, flew to him, opened his mouth and inserted its tail. This fantasy could have the meaning of a passive kind of sexual perversion, or be a reminiscence of sucking at his mother's breast. The German text utilized by Freud translated Nebbio as vulture, and Freud commented that in ancient Egypt, a vulture / as the hieroglyph for mother, that the vulture-headed goddess Mut, reminiscent of the German mother, had an androgynous structure and a male organ, that furthermore, in the Middle Ages, the vulture species was considered entirely female, to be impregnated by the wind. All this, said Freud, is reminiscent of infantile sexual theories. Leonardo's infantile sexual curiosity was unusually stimulated because of his family situation, and became the root of his later, insatiable curiosity. His unconscious fixation to the image of his mother can be discerned, according to Freud, in his art masterpieces. Freud assumed that the vulture incident was a symbolic memory of the passionate kisses he received from his mother, that the smile of the Mona Lisa evoked a reminiscence of his mother's enigmatic smile in Da Vinci, so that it appeared in the Gioconda and several other paintings. In the painting of the Madonna and Child with St. Anne looks as young as Mary, and both are smiling. Freud saw a synthesis here of Leonardo's childhood, divided between his true mother and his stepmother. Finally, the artist's rebellion against his Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 531 father was another determinant in Leonardo's scientific research and non-Christian belief. 452 Freud's essay on Leonardo da Vinci gave rise to conflicting opinions. Rev. Oscar Pfister believed one could detect a vulture as a picture riddle in Leonardo's Madonna and Child with St. and Myers Capiro compiled criticisms made by art historians. 453 The word Nibbio, erroneously translated as vulture, actually meant a kite. The fantasy of the kite inserting its tail in the infant's mouth was, as shown by parallels in folklore, an omen of inspiration. Previous artists had painted St. Anne and Mary together, looking the same age. The motif of the smiling face belonged to the school of Verrocchio, Leonardo's master. There is no evidence that Leonardo spent his first years alone with his mother. There are reasons, in fact, to assume that he was taken by his father at birth. Some of these arguments have been questioned by K.R. Eisler. 454 Freud's essay on Leonardo da Vinci has been generally admired for its beautiful style and its indefinable charm. It has been compared to the enigmatic smile of the Gioconda. Possibly some of Freud's interpretations of Leonardo applied to what his self-analysis had revealed to him of his own infancy. One may classify among the pathographies the study of Freud devoted to the case of a German magistrate, Daniel Paul Schreber. 455 A man of unusually high intelligence and ability, Schreber spent 10 years in mental institutions on account of a severe mental illness. After his discharge, he published in 1903 a long narrative of his delusions, with the text of the legal reports written about him by the experts. In spite of its great phenomenological interest, this book was a somewhat narrow basis for a pathography. It lacked data about Schreber's family, his childhood, and his life history before his commitment. The illness itself was not exposed in its chronological evolution, but only in the shape it had reached after long years of evolution. 456 Furthermore, the editors had cut out from Schreber's memoirs those parts that would have been the most important from the psychoanalytic point of view. There remain, nonetheless, an inextricable amount of delusional ideas of all kinds. Schreber told how he conversed with the sun, the trees, the birds, which were fragments of deceased persons' souls, how God spoke to him in a dignified German language, how nearly all the organs of his body had been altered, how the end of the world was coming, how God had elected him to save mankind, and so on. Among all these delusions, Freud singled out two particular ones that he held as fundamental. First, Schreber contended that he was in the process of being changed from man to woman. Second, he complained of having suffered homosexual assaults on the part of his first physician, the neurologist Flechsig. Freud assumed that repressed homosexuality was the cause of Schreber's paranoid illness. Schreber's homosexual love object had been his father, then Flechsig, later God, or the son. Freud explained that in repressed homosexuality the sentence I love him could be denied in different ways, each one giving rise to a variety of delusions: persecution, erotomania, delusions of jealousy, of grandeur. Fundamental in delusions of persecution was the mechanism of projection. The denied sentence I love him was replaced by, I do not love him, I hate him. Because he hates and persecutes me. Freud's theory of the homosexual origin of paranoia was adopted by many psychoanalysts, while others felt that it was valid for only a certain form of this illness. Some critics pointed out that Schreber's deviation was transsexuality, rather than homosexuality, and that his mental illness was schizophrenia and not paranoia. They added that even if it was proved that there had been repressed homosexuality, this would not explain the causation of the illness, but only its symptomatic picture. McAlpine and Hunter proposed another psychoanalytic interpretation of the Schreber case. A deep regression to an early stage of undifferentiated libido would bring about the reactivation of infantile procreation fantasies. 457 Freud also analyzed the case of Christoph Hadeismann, a painter of the 17th century, who allegedly signed 2 pacts with the devil, one signed with ink, and one with his own blood, but succeeded to redeem himself and get back the 2 pacts from the devil. 458 On the basis of available documents, including paintings by him and fragments of his diary, Freud concluded that Hadeismann, like Schreber, was the prey of a powerful father complex. The devil was a projection of his hostility against his father, and here too there was a conflict about homosexuality and castration anxiety. McAlpine and Hunter reinterpreted the Hadeismann story as they had done for the Schreber case, in the light of the notions of sex confusion and procreation fantasies. 45 9 Van Dendriest found new documents about Hadeismann, but they did not substantially change our knowledge of the case. 46 Degrees No critics, as yet, seem to have wondered whether a part of the delusions of Schreber and Hadeismann could not be ascribed to exaggeration or mythomania. A psychoanalytic appraisal of Dostoevsky was given by Freud as a foreword to the publication of hitherto unknown drafts of the Brothers Karamazov. 461 Freud said that Dostoevsky was able to render an unforgettable narrative of patricide because he himself suffered from a devastating father complex. During these paroxysmal fits where he looked as if he were dead, Dostoevsky identified himself with his father such as he wished him to be, that is, dead, and at the same time it was a punishment for that wish. Dostoevsky's passion for gambling originated in his self-destructive tendencies, linked with his father complex. Destiny itself is finally nothing but a late projection of the father, Freud concluded. Moses and Monotheism, which appeared serially in Imago in 1937 and 1938, is neither a pathography, nor a scholarly book, nor a novel. 462 Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 533 While admitting that much of it was hypothetical, Freud believed it plausible enough to justify its publication. In summary, Freud started with the contention that Moses was not a Hebrew, but an Egyptian of high rank and status. The Egyptian king Akhenaten proclaimed a monotheistic religion, but after his death a counter-revolution fomented by priests re-established the pagan cults. Having refused to lay aside monotheism, Moses was rejected by the Egyptians and chose the Hebrews as his people. With the help of his followers, the Levites, Moses imparted monotheism to the Jews and jetted them out of Egypt, to the Sinai Peninsula, where they united with the Midianites, a tribe that worshipped a local petty god named Yahweh. A rebellion arose against Moses and he was killed by his people. About 60 years later, however, the two populations were reunited by a new chief, also named Moses, the two being later confused and considered as one, who formed a compromise of monotheism and Yahweh worship. This dual structure of Hebrew nation and religion contained the germs of the later political secessions and political vicissitudes. The memory of the first Moses was revived in the teachings of subsequent prophets, and the wish for the return of the murdered Moses resulted in the belief of the return of the Messiah. The story of Jesus Christ was a reenactment of the story of the first Moses. Moses and monotheism bewildered many of Freud's disciples and provoked indignant protests from Jewish circles. Historians of religion pointed out its errors and impossibilities. It was also recalled that innumerable legends had grown around Moses, from centuries before Christ to that time. The idea that Moses was an Egyptian had been advanced many times, by Edward Meyer, among others, whose works were well known to Freud. 463 Much of what Freud advanced could also be traced to Schiller. 464 and to Karl Abraham. 46 According to David Bacon, Freud's aim was to ward off anti-Semitism by separating the Mosaic characteristics, the burden of the historical superego, from the image of the Jew, and this only a Jew was able to do. 466 Thus Freud would play the role of a new Moses who comes down with a new law dedicated to personal psychological liberty. Another interpretation, as plausible as any, would be that Freud identified himself with the first Moses and his own faithful followers with the Levites, that he viewed his departure from Vienna as the flight of Moses from Egypt, and contemporary psychoanalysis as a mixture of his own doctrine with impure pseudo-analytic teachings. Actually he was concerned by the tone taken by the movement and feared its distortions in the Anglo-Saxon world. He foresaw prolonged inner strife between the two elements in psychoanalysis, but there would also come profits to restore it to its original purity. In spite of his rejection of philosophy and his lack of interest in politics, Freud could not help expressing opinions about many problems of general interest. A brief mention must be made, at least, of his opinion about war and peace, and about parapsychological phenomena. In a letter to Einstein, in September 1932, Freud expressed the feeling that the greatest obstacle to the creation of a central organization to secure peace lies in the existence of aggressive and destructive instincts in man. 467 The death instinct can be turned inward or outward. Not infrequently it is turned outward to preserve the individual. Confronting these instincts are the various forms of libido that can be used to counteract destructive instincts to a certain extent. However, Eros and the death instinct are always alloyed with each other. Another would be the formation of a superior class of independent and fearless intellectuals, able to guide the masses into the path of reason. For a long time Freud remained skeptical in regard to parapsychological phenomena, but in 1911 he became a member of the Society for Psychical Research. 468 in September 1913, he told Lou Andrea Salome 469 of strange cases of thought transmission that had come to his knowledge, but he did not publish them, along with other similar cases, until much later. 470 Freud contended that the psychoanalytic transference situation opened a new approach toward the exploration of telepathic and kindred phenomena. His attitude toward parapsychology remained a cautious one, as shown by the interview he granted to Tagore in 1935. 471 Freud compared discussions about so-called occult phenomena with an argument about the composition of the interior of the earth. We know nothing for certain, but infer that it is composed of heavy metals at very high temperature. A theory that it is composed of water saturated with carbonic acid does not appear logical, but would deserve some discussion. However, should anybody come up with a theory that the inside of the earth is made of marmalade, this would not be worthy of any scientific attention. A note jotted down by Freud in 1938, perhaps his last thought, has the enigmatic simplicity of a Delphic oracle, mysticism, the obscure self-perception of the realm outside the ego, the ID 472. Freud's sources. The sources of Freud's psychoanalysis are multiple and still incompletely known. A man of great scientific and literary culture who stood at the crossroads of the main cultural currents of his time, an omnivorous reader, able to grasp quickly the interest of new ideas in order to adopt them and give them original form, Freud was the author of a powerful synthesis in which it is an almost hopeless task to discern what came from outside and what was his personal contribution. In fact, many of Freud's theories were known before him or belonged to contemporary trends. Freud drew from his masters, his colleagues, his rivals, his associates, his patients, and his disciples. A good writer, Nietzsche said, has not only his own mind, but the minds of his friends as well. 473. A great part of the present book was devoted to authors and systems of thought, which, according to the Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 535 point of view, could be called sources or even precursors of Freud. In the following we shall try to give a succinct list of these sources, insofar as they are known today. The first and main source of any creative thinker lies in his own personality. Freud possessed that kind of asceticism that makes the scientific researcher, and a superior command of his native language, which, together with the keen interest for the secret life of people and the psychological intuition, produces a great writer. He was also the good dreamer who could illustrate the interpretation of dreams with his own productions. Above all, it is, as we believe, from his creative illness that the main tenets of psychoanalysis originated, the notions of child sexuality, of the libido with its successive stages, fixations, and transformation in anxiety, of the Oedipus situation, the family romance, the theory of dreams, parapraxis, and screen memories, the concept of symptoms as vicarious realization of wishes, the notion that fantasies play a major role in neuroses and in poetical creation, and that these early fantasies, as well as genuine early sexual experiences, play a major role in the destiny of the individual. 474 Freud's immediate masters, Reich, Maynard, and Exner, were the promoters of a positivist, strictly scientific approach to the study of neurophysiology and neuropsychiatry. However, as we have seen, these men indulged in the contemporary trend of brain mythology. They produced vast speculative constructions, which, apparently unknown to them, were nothing but the late resurgence of the philosophy of nature. Here was the source of Freud's model of the mind of 1895, whose influence can be followed in his later metapsychological constructions. Maria Dore has emphasized the influence of Maynard on Freud's theories. 475 Maynard's basic assumption was that the phylogenetically older parts of the brain were the center of involuntary movements and were controlled by the cortex, which appeared at a more recent stage of evolution, and was the site of the ego-building function. Maynard distinguished a primary ego issuing from the immediate functioning of the cortical centers, and a secondary ego resulting from the activity of the association bundles. Maynard thought that when the activity of more recent centers was disturbed, the activity of the phylogenetically older ones gained more importance. In this way he explained the origin of the ideas of grandeur and persecution. He considered these delusions as a psychological manifestation of two basic instincts, attack and defense, which the illness had brought to the fore. Freud's concept of regression was built on a similar pattern. We have seen that Maynard and Freud disagreed about hypnosis. Maynard was one of those who strongly questioned its efficacy and objected to its use on the grounds of its erotic nature. Freud did not accept these arguments, but he later asserted similar ideas of his own. Freud also adopted ideas previously taught by Maynard, about the psychogenesis of sexual perversion, and particularly of homosexuality. 476 Among Freud's immediate masters were also Moritz Benedict and Joseph Breuer. The influence of Breuer was of such a nature that he was sometimes considered the co-founder of psychoanalysis. We have seen how the misunderstood case, and failed cure, of Anna Zero, inspired Freud to search for a theory and treatment of neuroses. It would seem that Breuer also inspired Freud with some of his brain mythology. Benedict's role in the origin of psychoanalysis has been generally overlooked, though a footnote in Breuer and Freud's preliminary communication ought to have attracted attention. 477 We have seen how Benedict 478 taught the importance of the secret life, daydreams, fantasies, suppressed wishes and ambitions, the importance of the sexual element in hysteria and other neuroses, and how he achieved brilliant psychotherapeutic cures by relieving the patients from their pathogenic secrets. 479 Maria Dore has shown that one of the main sources of psychoanalysis was the psychology of Herbart, which was predominant in Austria at the time of Freud's youth. 480 Herbart taught the dynamic concept of a fluctuating threshold between the conscious and the unconscious, of conflicts between representations that struggle with each other to gain access to the conscious and are repressed by stronger ones but strive to return, or else produce an indirect effect in consciousness, and the notion of chains of associations that cross each other at nodal points, but also of free emerging associations, the idea that mental processes as a whole are ruled by a striving for equilibrium. All this is to be found in psychoanalysis, though sometimes in modified form. Whether Freud read Herbart is not known, but it is sure that he had been introduced to Herbart's psychology while at this Berlaum. Through Lindner's textbook. 481 The psychology of Griesinger and Maynard was also Herbartian to a great extent. Freud also refers to Griesinger's idea that in certain hallucinatory psychoses the patient denies the event that has called forth the mental illness. 482 A more obscure problem is that of the possible influence of romantic psychiatry upon Freud. 483 We have seen that REI taught that many mental diseases had a psychogenic cause and could be cured by psychotherapy. Ideller considered the passions as the main cause of psychoses, especially frustrated sexual love. He told of the flight into illness, contended that the origin of delusions can be traced back to childhood, and was a believer in the psychotherapy of psychoses. Heinroth emphasized the noxious effect of guilt feelings, and utilized a differentiated psychotherapy. Newman pointed out the relationship between anxiety and frustrated drives. He explained the hidden sexual meaning of the various types of delusions and psychotic behavior. It is open to question to what extent these authors had been forgotten in Central Europe by the end of the 19th century. Probably during that century there always flowed an undercurrent of romantic psychiatry, which was to be revived in the 1890s. Much of what, in retrospect, looks to us as startling novelties in the theories of psychosis of Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 537 men such as Bleuler, Freud, and Jung, appeared to their contemporaries as a return to old-fashioned psychiatric conceptions. The origin of psychoanalysis cannot be understood without taking into account several scientific trends of the last decades of the 19th century. Three of them have been described in previous chapters. One was the new science of sexual pathology that was given its decisive impetus by Krafft-Ebing. 484 The second was the psychological study of dreams. 485 And the third the exploration of the unconscious. 486 Another important source of Freudian thinking, the unmasking trend, deserves to be mentioned here with more detail, because it has been generally overlooked. It is the systematic search for deception and self-deception and the uncovering of underlying truth, currently known in France as demystification. This trend seems to have started with the French moralists of the 17th century. La Rochefoucauld in his Maxims, unmasked virtuous attitudes and acts as disguised manifestations of amour propre, in today's language narcissism. Schopenhauer described love as a mystification of the individual through the genius of the species, meaning that the qualities ascribed to the beloved are illusions, issuing from the unconscious will of the species. Karl Marx stated that the opinions of an individual, unknown to him, are conditioned by social class, which is determined by economic factors. War and religion are mystifications, in which the ruling classes deceive the lower classes in themselves. Nietzsche, who was an admirer of both the French moralists and of Schopenhauer, was another exponent of the unmasking trend. He untiringly pursued the manifestations of the will to power under its many disguises, and those of resentment under the guise of idealism and love of mankind. He emphasized man's need for fictions. In contemporary literature, unmasking became an overdone theme. In Ibsen's plays, for instance, some of the characters live in complete unawareness of the ugly reality behind the facades of their lives, until it is slowly or brutally revealed. The destruction of their illusions then brings a catastrophe as in Rosmersholm, and the wild duel $LT. In Ghosts, 1881, Ibsen dramatized the idea that many of our free and voluntary actions are but the reenactment of actions performed by our parents. We live in a world of ghosts. Ibsen's concept of ghosts was quoted several times by Freud in the interpretation of dreams and can be recognized in his concept of transference. The essayist Max Nordau wrote books denouncing the CONV engine lies of civilization. The economist Wilfredo Pareto emphasized the importance of self-deception in social and economic phenomena. 487 Hans Gross, the founder of judicial psychology, conducted inquiries in parapraxis and in the manifestations of concealed or repressed sexual feelings. 488 Another major source of psychoanalysis was the previous dynamic psychiatry, from which it drew much more than is generally believed. It will suffice to refer to its 5 characteristic features. 489 First, hypnosis, the main approach, was practiced for some time by Freud, and psychoanalytic technique came about through gradual modification of hypnosis. 49 degree second, the first dynamic psychiatry devoted particular interest to certain clinical pictures, particularly to hysteria, and it was on hysterical patients that Freud made his most decisive investigations. Third, the first dynamic psychiatry devised 2 models of the human mind, one based on the coexistence of conscious and unconscious psyches, and the other in the form of a cluster of subpersonalities. Freud began with a model of the first type, and then adopted the cluster type model of the ego, ID, and superego. Fourth, the first dynamic psychiatry based its theories of the pathogenesis of nervous illness on the concepts of an undetermined fluid, of mental energy, and of the autonomous activity of split fragments of personality. There is a recognizable link between these concepts and those of libido and unconscious complexes. Finally, the essential psychotherapeutic tool of the magnetizers and the hypnotists was rapport, and we have seen that psychoanalytic transference was one among the various metamorphoses of rapport. In the 1880s, the first dynamic psychiatry had finally been given an official stamp of approval by Charcot, of whom Freud proudly claimed to have been the disciple, and by Bernheim, whom Freud visited in Nancy. It is not easy to evaluate Charcot's influence on Freud. As previously mentioned, this influence seems to have been mostly of a personal nature, in the fashion of an existential encounter. Freud had an idealized picture of the French master and did not stay at the Salpêtrière long enough to realize that Charcot's demonstrations with hypnotized hysterics lacked any scientific value. Freud exaggerated the importance that Charcot ascribed to dissimilar heredity, degeneration in the medical jargon of the time, and the etiology of hysteria, and he apparently did not read Ridger's book where it is shown that hysterical attacks were reenactments of psychic trauma that were mostly of sexual nature, an idea that Freud was to later develop as his own. All this shows once more that the influence of a master often exerts itself less in his factual teachings than in the distorted perceptions of the disciples' minds. This is also true of the influence of the Nancy school upon Freud, who thus ascribed to Liebold the idea that the dream is the guardian of sleep, a statement in direct opposition to Liebold's theory of sleep. The phenomenon of patients giving rational explanations for obeying post-hypnotic suggestions was well known. Freud did not have to go to Nancy to learn it from Bernheim. Bernheim's procedure of making his subjects recover the memory of what had happened under hypnosis did not have the significance attributed to it by Freud, because in Bernheim's demonstration this occurred immediately after a short and light hypnotic state. It is to Freud's credit that this gave him the idea of having his patients recover long-forgotten memories in a waking state. This is another example of a discovery through a misinterpretation of the facts. Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 539. The influence of Janet on Freud is a controversial problem that has never been objectively studied. In his early writings, Freud acknowledged Janet's priority in regard to the discovery of the role of subconscious fixed ideas, in Janet's terms, in the etiology of hysterical symptoms, and of their subsequent cure through catharsis, in Breuer and Freud's words. When Breuer and Freud published their preliminary communication in 1893, Janet's priority was of 7 years, and he had published 6 or 7 relevant case histories. 491 to those contemporaries acquainted with both French and German psychiatric literature, Janet's priority and the similarity of his and Breuer and Freud's procedure were indisputable. Janet also anticipated Freud in showing, from the beginning, that the mere recovery of the traumatic memory did not suffice and that the psychological system, the complex, had to be dissociated, worked through, in Freudian terms. Janet's influence on Freud is obvious in the studies in hysteria, even in its terminology. Freud used Janet's words psychological misery and psychological analysis. In 1896 Freud called his system psychoanalysis to distinguish it from Janet's psychological analysis, and he began to emphasize the differences between his ideas and those of Janet. In so doing, Freud gave a distorted picture of Janet's concepts by asserting that Janet's theory of hysteria was based on the concept of degeneration. Janet actually taught that hysteria resulted from the interaction in differing proportions of constitutional factors in psychic traumata, and this is exactly what Freud later called a complementary series. Freud emphasized the role of repression in the pathogenesis of hysterical symptoms, but overlooked the narrowing of the field of consciousness in Janet's theory. Janet contended that Freud calls repression what I call narrowing of the field of consciousness, 492, and it is noteworthy that the two can be traced back to Herbart 493 for whom they were two aspects of the same phenomenon. Freud also criticized Janet's concept of hysteria resulting from a weakness of the function of synthesis. A similar concept, however, was later adopted by psychoanalysis under the name of ego weakness. Janet's shifting from the study of subconscious phenomena to that of psychological tension anticipated the shifting of psychoanalysis from depth psychology to ego psychology. Janet's function of reality was transposed into psychoanalysis under the name of reality principle. In regard to the psychoanalytic technique, there is a certain analogy between the automatic talking used by Janet in the case of Madame D and Freud's method of free association. 494 A more remarkable similarity is that between psychoanalytic transference and Janet's systematic use of those varieties of rapport between therapist and patient that he called somnambulic influence and need for direction. 495 A similarity that has been recognized by Jones. 496 Indeed, it is difficult to study the initial periods of Janet's psychological analysis and of Freud's psychoanalysis without coming to the conclusion, expressed by Regis and Hesnerd, the methods and concepts of Freud were modeled after those of Janet, of whom he seems to have inspired himself constantly until the paths of the two diverged. 497 Freud always acknowledged the great writers as his masters, the Greek tragedians, Shakespeare, Goethe, and Schiller. No doubt he received much inspiration from them, but the influence of writers of lesser magnitude on his thought should not be forgotten, particularly that of Heine, Bohm 498 and Lichtenberg. 499 Psychoanalysis shows a definite analogy with certain contemporary literary trends, such as the Young Vienna Circle, Neo-Romanticism, and, as already mentioned, Ibsen's way of unmasking conventional lies and unawareness. The philosophical sources of Freud are many, but in spite of many investigations, they are not yet well known. 500 Although Freud repeatedly expressed contempt for philosophy, and never accepted the idea of making a philosophy of psychoanalysis, he had a distinct philosophical background that was revealed in his Weltanschauung as well as in the way he psychologized certain philosophical concepts. Freud was exposed from his youth to the kind of philosophical thinking prevalent in Europe after 1850, which claimed to reject any sort of metaphysics and to study the world only from a scientific point of view. In fact, this rejection of philosophy is tantamount to a specific philosophy, scientism, the doctrine according to which knowledge of the world could be acquired only through science. But since science has its limits, a large part of reality, perhaps the greatest part, is unknowable. Logically, positivism should imply agnosticism, since the existence of God cannot be proved or disproved by science. However, Freud, like many other contemporary scientists, was a resolute atheist. This mixture of positivism, scientism, and atheism is revealed in Freud's Future of an Illusion. Curiously enough, this extreme positivist thinking led to a resurgence of the philosophy of nature in a disguised form during the second half of the 19th century. The tenets of positivism, in their zeal to clear science of any vestige of metaphysics, expelled the soul from psychology, vitalism from biology, and finality from evolution. Neurophysiologists asserted that they could explain mental processes in terms of extant or hypothetical brain structures. This was the brain mythology already referred to, or even exclusively in terms of physical and chemical processes. These physiologists ignored Bichat's dictum that physiology is no more the physics of animals than astronomy is the physiology of the stars. 501. The principles of conservation and transformation of energy were transposed into physiology and psychology as the basis of speculative constructions that could be called energetics mythology. Darwin's hypothesis that the evolution of the species is directed by the hereditary transmission of chance modifications through the struggle of life and the elimination of the unit became a scientific dogma. It remained for Haeckel to transform Darwinism into a pseudo-religion. Sigmund Freud and Psychoanalysis 541 under the name of monism. Freud was immersed in that kind of philosophical thinking. We have seen how Maynard's brain mythology, Reich's energetics mythology, and Exner's combination of both, led Freud to build his outline of a scientific psychology of 1895. Darwin's influence on Freud has been treated in a previous chapter. 502. Let it be recalled that Darwin introduced a psychology centered around the instincts, with special reference to aggressive and love instincts. Among Darwin's proofs of the theory of evolution were phenomena of reversion, which Freud, in the psychological field, termed regression. Darwin also sketched a biological theory of the origin of society and morals. Freud took from him the picture of primitive men as brutish beings living in bands under the tyranny of an old man, the cruel old father of totem and taboo. Lombroso, too, shared the idea that prehistoric man was a brutish and murderous being. Lombroso believed that the born criminal was a resurgence of that primitive man, and Freud's picture of the unconscious of the civilized man was not very different from Lombroso's picture of the primitive man. To the Darwinian doctrine Haeckel added his so-called fundamental biogenetic law, 503, which Freud seems to have taken for granted. We have also seen how Karl Marx's patterns of thought could be recognized in certain aspects of psychoanalysis. 5-4. The only philosopher whose lectures Freud attended was the promoter of a quite different philosophy, Franz Brentano. Brentano came from an illustrious family that included the poet Clemens Brentano, and was a brother of the noted economist Lucio Brentano. He became a Dominican priest and professor of philosophy at Wiertburg, but as he could not accept the dogma of the infallibility of the Pope, he left the church and came to Vienna to teach philosophy as a privatdozent, a unique example of a reversal of the usual university career. Brentano taught a new psychology based on the concept of intentionality, which he had revived from medieval scholastic philosophy. Rudolf Steiner, who was one of his auditors, said that Brentano was a perfect logician to whom every concept had to be perfectly clear and have its definite place in a dialectic argumentation, but he sometimes gave the impression that his thinking was a world in itself, outside reality. Brentano was a brilliant speaker, and the distinguished ladies of Vienna swarmed to his lectures. Among his auditors were men of such varied interest as Edmund Husserl, Thomas Masaryk, Franz Kafka, Rudolf Steiner, and Sigmund Freud. Brentano was a noted figure in Viennese social life. Dora Stockert Maynard described him as resembling a Byzantine Christ, soft-spoken, punctuating his eloquence with gestures of inimitable grace, the figure of a prophet with the spirit of a man of the world. 505. Brentano was endowed with a prodigious linguistic gift, and in addition to his fame as an erudite and original philosopher, he was known for his extemporization of elaborate plays on words. He imagined a new kind of riddle he called dal that became the rage in Viennese salons, was imitated, and many of which he published anonymously. Freud mentioned them in a footnote in Jokes in the Unconscious. It is the sole mention of Brentano in his writings. Any evidence that Freud might have been influenced by Brentano could be produced only by carefully studying the writings of Freud and finding their ideas specific to Brentano. James Ralph Barclay did so and concluded that several of Freud's concepts could be traced to Brentano. 506. The notion of intentionality appears in Freud in the modified form of a psychic energy channeled toward instinctual goals and wish fulfillment. Brentano's intentional existence became Freud's cathexis. To Freud. As to Brentano, perception was not a passive process but an activity endowed with psychic energy. The evolution of primary process to secondary process, as described by Freud, is also traceable to Brentano. The influence of romantic philosophy upon Freud cannot be traced directly either, though it is unmistakably there. We have told in a previous chapter of the similarities between romantic thinking, Goethe, and von Schubert, on one hand, and some of Freud's concepts on the other. 507. The main influence, however, exerted on Freud by the philosophy of nature stemmed from its two epigones, Bachofen and Fechner. 508. A close parallel can be drawn between Bachofen's stages of evolution of human society and the Freudian stages of libido. Freud, however, never mentions Bachofen. In regard to Fechner, it should be recalled that Freud repeatedly quoted him and took from him the topographical concept of the mind, the concept of mental energy, the principle of pleasure-unpleasure, of constancy, of repetition, and possibly the idea of the predominance of the destructive instinct over eros. Thus the main concepts of Freud's metapsychology derive from Fechner. However, the closest approach to psychoanalysis is to be found in the philosophers of the unconscious, Carus, von Hartmann, and particularly Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. For those familiar with the latter two philosophers, there cannot be the slightest doubt that Freud's thought echoed theirs. Thomas Mann 509 said that psychoanalytic concepts were Schopenhauer's ideas translated from metaphysics into psychology. F.W. Foster 510 went so far as to say that no one should deal with psychoanalysis before having thoroughly studied Schopenhauer. Such a study would show psychoanalysts that they are even more right than they themselves believe. The same is even more true of Nietzsche, whose ideas pervade psychoanalysis, and whose influence is obvious, even in Freud's literary style. This has not escaped the attention of some psychoanalysts. Wittels, for instance, spoke of Nietzsche's division into Dionysian and Apollonian, which is almost completely identical with that of the primary and the secondary function. 511. Freud in his celebrated paper on the criminals from a sense of guilt noted that Nietzsche had Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis 543 described the same individuals under the name of the pale criminals 512. Typically Nietzschean are the concept of the self-deception of consciousness by the unconscious and by emotional thinking, the vicissitudes of instincts, their combinations, conflicts, displacements, sublimations, regressions, and turnings against oneself, the energy load of representations, the self-destructive drives in man, the origin of conscience and morals through the turning inward of aggressive drives, resentment and neurotic guilt feelings, the origin of civilization and the repression of instincts, not to speak of the attacks against contemporary Maurice and religion. 513 The enumeration of Freud's sources should also take into account his patients and his disciples. Examples have been given in the preceding chapters of this book, illustrating the role played by patients in the history of dynamic psychiatry. Freud, too, learned much from several of his patients. It was one of them, Elizabeth von R., who suggested to him the procedure of free association. How many other suggestions he received from other patients is not known. But one man, at least, played an important role as an exemplary patient from whom Freud learned very much, like Janet from Madeline. This patient became famous under the name of the Wolfman. A summary follows. The 23-year-old man arrived in Vienna at the beginning of 1910 and started an analytic treatment with Freud. The son of a wealthy Russian landowner, he was intelligent, lucid, kind-hearted, but afflicted with abulia to an extraordinary degree, which made him unable to accomplish anything in life. Actually, this case must have appeared less strange in Russia than in the rest of Europe. It was exactly the picture of that condition which in Russian is called Oblomov-China.S14, a condition that was not exceptional in the sons of wealthy landowners, who led a thoroughly passive, idle life. The patient was called the Wolfman on account of a terrifying dream of wolves he had at the age of 31/1, because of his unusually passive attitude in the analytic situation, as in the rest of his life. There was no progress during 4 years, until Freud set a term to the treatment and declared it would be terminated in June 1914. This decision brought a rapid improvement and the patient was able to return to Russia. His case was of enormous interest to Freud because of the amount of material that emerged, some of which confirmed Freud's own theories while contradicting those of Adler and Jung. But some was also quite new and sounded almost incredible to him. Freud published, in 1918, an abstract of the case, enlarged in a further edition, but never the whole case history. 51s When the Wolfman fled to Vienna after losing his fortune in the Bolshevik Revolution, Freud analyzed him gratuitously for a few months and organized a subscription so that the man could live in Vienna with his wife, and later receive supplementary psychoanalytic treatment from Mrs. Ruth Mack Brunswick. 516 The Wolfman became a well-known figure in psychoanalytic circles, and a kind of expert in psychoanalytic problems. No doubt he played a significant role in Freud's evolution to metapsychology, and he also helped him to understand the phenomenon of countertransference. Another problem in need of clarification is the influence of Freud's disciples upon the thinking of their master. It is certain that Freud drew many ideas from Siegel, Adler, Ferenczi, Abraham, Rank, Silberer, Pfister, Jung, and others. Individual psychologists stress the fact that in 1908 Adler proposed the concept of a primary aggressive drive, which Freud denied but adopted under another form in 1920. He also took over from Adler the concepts of confluence of drives, which originated from Nietzsche. Jung introduced into psychoanalysis the terms complex and imago, emphasized the idea of the little boy's identification with his father, stimulated Freud's interest in the study of myths, and also forwarded the institution of compulsory training analysis for the future psychoanalyst. Actually, it is practically impossible to discern the part that disciples play in the shaping of a master's ideas. Not only do disciples bring new advances, but their particular interests, their questions, and the challenge brought by their contradiction of the master's opinions, all stand beyond the reach of any complete appreciation. It is quite possible that further, to this date undetected, sources of Freud will be discovered. An attempt in that direction was made by David Bacon, who claimed to have traced the connection between Freud and the Kabbalistic tradition. 517 Every Jew, Bacon said, whether he learns Hebrew or not, will inevitably absorb something of the Jewish mystical tradition, and this was even more so for a Jew of Galician extraction such as Freud, whose parents and ancestors had been long steeped in the currents of Hasidism. In the rather stormy history of Jewish mysticism, Freudian psychoanalysis would thus appear as one among its many vicissitudes. The Kabbalistic thinking is pervaded by a sense of mystery and power, aims at extracting hidden meanings from the scriptures, and teaches a kind of metaphysics of sex. According to Bacon, the reigning anti-Semitism caused Freud to hide his Jewish identity, so that he presented a derivation of Jewish mysticism in a veiled manner in his writings. An objective scrutiny of the facts shows, however, that Bacon considerably exaggerated the intensity of anti-Semitism in Vienna in Freud's youth and mature years, and many of his interpretations of Freud's works are debatable. To be sure, some of the analogies he draws between psychoanalytic concepts, notably those of sexuality, and Kabbalistic teachings are striking, but the matter is more complex than this. There is no evidence that Freud ever had cognizance of Jewish mystical writings. On the other hand, Kabbalistic metaphysics of sex is but one episode of a trend of sexual mysticism whose history is not well known. It is a wide field, of which we find major and minor representatives before and contemporary to Freud. Let us remember that Schopenhauer's philosophy was, to a large extent, Sigmund Freud, and psychoanalysis 545 a brand of sexual mysticism among several others. Two later representatives of that trend were acquainted with Freud: Wilhelm Fleiss and Otto Weininger. Wilhelm Fleiss combined sexual mysticism with a mysticism of numbers. As we have seen, Fleiss contended to have found a correlation between the nasal mucosa and the genital organs, and that he had discovered the fundamental bisexuality of humans. 51.8 In both men and women there were both male and female physiological components, in each there was a law of periodicity based on the cipher 28 for the female component, and 23 for the male. By using the two numbers in various combinations, Fleiss was able to compute, in retrospect, the occurrence of any biological event. During those years, Freud and Fleiss were enthusiastic about each other's theories. Fleiss later completed and perfected his own. There was an acrimonious dispute between Fleiss and Weininger about the priority of the fundamental bisexual theory, a strange illusion in both of them, since the theory was far from new. It was characteristic of the times that Fleiss was criticized for his nasal genital theory and his numerology, but not for his pansexualism. 519 As to Otto Weininger, his celebrated book, Sex and Character, was the outline of a metaphysical system centered around the concept of the fundamental bisexuality of the living being. 520 In the light of that basic principle, Weininger attempted to find answers to unsolved philosophical problems. The sexual mysticism that pervaded the intellectual atmosphere in Vienna at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century even expanded over the new science of sexual pathology. We have seen that certain authors romanticized sexual perversions, insisting on the unheard of emotional sufferings of sexual deviants. 521 Nothing is more remote from the truth than the usual assumption that Freud was the first to introduce novel sexual theories at a time when anything sexual was taboo. It is noteworthy that other systems of sexual mysticism developed contemporary to Freud, but quite independently from him. In Russia, Vasily Rozanov, the promoter of sexual transcendentalism, taught the holiness of sex, which he identified with God. 522 To summarize, the sexual act, he said, is the center of existence in the moment when man becomes a god. Sex is the metaphysical source of the mind, the soul, and religion. Ancient Oriental religious and primitive Hebraism he called sun religions, because they were earthly and worldly, exalted procreation and fertility, the continuity of the family, and the perpetuation of the species. Ancient Egyptian civilization / as a sort of phallic lyricism. Christianity, that teaches asceticism, chastity, and / virginity, is a religion of death. Life is the home must be warm, nice, and round like a womb. Homosexuals created the Greek civilization and were the greatest geniuses. Prostitution is the most social phenomenon. To a certain extent the prototype of sociality, the first states were born of the instincts of women toward prostitution. Rozanov interpreted writers through their intimate lives, their underclothing, as he said. His extensive sexual symbolism led him to see the phallus everywhere in nature. 523 Another much discussed system of sexual mysticism was that of Wundt Hughes. The Catholic missionary Joseph Wundt Hughes S24, who worked among the Gunantuna tribe in New Guinea, startled ethnologic circles with a book, The Two-Sexed Bang. As he said that the Gunantuna language contained a great number of words and idioms with a double meaning, that these people also had a sign language, every gesture of which had a sexual meaning, and a language of pictorial symbols based on two fundamental lines, straight, the phallus, and curved, the vagina. Having recorded 30 seemingly inoffensive songs of the Gunantuna, Wundt Hughes found that 29 of them had a hidden meaning so crude that he felt obliged to translate them in Latin rather than German. Wundt Hughes concluded that the primitive mind is pervaded with sexuality. He then evolved a theory of primitive religion as a worship of a bisexual god, a theory that he gradually extended to all primitive populations, to prehistoric peoples, and to the history of religion as a whole. S.26 The essence of that religion was the belief in and worship of a bisexual god. Sexuality in that religion is sacred, because the sexual act is a repetition of the primordial event by which the bisexual god created the world, and is thus a perpetuation of the divine act of creation in the name of God, and by his order. Violent polemics arose around those theories, which Wundt Hughes defended with almost fanatical conviction. One may wonder about the similarities and possible connection between Kabbalistic mysticism, Schopenhauer's metaphysics of sexes, Fleiss, and Weininger's systems, Rozanov's sexual transcendentalism, and Wundt's alleged discovery of a universal worship of a bisexual god. Unfortunately, sexual mysticism is one of the least explored trends in the history of ideas, and it would be premature to attempt to evaluate the role it played in the cultural atmosphere in which Freud's psychoanalysis grew. In this incomplete enumeration of Freud's sources, we may see that they belong to three distinct periods of unequal length. In the first period, Freud drew directly or indirectly from his masters and the numerous authors he read. In the second and relatively short period of his self-analysis, Freud learned primarily from himself. In the third period, which extended from 1902 to his death, Freud learned mostly from a few privileged patients and from his disciples. The influence of Freud and objective appraisal of the influence of Freud is inordinately difficult. The story is too recent, distorted by legend, and all the facts have not yet come to light. The consensus is that Freud exerted a powerful influence, not only on psychology and psychiatry, but on all the fields of culture, and that it has gone so far as to change our way of life and our concept of man. A more intricate question pertains to the divergencies that arise as soon as one Sigmund Freud in Psychoanalysis 547 tries to assess the extent that influence was beneficial or not. On one side are those who include Freud among the liberators of the human spirit, and who even think that the future of mankind depends on whether it will accept or discard the teachings of psychoanalysis. SC7 On the other side are those who claim that the effect of psychoanalysis has been disastrous. Lapierre, for instance, instance, claims that Freudianism ruined the ethics of individualism, self-discipline, and responsibility that prevailed among the Western world. 528 Any attempt to give an objective answer to these two questions, namely of the extent and nature of the influence of psychoanalysis, has to face three great difficulties. First, as in the case of Darwin, the historical importance of a theory is not restricted to what it originally was in the mind of its author, but also of the extensions, adjunctions, interpretations, and distortions of that theory. 529 Thus, an evaluation of Freud's influence should begin with a historical account of the Freudian school and the various trends that issued from it. The orthodox Freudians, the more original successors, for instance, the promoters of ego psychoanalysis, the deviant schools proper, with their own systems and deviant branches, and those other schools, Adler and Jung, which were founded on radically different basic principles, though as a response to psychoanalysis. And, last but not least, one should take into account the distorted pseudo-Freudian concepts that have been widely vulgarized through the newspapers, magazines, and popular literature. Second, a still greater difficulty arises from the fact that from the beginning, psychoanalysis has grown in an atmosphere of legend, with the result that an objective appraisal will not be possible before the true historical facts are completely separated from the legend. It would be invaluable to know the starting point of the Freudian legend and the factors that brought it to its present development. Unfortunately, the scientific study of legends, of their thematic structure, their growth, and their causes, is one of the least known provinces of science. 530 And to this date nothing has been written in regard to Freud that could be compared to Eschenbuhl's study of the legend that grew around the poet Rimbaud. 531 A rapid glance at the Freudian legend reveals two main features. The first is the theme of the solitary hero struggling against a host of enemies, suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune but triumphing in the end. The legend considerably exaggerates the extent and role of anti-Semitism, of the hostility of the academic world, and of alleged Victorian prejudices. The second feature of the Freudian legend is the blotting out of the greatest part of the scientific and cultural context in which psychoanalysis developed, hence the theme of the absolute originality of the achievements, in which the hero is credited with the achievements of his predecessors, associates, disciples, rivals, and contemporaries. The legend discarded, we are permitted to see the facts in a different light. Freud is shown as having an average career of the contemporary academic man in Central Europe, a career whose beginnings were only slightly hampered by anti-Semitism, and with no more setbacks than many others. He lived in a time when scientific polemics had a more vehement tone than today, and he never suffered the degree of hostility as did men such as Pasteur and Ehrlich. 532 The current legend, on the other hand, attributes to Freud much of what belongs, notably, to Herbart, Fechner, Nietzsche, Maynard, Benedict, and Janet, and overlooks the work of previous explorers of the unconscious, dreams, and sexual pathology. Much of what is credited to Freud was diffuse current lore, and his role was to crystallize these ideas and give them an original shape. We now come to the third great difficulty in appraising the extent and nature of the influence exerted by psychoanalysis. Many authors have attempted to make an inventory of the impact of Freud's ideas upon normal and abnormal psychology, sociology, anthropology, criminology, art, the theater, and movies, as well as philosophy, religion, education, and mores. We shall not attempt to reiterate these inquiries, nor even to summarize them, but must point out a fact that has been sometimes overlooked. Psychoanalysis itself was from the beginning linked to other pre-existing or contemporary trends of a more general nature. Around 1895 the profession of neuropsychiatrist had become fashionable. There was an active search for new psychotherapeutic methods, and men such as Bleuler and Mobius were trying to re-psychologize psychiatry. Freud's first publications appeared as manifestations of this new course. In the same period there was an intensive development of sexual psychopathology. Freud's libido theory was one among many novelties in that field. We have already mentioned the affinities between early psychoanalysis and the literary works of Ibsen, Schnitzler, the Jungian group, and the neo-romanticists, and to these must be added the avant-garde movements that arose later, namely the futurists, Dadaists, and surrealists. S33 Freud's open proclamation of atheism was in tune with the attitude of many contemporary scientists and brought him the favor of Hegel's Moni Stenbund. 534 His system was judged materialistic enough to be adopted by Soviet Russian psychologists before it was superseded by Pavlovian psychiatry. 535 World War I gave rise to a decline of the West, trend of which Freud's reflections on war and death were but one of many manifestations. 536 The disasters of World War I and the impending catastrophe of World War II compelled thinkers to search for ways of saving the world. 537 The task of psychotherapy was now to give the individual a means of tolerating tensions and anxiety, hence the shift of psychoanalysis from depth psychology to ego psychoanalysis. 538 However, this was not all, because in the meantime the progress of technology had inaugurated the affluent society. To a system based on Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis. 549 Hard work and intense competition that social Darwinism had given its ideology succeeded a system based on mass consumption with a hedonistic utilitarian philosophy. This is the society that enthusiastically adopted Freudian psychoanalysis, often in its more distorted form. The facts brought by Lopier in his book, The Freudian Ethic, may be accurate, but it is not right to make Freud responsible for them, no more than to make Darwin responsible for the way the militarists, colonialists, and other predatory groups and finally Hitler and the Nazis, availed themselves of pseudo-Darwinist theories. It thus happened to Freud as it had happened to Darwin and to others before them, that they seemed to launch an overwhelming cultural revolution when actually it was the revolution rooted in socio-economic changes that carried them. Coming back to Freud, it will certainly be a long time before one will be able to discern what can be attributed to the direct impact of his teaching, and to what extent the diffuse social, economic, and cultural trends prevailed themselves of Freudian, or pseudo-Freudian, concepts toward their own end. We are perhaps prepared, now, to give an answer to that difficult question, what does certainly belong to Freud and constitutes the inmost originality of his work. We may distinguish three great contributions, the psychoanalytic theory, the psychoanalytic method, and the psychoanalytic organization. Whatever the number of its sources and the intricacies of its context, the psychoanalytic theory is universally recognized as a powerful and original synthesis that has been the incentive to numerous researchers and findings in the field of normal and abnormal psychology. However, the problem of its scientific status is not yet clarified. In that regard, the situation of psychoanalysis is strikingly similar to that of animal magnetism in 1818, when the physician Virey wondered why discoveries made in the field of physics at the time of Mesmer were now taken for granted, whereas the validity of Mesmer's doctrine was still the object of emotionally charged discussions. 539 Conversely, discoveries made in Freud's time in the field of endocrinology, bacteriology, and the like, are unequivocally integrated into science, whereas the validity of psychoanalytic concepts is still questioned by many experimental psychologists and epistemologists. 540 This paradox has brought many Freudians to view psychoanalysis as a discipline that stands outside the field of experimental science and more akin to history, philosophy, linguistics. 541 Or as a variety of hermeneutics. 542 Even more than the conceptual framework of psychoanalysis, the psychoanalytic method is Freud's creation and constitutes the inmost originality of his work. Freud was the inventor of a new mode of dealing with the unconscious, that is, the psychoanalytic situation with the basic rule, free associating, and the analysis of resistances and transference. This is Freud's incontestable innovation. But Freud's most striking novelty was probably the founding of a school according to a pattern that had no parallel in modern times but is a revival of the old philosophical schools of Greco-Roman antiquity, such as we described them in a former chapter. 543 Almost from the beginning Freud made psychoanalysis a movement, with its own organization and publishing house, its strict rules of membership, and its official doctrine, namely the psychoanalytic theory. The similarity between the psychoanalytic and the Greco-Roman philosophical schools was reinforced after the imposition of an initiation in the form of the training analysis. Not only does the training analysis demand a heavy financial sacrifice, but also a surrender of privacy and of the whole self. By this means a follower is integrated into the society more indissolubly than ever was a Pythagorean, Stoic, or Epicurean in his own organization. Freud's example in that regard was to be followed by Lung and a few other dynamic psychiatric movements. We are thus led to view Freud's most striking achievement in the revival of the Greco-Roman type of philosophical schools, and this is no doubt a noteworthy event in the history of modern culture. 8 Alfred Adler and individual psychology. Contrary to common assumption, neither Adler nor Jung is a psychoanalytic deviant, and their systems are not merely distortions of psychoanalysis. Both had their own ideas before meeting Freud, collaborated with him while keeping their independence, and, after leaving him, developed systems that were basically different from psychoanalysis, and also basically different from each other. The fundamental difference between Adler's individual psychology and Freud's psychoanalysis can be summarized as follows. Freud's aim is to incorporate into scientific psychology those hidden realms of the human psyche that had been grasped intuitively by the Greek tragedians, Shakespeare, Goethe, and other great writers. Adler is concerned with the field of Menschenkundnis, that is, the concrete, practical knowledge of man. The interest of individual psychology is that it is the first recorded, unified, complete system of Menschenkundnis, a system vast enough to encompass also the realm of neuroses, psychoses, and criminal behavior. For that reason, when studying Adler, the reader must temporarily put aside all that he learned about psychoanalysis and adjust to a quite different way of thinking. The life frame of Alfred Adler. Alfred Adler was born in a suburb of Vienna in 1870 and died in Aberdeen, Scotland, in 1937. He spent the greatest part of his life in Vienna. The events of his life, like those of Freud, must be viewed against the background of the vicissitudes of Austrian history, but being 14 years younger than Freud, Adler experienced those changes in a somewhat different manner. His childhood and youth were spent during the most prosperous years of the dual monarchy. When WRL War I broke out, the 40-year-old Adler was still young enough to be mobilized as a 571 military doctor and was able to acquire direct knowledge of war neuroses. The catastrophe of 1918 also affected the 48-year-old Adler differently than the 62-year-old Freud. Thus the advent of the new political regime offered him the possibility of materializing his projects and founding his institutions. The years 1920 to 1932 were, in spite of political upheavals, the years of Adler's greatest achievements. But he did not wait for Hitler to come to power, and emigrated to the United States in 1932. Black clouds were gathering over Europe when he suddenly died in 1937, 2.5 years before the catastrophe he had foreseen. Both Freud and Adler were the sons of Jewish merchants of the lower middle class, with the difference that Adler's father dealt in grain and Freud's in wool. Both were raised in the suburbs of Vienna, were thoroughly Viennese, and became the founders of new schools and acquired world fame. However, they achieved their success in different ways. Freud's was a university career, with the customary vicissitudes of the time. He lived in a residential part of the town and had a choice clientele. Adler's university career was checked from the beginning. He began as a general practitioner in a non-residential quarter, and struggled for the creation of social medicine. After his association with Freud, the group he founded had, more than psychoanalysis, the feature of a political movement. His patients belonged mostly to the lower or middle class, and social problems always remained the focus of his interest. Thus we see Alfred Adler's career as an example of the social ascension of a man who remained emotionally attached to the lower class of the population in whose midst he had spent his childhood. The disintegration of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire favored the transformation of his teaching from its marginal position to that of a socio-ethical movement of worldwide scope. Family background. Behind the superficial analogies between Freud and Adler there were deep-reaching differences. We have seen that during the second half of the 19th century the attitude and mentality of the Austrian Jews largely depended upon the group to which their parents or grandparents belonged before the emancipation. One Freud's parents carried with them the resentment accumulated by the Jews of Galicia and South Russia throughout the centuries. Adler's parents came from the comparatively privileged community of Kitsi, in the province of Burgenland. Burgenland is a picturesque countryside with lakes surrounded by reeds, with fields, groves, vineyards, castles on hilltops, little villages of old-world charm. It is noted for the great variety of its birds. Nearly every village rooftop had its stork's nest. Burgenland is proud of its historical past and of its great men, among whom are the composers Haydn and Liszt. Throughout the centuries, Burgenland was a kind of buffer state between Alfred Adler and individual psychology 573 Austria and Hungary. It actually belonged to Hungary, but the Hungarian magnates who possessed a great part of the land were friendly with Austria. This was an exception among the Hungarian nobility. At that time the population of Burgenland was about 300,000. The majority were German-speaking, but there were also Hungarians, Croatian immigrants, gypsies, and prosperous Jewish communities. The Jews of Burgenland enjoyed a more liberal status than most of the other Jews of the empire. Many of them were traders, and as such, they served as intermediaries between the ghetto Jews of Prespit and the commercial centers of Vienna. The difference in background may explain certain characteristic features in the Jews who had their origin in Burgenland. Above all, they did not have the feeling of belonging to a persecuted minority. Moritz Benedict, who came from the Till, Jewish community, of Eisenstadt, and who in his autobiography complained of having been the victim of countless injustices, never complained of having suffered because of anti-Semitism. The same holds for Alfred Adler, in whose writings the term anti-Semitism is never even mentioned. Men of that background could keep their religion, as did Benedict, who remained a member of the synagogue, but when they lost their faith, the Jewish tradition no longer held any meaning for them. Not being sentimentally attached, they could easily shift to Protestantism or Catholicism without having the feeling of betraying their ancestors or being disloyal to their fellow Jews. Thus Alfred Adler later became a Protestant, while two of his brothers, Max and Richard, converted to Catholicism, and the oldest brother, Sigmund, left the Jewish community as confession-slows, without a declared religious adherence. We do not know much about Alfred Adler's upbringing. In a short autobiographical account, he relates that he was his father's favorite child but for a long time felt rejected by his mother, that he once had another boy, that at an early age he suffered from rickets and fits of breathlessness, that he was impressed by the death of a younger brother, and narrowly escaped dying from a severe case of pneumonia. These were the two events that inspired him in his future vocation as a physician. From other childhood memories recorded by Phyllis Botholm, we may infer that Jewish rites were performed at home and that he went to the synagogue with his parents. Once, at the age of 5, during prayers at the synagogue, he pulled at a piece of vestment sticking out of a cupboard, causing the whole cupboard to fall with a crash. One Passover night at home, he crept downstairs to substitute leavened bread for the unleavened, and watched the rest of the night from a cupboard to see whether the angel would notice the difference if it came. Should these two early memories be true, one could, according to Adler's own method, infer a negative attitude toward the Jewish religion. This difference in the Jewish background of Adler and Freud may also explain why, in contrast to Freudian psychoanalysis, Adler's individual psychology contains nothing that could plausibly be attributed to the Jewish tradition. Our knowledge of Alfred Adler's genealogy and family is fragmentary. Data contained in the usual biographies are often erroneous. The only systematic inquiry conducted to this date is that of Dr. Hans Beck-Widmanstätter, which we are following here. Point 4 Alfred Adler's grandfather, Simon Adler, was a master furrier, Kirchnermeister, in Kitsi. Nothing is known of him, except that his wife's name was Katharina Lempel, and that he was no longer living in 1862 when his son David married. Nor is it known how many children he had, aside from David, Alfred's uncle, and Leopold, Alfred's father. David was 31 years old when he married in Vienna, on June 29, 1862. He worked as a tailor in the Jewish suburb of Leopoldstadt. Leopold Adler, whose Jewish name was Levi Nathan, was born in Kitsi on January 26, 1835. Nothing is known of the first 30 years of his life. When he married in Vienna, on June 17, 1866, the marriage certificate gives his address as the same as his father-in-law's in Penzing. This indicates that for at least some time he lived in the latter's house, and probably worked in his business firm. Alfred Adler's ancestors on his mother's side came from the little town of Trebitsk, in Moravia. It is not known how long they had lived there, but when they migrated to Penzing, in 1858 or 1859, they had at least 5 children: Ignas, born before 1839, Morais, born in April 1843, Pauline, Alfred's mother, born in January 1845, Salomon, born in July 1849, and Albert, born in 1858. 2 other children were born in Penzing, Ludwig, in December 1859, and Julius, in December 1861. Adler's grandfather Hermann Beer had founded the firm Hermann Beer & Sons, dealing in oats, wheat, and bran. This was a prosperous trade at the time, but with the development of railway transportation it was doomed to decline. Later, the firm was taken over by his son Salomon. 2 years after settling in Penzing, on October 10, 1861, Hermann Beer bought a house at Poststrasse 22. It is likely that Alfred Adler sojourned there several times during his childhood. This house still stands and is now on Linzer Strasse 20, near the corner of Nobelgasse. In spite of modernizations of the new buildings that surround it, its main structure has not changed. On the ground floor there is a shop, and on the first floor is the dwelling to which one has access from the courtyard in the back that is reached through the carriage gateway. The courtyard is large enough to accommodate a dozen cars. On the left is the workshop of an automobile mechanic, and the stables have been converted into garages. A white stone staircase leads up to the apartment on the first floor, where the Beer family lived for many years. Herman Beer and his wife Elizabeth, also called Libussa, Pinsker had LE4ST 7 children, who in turn had large families, so that Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 575 Adler had numerous relatives on his mother's side. One of his uncles, Julius Beer, was only 8 years older than he. We know very little about the life, occupation, and economic situation of Leopold Adler. During 1866 to 1877 he lived in the neighboring villages of Penzing and Rudolfsheim, changing his address several times, and his occupation is recorded as merchant. For unknown reasons he then moved to Leopoldstadt, the Jewish suburb on the northeast of Vienna, where he lived from 1877 to 1881, but here too he changed his address every year. Then, for 2 years, he lived in Hernals, at that time outside Vienna, where he rented a house at Hauptstrasse 25 with attached business premises at number 23. These two houses were dependencies of the Grossmeierei, a kind of wholesale dairy farm, that belonged to Count Palfy, one of the Hungarian magnates of Budenland. It is very likely that Leopold Adler acted as middleman for the sale of the Count's produce. Herman Beer died on February 5, 1881, and his wife, on January 15, 1882. Their property was divided among the 7 living children, but Pauline sold her part to one of her brothers, and very shortly thereafter, on July 27, 1883, she and Leopold bought a property at Boring, which at that time was still a sparsely populated area outside the city limits of Vienna 5 with one-story houses and gardens. This property, located at Hauptstrasse 57 to 59, today Waringstrasse 129 to 131, is still standing. It was a typical commercial house of that time. It comprised Bulletin premises, a dwelling on the first floor, with 2 large and 2 smaller rooms, as well as a kitchen, and stables below. 6. This house nearly faced the cemetery in which were the tombs of Beethoven and Schubert, today the Schubert Park. According to Phyllis Bottom, the family not only kept horses but cows, goats, chickens, and rabbits as well, but it would be an exaggeration to depict young Alfred as growing up in a sort of miniature Garden of Eden, as has sometimes been done. This property, which belonged equally to Leopold and Pauline, remained in their hands from July 1883 to July 1891. But Leopold was not successful, and according to family tradition the Adlers were increasingly harassed by financial difficulties. This is confirmed by the fact that in time the property became heavily mortgaged and was finally sold in 1891, at a loss. The family then returned to Leopoldstadt, where it lived under considerable material strain, until Sigmund, the eldest brother, became a successful businessman and was able to re-establish all his relatives in comfortable living conditions. Since Alfred Adler always insisted as much as Freud upon the importance of family constellation in the shaping of the personality, it would be appropriate to know how it was in his own case. But here too our knowledge is incomplete. Very little is known of the personality of his father, Leopold Adler, and the data we have about him come from impressions of people who knew him as an old man. Phyllis Bottom writes that he had a carefree and happy personality, was humorous and tremendously proud, that he was a handsome man who took great care of his personal appearance, brushed his clothes meticulously himself, cleaned his boots so that they shone like glass, and appeared invariably as if dressed for a party. 7. His grandson Walter Fried, who lived with him for several years when he was a child, says, he was a man of very stately appearance, always elegant and neat, and who was in the habit of living well. I had extraordinary respect for him, though he always was especially good to me. I still see him as he stroked my head and gave me new copper coins of which I was inordinately proud. 8. Another grandson, Ferdinand Ray, says that grandfather Leopold Adler was a rather elegant, good-looking gentleman who held himself erect and was particular with his dressing. In the last few years of his life he had his meal in the Rathaus Keller at lunch, always with a glass of wine, then a ham sandwich at 5 p.m. and to bed at 6 p.m. It seems that the relationship of Alfred with his father was a good one. According to Phyllis Bottom, Alfred was Leopold's favorite son, and he constantly gave him encouragement. We know that encouragement was to become one of the leitmotifs of Adler's educational system. The same author also says that Leopold often repeated to Alfred, never believe what anyone tells you, which probably meant that one should judge people according to their conduct rather than their words. This too was to become a basic axiom of individual psychology. Pauline Adler certainly did not enjoy good health as her husband, who died at the age of nearly 87 years. According to all testimonies, when she died at 61, she was worn out by illness and overwork. Phyllis Bottom depicts her as nervous and gloomy, without any sense of humor. According to family tradition she sacrificed herself too much for certain members of the family. One of her grandsons describes her as being a gentle and fine woman, who ran the business, and with husband, children, household, and dog, had her hands full. She and Alfred failed to understand each other, and it is said that she played the part in his life that he later called the Gegenspieler, counterfoil, that is, the person against whom one measures and exercises one's strength. Whereas Freud primarily stressed the importance of the child's relationship with its parents, and secondarily with its siblings, Alfred Adler attributed more importance to the position of the child in the line of siblings than to his relationship with his parents, and this leads us to examine the nature of the sibling constellation in his case. Alfred was the second in a family of 6 children, not counting 2 who Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 577 died in early infancy. 10. His relationship with his eldest brother Sigmund is of particular interest. Sigmund Adler, his Jewish name was Simon, was born on August 11, 1868, in Rudolfsheim. All testimonies confirm that he was a most intelligent and gifted person, so that in Phyllis Bottom's words, Alfred Adler felt himself put in the shade of a model eldest brother, a true firstborn, who always seemed to Alfred to be soaring far beyond him in a sphere which Alfred for all his efforts could never attain. Even at the end of his life, Alfred had not wholly got over this feeling. Sigmund's successful career was the more remarkable because life had been hard for him. He had to leave school before obtaining his matura because of his family's impoverishment, and went to work, first in his father's business and later on his own. For some time he was a sales agent for Hungarian grain mills, but later he established himself in real estate. Thus, in time he became a very successful businessman and acquired a fortune which he later lost, however, in the post-war inflation. One of his sons relates that because he was a Hungarian citizen, he served in the Hungarian army for 1 year, that he married in 1900, had 3 sons, and in view of the political situation, eventually emigrated to the United States, where he remained until his death. 11. Another of his sons describes him as follows: Sigmund was truly a self-made man, had a big library, and was proud of his friends, better middle-class doctors, lawyers, and so on. We children through him, and mother, learned to appreciate the higher things in life, good music, good books, traveling, and so on. He was a good chess player, and we children learned the game from him. But here too he was almost always too busy to play. As to his relation with Alfred, he respected him highly, both as a medical doctor as well as a psychologist, and relied quite often on Alfred's judgment when one of us was sick. Later on, when Alfred's fame spread, he spoke of Alfred with admiration and great respect. Always. 12. According to all testimonies, Sigmund Adler was a straightforward man, selfless to a rare degree, who supported not only his own family, but also his father Leopold in his old age as well as many other of his relatives. Alfred's rivalry with his successful brother Sigmund seems to have played a major role in his life. Like all boys, they fought with each other, and according to family tradition, they eventually became of equal strength. It has also been said that if Alfred left his general practice to specialize in neuropsychiatry, it was because he followed the example of his brother, who had shifted from being a sales agent to the more lucrative business of real estate. Whatever might have been, they were always good friends, and it was through Sigmund that Alfred found and bought his beautiful country house at Salmansdorf. Both brothers emigrated to America and died similarly, Alfred of a stroke in a street of Aberdeen in 1937 and Sigmund in a street in New York 20 years later, on February 25, 1957, at the age of 89.13. After Sigmund and Alfred came the third child Hermine, a daughter, born in Rudolfsheim on October 24, 1871. Phyllis Bottom says she was Alfred's favorite sister, who also greatly admired him. Her son writes about her, Hermine, my mother, played the piano very well and was a very good sight reader of music. She had a nice singing voice, but untrained. She used to play with Alfred, who was playing the piano too, music for four hands. They had a great affinity and all her children, when they got married, brought their partners for approval to Alfred. I4 After Hermine there came a little brother, Rudolf, who was born in Penzing on May 12, 1873, and died of diphtheria on January 31, 1874.15 as we shall see. The birth and premature death of the little brother were significant events in Alfred's childhood. The next child, Irma, was born in Penzing on November 23, 1874. Her life was to end tragically in an extermination camp in Poland in 1941. She married the printer Franz Fried and had a son, Walter. After Irma came Max, who was born in Leopoldstadt on March 17, 1877.16. In spite of the family's difficult situation, he was able to complete his secondary school at the Sperlaum, where he received his Matura in September 1896. Thereupon he studied history and the German language and literature for 9 semesters at the University of Vienna. His dissertation 1.7 was approved in October 1903, and he received his doctorate in philosophy on June 23, 1904.18. Max Adler seems to have worked mainly as a journalist, writing on philosophical, economic, and political topics. He lived for many years in Dresden, but later went to Rome, where he died on November 5, 1968, at the age of 91. According to Phyllis Bottom, he was highly envious and jealous of the popular Alfred, nor did he ever recover from his state of mind. Adler was fond of him but never succeeded in winning his affection. These details must be borne in mind when referring to the picture Alfred Adler gave of the personality of the second child in a large family, always under pressure, trying hard to compete with the older brother, and himself narrowly followed by a competitive younger brother. The last child, Richard, was born in Mooring on October 21, 1884. During his childhood the economic situation of the family was at its worst, and it seems that his education was sacrificed. On the other hand, he seems to have been the favorite child of his mother. He had a great admiration for Alfred, who also helped him in all possible ways. As a piano teacher, he claimed to apply the principles of individual psychology to the teaching of music. For some time he stayed in Alfred's country home in Salmonsdorf. Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 579. During World War II he worked at cultivating Alfred's large garden in Dobling, which still belonged to the family. 19 He was able to escape the notice of the Nazis and to survive along with his wife Justine. He died in January 1954, leaving no children. The difference between the social and family backgrounds of Alfred Adler and Sigmund Freud is not without relevance in regard to the difference in their respective psychological systems. The Jewish tradition had a very strong impact on Jews whose families had come from Galicia, even if they had lost their religious faith. Though Freiburg was for him the lost paradise of early childhood, Freud was an Austrian citizen with the full rights of an Austrian. But he grew up in Leopoldstadt, a densely populated suburb of Vienna where the poor Jews from the eastern part of the empire had settled, and where there were slums with numerous children and beggars, so that Freud always considered himself a member of a minority group. Since Freud had always remained under the watchful eyes of his parents and teachers, he was led to emphasize his childhood relationships with his parents more than with his siblings and peer group. Moreover, Freud was the firstborn and cherished child of his mother and felt antagonistic to his father, Whipple. He made the Oedipus situation seem natural to him. In Adler's case, the situation was quite different. The Jewish tradition was not as important to Jews originating from the privileged communities of Burgenland. Because he was born in Vienna, Burgenland did not have the quality of a lost paradise for Adler. On the contrary, it was even a drawback in his life. It meant that he was not registered as an Austrian, but as a Hungarian, thus making him the subject of a country whose language he did not speak and depriving him of many privileges granted only to Austrians in Vienna. He belatedly acquired Austrian citizenship in 1911. In contrast to Freud, Adler spent most of his childhood in the outskirts, Vorort, of Vienna, 20 in places such as Rudolfsheim, Penzing, Hernals, and Mooring, which had at least partly kept their rural character. They were not so densely populated. One feature of these outskirts was the existence of large pieces of land that had been bought up by speculators and left in a state of abandon until prices rose enough for them to make a substantial profit. These places were commonly called the Dotten. Street urchins used to go there to amuse themselves. Thus Adler spent most of his childhood in the outskirts of the town, playing or fighting with non-Jewish boys, many of whom belonged to the lower classes. Obviously, parental supervision for Adler was not as strict as for Freud. All accounts of Adler's life tell of his escapades and fights with street boys. This necessarily led him to emphasize, more than did Freud, the role of the peer group and siblings in the shaping of personality. The family constellation, too, was quite different with these two men. Adler was the second born who felt rejected by the mother but protected by the father, so having experienced the opposite situation from Freud's he could never accept the idea of the Oedipus complex. It is noteworthy that Adler, though he was a Jew and a foreigner in his own country, never felt as if he belonged to a minority. He saw himself as participating in the popular life of the city, and his intimate knowledge of the Viennese idiom made it possible for him to give public speeches as a man of the people. One can understand, therefore, how the concept of community feeling was to become the central point in his teaching. Events in Alfred Adler's life, whereas the difficulty in writing about Freud consists in the superabundance of biographic material, for Adler, as for Janet, exactly the opposite is true. We have very few short autobiographical notes of Adler, in addition to those recorded by Phyllis Bottom. There have been, as yet, 4 biographies of Adler, one by Manis Sperber 21, another by Hertha Oglo 22, the third by Phyllis Bottom 23, and the fourth by Karl Mueller, known only by its English translation. 24 Phyllis Bottom also gave details on Adler in a book of psychological essays and in the second volume of her autobiography. 25 Whatever the merit of these publications, the information they contain is based mainly on memories and hearsay, and is marred by numerous inaccuracies. From Adler's abundant correspondence, hardly more than a half dozen letters have been published. 26 There had been no Adler archive to collect documents and testimonies about Adler, and there are no films of him or recordings of his voice. A systematic inquiry based on archival material has been recently conducted by Dr. H. Beck-Widmanstetter of Vienna, but only a small part of the material gathered by him has appeared as yet. His short narrative of Adler's childhood and youth is still to be published. 27 The following sketch of Alfred Adler's life is based mainly on Dr. H. Beck-Widmanstetter's research, supplemented by verbal and written information supplied by members of his family. 28 Alfred Adler was born in Rudolfsheim on February 7, 1870. The house where he was born was on the Hauptstrasse at the corner of Zollensberggasse. At that time it was a large house divided into 15 small apartments, and the house that has replaced it is at number 208 Maria Hilferstrasse. 29 The house was facing a large marketplace, Central Marktplatz. Nearby was a large space of open land, Stadt, now the Gustav Jaeger Park with the Technical Museum, where the children of the neighborhood would play. During the first 7 years of Alfred Adler's childhood, the family lived at various addresses in Rudolfsheim and the neighboring Penzing. In those years young Alfred often escaped to play with street boys and went so far as to pinch the flowers in the gardens of the imperial castle of Schönbrunn, which was not far from Penzing. Though Alfred thought that he went to the public school in Penzing, neither his nor his brother Sigmund's names were found in the archives of that school. Possibly he went to a private school whose archives have not been preserved. One important event of that period was the birth of Alfred's little brother, Rudolf, and his death a few Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 581 days before Alfred's 4th birthday. If his early memories are to be believed, this event, combined with a severe childhood illness sometime later, inspired him with the early wish to become a physician. When Adler was 7 years old, the family had to move to the Jewish suburb of Leopoldstadt, where they lived for 4 years. It is characteristic that none of Adler's biographers mentioned that he ever lived in Leopoldstadt. Probably he had unpleasant memories of those years, and did not wish to discuss them. During that time, in 1879, thus, when he was aged 9, Alfred was sent to the Kommunalsreluende Obergymnasium in the Sperrgasse, better known as the Sperrgymnasium, or Sperrheim, the same one to which young Sigmund Freud had been sent 14 years earlier at the same age. In the meantime, however, school regulations had been changed, setting the age of 10 as a minimum for entry. Dr. Beck Widmanstetter found that in the class handbook, class register, Alfred Adler's date of birth, 1870, had been corrected by an unknown hand and changed to 1869. We know from the school archives that young Alfred failed this first year and had to repeat it. In the middle of 1881, the family left Leopoldstadt and moved to Hernals, where Alfred went to the Hernals Gymnasium in the street bearing the same name. He continued to attend that school when the family moved, once again, to the neighboring Glarard of Waring, until he was 18 years old and received his Matura. Unfortunately, the archives of that school were destroyed during the Allied occupation of Vienna after World War II. Thus it is impossible to know what kind of pupil Alfred Adler was. It is certain that he received an excellent education, studying Latin, Greek, and German classics taught at that time. Almost nothing is known about Alfred's adolescence outside of school. According to his biographers, he had a passion for music, song, and the theater, and was quite a good actor himself. As soon as he completed secondary school, he registered at the Faculty of Medicine in Vienna, in the winter semester of 1888 to 1889. Dr. Hans Beck Widmanstetter found the complete record of Adler's academic achievements in the archive of the medical school, of which we extract the following details. Adler completed his medical studies in the average length of time, followed only the obligatory courses necessary to pass the examinations, and passed his 3 rigorosa with the note genie again, sufficient, which was the lowest for passing. Since at that time psychiatry was not an obligatory course, Adler did not receive any psychiatric teaching, nor did he hear the lectures of the Privatdozent Sigmund Freud on hysteria. However, in his 5th semester he followed Kraft-Tebing's course on the most important diseases of the nervous system. Alfred Adler's university records show that his 5th, 6th, and 7th semesters were particularly strenuous. During these 3 semesters he took among others a 10-hour weekly course of surgery, and a 10-hour weekly course of medicine, the latter with the internist Nothnagel, whose teaching also included lectures on organic nervous diseases. After his 7th semester, Adler passed his first rigorosum on March 24, 1892, and then went for the first 6 months of his 1 year of obligatory military service in the 1st and 4th Tyroler Kaiser Josua Regiment from April 1, 1892, to October 1, 1892. The following semesters were also strenuous. In his 9th semester, he took, among others, a course in the pathology of the nervous system with Salomon Stricker. In the 10th semester he took only a 10-hour weekly course of surgery. Thereupon he passed his second rigorosum on May 22, 1894, and waited almost 1½ years before presenting himself to the third rigorosum. It is likely that he devoted this time to perfecting himself in clinical medicine. In those days even a young doctor who did not wish to pursue an academic career or become a specialist would usually spend 2 or 3 years either in the general hospital or in the polyclinic, to acquire clinical experience. In the archives of the General Hospital, Beck Widmanstetter found that no appointment was held there by Alfred Adler. In view of the fact that paid positions were reserved for Austrian citizens, and being that Adler was a Hungarian, he could have done only voluntary, unpaid work there. We do find his name, however, on the list of those young doctors who worked at the Polyclinic in 1895 and 1896. The Viennese Polyclinic, a benevolent institution, was founded in 1871, mainly under the initiative of Moritz Benedict, to provide free medical care to people of the working class at a time when there was no social security. The doctors who worked there were not paid. For young physicians it was an opportunity to acquire clinical experience and perhaps also to find prospective clients. Alfred Adler worked in 1895 in the Department of Ophthalmology of the Polyclinic, with Professor von Royce. It is likely that he met Moritz Benedict, who gave electric treatment to patients of that department. During that period he passed his third rigorosum on November 12, 1895, and received his medical degree on November 22, 1895. In 1896 he again worked at the Polyclinic, but this cannot have been very long, since he was called away from April 1, 1896, to September 30, 1896, to complete his second semester of obligatory military service I-11 the 18th Military Hospital of Pressburg, in a Hungarian unit, under his Magyar name of Alda Adler. It has been asserted that Adler took other postgraduate studies, mainly in pathology, but it has not been possible to find any documentary evidence. 30 If he ever worked at the General Hospital, it must have been on a voluntary basis, because no evidence was left of this. The years 1896 to 1902 of Adler's life are not completely documented. Accounts given in his biographies are short, often contradictory, and based on hearsay. It has not been possible as yet to find when he opened his Alfred Adler and Individual Psychology 583 practice. According to Karlfrid Mueller, Adler had taken a deep interest in socialism in his student days, had attended socialist political meetings, without, however, taking an active part, and met in these groups his future wife, Raisa Timofeyevna Epstein, who had come to Vienna as a student, since women were not allowed to study in Russian universities at that time. Actually, documentary evidence shows that she studied 3 semesters at the University of Zurich in 1895 and 189,631 but never registered at the University of Vienna, although she came to live in that city in 1897.32 on December 23, 1897. Alfred Adler married Raisa Epstein. According to reports of the Jewish community in Vienna, she had been born in Moscow on November 9, 1873, the daughter of a Jewish merchant. The marriage was celebrated in the Jewish community in SMONENSK. After their marriage, they settled in the apartment of Adler's parents at Eisengasse 22, today Wilhelm Exnerstrasse, while his parents moved to another place. In 1898 2 events are significant: the birth of Adler's oldest child, a daughter, Valentine Dina, who was born on August 5, 1898, and the publication of Adler's first writing, the health book for the tailoring trade. 33 In 1899 Adler set up his practice in the Cherning Gasse at number 7. It seems likely that as a young practitioner he would have found it difficult to practice in the Eisengasse, which was in the vicinity of the quarter where many distinguished specialists had their practices. He had better opportunities in that popular street, not far from the Prater. From 1899 to 1902, we have no documentary data, except of the birth of his daughter Alexandra, on September 24, 1901. From August 12, 1902, to September 15, 1902, Adler spent 35 days of military service with the 18th Infantry Regiment of the HOND, the Hungarian Reserve Army. This regiment was composed mainly of German-speaking soldiers and was stationed in the Burgenland town of Edinburgh. 34 In that same year Adler began his collaboration with Heinrich Rhein, the editor of a new medical journal, the Erdelextense Zeitung. It is not known what kind of an agreement there was between the two men, but a perusal of that journal shows that Heinrich Rhein obviously considered Adler his principal contributor. It is in that crucial year 1902 that Adler became acquainted with Freud. The usual story is that the Neue Freie Presse had published a derogatory review of Freud's interpretation of dreams, whereupon Adler wrote a letter of protest, which was also published by that paper. This brought Adler to the attention of Freud, who thanked him with a postcard, inviting him to visit him. In point of fact, the Neue Freie Presse never published a review of the interpretation of dreams, nor any article against Freud, and it is not known under what circumstances the two men met. 35 In 1904 Alfred Adler converted to the Protestant faith. According to Phyllis Botholm, he resented the fact that the Jewish religion was only for one ethnic group and preferred to share a common deity with the universal faith of man. 36 He was baptized on October 17, 1904, together with his daughters Valentine and Alexandra, but without Raisa, in the Protestant Church of the Dorotheer Gasse. 37 From 1902 to 1911, Adler belonged to the psychoanalytic circle of which he had been one of the first 4 members and that slowly grew around Freud. Until 1904 he pursued his collaboration with Heinrich Rhein's journal. but from 1905 on he wrote various psychoanalytically oriented contributions for medical and pedagogical journals. His activities in Freud's Wednesday evening meetings are known to us from the minutes of the Viennese Psychoanalytic Society, which summarized the talks he gave there and his interventions in the discussions. It seems that he was the most active member of the circle and that Freud held him in high esteem during those first years. 38 in 1907 his book, Studies of Organ Inferiority, appeared, which was considered a physiological complement to the psychoanalytic theory and was well thought of by Freud. At the first International Psychoanalytic Meeting in Salzburg, on April 26, 1908, Adler read a paper on sadism in life and neurosis. He was the chairman and one of the main contributors to the Society's discussion of children's suicide in April 1910, which was subsequently published. In October 1910, after the Society had moved into its new premises, Adler was elected as its president and Stiepel as its vice president. Meanwhile changes were occurring in Adler's life. His family had grown, with the birth of Kurt on February 25, 1905, and Cornelia, Millie, on October 18, 1909. He moved from the Cherning to a more residential part of the town, taking a large apartment at Dominikaner Bay State 10.39. He now specialized as nerve although it seems that for some time thereafter he was still often called as a consultant in matters of general medicine. In 1911 he acquired Austrian citizenship. 40 At the same time it became more and more apparent that Adler's own views on neuroses diverged from those of Freud. Adler's contributions could no longer be viewed as complements to psychoanalysis, since they contradicted Freud's basic assumptions. Nevertheless, when the question arose of organizing the Viennese Psychoanalytic Society, Freud recommended Adler for president and for the newly founded Centre/Blatt that Adler and Stiepel became the joint editors. But soon afterward the divergencies between his and Freud's views became so acute that it was deemed necessary to devote several sessions to their clarification. On January 4, 1911, and February 8, 1911, Adler read two papers, one on problems of psychoanalysis and the other on the masculine protest. On February 8 and February 22, animated discussions, to say the least, took place, and Stiepel was the only one to maintain that there was no contradiction between Freud's and Adler's views. But at the end of the February session, Alfred Adler and Individual Psychology 585 and Stiepel resigned their posts of president and vice president of the society. After vainly attempting a reconciliation, Adler left the society together with his friend Ferd Mueller and a few others. With the 6 members who had resigned with him and some others, Adler founded a new group, the Society for Free Psychoanalysis, which soon after was named the Society for Individual Psychology. It seems that during these lengthy discussions with the psychoanalytic group, Adler had become more conscious of the originality of his thoughts. Just at that time Hans Weyenger's celebrated book, The Philosophy of the As If, appeared which greatly impressed Adler, and provided him with a new conceptual framework for his own system. Whereas Freud gathered his disciples around him in his apartment and later on the premises of a medical association, Adler preferred to meet with his followers in some of the Viennese cafes. A few of his adversaries considered this as undignified, even if their discussions were more serious than the usual talk that took place in the Viennese coffee houses. During that time Adler was reshaping his system and organizing his own school. In 1912 he published his second book, The Nervous Character, and inaugurated the publication of a series of monographs. In 1913 and 1914 he published numerous papers on neuroses and kindred topics. Then he and Karl Ferd Mueller founded the Zeitschrift for Individual Psychology, Journal for Individual Psychology. A collective volume, Heilen und Bildung, Healing and Education, contained several of his older papers, together with new ones from him and his followers, arranged so as to constitute a textbook of individual psychology. Adler now had clients, not only from the lower and middle classes, but from the upper class as well. Among his patients was the Russian revolutionist Yaf, a friend of Trotsky's. Trotsky lived in Vienna from 1907 to July 1914. His wife was a friend of Raisa Adler. For one Adler, as we have seen, had applied in July 1912 for the title of Privatdozent at the university. The reply was given only on January 1915. It is not known why the delay was so unusually long. The report about his candidature was written by Wegner Jaurès, who, incidentally, had presided at Adler's third rigorosum and at the ceremony when he received his medical degree. In this report the section devoted to Adler's academic achievements is surprisingly short, according to him. He was active during the 4 years following his medical degree in the Vienna General Hospital and in the Polyclinic in the field of psychiatry, internal medicine and ophthalmology, in which institutes and in which position is not said. This somewhat flippant way of putting it suggests that Wegner Jaurès was not quite convinced of the reality of Adler's statements. Thereupon Wegner Jaurès holds that Adler's 2 books and his numerous articles stand out against the scientific works of all the other candidates without exception, by one important feature: all the other candidates had brought forward works on their research in histology, anatomy, or experimental physiology of the nervous system, or clinical investigations on the symptoms and etiology of nervous diseases, whereas in the works of Alfred Adler there is nothing of the kind. He gives only explanations of a purely speculative nature. Adler, who belonged to the psychoanalytic school, has remained faithful to its method, if not of its teaching. It is the first time that a follower of that school applies to the post of Privatdozent, and for that reason it is very important that the professor in collegium should take position. Wegner Jaurès considers Adler's theory of organ inferiority interesting and reasonable, Ansprechend und vernünftig, namely that such a condition entails functional increase and maybe neurosis, but finds Adler's conception of the organ much too general since it includes whole systems, which does not allow for accuracy. As for the nervous character, Wegner Jaurès criticizes Adler's wide definition of neurosis and his purely psychogenetic concept of its etiology. In regard to his concepts of a fictitious aim and masculine protest, Adler gives case histories that are explained by the theories they should prove. Wegner Jaurès will not take the psychoanalytic method seriously and criticizes other theories, some of which he finds as grotesque as with Freud. Can Adler's works be called scientific? Asks Wegner Jaurès. Adler's main tool is intuition and his convictions his sole proof. Adler's works are ingenious, Geistreich, but for a scientist it is dangerous to be only ingenious. Imagination should be checked by criticism. This leads to the question, is it desirable to teach at the medical school what Adler has to teach? And it is to be assumed that he will never teach anything else. Therefore my answer must be a definite no, concludes Wegner Jaurès. 4-2 Following this report, the professor in collegium rejected Adler's candidature unanimously by 25 voices out of 25. Reading Wegner Jaurès' report, one cannot help but think that his criticism of Adler was above all meant for Freud, who is mentioned several times. For Adler it was a severe disappointment. It has been said that his socialist opinions were the cause of that setback, but this is improbable. Incidentally, Adler's pamphlet on the Taylor trait and his early publications on social medicine are nowhere mentioned in Wegner Jaurès' report. Meanwhile World War I had broken out. In the midst of the world tragedy Adler had his own private worries. His wife had gone for a vacation to Russia with their 4 children, and when he sent her a telegram urging her to return to Vienna, she did not realize how serious the situation was, postponed her return, and was caught. It took several months of arduous negotiations to have her released from Russia and returned to Vienna via Sweden and Germany. Adler, who was 44 years old, had not been mobilized, since he was exempt from further military service in December 1912. But by 1916 the military situation had grown worse in Austria-Hungary and regulations were revised so that many men were mobilized who otherwise would have been exempt. Thus Adler was sent as an army physician to the neuropsychiatric section of the military hospital of Semmer Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 587. In his autobiography, Stiepel mentions that he worked in the same section of this hospital where Adler had preceded him and had done excellent work, that his examinations were thorough, his case histories faultless, and that he was a model physician. 43 Thereupon Adler was transferred to the neuropsychiatric section of the Garrison Hospital No. 15 in Krakow. This transfer of an army physician, who had no army grade, to a garrison hospital in a university town was rather unusual, and it has been suggested that it could have been possible only through very high channels. 44 The only event that is known of his stay in Krakow is the mention of a lecture on war neuroses delivered before a meeting of army physicians in November 1916.45. It is not known exactly how long Adler worked there. It is known that in November 1917, Adler was transferred to the military hospital of Grinzing and for some time was responsible for the care of typhus patients. The presence of Adler in Switzerland before the end of the war is known by postcard. It has been assumed that he went there to accompany a convoy of wounded or sick prisoners. Austria-Hungary's defeat brought a long period of utmost distress in Vienna. There was famine, lack of fuel, darkened streets, epidemics, and insufficient medication. Most people were financially ruined, fortunes and savings were lost by rich and poor alike, and families were disorganized because thousands of men were retained as prisoners in other countries without being able to correspond. Revolutionary propaganda was rampant among the returning soldiers and workers. Juvenile delinquency was growing from day to day. It also was a depressing thought for the Viennese, who had been at the center of a powerful empire to be now the hypertrophic center of a small resourceless republic. During that state of general misery and depression, Adler's socialist opinions again came to the fore, although in an original and renewed fashion. This was shown in 3 publications that appeared in 1918 and 1919. 3 months before Austria's collapse, in July 1918, the Swiss journal Internationale Rundschau published a short note with the title, A Psychiatrist on War Psychoses, and the signature AA, which almost certainly stood for Alfred Adler. The author points out the paradox of the common people going to war with such a show of enthusiasm to endure so many sufferings for a cause that was not their own. The answer is that they acted in that way in order to escape the distressing feeling of their helplessness. 46 In December 1918, the same journal published an article entitled Bolshevism and Psychology, this time with Adler's full signature. We have lost our domination /E our other peoples. And we see without envy and ill will the Czechs, the South Slavs, the Hungarians, the Poles, the Ruthenians gaining in strength and awakening to a new independent life. We were never more miserable than when we were at the peak of our power. We are closer to that truth than the victors. The author adds that the socialists had until now been the only ones to claim that peaceful life in common was the highest aim for society. Now the Bolsheviks have seized the power and are proclaiming that they will use it for the good of mankind. The communist ideology seems identical to that of socialism, but there is an essential difference, namely that the power of the former is based and maintained by violence. Violence provokes counter-violence. Already others are preparing to expand their offensive against Bolshevism under a flood of moralistic slogans towards the conquest and subjection of Europe. 47 His third piece of writing was a pamphlet, The Other Side, in which he briefly sketched the events of the 5 preceding years with an attempt to extract the lesson. Before the war, the whole population was intoxicated by militaristic drill and propaganda, so that when the war did come, the people allowed themselves to be led blindly, under increased poisoning of the mind. The expected uprisings did not occur, but more and more men tried to escape battle duty, and there were conflicts between military positions and those commissions whose function it was to send men back to the front. Attempts at mass desertion during the Russian offensive were severely checked by the military police. The only means left at disposal was secret passive resistance, and when the collapse came, the people rejoiced at having won their freedom, realizing that its true enemy, the ruling class, was defeated. Now was the time for the ruling men. The profiteers, the sadistic judges and physicians, the journalists, the writers, and even certain scientists to account for their actions. But what about the mass enthusiasm at the beginning of the war and the numerous volunteers? Many of the latter went to war because they were dissatisfied with their position or their family life. These were often the ones who were the most rapidly disenchanted. But the people should not be held responsible for their attitude at the beginning, because they had no means of assessing the situation, having been thoroughly deceived by their leaders. Here too Adler gives his explanation that since there was no way out, the only possible salvation was to fight under the banner of the oppressor. Incidentally, this is what several years later psychoanalysts were to call the identification with the enemy. 48 After Austria's defeat and the ensuing social upheaval, the Social Democrats had come to power in Vienna. Despite the economic distress, they undertook a program of welfare institutions, construction of low-cost housing for workers, medical dispensaries, and educational reform were made a major part of their program. The new Minister of Education, Otto Glockel, a former teacher, forwarded the application of a new educational system based on democratic principles in the respect of the individual needs of the children. 49 Audacious new methods were applied in a number of experimental schools, so that for a dozen years Vienna was a kind of mecca for modern pedagogues. 50 This situation gave Adler a golden opera. Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 589 opportunity to proceed to the materialization of his own ideas. In 1920 he started the founding and the gradual development of those institutions, consultations for teachers, medico-pedagogical consultations, kindergartens, and experimental schools, which will be described in more detail. S1 In his second article in the Internationale Rundschau, Adler mentioned his former friends now in power, an obvious reference to Trotsky and Yoff. But he refused to let himself become involved in militant political activity. According to Furt Mueller, he only went to a communist meeting once. Although he still wrote occasional contributions for the Arbeiter Zeitung, he had long ceased to be a member of the Social Democratic Party to the irritation of some of his former associates, and he proclaimed that the most pressing need of mankind was the reform and spreading of education under the viewpoints of individual psychology. In 1920, Adler organized his first consultations for teachers. They would meet with him or his associates to discuss problems pertaining to the difficult children they had in their classes. From this point on, Adler's life became more and more identified with the development and the history of individual psychology. The publication of the Zeitschrift für Individual Psychology, which had been stopped during the war, was resumed in 1923 under the name of Internationale Zeitschrift für Individual Psychology, International Journal of Individual Psychology, and it now contained reports from various Adlerian groups throughout Europe and North America. In the same year, Adler gave lectures in England and read a paper at the International Congress of Psychology in Oxford. In 1924 he was appointed a professor at the Pedagogical Institute of the city of Vienna, and his courses were attended by many teachers. In 1926 a large textbook of 864 pages appeared, in which, under the editorship of Erwin Wexberg, every possible aspect of individual psychology was expounded. 5-2 The year 1926 was one of great activity, in which Adler published many papers and inaugurated the publication of a collection of monographs written by some of his followers. 53 An increasing amount of his time was devoted to lecture tours, which now extended to the United States. He also explained his ideas in interviews given to journalists from time to time. 54 The social and economic situation in Austria improved markedly, and Adler regained a measure of prosperity. On September 9, 1927, he bought a country house in Salmansdorf, a village at the extreme northwest part of the city. It was a large house with a beautiful garden and orchard, and a magnificent view of the Viennese woods. Adler often went there to spend Sundays and holidays during the summer and receive his friends who came in great numbers. On October 19 to 23 of that year, he participated in the Wittenberg Symposium, held at Wittenberg College, Springfield, Ohio, together with a host of eminent American and European psychologists. In the same year Adler's third book Menschenkendnis, Understanding Human Nature, appeared, which gave a clear picture of the most recent shape taken by his teaching. Gradually, Adler came to spend a larger portion of his time in the United States. He would pass the summer with his family in Vienna, where he pursued his already established activities, and then return to America for the rest of the year, usually after giving lectures in other European countries. In 1929 he was appointed medical director at the Maria Hilfe Ambulatorium, in Vienna, which was an outpatient clinic for the treatment of neuroses. He also was lecturer in university extension courses at Columbia University, New York, in the spring session of 1929 and the winter session of 1930 to 1931. Following a decision of the City Council of Vienna of July 11, 1930, Alfred Adler received the title, Citizen of Vienna, in acknowledgement of the great merits that he acquired in science and on the occasion of his 60th birthday. 55 A ceremony was held, under the direction of the mayor, Karl Seitz. 56 Phyllis Bottom reports that the mayor greeted Adler as a deserving pupil of Freud's, a blunder that Adler deeply resented. According to the same biographer, another painful incident occurred that year in New York. Without his knowledge, an admirer proposed him for titular professorship at Columbia University, which the university authorities deemed premature. Adler heard of the incident, was incensed, and resigned his post. In 1932 he began teaching at Long Island Medical College. At this time he had other worries, because some of his leftist followers persistently maintained that individual psychology was an emanation of Marxism. In 1934 the Social Democratic Party was suppressed in Austria. The Nazi menace became increasingly ominous. Adler had foreseen the catastrophe that was soon to break over Europe, and he thought that the future of individual psychology depended upon its implantation in North America. The Journal for Individual Psychology was founded, the first of its kind in the English language. Adler settled in the United States, and was felled by a severe illness. When it was believed that he was on his deathbed, his wife came from Vienna with his daughter Alexandra to nurse him. He recovered, however, from that illness, and from that time on the family made America its home. After long negotiations, the Salmonsdorf house was sold on February 24, 1937. A program of lectures and conferences had been scheduled for Adler in England from May 24, 1937, to August 2, 1937. However, he was deeply anxious about his eldest daughter, Valentine, who had disappeared in Russia. On the way to England, he gave a lecture in The Hague, Holland, for the Child Study Association. On the same evening, his friend, Dr. Juice Mirlo, received a telephone call from him that he had pain. Alfred Adler, an individual psychology 591, most probably angina pectoris. Dr. Mirlo came with a cardiologist. The pain had disappeared, however. The cardiologist recommended a thorough cardiologic examination and a period of rest. 58 But Adler left the following day for England. On the fourth day of his lecture tour, he collapsed in Aberdeen, on Union Street, on the morning of Friday, May 28, 1937, and died in the police ambulance on the way to the hospital. At the invitation of Aberdeen University, a memorial service was held in King's College Chapel on June 1, in the presence of some members of his family, along with representatives from the town council, universities, and scientific societies. His remains were taken to Edinburgh, where they were cremated at Warriston Crematorium. A religious service was conducted and a funeral oration delivered in German by Dr. Renji, of the Dutch Individual Psychological Group. S9. The personality of Alfred Adler. It is difficult to make an appraisal of Alfred Adler's true personality, in view of the contradictory statements given by his contemporaries and the changes that his personality went through during the course of his life. Our old data show a sickly child, inhibited by his brighter older brother, and later a not particularly brilliant student. Still later, we see him as an ardent socialist and a skillful young practitioner interested in social medicine. Descriptions of Adler during his associations with Freud depict him as an active but oversensitive and querulous person. Dr. Alphonse Meeder, who met him in Nuremberg in March 1910, writes the following: After I had read my report, Adler came to me and holding each button of my waistcoat, one after the other, started to explain his ideas to me. He wanted to win me for his theories. There was something unpleasant in his manners. He was rather peculiar. Not handsome, and had nothing winning in him. 60 It would seem that war events brought forth a remarkable metamorphosis in him, which Jones characterized as follows: My own impression of Adler was that of a morose and cantankerous person whose behavior oscillated between contentiousness and sulkiness. He was evidently very ambitious and constantly quarreling with the others over points of priority in his ideas. When I met him many years later, however, I observed that success had brought him a certain benignity of which there had been little sign in his early years. 61 More and more he had become the apostle of an ideal, which for him was the only salvation of the world, and for whose propagation he fatally overworked himself. Individual psychologists have often tried to understand Adler by means of his own method, that is, by interpreting his early memories and analyzing his setting in the family constellation. One of my earliest recollections is of sitting on a bench, bandaged up on account of rickets, with my healthy elder brother sitting opposite me. He could run, jump, and move about quite effortlessly, while for me movement of any sort was a strain and an effort. Everyone went to great pains to help me, and my mother and father did all that was in their power to do. At the time of this recollection I must have been about 2 years old. 62 These first memories are indeed characteristic. The rickets represent that experience of organ inferiority, which he later was temporarily to place at the center of his psychological system. The picture of the helpless, immobilized child is an illustration of man striving toward movement, a basic element of Adler's teaching. The intense rivalry with his older brother appears in the first formulation of the concept of the position in the line of siblings. The picture of the child surrounded by others trying to help him is an early version of his description of the lifestyle of the neurotic. Another early memory was the birth and death of a younger brother who distracted a part of the attention which he, as a sickly child, had been receiving from his mother. The early realization of the fact of death was reinforced a year later when he nearly succumbed to pneumonia. This resulted in the decision to become a physician, that is, to challenge death. A school incident of his 8th or 10th year has become a classic story. Alfred was a complete failure in mathematics. One day the teacher set a problem that no one in the class could solve. Young Alfred felt he had the right solution and found the courage to go to the blackboard to give it, to the great surprise of everyone present. From that day on he felt that he could be as good as anyone in mathematics and excelled at the subject. In Phyllis Bottom's version of the story the teacher himself could not find the solution, and after his exploit Alfred became a mathematical prodigy. As to the family constellation, we have already noted that Alfred's relationship to his parents was the reverse of Freud's Oedipus situation. His mother was the rival against whom he exercised his strength, a situation not without analogy to his later rivalry with his wife. And was not his position of a second boy between a very brilliant older brother and a competitive younger one revived later when he found himself between Sigmund Freud and Carl Gustav Jung? Alfred Adler was a short, sturdy man, who could not be called handsome. He had a large, round head, a massive forehead, and a wide mouth. He wore no beard but grew a large black mustache, which he trimmed in later years. His eyes have been greatly admired because of their varying expressions, sometimes veiled and withdrawn, sometimes piercing. P.A. Fred Adler in Individual Psychology 593 was a man of strong emotions, great activity, and a quick mind. He generally mastered his emotions, but could be hypersensitive. The rejection of his application for Privat Dozent was a lifelong wound, as later was the Columbia University incident, and the blunder of the mayor of Vienna. As already mentioned, Adler had received a classical education, which included the study of Greek, Latin, and German authors, and he had also read much, but he disdained any unnecessary display of erudition. His favorite authors were, among the classics, Homer, Shakespeare, Goethe, Schiller, Heine, the Austrian poets Grillparzer and Nestroy, and among the moderns Dostoevsky and other Russian novelists. 63 He was particularly fond of Vischer's novel, Ochiner, whose delightful humor was much like his own. His favorite sports were swimming, hiking, and mountain climbing in his youth, but he had to give them up later in his life because of his heart condition. He was nearly 60 when he learned to drive an automobile, but could never become a really good driver. Adler had a great talent for music, song, and acting. He sang remarkably well. During his adolescent and young adult years he often went to concerts and plays. Later, in his lonely years in New York, his only pastime was the frequenting of movie theaters. Adler was not a brilliant conversationalist, but was at his best in familiar talk interspersed with the telling of jokes of which he was very fond. On the other hand, it is generally agreed that he was a splendid lecturer with a gift for prompt and witty repartee. As a writer he lacked both style and organization, nor was he a good linguist. Although he was fluent in his native German, including the so-called Viennese dialect, he had difficulty in learning foreign languages. He could never learn French and could speak only a few words of Hungarian, Russian, and other continental languages. However, he was able to learn English late in his life and spoke and wrote it fairly well, although with a pronounced foreign accent. To some of his visitors, Adler's way of living was a cause for surprise. Unlike Freud, he had no art collection, he lived the life of a petty bourgeois. One of his former neighbors, a very old man whom the author interviewed in August 1963, told him the following: there was nothing conspicuous about him. He was modest and made no particular impression. You would have taken him for a tailor. Though he had a country house, he did not look as if he had a large income. His wife was a normal, decent housewife. There was only one maid in the house. Although he traveled much and received many visitors, I had never realized that he was a famous man until the day came when a great ceremony was organized in his honor. Dr. Eugene Minkowski, who visited him in Vienna, found him unsophisticated and charming. 64 He did not at all play the great master. Phyllis Bottom tells in her autobiography of her disappointment at her first encounter with Adler in the summer of 1927. I had expected a Socratic genius, who would plunge us all into the depths of psychology. I found a very kindly and considerate guest who talked about nothing in particular and to everyone in general. Those who have known Adler agree that he possessed the gift of menschenkenntnis, intuitive practical understanding of man, to a supreme degree. This was particularly noticeable in his clinical work. In the presence of a new patient, about whom he knew nothing, he would look at him a moment, ask a few questions, and then get a complete picture of the subject's difficulties, clinical disturbances, and life problems. After hearing a report of the case history of a new patient, he would guess what the behavior of the patient would be and what he would say when he would be introduced to the psychologist's assembly. He came to be able to almost instantaneously guess any person's position in the sibling constellation. Adler was also reputed for his gift of rapidly establishing contact with any person, including rebellious children, psychotics, and criminals. He felt a genuine interest for all human beings and compassion for their sufferings, but, like Janet, he would immediately detect the part of play acting and mendacity on the part of his patients. Adler possessed the same foresight in regard to political events. As we have seen, as early as 1918 he predicted that the Bolsheviks' use of violence would unleash a counter-violence that would attempt to conquer Europe. This was long before Hitler had founded his party and attempted his first putsch, and as the years went by he clearly predicted the catastrophe of the Nazi invasion in World War II. In sharp contrast with his psychological acumen was his lack of practical qualities, which often proved disastrous for his movement. In the early years it was a serious mistake to have held so many informal gatherings in the Viennese coffee houses and to have invited so many neurotic patients to these gatherings. He had earned a reputation for being superficial. 6 with the passing of the years, this lack of practical sense became more apparent. Many difficulties arose from his horror of compromise, which was often viewed by others as a lack of flexibility in diplomatic sense. When Adler emigrated to the United States, practical difficulties reached their peak. He found himself, at the age of 60, alone, in a new country and unfamiliar with the language and customs. Phyllis Bottom believed that a good secretary would have prolonged his life by 10 years, but his choice of secretarial help was unfortunate, so that articles sent to him would become lost, and important letters remained unanswered. 67 The story of Alfred Adler's love for Reza Epstein and their marriage has been told by Phyllis Bottom. 68 Reza Epstein had received a liberal Alfred Adler in individual psychology 595 education. At that time many women students went to the universities of Central Europe, and some of them married fellow students or professors. One could list the French, German, and Austrian scholars who married Russian students in that way. It would be interesting to discover what influence these Russian wives exerted upon their husbands' thought and life's work. In Adler's case the influence seems to have been considerable. Reza Epstein was an ardent socialist, and Kurt Mueller says that she and Adler both frequented socialist meetings together before she became his wife. Reza was extremely independent and strong-willed, and after the initial period of boundless happiness, difficulties arose. As Phyllis Bottom says, fighting for the emancipation of women, and living with a woman who has emancipated herself, are two wholly different things. 69 There were many points of contention between them. Adler belonged to the Austrian lower middle class, in which a woman above all was expected to be a housewife and conform to accepted standards of decorum, whereas Reza came from the intelligentsia, where such standards were considered secondary. Another source of contention was that Reza, who always remained a convinced radical, could not understand why Alfred had given preference to his individual psychology. And in 1914 their sympathies went to their respective countries of origin, which were at war with each other. Phyllis Bottom has pointed out that these marital difficulties influenced much of what Adler described in his book, The Nervous Character, especially his concept of masculine protest. Alfred Adler's last years were spent peacefully in the re-established home in America, where Reza had joined him during his severe illness of 1934. Alfred Adler's philosophical interests underwent some modifications in the course of his life. In his youth he was deeply attracted by Marxism, and for a time he was a member of the Social Democratic Party. He retained a great interest in politics and never sought to hide his political opinions. But gradually he came to grant priority to problems of education and of the message of individual psychology. It is not exactly known when he lost his ties with the Jewish religion. A skeptical attitude toward religion itself could be inferred from his remarks about certain neurotics who escape their life task by taking refuge in religion. However, no definite anti-religious tenets are to be found in his writings. It is noteworthy that when he left the synagogue in 1904, he joined the Protestant Church. According to Phyllis Bottom, he resented the fact that the Jewish religion limited itself to one ethnic group, and he wished to belong to a universal one. He also found it worthwhile to have discussions with a Protestant minister, Reverend John, on the topic of religion and individual psychology, in which Adler acknowledged that both had much in common in the ideals they pursued, though one remained in the field of Seinra and the other in that of faith. 70 Adler's Weltanschauung can be aptly confronted with that of Freud. 71 Freud, who was a pessimist somewhat after the fashion of Schopenhauer, viewed the neurotic as the victim of a grandiose and tragic self-deception of mankind. Adler, an optimist who leaned toward the ideas of Leibniz, saw the neurotic as a pitiful individual who made use of transparent tricks in order to escape his life duties. He came to believe that the drive toward self-perfection was the essence of man. The difference between Adler and Freud can be seen in the organization of their respective movements. Whereas the Psychoanalytic Society was organized to the last detail, in a pyramidal way with the central committee at the top and a secret ring around Freud, Adler's Individual Psychology Society was loosely constituted. Sessions were attended by numerous patients because Adler expected each one of them to join the movement and become his flag-bearer, banner traitor. With an almost messianic attitude, Adler expected his movement to conquer and transform the world through education, teaching, and psychotherapy. Alfred Adler's contemporaries. The evolution of any thinker or scientist can be understood only if it is viewed within the network of his personal and scientific relationship with a number of his contemporaries. As we have done with Janet and Freud, we will try to give a glimpse into that complexity by singling out Adler's relationships with one of his contemporaries, Wilhelm Stiegel. 72 His life is mostly known from the English version of his autobiography. Wilhelm Stiegel spent his childhood and youth in Chernowitz in the province of Bukovina. He belonged to a family of German-speaking Orthodox Jews. After completing his secondary studies, he went to Vienna to study medicine and immediately after began the general practice of medicine while continuing to learn and study. He wrote with ease and regularity, contributed to newspapers, and also sent articles to medical journals. His paper about early sexual experiences in children, with 3 clinical cases, attracted the attention of Freud, who quoted it. 73 Stiegel wrote an enthusiastic review of Freud's interpretation of dreams in the Neues Wiener Tagblatt of January 29 and 30, 1902. From that time on he became an ardent follower of Freud and, according to Stiegel, it was he who suggested to Freud the Wednesday evening meetings in his home. He participated in all the events of the early history of psychoanalysis. In 1908 his book Conditions of Nervous Anxiety and Their Treatment appeared with a foreword by Freud. 74 In 1911 his textbook on dreams appeared. 75 And in 1912 his study on the dreams of poets appeared. 76 His literary output seemed inexhaustible. Gradually his ideas began to diverge from Freud's. For instance, he viewed anxiety as the reaction of the life instinct against the death instinct. He insisted upon the importance of aggressive drives, and explained the epileptic attack as criminal drives turned against oneself. He also contended that neurosis often issued from the repression of religion or morals. Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 597 When Adler and his small group separated from Freud, Stiegel remained faithful to him for some time, but was attacked by the other members of the group, so that he in turn left the Psychoanalytic Society. Stiegel remained a prolific writer in other fields. Not only did he compose music and songs for children, but wrote theatrical plays both in prose and verse, as well as collections of humorous stories, either under his own name or under the pseudonym of Serenus. Some of the characters in his plays and humorous stories seem more real than the case histories of his psychoanalytic publications. During World War I, Stiegel worked as a military physician and had to treat many cases of shell shock. However, he found time to write often for newspapers and medical journals. After the war he gathered pupils around him. He continued to call himself a psychoanalyst and to refer to Freud as his great master, but his cures were much briefer and comprised an element of re-education. His literary activity continued unabated. As the years continued, his school gained in importance. He traveled and lectured in foreign countries. His literary production took on the form of large monographs filled with numerous case histories. When the Nazis invaded Austria, he escaped at the last minute to Switzerland and went from there to England where he settled. Stiegel committed suicide during the darkest period of World War II. Both Adler and Stiepel were the sons of Jewish merchants and both considered that their childhoods had been unhappy. Both played with street boys and were very gifted in music, song, and play acting. Both achieved their medical studies in Vienna and became general practitioners. Both were attracted to Freud at the same time, were among the first 4 members of the Wednesday evening group, of which they became the most active participants for a number of years. Each published his first monograph at about the same time, Adler in 1907 and Stiepel in 1908. They described what they called organ jargon, Adler, and organ language, Stiepel, a novelty for which each later claimed priority. When the psychoanalytic movement was organized, they respectively became president and vice president of the Viennese Society and CO editors of the Zentralblatt. Both Adler and Stiepel then left the psychoanalytic society and went their own ways. During World War I they worked in turn in the same military hospital and later both acquired a house in Salmansdorf. 77 It is not known why after such a long friendship they were on such bad terms that they did not even exchange words nor did they greet each other in the street. Fate decreed that both men had to leave their country and end their days in the British Isles. At the beginning Stiepel was so much of a psychoanalyst that some of his ideas on dream symbolism and on the meaning of neurotic symptoms were accepted by Freud. From the start Adler remained much more independent of Freud's basic ideas. As the years went by many of Adler's ideas were quietly taken over by Stiepel, whose teaching became a mixture of Freudian and Adlerian concepts, together with his own. In his book on organ inferiority in 1907, Adler tells of the symbolic meaning of physical symptoms, which he terms organ jargon. In 1908 Stiepel's Conditions of Anxiety contained an impressive collection of case histories in which the various symptoms are explained as a language of organs symbolically expressing unconscious feelings. In 1908 Adler upheld, contrary to Freud's opinion, the existence and importance of primary aggressive drives. Stiepel went even further by maintaining that the criminal instinct played an important role in neurosis, 78 melancholia, epilepsy, and in the choice of a profession. 79 When Adler developed his concept of masculine protest, Stiepel followed with his description of the war of the sexes, and what Adler termed psychic hermaphroditism, Stiepel called sexual bipolarity. Where Freud speaks of repression, both Adler and Stiepel contend that in fact the neurotic does not want to see what is allegedly repressed. Stiepel's emphasis on the actor in every neurotic is not far removed from what Adler says about the lifestyle of a patient. What Stiepel called the neurotic's concept of his great mission corresponds to Adler's desire to be like God. When Freud declared that perversion is the negative of neurosis, Stiepel and Adler disagreed. For them perversion was but another form of neurosis. In the early 1920s the Adlerian element in Stiepel's work became even more apparent. In his pamphlet on telepathic dreams, Stiepel writes, dreams always seek to explore the future, they show us our attitudes toward life and the ways and aims of life. 80 In his letters to a mother, 81 He tells of the meaning of the first memories and that education should never make use of force against the child because it provokes a similar counter-tendency in the child. 82 In another place Stiepel discussed the life goals. Levenseal The child sets himself an unattainable goal and the growing individual renounces them gradually. 83 The neurotic has been unable to do so and the condition is the result of that broken ambition. The central problem of self-education is the courage to oneself, Matthias sich selbst. These are Adler's ideas expressed almost in his own words. The similarities between Stiepel and Adler should not cause us to overlook the great difference between the two men and their work. Stiepel was one of Freud's disciples, who even after he left him claimed to have remained a psychoanalyst. Actually he kept the clinical and empirical element of psychoanalysis, leaving aside the theoretical system. Adler's case is quite different. He came to Freud with some original ideas already formed and slowly developed them throughout the period he worked with Freud. And when Adler left Freud he developed a conceptual framework, which was basically different from psychoanalysis. Stiepel's teaching shows the aspects psychoanalysis might have taken if it had been a purely empirical, practical method without the solid foundation of a theoretical substructure. At the same time, Stiepel's brand of deviant Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 599 psychoanalysis shows exactly what individual psychology is not. In other words, it shows what it could have become if Adler had not radically broken his ties with psychoanalysis and had not constructed a conceptual framework of his own. Adler's work won social medicine before he participated in Freud's group. Adler had conceived and expressed original ideas in the field of social medicine. His subsequent elaboration of individual psychology cannot be properly understood without taking into account the concepts he formulated in his pre-psychoanalytic period. In 1898, Dr. G. Golubowski of Berlin, a specialist of occupational diseases, accepted to publish as the fifth of a series of monographs on the subject the work of a hitherto unknown author, Alfred Adler, with the title Health Book for the Tailor Trade. 84 This booklet of 31 pages has become so scarce that even among individual psychologists doubts have been expressed as to its very existence. 85 In the foreword the author explains that he wants to show the relationship of economic situation and disease in a given trade, and the resulting prejudice to public health. This will give evidence that disease can be a product of society, which adds to the causes of disease commonly accepted by medical men. In the first part of the monograph, Adler sketches a picture of the social and economic conditions of the tailor trade in Austria and Germany, with the changes it had undergone during the previous decades. Once, tailors worked independently for individual customers and were united and protected by their guilds. Now, the advent of manufactured ready-made clothing determines a decline in the condition of the small tailor. In the factories the workers enjoy better conditions because of state control and it is easier for them to unite for the defense of their common interests. The factory has the advantage of using all kinds of large machines and of working for a wide market, both at home and abroad. In contrast to the working conditions in the large factory, the author gives a rather gloomy picture of the plight of the small tailor master and his employees. Technical progress, which is such an advantage for the clothing manufacturers, is far less beneficial for him. He uses only the sewing machine. He works only for a small local market, and is much more exposed to economic fluctuations. The worst calamity is the uneven distribution of work throughout the year. There are 5 or 6 months of intensive overwork, during which the tailor labors 16 or 18 hours a day, if not more, assisted by his wife and children. And during the remaining part of the year there is almost no work at all, forcing him to lower the wages of his assistants or to dismiss them. Astonishingly, in spite of the low salary conditions, there are not less than 200,000 small tailors in Germany and about as many again in Austria-Hungary. The small tailor has not only to put up with the competition of the clothes factories, but also with that of the Sitzgesell who does piecework at home and readily consents to make complete suits for individual customers. The living conditions of the small tailor are miserable in every regard. His lodging and working space, which are one and the same and are situated in the cheapest and unhealthiest part of the town, are damp, dark, airless, and overcrow/heated, which favors contagion of infectious diseases. In case of epidemics this can be dangerous for the customers as well. Material worries undermine his health and he is insufficiently protected by labor laws. The second part of the monograph is devoted to the description of the diseases common among the small tailors. Pulmonary diseases take the lead. No wonder since they work in a stooped sitting position, breathing in the dust of the cloth. Pulmonary tuberculosis is twice as frequent among them than in the average of the other trades. Another result of the stooping position are circulatory disturbances such as varicose veins and hemorrhoids, as well as frequent stomach and intestinal diseases. High 11-HICH more than 30% of the tailors are afflicted. The peculiar stooped sitting position determines deformations such as scoliosis, kyphosis, rheumatism, and arthritis of the right arm, calicities of the ankles, and so on. The tailor frequently suffers from cramps in his hands or arms. Skin diseases are frequent. Scabies is to be found among 25% of the tailors. Because of needle pricks, they often suffer from abscesses on fingers, and owing to the pressure of scissors the luxation of the right thumb is frequent. Their habit of putting threads into their mouths causes gum infections and various mouth and stomach ailments. Their type of clothes 11-RK determines short-sightedness and cramps of the eye muscles. They are the victims of slow poisoning through toxic dyes and of infectious diseases transmitted to them by means of old clothes brought for repair. The incidence of work accidents is not particularly high, though more than 111 ULD commonly assumed. According to statistics, disease frequency among tailors is higher than in any other trade and the average life expectancy is the lowest of all trades. Analyzing the causes of this high morbidity, Adler underlines undernourishment, poor lodging conditions, 01E1 work, the absence of social protection of the workers, and the fact that many tailors choose their trade because they are physically inept for any other, resulting in a selection of the unfit. In the third part of the monograph, the author suggests a program to put an end to this situation. First of all, new labor legislation must be enacted. Existing regulations must be enforced, such as the sick fund. Accident insurance, which was only compulsory in 11 Orcs Hops 11 ITHT 11 ENTY 11 Orcas or more, should become generalized. Inspectors should control 11 working conditions E1 everywhere and not only in factories. Old age and unemployment insurance should be made obligatory. A maximum number of 11 working hours should be imposed. High law. Working premises should be obligatorily separate from the lodgings of the workers, and piecework should be prohibited. Another part of the program makes provision for the building of FCU8 lodging and eating houses for the workers. The red thread that runs through the monograph is the denunciation of contemporary academic medicine, which ignores the 1-year-wide existence of social diseases. As in the past, 11 it was found that contagious diseases could be controlled only with the introduction of public hygiene. Occupational diseases such as those of the tailor will be successfully controlled only by means of a new social medicine of which present-day medicine is unaware. The circumstances in 11 which Alfred Adler wrote this monograph are unknown to us. As sources of information, he refers to various writings on Alfred Adler and individual psychology 601 trade and occupational diseases into commercial and health statistics. What Adler says about the superiority of the large factory over the small workshop seems to reflect the then much discussed theory of Schulz-Governitz, who contended that the conditions of the working class could not be improved as long as there was no powerful and expanding heavy industry. 86 Adler's description of the tailor trade suggests that he had more than just a theoretical knowledge of it, possibly through his uncle David, the tailor. Apparently Adler was an ardent socialist and was obviously steering toward a synthesis of socialism in medicine. 4 years elapsed between Adler's monograph and his next known writing. According to family tradition, during this time Adler contributed articles under various pseudonyms to the Arbeiter Zeitung, the Viennese Social Democratic newspaper. It has not been possible as yet to identify these articles. On July 15, 1902, a new medical journal, the Ärztliche-Extens-Zeitung, was launched by a certain Dr. Heinrich Grein. It was to appear twice a month with a circulation of 10,000 copies. The first issue was sent gratuitously to every physician in Austria. The lower part of the first 3 pages were devoted to an article by Alfred Adler, which obviously was meant as a manifesto, entitled The Penetration of Social Forces into Medicine. 87. Medicine has always been open to the influence of all possible philosophical, scientific, and even pseudo-scientific trends. The etiology of many diseases has been clarified with the help of physics, chemistry, and ethnology. But of all sciences, the one which contributed most to the progress of medicine has been optics. The microscope has enabled Virchow to give a new scientific basis to pathology with his cell theory. It has made possible the foundation of bacteriology, which in turn has led to the control of contagious diseases through public health measures. Meanwhile, the state has already come to recognize that medicine was a public concern since a healthy population was needed to provide the country with good soldiers and workers, and alleviate the public funds of its burden of destitute sick. Up to now the solution had been that physicians gave cheap care to the poor. Now the rise of the working class is obliged to reconsideration of the problem in terms of sick fund insurance and similar institutions. Thus the medical profession had reached the point where it had to face the issue of social medicine and take a stand. Medical men have been less aware of this need than administrators and technicians, who now are used to solving problems of medical import without referring to the physicians. Will the medical profession continue to let itself be taken in tow by officials, or will it take its place at the head of the movement? Will it finally shift from its policy of limited endeavors to one that would favor conscious, successful disease prevention? In the issue of October 15, 1902, an article appeared under the pseudonym of Aladdin, which was almost certainly written by Adler. We recall that his Hungarian name was Alida. 88 Its author said that the most urgent problem of present-day medicine was to make good medical care available to the poor. Any such demand in that direction previously received the answer: we have no money from the authorities. To do away with this annoyance, Adler felt that an institution was needed that would be recognized by the state and would possess scientific authority, a teaching post with a seminar for social medicine where problems of social hygiene would be explored with a view to finding their solution. In September and October 1903, an article written by Adler, entitled Town and Country, took issue with the common assumption that life in the villages and countryside was markedly better than in the towns. 89 Quite the contrary was true. The progress of hygiene had increased much greater in the towns, which with their growing population and number of electors received more attention from the public authorities. Nevertheless, Adler felt that this neglect of rural hygiene would eventually be detrimental to the towns as well. In November 1903, an article by Adler entitled Government Aid or Self-Help once again deplored the discrepancy between the scientific and the social aspects of medicine. 90 Adler felt that medical science was progressing rapidly and could advance even more so if it were not constantly slowed down by the authorities. In view of the paramount importance for research, he felt that there should be suitable, permanent, and well-paid positions open to researchers and teachers in the various fields of medicine, including social medicine. In July and August 1904, a long article appeared, The Physician as Educator, in which he revealed a new facet of his thought. The social role of the physician is not exhausted as described in the previous articles and should be supplemented by his function as an educator. This educational role is shown in the fight against alcoholism, infections, venereal diseases, tuberculosis, child mortality, and in regard to school hygiene, but it must be more. The physician should be able to give advice on the education of children. In the presence of weak and sickly children, it is not enough to prescribe their diet, exercises, and other physical measures. Such children easily lose their best support, i.e. confidence in their own strength. The first concern of the physician should be to give them back their self-confidence encouraged by proper utilization of exercise, games, and sports. These assertions of Adler's are followed by an epitome of education of the child. Education should begin with the education of the child's parents even before the birth of the child. The most powerful means of education is love, provided it is evenly distributed among all the children and not given in excess. Among common errors in education, one of the worst is to pamper children, which deprives them of self-confidence and courage, but it is dangerous to apply severe punishment, such as blows, shouting and inconstant scolding. A brief sending away from the family table, a few admonishing words, a stern look should suffice. One should be very wary of entrusting a child to servants. Adler then discusses certain types of difficult children such as the stubborn child, the young liar, the coward, the masturbator, and the anxious child. The best prevention of Alfred Adler in individual psychology 603 mendacity is the development of courage, the most dangerous of all defects being cowardice. If need be, I would venture to make of the most cruel boy competent butcher, hunter, insect collector, or surgeon. But the coward will always remain of lower cultural value. Adler concludes with the assertion, self-confidence of the child and his personal courage are his highest good. 91 This article of Adler showed that in 1904 he had already elaborated a complete theory of education, and we find in it an early statement of some of his favorite ideas, the role of organ inferiority, the picture of the pampered child, and the therapeutic value of self-confidence and courage. Adler referred to the contemporary child psychologists, Freire and Karl Gruss, and also for the first time to Freud as the man who had shown the extreme importance of the young child's first impressions and the existence of child sexuality. In September to October 1904, Adler expounded his own ideas in an article entitled Hygiene of Sexual Life, while reviewing a book by Max Gruber of the same title. Adler opposes the views of Max Gruber in regard to a topic that was much discussed at that time. Adler contends that sexual abstinence can cause inconveniences for emotional health, with some rare exceptions. In regard to sexual excesses, Adler thinks Max Gruber has exaggerated their noxious effects, and that there is no evidence that they can cause neurasthenia. Adler also says that the alleged dangers of birth control have been much overstated. We may note that Adler's opinion contradicts that of Freud in that regard. As for homosexuality, Adler agrees with the author that it is not a congenital abnormality, and that it should be punished only if it brings prejudice to another party and to protect minors. Adler sees the dangers of masturbation in another perspective than the author. They do not exist so much in regard to physical health as they do in regard to harmonious emotional development. 92 Although the publication of the Ärztliche-Extens-Zeitung continued for several years, this was to be Adler's final contribution. To be sure, when he joined Freud's small group, he had definite ideas on social medicine, education, the role of organ inferiorities, and educational errors in the genesis of emotional disturbances. For the following several years Adler was to develop his ideas in a new direction within the frame of the psychoanalytic movement. Alfred Adler's work 2 Theory of Organ Inferiority. Adler assiduously participated in Freud's Wednesday evenings, where he contributed to the discussions and read his own papers. 9.3 Thus in the discussion of a paper on Nietzsche's genealogy of morals, Adler expressed his keen admiration for Nietzsche's psychological insights. In 1909 he credited Karl Marx with important psychological discoveries. In April 1910 he presided over a symposium on suicide of school children. It soon appeared with a foreword by Adler and a concluding comment by Freud. Among Adler's numerous published articles of that time, 2 lean strongly towards psychoanalysis. Both appeared in 1905. 1, in the style of Freud's Psychopathology of Everyday Life, tries to elucidate the meaning of obsessions with numbers in 3 patients. 94 The other, on sexual problems in education, discusses problems of child sexuality in a similar manner to the 3 essays. 95 Adler's main achievement during his psychoanalytic period was a short book of 92 pages on organ inferiority. 96 This notion was by no means new. Clinicians spoke of locus minoris resistantiae, that is the organ of lesser resistance, which risked being the area of complications during a general infection. Adler referred to his predecessors in that regard, but his originality was in developing a systematic theory of organ inferiority. Adler begins with the fact that there are many conditions of which we know the symptoms but not the causes. Among known causes are general ones, such as infections or toxications, or local ones, which originate in the malfunctioning of an organ. But for many other diseases, we find no satisfactory explanation, and Adler thinks that the theory of organ inferiority may account for many such cases. The inferiority of an organ can be manifested in several ways. In most cases microscopic abnormalities cannot be easily detected, but sometimes they may be detected by outer signs such as the so-called degeneration stigmata or the existence of a nevus in the vicinity of the affected organ. Since the organ inferiority originates in a deficiency in the fetal development, it extends itself over an entire embryonic segment. Second, it can be a matter of functional inferiority, for instance, an insufficiency in the secretion of the organ, or sometimes merely reflex abnormalities. A reflex can be increased, diminished, or absent. Third, an organ inferiority can be surmised from the patient's case history, the lack of proper functioning of the given organ during childhood. As an example, Adler tells of patients suffering from early intestinal disturbances, who much later became diabetics. Frequent illnesses of a given organ are another indication of its inferiority. An organ inferiority can thus be absolute or relative. It may take a favorable course by means of compensation. Compensation can occur at various levels, within the organ itself, through another organ, or through the nervous centers. In the latter, the organ inferiority results in a general compensatory process. Compensation occurs as a result of the concentration of the patient's attention upon the functioning DF, the inferior organ. This amounts to a training that leads to a satisfactory or even superior level of adjustment of the inferior organ. Without denying that certain specific diseases can be hereditary, Adler seems to assign a greater role to the heredity of organ inferiorities. As a result, in certain families the same organ inferiority is manifested in Fred Adler and Individual Psychology 605 ES forms. In one member it is a severe disease of a given organ, in another it can be a mere functional disturbance, in a third a proneness to transient diseases of that organ, and in yet another in a superiority through compensation. Adler quotes instances of musicians whose relatives or who themselves were afflicted with ear diseases, painters in whose families there were eye diseases or who themselves were afflicted with eye disorders. According to Adler, the part played by chance in the localization of illnesses is less than is commonly believed. Thus an 8-year-old boy received a minor blow in the eye when a classmate who was playing with a pen accidentally hit him with it. 2 months later he got a coal smut in the same eye. 3 months later the same accident with the pen occurred in the same manner to the same eye. Did these 3 accidents occur by sheer chance? Adler learned that the patient's maternal grandfather suffered from diabetic iritis, the mother from strabism, the younger brother from strabism as well as hypermetropy and lowered sharpness of vision. His mother's brother also had strabism and frequent conjunctivitis. The young patient himself showed a total lack of conjunctival reflexes in both eyes. This lack of reflexes, entailing a lack of protection, would explain the succession of accidents. Adler's theory of organ inferiority in the compensatory process seems to be independent from psychoanalysis and more complementary than opposite to it. Freud had always maintained that neurosis developed on the basis of a predisposition. Adler was endeavoring to offer a plausible theory of the substratum of neurosis. 2 places in the book point to the link with psychoanalysis. Compensation, according to Adler, issues from concentration of the patient's attention on the inferior organ as well as on the adjacent bodily surface, and should the latter be an erogenous zone, it will necessarily result in its overstimulation and the inception of a neurotic process. A second link with psychoanalysis is found in Adler's contention that there is no organ inferiority without sexual inferiority, especially in the case of multiple organ inferiorities. Adler's theory of organ inferiority was well accepted by the psychoanalytic group. Freud himself seemed to consider it a valuable addition to the knowledge of neurosis. As early as 1908, Adler took issue with Freud's basic concept of the libido as being the main dynamic source of psychic life. Adler contended that there is an aggressive drive that cannot be explained as the result of frustrated libido and that it plays a no less important part than the libido in normal life as well as neurosis. 97 In 1910, Adler sketched a theory of psychological hermaphroditism. 98 Experience, he says, has shown him the striking frequency of secondary sexual characteristics of the opposite sex among neurotic patients. This brings a patient to a subjective feeling of inferiority and to a striving toward compensation in the form of masculine protest. In the case of a young boy, he will equate masculinity with aggression and femininity with passivity. Exhibitionism and fetishism can be traced to masculine protest. This same masculine protest will also lead him to try to surpass his father, and secondarily direct his wishful representations toward his mother. This is how Adler explains the Oedipus theme, Oedipus motive. Alfred Adler's work 3 Theory of Neurosis. After his separation from Freud in 1911, Adler reformulated his theory of neurosis. Much of this reformulation was a return to his earlier concepts of social pathogenesis and of the role of organ inferiority. Though rejecting a great deal of Freud's theories, Adler above all maintained the notion of the importance of early childhood situations, which he combined with his own ideas on aggressive drives and psychological hermaphroditism. Weyenger's philosophy of the as if appeared just at the right time to furnish a new conceptual framework. Adler's book The Nervous Character appeared in 1912 with the motto from Seneca, Omnia ex opinion suspensa sunt, all things depend upon opinion, an allusion to Weyenger's concept of fictions. 99 The book was divided into 2 parts, a theoretical and a practical one, but the division is not as clear as is indicated, and it is not always easy to grasp the full meaning of Adler's thought. The basic concept is that of individuality, a term expressing both the uniqueness and the indivisibility of the human being. This is best illustrated in the foreword by a quotation of Fierko. The individual represents a unified whole of which all parts cooperate towards a common goal. As a consequence, each isolated psychological feature of the individual reflects his whole personality. The individual is also viewed in the temporal dimension. At any point in time, any symptom shows marks of the past, present, and future. Psychic life is future-directed and teleologic, that is tending toward a goal. The goal is not set once and for all, but can be modified. This is where Adler utilizes Weyenger's concept of fiction. Things proceed as if an ideal norm was set to human activity, and this ideal norm Adler called absolute truth, or absolute logic of social life, which is the same as perfect conformity with social and even cosmic demands. Adler calls abnormity the degree of an individual's deviation from that fictitious norm. Neuroses are conceived as varieties of such a deviation. The origin of neuroses is sought by Adler in the feelings arising from organ inferiorities, and here he refers to his book of 1907. Aside from purely physiological compensation, organ inferiority sets in motion a complex psychological process of self-assertion, which becomes a permanent factor of psychic development. As sketched in the book on organ inferiority, this psychological process implies a constant observation and training of the supposedly inferior organ function. But to these phenomena, which Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 670 had already described, Adler now adds the notion that feelings of inferiority can also be brought forth by purely social factors, such as early competition between siblings and the position of the child in the sibling row. Even when there is organ inferiority, the psychological reaction becomes the main element. Whatever the varieties of neurosis, there is a training process common to all of them, which results from the increased attention bestowed by the patient upon himself and his relationships with others, a lowering of the threshold of excitability, and a sharpening of his powers to foresee certain events. All this is subjectively viewed by the patient as a striving toward superiority and fear of being outmatched. Furthermore, the neurotic resorts to auxiliary means, such as a leading image to live up to, and a neurotic technique of life. With time these various means become an end in themselves. The neurotic lives in a fictitious world that is structured around pairs of opposing concepts. The main one of these is the opposition between the deep-seated feeling of inferiority and the subject's exalted personality feeling. This opposition is equated with the concepts of high and low, masculine and feminine, triumph and defeat. The opposition high-low plays a great role in the fantasies, the dreams, the figures of speech of normal people, and acquires an increased importance for the neurotic who equates the idea of superiority with high and that of inferiority with low. The same is true in regard to triumph and defeat, and for the neurotic individual, the slightest success or setback acquires tremendous importance. The opposition of masculine-feminine is treated at length in the nervous character. Adler seems to ascribe less importance than he previously did to biological marks of intersexuality. What really matters is the persisting subjective impression in the patient. Because society assumes that woman is inferior to man, masculine protest is likely to develop in man as well as in woman. In woman, masculine protest is an almost normal reaction to the role that is imposed on her in a man's world. In man, it is the result of doubts about his sexual role or fear of not being able to live up to it, and at the same time it reinforces his prejudices against woman. On this basis Adler describes various forms of neuroses in man and in woman, and here, too, his ideas widely diverge from those of Freud. Far from viewing the libido as the root of neuroses and sexual deviations, Adler emphasizes the symbolic character of sexual behavior. Unlike Freud, Adler stresses the social factor in the origin of neurosis and its social defects. Certain neurotics, for instance, take refuge from society by restricting their social field of activity to the family circle, and sometimes even prefer their parental family to their own. The progress of neurosis is compared by Adler to the evolution of fictions, as depicted by Wegener. Certain scientists proposed a theory in the form of a fictitious model, in whose reality they did not believe. The fictitious model was then mistakenly taken for a hypothesis, and the hypothesis transformed into dogma. In the same way the neurotic toys with fantasies, and later comes to believe them. This is what Adler calls substantiation. A dangerous situation arises whenever the substantiated fiction has to face reality. This general pattern of evolution with its phases of fiction, substantiation, and critical confrontation of reality, exists regardless of the variety of neuroses. Adler does away with the classical distinctions of neuroses, hysteria, phobia, and obsessions, which had been retained by Freud. He goes so far as to include sexual deviations in the field of neuroses. The nervous character is lacking in style and composition, but the book is rich in ideas and clinical facts. A great variety of authors are quoted, physicians, pediatricians, and university psychiatrists such as Kraepelin and Wernicke, and among representatives of newer schools, Janet, Bleuler, Freud, and many psychoanalysts. Among philosophers Nietzsche and Wegener are the most frequently referred to, and among writers Goethe, Schiller, Shakespeare, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Gogol, and Ibsen. Alfred Adler's work for individual psychology after World War I. Alfred Adler reconsidered and reformulated his psychological system. The notion of community feeling, Gemeinschaftgefühl, which had been implicit in his previous theory of neurosis, was now designated by that term and brought into the foreground. The new system was expounded in 1927 in the clearest and most systematic of his books, Understanding Human Nature. 100 We will now sketch a general survey of Adler's individual psychology, taking this book as a basis and supplementing it at times with other writings of that period. Adlerian psychology belongs neither to the traditional academic psychology nor to experimental psychology, and it radically differs from Freudian psychoanalysis. It is unfair to Adler to evaluate his system with the yardstick of academic, experimental, or Freudian psychology. The term Menschenkindnis designates the particular psychological trend to which Adler's individual psychology belongs. This kind of pragmatic psychology, sometimes called concrete psychology, does not pretend to go into matters very deeply, but to provide principles and methods that enable one to acquire a practical knowledge of oneself and of others. This was also what Kant attempted in his anthropology from the pragmatic point of view. 101 Incidentally, in his foreword to this book, Kant twice uses the term Kenntnis des Menschen, knowledge of man, and once the word Menschenkindnis, which was to be used by Adler almost as a synonym to individual psychology. Henri Lefebvre has shown that a system for the practical knowledge of man in general and daily life could be deduced from Marxism. 102 Another system of pragmatic psychology could even more easily be extracted from Nietzsche's works. 103 Adler's Menschenkindnis, however, is much more systematized in Alfred Adler and individual psychology 609 encompassing than those of Kant, Marx, or Nietzsche. The starting point of Adler's system can be expressed by the sentence, everything occurs in mental life as if certain basic axioms were true. Which are these axioms? First, the principle of unity. A human being is one and indivisible both in regard to the mind-body relationship and to the various activities and functions of the mind. Adler's individual psychology thus differs from Freud's emphasis on man's basic ambivalence and conflicts between the conscious and the unconscious, the ego, the ID, and the superego. Second, the principle of dynamism. Life cannot be conceived without movement. But whereas Freud places the emphasis more on the cause, Adler emphasizes the aim and intentionality of psychic processes, what he calls the Zielstrebigkeit, the striving toward a goal no man can think, feel, will, nor even dream, without everything being defined, conditioned, limited, directed by a goal which floats before him. Such intentionalism necessarily implies the freedom to choose. Man is free insofar that he can choose a goal or change it for another, but as soon as this is done he is determined insofar that he obeys his self-imposed law. Alexander Neuer considered the concept that man constantly finds himself in situations of inferiority, and it is up to him whether he will overcome it or not as basic in individual psychology. I04 To overcome it, insight is not enough, he must act, and for that he needs courage. As in the anecdote of the child who was a failure in mathematics until the day when he was the only pupil in his class to see the solution to a problem, he had the courage to go to the blackboard and demonstrate. Thus an act of courage will also enable a man to change his lifestyle after he has consciously changed his life goal. According to Neuer, Adler calls courage, mut, that kind of higher psychic energy or thymos, which the ancient Greeks considered the essence of the soul. To impart thymos to a child would be the basic concern of the educator, as well as that of the psychotherapist, regardless whether his patient is a child or an adult. Third, the principle of cosmic influence. An individual cannot be conceived isolated from the cosmos that influences him in 1,000 ways. But apart from these universal influences, each individual perceives the cosmos in his own specific way. Community feeling is a reflection of the general interdependence of the cosmos, which lives within us, from which we cannot abstract ourselves completely, and endows us with the faculty to feel into, that is to empathize with other beings. Above all, it is the spontaneous acceptance to live in conformity to the natural and legitimate demands of the human community. It is perhaps not superfluous to eliminate a few misunderstandings. Community feeling has nothing to do with the mere ability to mix with others and is much more than loyalty to a group or a cause. It should also not be confused with the application of an individual's personality to the hands of a community. The Adlerian notion of community includes the structure of familial and social ties, creative activities. It is the community that creates logic, language, proverbs, and folklore, and an ethical function. Justice is an emanation of the community. Thus, community feeling is the individual's perception of these principles that rule the relationships of men with each other. Community feeling is more or less developed according to individuals. Sometimes it is restricted to the family or the group of origin, but it can extend to the nation, to mankind as a whole, and beyond it to animals, plants, inanimate beings, and the universe. Fourth, the principle of spontaneous structuration of the parts in a whole. All the components of the mind spontaneously organize and equilibrate themselves according to the individual self-set goal. Sensations, perceptions, images, memories, fantasies, dreams, everything converges toward the line of direction of the individual. Similarly, with mankind as a whole, we see this spontaneous structuration appear in the form of division of labor. For the individual as well as for mankind, this spontaneous structuration is a manifestation of the principle of the adjustment to one's own law. A fifth basic axiom is the principle of action and reaction between the individual and his environment. On one side, the individual must adjust and constantly readjust to his environment. When he is in a position of inferiority, he spontaneously seeks to overcome it, directly or indirectly. This is true for the individual as well as for the species. Like Marx, Adler views man's ability to modify his environment as his distinguishing feature. But here, as in the mechanics of fluids, every action brings a reaction, and this is particularly true for the individual within his social group. Nobody can stand out from the midst of the community and extend his power over others without immediately awakening forces which will tend to check his expansion. As a consequence, Adler's psychology is essentially a dynamics of interpersonal relationships. It never considers the individual in an isolated and static situation, but sees him in the light of his actions and of the reactions of his environment. A sixth axiom is what Adler called the law of absolute truth, a fictitious norm set for the conduct of the individual that consists of an optimal balance between the requirements of the community and those of the individual, in other words, between community feeling and legitimate self-assertion. The individual who conforms to that ideal stands in absolute truth, meaning that he conforms to the logic of life and society and, as it were, to the rule of the game. The occurrence of unhappiness, failure, neuroses, psychoses, perversions, and criminality gives a measure of the degree of deviation from this basic rule. From these premises it is possible to deduce a dialectic that would define Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 611 the relationships of mankind with nature, of social groups within mankind, of the individual with the community, of the individual within small groups, and of individuals with each other. The dialectic of the relationship of the human species and nature is barely hinted at by Adler. Because man is the weakest among the higher animal species, he developed a psychic organ with the faculty of foreseeing, and he imagined the division of labor. In this way he was able to overcompensate his natural inferiority and conquer nature. Adler could have discussed the problem of the damage caused to nature by man and its disastrous after effects on man, but he did not pursue his dialectic in this direction. The dialectic of the relationships of social groups with each other had been abundantly treated by Marx and Engels with their theory of the class struggle. Adler could easily have enlarged this topic, but for some reason he seems to have avoided doing so. However, he remarked upon the feeling of envy as being a natural consequence of social inequality, as opposed to pathological envy resulting from aggressive drives. There is, however, one point common to sociology and biology to which Adler devotes much attention, that is the respective roles of man and woman. The physiological differentiation does not account for the discrepancy in regard to their psychological and sociological roles. All of our public and private institutions rest upon the prejudice of the superiority of the male. Following Bachofen and Babel, Adler assumes that this attitude of superiority of man over woman was historically a reaction against an ancient period of matriarchy. This attitude is perpetuated and reinforced in the boy as well as in the girl by education and subtle and often unconscious suggestion. That is one of the main roots of neurosis and of the phenomenon of masculine protest, which Adler so thoroughly described in The Nervous Character. The dialectics of the interrelations of human groups was approached by Adler in other publications. We remember how in 1918 and 1919 he tried to elucidate the phenomenon of war and explained it by the criminally irresponsible attitude of those in power and the helplessness of the people when they became aware of the deception. 105 War can be thus considered as one of the forms of mass psychosis provoked by a few men in search of power in their own selfish interests. 106 Adler, however, did not consider the striving for personal power as a primary drive, but as the result of a false guiding ideal that could be replaced by that of community feeling. Hence the paramount importance of education in the prevention of war. IO7 This dialectics of the interrelation of the individual and the community occupies a large part of Adler's Menschenkenntnis and of his other writings. The balance between community feeling and the drive toward self-expansion can be disturbed very early. How does Adler explain the origin of imbalance when it occurs? He sees it in the feeling of inferiority, which can be acquired at the earliest age. At this point a linguistic remark is appropriate. The term feeling of inferiority, as used by Adler, actually has two different meanings. One is related to a natural inferiority, such as that of the size of a child when compared to that of an adult, or a factual inferiority resulting from disease. But individual psychologists mostly use the term in the sense of a value judgment, which is implicit in the German word minder Wertigkeitsgefühl, which includes the radicals minder, lesser, and word, value. It thus means a judgment of lesser value pronounced by an individual upon himself. This semantic misunderstanding has been pointed out by Haberlin. 108 But in 1926 Alexander Neuer had distinguished positions of inferiority, which are numerous and manifold, and feelings of inferiority, which are the result of the positions of inferiority insofar as they are not overcome with courage. 109 The same point was also treated by Brockfeld in Detail J.110 Later Adler himself was to make the distinction between the natural feeling of inferiority and the subjective complex of inferiority. 111 Adler distinguishes several causes of the inferiority feeling. There are the organ inferiorities, as depicted in his monograph of 1907, but Adler now emphasized the importance of the individual's reaction to his organ inferiority rather than the inferiority itself. Another frequent source are the educational errors, such as demanding too much of the child, overemphasizing his weakness, making him a plaything of one's mood, giving him to understand that he is a burden, ridiculing him, and lying to him. There are also social causes, such as those that may be produced by economic and social inferiority among the children of the poor. Whatever its cause, a feeling of inferiority can develop along two different lines, which are already discernible in the young child. Both set themselves a goal of superiority, but follow a different route to achieve it. In the first case the individual will directly seek superiority over others. His guiding line will be oriented toward this goal, as well as his psychological functions and his character. He will display ambition, arrogance, jealousy, and hatred. Nietzsche's will to power is one among other manifestations of the superiority complex, and as Nietzsche had already shown, these aggressive feelings can wear many masks. In the second case the individual will try to reach his goal of superiority by indirect means and will retreat behind barricades such as weakness, shyness, anxiety, or a restricted family or social circle, and this position permits him to exert his tyranny and domination over at least a few other persons. Here, too, there are innumerable varieties of behavior patterns. Adler believed that as a rule an individual will choose the first direct line, and will only resort to the second when he has met with failure. This may happen sooner or later, often very early in childhood. In all cases, however, the discrepancy between the self-set goal of superiority and his power to reach it will lead the individual to defeat. For a long time he will Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 613 try to avert it by making use of distance. 112 The subject will suddenly retreat when he should be nearing his goal, he will stop shortly before reaching it, adopt a wavering attitude, or he will cunningly construct artificial obstacles that will impede success. Whenever the clever use of distance does not suffice, the subject will have to confront his dream with stark reality, and in order to avoid a catastrophe, he resorts to what Adler calls the arrangement. This can be a depression, anxiety, phobia, amnesia, or any kind of neurosis. Sometimes it takes the form of a physical disease or a psychosis. The aim of the arrangement is to conceal to the environment and to the subject himself the imminent defeat of his unachievable ambitions. In the light of these concepts, the many kinds of neurosis, depression, perversion, addiction, criminality, and even psychosis are but varieties of disturbances in the relationship of the individual with the community. The interrelations of individuals within a small group are another concern of individual psychology. This could be applied to any natural or artificial group situation. Professor Beisch, in Zurich, currently applies Adlerian principles in his investigations in industrial and business psychology. Actually Adler gave his attention mainly to the psychology within the family group. In the life of a child the strongest influence comes from the mother. She is the one who imparts, or should impart, the seeds of the community feeling. The father's role is to teach self-reliance and courage. The Oedipus situation, which Freud contends to be a normal and universal stage of human life, is considered by Adler the result of faulty education in a spoiled child. Relationships with the parents are not limited to those of love and hate as depicted by Freud, but either can play the role of Gegenspieler, the played against, the partner against whom the child measures his strength. This role can also be played by one of the siblings, especially the oldest one. According to Adler, each one of the children in a family is born and grows up with a specific perspective according to its position in relation to the other siblings. From the onset the position of the oldest brother is better than that of the younger ones. He is made to feel that he is the stronger, the wiser, the most responsible. That is why he values the concept of authority and tradition, and is conservative in his views. The youngest brother, on the other hand, is always in danger of remaining the spoiled and cowardly family baby. Whereas the oldest will take his father's profession, the youngest may easily become an artist, or then, as the result of overcompensation, he will develop tremendous ambition and strive to be the savior of the entire family. The second child in a family is under perpetual pressure from both sides, striving to outmatch his older brother and fearing to be overtaken by the younger one. As for the only child, he is even more exposed to be spoiled and pampered than the youngest one. His parents' preoccupation with his health may cause him to become anxious and timorous. Such patterns are subject to modifications according to the distance between the siblings and according to the proportion of boys and girls in their respective position in the family. If the oldest brother is closely followed by a sister, there comes a time when he will fear being outdistanced by the girl who will mature more rapidly than he. Among many other possible situations are those of the only girl in a family of boys, and of the only boy among a constellation of girls, a particularly unfavorable situation according to Adler. The interrelations of two individuals has also been touched upon by Adler. There is normal obedience, guided by community feeling. There is disobedience due to a lack of community feeling or the will to power. There is a blind obedience that is particularly noxious when met within delinquent groups. Adler considers hypnosis a specific kind of interpersonal relationship that is equally degrading for the subject and the hypnotizer. Suggestion, according to Adler, is a way of reacting to a certain exogenous stimulation. Some individuals are ready to over-evaluate the opinion of others and under-evaluate their own. Other men are prone to consider only their own opinion as right and indistinctly reject those of others. Implied, but nowhere clearly described in Adler's works, is the immediate interpersonal relationship that is spontaneously established between two men who meet for the first time. One of the great difficulties in interpersonal relationships is the lack of understanding. Most men have little insight in regard to themselves and others, and worse, experience will not help them because they will evaluate it in the light of their already distorted perspective. Moreover, they do not like to be enlightened about themselves. But Adler is convinced that if knowledge of man were more general, social relationships would be facilitated, because then people could not deceive each other so easily. Hence the need of a technique for practical psychological diagnosis. Adler's technique begins with the axiomatic principle that most individuals are striving toward a hidden goal, of which they are unaware. The knowledge of that goal would provide the key to the understanding of a man's personality, and conversely, the nature of that goal can be deduced from the critical examination of an individual's behavior. Because the hidden goal determines both the guiding line and the perspective, or world picture, of the individual, we possess a number of clues pointing toward the secret goal. The individual psychologist will proceed somewhat like the astronomer who wants to determine the trajectory of a new star. He determines a number of successive positions and from there onward reconstructs the line and direction followed by the star. Thus the individual psychologist will start with 2 points as remote from each other as possible. One could be T, a childhood memory, and the other a recent occurrence that enlightens the individual's social behavior. Of course, the psychologist will also take Alfred Adler and Individual Psychology 615 intermediary points, and the more there are the more exact will be the reconstruction of the line. Among the data utilized by the individual psychologist are the first memories, the child's spontaneous play activities, the child's and adolescent's successive wishes for his future profession, and his dreams. According to Adler, the first memories have a great diagnostic value, whether or not they are historically true. They reflect the life goal and lifestyle of the individual, provided they are examined in connection with other psychological indications. Adler feels that dreams show something of the lifestyle of the individual, particularly that aspect of himself that he wants to hide from his fellow men, because the censorship of the social control is temporarily removed. They also have a perspective function. They express a tentative solution to the dreamer's present problems, or rather a flight from a true rational solution, and are therefore self-deception. 11.3 This kind of investigation of present attitudes, first memories, childhood activities, adolescent wishes, and dreams, simultaneously uncovers the individual's perspective, that is his specific, selective perception of the world, and his style of life. Every individual utilizes his particular tactics to reach his goal, and this is what Adler calls the style of life, Lebensstil. One will resort to arrogance, the other to feigned modesty, a third will arouse pity in others, and so on. But mostly it is a complex combination of devices. In diagnosing a lifestyle, the actions and behavior of an individual are far more revealing than his words. Thus it is possible to simply and rapidly diagnose the secret goal pursued by those with whom we deal and to see how they attempt to influence us. One can thus see through their mask, and avert their attacks. In children it is easy to discover the secret of their character difficulties and the obstacles to their education. To fully assess a character, one must consider other facts. Every individual's picture of the world largely depends upon whether he is a visual, auditive, or motor type. The latter needs more movement. Adler also came to attribute much importance to the degree of mental and physical energy of the individual, independently from his courage. We thus see that for the full evaluation of a man's personality it is necessary to find out about his organ insufficiencies, his early interpersonal relationships and family situation, whether he is a sensory or motor type, his natural physical and mental energy, his free choices, and his courage. The course and development of human life is viewed by Adler in the light of the above concepts. The individuality of man is manifested very early. According to Adler, it is possible to evaluate the degree of community feeling in an infant after a few months of age, and in the second year it can be deduced from the way in which the child expresses itself in words. As the child grows, his way of playing becomes characteristic. Adler agrees with Bruce that play is a spontaneous preparation of the child for the future, but he adds that it is also an expression of his creative activity, or his community feeling, and his will to power. Early childhood is also the period when man learns from his environment in many subtle ways, along with the commonly accepted ideas about the respective roles of men and women in society, and also finds his identity. Adler considered the child's successive wishes about his future profession to be important, and he thought that the absence of any such wish could be the sign of a serious underlying disturbance. The adult age is the period when the individual must fulfill his 3 life tasks: love and family, profession, and relationships with the community. The way in which the individual fulfills these 3 life tasks gives the measure of his adjustment. New problems brought about by the later process of aging have to be viewed in that perspective. The book Menschenkindnis also contains a typology, and a chapter that ancient authors would have called a treatise on the passions. Though emphasizing that every human being is unique, Adler gives a rule of thumb classification wherein he distinguishes 2 broad categories, the aggressive and the non-aggressive nature. Among the aggressive he places not only those who show overt but also disguised aggression. This characterology is closely related to Adler's description of the passions, which he divides into separating and uniting. Adler's conception of psychosis, deviations, and criminality is contained in various other writings of the same period. Adler's theory of melancholia was published in 1920. 114 In a depressive episode, Adler sees nothing but the exacerbation of the patient's characteristic way of handling life situations. The depressed patient, Adler says, is a man who has always been afflicted with a deep-seated feeling of inferiority. But the characteristic feature is his personal way of coping with this inferiority feeling. From early childhood he shows a lack of drive and activity, avoiding difficulties, decisions, and responsibilities. He is distrustful and critical of others, and sees the world as basically hostile. Life is a tremendously difficult enterprise. His fellow man is cold and rejecting. On the other hand, the subject has always nourished a secret idea of his own superiority and the wish to obtain the greatest possible advantages from others. In order to attain his secret goal, the subject adopts well-defined tactics, to make himself as small and inconspicuous as possible, and to restrict himself to a narrow circle of persons whom he can dominate, mostly through complaints, tears, and sadness. Melancholia always appears under the impact of a vital crisis, such as a situation of enforced difficulty requiring an uncompromising decision, or because the patient's environment became more critical and escaped his control, or perhaps the patient was becoming critical of himself. At this point melancholia occurs in a vicious circle arises from the fact that sleeplessness, insufficient food intake, and similar factors impair the patient's physiological equilibrium and consequently enforce his fiction. The outcome of the disease depends, Adler says, on Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 617 whether the patient's tactic triumphs or not. In the former case the disease recedes as soon as the patient has reached his secret goal. But if he fails, he resorts to his ultima ratio, suicide, which is at once the only honorable issue from a hopeless situation, and an act of vengeance against the environment. Paranoia, according to Adler, is the development of another early specific way of handling life situations. 115 When an individual has already shown a lack of community feeling as a child, has always been dissatisfied with life and critical and hostile toward others, he sets himself a secret goal of high ambition, and strives to reach it with activities of a belligerent nature. For some time he progresses in that direction, but there comes a point where he is obliged to come to a halt at some distance from the expected goal. In order to justify himself in the eyes of others and his own, he now resorts to two devices. He creates fictitious obstacles and henceforth exhausts his energies in his struggle to overcome them, and he displaces the battle to another field. Schizophrenia, Adler thinks, affects individuals who manifest a fear of life quite early. The onset of the disease comes when they must face their life tasks. The disease itself is the manifestation of extreme discouragement. As to alcoholism, a variety of causes have been pointed out by Adler and his disciples. Organ inferiority may play a role. L16 The intake of alcohol can be a way of soothing feelings of inferiority, a manifestation of masculine protest, or a way of enhancing a hostile attitude toward the other men. Inebriety is a means of cutting oneself out of the community. Alcoholic addiction is a way of escaping from life duties and responsibilities. L17 Generally speaking, Adler considers sexual perversions as the expression of increased psychological distance between man and woman, of a rebellion of the subject against his normal sexual role, and of a deprecatory attitude and hostility toward a sexual partner. 11.8 Homosexuality was the subject of Adler's 75-page study published in 1917. 11.9 and of a larger monograph in 1930.120. Adler rejects the physical constitution theory of homosexuality. He admits that certain homosexuals may exhibit a few secondary sexual characteristics of the opposite sex, but this happens to many individuals who are perfectly normal. There is no biological determinism, and everything depends on the subjective manner in which the patient assumes his somatic identity, and what use he makes of it. The mainspring is found in the fear of and hostility toward the other sex, because psychological distance is less with the persons of the same sex than those of the opposite one. The child who has not been adequately prepared to assume his social role avoids persons of the other sex and compensates by overemphasizing his relationships with persons of his own sex. From then on, whenever he faces situations in which he must deal with members of the opposite sex, he reacts by discouragement and flight. In his later monograph on homosexuality, Adler underlined the importance of the element of training. Usually it is far from easy to become a pervert, and a homosexual, through self-deception, easily convinces himself that as far back as he can remember he has always been attracted to children of the same sex. Among the great pioneers of dynamic psychiatry, Janet and Adler are the only ones who had personal clinical experience with criminals, and Adler was the only one who wrote something on the subject from his direct experience. 121 At the root of criminality as well as with neurosis, psychosis, and sexual deviation, Adler finds a lack of social interest. But the criminal differs insofar as he does not content himself with receiving help from others and being a burden to them, but acts as if the whole world were against him. The delinquent child can be detected because he gets his own way by hurting others. Adler distinguishes three types of criminals. First, those who were pampered children, always used to receiving and never giving, and who have kept their pattern. Then there are the neglected children who actually have experienced a hostile world, and lastly there is a lesser group comprising the ugly children. But whatever the original situation, criminals show the same intensive striving toward superiority. Adler considers the criminal as being essentially and always a coward. The criminal never gives a fair fight. He commits his offenses only when he is in a position of advantage. He will steal from an inattentive or defenseless victim, kill when his victim cannot defend himself, and so on. His feeling of superiority is strengthened by the fact that, before getting caught, he usually has committed several offenses without being discovered. Adjuvant factors of criminality are a low intelligence level and a lack of training for a profession. According to Phyllis Bottom, Adler found that burglars were easier to cure than other criminals because they are of a higher intelligence level than the average criminal and because, being experts, it will be easier for them to find an honorable trade and adjust to it. Unlike Freud, Adler did not greatly infringe upon the fields of art, literature, ethnology, and cultural history. An article casually written for the Viennese Social Democratic newspaper shows how individual psychology can be applied to the interpretation of a historical event, namely, the French Revolution of 1789. The rapid economic development of France with the urbanization, growth of an industrial proletariat, exploitation of the peasants, had brought the country into chaos. The exclusion of the most capable men from many public functions irritated them. Voltaire and Rousseau gave expression to feelings of the masses and helped to create a revolutionary line. A critical point came when the first attempts to introduce urgently needed reforms were checked by the government. This set into motion the revolutionary tide and paved the way to its great leaders. Marat, who was poor, hungry, persecuted by the police, proclaimed the revolt of the poor against the rich. He offered himself as a victim, the more so because Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 619 his health was ruined. Not being eloquent, his tactic was to write inflamed letters and newspaper articles, and to receive many visitors who would listen to his ideas. He was disinterested and sincere, but failed to notice that the bulk of his adherents was composed of criminals. Danton, an inordinately ambitious man, had given an early indication of HS lifestyle when, being a schoolboy, he escaped in order to watch the king's coronation. During the revolution, he knew how to sense forthcoming developments, and always be on the spot on important occasions. He was courageous, resolute, and a brilliant orator. His tactics was to keep good relationships with the rich and powerful while seemingly serving the people, and to utilize the people for the sake of his own egoist interests. Robespierre had been a model pupil, always at the head of his class. His predominant passion was self-conceit. To a hungry people he preached the abstract ideal of virtue in the cult of the supreme being, whom he conceived at his own image. His tactics was to keep himself as much as possible in the background. To SLM/lead and methodically prepare crushing attacks upon his enemies. To maneuver them so that they would destroy each other. But he lacked in flexibility. And when he came to his last enemy he suddenly collapsed. 122 One may wonder how far these analyses derive from individual psychology, or from Adler's personal acquaintance with the Russian revolutionists. Alfred Adler's work psychotherapy and education. It is not exactly known when Adler began to study and to practice psychotherapy. Probably he learned something of it from Moritz Benedict at the Polyclinic. In the last decade of the 19th century it became fashionable to be a nerve art. That is to treat those numerous patients whose ailments belong neither in organic neurology nor hospital psychiatry. Since there was no organized teaching in this new branch of medicine, those who practiced it had empirically to elaborate their own method, which was likely never to be transmitted. It seems that during his years as a medical practitioner, Adler had an ever-increasing number of nervous patients, and it is open to question to what extent he treated them according to his own methods or to the methods he learned from Benedict, and later from Freud and the psychoanalytic group. It is clear from Adler's writings that during his association with Freud he was actively engaged in the treatment of neurosis. The nervous character is obviously the work of a man who has had several years of psychotherapeutic experience and who has had fully mastered his technique. Unfortunately Adler, unlike Freud, never gave a detailed account of his psychotherapeutic technique. References to his technique are scattered throughout his writings and those of his disciples. I-23 One main difference between Adler and Freud was that Freud devised a psychotherapeutic technique only for the individual adult. His daughter Anna first adapted it to child analysis, Pfister and Eichhorn, to therapeutic education, and still others to group therapy. Adler set up a variety of therapeutic methods intended for the adult, the child, and for therapeutic education. The differences between the methods of Freud and Adler are immediately apparent. With Adler there is no question of the patient lying on a couch and the physician sitting behind him, seeing the patient without being seen himself. The Adlerian therapist and his patient sit face to face and Adler insisted that their two chairs be similar in respect to height, shape, and size. Sessions are less frequent and the treatment much shorter than in Freudian analysis. Usually the 1-hour interviews take place 3 times a week at the beginning, their frequency being reduced gradually to twice, and then to once a week. The rigid rules characteristic of Freudian psychoanalysis are often taken lightly by Adlerians. The therapist will not hesitate to talk with members of the family or friends of the patient in the latter's presence, with his agreement, if he deems it necessary. Individual psychologists never noticed any difference between the outcome of free and paid for therapies, nor do they believe that a missed appointment should necessarily be paid for, regardless of the cause. Individual psychotherapy comprises 3 stages of unequal length. During the first stage the main objective is for the therapist to understand the patient and his problems. Depending upon the experience and the psychological acumen of the therapist, this will take from 1 day to 2 weeks or more. Adler was known for the swiftness of his diagnosis. The patient relates his life story and talks about his difficulties. The therapist inquiries about first memories, early childhood situations, dreams, and other characteristic personality features that enable him to reconstruct the life goal and lifestyle of his patient. One of Adler's favorite questions was, supposing that you would not have this ailment, what would you do? The patient's answer indicated what he actually wanted to avoid. In the second stage, the therapist has to make the patient gradually aware of his fictitious life goal and lifestyle. There is, of course, no question of saying this directly to the patient. It has to be gradually achieved while discussing the patient's failure in life or neurotic behavior. The patient is also shown how his lifestyle and goal were in contradiction with the reality of life and the law of social interest. Once the patient has acquired and accepted a clear, objective image of himself, one has reached the third stage, in which it is up to the patient to decide whether he wants to change his life goal and style. In that case, the patient has to be helped in his endeavors to readjust himself to the newly discovered reality, and this can last a few more months. However, the total length of an individual psychology therapy rarely extends over more than 1 year, and whereas Freud considered as criteria for a successful therapy when the patient recovered the ability to enjoy and to work, Adler took as criteria the ability to fulfill the 3 main tasks of life: occupation, love, and Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 621 Family, Community. The phenomena of resistance and transference, which are so basic in Freudian psychoanalysis, tend to be considered by Adlerians as artifacts. Adler equated resistance with a form of masculine protest, which had to be immediately pointed out to the patient as undesirable. Transference was considered by Adler as a neurotic wish that had to be eradicated. In contrast to Freud, Adler never published full case histories comparable to the story of the Wolfman or Little Hans. But we possess 2 fairly long fragments of case histories. They are known as the case of Miss R124 and the case of Mrs. A125, although they are not case histories in the proper sense. The first one is a short life history written by the patient herself, and the second is a short account written by the physician about the patient. Each was read to Adler, who did not know the patients, and he commented upon the story, sentence by sentence. The idea was to show how any clinical document can be interpreted in order to reconstruct the subject's life goal and lifestyle. Adler's technique of child psychotherapy differed in many respects from the technique he used with adults. It varied according to the child's age, and his problems. Adler never treated a child without having interviews with his parents, and at least part of the therapeutic sessions was given in the presence of one of the parents or a qualified person. Adler's method of psychotherapy for the individual patient covers only one aspect of his total activity as a psychotherapist. The other aspect is shown in the organizations for therapeutic education that he conceived and organized in Vienna. 126 in 1920. Adler felt that the main effort in therapeutic education should be directed toward teachers rather than toward families, and he organized consultations for teachers. They would meet with Adler or his associates at regular intervals to discuss problems pertaining to the difficult children they had in their classes. Teachers were brought to understand these problems in the light of individual psychology. The need for consultations where the parents could also participate soon became apparent and were held free of charge, twice a week, in one of the classrooms. The teacher prepared a file on the child prior to the consultation, and Adler, or his substitute, always first spoke with the mother, then with the child, and last with the teacher. Several other teachers were always present, and Adler had at least one of his associates with him at all times who recorded the interview. Adler emphasized the value of having several teachers and educators present, not only so that other teachers and psychologists could learn his methods, but also to impart the feeling to the child that he was in the care of a group that was genuinely interested in his welfare. This was an early example of what was later to be called multiple therapy. Adler did not resort to psychological tests. One of his principles was to treat the child in the home in view of teaching the child to adjust to difficult surroundings. It was only in extreme cases that children were referred to an institution. Some of the children were sent to a horde, a kind of part-time shelter where the child did his homework and played after school. Adler never tried to impose his services and waited to be invited before starting work in a new school. According to Madeleine Gans, he was already conducting work in 26 schools by 1929. Vienna became the first city in the world where all school children could enjoy free educational therapy when it was needed. Experience had taught Adler that the earlier educational therapy was started, the more effective it was. And this led him to the creation of kindergarten classes conducted according to the principles of individual psychology. The aim was to make the very young child independent and adjustable. Madeleine Gans, who visited one of them in 1932, noticed that the children seemed less disciplined than in the Montessori kindergarten. They were free to pursue their activities either in small groups or alone. The only rule imposed upon the child was that it had to conduct any chosen task to the end. Community feeling was encouraged not only by a lesson in rhythmic gymnastics, but also by 1 hour set aside for conversation presided over by the teacher. The children would bring a snack at 10 o'clock around a common table, and they would spontaneously come to exchange and share their food. Another educational achievement was the experimental school that was opened in September 1931 after 10 years of preliminary work and negotiations with school authorities. The school was operated by 3 of Adler's most experienced followers, Oscar Spiel, Birnbaum, and Scharmer. Their task was not easy because the school board had stipulated that the school program and general regulations be exactly the same as in the other Hauptschulen in Vienna. The school was in one of the poorer quarters of Vienna with classes of 30 and 40 children. At that time the Great Depression had SUNTN, and many of the parents were unemployed so that pupils were often undernourished. Madeleine Gans speaks of her admiration for the dedication of these educators and their remarkable achievements in spite of numerous obstacles. The classes were divided into work groups of from 5 to 7 pupils each, with a president who kept in touch with the first and the second head pupils. Community spirit for the entire class was maintained through a conversation group in which the whole class participated once a week, and they also shared other experiences. Mutual aid was systematically encouraged. For example, a child who was good at mathematics would be seated next to one who was not, so that he could assist him. The teachers gave individual interviews to those pupils who showed a need for them, and there was a monthly meeting of parents and teachers. This was by no means a matter of course at that time. These organizations were abolished when the Social Democratic Party relinquished its last stronghold, Vienna, in 1934. But Adler's ideas Alfred Adler and Individual Psychology 623 remained alive, and his inspiration is discernible in creations that were no longer his own but those of his disciples. Dr. Joshua Beer, who was personally trained and taught by Adler and emigrated to England, proclaimed that any psychiatry that wishes to be called social must include the total community. This was the underlying idea when Beer 127 founded the first self-governed social therapeutic club for acute and chronic inpatients in Runwell Hospital, 1938 to 1939, the first clubs for discharged patients and outpatients in East Ham and South End in 1939, and the Social Psychotherapy Center, today called Day Hospital, in 1946. 128 group therapy and community psychiatry are clearly the legitimate offspring of Alfred Adler's thought and work. Alfred Adler's work 6 later developments with his book Understanding Human Nature in 1927, Adler had given the most systematized expose of his doctrine. In the following years, particularly after 1933, he introduced certain modifications. Some pertained to new psychological concepts and others to an increased emphasis on the philosophical side of his ideas. These changes are noticeable in his book The Meaning of Life 129 and in various of his later articles. 130 in these later writings Adler attributed an increased importance to the creative power and to the degree of activity of the individual. He now considered the creative power as an essential factor in the construction of the life plan or lifestyle. The latter, therefore, cannot be considered any longer as a mere reflection of the early childhood situations. The same power is to be found in the shaping of a neurosis by the neurotic. Another important innovation in Adler's later teachings is the concept of degree of activity in problem children. The difference in degree of activity determines differences in the later psychopathological outcome in the adult, and correspondingly, different measures of education. A third innovation is the increased emphasis on the striving for superiority, which he now considers essential and normal. The striving for superiority is no longer seen as antagonistic to community feeling. The latter is a normative ideal that gives direction to the striving for superiority. Adler no longer considers inferiority feelings as primary, with the striving for superiority as its compensation. On the contrary, he now understands feelings of inferiority as being secondary to the striving for superiority. The opposite of community feeling is now private intelligence. In his description of neurosis and delinquency, Adler now uses new terms. The neurotic and the delinquent who follow their private intelligence instead of the logic of community life devote their activity to the useless side of life. In all those who depart from the community ideal, a restriction of field necessarily occurs. The homosexual, for instance, cuts himself off from the opposite sex, that is, half of mankind. In the habitual criminal, the restriction is far more pronounced. The difference between the neurotic and the criminal is that the former has not lost his community feeling, but his answer to the demands of the community is yes, but, whereas the criminal's answer is no. In another of his late papers, Adler deals with the problem of death. The mentally healthy person will not let the thought of death detract from the active adaptation to the problems of life. The neurotic will arrange various kinds of obsessive death wishes or fears of death according to his lifestyle. Point 131. Adler seems to have hesitated between several systems of typology and proposed others, which, however, are not mutually exclusive. Previously he distinguished four kinds of individuals: those who conform to the logic of community feeling, the directly aggressive, the indirectly aggressive, and those who retreated into addiction or psychosis. Later he emphasized the importance of the motor and sensory types, the motor type with his need for activity, the visual type, and the auditive type. Adler even speaks of the gustative type, in which he places certain alcoholics. In the meaning of life, Adler distinguishes three types of men: those dominated by the intellect, to them belong obsessive compulsive neurotics and most psychotics; those dominated by the affectivity, to them belong the bulk of the neurotics and the alcoholics; those dominated by the activity, to these belong criminals and those who commit suicide. However, Adler does not attribute too much importance to these typologies, and in his later writings he emphasizes the uniqueness of the individual, as the Romantics had done before him and the existentialists were to do after him. It seems that Adler did not change greatly in his technique of treatment. In regard to diagnosis, Adler believed that anyone could develop the ability of guessing, by making a diagnosis at first sight and counter-checking, thus training himself. In the process of unveiling the patient's neurotic fictions, one should try to lead him into a trap. Incidentally, this is the old dialectic method applied by Socrates in his discussions with the sophists. Underscore 132. As the year went by, Adler's system took on an increasingly philosophical turn. The feeling of inferiority, far from being a neurotic symptom, became now the most essential feature of man. In the meaning of life, Adler announced his much-quoted sentence: to be a man means to suffer from an inferiority feeling which constantly drives him to overcome it. 133. Adler also emphasized man's tendency to shift from a state of inferiority to one of superiority. It is the same process that drives the entire living nature from the first living cell to mankind into the present world, a striving to challenge and conquer death itself. One will note the similarities of this concept with those of Leibniz and Bergson. The attitude of Adler, which had been hostile or at least indifferent to religion, also showed a marked evolution. This was manifested by his encounter and discussion with Pastor John in 1932. Dr. Ernst John, a Lutheran pastor at Steglitz, near Berlin, had been keenly interested in the new psychotherapeutic schools and the contribution Alfred Adler and individual psychology 625 they could offer to the traditional religious cure of souls. Seelsorge. Point 134. He had written a book on psychoanalysis. 13.5 had been in correspondence with Jung, Pfister, and Kunkel, and then wrote a comprehensive criticism of individual psychology. L36. When Adler came to Berlin in 1932, the two men became personally acquainted and decided to jointly write a book, Confronting Cure of Souls and Individual Psychology. This book was published in 1933, but almost immediately seized by the Nazis and destroyed. 13.7 In Adler's view, man is essentially bound to the earth. Religion is a manifestation of community feeling. Cure of souls is an anticipation of psychotherapy. God is the materialization of the idea of perfection in the highest of all thinkable ideas. Man is neither good nor wicked. It depends upon the evolution of his community feeling. The evil is an error in lifestyle. Grace consists of realizing and correcting one's erroneous lifestyle within the limits of immanence, that is with human help only. To Reverend John, man is in concrete relationship not only to the earth but to God. God is a supercosmic, living reality. The evil is not only an error but a sin that deserves the wrath of God, but sin is forgiven through grace, which is a gift of God. For all these reasons, cure of souls, which reconciles man with God, can never be equated to psychotherapy. John, however, acknowledges the merits of psychotherapy, particularly of individual psychology. He notes that Adler rediscovered one of Luther's essential assertions, that egocentric love is the basic attitude of man, though Adler deems this self-love an error in the faith style and religion a sin against God. Throughout this controversy, Adler and Reverend John showed great respect for each other. In answer to the author's inquiry, Reverend John told him that he found Adler an unassuming man, a great empiricist, and an experienced psychologist imbued with a high idealism and convinced of the truth of his observations. Perhaps he was a positivist, but he honestly searched for a confrontation with Christianity. Reverend John concludes with these words: today I am convinced that Adler was not an atheist. Adler's source is the primary source of any creative man is his own personality. If we refer to the distinction of the visual, auditive, and motor types, Adler was well endowed. Since he belonged to all three, he had a great need for movement and activity. He was a good musician and lover of music, and his quick sense of observation enabled him to make a rapid diagnosis. His theory of organ inferiority was not only drawn from clinical research, he had personally experienced this state in his early childhood when illness impeded his need for movement. He also personally experienced the situation of being the second child between an older and a younger brother, one of those sibling situations he was to describe, and the psychological description of the oldest and the youngest child was obviously drawn from his own family. If Phyllis Bottom is to be believed, difficulties with his wife were one of the sources of his theory of masculine protest. His personal reaction to World War I and his experiences as a military physician could have inspired in him the concept of community feeling. One often overlooked source of any theory of neurosis is the kind of patients with whom a psychotherapist has to deal. Isidore Wasserman explains the difference between Freud's psychoanalysis and Adler's individual psychology by the fact that, according to his computation, most of Freud's patients belong to the wealthier upper classes, 74%, and the bulk of Adler's patients to the middle and lower classes, 74%. 138 To this Ansbacher replied that both psychological theories and the choice of patients derived from the personality of Freud and Adler. 139 According to Wasserman, Adler had 26% of upper class patients, 28% of middle class, and 36% of lower class, which shows a fairly equal division of his patients among the social classes. Another difference was that Freud had shifted from neurology to the neuroses, and Adler from general medicine to the neuroses, which explains Freud's emphasis on a conceptual model borrowed from brain physiology in contrast to Adler's interest in the relationships of mind and body. Moreover, Freud's first studies of neuroses were made on hysterical patients, but around 1900 hysteria ceased to be fashionable, and Adler's observations were made mostly on obsessive-compulsive neurotics. It is commonly assumed that Adler knew nothing of the neuroses and psychotherapy before his encounter with Freud. In fact, the actual situation was more complex. In his autobiography, Hal Patch described how in the year 1899 it had become fashionable to be a physician of the nerves, nerve and art, as it had been fashionable a generation earlier to be an ophthalmologist. 140 The main difficulty was to find the right place in which to learn that new branch of medicine. Adler probably received some rudiments of it from Krafft-Ebing's lectures. However, it may be assumed that his first master in the study of neuroses was Moritz Benedict at the Viennese Polyclinic. Benedict's abhorrence of hypnosis, his uncovering psychotherapy on the conscious level and his notion of the individual's second life of secret fantasy are reflected in Adler's method and in his theory of the guiding fiction. The role of environmental, and particularly educational, influences in the psychogenesis of neuroses also belongs to Adler's pre-psychoanalytic period. It is not easy to assess the extent of Freud's contribution to Adler's individual psychology. Though maintaining that he never agreed with Freud's concepts of the libido and the Oedipus complex, Adler acknowledged that he was indebted to Freud for several of his basic tenets: the lasting influence of the infant's first interpersonal relationships, the meaningfulness of symptoms and parapraxes, and the possibility of giving an interpretation of dreams. It is sometimes wrongly asserted that Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 627 rejected the concept of the unconscious. Adler believed that the early childhood situations and events unconsciously determined the adult style of life. He spoke of the unconscious fictions and life goals. Neither is it true that Adler's orientation is only teleological and Freud's only causal. Adler maintained that early childhood situations were the real, not the fictitious, causes of neurosis, whereas Freud also taught that neurotic symptoms had a purpose. It is certain that Freud influenced Adler negatively. During the Wednesday evening discussions, Adler seems to have used Freud largely as an antagonist who helped him to find his own path by inspiring him in opposite ways of thought. Some of these oppositions could be summed up as follows: Freud philosophical pessimism, the individual is divided against himself, predominantly causal orientation, the ego is oppressed by the superego and threatened by civilization, defenses of the ego. Acting out may occur when the defenses are not strong enough. The infant has a feeling of omnipotence, hallucinatory wish fulfillment, basic importance of libido, its fixations and regressions. Emphasis on object relations in the form of cathexis of libido and aggressive feeling. Emphasis on relationship to father and mother, an Oedipus complex. Woman has a feeling of inferiority because she has no penis, penis envy. Neurosis is an inescapable effect of civilization and almost inherent to the human condition. After World War I, Freud developed the concept of the death instinct. In psychoanalytic therapy, the patient lies on a couch. Adler philosophical optimism, essential indivisibility of the individual. Predominantly teleological orientation. The individual tends to act aggressively toward community. Styles of aggression of the individual against other men. Barricades when active aggression has failed. The child has a feeling of inferiority, relation of midget to giant. Much in man's sexual behavior has a symbolic meaning in relation to striving for superiority. Concept of the antagonist, Gegenspieler. Emphasis on relationship to siblings and situation in the sibling set. Man has a feeling of inferiority because his potency is more limited than in woman. Neurosis is a trick of the individual to escape fulfilling his duties to the community. After World War I, Adler developed the concept of social interest. During Adlerian psychotherapy, the patient sits in front of the therapist. In Pound My Group, where a master teaches by means of free discussion with his disciples, it is impossible to discern what influences the master exerts on the disciples on the master, and the disciples on each other. This was also true for Adler and his group of disciples. One example, the distinction of the factual and the neurotic feeling of inferiority, in other words the inferiority feeling and the inferiority complex, seems to have been suggested by Alexander Neuer. Objections to a theory may be rejected by its author, but they find their way into his mind, perhaps in the guise of cryptomnesias. This happened when Freud, after rejecting Adler's concept of an autonomous aggressive drive in 1908, adopted it later in 1920. Similarly, Hans Kuhns published a merciless criticism of individual psychology in 1928, arguing that the striving for superiority was not a compensation for inferiority feelings but an autonomous drive. This same idea was introduced by Adler into his later revisions of individual psychology. T41 as was true in regard to psychoanalysis, the contribution of various philosophers was an essential element of individual psychology. According to Phyllis Bottom, Adler had studied Aristotle and greatly admired him. 142 However, Aristotle's influence is not apparent in Adler's work, unless it is in Aristotle's definition of man as a political animal. Individual psychology shows a closer analogy with the philosophy of Stoicism, which proclaimed the unity of the universe and man, the community of mankind, that wisdom consists of conforming to universal laws, and virtue is to make a constant effort to reach that aim. This main virtue is very similar to what Adler called courage. The philosophy that predominates throughout Adler's thinking is that of the Enlightenment, though not as exclusively as with Janet. Whereas Freud's philosophical outlook is similar to that of Schopenhauer, Adler follows the line of Leibniz and Kant. As does Leibniz, Adler teaches that the human being is an indivisible entity, a monad who reflects the universe. Each part is coordinated with the whole, and man, like the other monads, continuously strives from a lesser toward a greater perfection. Adler has many affinities with Kant. What Adler calls absolute truth, that is, the rule that a man should perfectly adjust his life and actions to the demands of the community, is not very different from Kant's categorical imperative. In an ironic pamphlet about Swedenborg, Kant says that the great Swedish mystic built a kind of private metaphysical world for himself distinct from the one in which other men live. 143 In his Anthropology, Kant notes that the only feature common to all mental disorders is the loss of common sense, sensus communis, and the compensatory development of a unique, private sense, sensus privatus, of reasoning. 144 What Kant calls private sense is similar to what Adler was to call private intelligence. 145 Adler's individual psychology belongs to this type of psychology to which Kant had given a model with his pragmatic anthropology. Kant had explained that to investigate the brain physiological fundament of memory means to speculate on theoretical psychology, whereas to inquire into what Alfred Adler and individual psychology 629 favors or impairs memory in order to improve and develop it means to use pragmatic anthropology. Kant also held the opinion that man was able to overcome many emotional and physical ailments through the power of the will, an example of what Adler called courage. 146 Adler definitely belongs to the philosophy of the Enlightenment with his emphasis that man is a rational and a social being, endowed with free will and the ability to make conscious decisions. However, several of his basic concepts are in harmony with Romantic philosophy, the absolute uniqueness of the individual and of his vision of the world, Adler's perspective, community as an organic and created whole, an idea far removed from the Enlightenment's concept of a social contract. Another Romantic element in individual psychology can be traced back to Bachofen. 147 Bachofen taught that mankind had lived through a previous stage of matriarchy and that the present domination of man over woman had been achieved after a long struggle. Fable combined this theory with that of Marxism. 148 Woman had been enslaved by man, as the proletarian class had been by the bourgeoisie. Socialism would give equal rights to man and woman. Fable's theory inspired Adler's concept of the masculine protest, a compensatory process in woman against her feeling of being an inferior woman, and of the fear of woman in neurotic men. Adler surmised that man had overthrown matriarchy and replaced it with his own domination as a compensation against a feeling of inferiority toward woman. Man's potency is more limited than that of woman. 149 Adler developed in an intellectual atmosphere permeated with Darwinism, and particularly with social Darwinism. 150 Social Darwinism emphasized the struggle for life, often conceived as a Hobbesian war of everyone against everyone, the survival of the fittest, and the elimination of the unfit. Adler belongs to those who responded to Darwinism by taking the reverse position. First, he views organic inferiority, not as a cause for defeat and elimination, but as a result of compensation as a stimulant to attain superiority. Second, he sees man's most basic drive, not in the fighting instinct, but in the community feeling. Adler's passionate interest in social problems and socialism in his youth necessarily brought him into contact with the teachings of Karl Marx. It is not known whether Adler read the writings of Marx, but he could not avoid absorbing a great deal of Marxian doctrine. Though Adler refused to have his movement identified in any way with socialism or communism, the influence of Marxism can be recognized in several basic concepts of individual psychology. First, we recall that Adler's first writing had been a booklet on the tailor's trade, showing that certain diseases are caused not by microbes or poisons but by society. Adler always emphasized the social and environmental factors in the etiology of neurosis. Second, Marx's concept of the mystifications is not dissimilar to those kinds of unconscious deceptions and self-deceptions that were to play such a great role in Adler's theory of neurosis. 151 Conversely, the means of unveiling mystifications is markedly similar in Marxism and individual psychology. One rule of Marxian analysis exemplifies this similarity: behind that which people say, behind that which they think of themselves, to discover what they are by what they do. 152 As did all men of his generation, Adler felt the powerful influence of Nietzsche. 3 However, the nature of this influence has often been misinterpreted. It is not so that Adler merely replaced Freud's libido with Nietzsche's will to power in his system. In Adler's system, the will to power is but one form of the striving to superiority. And in his later revision of individual psychology, Adler conceived the striving to superiority itself as derived from the individual's creative power. Many similarities between Adler and Nietzsche have been recorded by Cruikshank, and many others probably do exist. 54 However, the concept of community feeling is absolutely foreign to Nietzsche. A philosopher whom Adler frequently refers to as the neo-Kantian Hans Wegener in his philosophy of the as if 155 legal fictions had been in use for a long time. Bentham showed that fictions existed in other fields. 156 Nietzsche insisted upon the role of psychological and moral fictions, and that they were essential to man. It became fashionable to speak of conventional lies of civilization. Wegener's originality was to establish the role of the fictions in science and define the difference between fiction and hypothesis. Both are necessary to the progress of science but should not be confused, their nature being entirely different. With hypothesis the scientist endeavors to reach reality, he proposes a hypothesis as logical and possible, and then proceeds to verify it. If it is proved to be true it henceforth becomes scientific knowledge, if it is disproved it is dropped. A fiction does not need to be true nor even to appear probable. It is not submitted to tests of experience, but is a figure of speech which is kept as long as it shows itself useful and is left aside as soon as it no longer works or when it can be replaced by a better one. It is not always easy to define whether a proposition is a fiction or a hypothesis, and a proposition can be the one or the other in turn. For instance, the idea of the atom was a fiction in the time of Democritus because there was no means of checking whether it was true or not, but it became a hypothesis with the advent of modern physics. When ancient Greek astronomers proposed a model of the universe with the Earth fixed in the center surrounded by a succession of concentric transparent spheres to each of which were appended the sun, moon, planets, and stars, they had in mind a fiction that served their purpose well, that is, to predict the emanations of the heavenly bodies. But during the Middle Ages the fictitious character of the model was forgotten and it became a dogma. Among modern psychologists the unconscious has been treated either as a hypothesis or as a fiction. Freud implicitly considered it a hypothesis. Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 631 confirmed by his research, whereas Janet called it a far, on departure, figure of speech, obviously meaning that he used it as a scientific fiction. Adler applied the concept of fiction in 2 ways. First, as a general, methodological concept. In contradistinction to psychoanalysis, individual psychology does not claim to be a system of hypotheses to be checked, but a system of fictions. Everything happens as if human activities were ruled by a normative ideal of human adaptation to the community and the cosmos, and as if the varieties of abnormal behavior were deviations from that norm. Second, the term fiction is used to make the behavior of the neurotic intelligible. It is as if the neurotic were striving to reach a fictitious goal and lived accordingly. Whenever a psychiatrist applies a philosophical concept, it is likely that a philosopher will arise and show him that he misunderstood its true meaning. Thus Wandler objects that Adler's fictitious goal of the neurotic is not a fiction in Wegener's sense, that is, a pragmatic tool for exploring reality that is dropped as soon as it ceases to bring results. 157 The failure of the neurotic, far from deterring him from his error, enmeshes him even further. In fact, it is a delusion. According to Wandler, much of what Adler calls fictions are either delusions of that kind, or on the contrary hypotheses, or even well-established facts, as for example the life plan. Later than Wegener, probably in 1926, Adler happened to make the acquaintance of the holistic philosophy of Jan Christian Smuts. He found in it a confirmation of his ideas and a philosophical basis for individual psychology. Smuts was born on an isolated South African farm in 1870.158. He acquired world fame as a military leader and statesman, but was also keenly interested in natural science and philosophy. In 1924, after the defeat of his party in the elections, he retired to his farm and wrote his book Holism and Evolution. Smuts calls halos a universal principle that creates the wholes. The wholes are active factors in and through matter, life and mind. Smuts views the evolution as a rising series of wholes from the electrons and atoms to the colloids, the plants, and animals. Minds and personalities. The whole is greater than its parts. It influences its parts. The parts influence the whole. They influence one another and the whole influences its environment. Smuts sees in the universe an impulse towards wholeness that manifested itself in each individual by power of development, grm/th and evolution from within, and, working in its own environment from itself. Lower wholes give birth to higher wholes and become incorporated with them. Each whole is a laboratory in which time is transmuted into eternity. Smuts finds present-day psychology unsatisfactory. There is room, he says, for any science of personality, which is the synthetic science of human nature, will form the crown of all the sciences, and, in turn, become the basis of the new ethic, a new metaphysic. As a method of approach to this new science he proposes a comparative study of carefully documented biography that will enable man to formulate the laws of personal evolution. 159 According to the biographers of both Smuts and Adler, the two men exchanged a correspondence, of which nothing has been published as yet. Possibly Adler identified his individual psychology with that future science of personality sketched by Smuts. The influence of Smuts' holism is noticeable in Adler's understanding human nature in his later works. We shall give now a brief survey of the sources of a few specific concepts: inferiority feeling, striving for superiority, neurotic fictions, character diagnosis, the law of social interest, and the community feeling. With regard to inferiority feeling, Oliver Brockfeld proposed a long list of authors who anticipated this concept. 160 Adler wrote that what I call feeling of inferiority is a development of what Janet calls feeling of incompleteness. 161 2D. Writers are particularly worthy of mention: Stendhal in France and Ralph Waldo Emerson in the United States. Stendhal was an excellent example of a life directed by an inferiority complex. 162 He suffered greatly from his natural ugliness, ungainliness, and clumsiness, and compensated with arrogance, affecting the manners of a dandy and seeking fashionable company. In his diary he carefully recorded his social encounters and whether he or the other had the better in a situation. In his novels he liked to describe individuals who overcompensate for a deep-seated feeling of inferiority, such as Julian Sorel, the hero of The Red and the Black. 16 Stendhal's psychological theories often anticipate those of Adler. Stendhal considers admiration as a position of inferiority and a humiliation for the one who gives way to it. In a love affair it is an intolerable situation to be left by the other and that it should be known, because then one appears inferior. In a social gathering the main concern of the participants is not to appear inferior. Stendhal's theory of the comical could easily be incorporated into individual psychology. 164 The feeling of the comical arises with the sudden apperception of one's superiority over another man. The more we must respect someone, the readier we are to laugh at him. The comical is increased by the sight of the discomfiture of the one who is laughed at. But the one who scoffs at his victim is at the mercy of the rest of the company, who will judge the value of his wit. The comical is checked by indignation and compassion, in Adlerian language, the community feeling. Ralph Waldo Emerson did not define the inferiority feeling as precisely as Stendhal, but the concept is implicit in his work, particularly in the essays and in the conduct of life. 165 In the essay that bears the title Self-Confidence, Emerson depicts what Adler was to call courage and encouragement. Scattered throughout his writings are many thoughts and advice that fit admirably into individual psychology. The idea that the central drive in human nature is the striving for superiority has been expressed often and in many ways. Hobbes taught that the natural condition of man was the war of everyone against everyone. Helvetius held that the mainspring of human action was a wish to be Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 633 as powerful as possible in order to control others and thus be able to gratify one's passions. 166 For Nietzsche the will to power is primary, and power an end in itself. Adler's idea of the will to power was but one of the possible deviations of the more basic striving toward superiority, and here, too, he had predecessors. A French psychologist, Prosper Dispin, described how social life is ruled by the ascendancy of individuals over others. 167 The notion that the striving toward superiority is innate to every man and is the most potent agent in interpersonal relationships has become common knowledge with the progress of animal psychology. It is not known whether Adler was acquainted with Schildrop-Hevy's pioneer study on the social rank order among hens. If two hens meet for the first time, a trial of strength takes place through threatening or direct fighting. Both animals decide which one will dominate the other. If several animals are together, the hierarchy of superiority between all of them will be established in a fairly short time. At the top is the alpha animal, to whom all must submit, then the beta animal, which submits only to alpha and dominates the rest, with all the intermediates down to the last animal who submits to all others and dominates none. The higher an animal is in that social rank order, the more privileges he takes for himself, a larger amount of food, a better place in the shelter, a larger number of females. Young animals are dominated by the older, and in their play they gradually establish their own rank order. When they grow up they challenge the older animals and eventually vanquish them. This social hierarchy is silently adhered to, but as soon as there is some competition, be it for food or otherwise, the pecking starts, and it follows the pecking order, which corresponds to the social rank order. The alpha animal pecks all the others and is pecked by none. The beta animal is pecked only by alpha and pecks all the others, until the lowest, which pecks no one and is pecked by all. However, things may become more complex. There are triangular relationships where alpha dominates a beta who dominates a gamma, who, paradoxically, dominates the alpha. Or sometimes it may happen that an animal that is in a lower place on the scale will challenge one above and so raise its position in the rank order. 168 These findings of Schildrop-Hevy have been found to apply to a great number of birds and mammals, and from the very beginning David Katz had demonstrated that they may be extended to explain certain facts in human psychology and sociology. 169 These things, which have been strangely overlooked for a long time by scientists, have been perceived by writers. Emerson wrote, for instance, when a new boy comes into school, when a man travels and encounters strangers every day, or when into any old club a newcomer is domesticated, that happens which befalls when a strange ox is driven into a pen or pasture where cattle are kept, there is at once a trial of strength between the best pair of horns and the newcomer, and it is settled thenceforth which is the leader. So now, there is a measuring of strength, very courteous but decisive, and an acquiescence thenceforwards when these two meet. Each reads his fate in the other's eyes. Men take each other's measure, when they meet for the first time, and every time they meet. How do they get this rapid knowledge, even before they speak, of each other's power and disposition? One would say that the persuasion of their speech is not in what they say or that men do not convince by their argument, but by their personality, by who they are, and what they said and did heretofore. L7 These things have been known to writers for a long time. A classical instance is to be found in Samuel Butler's novel The Way of All Flesh, in which we see a young married couple arrive at a hotel a few hours after the wedding ceremony. The husband bids his wife to go downstairs and order the dinner. She is tired and reluctant, but he insists, and from that moment the husband's domination is established once and for all. All of these facts strikingly correspond to some of the basic concepts of individual psychology, but it should not be overlooked that things are more complex. Relationships between two individuals are not only rooted by the comparative strength of their self-assertion, but also by the individual's lifestyle and guiding fiction, and by the relationships of individuals with groups which surround them or that they gather around them. These notions were developed in France by an author of whom Adler seems never to have heard, Baron Ernest Seiliere. 171 Following Nietzsche, Seiliere considers the will to power, which he called imperialism, as the central drive of human actions. It may remain healthy and rational or become pathological. In the latter case imperialism is often sustained by mysticism, that is an irrational belief. Seiliere distinguishes three varieties of imperialism. There is individual imperialism, which the individual can gratify by overcoming himself or those around him. Then there is collective imperialism, which means that the individual identifies himself with a group of which he becomes the champion. And finally there is human imperialism, that is mankind's domination of nature. Seiliere wrote a long set of monographs, notably on Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the Romantics, and the Neo-Romantics, and Nietzsche. Curiously enough, in the volume devoted to Freud and Adler, Seiliere failed to notice the striking analogy between his concepts of imperialism and mysticism, and Adler's striving to superiority in guiding fiction. 172 In other volumes Seiliere went a step further than Adler. He said that the true nature of interhuman relationships can be more easily ascertained in the field of international life than on the individual level, because interpersonal relationships are more or less kept in check by social control. The idea that men conduct their lives according to a fictitious idea of themselves and of others has been expressed many times by writers. Characters such as Don Quixote or Tartarin de Tarascon are somewhat overdone illustrations of this theme. In regard to characters of everyday Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 635 Life, no writer has shown with more acumen than Flaubert the discrepancy between what men really are and what they believe they are, and how their life fiction misleads them and sometimes, as in the case of Madame Bovary, may cause their downfall. Sometimes the fiction has a protective value, and its brutal unveiling can bring a catastrophe, as in Ibsen's celebrated play, The Wild Duck. A French author, Jules de Gaultier, systematized under the name of Bovairism, for Madame Bovary in Flaubert's novel, the idea that many individuals create a fictitious image of themselves and do not accord their actions to their true personality but to this false image. L73 More recently this notion has been applied to biographies. For instance, N.B. Fagan tried to show that Edgar Allan Poe fashioned for himself and played the role of a distinguished melancholic and misunderstood genius, a role in which he was highly successful. 174 A somewhat similar interpretation of Thorstein Veblen's personality has been given by Joseph Dorfman. 175 These facts necessarily lead to the problem of how to ascertain the true character of a man, and here also Adler has been anticipated. Goethe said, it is in vain that we endeavor to represent the character of a man. If we put together his deeds and achievements, then a picture of his character emerges. 176 The same idea has been more explicitly expressed by F.J. Gall. Do you want to spy out the character of a person without running the risk of an error even if that person is informed and on his guard? Then let him speak about his childhood and prime youth. Make him relate his schoolboy pranks, his behavior towards his parents, brothers, and sisters and schoolmates, his disloyalties, his competitiveness, the account of his friendships with some children and enmities with others, how he played, and so on. Rarely will he think that it is worthwhile to keep these things secret. He will not realize that he is dealing with a man who knows perfectly that the main character traits are permanent and that only the objects of interest change with age and social position. 177 It would be difficult to find a closer anticipation of Adler's method of individual psychological diagnosis. It remains for us to examine the sources of Adler's concept of the community and of community feeling. It would be an impossible task to ascertain how far Adler could have been inspired by the Stoicists, the German Romanticists, the Socialists, and many others, but two possible sources at least should be singled out. It is unlikely that Adler would not have heard of Joseph Popperlinkus and of his grandiose scheme for a radical solution of social problems. 17b Popperlinkus proposed the institution of a kind of labor army in which every man and every woman would have to enroll for several years. This would ensure an acceptable minimum of vital, material, and cultural requirements for every member of society. Because man would thus be freed of the intolerable burden of material worries, he would be restored to his original dignity. The project of Popperlinkus was inspired by an ideal of the human community that is not without analogy to Adler's community feeling. And Popperlinkus, much like Adler, insisted on the importance of education which will impart to every child as early as possible the true notion of the value and dignity of every human being and of his duties toward mankind. Another very likely source of Adler's idea of community feeling must have been Kropotkin, and the ideology of those Russian thinkers who held that the true source of national culture resides in the people. The people were the creators of the language, the art, epic, and lyric poetry of the country, and the upper classes, by rising over the masses, had impoverished themselves. The true calling for young men and women of the upper class was to go to the people, not in order to teach, but to learn. This idea was foreign to Western European thought, with the possible exception of the German Romantics. These opinions had been professed by certain groups of revolutionists, the Narodniki, populists. Later it permeated the work of Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. With Maxim Gorky we see this idea taking the form of a philosophical myth exposed in his essay, The Downfall of Personality. At the beginning was the people. And the people was the source of every material and spiritual value. The people created language, myth, religion, epic poetry, and also the images of heroes. With the growth of communities and their struggle against other groups, leaders and priests became a necessity. Individuals were invested with the attributes of the epic heroes. This was the beginning of the ego. At first these privileged individuals were organs of the community, but they emancipated themselves and led an independent life next to the community and, later, above it. Still they participated with the community insofar as they were the incarnation of epic heroes who were an emanation of the people. But a day would come when these men, having acquired a taste for power over others, desired it for its own sake. This was followed by a period of struggles between community and those individuals who tried to rise above the masses. Private property was one of the devices introduced by these men, in order to gain power, and the community declined henceforth. They became stronger and more aggressive as time went by. And in the end came the era of the struggle of everyone against everyone, which resulted in the decline of the individual himself. 179 Translated into Adlerian terms, we find here the story of the individual who is led by his striving for superiority to rise against the community, to the detriment of his fellow men and of his own personality. Thus Gorky provided the central myth, which is to individual psychology what the myth of the murder of the primeval father is to psychoanalysis. Adler's influence. In order to ascertain the influence exerted by Alfred Adler, it must be kept in mind that his individual psychology is not just a deviation of Psycho Alfred Adler and individual psychology 637 analysis but radically differs from it. As a psychological theory, it is a system of pragmatic, or concrete, psychology that analyzes human behavior in regard to two opposite drives, community feeling versus deviated striving for superiority. Neuroses, psychoses, and psychopathy are viewed as varieties of deviation from the law of social interest. It also teaches the uniqueness, self-consistency, and creativeness of the individual in his lifestyle, the concepts of organic inferiorities, feelings of inferiority, compensation, masculine protest, fictitious goal, neurotic training, arrangement, the meaning of early memories, and the influence of the position in the sibling set. As a therapeutic method, individual psychology applies, on the one hand, techniques of rational individual therapy by means of the uncovering of fictitious goals in lifestyle, imparting of courage, and retraining toward community orientation, and on the other hand, a variety of techniques of child guidance, group therapy, and community psychiatry. Individual psychology emphasizes that its main concern does not lie with a few privileged, wealthy patients but with a large cross-section of the total population. Because these features are so characteristic, it would seem that individual psychology could not be confused with the other dynamic schools, nor its influence with the influence of the other schools. Yet the paradox is that it is extremely difficult to trace the influence exerted by Adler's work and thought in the contemporary world. As to the individual psychological movement itself, its story can be summed up rapidly. It remained somewhat informal for the first years, and even later the structure of the organization remained far less rigid than that of the Psychoanalytic Association. The Adlerian movement suffered comparatively more than the Freudian Association under the National Socialist oppression because it was not so well established outside of Central Europe. It began again after World War II and now has its training centers, periodicals, and international congresses. Nevertheless, it cannot be compared to the psychoanalytic movement in regard to its membership, rigidity of organization, and popularity. As happens in any movement, there also were members who separated from Adler and founded their own schools, either under the form of a slightly modified individual psychology, such as Hans Kunkel, or a new teaching, such as Viktor Frankl's existence analysis. However, paradoxically it is upon psychoanalysis that individual psychology exerted its greatest impact, in spite of the fundamental difference between the two schools. Adler's influence has even affected Freud, certain trends within the movement, the so-called Neo-Freudians, and psychoanalysis itself in the form of an almost imperceptible assimilation of individual psychological concepts. During the years of his association with Freud, a few ideas proposed by Adler were adopted by Freud, either immediately or belatedly. In 1908 Adler contended that there was an autonomous aggressive drive, but Freud denied it. In 1920, however, he came to speak of a primary destructive instinct. 180 In the same paper of 1908 Adler utilized the concepts of confluence of drives, displacement of drives, turning of a drive against oneself, displacement upon another strong drive, and transformation into its opposites. These concepts, which incidentally originated with Nietzsche, found their way into Freudian thought at various periods. 181 Another vicissitude of the drives is the internalization of external demands, which has been described by Furtwängler and by Adler, which was taken over by Freud in 1921 and expanded later by Anna Freud under the name of identification with the aggressor. The shift of psychoanalysis to ego psychology was to a great extent an adaptation of former Adlerian concepts, so that Adler was hailed by certain psychoanalysts as a precursor of the later developments of psychoanalysis. A more remarkable event was the adoption by several psychoanalytic groups of a massive amount of concepts closely similar to those of individual psychology, while keeping psychoanalytic terminology for the most part. Among these neo-psychoanalysts we find Edward Kempf, Harry Stack Sullivan, Karen Horney, Eric Fromm, and Clara Thompson in the United States, and Harold Schultz Henk in Germany. The neo-psychoanalysts do not constitute a school. Each one has his own theory, but all of them reject certain of Freud's basic ideas and replace them by other concepts strikingly similar to those of Adler, without, however, mentioning his name. Most neo-psychoanalysts share the following ideas. They deny the concept of the libido with its stages, and when they keep the Oedipus complex they give another interpretation of it. The role of inborn instinct is played down and emphasis is laid on the role of the environment, particularly of interpersonal relationships. Man is no longer conceived as a naturally anxious and destructive being. Instead of analyzing the conflicts between the ID, ego, and superego, current patterns of neurotic behavior are analyzed in the form of neurotic styles. The role attributed to sexuality is strongly reduced. Sexuality is considered as a means of expression for other behavior. Conversely, more importance is given to self-assertive, competitive drives. There is less room for dream and symbol analysis. Therapy, though still called psychoanalytic, largely departs from Freudian standards, insofar as it focuses on the present rather than on the past, on the interpersonal rather than the interpersonal relations, and it does not consider free association, dream analysis, or the use of the couch as primordial. Edward J. Kempf was the author of a voluminous textbook of psychiatry on a psychoanalytic basis, abundantly illustrated with reproductions of art masterpieces and photographs of his patients. 182 Though the author claims to be a psychoanalyst, the word libido appears nowhere. Adler's name is quoted only once in the 762 pages, but his spirit pervades the whole book. Much emphasis is laid on the concepts of organ Alfred Adler and individual psychology. 639 Inferiority feelings, and the varieties of healthy and morbid compensation. Among the defenses against inferiority feelings, Kempf describes that of avoiding competition, whose extreme form is general dread of all personal contact, characteristic of the hebephrenic. Even the peculiar situation of the second child in the family is mentioned. The interpersonal theory of psychiatry of Harry Stack Sullivan shows a close approach to Adlerian views. Although there is no mention of Adler throughout the 4 volumes of Sullivan's compiled lectures, which were edited posthumously, Sullivan defines psychiatry as the study of interpersonal relationships, and goes further than Adler. 11 He claims that personality does not exist apart from the individual's relationship 11ith his fellow men. According to Sullivan, personality is a pattern of recurrent interpersonal situations. His self-system is a stable organization of interpersonal processes, much like Adler's style of life. Also like Adler, Sullivan considers the self-concept conditioned by reflected appraisals, that is high reflections of the judgments of his parents and close relations about him in early childhood. What SULLI1 calls personifications are the distorted images that the individual has of himself and of others. Like Adler's fictions. Adler's concept of perspective 1E with the individual distortions of perception, memory, and logics is found in Sully 1 and S psychology under a different terminology. What SULLI1 calls selective inattention is one aspect of those distortions of perception that conform to one's style of life. And what Sullivan calls parataxic mode of thinking are, in Adlerian terminology, individual distortions of logic. In regard to psychotherapy, Sullivan did not use the couch for many of his patients. Hutt had them seated in a chair before him. He made moderate use of free association and dream interpretation. He did not hesitate to intervene actively, especially with his obsessional and schizoid patients. He sought primarily to make his patients aware of their parataxic and other distortions. In short, it looks as if Sullivan practiced a kind of Adlerian psychotherapy while still calling himself a psychoanalyst. The main differences are that Sullivan gave elaborate descriptions of the individual stages of development, and viewed society more as a source of emotional illness than Adler did. 1 cubic meter. No less remarkable similarities to Adler's teachings are found in Karen Horney's work. After having been an orthodox psychoanalyst for 15 years, she broke with Freud's school, and founded her own association. As early as 1926, Karen Horney had begun to question Freud's concept of the penis envy. $1 GT, for in 1927 her paper on the masculinity complex of women was strongly reminiscent of Adler's masculine protest. 185. A few years later another paper of hers bore the title The Dread of Woman, a typically Adlerian term. $1 GT, 6 after her emigration to the United States in 1932. She was struck by the differences between European and American patients. Differences that she could ascribe only to cultural factors. The teachings of Karen Horney are contained in 4 major books. Karen Horney criticized Freud's overemphasis on biology and his disregard of cultural factors. Thus, she definitely rejected the theory of the libido with its stages of development, and Freud's theory of neurosis. At the root of neurosis, Karen Horney saw an effort to ward off anxiety. Adler would have called it lack of courage. Like Adler, she also departed from the traditional classification of neuroses still adhered to by Freud. She knows of only one general neurosis with several types of developments, the compliant, or submissive, the aggressive type guided by the will to power, and the withdrawing type. These neurotic types of development are traced back to specific childhood situations. As for the Oedipus complex, Karen Horney, exactly like Adler, admits that it sometimes exists but explains it as a type of development of an initially spoiled child. Narcissism she explains not as self-love, as Freud does, but as self-admiration, that is admiration for an idealized picture of oneself. In her later works, Karen Horney came to consider the striving toward self-realization as the main drive of the human being, a drive that she said was impeded by the individual's idealized picture of his person. Here, too, we recognize the importance Adler later attributed to the creative drive and to the role played by the individual's fictitious view of himself. 187 Erich Fromm's theory is expressed in several of his well-known books as yet another type of neo-psychoanalysis influenced by sociology and by philosophical ideology. He too criticizes Freud's theory of drives, but from the point of view of the difference between instinct in human beings and in animals. As compared to the animal, the development of the human being takes on a quite different and specific form, amounting incidentally to what Jung calls individuation, which had freedom as its end. Neurosis Fromm considers as a misuse or escape from freedom. Fromm no longer accepts traditional neurosis entities. He speaks of various types of neurotic mechanism, the drive to selfless submission to authority, the craving for power, the authoritarian character, the drive to destruction, and the compulsion to automaton conformity. Fromm attributes the causes of these neurotic mechanisms to social and cultural factors, namely to the capitalistic system. On the other hand, he tells of a productive character, which resembles what Adler says about man ruled by social feeling and stands on the useful side of life. Fromm does not deny the existence of the Oedipus complex but explains it as a rebellion of the young boy against the patriarchal, authoritarian order personified by his father. We see that Marxism influenced Fromm even more strongly than Adler. Among the neo-psychoanalysts, Fromm is the only one in //Hom we find a near equivalent of Adler's social feeling. TSS neo-psychoanalytic thought is also to be found in such writers as Thomas French, Claire Thompson, Sander Radisix, Theodore Reich, and Abram Gardiner. In Europe, the only author who called himself a neo-psychoanalyst was Harold Schultz Henk. His ideas have been compiled in Zavera works, and he founded a school of his own in Germany. His teaching is an original mixture of Freudian and Adlerian concepts. Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 641 at the root of all neuroses and psychoses he sees one basic disturbance, inhibition, Hamium, which plays the role of lack of courage of individual psychology in his system. Schultz Henk distinguishes 4 basic drives. The captative and retentive drives correspond fairly well to Freud's oral and anal tendencies. The drive to aggression and self-valorization has much in common with Adler's striving to superiority. The 4th one is the sexual drive, which he sees primarily as a need for tenderness. The word libido is never used by Schultz Henk. Inhibition can be traced back to the action of the environment upon the infant. This action determines the permanent attitudes that will rule the behavior of the individual throughout life. Schultz Henk brings forward a theory of inferiorities of psychic functions and their manifestations in neurotic structures. He uses the terms compensation and overcompensation as abundantly as Adler. In his system, the unconscious has secondary importance. The same can be said for transference in his therapeutic technique. IB9 After having seen the influence individual psychology exerted on the neo-psychoanalysts, who would better be called neo-Adlerians, we must now mention subtler and more diffuse influence it had on the main body of the psychoanalysts. It is difficult to describe because it can be found everywhere in more or less disguised form. Some psychoanalysts are resolutely Freudian in regard to the theories that they consciously profess, but use Adlerian thinking in matters of everyday life. A Swiss psychoanalyst once publicly declared that Adler's thought was nonsense and unworthy of attention. A moment later, referring to a common acquaintance in a private talk, he said, "This man suffers from a grievous inferiority feeling which he compensates with arrogant manners." Officially, Adler is disregarded, but without realizing it, one is a crypto-Adlerian. This is also the reason why perusal of psychoanalytic periodicals will show a surprising number of articles illustrating a classical Adlerian notion without reference to Adler, or sometimes with a brief mention that the present study is not to be related to his work. However, this attitude toward Adler's work is by no means limited to psychoanalysts. And we find here one of the most paradoxical features in the history of dynamic psychiatry. Joseph Wilder wrote in 1959, "I realize that most observations and ideas of Alfred Adler have subtly and quietly permeated modern psychological thinking to such a degree that the proper question is not whether one is Adlerian, but how much of an Adlerian one is." 190 This can be shown easily, for instance, in regard to existential psychiatry. 191 Viktor Frankl began as a disciple of Adler and never denied it. In a comparison between Frankl and Adler, Birnbaum claims that the paraligious attitude of Frankl with his patients found its model in the cosmic feeling of Adler in his later development. 192 The influence of Adler on Binswanger's existential analysis is no less obvious, though Binswanger never quotes Adler. Binswanger's dual mode, plural mode, and singular mode of being with others are not very different from Adler's descriptions of community feeling, active striving for superiority, and retreating behind barricades. Binswanger's phenomenological descriptions of the vertical dimension seem to be a development of what Adler wrote on the dialectics of above and below. When Jean-Paul Sartre sketched his existential psychoanalysis as a part of his philosophical existentialism, there was a unanimous rejoinder from psychoanalysts that this had nothing in common with psychoanalysis. L93 The basic principle of existential psychoanalysis is that man is a totality and therefore expresses himself even in the most insignificant and superficial of his actions. The method consists of deciphering the various modes of behavior of individuals. To that aim one will compare the various empirical tendencies to ascertain the fundamental project, which underlies each one of these modes of behavior. Sartre's existential psychoanalysis rejects the concept of the unconscious mind. It does not seek to find out complexes, but to strive to define the original choice of the individual. This choice is at first a free and conscious decision of the individual and as such it is fully lived by him, although he is not necessarily aware of it. The aim of the therapy is to bring the subject to an awareness of his fundamental project. Modes of behavior scrutinized by this method are not only A in Freudian, analysis, dreams, parapraxias, and neuroses, but are above all conscious thought, successful and adjusted actions, and style. Sartre concludes with this surprising statement: this psychoanalysis has not yet found its Freud. How could Sartre be unaware that this method already existed and had Alfred Adler for its author? Those who were taught psychiatry by Professor Clazy and Byrne could not help but notice the striking analogy of many of his ideas with those of Adler, though he never referred to him. Clazy's interpretation of the Oedipus complex was identical with Adler's. Clazy contended that neurosis resulted from a conflict between creative force instincts, that is the egoistic domination instincts, and aristocratic instincts, that is, social instincts. 194 The holistic aspect of individual psychology has been developed under the name of self-consistency by Prescott Leckie, an American psychologist who studied under Adler in Vienna during 1927 and 1928. The prime need of an organism, Leckie says, is to maintain its mental organization as a unified whole. Personality is an organization of values that are felt to be consistent with one another. Behavior expresses the effort to be consistent and unified in organization and action. The individual is a unified system with two sets of problems. One, the problem of maintaining inner harmony within himself, and the other, the problem of maintaining harmony with the environment, especially the social environment. Perception, memory, and forgetting, feeling, thinking, imagination, and so on, must be constantly adjusted by the individual in order to maintain his self-consistency. The nucleus of the system is the individual's valuation of himself. Any value that is consistent with this self-valuation is assimilated, and conversely, any value that is inconsistent with it meets with resistance. Then it is rejected unless a general reorganization takes place. As Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 643 psychotherapist, Leckie said that symptoms are the expressions of attitudes, and he devised an inventory of attitudes. Then he demonstrated to the patient the irrelevance and obsolete character of his present attitudes, thus leading to substituted better ones. Resistance was not more neurotic perseveration for Leckie, had a natural device for a / the effort of reorganization. 195 The notion that man possesses a basic tendency toward self-perfecting, a notion that Adler particularly emphasized in his late period, has been developed by several authors, particularly by Wilhelm Teller. 196 According to Teller, in man there is a basic striving to self-esteem, and this striving expresses itself in many ways. Although Adler is only mentioned in passing, this book is manifestly an elaboration of his ideas. Adler's studies on the role of the individual's position in the row of siblings have found original and unexpected developments. Walter Toman has announced a theory based on the observation of several hundred individuals whose positions in the sibling row were carefully recorded. 197 In his analysis of family constellations, Toman takes into account the number of children, the distribution of boys and girls, the interval between the children, and the occurrences of death among the siblings. The analysis is extended to the family constellation of the parents, children, and spouses. For each one of the numerous possible combinations, Toman gives a short description of the major personality features to be expected. The family constellation analysis of Martensen Larsen was conducted from a different approach. 19 H. Martensen Larsen, working with alcoholics, conducted a genealogical research that led him to discover that the position in the family constellation extended to the generation of the grandparents and not heredity was the determining factor in the etiology of alcoholism. Later this research was extended to male homosexuality. In regard to the style of life, we have seen that many authors have written on this subject with or without reference to Adler. But neither Adler nor his disciples seem to have greatly investigated the varieties of interplay of two different styles of life. At least one attempt has been made by Drive. Eric Byrne, whose bestseller Games People Play shows how rewarding it would be to make a systematic and scientific exploration of that little-known field. 199 The notion of inferiority feeling has been so quickly accepted by the public that a man such as Paul Haverland could write a book on that topic, describing the numerous forms, varieties, compensations, and causes of inferiority feelings without even once mentioning the name of Adler. 2°0 To give one other instance among many, a psychoanalyst published the story of a neurotic whose phobia was reflected in his earliest memory, being frightened by a mouse. As a little boy, he played with a doll. 201 As his feeling of inferiority became worse, he sought compensation by means of grandiose daydreams in which he visualized himself as a superman. This patient was cured by a method that the author calls psychoanalysis. Numerous other examples could be given of the slow and continuous penetration of Adlerian insights into contemporary psychological thinking. Among them are the concepts of inferiority feelings, style of life, the role of organ inferiority, the application of Weyer's as if to the theory of neurosis, the role of the masculine protest and of the dread of woman, and the etiology of homosexuality and other sexual deviations. We could give a list of at least a dozen authors who recently rediscovered the symbolic meaning of the earliest memories. Departing from the traditional view that the turmoils of adolescence result from the intensification of the libido, a few psychoanalysts now admit that the adolescent ego is driven by powerful energies that depend neither directly nor exclusively on the libido. Similarities have been pointed out between excerpts of Margaret Mead's book, Family, and excerpts of Adler's, What Life Should Mean to You. 202 Walter Goldschmidt's theory of the social imperative shows analogies with Adler's concepts of the community feeling. Man is committed to social life, and each individual, as he grows, must subordinate his personal ends to the requirements of society. Society must be organized to balance off the pull of individual self-seeking against the demands of social harmony. 203 Certain features of individual psychological therapy can also be recognized in recent methods such as Ellis rational therapy and Glasser's reality therapy. This likely that the influence of individual psychology will prove most fruitful in criminology and therapeutic education. The utilization of plastic surgery in the treatment of a limited group of ugly offenders is an application of one of Adler's ideas. 204 Correctional technique, creative restitution, although developed independently from individual psychology, is related to Adlerian theory, as shown by Ernst Papenek. 205 Father Noel Mailloux, the well-known Montreal psychologist, contends that the usual psychoanalytic theories of juvenile delinquency, lack or distortion of the superego, unresolved Oedipus complex, and identification with a criminal model, are not confirmed by experience. 206 He is led to explain juvenile delinquency as resulting from a specific process of dissocialization, that is, a distortion of a normal process of socialization. Socialization, Father Mailloux says, follows its own line of evolution parallel to that of sexuality, with its own vicissitudes and critical points, and an initial conflict comparable to the Oedipus conflict, though by no means identical with it. Faulty, overcritical attitudes of the parents bring the child to see himself as a kind of pariah, ostracized by family and community. Since he believes he is evil, the child feels himself doomed to commit evil actions. This behavior in turn provokes the reprobation of those around him. He then considers himself a victim of hatred and will strive to avenge himself, hence to commit more severe offenses and seek a refuge in the gang. The treatment of juvenile delinquents implies an encounter with therapeutic educators and a collective treatment in the frame of a delinquent group. We may notice Alfred Adler in Individual Psychology 645 how easily these theories and methods can be formulated in individual psychological terms. Because the morally belittled child finds himself in a position of inferiority, he adheres to a lifestyle that fits into his depreciated self-image, hence a punishing reaction of the environment. Pressure engenders counter-pressure. The treatment aims at reawakening and restoring the distorted community feeling. Any attempt to assess the influence of Adler's work brings about a paradox. The impact of individual psychology upon contemporary psychology stands beyond any doubt. Hans Hoff declared that Adler inaugurated modern psychosomatic medicine, was the forerunner of social psychology and the social approach to mental hygiene, a founder of group psychotherapy, that his conception of the creative self being in its goal-directedness, responsible for the lifestyle makes him the father of ego psychology. 201 To this he could have added that Adler was the founder of the first unified system of concrete psychology on record. However, there is the puzzling phenomenon of collective denial of Adler's work and the systematic attribution of anything coined by him to other authors. We have numerous instances of psychoanalysts picking up some of Adler's most original findings and asserting that they were implicitly contained in Freud's writings, or neglected aspects of Freud's thinking, and should Adler be mentioned it is with the proviso that in spite of apparent similarities with Adler's ideas, these are basically different. The same attitude is found among non-Freudian psychologists, sometimes with an even sharper rejection of Adler. Typical is their tone of righteous indignation in denying the influence of Adler. Even those psychologists who admit that they happen to meet Adler personally and to have read something of his work, energetically maintain that their ideas do not have anything to do with those of Adler. It would not be easy to find another author from which so much has been borrowed from all sides without acknowledgement than Alfred Adler. His teaching has become, to use a French idiom, an open quarry, uncarrier public, that is, a place where anyone and all may come and draw anything without compunction. An author will meticulously quote the source of any sentence he takes from elsewhere, but it does not occur to him to do the same whenever the source is individual psychology. It is as if nothing original could ever come from Adler. This attitude even extends to the public at large. It is ironic that the Times of London in its obituary of Freud wrote, some of his terms have become part of everyday language, the inferiority complex, for example 208. 22 years later, when Jung died, the New York Times published this headline, Dr. Carl Jung is dead, point introvert, extrovert, and inferiority complex. 209 to this perplexing question of the discrepancy between greatness of achievement, massive rejection of person and work, and wide scale, quiet plagiarism, several answers could be brought. First of all, one has to agree on which criteria a man may be called a genius or denied that quality. Conflicting theories have been proposed about the essence of genius. According to Lang Eachbaum, the problem is a psychosociological one, that is, to define what features must be present in a work so that it will be called that of a genius. 201 The association of a somewhat psychotic content with a perfect form would offer the maximum chance of being labeled work of genius. By psychotic the author actually means strange, paradoxical, bewildering. If things be so, then Adler's thought is too rational, his style too imperfect to allow him to be called a genius. An opposite theory is that of Bernard Grasset, who contends that genius is the capacity to create a new obviousness. 211 This means that genius is the ability to discover and to formulate something that was always there, that no one had noticed. As soon as genius formulates it, the thing seems so obvious that it is quickly assimilated to common knowledge and one forgets that it has been newly discovered. In a somewhat similar way, it is reported that Franz Schubert once heard washerwomen singing his own lieder. When he asked them where they had learned them, they answered that these were old folk songs that had always been sung in the country. Bernard Grasset's theory might be applied to Adler in the quick assimilation of his concepts, notably that of inferiority feeling. A third theory contends that genius is a microsociological phenomenon and a voluntary construction. No isolated man could ever acquire the distinction of being called a genius. It is imperative that he should be surrounded by a group of followers who not only proclaim his teachings but create a reputation, if not a positive legend, for their master. Their success depends largely upon organization and method. In that regard Freud was much more favored than Adler. He had a larger, better organized following. Adler had fewer disciples, was never a good organizer, nor was he interested in keeping records of his life and work. Freud's followers propagated for him the positive image of the archetypal genius, work of unheard of novelty accomplished in spite of universal rejection, terrible hardships, and persecution. As for Adler, a few of his disciples called him the Confucius of the West and a savior of mankind, but did not succeed in producing a convincing positive image nor to prevent a negative image to prevail. A petty bourgeois, envious disciple of a great master, betrayed him, taught a caricature of psychoanalysis, a psychology for school teachers, and a tedious psychological appendix to socialist doctrine. The problem is now, why did this negative image happen to prevail? A possible explanation could be found in victimology, that newly founded branch of criminology that analyzes the personality of potential victims of crimes. 212 The same psychological factors found in those personalities Alfred Adler and individual psychology 647 may also be found in those who are persistently victims of bad luck or failure. In the personality of Adler we recognize the features of one particular type of potential victim, the so-called Abel syndrome. This is the case of the man whose superiority in a certain field is likely to attract envy, but who is not able or willing to defend himself. This is a widespread occurrence that can be met every walk of life. In a study of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Cocteau explained the persistent misfortunes and persecutions that befell the great writer as follows. When certain men received a slap in the face, it will be told everywhere that they gave it. When certain others give a slap it will be told that they received it. 213, meaning that Rousseau belonged to the latter group. Without going as far, how many times does it not occur in a social group that a man who enjoys a certain prestige can say any banality and still draw the attention of the audience, whereas another may say the most judicious and witty thing and pass unnoticed, or else what he said will be quietly picked up and retold elsewhere with great success. How far this applies to Adler may be ascertained by comparing his personality to that of Freud. Freud handsome, imposing, with a well-groomed beard, lived in the best residential quarter, had an art collection, and kept several servants, acquired university titles, gave academic lectures and had his circle of enthusiastic disciples, was a master of German prose and a superior writer who knew how to use striking images, founder of depth psychology, a science bent on discovering the mysteries of the soul. Adler not particularly handsome, unassuming, with a small mustache, and pince-nez, lived in a more bourgeois residential area, in an ordinarily furnished apartment, with only one servant, was refused a university title, gave courses mainly to school teachers, and held informal meetings in cafes. Works written in ordinary style and poorly organized, with no striking images. Promoter of the rational, common sense psychology with immediate practical application. The comparison could be pursued further and more parallels found elsewhere in the history of science, for instance, that of Champollion and Grotefend. 214 Freud's life, as embellished by the legend, shows romantic features. Freud's way of life was that of an aristocrat of the mind who had identified himself with Charcot and Goethe. Adler lived as a petty bourgeois who had identified his cause with that of the people. When Freud heard of Adler's death, he wrote to Arnold Zweig, for a Jew boy out of a Viennese suburb to die in Aberdeen is an unheard of career in itself and a proof of how far he had got on. 215. Could Freud have forgotten that he himself had been a Jew boy out of a Viennese suburb? There is still another possible explanation to the paradox. The success of a man largely depends upon whether he is the spokesman of contemporary cultural and social trends. If Schopenhauer met no success for 3 decades and enjoyed a belated fame, it is not because of a conspiracy of silence, but because his philosophy was incompatible with the zeitgeist of the period between the 1820s and the 1840s but could be better understood by the new generation after 1848.216. Contemporary trends themselves are often the revival of previous movements. In the opposition of individual psychology and psychoanalysis we see a revival of the old opposition of Enlightenment versus Romanticism. We have seen in the previous chapter how the vicissitudes of dynamic psychiatry during the 19th century may be regarded as manifestations of the struggle between the Enlightenment and Romanticism, with Janet, and to a lesser degree Adler as late epigones of Enlightenment, Freud and even more Jung as late epigones of Romanticism. 217 Going back further still, we find that the Hellenistic and the Roman worlds were divided between the philosophies of Stoicism and Epicurism, and we noted that Stoicism shows features that can be found today in the Adlerian and existentialist schools, whereas the philosophy of Epicurus has been aptly compared by de Saussure to Freud's psychoanalysis. 218 And finally since time immemorial there have been 2 approaches to healing, one by use of rational means and the other by mobilizing irrational forces. Thus the parallel between Adler and Freud is merely one of the many illustrations of a fundamental law of the history of culture, namely, the swinging back and forth between 2 basic attitudes of the human mind. First page of the October 28, 1886, issue of the Bulletin of the Imperial Royal Society of Physicians in Vienna gives an account of the discussion which followed Freud's paper on male hysteria. From the collection of the Institute for the One History of Medicine, Vienna. Sigmund Freud in 1891, age 35. From volume I of the Life and Work of Sigmund Freud by Ernest Jones, New York, Basic Books, 1953. Despite his absorbing professional pursuits, Freud found time to walk in the streets of Vienna, where little escaped his searching eye. Courtesy Dr. Emil Oberholzer. Alfred Adler, 1870-193. This chalk drawing by Harrose emphasizes the peculiar mixture of attentive observation and reflective thought in Alfred Adler. Courtesy of Mrs. Cornelia and Michel. Alfred Adler is seen here with 2 of his brothers. On the left is the older one, Sigmund, a successful businessman who long inspired in Alfred feelings of inferiority and rivalry. On the right is the youngest, Richard, the artist of the family, who greatly admired Alfred. Courtesy Mr. Kurt Adler, Kew Gardens, NY, Dr. Alexandra Adler, New York, and Mrs. Justine Adler, Vienna. C.G. Jung the Elder, 1794-1864, an almost legendary personality, was Th. model with whom his grandson more or less consciously identified himself. From the picture collection of the Library of the University of Basel. Carl Gustav Jung, 1875-1961, Jung's pragmatism was reflected in his therapy, which first sought to bring his patient to the awareness of his real-life situation. Courtesy Mr. Franz Lung. One of Carl Gustav Jung's fascinating traits was his ability to shift instantaneously from matter-of-fact considerations to the loftiest abstract speculations. Courtesy Mr. Franz Lung. Rev. Oscar Pfister, Protestant minister in Zurich, pioneered in the application of psychoanalysis to education into the religious cure of souls. Courtesy Reverend Oscar Pfister. Dr. Alphonse Meter, after his association with Freud and Jung, devised an original method of brief therapy. Courtesy Dr. Alphonse Meter. Hermann Rorschach, 1884-1922, is pictured here on Christmas Day, 1917, when he was beginning to devise his ink blot test. Courtesy Mrs. Olga Rorschach. Ludwig Binswanger, 1881-1966, the founder of existential analysis and an early adherent of psychoanalysis, never severed his personal ties with Freud. Courtesy Dr. Wolfgang Binswanger. 9. Carl Gustav Jung in analytical psychology. Carl Gustav Jung, no more than Alfred Adler, is a deviant from Freud's psychoanalysis, and his analytic psychology should not be measured with the yardstick of Freudian psychoanalysis any more than psychoanalysis should be measured with the yardstick of analytic psychology. Both should be understood in terms of their own philosophy. The fundamental differences between Jung's and Freud's systems can be summed up as follows. First, the philosophical foundation is quite another. Jung's analytic psychology, like Freud's psychoanalysis, is a late offshoot of Romanticism, but psychoanalysis is also the heir of positivism, scientism, and Darwinism, whereas analytic psychology rejects that heritage and returns to the unaltered sources of psychiatric romanticism and philosophy of nature. Second, whereas Freud's aim is to explore that part of the human mind that was known intuitively by the great writers, Jung claims to have approached objectively and annexed to science a realm of the human soul intermediate between religion and psychology. The life frame of Carl Gustav Jung. Carl Gustav Jung was born in a little village of Thurstgavia, Switzerland, in 1875, and died in Kiesnacht, on the shores of Lake Zurich, in 1961. He spent his entire life in his native Switzerland, aside from a number of journeys to France, England, Italy, North America, Africa, and India. When he was born, Freud was 19 years old, Janet 16, and Adler 5. Jung was thus the youngest of the great pioneers of the new dynamic psychiatry, and he also survived them all. And since he lived in neutral Switzerland, he did not suffer the vicissitudes that afflicted the lives of Freud and Adler. The first half of Jung's life, from 1875 to 1914, that is, the years of his youth, his psychiatric career, his association with Freud and their sub-657 separation, evolved during the period of European armed peace. After World War I he founded his school and expounded his ideas in numerous books. During World War II and afterward he loosened his ties with his school and expressed his thoughts in an increasingly personal way. His patients were at first institutionalized psychotics from the lower social strata, and later they were mostly neurotics from the upper classes. The life of Carl Gustav Jung can be viewed as an example of social ascension. Born into an impoverished middle-class family, he was an impecunious student, began his career as a mental hospital doctor and university psychiatrist, and then became a psychotherapist of world renown and the founder and head of a school. Toward the end of his life he personified the almost legendary figure of the old wise man of Kiesnacht, whom people from all parts of the world came to visit. Family background. It is impossible to understand the personality and work of Carl Gustav Jung without considering his Swiss background and his family. Switzerland is a multinational state, as was Austria-Hungary, with the difference being that in Switzerland there are only 3 major ethnic groups and languages, and that political unity had been achieved before the rise of fierce nationalism. Those problems for which the Austrian-Hungarian monarchy desperately sought a solution had already been solved in Switzerland through federalism. Although the 3 main ethnic groups speak the languages of the neighboring countries Germany, France, Italy, the Swiss national identity is very strong because Switzerland's political institutions differ considerably from those of the other European countries. For the Swiss, federalism and democracy are almost synonymous terms. Every Swiss exercises his political rights on 3 levels: community, canton, and federation. Each community enjoys a large autonomy, and all male citizens are constantly and actively engaged in community affairs. Each Swiss belongs to a community of origin, and this privilege is transmitted to his descendants, regardless of their actual place of residence. A foreigner applying for Swiss citizenship must first seek acceptance by a given community, whereupon he becomes a citizen of the canton and consequently of the Swiss Federation. Self-rule in Switzerland developed within the community and the canton to the extreme limit compatible with national unity. Nothing would seem more abhorrent, more undemocratic to a Swiss than the idea of imposing a common language on the entire country. German, French, and Italian are considered the 3 national languages, and each one becomes the official language in that part of the country where it is spoken. Moreover, in German-speaking Switzerland a variety of dialects are used as spoken languages, in contrast to Schriftdeutsch, written German, the official administrative and academic language. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 659. Another feature that differentiates Switzerland from other countries is the organization of the army. Each Swiss male, as long as he is in active service, keeps his military uniform and arms at home, remains under the orders of the section chief of his community, and has his equipment inspected regularly. In contrast to the other European armies, which impose a period of 1, 2, or more years of military service, the young recruits undergo a few weeks of intensive military instruction and drill. Thereupon they return each year for a short training period. Those who wish to become officers are subject to similar periodical training. Thus each Swiss male is simultaneously a soldier or officer and a civilian. The permanent military staff is kept to a minimum. The Swiss is strongly integrated in the life of his community, canton, and country. He is deeply concerned with local politics and military life, and he is often deeply interested in the genealogies and the history of his family, and, in truly democratic fashion, not only the aristocrats but almost all families have their coat of arms. One result of the system of community of origin is that it is very easy for a Swiss to reconstruct his genealogy by means of the community registers. This accounts for the general stability of the Swiss population and its adherence to tradition, for its respect for local usage and dialects, and hence also for the great differences that exist between localities. Switzerland arrived at this situation after a long and difficult historical evolution, including much civil warfare. The vicissitudes of history caused Switzerland gradually to become a federative state composed of 22 cantons, 3 of which are divided into half cantons, thus forming 25 autonomous political units. During the second half of the 19th century, Switzerland became a kind of experimental laboratory for democratic institutions. Although Switzerland is one of the last countries not to accept the feminine vote, it enjoys the benefit of institutions that are unknown elsewhere, such as the citizens' right of initiative and the referendum. Switzerland is commonly identified today with the picture of a country that enjoyed a prolonged period of peace throughout the turmoil of European history. Actually, when Carl Gustav Jung was born in 1875, his parents and grandparents could certainly not have held this opinion. His grandparents had lived their youth during that period when Switzerland was enmeshed in the French Revolution and in the Napoleonic Wars. Then, between 1815 and 1830, the country had suffered from a great deal of civil strife, notably when the farmers' parties in several cantons attempted to abolish the privileges of the city patriciate. In the canton of Basel it came to armed warfare between country and city, which ended in 1833 with the separation of the canton into 2 political units, Basel City and Basel Land. In 1838 Switzerland mobilized and was on the brink of a war with France. In 1845 the 7 Catholic cantons constituted a separate league, the Sonderbund, causing a civil war that ended with the victory of the Federation and the reunification of Switzerland in 1847. In 1857 Switzerland mobilized again, this time against Prussia, but the conflict was settled by means of negotiation. There had also been much strife in religious matters. The personality of Carl Gustav Jung reflected to a high degree not only the characteristics of Swiss mentality, but also the spirit of his hometown, Basel, his ancestors, and his family. Basel is not only a city but an almost unique example of a self-contained political unit, with its government, its assemblies, its ministerial departments, and its administration. An international industrial and commercial center located at the crossroads of Switzerland, France, and Germany. Basel was at that time small enough so that its citizens could know each other. In 1875, the year of Lung's birth, Basel had 50,000 inhabitants. Since the Renaissance, Basel had remained one of the hearts of European culture. In his childhood, Jung, when walking in the streets, could see the eminent historian philosopher Jacob Burckhardt, or Old Bachofen. He heard talk about Nietzsche everywhere, whom so many people had known, and he was infallibly identified as the grandson of the famous Carl Gustav Jung. His grandfather, Carl Gustav Jung, 1794 to 1864, too, was a legendary figure in base J.3, the son of a German physician. He had studied medicine in Heidelberg and had been acquainted with the Romantic poets and had written poems and student songs himself. For he had been converted to Protestantism by the celebrated Schleiermacher. A group of university professors organized a religious and patriotic feast at the Wartburg, in Saxony, on October 17, 1817, with the government's permission. Although they carefully abstained from any political manifestations, the authorities took advantage of a feudal incident in order to intervene and subsequently crush the student organizations throughout Germany. Carl Gustav Jung, one among many other young men, was thrown into jail without judgment. After his release, 13 months later, he found his career broken and emigrated to France. In Paris he met Alexander von Humboldt who, knowing the University of Basel was searching for an energetic young man to reorganize its medical school, recommended him, and so Carl Gustav Jung the Elder became a Swiss citizen and one of the foremost personalities of Basel. According to all accounts of the time, he was a man of irresistible charm and won the hearts of all those with whom he came in contact. However, one of his sons depicted him as a despotic father, though he would at times participate in the amusements and pranks of his children. 5 after the death of his first wife, with whom he had 3 children, he went to the mayor of Basel asking for his daughter in marriage. The mayor refused his request. Whereupon Carl Gustav Jung directly went to a tavern and asked the waitress there whether she would consent to marry him. She immediately accepted, and the marriage was concluded to the consternation of the whole town. She died 3 years later, having given him 2 children. He decided to marry again, and this time the mayor consented to give him his daughter, Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 661 Sophie Frey. In all he had 13 children, several of whom caused him great sorrow during the latter period of his life. In 1857 he founded a home for retarded children to which he came to devote the greater part of his time. Carl Gustav Jung the Elder enjoyed an uncommonly successful career, was one of the most sought-after physicians in Basel, was elected rector of the university, became Grand Master of the Swiss Freemasons, and wrote scientific treatises as well as theatrical plays under several pseudonyms. According to rumor, he was an illegitimate son of Gerda. No doubt there was a certain physical resemblance between the two men. Carl Gustav Jung the Elder never referred to this topic, but it is perhaps noteworthy that in a page of his diary he passed a severe judgment upon Goethe's lack of moral sense in 2 of his plays, and that in an anatomic treatise on supernumerary bones he did not refer to Goethe's classical study on the intermaxillary bone. 6. This story of an alleged tie with Goethe contributed to make the old Carl Gustav Jung a legendary figure during his lifetime. Such was the fascinating man whom the psychiatrist Carl Gustav Jung had never known, but whose name he had been given, and whose image undoubtedly exerted a great influence on his destiny. 7. Carl Gustav Jung's maternal grandparents were no less remarkable than the paternal ones. Samuel Prieswork, 1799 to 1871, a distinguished theologian and Hebraist, suffered many vicissitudes in his life, until he became MDSTs of the Basel Church. That is president of the Company of Pastors. He left the reputation of a pious and learned man who composed numerous poems and church hymns and wrote a Hebrew grammar. He was convinced that Palestine should be given back to the Jews and actively defended that idea, so that today he is considered a precursor of Zionism. He married twice. From his first wife he had only 1 child, and from the second Augusta Faber, 13. According to family tradition, he had visions and conversed with the world of the spirits. And in his study a special chair was reserved for the spirit of his first wife, who visited him every week to the great sorrow of his second wife. It is also said when he wrote his sermons he would have his daughter Emily sit behind him so that the spirits could not read over his shoulder. His second wife, C.G. Jung's grandmother, was said to possess the gift of second sight, and several members of her family to have parapsychological abilities. 8. Both of C.G. Jung's parents were the last-born children of large families, and belonged to the sacrifice generation, as it were, since they were born when their respective fathers had become impoverished. Paul Achilles Jung, 1842 to 1896, was very interested in classical languages and Hebrew, but became a modest country pastor. He married Emily Prieswork, the youngest child of his professor of Hebrew. Jung had the impression that their marriage was not a happy one. Let it be added, however, that the author once met an old lady who had been well acquainted with Reverend Paul Jung in her youth. She described him as a quiet, unassuming, kind-hearted man who admirably knew how to preach to peasants and was universally loved and respected by his parishioners. According to another reliable source, Reverend Paul Jung was considered by his colleagues as a somewhat boring man. After completing his theological studies, Reverend Paul Jung was assigned to the parish of Keswell on the shores of Lake Constance, and then for 3 years to that of Laufen, near Schaffhausen. In 1879 he received his final appointment in Kleinheiningen, a small village that belonged to Basel City. He became the Protestant chaplain of the Friedmat Mental Hospital in Basel. 9. We do not know enough about the personality of Reverend Paul Jung to understand the reason for the strong resentment that his son felt toward him during his whole life. He certainly did not accuse him of being tyrannical. It is rather his father's alleged immaturity that he resented. The fact that he was a scholar and had not developed intellectually, but scattered his activity in amiable but futile pursuits. C.G. Jung also believed that his father had religious doubts that he would not admit to himself. We are even less informed about the personality of Carl Gustav Jung's mother, Emily Prieswork. The same aged person who told the author about Jung's childhood and his father described Mrs. Paul Jung as being fat, ugly, authoritarian, and haughty. Her son refers to her as a somewhat difficult character, and as a dual personality. At times, he said, she was highly sensitive to the point of showing parapsychological abilities, and at others she was rather down to earth and commonplace. Reverend and Mrs. Paul Jung had 3 children. The eldest, Paul, born in August 1873, lived only a few days. Then came Carl Gustav, the future psychiatrist. And after an interval of 9 years, Johanna Gertrude, born on July 17, 1884. She never married. Does not seem to have had a professional occupation, remained in the shadow of her brother, whom she greatly admired, and died in Zurich on May 30, 1935. This family setting may explain certain aspects of C.G. Jung's thinking and his divergencies from Freud. Freud had been the beloved firstborn son of a beautiful young mother, whereas Jung kept the image of a homely, ambivalent mother. The idea of every little boy being in love with his mother and jealous of his father seemed absurd to him. On the other hand, Jung emphasized not so much the son's hostility toward the father, but the unconscious identification with him and the ancestors on the father's side. No doubt Jung identified himself less with his father than with his brilliant, romantic, and successful grandfather. Jung used to smile when denying the rumors that the latter was the illegitimate son of Gerda. This legend might have been one of the incentives that brought him to personify the figure of the old wise man at the end of his life. Jung lived his childhood and youth in a country pastor's house. The presbytery, Pfarrhaus, has been called one of the germinal cells of Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 663 German culture. 10. In a quiet spacious house with a large garden, the minister accomplished his ecclesiastic duties, practiced cure of souls, gave the example of domestic virtues, raised his family, and kept some time for contemplation and study. Many pastors' sons became prominent men, although a few rebelled against their father's religious orthodoxy, if not against religion itself like Nietzsche. In Jung's case it seems that his religious and philosophical interests were awakened. But because he could not receive an answer that would satisfy him from his father, he turned his inquiry to other problems beyond the scope of traditional religion. Events in Carl Gustav Jung's life. Our knowledge of Carl Gustav Jung's life is still imperfect. Biographic accounts are sketchy and reveal wide gaps. 11. A few memories of his childhood and youth were related by his lifelong friend, Alfred Airy. 12. No documentary study of Jung's life, similar to those of the Bernfelds and the Gicklands for Freud, and of Beck-Widmanstätter for Adler, has been conducted as yet, with the sole exception of Gustav Steiner's study of Jung's activity and his students' association on the basis of the archives of that association. 13. Jung had always declined his friend's suggestion to write the story of his life. At the end of 1957, when Jung was 82, he changed his mind and wrote what has become the first chapters of his autobiography. The remainder he narrated to his secretary who later edited and published it. 14. However, Here, too, there are wide gaps and contradictions between certain of Lung's assertions and the version given by other sources. 15 One may also wonder how the 82-year-old man could remember his earliest memories with such accuracy. A small part of Lung's extensive correspondence has been published, and many of his writings are not available in printed form. 1-6 According to Basel Civil Data, Jung was born on July 26, 1875 in Teswil, canton of Thursday-Gavia, on the shores of Lake Constance. L7 6 months later his family moved to Laufen, near Schaffhausen, where they remained for 3 years. The presbytery was situated in close proximity to the Rhine Falls. It was a most picturesque location, but somewhat frightening for the young child, if we refer to Jung's earliest memories as recorded in his autobiography. In 1879, when Karl was not quite 4 years old, the family moved to Kleinheiningen, which was at that time a small village of peasants and fishermen located on the shores of the Rhine. 18 Today, Kleinheiningen is an industrialized suburb of Basel, in which it was incorporated in 1908. The original rural population has been replaced by workers recruited from other regions for the chemical plants in the Basel harbor. But in that remote time, Kleinheiningen was still a patriarchal village, and Carl Gustav went to school with the children of peasant families. The presbytery was a large old house with a garden and stables, which had been the country house of the Iselin family, a rich patrician family whose coat of arms with 3 roses is still to be seen over one of the doors. There was a discrepancy between the aristocratic style of the house and the means of a country pastor in those times. We do not know much about Carl Gustav's childhood. Albert Gary merely relates a few pranks he played on other children. In his autobiography, Jung emphasizes childhood fantasies, dreams, and anxiety. He went to the village school with the children of local farmers, and felt that he was different from them. Jung reports that when he was 6 years old his father began to teach him Latin. He subsequently acquired a good knowledge of the language, though apparently he could never equal his father's mastery of it. In the spring of 1886, at the age of 11, Jung began his secondary studies at the gymnasium in Basel. According to his autobiography, it was the beginning of a difficult period for him in which he did not easily relate to his schoolmates. He was good in Latin, but poor in mathematics. An episode that occurred involving Jung is curiously similar to one in André Gide's life. A schoolmate had treacherously thrown him to the ground. Carl Gustav fainted for a short while, but simulated a longer period of unconsciousness to frighten the culprit. From then on he lost consciousness whenever he wanted to escape going to school or even doing his homework. For 6 months he shirked school and went roaming and daydreaming through the countryside. The doctors were puzzled. One of them spoke of epilepsy. Then one day Carl Gustav overheard his father expressing his concern over the future of his son to a visiting friend. The boy suddenly realized that life was a serious matter and that he would have to prepare himself to earn his living. From that day onward he strove to repress his fainting spells and resumed his schoolwork. This episode reveals not only how childhood neurosis can start, but also how it can be spontaneously cured in contrast to André Gide whose entire childhood was spoiled by a similar neurosis. 19 We also find foreshadowed here one of the main principles of Jungian psychotherapy, namely, bringing the patient back to reality. It seems that from then on all went fairly well with Lung's secondary studies. However, Jung tells in his autobiography almost nothing about his studies and his masters, but emphasizes the events of his interior life, dreams, daydreams, fantasies, and intuitions. After having seen an old 18th century carriage, he suddenly felt that he had lived in those days and began to have memories of this previous life. It seemed to him that he had 2 personalities, that of the nervous and difficult boy as he appeared to his environment, and also, unknown to all, that of a prominent man of the 18th century. 20 Moreover, the young Carl Gustav read extensively. He was impressed by Schopenhauer, whose pessimistic philosophy was then at the height of its popularity, and by Goethe and whose Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 665 Faust he saw an interpretation of the problem of evil. He also underwent a religious crisis between his 15th and 18th year, a time which, as clearly indicated in his autobiography, was marked by long, tedious, and sterile discussions with his father. In this manner he came to the attitude toward religion that he later expressed in a favorite statement: I cannot believe in what I do not know, and what I know I need not believe in. 21 Carl Gustav Jung passed his final examinations, the Matura, in the spring of 1895. 22 According to Airy, it was lucky for him that the regulations of that time allowed a candidate to pass on the average note, so that he could compensate for his great weakness in mathematics. When the time came to select a vocation, he chose medicine. His father had secured a scholarship at the University of Basel for him. It should be noted that scholarships at that time were scarce and given only to students of very modest means. His father was already severely ill and was to die a year later. Carl Gustav Jung registered at the medical school of the Basel University on April 18, 1895, and studied medicine there from the summer semester of 1895 to the winter semester of 1900 to 1901.23. His father died on January 28, 1896, when he was a first-year medical student. Jung now lived with his mother and sister, and was from then on the head of the family. They had moved to a little house in the village of Binningen, from which he would walk to the medical school every day. He completed his studies in 5 years, which was a relatively short time even in those days, and this allows us to surmise that he worked very hard. Nevertheless, he devoted some time to student activities. On May 18, 1895, he was admitted to the Basel section of the Zofingia, a Swiss student society. Gustav Steiner reports that the Basel section had at that time about 120 members, from 4 faculties, theology, philosophy, law, and medicine, and that there was an average of 80 members at the weekly meetings. 24 Albert Airy, who belonged to the same society, writes that Jung was not interested in the social balls, nor in the revelries of its members, but mainly in the discussion evenings in which he participated actively, particularly when the topic was on matters of philosophy, psychology, or occultism. Gustav Steiner describes how Jung captivated the minds of his audience. He was passionately interested in such authors as Swedenborg, Mesmer, Lungstilling, Justinus Kerner, Lombroso, and above all Schopenhauer. As we shall see later, Jung's speeches and his participation in the discussions were recorded in the Society's archives, and this allows us to trace the origin of several of the basic concepts of analytic psychology to this early period. Gustav Steiner also tells of Jung's ascendancy over his student companions, and relates how Jung once boasted to be a descendant of Goethe. It was not the legend that perplexed me, Steiner adds, but the fact that he told us about it. In his autobiography Jung relates that he considers his discovery of Nietzsche's Zarathustra as a major event of this period, a book that exerted an extraordinary fascination on him as it did on so many of the young men of his generation. He also tells of a summer's day, while he was working in his room and his mother was knitting nearby in the dining room by the window. They heard a violent noise, like that of an explosion. Jung's mother was frightened. A round walnut table had nearly split in two. 2 weeks later another explosion resounded, this time within a cupboard. The blade of a bread knife had exploded into 4 pieces as if it had been cut straight through. Shortly afterward Carl Gustav learned that a 15-year-old cousin on his mother's side, Helene Friesworth, was active in spiritistic experiments and was subject to fits of mediumistic somnambulism. This was the onset of an important episode in Jung's life. Carl Gustav, who was then 23 years old, joined the group that performed experiments with the young medium, Helene Friesworth. 25 The notes gathered by Jung about these experiments were to be the basis for his subsequent medical dissertation. Meanwhile he devoured whatever he could find that had been written on spiritism and parapsychology, and discussed these matters in the meetings of Zofingia, championing the cause of spiritism, and talking of Zollner and Crookes as being martyrs of science. By the end of Jung's medical studies, his interest had shifted toward psychiatry. According to his autobiography, this was the result of a sudden impulse that he felt when reading Krafft-Ebing's Lehrbuch der Psychiatrie. But was psychiatry as new to him as he implied? According to the archive of the Basel University, he had taken a course in psychiatry with Professor Wille during the winter semester of 1898 to 1899 and the summer semester of 1900, not to speak of the fact that his grandfather Carl Gustav von Jung had been deeply interested in retarded children, and his father had been the chaplain of the Friedmat Mental Hospital. At that time, in Switzerland, the sole means for becoming a psychiatrist was to join the staff of a university mental hospital as an assistant, resident, and to gradually ascend the degrees of the medical hierarchy. Jung wished to leave Basel, where he felt he was too closely identified with his parents' families, and he applied for a post in the famed Bergholzli Psychiatric Hospital in Zurich. Meanwhile, Jung had passed his final examination, probably in October 1899, and had completed his first period of military service, the so-called recruit school, as an infantryman in Era. 26 He then started his new activity at the Bergholzli on December 11, 1900.27. The newly appointed resident who arrived at the Bergholzli was introduced by the doorman into a waiting room, where, a moment later, Professor Eugen Bleuler came to greet him with a few words of welcome. Then, despite the protests of the young physician, the professor would take his suitcase and bring it himself to the resident's room. From this moment on, the young man was to live in a kind of psychiatric monastery. Eugen Bleuler was the personification of work and duty. 28 He was exacting to Carl Gustav Jung in analytical psychology 667 ward himself and toward his staff. He demanded a strenuous amount of work and unlimited devotion to the patients. The residents had to make the first rounds on their wards before the daily staff meeting that took place at 8:30 a.m., where they had to report about their patients. 2 or 3 times a week at 10 a.m. there was a meeting called the Gemeinsame, a common discussion among the staff about the case histories of new patients, under the direction of Bleuler. Evening rounds had to be made between 5 o'clock and 7 p.m. There were no secretaries, and the residents had to type their case histories themselves, often working until 10 o'clock or 11 p.m. Hospital doors were closed at 10 p.m. Junior residents did not have the key, and if they wanted to come back after 10:00 p.m., they were obliged to borrow one from an older resident. Bleuler showed the utmost devotion to the patients. He used to make short visits on the wards up to 4 or 6 times a day. Dr. Alphonse Meter, who was on the Bergholzli staff in that heroic time, reports the following: the patient was the focus of interest. The student learned how to talk with him. Bergholzli was in that time a kind of factory where you worked very much and were poorly paid. Everyone from the professor to the young resident was totally absorbed by his work. Abstinence from alcoholic drinks was imposed on everyone. Bleuler was kind to all and never played the role of the chief. 29 Professor Jacob Wirsch adds the following: Bleuler never blamed a resident. If something had not been done, he would just inquire about the reasons for the omission. There was nothing dictatorial in him. He often came to the resident's room after lunch and took coffee with them. Then he would ask about new developments in medicine or surgery, not to test the knowledge of the residents, but just to keep himself informed. 30 Lung relates that he spent the first 6 months there cut off from the outer world and without being able to establish much contact with his colleagues, and that he read the 50 volumes of the Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie in his spare time. It is extraordinary that in his autobiography the name of Bleuler is not mentioned once, and that Jung states that when he arrived at the Bergholzli the psychiatrists there were merely interested in describing symptoms and labeling patients, and the psychology of the mental patient played no role whatsoever. This assertion is unanimously contradicted by all those who worked with Bleuler. In that first year Jung also completed his officer's training course in Basel and received the grade of lieutenant in the Swiss army. His medical dissertation, devoted to the story of his young medium cousin, appeared in 1902. He then took a leave of absence to study with Janet in Paris during the winter semester of 1902 to 1903. Curiously enough, this period of his life is also not mentioned in his autobiography. According to informed sources in Jungian circles, he was not a particularly assiduous student and spent much time visiting the points of interest of the French capital. Upon his return from Paris, Jung resumed his work at the Bergholzli and was married on February 14, 1903, to Emma Rauschenbach, the daughter of a wealthy industrialist of Schaffhausen. Bleuler, who had just introduced the use of psychological tests such as they existed at that time to Bergholzli, asked Jung to experiment with the word association test, research in which he subsequently showed himself very successful. Those who were acquainted with Jung at that time had the impression that he was starting an unusually brilliant career as a university psychiatrist. The year 1905 was felicitous for him. First, he was appointed First Oberarzt, a title that is equivalent to that of clinical director in an American institution. This means that he came just after Bleuler in the hospital hierarchy. Second, he was appointed head of the outpatient service, in which hypnosis was then gradually being replaced by other forms of psychotherapy. Third, he acquired the ended title of Privat Dozent at the university. He inaugurated his teaching in the winter semester of 1905 to 1906 with a course on psychiatry with demonstrations. This he followed, during the summer semester of 1906, with a course on psychotherapy, also with demonstrations. For several years he was to alternate a course on hysteria during the winter semester and one on psychotherapy in the summer semester. 31 In 1906 Jung published the first volume of the studies that he had conducted with several collaborators on the word association test. He exchanged his first letters with Freud, and from that time on he was fully dedicated to the cause of psychoanalysis. In November 1906 he published a sharp rejoinder to a mild criticism that Aschaffenburg had made of Freud's theory of hysteria. In February 1907 he went to visit Freud in Vienna. In September 1907 he attended the International Psychiatric Congress in Amsterdam as the spokesman of Freud in the discussion of hysteria. On November 26th of the same year he gave a lecture on psychoanalysis at a meeting of the Medical Society of Zurich, which brought forth a lively discussion in which he was backed by Bleuler. 32 Also that year J. Jung's Psychology of Dementia Precox appeared, the first monograph devoted to the depth psychological investigation of a psychotic patient. Meanwhile the entire staff of the Bergholzli was fascinated with Freud's ideas and sought to elucidate to what extent they could be applied to the understanding of mental illness. In 1908 Jung had a large and beautiful house built according to his own design in Kiesnacht on the shore of the lake near Zurich. He acquired international recognition, and in 1909 he was invited to participate in the ceremonies for the 20th anniversary of the foundation of Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. Freud, as we have seen, was also one of the invited guests, and they both gave lectures in September 1909. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 669 About the same time, Jung left the Bergholzli and moved to his house in Kiesnacht, where he was to spend the rest of his life. This turning point in his life has been explained in various ways, but no doubt an acute conflict had developed between him and Bleuler. It was felt that Jung was so involved with psychoanalysis that he neglected his hospital duties, and the two men had frequent clashes of opinion. 33 Jung now devoted himself to his growing private practice, and played an eminent role in the psychoanalytic movement during 1909 to 1913. He was the first president of the International Psychoanalytic Association and the managing editor of the Jahrbuch, the first psychoanalytic periodical. Beginning in 1910, during every summer semester Jung gave a course of lectures at the Zurich University entitled Introduction to Psychoanalysis. The history of the relationship between Freud and Jung for a long time had been known only through the accounts given by Freud and his disciples. Jung's version of the story was presented by him in 1925 in a seminar for a limited group of students, and in 1962 to a larger audience in his autobiography. Jung never concealed his admiration for Freud and his discoveries. But Freud also represented for him the father figure he had failed to discover in Flournoy and in Janet. Freud was looking for a disciple worthy of succeeding him, and he believed to have found him in Jung. There was thus a period of mutual enthusiasm, which was heightened by the fact that it was not only Jung, but his master Bleuler, who publicly took the defense of Freud. But from the very start there also was a fundamental misunderstanding. Freud wanted disciples who would accept his doctrine without reservation. Bleuler and Jung saw their relationship as a collaboration that left both sides free. At the beginning, the relationship was facilitated by mutual goodwill. Jung had the same winning and flexible nature as his paternal grandfather. Freud was disposed to be patient and to make certain concessions, although he remained unyielding in regard to his theory of the Oedipus complex and the libido. But these were the ideas that Jung never accepted, and so it was inevitable that Freud would come to reproach Jung for his opportunism, and Jung to reject Freud for his authoritarian dogmatism. The true story of their relationship will probably be known only when their correspondence is published. Psychoanalysis was not yet the unified doctrine it was later to become. As explained by Meter, The members of the Zurich psychoanalytic group were not submitted to the strict control of Freud, as were those of Vienna. 34 They felt free to develop their ideas in their own way, so that early divergencies could remain unchecked longer. The first serious ones appeared in 1911 in Jung's Metamorphosis and Symbols of the Libido. Then, from December 1911 to February 1912, in Zurich there took place a lively polemic in which Jung intervened as a champion of Freud. 35 In November 1912 Jung was invited to give lectures on psychoanalysis in New York, where he gave his own version of psychoanalysis as being a further development of Freud's basic ideas. Freud became increasingly suspicious of these divergencies. Nevertheless, he entrusted Jung with the mission of defending psychoanalysis against Janet at the International Congress of Medicine held in London in August 1913. But Jung's report on psychoanalysis contained mostly his own views on the subject. 36 When the International Psychoanalytic Association met the following month in Munich, the conflict between Jung and the psychoanalytic group took on a more acute character. 37 In October 1913 Jung resigned from the Psychoanalytic Association and the editorship of the Jarbuch. Jung also resigned his post of Privat Dozent. He gave his last course of lectures in the winter semester of the academic year 1913 to 1914, after which he broke his ties with the Zurich University as he had broken them with Bergolzli in 1909 and with the Psychoanalytic Association in 1913. 38 These events marked the beginning of an intermediate period of 6 years, from the end of 1913 to 1919, that had long remained the most obscure in Jung's life and whose full meaning has been revealed by his autobiography. It was known that after his rupture with Freud and his resignation from the Zurich University, Jung devoted himself to his private practice. During World War I he was mobilized intermittently for periods amounting to a few months every year. And from 1914 to 1919 he published very little. In a seminar that took place in 1925, Jung exposed the stages of his confrontation with the unconscious which he undertook during those years. 39 These facts, which had been known only to a small circle of adherents, have now been disclosed to the public through his autobiography. They give us the key to the understanding of Jung's doctrine and the explanation of their origin. Jung, who had been working at the Bergolzli with severe psychotic patients, had been struck by the frequent occurrence of universal symbols, which he later called archetypes, in their delusions and hallucinations. This brought him to assume that there existed another realm of the unconscious, besides that of repressed representations, which was the object of Freud's inquiry. Jung had now reached the age, which according to his own theories marks the turning of life, that is the period between 35 and 38. He undertook a 4-day cruise on Lake Zurich with Albert Airy and 3 younger friends. Albert Airy would read aloud to the others the Nikaya episode of Homer's Odyssey, the journey of Ulysses to the sojourn of the dead, in Voss classical German translation. 40 It was a pleasant prelude to the journey through the unconscious that Jung was to accomplish in what he often referred to as his own Nikaya. It seems that between 1910 and 1913 Jung made a few attempts to fathom that unknown realm by allowing unconscious material to emerge in dreams and fantasies. Then came the moment when he took the decisive step and launched himself into the solitary and dangerous undertaking. This new experiment was analogous to Freud's self-analysis, which was most likely unknown to Jung, although the method was quite different. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 671 Whereas Freud had used free association, Jung resorted to the technique of provoking the upsurge of unconscious imagery and its overflowing into consciousness by two means, first by writing down and drawing his dreams every morning, and second by telling himself stories and forcing himself to prolong them by writing down everything that his unfettered imagination could dictate. It was, according to Jung, on December 12, 1913, that he started these exercises. At first he directed his daydreams by fancying that he was digging into the earth and into underground galleries and caves, where he encountered all kinds of weird figures. On December 18, the archetypes began to manifest themselves more directly. Jung dreamed that he was with a young savage on a desert mountain where they killed the old Germanic hero, Siegfried. Jung interpreted this dream as meaning that he had to kill a secret identification in himself with a heroic figure that had to be overcome. 41 In the subterranean world where his fantasies now led him he met the figure of an old man, Elias with a young blind woman, Salome, and later a wise and learned man, Philemon. By conversing with Philemon, Jung learned that man can teach himself things of which he is not aware. But the world of archetypes threatened to submerge him, and Jung was aware that this type of exercise was very dangerous. He thus imposed on himself several rules. First, he had to maintain a strong tie with reality. Fortunately for him he had a house, a family, a profession, and a clientele, and he compelled himself scrupulously to fulfill his duties toward all of them. Second, he had to examine carefully each image from the unconscious and to translate it, insofar as this was possible, into the language of consciousness. Third, he had to ascertain how far the revelations of the unconscious sent will be translated into actions and incorporated in daily life. As a result of these rules, Jung says, he was able to achieve this descent into Hades and emerge victoriously from a perilous experiment. Jung held that Nietzsche had had a similar experience. His Zarathustra was a formidable eruption of archetypical material, but because he was not firmly anchored in reality, living alone without a family and without occupation, Nietzsche was overwhelmed. One of the most singular episodes of Jung's experiment occurred when one day, while writing under the dictation of the unconscious, he asked himself, is this really science what I am doing? And heard a woman's voice answer him, it is art. He denied it, but the voice insisted that it was art and they conversed for a while. He thus perceived that he had in himself an autonomous, feminine subpersonality whom he named his anima. The anima spoke with the voice of a lady who at this time had a certain influence on him. Jung was aware that what the anima told him was not true, and he learned after a long confrontation with the anima that her influence could be either beneficial or detrimental. The matter was to establish with her the appropriate relationship. Another step forward was taken when Jung felt the need to elaborate on these messages from the unconscious. According to his autobiography, on a certain Sunday of 1916 he heard the bell of the main door of the house ring, although no one was to be seen. He then had the impression that a crowd of ghosts was invading the house. Jung exclaimed within himself, what is the meaning of all this? And it was as though a chorus answered, we are the souls of the dead who have returned from Jerusalem without having found what they were seeking. This answer provided the first sentence for his Septem Sermons ad Mortuos, 7 Sermons to the Dead, which he wrote in 3 evenings and published in a private edition, attributing them to Basilides of Alexandria. 42 Subsequently he wrote 2 other works, probably in the same neo-Gnostic vein, the Black Book and the Red Book, which have remained unpublished. Gradually Jung had the impression that he was emerging from a long night, and he made another notable discovery. The process in which he had been engaged had a name. It led the individual to the discovery of the most intimate elements of his personality, the self. 43 This progression from the unconscious to the conscious and from the ego to the self Jung named the individuation. Toward the end of World War I, Jung discovered that a decisive advance in individuation was often marked by the occurrence of a specific quadratic figure in his dreams, more or less similar to the mandalas of India and Tibet. At the beginning of 1919 Jung terminated his experiment, from which he emerged as a new man with a new teaching. He was now to devote the rest of his life to the application and propagation of his discoveries. We thus see that the intermediate period from 1913 to 1919 was that of a creative illness. It had the same features that we have already singled out in Freud's illness. The creative illnesses of both these men succeeded a period of intense preoccupation with the mysteries of the human soul. Both Freud and Jung were restricted to the minimum their ties with the university and professional or scientific organizations. Both suffered symptoms of emotional illness. Freud spoke of his neurasthenia or his hysteria. Jung spent long periods brooding by the lake, or piling stones into little castles. Both men underwent self-imposed psychic exercises, each according to his own method. Freud by free association, endeavoring to recover the lost memories of his early childhood. Jung by forced imagination and the drawing of his dreams. In both men these exercises worked as a self-therapy, although in the beginning they increased their sufferings. These experiments were certainly not without danger. Freud's paradoxical friendship with flies can best be understood as a means of maintaining a tie with reality. As for Jung, we do not know what part human relationships might have played during those years, but he deliberately clung to his duties toward his family, profession, and country. Jung's journey through the unconscious is known to us only from the descriptions he gave of it in his seminars of 1925, and later in his autobiography. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 673. Unfortunately, there are no contemporary documents about it comparable to Freud's letters to Fliess, and very few accounts about his professional activity during that period exist. Jung says that during this time he was completely isolated and abandoned by all his friends. This is no doubt exaggerated, since he had kept a few disciples, and a small Jungian group was founded in 1916 in Zurich under the name of Psychologiker Club. 44 The termination of a creative illness usually occurs rapidly and is followed by a short phase of euphoria, a feeling of exhilaration, and a need for activity. In his seminars, Jung sometimes alluded to the feelings of the individual who has overcome extreme introversion and progresses toward extroversion, and to the sense of relief and freedom of the man who no longer feels the burden of social conventions. When the outcome of such an experiment is successful, it is manifested in a permanent change in personality. Jung, as Freud, was now able to be the founder and leader of his own school. But in contrast to Freud, Jung also emerged from his creative illness with an increased propensity to intuitions, psychical experiences, and meaningful dreams. It is another characteristic of those who have lived through such a spiritual adventure to attribute a universal value to their own personal experience. Those who have known Jung remember the tone of absolute conviction with which he spoke of the anima, the self, the archetypes, and the collective unconscious. For him they were psychological realities that existed as certainly as did the material world around him. In the period following World War I, Jung emerged from his psychological experience as a man who had undergone a deep-reaching interior metamorphosis. He was now the head of a psychological school and a much sought-after psychotherapist who attracted many patients from England and America. He lived in his beautiful patrician house of Kiesnacht with his family, which now included 5 children: Agathe, born December 26, 1904; Anna, born February 8, 1906; Franz, born November 28, 1908; Marianne, born September 20, 1910; and Emma, born March 18, 1914. His wife was an exceptional woman, an extremely capable mother and housewife, with lively interests, who became his collaborator and applied his psychotherapeutic methods. From his journey through the unconscious, Jung had brought back such an abundance of archetypes and symbols that he could now spend about 20 years elaborating this material, using it in therapy and in whole series of typewritten seminars and printed volumes. Some of Jung's disciples describe his life during the 20 years that followed as being exclusively devoted to psychotherapy, teaching, and the writing of his books. Jung himself held that his life had been singularly poor in outward happenings. This is no doubt an oversimplification, since he traveled a great deal and had encounters with outstanding personalities. In 1919, Jung went to England to lecture on the belief in spirits at the Society for Psychical Research. In his opinion, spirits were no more than the projections of the split parts of the unconscious. However, in the following year he again went to England, this time for a longer stay, during which, according to his own account, he had a curious experience culminating in a brief vision of a ghost. He subsequently learned that that house was considered to be haunted. 45 In 1920 he also went on a trip to Algiers, Tunis, and to some parts of the Sahara, observing the life and mentality in non-European civilizations with keen interest. In 1921 one of Jung's best-known works, The Psychological Types, appeared. 46 A substantial book of 700 pages, it contains not only his theory of introversion, extroversion, and the typological system, but also a general view of his new theories of the unconscious. Many of his further works are but elaborations of the thoughts he had outlined in this book. In the early 1920s Jung became acquainted with the reputed sinologist, Richard Wilhelm. In 1923, Jung invited him to give lectures at the Psychological Club in Zurich. But even before Wilhelm published his German translation of the I Ching, Jung was passionately interested in that Chinese method of oracles and experimented with it, apparently with some success. But he carefully abstained from commenting on his experiences for many years afterward. In the same years Jung participated in mediumistic experiments in Zurich with Eugen Bleuler and von Schrenck-Notzing. They worked with the then famous Austrian medium, Rudi Schneider. Jung, however, refused to draw any conclusions after these experiments and did not even mention them at the time. In 1923 Jung bought a piece of property in Bollingen on the shore at the other end of Lake Zurich, on which he subsequently built a tower, where he was to spend his weekends and holidays. At this point it seems that in order to increase his knowledge of the unconscious, Jung felt it would be more profitable if he experienced contact with men of primitive societies. Thus, when he went to the United States in 1924 and 1925 he joined a group of American friends and went with them to visit the Pueblo Indians of New Mexico. Jung was impressed by the atmosphere of extreme secrecy that reigned among the Pueblo Indians, and by the unflattering picture of the white given to him by an intelligent Taos man. 1 year later Jung went to live for several months among an African tribe on Mount Elgon in Tanganyika. Jung, it is said, lived in a little hut just outside the village so that he could watch the daily life and talk to the people without intruding in their lives. He had interesting conversations with some of the men, especially with the medicine man, and kept a diary of his observations. 47 In the 1930s Jung's fame was growing. In 1930 he was nominated honorary president of the German Society of Psychotherapy. On November 25, 1932, the Zurich City Council decided to grant him the award for literature of the city of Zurich, amounting to 8,000 Swiss francs. 4s The ceremony took place in the Zurich Town Hall on December 18. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 675 Jung was lauded because, thanks to him, the psychology without a soul of the 19th century had been overcome as well as the one-sided conceptions of Freud, because his ideas had exerted a notable influence on literature, and he had himself commented upon literary works. 49 Jung resumed his interest in mediumistic experiments during the 1930s. He now felt convinced of the reality of these phenomena, which seemed inexplicable to him. But he carefully abstained from publicly referring to them. He also took great interest in the writings of the alchemists, whom he saw as the precursors of the psychology of the unconscious. In January 1933 Hitler came to power in Germany. The German Society of Psychotherapy was reorganized according to National Socialistic principles and its president Ernst Kretschmer resigned his post. An international society was organized with Jung as its president, but this society was a so-called Dach organization, roof organization, consisting of the national societies, among which was the German one, and of individual members. As Jung explained later, this had been a subterfuge to enable Jewish psychotherapists expelled from the German society to remain within the organization. From October 1933 to February 1934, at the Swiss Polytechnical School in Zurich Jung gave a course on the history of psychology, in which he surveyed the psychological thinking of philosophers since Descartes, with particular emphasis on Fechner, C.G. Keres, and Schopenhauer. But the greater part of the course was devoted to Justinus Kerner and the Seeress of Prevorst. Flournoy was also given recognition for his research on Helene Smith. In February 1934 Gustav Bally expressed surprise that Jung should continue his functions within the Society for Psychotherapy and that he had become the chief editor of the Zentralblatt für Psychotherapie. 50 Jung replied that Bally was mistaken. It would have been easy for him to give up the entire matter, but he had preferred to help his German colleagues at the risk of being misunderstood. 51 He explained that he had not taken the place of Kretschmer in the former German Society for Psychotherapy, but had been elected president of the newly constituted International Society for Psychotherapy. He protested against the accusation of siding with the Nazis and of anti-Semitism. Bally did not reply, but a few years later he published an appreciation of Jungian psychology of rare impartiality, showing much sympathy for Jung. S2 In 1935 Jung was appointed as titular professor of psychology at the Swiss Polytechnical School in Zurich. In the same year he founded the Swiss Society for Practical Psychology. In September 1936 he was one of the participants in the tercentenary celebration at Harvard University. He read a paper and was conferred the honorary degree of Doctor of Science. At the end of 1937 Jung was invited to take part in the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the University of Calcutta, which gave him an opportunity to travel throughout India and Ceylon. 53 However, according to his autobiography, Jung was more concerned with finding his own truth than receiving teachings from the wise men of India. Nevertheless, he experienced a deeply stimulating journey. 54 Jung was also awarded an honorary doctorate at the University of Oxford in 1938, and elected an honorary fellow at the Royal Society of Medicine in London on May 15, 1939. As the international situation was becoming worse, Jung, who had never shown an excessive interest in world politics, became increasingly concerned with them. From interviews he gave to various magazines we see that he tried to analyze the psychology of chiefs of state, and particularly of dictators. On September 28, 1937, he was in Berlin during the historical visit of Mussolini with Hitler and closely observed them for 3/4 of an hour during the parade. From that time on, problems of mass psychosis and the dangers threatening the existence of mankind gradually became the focus of Jung's preoccupations. On October 15, 1943, Jung was granted the title Professor of Medical Psychology with special regard to psychotherapy by the University of Basel. He gave only 2 or 3 lectures and resigned on account of his poor health. He had thus belatedly received from his home city the academic recognition he had missed 20 years before in Zurich. A new turning point occurred in Jung's life by the end of World War II. His autobiography has shed new light on the hitherto unknown aspects of this further evolution. At the beginning of 1944, Jung reports, he broke his foot and then suffered an infarctus of the heart during which he lost consciousness and felt as if he were dying. He had a cosmic vision, perceiving our planet as from an immense distance, and his personality seemed no more than the sum total of what he had said and done during his life. Then, at the moment when he was going to enter a kind of temple, he saw his physician coming toward him. He had taken on the features of a king of the island of Kos, the homeland of Hippocrates, to bring him back to earth, and Jung had the impression that the life of the physician was in danger while his own was saved. Actually, the physician died unexpectedly a few weeks later. Jung declared that he first felt a bitter disappointment when he returned to life. Actually, something had been changed in him. His thought had taken on a new direction as shown by the works he wrote from that time on. He now was the old wise man of Kusnacht. For the remainder of his life he was to write books that would startle his disciples, such was his answer to Job, grant interviews to visitors from all over the world, and was given many honors but also suffered many indignities. At the close of World War II Jung was the object of a campaign instigated by persons who accused him of having exhibited a pro-Hitlerian and anti-Semitic attitude during the period from 1933 to 1940. 55 Jung was accused of having become president of the Nazi-fied German Association of Psychotherapy after the Jewish members had been expelled, and Kretschmer had Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 677 resigned. The accusation of anti-Semitism dwelled on a few quotations from an article in which Jung spoke of a Jewish and Aryan psychotherapy. 56 to this Jung's friends replied, first, that Jung had never taken the succession of Kretschmer in the German Association, but accepted the presidency of the International Association in order to give what help could be given to the Jewish members. 57 At that time, that is in 1934, people still believed that one could negotiate with the Nazis, and as late as 1936 Jones himself had talks in Basel with Dr. Goering and other representatives of the Nazi movement. 58 Jung's friends replied, second, that the incriminating sentences had not the anti-Semitic meaning that Jung as accusers found in them. Jung held the opinion that there was no universal method in psychotherapy and that the Zen or yoga, which could be effective in Japan or India, was not necessarily so in Europe. In a similar way, the Swiss who had been deeply rooted for generations in the structures of his specific culture, family, community, canton, and federation, would need a different kind of psychotherapy than the Jew who had been uprooted and had assimilated the culture of an adopted country. 59 In fact, what Jung said about the lack of a Jewish cultural identity was not very different from what Theodor Herzl and the Zionists had proclaimed. It remains that Jung, like many of his contemporaries, had initially underestimated the pervasiveness of the Nazi evil. Possibly he was influenced by the memories of his grandfather's participation in the German nationalist and democratic movement that was crushed after the revolution in 1848. Jung may have unconsciously identified the incipient Nazi movement with the patriotic and creative upsurge of the German youth in 1848, and the article he wrote in 1945 shows how he felt about it when he had realized the terrible truth. 60 Meanwhile Jung and his work were also receiving recognition from many sides. The University of Geneva conferred on him the title of Doctor Honoris Causa on July 26, 1945. A journal of analytical psychology was founded in England. In the United States, Paul and Mary Millen, who had been personally acquainted with Jung, established the Bollingen Foundation, which sponsored the publication of an English translation of Jung's complete works and other scholarly writings. On April 24, 1948, the C.G.J. Jung Institute was opened in Zurich through the initiative of a committee of Swiss, English, and American personalities. This institute is primarily devoted to the teaching of Jung's theories and methods of analytic psychology. The institute gives lectures in German and English, and provides for training analysis. It has a well-furnished library containing Jung's unpublished seminars and lectures. It also endeavors to stimulate research inspired by Jungian theories and provides for the publication of the results of this research. During his entire life Jung had been intensely interested by Gnosticism, and in 1945 he had been stirred by the news that a collection of Gnostic manuscripts had been discovered in the village of Kinabaskai in Upper Egypt. Little could he suspect that he would be presented with one of these manuscripts by an influential friend who had managed to purchase it. Jung was presented with it in November 1953 in Zurich, and it was given the name of Codex Jung. Jung provided for the publication of this manuscript by scholars. 61 Throughout 1955, his 80th year, Jung was greatly honored and feted. An international congress of psychiatry took place in Zurich under the chairmanship of Professor Manfred Buoneuiler, the son of Eugen Bleuler, under whom Jung had started his psychiatric career at the Bergholzli. Jung was asked to speak of the psychology of schizophrenia, a topic that he had begun investigating as early as 1901. But Jung's 80th anniversary was also marked by a renewal of the campaign that attempted to stigmatize him for his alleged collaboration with the Nazis. Jung, it was said, had carefully concealed his anti-Semitic feelings and disclosed them at the moment when he believed that Hitler would prevail in Europe. He had allegedly betrayed Freud in 1913 and tried to crush psychoanalysis in 1933. 62 A group of Jewish disciples of Jung published a protest in the /3 Wochenblatt. 63 Jung's friends maintained that the accusations against him dwelled on a few sentences that had been taken out of their context, misinterpreted, and sometimes mistranslated, that Jung had openly sided against anti-Semitism, that he had given discreet and efficient help to Jewish refugees in Switzerland, that his name had been put on the blacklist by the Nazis, and that his works were suppressed by the Nazis in Germany and occupied countries. Nevertheless, the campaign against Jung was to follow its course, even after his death. On his 85th birthday Jung received the honorary citizenship of the little town of Kiesnacht, where in 1908 he had bought the piece of land on which he built his house and where he had lived since June 1909. The mayor handed him the letter and seal in a little ceremony, and Jung answered with an address to mayor and councillors in his native Basel dialect. 64 Jung, who was greatly attached to Swiss customs and traditions, this meant a great deal, all the more because this honor is very seldom bestowed in Switzerland. But during the last years of his life solitude grew around him. He had lost his wife on November 27, 1955, and many of his old friends had also died. He became a favorite target for interviewers who eventually prepared entire books of these conversations. 65 After a long period of reluctance he wrote the first 3 chapters of his autobiography and dictated the rest to his private secretary, Mrs. Aniela Jaff. He also accepted an invitation to write, along with a few of his disciples, a richly illustrated book, which was to be his last work, Man and His Symbols. 66 Carl Gustav Jung died in his Kiesnacht home on June 6, 1961. The funeral ceremony took place in the Protestant church in Kiesnacht and was attended by a vast assembly. Reverend Werner Meyer, the pastor of Kiesnacht, celebrated him as a prophet who had stayed the overwhelming flow of rationalism and had given man the courage to have his soul. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 679 again. 2 other of Jung's disciples, the theologian Hans Scharr and the national economist Eugen Baller, celebrated the scientific and human merits of their master. The body was cremated and the ashes were deposited in the cemetery of Kiesnacht, in the family grave that Jung had designed himself and decorated with Latin inscriptions and the coat of arms of his family, and where already lay the mortal remains of his father, mother, sister, and wife. The personality of Carl Gustav Jung. Carl Gustav Jung used to speak of life as being a succession of psychic metamorphoses. His own life was no exception in that regard, and this may explain the contradictory judgments that have been passed about him. In his autobiography he says that from his earliest years he had a rich interior life of which no one was aware, and that he appeared to his parents and teachers as a nervous child. Former schoolmates of Jung told Gustav Steiner that at the gymnasium Jung was oversensitive and irascible, did not seek the company of his schoolmates, and was distrustful of his teachers. 6-7 During his student years Steiner was directly acquainted with Jung, and he tells of his vitality, his impetuosity, his eloquence, and his unswerving self-confidence. Jung gave the impression that he felt himself superior to the others, needed companions who would listen to him, and knew how to captivate their minds. He was still oversensitive to the criticism of others, although he was not always tactful himself. No one at that time would have imagined that he could feel himself isolated in the way he reports in his autobiography. During his Bergdalsli period Jung is depicted as an unusually brilliant psychiatrist who exerted a fascination upon the younger members of the staff, even if they sometimes resented his authoritarian and egocentric manners. When Freud came to Zurich on his way to America in 1909, Jung received him as his guest and did not introduce him to the rest of the Bergdalsli staff, which considerably antagonized them. 68 Jean Martin Freud, in his account of Jung's first visit to his father in Vienna, said that Jung did all the talking, speaking only to Freud, and never once attempted to make polite conversation with Mrs. Freud or the children. 69 There are contradictory statements about Jung's attitude during his psychoanalytic period of 1909 to 1913. Above all, we lack information concerning the intermediate years of 1914 to 1919. According to Meter, Jung was extremely reserved and somewhat distrustful, even toward his most faithful disciples. 70 None of them suspected the interior experience he was then undergoing. Nearly all the persons who have described Jung's personality refer to the period after 1920, when he had acquired full mastery of his psychological system and his therapeutic method, and was the head of a school. It is that picture that we will henceforth have in mind. Carl Gustav Jung was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a dominating appearance. He had blue eyes, high cheekbones, a firm jaw, an aquiline nose, and wore a small mustache. All those who met him were struck by an impression of physical and moral strength emanating from him, and by that particular look of stability and firmness of those who are well rooted in their environment. Some people believed to recognize in him peasant ancestry, although he actually was the descendant of extremely intellectual families. He liked to work with earth, stone, and wood, and took a particular delight in building and constructing. He enjoyed sailing on the Lake of Zurich, and he continued this sport until late in his life. Jung conveyed the impression of being a practical man firmly anchored in reality, and thus certain visitors were surprised at the absolute conviction with which he spoke of the anima, the self, the archetypes, and other intangibles. However, this strong sense of reality was also manifested in his psychotherapy, of which the first phase was to bring the patient back to awareness. Jung was anything but a bookish scholar. He delighted in human contacts and the little incidents of daily life. When he traveled he not only visited monuments and museums, but took enjoyment in everything he saw. Jean Martin Freud relates that one day, when his sister Mathilde was in Vienna with Jung and his family and they were all shopping, the emperor happened to pass. 7-1 Jung excused himself and ran to join the crowd as enthusiastic as any boy. Jung was also very sociable. Ernst Kretschmer tells how in the social gatherings following the meetings of the Medical Association for Psychotherapy Jung would take off his jacket and yodel and dance until late at night and generally contribute to the merry atmosphere. 72 He had a keen sense of humor and was known for the varieties of his laughter, which would run the gamut from a low and subtle one to a Homeric guffaw. Those who had personal contact with Jung, even if it was brief, agree on the brilliance and fascination of his conversation. The most subtle, profound, and sometimes paradoxical views succeeded each other with incomparable speed and ease. In his unpublished seminars some of the unique qualities characterizing his conversations are still to be found, in contrast to the often heavy and laborious style of his books. Much has been said about Jung's vast erudition. His early interests were in psychology and archaeology. Later, when he began to investigate the symbols, he acquired an extensive knowledge of the history of myths and religions. Among his particular interests were Gnosticism and alchemy, and later the philosophies of India, Tibet, and China. Throughout his life he was greatly interested in ethnology. This variety of interests was reflected in his library. Though he did not collect books for their rarity, he came to possess a unique library of old works on alchemy. Jung had good linguistic aptitudes. Aside from classical German, and from the Basel dialect that he used in his daily speech, he spoke excellent French. He learned English somewhat later and came to master it fairly well. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 681 Although he did not succeed in losing his Swiss German accent, he was proficient in Latin and had a fairly good knowledge of Greek but, unlike his father, he knew no Hebrew. Before he went to East Africa he took lessons in Swahili in Zurich, but he relied mostly on an interpreter in his conversations with the natives. Many admired the particular talent Jung had of speaking to people in all walks of life. He was equally at ease with simple peasants and with men in the highest positions, no doubt a precious gift for a psychotherapist. Jung also held the opinion that whoever wished to be a good psychiatrist should leave the consultation office and go abroad to visit the prisons and poorhouses, the gaming houses, the brothels and taverns, the distinguished salons, the stock exchange, the socialist meetings, the churches, and the sects. Once he had acquired this experience, he could return to his patients with an increased understanding. Setting aside the part of exaggeration, Jung aptly pointed out the need for the psychotherapist to supplement professional learning with a practical knowledge of life. The saying went in Jungian circles that Jung had been rude and intolerant with certain patients. Contradictory accounts have been given in regard to his attitude toward money. According to reliable sources he demanded 50 Swiss francs an hour for psychotherapy in the early 20s, a very high fee for those days in Switzerland, but there are other reports that many years later people were surprised at the low fees he demanded from his patients. The consensus is that Jung was an unusually skilled psychotherapist who took a different approach with each one of his patients according to their personality and needs. Jung held the opinion that one cannot be a normal man without accomplishing all one's duties as a citizen. He made a point of participating in all public votes, whether they were of the community, the canton, or the confederation. A reliable witness said that when Jung was ill, he asked to be transported to the Poles. As do many Swiss, Jung took a deep interest in his genealogy, his coat of arms, and the history of his ancestors. He was proud of his service in the Swiss army and of his rank of captain. He liked to recall events of his military service and to tell about the soldier's hard life in the mountains that he had known during his periods of duty. With his children he liked to play military games of his invention that involved the building, attacking, and defending of stone forts. 73 We have already told of Jung's wife, who is remembered by all those who knew her as a remarkable woman. Of all the great pioneers of dynamic psychiatry, Jung is the only one whose wife became his disciple, adopted his teachings, and applied his psychotherapeutic method. Perhaps the most striking feature of Jung's personality was the contrast between his keen perception of reality on one side, and his secret life of meditation, dreams, and parapsychological experiences on the other. He was a most sociable man, but he exemplified in all possible ways Goethe's aphorism, the highest possible good of the sons of man is personality. He went so far as to say that society does not exist, there are only individuals. But he also maintained that the individual could not develop unless he enjoyed a certain material stability, hence the value for the sake of mental health of owning a house and a garden. Jung applied these principles by having a house built for himself in Kiesnacht and by participating in the civic and political life of his community. It was a large, splendid house somewhat in the style of a patrician mansion of the 18th century, with Latin inscriptions engraved above the main door, including the device, Vocatus et non vocatus, Dies Adrit, called or not called, God \8 be there. The house was situated in the middle of a beautiful garden. There was a boathouse for his sailboats and an observation pavilion giving a magnificent view of the lake. He used it often in summer for psychotherapy. As mentioned above, Jung acquired in 1923 some land in Bollingen, at the other end of the Lake of Zurich, and around 1928 he had a tower built there. As the years went by, he gradually enlarged the original building, adding several rooms, a second tower, and a yard. He would go there to spend his free days, and in that house he could apply another of his favorite principles, namely, that one should live as simply as possible. The Bollingen house had neither a telephone nor an electric light, nor central heating. Water was fetched from the well, and food was cooked on a wood stove that Jung lit himself. There was a room in the house where no one was ever admitted and where he could meditate undisturbed. It is as if the transition from the Kiesnacht to the Bollingen house symbolized for Jung the transition from the ego to the self, in other words, the path of individuation. In his later years Jung became physically weak, but his mind remained alert. He fascinated his visitors with his reflections on the mysteries of the human soul or the future of mankind. He now personified the almost legendary figure of the old wise man of Kiesnacht. Carl Gustav Jung's contemporaries. In order to define with more precision the position of analytic psychology among the sciences of the spirit, it might be useful to contrast Jung with three of his contemporaries, the theologian Karl Barth, the philosopher Paul Haberlin, and the anthroposophist Rudolf Steiner. Dennis de Rougemont said that, possibly the greatest theologian and the greatest psychologist of our century are two Swiss, Karl Barth, 1886–1968, and C.G. Jung. 74 These two men, de Rougemont explained, devoted themselves to the cure of souls and to the edification of a vast system. Both men were the sons of Basel pastors, they were tall and strongly built, were pipe smokers, had a good sense of humor, and neither was scholarly in his way of life and his approach to people. Barth also had in common with Jung Carl Gustav Jung in analytical psychology 683 his pride of being a Swiss citizen and his fondness for military life. In most other respects, however, they differed widely from each other. As a small village pastor, Barth published a commentary on the Epistle to the Romans, which revolutionized theological thought. He was called to be professor of theology at German universities. When Hitler came to power, Barth became a great leader of the resistance of the Protestant Church against the Nazis. For that reason he was tried and expelled from Germany. On his return to Switzerland he was appointed professor of theology at the Basel University. Barth, who had written countless books and articles, now concentrated upon a vast and all-encompassing treatise of theology, the Kirchlike Dogmatik, which has been compared to the Summa of Thomas Aquinas for its magnitude and profundity. Barth is unanimously considered the greatest Protestant theologian since Luther and Calvin, and enjoys a universal audience not only among Protestants but among Catholics as well. If Jung is also widely read among Protestant, Catholic, and Orthodox theologians, it is for quite other reasons. Whereas Barth calls man back to an unconditional obedience to the transcendent God of biblical revelation, Jung deciphers veiled religious values in man, notably in the analysis of symbols and rites. Both Barth and Jung display immense knowledge and scholarship, but whereas the former draws his conclusions from the canonic interpretation of the Bible, the latter shows a predilection for the apocryphal Gospels, the Gnostics, and the sacred books of the East. Barth's dogmatics stand resolutely outside psychology. His God is the entirely other who speaks to man by the intermediate of his word and of the Church. Jung, on the contrary, never leaves the realm of psychology. What he calls God is a kind of psychic reality whose source remains mysterious. A synthesis between the thoughts of those two men is hardly conceivable, but at times they happen to share a few ideas. For instance, the notion that the essence of man is his complementary relationship to woman and vice versa. 75 Paul Haberlin, 1878–1960, who is usually considered the greatest modern Swiss philosopher, has a few features in common with Jung, such as the fact that he too was born in the little town of Keswell. The son of a teacher, he felt himself destined to the church ministry, studied theology in Basel, where he had discussions with Jung at the Zoodot-Fingia, and passed his examination in 1900. He then shifted to philosophy, took his PhD in Basel in 1903, and from then on he held teaching posts, devoting himself to the education of problem children. For years he always had 2 or 3 difficult children living with his own family. From 1914 to 1922 he was titular professor of philosophy at Bern. His lectures drew a considerable audience and his success was compared to that enjoyed by Bergson at the College de France. He occupied this post at the University of Basel from 1922 until his retirement in 1944. Haberlin's writings are remarkable by their extraordinary abundance, the clarity of his style, their didactic qualities, their flawless organization, and their thoroughness that covers every possible detail. His philosophical anthropology is considered outstanding. 76 Haberlin's work covers the realms of metaphysics, logic, philosophy of nature, religion, aesthetics, morals, characterology, psychology of marriage, and education. 77 Some people express their surprise that, in spite of his brilliant academic career, the popularity of his lectures, his versatility, and the number of his writings, Haberlin did not enjoy fame comparable to that of Jung. The reason may be that there was no romantic aura around his life and work. 2 of Haberlin's writings stand in sharp contrast to the rest of his work, his autobiographical sketch 7H and a little booklet relating his experiences when hunting in the Swiss mountains, in which he informally relates his thoughts about life and men. 79 Haberlin considers depression as the effect of an arrogance toward life and a lack of humor. And anxiety is often due to guilt feelings. As for the anxiety of modern man, he saw in it nothing but a fad comparable to the malady of the century of the Romantics. Analyzing the varieties of bragging indulged in by hunters, Haberlin extends this notion to the writings of philosophers and psychologists. Haberlin assures that Jung once admitted to him that there actually was such an element in his work, adding that mundus vult disipi, the world asks to be deceived. The contrast between Haberlin and Jung is shown in their respective attitudes toward Freud. Jung's was one of passionate interest and enthusiasm at the beginning, followed by an increasingly critical attitude culminating in a break, after which he rejected almost everything that Freud had taught him. Haberlin's attitude, though one of sharp curiosity, was always critical. However, he could never be called an anti-Freudian. In these 2 little books Haberlin tells of his encounters with Freud. So as much as he respected the man, he was not impressed by his ideas. In the Freudian theory of drives Haberlin merely saw a reflection of Freud's life events. Psychoanalysis is not an all-encompassing psychological theory, Haberlin said, since Freud himself admitted that he could not explain the mystery of artistic and poetic genius. Freud was unable to explain to Haberlin how the drives could be checked by a sensor originating in the drives themselves. This was before the introduction of the superego concept. During this conversation Freud contended that religion, philosophy, and science were forms of sublimated sexuality. Haberlin objected that psychology must then also be a form of sublimated sexuality, to which Freud answered evasively, but it is socially useful. Haberlin took from psychoanalysis all that appeared true to him. The ideas he did not accept he occasionally used as a starting point for his own research, and thus Freud's theory of dreams, which Haberlin rejected, led him to edify dream theory of his own. S1 Carl Gustav Jung has often been compared with Rudolf Steiner, 1861–1925, the founder of anthroposophy. The teachings of both these men, it has been alleged, are *erratities of Weltanschauung that stand outside Carl Gustav Jung in analytical psychology. 685 Mental science. The life of Rudolf Steiner is known to us chiefly through his autobiography, which, in contrast to that of Jung, deals mainly with the exterior events of his life, but not much with his innermost spiritual development. 82 The son of a small employee of the Austrian railroads, he manifested early remarkable gift for mathematics and natural science. He received his secondary and technical education in Vienna, where he heard the lectures of the philosopher Franz Brentano. Unknown to his family, from the age of 7 onward he had parapsychological experiences. He also encountered men who, while living very simply, belonged to a mysterious spiritual world. From the age of 23 to 29 he was at the service of a distinguished Austrian family as educator to a difficult child, with whom he obtained remarkable success. He had acquaintances among the intellectual elite in Vienna. For instance with Joseph Breuer. Steiner then worked for 7 years in the Goethe Schilleraktiv in Weimar and / is entrusted with the edition of the scientific works of Goethe. It was then generally assumed that this part of the great writer's work belonged to an obsolete variety of the philosophy of nature. Steiner maintained, however, that Goethe's approach constituted the basis for a truly scientific approach to the study of nature. It / is a time of deep introversion for Steiner. In his autobiography he states that he perceived the world around him as in a dream and that the inner spiritual / world was the only reality to him. No doubt it was during these years that Steiner experienced that spiritual adventure that he unfortunately only alluded to in his writings. In 1896, at the age of 35 / a deep-reaching psychological metamorphosis occurred in him. He NM / SA / the material world sharply and accurately, his relationships with people became open. Thereupon he lived for several years in the half-bohemian literary world of Berlin. From 1902 onward he was an influential member of the Theosophic Society, but he gradually developed his own ideas in a direction that eventually brought him to found a movement of his own in February 1913. The Anthroposophic Society. In the same year the construction of the Great Anthroposophic Center was undertaken in Dornach, Switzerland, not far from Basel. It was called the Göttingen in honor of the man whom Steiner held to have reached the highest possible degree of human wisdom. From then on, Steiner's life was identified with the allotment of the Anthroposophic movement and its application to the various fields of human activity. The word anthroposophy was coined by the Swiss Romantic philosopher Ernst Troxler, 1780–1866, to designate a cognitive method, which, taking as a starting point the spiritual nature of man, investigates the spiritual nature of the world, as sensory organs explore its physical nature and intelligence its abstract law /s. H. Rudolf Steiner contended that every man is able, with the help of a system of psychic training, to become aware of certain latent psychic faculties, by means of which he may acquire direct knowledge of superior, purely spiritual worlds. His method of psychic training has been compiled in a little book. 84 The prospective disciple should be filled with a deep reverence for truth and live inconspicuously, turning his attention toward the inner life, striving to learn that which can be of use to man in the world rather than to gratify his own curiosity, make a sharp distinction between the essential and the non-essential, and give some time every day to meditation. One basic exercise consists in beholding every being in its temporal dimension, that is, in imagining how it was before and how it will be after. Another is immediately to distinguish sensory perceptions emanating from the animate and the inanimate. When these ways of perceiving have become second nature, the individual is able to sense certain qualities of things that elude others. A further stage confers the faculty to master not only one's feelings and thoughts, but one's sleep and dreams, and to acquire the continuity of consciousness. Eventually the disciple has to endure hard spiritual trials, and Steiner speaks of encounters with mysterious spiritual beings. But in contrast to Jung, Steiner does not consider them mere projections of split-off contents of the unconscious. Though many people tried to apply Rudolf Steiner's method, it would seem that no one ever reached the point attained by the master. He contended that, as a result of his knowledge of the spiritual world, he was able to state many truths about the structure of man, his ethereal and astral body, reincarnation, and so on. Gradually Steiner's revelations extended across many fields of science, art, and political and economic life. He taught a new architectural style, new principles of painting, declamation, and drama. His new principles in the education of the normal and the abnormal child have aroused wide interest, far beyond the anthroposophical circles. Similarities between Jung and Steiner were repeatedly pointed out. Both men had parapsychological experiences, both imagined a method of self-training that led them to explore the abysses of the unconscious mind, and both emerged from their respective spiritual journeys with a new personality. No wonder both of them view life as a succession of metamorphoses, the central one being the turning of life. Around the age of 35.85 Jung's concept of the shadow and of the projected subpersonalities of man sometimes find their parallel in Steiner. In his commentary of Goethe's Faust, Steiner explains that Wagner and Mephisto are different aspects of the personality of Faust. Age 6 Curiously enough, exactly the same example is often used to illustrate Jungian teaching, which, on this point, is identical with Steiner's. However, in most cases when Jung sees projected contents of the unconscious, Steiner is inclined to see independent spiritual beings. 87 The essential difference between Jung and Steiner is shown on the use each made of his journey into the unconscious. Both men, as we have seen, underwent what might be called a creative illness toward the middle of their lives, as did Fechner and Freud, and drew the basic concepts of their teaching from that experience. However, Steiner claimed that he had reached Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 687, a spiritual source of knowledge, which enabled him to make revelations, whereas Jung and Freud kept strictly to the practical work offered by their psychotherapeutic practice. These considerations may help us more accurately to define Jung's position. Jung has been taxed with being a mystic, a metaphysician, a neo-Gnostic, and so on. Jung always maintained that he was not a philosopher but an empirist, who merely described whatever observations he had made in the course of his psychotherapeutic activity. However, the mainspring of Jung's concepts is to be found in his Nikaya, that is his journey through the unconscious. That experience belongs to the same category as Freud's self-analysis, that is, a creative illness, which was channeled into the foundation of a system of dynamic psychology. Although Jung's conceptual framework differs radically from that of Freud, Jung stands infinitely closer to Freud than to a theologian such as Barth, a philosopher such as Haberlin, or an anthroposophist such as Rudolf Steiner. C.G. Jung's work on the notion of psychological reality. The germinal cell of Jung's analytic psychology is to be found in his discussions of the Zofingia Students' Association and in his experiments with his young medium cousin, Helene Free's work. It was known from Albert Airy's reminiscences that Jung often engaged in stimulating discussions with his fellow students. As stated previously, Jung was a member of the Basel section of the Zofingia and an active participant in its weekly meetings. Since an account of the talks and of the main arguments advanced by the discussants was recorded and kept in the association's archive, Gustav Steiner was able to supplement his personal remembrances with a documentary inquiry and reconstruct the lineaments of Jung's thinking in those formative years. 88 As Steiner points out, the Zofingia furnished him the invaluable opportunity of shifting from the monologues of his dreams and ponderings to impassionate discussions, and to test the proud rigidity of his ideas by means of intellectual struggles with intelligent companions. During the first 3 semesters of his medical studies, Jung did not raise his voice in the discussions, not even when a theology student, Alderer, gave a talk about spiritism. In the 4th semester, on November 28, 1896, Jung gave his first talk, on the limits of the exact sciences. It was a vehement attack against contemporary materialistic science and a plea in favor of the objective study of hypnotism and spiritism. During the discussion, Jung emphasized that exact research can be conducted in a metaphysical field. This talk was so successful that the assembly unanimously decided to recommend Jung's talk for publication in the Central Journal of the Association. It is not known why it was not accepted by the editorial committee in Bern. Gustav Steiner points out that the great success of this talk contradicts what Jung wrote in his autobiography, namely, that whenever he told his fellow students about spiritism, they reacted with derision, incredulity, or anxious withdrawal. 8-9 In the summer semester of 1897, Jung gave a talk entitled, A Few Thoughts About Psychology. Jung deplored the current lack of interest in metaphysics. When the normal man fancies that nothing metaphysical ever occurs in his life, he forgets one metaphysical happening, his death. Death has always been the starting point for transcendent hopes, and these hopes postulate the existence of the soul. The task of a rational psychology is to demonstrate the existence of a soul. The soul can be conceived as an intelligence independent from time and space. Somnambulism was invoked as an argument against the prejudices of materialism. The debate was extraordinarily animated, the number of discussants very large. In the winter semester of 1897 to 1898, Jung was elected president of the Basel Zofingia. In his opening speech he declared that an educated man should not take an active part in political life. This was a common attitude held by intellectuals before 1914. In January 1899, Jung, to the surprise of the theology students of the group, gave a talk on the theology of Albrecht Ritschl, whom he criticized for his denial of a mystical element in religion. In that year Jung was very active in the discussions. When a medical student gave a talk on the topic of sleep, Jung criticized him for left aside the phenomenon of dreams, adding that, in dreams we are our own wish and at the same time various actors. Jung's last intervention at the Zofingia took place after a talk by a theology student, Lichtnan, on theology and religion. Jung criticized the idea that God could be experienced. As for himself, Jung said, he never had such an experience. Religious experiences, Jung added, are often accompanied by erotic emotions. Modern psychiatry was inclined to admit the existence of an interior connection between religion and the sexual instinct. 90 The objection to religious experiences occurring in normal men was no evidence against the morbid nature of religious impulses, because all this could originate from one's unconscious. To an argument brought by Paul Haberlin, Jung replied that the concept of a good God was self-contradictory. The discussion was fiercer than usual, but Lichtnan gained the upper hand. Throughout Steiner's article he noticed that Jung already maintained the ambiguous relationship with the theology students that he was to have later with many religious ministers. Namely, they feared his criticism of traditional religion, but approved his attacks against contemporary materialism. Several other points are note // One is Jung's early preoccupation with the problem of evil, a problem to which he was to devote one of his last works, The Heiress Were to Job. Though he was by no means an atheist, Jung attacked several forms of religiosity, traditional religious faith, rationalism, such as he saw in rituals theology, and the interest in religious ex Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 689 Renses, in William James style. Remarkable was the tone of J. Jung's absolute conviction // hence speaking of the soul, a term that had disappeared from psychology, and the way he defined it as immaterial, transcendent, outside of time and space and yet to be approached scientifically. Among the means of obtaining cognizance of the soul were the study of somnambulism, hypnosis, and spiritistic manifestations. Thus to Jung spiritism was not a matter of occultism, but of unknown psychic phenomena that needed to be investigated with proper scientific methods. Prior to his entry at the Berkeley Ilsley, Jung had also made the observations that were to become the object of his dissertation in 1902.91 there, too, we find several of Jung's most basic ideas in their embryonic state. The obstinate ions had been made on a young medium, Helene Priest // According to Jung's account, the young lady first experimented with turning tables in July 1899, and at the beginning of August she began to manifest mediumistic somnambulism. She first incarnated the spirit of her grandfather Samuel Priest // and // witnesses admired how accurately she reproduced his pastoral tone, although she had never known him. From then on Jung assiduous, frequented the sessions. Helene also personified a number of deceased members of her family and acquaintances, and displayed a remarkable talent for acting. It was surprising how during these sessions she spoke perfect High German instead of her customary Basel dialect. It // is not clear to // had extent she remembered what she had said during her somnambulic state and the sessions were over, but she always maintained that it // is truly the spirits of the dead who spoke through her mouth. She attracted respect and admiration from several relatives and friends who would come to ask her for advice. About 1 month later she fell into semi-somnambulic states. In // she remained a // of her surroundings but kept a close communication with the spirits. In that condition she said her name // is Alvenis. Spoke in a quiet, dignified tone, and showed no trace of her usual unstable and giddy character. In September the young medium // has shown just in his Kerner's book The Seeress of Prevorst in her manifestations changed. 92 Following the example of Friedrich Haufe, she magnetized herself toward the end of the session and talked in an unknown language, which vaguely resembled a mixture of Italian and French. Henna said that she journeyed to the planet Mars, saw its canals and flying machines, and visited the inhabitants of the stars and the spirit world. She was instructed by clear spirits and she herself instructed black spirits. The controlling spirit remained that of her grandfather, Reverend Samuel Priest's work, with his edifying speeches. Other spirits could be classified into 2 groups. Some were rather dour and others exuberant. Jung noticed that these characteristics corresponded with the 2 aspects of the young medium's personality. Between // she constantly oscillated. These personifications // are gradual, replaced by revelations. The medium poured out an extraordinary abundance of details about her own previous lives. She had been the seeress of Prevorst, and before that a young woman seduced by Goethe, and this allegedly made her Jung's great-grandmother. In the 15th century she had been the Countess of Theophilsenberg, in the 13th century she had been Madame de Valois, who had been burned as a witch. And earlier still, a Christian martyr under Nero in Rome. In the course of each of her previous lives she had given birth to children with numerous descendants. In the space of a few weeks she had woven an immense network of fancied genealogies and found herself the ancestor of most people she knew. Any new person she met was immediately integrated into that system. She assured Jung that a female acquaintance of his had been a famous poisoner in Paris in the 18th century and had committed all sorts of secret crimes in her present life. In March 1900 she began to describe the structure of the mystic world with the aid of 7 circles, the primary force in the central circle, matter in the second, light and darkness in the third, and so on. Once these revelations were exhausted it seemed that the medium's inspiration declined. Jung said that he left the sessions at this point and that 6 months later she showed her audience reports. That is, objects allegedly brought to the sessions by spirits. But here she was caught red-handed and this marked the end of her mediumistic career. In the discussion of this case Jung defined and classified the various mediumistic phenomena presented by the subject: somnambulism, semi-somnambulism, automatic reading, and hallucinations. He also tried to identify the sources of her mediumistic romances. One of them was Kerner Seeress of Pre /Horst. Another one the conversations she had heard about Kant's cosmogony. But Jung did not mention the verbal and written traditions about old Basel families. Only in such a setting could a patient have constructed a system of genealogic delusions of such fantastic proportions. 2 features in the medium's story struck Jung. First, her ability, when in a mediumistic state, to accomplish performances that were far superior to those she was capable of in her conscious state. Second, the contrast between the personality of Ivans, who was serious, poised, and thoughtful, and the medium's unbalanced habitual personality. Jung concluded that Alvenis was none other than the adult personality of the medium that was in the process of elaboration in her unconscious. The patient's psychic growth was impeded by psychological and social obstacles, and the mediumistic career was but a means resorted to by the unconscious to overcome these obstacles. We find here the germ of what was to become Jung's theory of individuation. The medium's romances abounded in stories about overt or secret love affairs and illegitimate births, and Jung thought that her desire for an immense family // is the manifestation of a dream of sexual gratification. It seems that only much later did Jung realize that his young Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 691 cousin had been in love with him and had multiplied her mediumistic revelations in order to please him. The remainder of the story // is divulged by Jung in a seminar given in 1925. 93 Helene Priest's work left Basel and went to learn dressmaking in Montpellier in Paris. In 1903, Jung visited her in Paris and was surprised to see that she allegedly had forgotten everything relating to the mediumistic sessions. Later she returned to Basel, where she had a dressmaker's shop with one of her sisters, and Jung asserted that she created extremely elegant dresses. 94 Unfortunately, she died prematurely of tuberculosis in 1911. Jung's dissertation obtained an enthusiastic review from Theodore Flournoy. 95 A curious epilogue was the story of the French painter, Cornelier, who in 1910 discovered that his 19-year-old model Rain was a medium, and over a span of 2 years she had sessions with him during which she made revelations about her previous lives and the lives of deceased persons, and explained to him the complexities of the other world with its laws, morals, and customs, as well as the hierarchy of spirits. 96 The French playwright, Leonard Mand, understood that the whole process had been brought about by the secret passion of the medium for the painter, and quoted Jung in that regard. 97 This story was the inspiration for his play Elmore Magicienne. 9 When Jung entered the Bergholzli in December 1900, he had quite definite ideas about what psychology should be. He defined it as the scientific study of the human soul, taking manifestations that he called psychological reality as a starting point. He had learned by experience that split-off contents of the unconscious can take the appearance of a human personality, whether they are projected on the outside in the form of hallucinations or take control of the conscious mind as in mediumistic sessions. Following the example of Myers, Janet, Binet, and Flournoy, Jung's interest was directed toward the exploration of these psychological realities. Carl Gustav Jung's work to the Bergholzli period. The 9 years that Jung spent at the Bergholzli were a period of intensive and concentrated work. After writing his dissertation and a few papers mostly on clinical cases, he concentrated his work on research with the word association test. This test consisted of enunciating to a subject a succession of carefully chosen words. To each of them the subject had to respond with the first word that occurred to him. The reaction time was exactly measured. Jung once gave a full account of the history of the test. 99 It was invented by Galton, who showed how it could be used to explore the hidden recesses of the mind. It was taken over and perfected by Wundt, who attempted to experimentally establish the laws of the association of ideas. Then Aschaffenburg and Kraepelin introduced the distinction of inner and outer associations. The former are associations according to meaning, the latter according to forms of speech and sound. They could also be called semantic and verbal associations. Kraepelin showed that fatigue caused a gradual shift toward a greater proportion of verbal associations. Similar effects were observed in fever and alcoholic intoxication. The same authors compared the results of the word association test in the various mental conditions. Then a new path was opened by Ziehen, who found that the reaction time was longer when the stimulus word was related to something unpleasant to the subject. Sometimes, by picking out several delayed responses, one could relate them to a common underlying representation that Ziehen called Gefühlsbetonter complex, emotionally charged complex of representations, or simply a complex. Ziehen found that in giving these answers the subject was usually unaware of the connection between his answers and the complex. At this point Bleuler introduced the test method at the Bergolsli in order to supplement the clinical exploration of patients. Since Bleuler believed that the basic symptom in schizophrenia was the loosening of the tension of associations, it was also logical to check this hypothesis by means of the word association test. And he entrusted Jung with that research. Jung launched himself in wide-scale experimentation with the test together with a few of the other Bergolsli residents. These researches conducted over several years were collected in book form. 100 Jung perfected the technique of the test. Comparing the findings of the test on educated and non-educated people, he found a larger percentage of semantic associations among the non-educated. One of his collaborators found that statistically there were more similarities in tests of persons belonging to the same family, particularly between father and son and mother and daughter. But Jung's main objective was the detection and analysis of the complexes, in the original meaning given to this term by Ziehen. Jung distinguished among normal, accidental, and permanent complexes. He compared the normal complexes in men and women. In women, erotic complexes were in the foreground / if complexes related to family and dwelling, pregnancy, children, and marital situation. In older women he detected complexes showing regrets about former lovers. In men, complexes of ambition, money, and striving to succeed came before erotic complexes. Accidental complexes related to specific events that had happened in the life of the patient. Permanent complexes were of particular interest in patients suffering from hysteria and dementia precox. In hysteria Jung found that the associations were submerged by one great tenacious complex related to an old secret wound, but the individual could be cured if one could bring him to conquer and assimilate his complex. In dementia precox, Jung found one or more fixed complexes no longer to be conquered. A new approach was now open to the problem of dementia precox, supplementing the research in which Bleuler had been engaged during Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 693 the previous 15 years. Jung compiled his first findings in a volume, Psychology of Dementia Precox. 101 in this book Jung is still greatly under the influence of Janet and Flournoy. He gives credit to Bleuler, and expresses serious reservations in regard to Freud's theories. The term complex was now being used beyond its original scope, so that Jung had to distinguish varieties of complexes, whether they were related to a single event or to a continuous situation, whether they were conscious, partly conscious, or fully unconscious, and whether they were strongly or less strongly emotionally loaded. To demonstrate his method, Jung gives a fairly detailed analysis of one case of a 60-year-old female patient who had spent almost 20 years at the Bergolsli, and had abundant hallucinations and delusional ideas that seemed all but incoherent. Jung tested her repeatedly with the word association test and let her give free associations for what seemed to be the keywords to her delusions. In this way he found himself able to identify a great number of complexes that he classified into three groups: dreams of happiness, complaints of suffering, injustices, and sexual complexes. The seemingly incoherent utterances of the patient thus expressed a systematic wish fulfillment to compensate for a life of toil and deprivation. Jung pointed out the analogy of his findings with those of Flournoy in his work with Helene Smith. Her romances of the subliminal imagination were a compensation for the mediocrity of her life. Jung himself had the same experiences in his work with the young Basel medium, except that he had found that her subliminal romances were an attempt to force the obstacles that impeded her development. The Bergolsli patient, in contrast, was imprisoned in her delusions. But why could the complexes be conquered in hysteria and not in dementia precox? Jung submitted the hypothesis that the complexes of the latter produce a toxin that exerts a noxious action on the brain, thus rendering the disease irreversible. This theory conflicted with Bleuler's own theory of dementia precox, namely, that the primary cause of the illness was the action of a hypothetical toxin upon the brain and that the complexes did not cause the symptoms but gave them their form. In a joint declaration Bleuler and Jung defined their divergencies in that regard. 102 In the same year Jung enunciated the supposition that the delusional ideas of a psychotic were the expression of his efforts to create a new vision of the world. 103 Meanwhile Jung had redirected the application of the word association test. In 1905 an elderly gentleman came to him because money had been stolen from him and he suspected his ward, an 18-year-old boy. Jung gave the young man a word association test that had been adapted to the case. The young man responded in such a way that Jung was certain he merely had to say "you have stolen" to him to obtain a confession, and this actually happened. 104 There was also the story of a theft of money in a hospital that could have been committed only by one of three nurses. Jung gave them the test and found the culprit, who incidentally was not the nurse who had been suspected most. 1 For a time Jung believed that he had discovered a new method for didioting criminals, but he soon realized that things were not that simple. Friend pointed out that the subject did not react to the test according to his objective guilt but according to his subjective guilt feelings and anxieties. 106 After several years of intensive application of the test, Jung ceased to use it altogether. He never disowned it, and its practice was kept at the C.G. Jung Institute for its disciplinary value. But Jung proclaimed that whosoever wishes to know about the human mind will learn nothing, or almost nothing, from experimental psychology. 07 C.G. Jung's work through the psychoanalytic period. Jung's acquaintance with psychoanalysis dated back to the beginning of his stay at the Bergolsli. In an interview given in 1957 108 Jung stated that as early as 190-0109 Bleuler had requested him to report on Freud's interpretation of dreams during one of the doctor's discussion evenings. LL0 Freud is quoted 4 times in passing throughout Jung's dissertation of 1902, a few times in his articles written from 1902 to 1905, and in his writings on the word association test Jung refers to Freud as an authority. Jung's interest had first been directed to the split-off contents of the unconscious, Janet's subconscious fixed ideas, then he assimilated these to Ziehen's emotionally loaded representation complexes, and now he encountered them again in Freud's traumatic reminiscences. 111 From then on Jung studied Freud's work with passionate interest. In it he found the confirmation of his own findings with the word association test, but his own findings also acquired a new meaning in the light of Freud's ideas. Jung's writings of that period express enthusiasm for Freud, an aggressive attitude toward the adversaries of psychoanalysis, but also a quiet statement of his divergencies with Freud. In the foreword to Psychology of Dementia Precox, dated July 1906, Jung writes that he does not concur with Freud's ideas on the importance of the infantile sexual trauma, that he does not place sexuality as much in the foreground as Freud does, and that he considers Freud's psychotherapy as at best a possible one. Jung's psychoanalytic period extends from 1909, when he left the Bergolsli, to 1913, when he left the Psychoanalytic Association. During that period a gradual change occurred in his own concepts. At first he did no more than propose alternatives to certain of Freud's ideas, but soon his divergencies became unacceptable to Freud. Jung never accepted the concept of the Oedipus complex. In an article published in 1909, entitled The Meaning of the Father for the Destiny of the Individual, Jung recalls that he had been struck by the way in which the word association test brought similar responses between fathers and sons and mothers and daughters. 112 Both boys and girls, he says, Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 695 unconsciously conform to family attitudes as if there were a kind of psychic contagion. Once these attitudes are fixed, they will persist throughout life. Jung illustrated with several impressive case histories how these attitudes unconsciously directed the lives of individuals and constitute what is called destiny. In short, Jung attributed to that early assimilation of family attitudes, identification in later terminology, all the effects that Freud ascribed to the resolution of the Oedipus complex. In a footnote Jung contended that libido is what the psychiatrists called will and striving. In the following year Freud published his case history of Little Hans. Shortly afterward, in the same journal, Jung published a paper entitled Psychic Conflicts in a Child, a story somewhat parallel to that of Little Hans. 113 Just as the phobias of this 5-year-old boy had started after the birth of a baby sister, Jung's 4-year-old Anna had problems following the birth of a little brother. This event elicited numerous preoccupations and fantasies in the mind of the little girl, not only relative to the origin of children, but also about life after death and before birth. The child had even spontaneously imagined the theory of reincarnation. Her father had decided that it was best to answer all questions as simply and frankly as possible. The enlightenment included an explanation of the role of the father. And Anna was eventually completely reassured. In a later edition of the same paper, Jung mentioned that the child had subsequently set aside the enlightening explanation and returned to a childish theory. An early application of psychoanalysis to social psychology was Jung's paper on Psychology of Rumors. A 13-year-old schoolgirl had told her schoolmates of a dream she had had about her teacher. The story aroused a scandal, and the girl had been suspended from school. However, the school board was then ready to readmit her on psychiatric approval. Jung, who was asked to make the report, gives the dream as told by the subject as well as the version of how it was related by 8 witnesses. The dream itself contained nothing scandalous, but the witnesses had elaborated a number of scabrous details. Jung concluded that the dream indeed represented the unconscious wishes of the girl and that the witnesses had supplied new versions, as if they had interpreted the dream in a psychoanalytic fashion. 114 Meanwhile, Jung had launched himself in the preparation of a work of great scope. With Freud's encouragement, several psychoanalysts had been engaged in the study of myths, particularly Abraham, Rank, and Silberer, as well as Ricklin and Zurich. Jung, who had been interested for a long time in the history of religion, resumed his old studies. As he states in his autobiography, he read the works of Kreutzer with particular interest. 115 But he did not only give a psychoanalytic interpretation of myths, he also used his knowledge of myths as a means of understanding his patient's dreams and fantasies. Jung devoted more than 400 pages to a mythological interpretation of a few daydreams and fantasies of a person he had never met. This work was published in 2 parts in the Jar Book, in 1911 and 1912. 116 in 1906 Flournoy had published a few notes he had received from a young American student, Miss Frank Miller. 117 This young lady was greatly prone to experiences of suggestion and autosuggestion. While daydreaming during a cruise in the Mediterranean, she heard a poem of 3 stanzas, Glory to God. During one night when she was on a train she created a hypnagogic poem of 10 verses called The Moth and the Sunday. Sometime later, after an evening of trouble and anxiety, she fancied a hypnagogic drama centered around the figure of an Aztec wearing the hero, Chiwin Topol. While recording these fantasies, Miss Miller tried to trace their source, either to previous events in her life or to her readings. It is on this scanty material that Jung worked to find an interpretation based on mythology and the history of religion. Jung's work does not make easy reading. In its original German version it abounds with untranslated Latin, Greek, English, and French quotations, and long etymologies copied from dictionaries. The reader is submerged under an avalanche of erudite references to the Bible, the Upanishads and other sacred books, to the Gilgamesh epic and the Odyssey, to poets and philosophers, particularly Goethe and Nietzsche, to archaeologists, linguists, and historians of religion, to Kreutzer, Steinthal, and other students of mythology, not to speak of Jung's contemporary psychologists, psychiatrists, and psychoanalysts. Amidst this wealth of material the reader is constantly afraid he will lose the thread, but from time to time he is brought back to Miss Miller. It seems as if the author wished to liberate himself of an excess of material accumulated over the years. Even a hymn composed by his grandfather Samuel Priest work is quoted. But there still are few references to the works of ethnologists, aside from Frobenius, and almost nothing from the Gnostics and alchemists. In spite of the arduous reading, Jung's work aroused much interest. It brought 3 novelties to the psychoanalytic world. The first was a departure from Freud's original concept of libido. Jung finds it impossible to explain the phenomenon of psychosis by the withdrawal of the libido from the exterior world. This would only be possible if the libido were more than sexual instinct. And for that reason Jung now identifies libido with psychic energy. Second, Jung contends that the libido in its new meaning naturally expresses itself only through symbols. As Jung said later in one of his seminars, the libido always appears in crystallized form, that is, in the form of universal symbols. As / know them from the study of comparative mythology. One sees here the beginnings of what was soon to become Jung's concept of the collective unconscious and the archetypes. Third, among all the myths discussed in this book, one emerges as particularly important, the myth of the hero. Rank had already treated the myth of the birth of the hero. Jung now tells of the hero's battle for deliverance from the mother and of his struggle with a monstrous beast. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 697 The book, in its original German version, terminated with a somewhat ambiguous remark that could apply to Freud's adversaries as well as to Freud himself. I do not consider it the business of science to compete for the last word, but rather to work to / art the augmentation and deepening of knowledge. IIH in September 1912 Jung gave a series of 9 lectures on psychoanalysis in New York. They / are compiled and published in 1913. 119, Jung points out that the psychoanalytic theory had changed over the years and that Freud had abandoned his early theory that all neuroses could be traced back to a sexual trauma in childhood. Similarly, Jung purports to develop the psychoanalytic theory even further, and particularly to revise the theory of the libido. First, the equation of the libido with the sexual drive seems to him untenable. Why should the pleasure experienced by the infant in suckling be of a sexual nature rather than the gratification of the nutritive instinct? Freud's concept / old imply that hunger is a manifestation of the sexual drive, but one could / ell, and without less reason, describe the sexual manifestations proper as developments of the nutritive instinct. Unfortunately, Freud used the term libido as sexual desire, but later extended its meaning so far that Claparède remarked that he used it in the sense of interest. All the difficulties, according to Jung, would be settled by giving the word libido the meaning of psychic energy. It is the energy that manifests itself in the life process and is perceived subjectively as striving and desire. This would introduce a revolution in psychology similar to that produced in physics by Robert Mayer when he proposed the theory of the transformation of energy. This readaptation would, moreover, deprive the adversaries of psychoanalysis of a justified argument, namely, that libido is a mystical concept. Taken in this new sense, the term libido would become an abstract concept, as is the concept of energy in physics, and a pure hypothesis. 120. In the light of these new principles, the evolution of the libido must be understood in any / way. Jung distinguishes 3 stages. The first is the Priestsoil that is up to 3 or 5 years of age. Here the libido, alias psychic energy, is at the service of growth and nutrition. There is no infantile sexuality proper. And Jung strongly criticizes the term polymorph perverse ascribed by Freud to the infant. The second stage extends from that time until the beginning of puberty. Freud calls it the latent period. Jung, on the contrary, asserts that the germs of the sexual instinct appear during this time. To the / in the third stage when the individual will reach sexual maturity. After we / the implication of this revised libido theory in regard to neuroscience and psychosis. Jung dwells upon the implications in regard to neurosis. He does not accept the principle that the roots of neurosis lie in remote childhood, but rather in present situations. It is, Jung says, as if the political difficulties of 19th century Germany were attributed to the ancient Roman conquests. Then how are the apparent complexes to be explained? Jung holds that the natural evolution of the libido is stopped because of present difficulties that cause a reactivation of past conflicts. Moreover, Jung does not accept Freud's notion of the Oedipus complex. He admits that the little boy or girl is more or less intensively attached to the mother, which may bring a certain rivalry with the father, but the mother is viewed as a protective and nourishing figure, not as the object of incestuous wishes. A true childhood neurosis is more likely to appear when the child starts school, and later neurosis may break out when the individual must face marriage or earning his living. In presence of a neurosis, the true question is, which task does the patient wish to avoid? Which difficulty in life is he trying to escape? We may note at this point that Jung's concept of neurosis is reminiscent of both Janet's and Adler's views. In regard to psychotherapy, Jung recalls that the confession of a burdensome secret may have an immensely beneficial effect. This has been known for centuries and is still valid. although the healing process is quite different from that of psychoanalysis. As for the psychoanalytic technique itself, Jung emphasizes the role of dream interpretation, acknowledging Nietzsche's teleological function of dreams and insisting upon the help brought by comparative mythology. Jung also stresses an idea that at the time was quite new: the psychoanalyst should have undergone analysis himself. Self-analysis he considers an impossibility. He concludes that psychoanalysis will be able to elaborate a phylogenesis of the spirit. An illustration of these views may be found in a lecture that Jung gave in London in August 1913. 121 There was the story of a neurotic young man who reported the following dream: I was going up a flight of stairs with my mother and sister. When we reached the top, I was told that my sister was soon to have a child. In the orthodox psychoanalytic view, this was a typically incestuous dream. Jung objected: if I say that the stairs are a symbol for the sexual act, whence do I obtain the right to regard the mother, the sister, and the child as concrete, that is, not as symbolic? An inquiry into the present situation showed that the young man had guilt feelings because he had finished his studies several months previous and could not bring himself to exercise his profession. In that light, the patient's dream was not so much the fulfillment of infantile incestuous wishes as the call to fulfill the duties he had hitherto neglected. Carl Gustav Jung's work for the intermediate period at the end of 1913. Jung broke with Freud and soon afterward resigned his post at the Zurich University. In 1921, his psychological types offered a full-fledged new system of dynamic psychiatry. 122 During the intermediate period, 1914 to 1920, he did not publish much, but achieved three great tasks. Intimately connected with each other were his journey through the unconscious, his preoccupation with psychological types, and his study of Gnosticism. We have seen that in December 1913 Jung started his Nikaya, applying Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 699 to himself, a method of active imagination with analysis of the emerging symbols. He now applied to his own fantasies as they came forth the same elucidation of symbols with the help of comparative mythology that he had practiced with Miss Miller's fantasies. This experiment was the source of several of the most basic concepts of Jung's psychology: the anima, the self, the transcendent function, and the process of individuation. All these were psychic realities that he experienced personally. In an article published in December 1916, Jung outlined his new concepts of the unconscious, stating that there are several ways of coping with the unconscious. 123 One can try to repress it, or to exhaust it through reductive analysis, but these are impossible attempts because the unconscious can never be reduced to inactivity. One can also be submerged by the unconscious, as happens with schizophrenics. One can try to identify oneself in a mystic way with the collective psyche. A preferable solution is to undertake a dangerous but rewarding fight against the contents of the unconscious in order to subdue them. This is the symbolic meaning of those myths that tell of a hero's fight against a monster and of the victory that will secure a treasure, an invincible weapon, or a magic talisman. It is in the achievement of victory over the collective psyche that the true values lies. This sentence, which most probably refers to his own experience, seems to indicate that before the end of 1916 Jung felt that he had already won the main victory in his self-experiment. Jung's self-experiment enabled him to ascribe a wider meaning to his earlier concepts of the psychological types. He had presented a first brief sketch of his typology at the Munich Psychoanalytic Meeting of September 7 and 8, 1913, and published it in Flower Noise Journal in December of the same year. 124 In the contrast between the psychological syndromes of hysteria and of schizophrenia, he saw the extreme degree of a contrast between two attitudes that also exists in normal individuals: extroversion and introversion. These two attitudes may undergo modifications in the same individual. Each one entails a different vision of the world, and this may also explain the misunderstandings between introverts and extroverts, such as those between Freud and Adler. Now Jung's journey through the unconscious led him to understand that extroversion and introversion were not just two opposite attitudes but two complementary psychological functions. He experienced the gradually increasing state of introversion himself when the perception of the outer world fades while interior visions and fantasies become the main reality, and later he experienced the gradual return from extreme introversion to overt extroversion with its sharpened perception of the world and other men, and its need for activity and enjoyment. During these years Jung, who was well read in the history of religion, was seized with a great interest in the Gnostics. These heretics, who flourished in the middle of the 2nd century AD, claimed to replace pure faith by knowledge. They considered their visions to be realities and systematized them into cosmogonic systems. Jung hailed the Gnostics as the precursors of the psychology of the unconscious. Obviously, Jung assumed that these men had drawn their gnosis from the same source from which he drew his knowledge of the unconscious. If we compare the material utilized in Metamorphoses and Symbols of Libido, 1911 to 1912, and the psychological types, 1921, we can measure how much Jung had enlarged his knowledge. Besides the Gnostics, he now quotes the fathers of the church, medieval theologians, classic poems of ancient India, Chinese philosophers, and a number of ethnological works. This variety of sources explains why the psychological types is a somewhat puzzling book. The reader who opens that volume of 700 pages expecting it to start with a clear psychological description of the psychological types is soon disappointed. The clinical description of the types occupies only the last third of the book, after a lengthy survey encompassing the works of theologians, philosophers, psychologists, poets, and historians of science. But one would be mistaken to see in this survey a mere display of erudition. The notion that there is an introverted and an extroverted vision of the world may help us to understand the divergences and conflicts of opinion between certain philosophers or theologians. The quarrels between Tertullian and Origen, St. Augustine and Pelagius, the partisans and adversaries of the transubstantiation dogma, the medieval realists and nominalists, and Luther and Zwingli, were rooted in the divergences between a highly introverted and a highly extroverted vision of the world. So was Schiller's distinction between sentimental and naive poetry. Actually, Schiller described the difference he observed between himself, the sentimental introverted poet, and Goethe, the naive extroverted poet. Such was also Nietzsche's distinction between the Apollonian and the Dionysian attitudes, and the contrast in the characters of Prometheus and Epimetheus in Spitteler's poem, Olympic Spring. Wilhelm Ostwald had recently distinguished two types of scientists: the classic and the romantic. Jung equated them with the introvert and the extrovert types. 125 Most accounts of Jung's psychological types are oversimplified. To grasp Jung's theory in its full complexity, nothing can replace reading the arduous chapter X of the psychological types. Jung's contribution in the Jest script for modern prints would be a good introduction. 126 Introversion and extroversion are attitudes, spontaneous or voluntary, that are present in each individual in varying degrees. Introversion is the attitude of those individuals who derive their motivations chiefly from within themselves, that is, from inner or subjective factors. And extroversion is the attitude of those persons who derive their motivations chiefly from outside, that is, from external factors. The same individual can be more or less an introvert or an extrovert, or may shift from one attitude to the other in the course of his life. But one of these attitudes may be fixed in individuals, and then one speaks of introverted or extroverted types. It is not always easy to classify Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 701 an individual because there are intermediate types and, as Jung put it, every individual is an exception to the rule. A high degree of introversion or extroversion tends to arouse a compensatory process from the subdued attitude in the unconscious. This extroversion of the introvert, or vice versa, is a kind of return of the repressed. Introversion and extroversion entail a specific vision of the world. However, an introverted individual may have an extroverted vision of the world and vice versa. For individuals who are strongly introverted or extroverted, it is difficult to understand an individual of the other type, at least intellectually. But because introverts and extroverts are complementary to each other, marriages between them are frequent and often happy. To the notions of introversion and extroversion Jung added the system of the four fundamental functions of the conscious psyche. They comprise two pairs of opposite functions, the two rational functions of thinking and feeling, and the two irrational functions of sensation and intuition. Thinking is the opposite of feeling, and sensation is the opposite of intuition. The word irrational does not mean that these functions are anti-rational, but rather are outside the field of rationality. The four functions exist in every individual, but in each one function predominates that places the opposite function in a position of inferiority. For instance, when thinking is predominant, feeling is in an inferior position. But here too one can see how a kind of return of the repressed occurs. In a strongly intellectual individual it can take the form of outbursts of grotesque sentimentality, and in a highly sentimental individual that of silly intellectual opinions. The matter is, however, even more complex, because there often exists an auxiliary function, next to the principal one. The notion of introversion and extroversion and of the four functions enabled Jung to establish a system of 8 psychological types, of which 4 are extroverted and 4 are introverted. The thinking extroverted type directs his life and that of his dependents according to fixed rules. His thinking is positive, synthetic, dogmatic. The feeling extroverted type keeps to the values he has been taught, respects social conventions, does /1 hat is proper, and is very emotional. The sensation extroverted type is pleasure-loving, sociable, and adjusts himself easily to people and circumstances. The intuition extrovert type shows insight in life situations, detects and is attracted by any /1 possibilities, is talented for business, speculation, and politics. Then he the thinking introverted type who is described at length by Jung, who appears to have taken Nietzsche as his model for it, a man who lacks practical sense. He isolates himself after unpleasant experiences with his fellow men, desires to go to the bottom of things, and shows great boldness in his ideas, but is often hindered by hesitations and scruples. The feeling introverted type is an unassuming, for UIT oversensitive individual, difficult to understand by his fellow men. In the case of woman, she exerts a mysterious power over extreme men. The sensation introverted type is also a quiet person who looks upon the /ORLD with a mixture of benevolence and amusement, and is particularly sensitive /E to the aesthetic quality of things. The intuitive introverted type is a daydreamer /O ascribes the utmost value to his inner trend of thought and who is easily considered odd or eccentric by the others. As a mnemotechnic device, Annie Attil Lard 127 imagined the story of the dinner of the psychological types. The perfect hostess, feeling extroverted, receives the guests with her husband, a quiet gentleman who is an art collector and expert in ancient paintings. Sensation and dreamy RT. The first guest to arrive is a talented lawyer, thinking extroverted. Then comes a noted businessman, sensation extroverted, with his if he a taciturn. Some hat enigmatic musician, feeling introverted. They are folio ed by an eminent scholar, thinking introverted, who came without his wife. A former cook, feeling extrovert, and a distinguished engineer, intuitive extroverted. One vainly waits for the last guest, a poet, intuitive introverted. But the poor CEO has forgotten the invitation. The sources of Jung's typology are manifold. One was the current psychiatric preoccupation of finding correlations between clinical entitles and psychological types. Janet, Bleuler, Kretschmer, and Rorschach utilized this approach at different times. One to each basic to Jung's conception was his personal, real-life experience of the process of increasing introversion and the return to extroversion in the course of his creative illness. And finally there was Jung's extensive research throughout the history of philosophy, theology, and literature. But other anticipations of Jung's typology could be found, besides those indicated in his historical survey. The mystical writer Swedenborg, whose works Jung had devoured in his youth, claimed to have visited heaven and hell L29. He had found 2 separate heavenly kingdoms and 2 categories of angels. Celestial angels receive the divine truth directly from the Lord, perceive it inwardly, and immediately recognize it as such. Spiritual angels receive truth indirectly through their intelligence, and examine behavior it is such before accepting it. It suffices to read poet instead of angel, and poetic inspiration instead of divine truth, to have Schiller's distinction of naive and sentimental poets in poetry. Oliver Brockfeld 131 pointed out the similarity between Jung's types of introversion and extroversion and the 2 types of intellectual attitudes described by Binet. TJ2 For 3 years Binet conducted investigations on his 2 young daughters, Armande and Marguerite, by means of numerous psychological tests of his invention. Armande he called a subjectivist and Marguerite an objectivist. Asking each child to write a given number of words at random, Binet found that Armande gave more abstract words and more related to fantasies and ancient memories. Marguerite chose more concrete words and words associated with present objects and recent memories. In Armande there was more spontaneous imagination. Erase Marguerite was able to control the course of her Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 703 imagination. Armande also described an object less methodically than Marguerite, who stated exactly the situation of the object in space. Spontaneous attention dominated in Armande. Active, voluntary attention, in Marguerite. Armande could measure more accurately intervals of time, and Marguerite those of space. Binet concluded that there are 2 different attitudes and qualities of the mind, which he calls introspection and externospection. Introspection, as illustrated by Armande, is the knowledge we have of our inner world, our thoughts, our feelings. Externospection is the orientation of our knowledge toward the exterior world as opposed to the knowledge of ourselves. Thus Armande better described her states of consciousness but was less accurate in her descriptions of the outside /ORLD. And the reverse was true for Marguerite. Binet stressed that sociability and the aptitude to mix with others is not necessarily bound to one or the other attitude. However, the introspection type is more gifted for art, poetry, and mysticism, and the externospection type is more gifted for science. 133 Binet concluded that these 2 mental types played a great role in the history of philosophy, and this would explain among other things the medieval quarrel between the realists and the nominalists. Since Binet's book appeared approximately at the time that Jung studied in Paris with Janet, Jung may have read it and then forgot it, and this will be one more example of those cryptom niches, so frequent in the history of dynamic psychiatry. Carl Gustav Jung's work The Analytic Psychology. After Jung left the psychoanalytic movement, he no longer called himself a psychoanalyst, nor did the Freudians recognize him as such. From the very beginning he had brought forth a number of non-Freudian concepts, and now he was free to follow his own ideas and to develop his system, which he called analytic psychology or complex psychology. His new concepts were defined in 1922 in the last chapter of the psychological types. This is the material that he was to develop for the rest of his life in at least 20 books and numerous articles. In the following we shall endeavor to give a very succinct outline of Jung's analytic psychology. A complete survey of that broad system would itself require a 500-page book, which unfortunately Jung never wrote himself. We must be content with a brief outline of the main points of analytic psychology, psychic energetics, the unconscious and the archetypes, the structure of human psyche, the individuation, the dreams, and Jungian concepts of psychosis and neurosis. Psychic energetics. As did many of his contemporaries, Jung developed a system of psychic energetics. His ideas on that subject are to be found in his Metamorphoses and Symbols of Libido and in a book on psychic energetics. T34 At the end of the 19th century the word libido was often used to indicate sexual desire or sexual instinct. Moll gave it the connotation of the stages of evolution of the sexual instinct, and Freud extended its meaning to the sum total of the evolution stages and possible transformations of the sexual instinct. What Freud did for Moll Jung did for Freud. He extended the meaning further, namely, to psychic energy as a whole. Later Jung ceased to use the word libido altogether and spoke only of psychic energy. Thus the question of the relationship of psychic energy to physical energy necessarily arises. Like Janet, Jung assumes that such a relationship exists but cannot be demonstrated, and that in contradistinction to physical energy, psychic energy cannot be measured. No equivalence can be established between physical and psychic energy. Otherwise Jung assumes that the ruling principles of physical energy are paralleled in psychic energy, namely, the principles of conservation, transformation, and degradation of energy. But to the difference of physical energy, psychic energy has not only a cause but a name. Psychic energy has its source in the instincts and can also be transferred from one instinct to the other. Sublimation is but one among other various processes. Throughout these transformations the quantity of energy remains constant, and energy seemingly disappears. It simply means that it has been stored in the unconscious, from whence it can again be mobilized. Though we have no means of measuring psychic energy, it is possible to estimate quantitative differences in energy. There are indicators to make a rough estimate of the amount of energy that charges a complex. Such are the number of constellated words and the intensity of disturbing elements in the word association test. There are also levels in psychic energy. Jung, following the example of Janet, speaks of higher and low //ER psychic energy. Even the principle of entropy can be applied to psychology insofar as there exist closed systems of psychological nature. The old schizophrenic patient who has lost contact with the exterior //world and remains motionless and mutistic manifests an extreme degradation of psychic energy and an increase of entropy. Jung assumes that psychic energy is directed either in the form of progression or regression. Progression is a continuous process of adjustment to the demands of the external world. Failure to do so produces phenomena of stagnation or regression. Hitch result in the reactivation of unconscious contents and old interior conflicts. Nevertheless, progression should not be confused with evolution. An individual can remain well adjusted to the demands of the exterior //ORLD but lose contact with his interior psychic reality. And in such a case a temporary regression might be useful insofar as it would enable him to adjust to the demands of the unconscious. In that same perspective, symbols become transformers of energy. When a symbol is assimilated, a certain amount of psychic energy is liberated and can be used on the conscious level. Religious and magic rites, such as those of primitive people before the hunt or warfare, are means of mobilizing energy for definite purposes. As Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 705 The Collective Unconscious and the Archetypes for several years Jung was mostly concerned with the personal unconscious, though from the very beginning he did not assign a purely regressive character to the personal unconscious. We recall the story of the young medium in one of whose unconscious personalities Jung saw the future personality trying to break through. Then, in his experiments with the word association test Jung had to deal with complexes, and he found all possible varieties of them from the small groups of unconscious representations to the full-fledged dual personalities. Two features seemed remarkable: the autonomous development of complexes and their tendency to assume the form of a personality, as can be seen in dreams, spiritism, mediumism, possession, and multiple personality. The next step was the notion of imago. Freud had emphasized the importance and lasting influence of the relationships of children with their parents. What mattered was not how the father and mother really were, but how the child saw them subjectively. Jung proposed to call this subjective representation the imago, a term inspired by the title of Karl Spitteler's novel. 1311 Freud pointed out that the imago unconsciously directs the choice of the love object. Jung wondered about the discrepancies between the real mother and the mother imago. He came to assume that the main fact was the pre-existence in man of an unconscious image of woman. The concept of imago, which was one of the most popular among psychoanalysts around 1907, gradually lost its importance, though it was never formally denied. In Jung's psychology it was a stage of transition between the notion of complex and that of archetype. The latter being closely bound to the Jungian concept of the collective unconscious. 137 Jung's concept of the unconscious differs from that of Freud on three main points. I. It has an autonomous course of development. 2. It is complementary to consciousness. 3. It is the seat of universal primordial images. The archetypes. Jung says that one of the first experiences which led him to the idea of archetypes was the case of an old schizophrenic patient of the Berghalsy who abundantly hallucinated day and night. This patient once declared to the physician in charge, Dr. Honegger, that he saw that the sun had a phallus whose movements produced the wind. The origin of that strange delusion seemed inexplicable, until Jung's eyes fell on a recent book by a historian of religion, Diederik, 1-3R about the liturgy of the Mithraic religion, such as revealed by a hitherto unpublished Greek papyrus. This text contained the mention of the wind originating in a tube hanging from the sun. The possibility that the patient had read Dhabi accidentally discovered text was ruled out. To Jung 139 the only explanation seemed to be that there are universal symbols which may appear in religious myths as well as in psychotic delusions. 14 degrees coincidences of this kind proved to be not very rare, even if not so striking as the preceding case. Jung's theory of the archetypes has often been misunderstood. A distinction must be made between the archetypes proper that normally are latent and unconscious and the archetypal images that are the manifestations of the latter to consciousness. Archetypes are not the fruit of individual experience, they are universal. This universality has been interpreted by Jungians either as issuing from the structure of the human brain or as the expression of a kind of Neoplatonic world soul. Without denying the possibility of either explanation, Jung, who claimed to be an empiricist, said that he had to recognize the archetypes without knowing their intimate nature. Jung's archetypical images remind us of von Schubert's idea of a universal language of symbols common to mankind, manifested in dreams as V1ELL as in the myths of all peoples. However, in Jung's conception, archetypes are more than that. They are the centers of psychic energy, they have a numinous, lifelike quality, and they are likely to be manifested in critical circumstances, either through an exterior event or because of some interchange. As an example of an archetypical image released by an exterior event we might quote William James' experience of the San Francisco earthquake of 1906.141 while lying awake in his bed, one morning early, he recognized immediately what was happening, felt no fear but pure delight and welcome. In James' words, I personified the earthy wake as a permanent individual entity. It came, moreover, directly to me. It stole in behind my back, and once inside the room, had me all to itself, and could manifest itself convincingly. Animus and intent were never more present in any human action, nor did any human activity ever more definitely point back to a living agent as its source and origin. James found that other persons felt in the earthquake an intention, and called it vicious, bent on destruction, whereas others told of its vague demonic power. Still others thought of the end of the world and the final judgment. For James it rather had the quality of an individual being. William James concluded, I realize now better than anyone how inevitable were men's earlier mythologic versions of such catastrophes, and how artificial and against the grain of our spontaneous perceiving are the later habits into which science educates us. It was simply impossible for untutored men to take earthy wakes into their minds as anything but supernatural 11 earnings or retributions. This is a wonderful picture of how a man experiences the emergence of an archetypical image. In William James' case the archetype was projected under the impact of an exterior event. More frequently archetypes are manifested in conjunction with events of one's innermost life. Archetypes may appear in dreams, they may also be elicited by the use of forced imagination or spontaneous drawings. There is an almost infinite variety of Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 707 archetypes. Some seem to be very remote from consciousness, others are moxie immediate, and must be described in connection with the structure of the human psyche. The structure of the human psyche. Jung sees the conscious ego as being situated at the junction of two worlds, the exterior or spatial world and the interior or psychic objective world. As Baudelaire states, that the unconscious extends so far beyond consciousness is simply the counterpart of the fact that the exterior world extends so far beyond our visual field. 142 Around our ego gravitate a number of subpersonalities whose relationship to the ego are modified throughout the course of life. Such are the persona, the shadow, the anima or animus, the archetype of the spirit, and the self. Toward the exterior, the individual presents a kind of facade or social mask, the persona, a word that in Latin means a theater mask. The persona is the sum total of the conventional attitudes that an individual adopts because he belongs to certain groups, occupation, social class, caste, political party, or nation. Some individuals will identify too strongly with these attitudes so that they lose contact with their true personality. The more severe aspects of the persona are manifested in racial, social, and national prejudice. The shadow is the sum of those personal characteristics that the individual wishes to hide from the others and from himself. But the more the individual tries to hide it from himself, the more the shadow may become active and evil-doing. An example from literature was The Dark Monk, which accompanied the monk Metternich E.T.H. Hoffmann's novel The Devil's Elixirs. This was a literary example of the shadow emancipating itself from the control of the conscious personality to commit evil actions behind its back. But the shadow can also be projected, then the individual sees his own dark features reflected in another person whom he may choose as a scapegoat. At times too, owing to the influence of alcohol or some other cause, the shadow can temporarily take hold of an individual, who later might be quite surprised that he was capable of such evil behavior. The Jungian concept of the shadow should not be confused with the Freudian concept of the repressed. It is related to the phenomenon of unawareness, as opposed to unconsciousness. 143 To unawareness belong those aspects of the world and of oneself that an individual does not see, although he could if he honestly wanted to. A man can visualize himself as a good husband and father, who is liked by his subordinates and respected by his fellow citizens, and yet this man ignores the fact that he is a selfish husband, a tyrannical father, that he is hated by his subordinates, and more feared than respected by his fellow men. This negative side of which this man is unaware is precisely what Jung calls the shadow. Whereas the persona and the shadow are the more exterior aspects of an individual, other subpersonalities are related to the inner psychic reality of the collective unconscious. Such are the archetype of the soul, anima or animus, the archetype of the spirit, the old wise man, the magnum mater, and the most central of all archetypes. The self is all archetypes. That of the soul is known by its manifestations when it is projected, namely, as a characteristic personification of the other sex. Thus in man it takes the form of a feminine figure, the anima, and in woman that of a masculine figure, the animus. We have seen how Jung discovered the anima during his self-analysis. Later he found it also in his patient's dreams and fantasies, and thereafter under many forms in religions, myths, and literature. Point 144. The archetype of the soul assumes the form of an ideal feminine figure in man, the anima, and in woman the form of a masculine one, the animus, owing to the complementary nature of man and woman, who both hold in their unconscious an ideal representation of the other. The existence of the anima is manifested in the manner in which a man distorts the representation of the real women in his life, his mother, sisters, friends, love objects, and spouse. The anima is also personified in dreams, visions, and fantasies, in many myths of all populations, and has been a rich source of inspiration for novelists and poets. Sometimes the anima is projected from the unconscious in a dramatic way such as love at first sight, or incomprehensible infatuation, with disastrous results. But the anima does not only have these negative effects. The individual can handle his relationship with the anima in such a way that it becomes a source of wisdom, inspiration, and creativity for him. Jung's concept of the anima embraces several ideas that were the subject of lively discussions by the end of the 19th century. First was the concept of narcissistic love, that is the projection of a more or less unconscious self-love on another person. Second was the concept of the mother imago. Nietzsche had already said, every man keeps in himself an image of the woman deriving from that of his mother, and according to this image he will be prone to respect or to despise women. A not very different idea was developed by Karl Neisserer. For a man to love a woman she must resemble the women in his ancestry. 145 Verlaine's poem My Familiar Dream tells of an ideal woman picture, loving and much loved, changing though eyes the same, and resembling the departed women of his family. Third was the theme of an early love being transferred from one woman to another. A literary example is Thomas Hardy's novel The Well-Beloved, where in the course of his life a man successively falls in love with 3 women, in his youth, in his maturity, and when he begins to grow old. 146 He loves each one in vain, they marry other men, and the first one will be the mother of the second, and the second of the third. In the end he realizes that he has always been in love with the same woman. Fourth, the concept of anima also includes the attraction resulting from the physiological bisexuality of the human being. Because there is in man a Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 709 feminine and in woman a masculine component, man and woman are attracted also to the complementary personality element they find in each other. It belongs to the nature of the anima that a man can project her image upon the woman with whom he is in love, and he then sees her differently from what she really is. Such a man attributes to his beloved qualities that are quite foreign to her. But that is not all. Jung calls anima Gestalt, anima figure, a specific type of woman who seems to attract the projection of the anima of men. Jung often referred to Rider Haggard's novel She. 1470 A young Englishman of Greek ancestry discovers in Central East Africa an unknown city that belongs to a high queen, Aisha, who only shows herself veiled. This enigmatic, fascinating, diabolic woman is 2,000 years old and keeps her youth by magic art. She still mourns the only man she ever loved, namely, the Greek Callicrates. When she discovers that the present visitor is a descendant of that Callicrates, she falls in awe of him and wishes to render him immortal. For this he must go through a pillar of fire. And when he hesitates she herself passes through it to show // and / it is done. But this causes her to lose her immortality and she falls into dust. This novel was a bestseller at the end of the 19th century and is said to have been written under a sudden inspiration. In a kind of trance. For one could make a long list of similar anima figures in literature, from Homer's Circe in the Odyssey to Pierre Benoit's Antonia in his novel El Atlantide, to which Jung also frequently referred. In woman the archetype of the soul is the animus. It has been described less extensively than the anima by Jung and his followers. 149 Whereas the anima usually is only one / amon figure, the animus is often a plurality of male figures. In a very young woman it will appear as an infatuation for an older man or a paternal figure. In a mature woman the object could be a sports champion or, in negative cases, a playboy or even a criminal, and with an older woman more likely a physician, an ecclesiastic, or a supposedly misunderstood genius. The projection of the animus into a real man can have effects as disastrous as those of a man's projection of the anima on an anima figure. More commonly the animus can manifest itself in a woman's distorted perception of her husband or other male figures in her life. It may also give rise to fixed ideas and stubborn, irrational opinions which are the source of irritating discussions. One often has the impression that much of what Adler called masculine protest is considered by Jung as being manifestations of the animus. But when a woman finds the true relationship with her animus, it will cease to be a disturbing element, and it will become a source of intellectual poise and balance. But it appears that the animus has not inspired novelists as often as the anima. 150 The archetype of the spirit is next in importance to the archetype of the soul, anima and animus. An individual is usually confronted with it in critical life situations when he must make difficult decisions. It appears in dreams under multiple symbolic forms, wind, ancestral figures, helping animals, divinities, and others. This archetype has a tendency to appear as the figure of the old wise man, such as the medicine man of primitive people, the priests and monks of all religions, or any man of good counsel one has known. As is the case for all archetypes, the old wise man may also appear as an evil-doing figure, such as a wizard. This archetype can be projected onto a real human being, as may happen in the process of psychotherapy. The patient will then visualize his therapist as an omniscient magician. To identify oneself with this archetype would be a dangerous example of / Jung calls psychic inflation. In literature the personification par excellence of the old wise man is found in Nietzsche's Zarathustra. According to Jung, Nietzsche identified himself with the figure of Zarathustra, that is, with the archetype of the old wise man. This would explain why Nietzsche developed such delusions of grandeur when he became psychotic. For a long time Jung seemed to consider the archetype of the old wise man as characteristic of masculine psychology, but he later also encountered it in women. Conversely, the archetype of the magnum mater, or great mother, that Jung had first considered as typical in woman, can also be encountered in man. Jung seems to view it as a particular form of the archetype of the mother. And as is true for all other archetypes, can take many forms. 151 It can be projected upon one's mother, grandmother, or nanny. It can appear as a female ancestor, a saint, the Holy Virgin, the Divine Wisdom, the Church, the University, the Alma Mater, or the Mother Country. Among the negative aspects of this archetype are those deities that regulate human destinies, the witches, dragons, and so on. The self is the most central of all archetypes. The English word self, that has been given so many conflicting meanings, is hardly able to express what Jung meant by the German word selbst, literally the itself. It is at the same time the invisible, unconscious, innermost center of personality, and a psychic totality, as it results from the unification of the conscious and the unconscious. Above all it should not be confused with the conscious ego. As with the other archetypes, the self is normally unconscious but manifests itself in projected form or through the emergence of archetypical figures in dreams or fantasies. The description of the self cannot be separated from that of the process of individuation. Individuation. We are thus approaching the most central notion of Jung's psychological system in therapy. Jung calls individuation the process that normally leads a human being to the unification of his personality. The term individuation was used by medieval theologians but with another meaning. 1s2 The individuation is a process extending over the entire course of human life. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 711. Freud had given a new conception of the course of human life, a series of stages of libidinal development culminating with the Oedipus situation, then a phase of latency, followed by a second awakening of the sexual instinct at puberty leading into maturity, and from then a period of no substantial change. Jung's conception is quite different. Jung sees human life as a series of metamorphoses. From the emergence of the infant out of the collective unconscious to the completion of the self there is a lifelong process. The human being enters life with an undifferentiated unconscious, he then slowly emerges as a conscious ego. Jung insisted upon the psychological symbiosis in which the young child lives, not only with the mother but with the family as a whole. There are examples of parallel dreams in mother and child and a similarity in the responses of parents and children in the word association test. For that reason children's neuroses should call attention to parental attitudes. As for the Oedipus complex, Jung never considered it a universal and necessary feature in human nature, but a possible symptom of faulty attitudes of the minds of the parents toward the child. Gradually the individuality of the child emerges from that of the family. Beginning school is an important event and one of the first steps of individuation. Further, the adolescent should leave behind childish features, and the youth, those of adolescence. Jung observed in East Africa how this transition from childhood to adulthood was facilitated by the initiation rites. The young people thus escape the dangers of protracted adolescence so frequent in the Western world. Adulthood brings new concerns bound to social responsibilities and new problems related to the anima and the animus. One of the main metamorphoses in human life is the turning of life, Lebenswende. Between the ages of 32 and 38 a profound change is bound to occur in a person. It comes about gradually or suddenly, and is sometimes announced by an impressive dream of archetypical quality. Problems, duties, or needs, which have been neglected during the first half of life, now manifest themselves. Sometimes a man who has always repressed his need for love will fall prey to what the French call le demon dimity, the demon of noon, as illustrated in one of Paul Barget's best-known novels 153 and discussed from the psychoanalytic point of view by Ripond. 154 Sometimes the neurosis issues from long repressed intellectual or spiritual needs. 155 Such a neurosis must be seen as a warning from the unconscious, and the subject should change his way of life, or he might waste the second half of his life. Just as it is important to leave behind what belongs to childhood and adolescence when reaching maturity, so the individual must leave behind what belongs to the first half of life when he starts on the ladder. The second half of life is a period of confrontation with the archetype of the spirit and of the self. Jung contrasted the deplorable pseudo-youth of aging people in Western civilization with the dignity of the elders among the Algoni in East Africa and the respect they inspired in their fellow tribesmen. When the individuation is achieved, the ego is no longer the center of the personality but is like a planet revolving around an invisible sun, the self. The individual has acquired equanimity and no longer fears death, and as he had found himself he also has found the true link with other men. Jung does not hesitate to use the nearly obsolete word wisdom, for which the more modern term maturity is an unsatisfactory substitute, and he declares, the natural end of life is not senility but wisdom. 156 Individuation may come to a halt, and the task of the psychotherapist is to help the patient to remove the obstacles that impede the continuous development of personality. We shall return to this point when we discuss Jung's psychotherapy. A progress in individuation is often manifested to consciousness by the emergence of an archetypical image of the self. Among these images 3 seem to appear with particular frequency, the quadrimity, the mandala, and the divine child. The quadrinity can appear as a geometric figure of square or sometimes rectangular shape, or it will have some relation with the number 4, 4 persons, 4 trees, and so on. Often it is a matter of completing a triadic figure with a fourth term, thus making it into a quadrinity. In a series of 400 dreams published by Jung, this symbol appeared no less than 71 times. 17 Jung was not the first one to deal with the symbols of quadrinity. In France Fabre d'Oivet had previously written about the same subject in the 19th century. 158 However, Jung was certainly the first to relate it so closely to the process of individuation. The mandala is a circular figure ornamented with symbols that is generally divided into 4 sections. It is well known in India and Tibet, where it was used for centuries by ascetics and mystics to aid in contemplation. 159 One should not confuse the process of individuation with the more temporary processes of regression and progression. What Jung calls regression is an inward movement. That is, the gradual increase of introversion or movement toward the unconscious. On the contrary, progression is a return from the unconscious to the conscious, a decrease of introversion and an increase of extroversion with the individual taking an ever firmer grip on reality. Whenever individuation comes to a halt, regression followed by progression will give it a new impulse. This is exactly the principle of therapeutic individuation. Through dream analysis, active imagination, or painting or drawing of unconscious fantasies, the patient will be able to regress and start his journey through the unconscious. This kind of journey, which Jung experienced from 1913 to 1918, is also the model of his synthetic hermeneutic therapy. According to Jung, similar experiences provided the model for the old accounts of Tra/Els in the land of the dead. A long tradition, probably originating with the shaman's journeys through the land of the spirits, was expressed in the Gilgamesh epic, Homer's Odyssey, Virgil's Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 713 Aeneis, and Dante's Divine Comedy, 160 and could be followed under new forms in modern times. 161 One characteristic feature of any journey through the unconscious is the occurrence of what Jung called enantiodromia. This term, originating with Heraclitus, means the return to the opposite. Certain mental processes are turned at a given point into their opposites as if through a kind of self-regulation. This notion has also been symbolically illustrated by poets. In the Divine Comedy we see Dante and Virgil reaching the deepest point of hell and then taking their first step upward in a reverse course toward purgatory and heaven. This mysterious phenomenon of the spontaneous reversal of regression was experienced by all those who passed successfully through a creative illness and has become a characteristic feature of Jungian synthetic hermeneutic therapy. Carl Gustav Jung's work 6 Psychotherapy. Jungian psychotherapy comprises several stages of which each one could constitute a method in its own right. We have separately to consider Jung's therapy of bringing into awareness the treatment of the pathogenic secret, the reductive analytic method, the forwarding of individuation, and the re-education. According to Jung, the first step in any psychotherapy should be bringing the patient back to reality, and particularly to the awareness of his present situation. Some patients need to be awakened to certain aspects of their problems. Others live in a general state of unawareness. Jung liked to recall the story of Tartarin, the hero of Alphonse Daudet's novel, who had believed a joke told to him by a blusterer, namely, that the Swiss Alps had been equipped with tunnels and galleries filled with employees so that all danger of mountain climbing was removed. 162 Tartarin then undertook without a qualm the dangerous climb up the Jungfrau, but was seized with mortal panic when he realized the truth. In the same way, Jung says many people live a provisional life, some of them wake up early, some in the middle of their existence, others very late, or even on their deathbed. At times the individual needs to have his eyes open to some material danger to which he is blind. 163 More often he must realize the moral implications of what he is doing. As an example of the latter, Jung tells of a neurotic young man who had undergone psychotherapeutic treatment. 164 He was living at the expense of a poor old woman teacher, who was greatly attached to him. The first step in therapy was to make him realize that his way of life was immoral and to have him change it. This preoccupation with the actual situation in reality remains in the foreground throughout all Jungian psychotherapy. As we shall see, even when analyzing the most abstruse symbols and dealing with archetypes, the patient is always confronted with the question of how he is to apply those insights to his practical, present life. A second stage in Jungian psychotherapy is the handling of pathogenic secrets. We have seen in a previous chapter that the discreet and skillful handling of the pathogenic secret had become an effective therapeutic device in the cure of souls practiced by certain Protestant ministers. 165 We have also seen how the therapy of the pathogenic secret was gradually laicized until it was introduced to psychiatry by Moritz Benedict. It is an open question whether Jung heard about the therapy of the pathogenic secret or rediscovered it by himself. In his autobiography Jung tells of his first clinical experience with this kind of therapy. As a young resident at the Berge Ilsley Jung was given the care of a woman whose depression was so SC/R that it was assumed to be a case of dementia precox. His findings // if the // or dissociation test in the patient's dreams led Jung to suspect a tragic secret, which subsequently the patient told to him. She had been shocked to learn that the man she had wished to marry, who had not seemed to be interested in her, had actually been in love with her. But there was no possible remedy because she had married someone else and had 2 children. Then she let her small daughter suck a sponge imbibed with polluted water, and even gave her small boy a glass of the same //Ader to drink. When the little girl died of typhoid fever, her mother became so disturbed that she had to be committed. Jung explained to her it is her secret that was making her ill, and a fortnight later she could leave the hospital cured. But Jung decided that he had to keep the matter secret from his colleagues. He had the opportunity to reiterate such cures and concluded that the possibility of a pathogenic secret was to be systematically considered in every case. It is not superfluous to emphasize that this therapy demands from the therapist absolute respect for the patient's secret. There is no question of sharing the information // with colleagues or supervisors, recording it in a case history, and still less of using magnetophones or one-way vision rooms. It is, as it were, the therapy of the secret by the secret. Before proceeding further in the therapy, the religious problem must be considered. Jung asserts that among all his patients who were in the second half of life there is not one whose main problem is not related to his attitude toward religion. 167 Needless to say, it is not for the psychotherapist to interfere in these matters. He can point out to his patient that if he had a religious belief he might be cured of his neurosis simply by seriously resuming the practice of his religion. This is especially true for Catholics. It seems more difficult in the case of Protestants. However, Jung tells how some of his Protestant patients were freed of their neurosis after joining the Oxford group or some similar movement. Most patients, however, are not open to such a simple, radical cure and need a full-fledged psychotherapeutic treatment. A prerequisite is to obtain a detailed account of his life and the history of his illness from the patient. The therapist must then decide whether he will give his patients an analytic reductive therapy, that is, a therapy based on Freudian or Adlerian principles, or a synthetic hermeneutic one. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 715 There are, Jung says, patients whose main characteristic is a kind of infantile hedonism and craving for instinctual gratification, whereas others are possessed by the drive to power and superiority. The first group should be treated by psychoanalytically oriented therapy and the second group along Adlerian principles. It would be a blunder, for instance, to treat an unsuccessful man with an infantile need for superiority with the Freudian method, and no less to treat a successful man with a strongly hedonistic psychology with the Adlerian method. The preliminary examination will usually suffice to indicate which of the 2 therapies is the more appropriate. Sometimes Jung gave his more educated patients writings of Freud and Adler to read, and as a rule they soon found out by themselves which one was more congenial to them. The reductive analytic methods will often bring good results, but often they are not entirely satisfactory, and progress is stopped, or the patient will have dreams of archetypical character. All this points to the need for changing the procedure, that is, to work with the synthetic hermeneutic method. The latter is prescribed from the start for those patients, mostly in the second half of life, who are concerned with moral, philosophical, or religious problems. The synthetic hermeneutic method, commonly known as Jungian therapy, differs in many regards from Freudian psychoanalysis. As in Adlerian therapy, the patient does not lie on a couch but sits on a chair facing the psychotherapist. The 1-hour sessions are scheduled twice a week to begin with and then once a week as soon as possible. The patient is asked to carry out specific tasks and is often assigned reading matter. In short, he must actively collaborate with his therapist. The advantages of this method, Jung says, are that the analysand is prevented from falling into infantile regression, he is not alienated from his surroundings, the treatment is less expensive, and the psychotherapist has time to treat more patients. Emphasis is laid on the present life situation and the immediate, concrete utilization of whatever insight the patient may have gained in the therapeutic process. Jung conceives transference quite differently than Freud. Jung considers those conspicuous, positive, or negative developments of transference that take place in psychoanalysis as mere artifacts that unnecessarily prolong the treatment or can ruin it. What Freud calls transference neurosis is for Jung a desperate attempt of the patient to compensate his faulty attitudes toward reality and a result of the therapist's lack of skill. That kind of transference is a degrading bondage for the patient, and it is a danger both to him and to the therapist who runs the risk of being infected with his patient's neurosis. Transference not only consists of erotic feelings but of a mixture of possessive and power drives, and fear. 16H According to Jung, the only acceptable transference should be mild and almost unnoticeable. It should be a process of collaboration of patient and therapist, and a confrontation of their mutual findings. Only in this way can the psychotherapeutic process evolve through the action of what Jung calls the transcendent function. 169 The transcendent function is the progressive synthesis of conscious, and 716 the discovery of the unconscious state leading to the individuation. Conscious and unconscious life seldom run parallel to each other, and it is dangerous for the patient when a gap occurs between the two, because it leads to the formation of strong counterpositions of the unconscious resulting in severe disturbances. The therapist must help the patient to confront the conscious and the unconscious so the desired synthesis can take place. Whenever the contents of the unconscious are too weak or inhibited, the therapist will help the patient to stimulate them and make them emerge. He will then help him to confront them with the conscious ego in the daily life situation. How does one cause the contents of the unconscious to emerge? It is a matter of specific training which comprises mainly the use of dreams, spontaneous fantasies, and free drawing or paintings. Students of dreams such as Hervey de St. Denis knew how to provoke frequent and abundant dreams. One begins by writing them down upon awakening and illustrating them with drawings in black and white or colors. 170 The same method can be applied to spontaneous fantasies in the waking state, or else one can draw or paint without determining the subject beforehand. Clay modeling and automatic writing can also be used. In Jungian therapy the dream, however, remains the most important approach to the unconscious. Whereas many Freudian psychoanalysts today never analyze their patients' dreams, this would be quite impossible in Jungian therapy. Jung's ideas pertaining to dreams and their therapeutical utilization diverge from Freud's theory on almost every point. Whereas Freud holds that every dream is a vicarious fulfillment of a repressed wish, usually related to infantile sexuality, Jung maintains that the functions of dreams are manifold. They can express fears as well as wishes. They can give a mirror picture of the dreamer's actual situation. There are prospective dreams, as depicted by Adler and Meter. Others are creative, warning, or parapsychological. Jung does not accept Freud's distinction of the manifest and latent content of dreams but asserts that the manifest is the dream itself. The associations, as obtained with the Freudian technique, will lead to the current complexes that could be uncovered as well through associating with any other text. Dream symbols can be understood without the notions of repression and censor. Dreams cannot be interpreted if the interpreter is not well acquainted with the dreamer's life and actual situation, and if he does not have a good knowledge of symbols, and therefore of mythology and the history of religions. One basic feature of Jung's dream interpretation is his emphasis on dream series. A given dream can only be understood in the context of those that precede or follow it and sometimes of the entire set. Where Freud analyzes dreams with the method of free association, Jung resorts to that of amplification. This means the examination of all possible connotations of a given image, among which many might be related to the patient's past or present experiences, while others will perhaps elucidate the significance of an archetypical dream. Great importance is ascribed Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 717 to archetypical dreams. They must be studied carefully and in sequence as milestones marking the path of individuation. A similar method of interpretation can be applied to the other data obtained from the unconscious, especially to spontaneous fantasies, drawings, and paintings. In the appreciation of drawings and paintings, neither the content nor the formal aspect should be overemphasized. For instance, the patient should never come to think that he is an artist. The drawing and painting method is not only used to obtain the contents of the unconscious but also to control them. When a patient is obsessed by a certain representation, Jung would have him draw or paint it so as to make it gradually less fearful and eventually to gain full control over it. We will now briefly sketch the successive stages of the average synthetic hermeneutic psychotherapy. Let us first recall that Jung resorts to the analysis of the unconscious only when all other methods have failed and only after he had obtained a thorough anamnesis. The first dream is often very clear and sometimes points out the prognosis of the treatment. In the first stage one deals with the persona and above all with the shadow. The patient dreams of a repulsive individual who is always different but retains certain features throughout, and also shows certain traits resembling those of the dreamer. Eventually the time comes for the patient to understand that this individual is none other than himself, or rather his shadow, and this enables him to become aware of these aspects of his personality that he has refused to see. Once he is fully aware of his shadow, the individual has to assimilate it. The individual cannot sever himself from his shadow, but Jung certainly does not mean that he should now do openly and consciously what the shadow had him do in a state of unawareness all along. One should, of course, accept the shadow, but at the same time one must render it harmless. To illustrate this procedure, the story of Saint Francis of Assisi and the wolf of Gubbio is often told in Jungian circles. 171 The inhabitants of Gubbio were plagued by a wolf and called Saint Francis to help them. He went to the wolf, not to kill him but to speak to him. The wolf voluntarily followed Saint Francis to the town, where he was given shelter and remained as an innocuous guest for the rest of his life. In a second stage of the therapeutic process, the problems of the anima and animus are spontaneously manifested. In the case of a man, he begins to have frequent dreams in which a woman appears in various aspects and moods. She can be sweet and charming, strange and fascinating, and sometimes threatening. The subject sees that all these figures have something in common, and eventually he perceives that she is none other than his anima. Therapeutic discussions now focus on the anima problem. The subject must realize that in dealing with women he has always more or less projected his anima upon them. His practical task is now to bring himself to see women such as they are without the interference of anima projection. In the case of a woman patient, the problems of animus are treated in a similar way. Once the problems of the anima and the animus are solved, they are no longer disturbing elements in emotional life and social relationships. In Lung's terms, the anima and animus become psychological functions. In the third stage of the therapy, the archetypes of the old wise man and the Magna Mater come to the foreground. Here two archetypical images appear in dreams as well as in fantasies and drawings. Dangers are also to be avoided. The patient can project the archetype of the old wise man on his therapist, or he can identify himself with it, which would be psychic inflation. Thus in Jungian therapy there are three main stages, respectively, concerned with the shadow, the anima and animus, the old wise man, and the Magna Mater. However, things are often more complex, since a great variety of other archetypes may appear at various stages of therapy and must be handled, each one in its own way. The task of the therapist is both to facilitate the emergence of archetypes and to prevent them from overflowing. Each new archetype must be interpreted and assimilated by the conscious mind, and what the patient has learned must be applied in his practical life. Meter has emphasized that in some cases healing is accelerated when TJ1E archetype of the savior emerges, which might be considered as a variety of the old wise man archetype. 172 As a rule, the average Jungian therapy lasts 3 years. Experience has shown that the number and frequency of the sessions can be reduced, but not the total length of the treatment. As already mentioned, progress in the individuation can be marked by the appearance of specific archetypical images, especially the mandala or figures of quadernity, sometimes also the archetype of the divine child. The aim of the treatment is the furthering and completion of the individuation, which means that a person has followed the old precept, become what thou art, which is sometimes attributed to Nietzsche but is actually a quotation from the Greek poet Pindar. Lung's synthetic hermeneutic therapy is certainly not an easy undertaking. At times the subject finds himself overwhelmed with the material emerging from the unconscious, and the confrontation with the archetypes can sometimes prove to be frightening. An incessant effort is necessary to keep a firm hold on reality. That is also the reason why Jungian self-analysis would be a dangerous undertaking against which one should be warned. Among the therapeutic methods utilized by Jung we also find re-education. Whereas Freud declares that the psychoanalyst should not endeavor to re-educate his patient, Jung insists that the patient should be helped from the start and throughout the stages of whatever therapy is used. Any insight gained by the patient must be immediately translated by him into a more rational behavior in everyday life. One essential point in that re-education is to teach the patient to cease projecting his problems onto the people of his Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 719 environment. Jung defines neurosis as a sick system of social relationships, a definition that is well in accord with the concepts of Janet as well as Adler. 173 Because of this projection the neurotic unconsciously manipulates the persons around him, spouse, parents, children, and friends, and plays them against each other so that he is soon enmeshed in a web of intrigues of which both he and the others are the victims. The settlement and clarification of these difficulties are one of the final aims of psychotherapy. One of the main features of Lung's therapy is the great emphasis he sets from the beginning on what is now called countertransference. Jung claims that no one is able to lead someone further than he has gone himself. It is generally recognized that the principle of training analysis was introduced by Jung and that it is one of his lasting contributions to Freudian analysis. But after his training analysis, the therapist should always keep on guard and watch his own unconscious, for instance, by analyzing his dreams. Carl Gustav Jung's work 7 Eastern and Western Wisdom we have thus far drawn a very sketchy picture of Lung's psychology and psychotherapy. But the scope of his work is considerably wider. From the beginning Lung's reflection extended to the history of mankind, the psychology of nations, contemporary problems, art, and literature. In later years he became increasingly concerned with the confrontation of traditional teachings and sacred books of the East and the West, with the principle of synchronicity, and with religious problems. We have seen during 1914 to 1920 how Lung was deeply interested in Gnosticism. He hailed the Gnostics as people who did not just believe but knew, and learned from their exploration of the unconscious. Like Jung, they were preoccupied with the problem of evil. Later, in 1937, Jung interpreted, according to his theory of the archetypes, the visions of Zosimos of Panopolis, a Gnostic of the 3rd century AD, who also marked the transition between Gnosticism and alchemy. T74 Alchemy had always been a puzzle for the historians of culture. Ever since Greek and Roman antiquity and up to the 18th century, a great number of learned men had devoted their lives to the practice of pseudo-chemical operations implying the metamorphoses of substances according to definite rules. Marcellin Berthelot, a historian of science, considered alchemy a semi-rational, semi-mystical science based on false interpretations of objective facts. 175 Silberer seems to have been the first to see a sequence of symbolic operations in alchemy which could be psychologically deciphered. In an alchemical treatise of the 18th century, Silberer found the symbolic representation of the murder of the father, of infantile sexual theories, and others. 176 Jung, in turn, sees a projection of the process of individuation in the series of operations performed by alchemists. Just as Jung's patients materialized their dreams and fantasies in the form of drawings and paintings, the alchemists materialized their own processes of individuation in the form of pseudo-chemical operations. It is also the reason, Lung adds, why accounts of visions are often to be found in the writings of alchemists. As the years passed, Lung's interest in alchemy increased and he devoted a considerable amount of time and effort to the deciphering and psychological interpretation of the symbols in old alchemical treatises. 177 Lung's interest also turned to astrology and astrological symbols. He did not believe in a causal influence of stars upon the individual's destiny, but as we shall see he did not reject the possibility of relationships in the form of synchronicity. During World War II there was a renewed interest in Switzerland in the celebrated mystical physician and philosopher, Paracelsus. Lung considered him a pioneer of the psychology of the unconscious and of psychotherapy, but apparently Lung was more interested in his personality than in his abstruse writings. Nothing has a more powerful influence upon children than the life their parents have not lived, Lung noted. He also found in him a good instance of the turning of life. Paracelsus' philosophy was transformed after the 38th year of his life. 178 Lung's early interest in the history of religions brought him to the study of the sacred books of the East. One of these, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, was translated into English in 1927. 179 Lung took a special interest in that work and wrote an introduction for the German translation. The Tibetan Book of the Dead is a description of // the soul will experience between the moment of death and that of the next reincarnation. And it also tells the soul how it can reach final illumination and thus escape reincarnation. The journey through the Bardo Lidal, that is the abode of the dead, is divided into 3 periods. In the first, short one the soul is in a sleep or trance, unaware of death. Then comes the // awakening / if the first visions. At this point the enlightened soul can pass directly into a paradise realm. But if the soul misses this moment it will continue to have visions and hallucinations, namely, the delusion of having a body of flesh and blood. It will believe to see other human beings as well as all kinds of gods and fantastic creatures. But the soul should always remain a / or that all these things are but the productions of its own mind. These visions ceaselessly change but gradually exhaust themselves as the soul recedes step by step to E/ERLM/ER levels of consciousness. When the soul reaches the 3rd stage, it perceives males and females in union. If about to be born as a male, The soul will feel as being itself a male and will be animated with intense hatred against the father and jealousy and attraction toward the mother. And will go between them and thus be reincarnated. And if it is to be born as a female, the feelings are reversed in it // he'll hate the mother and love the father. LSO Long marveled at the psychological knowledge of the unknown authors of the Tibetan Book of the Dead and their understanding of the phenomenon of projection. He was struck by the fact that the journey through the Bardo Vidal appeared to be like the course of individuation in reverse. Carl Gustav Lung in Analytical Psychology 721 and 1929. Lung published a psychological commentary as an introduction to the German translation by his friend, the sinologist Richard Wilhelm, of an old Chinese hook. The Secret of the Golden Flower. 181. In this book Jung saw the equivalent of his description of the self in an analogy between the Chinese symbols and those that spontaneously appeared in his patients, as well as analogies between these symbols and those of certain Christian mystics and of the alchemists. Richard Wilhelm translated another old Chinese book into German, the I Ching, or Book of Mutations. This book describes a method for obtaining oracles with the help of little sticks or a coin. Such an oracle is said to have a personal relevance for the man who uses it and for the moment he uses it. Richard Wilhelm had learned the practice of that oracle with a Chinese master. Lung / is interested in the symbolic character of the magic formulas and above all in the principle of the I Ching. The latter is based on the assumption that whatever happens in a given moment is necessarily endowed with the specific quality of that moment. 182. This was one of the starting points of Lung's concept of synchronicity. In regard to Zen Buddhism, Jung pointed out a few parallels with certain experiences of Western mystics. Though the method is vastly different from anything that has been conceived / ed in the Western world. 11 leaders 3. As much as Lung warned against underestimating the wisdom of such teachings, he discouraged Westerners from practicing these methods. Lung also devoted much interest to yoga and repeatedly invited the German Indianists, 1. W. Hauer and Heinrich Zimmer, to give seminars about it in Zurich during 1931 to 1933. 184. Though remaining averse to the practice of yoga by Western people, Lung felt that much could be gained from a comparison of yoga with certain Western teachings. The rich symbolism of tantric yoga brought much comparative material to the study of the symbols of the collective unconscious. Viewed as training systems, certain varieties of yoga could find parallels in the exercises of Ignatius of Loyola, with Schultz's autogenic training, and with Freud's and Lung's methods of dynamic psychotherapy. In several commentaries on Eastern teachings, and notably in his study on the I Ching, Lung announces a new concept that he was to develop only in 195 under the name of synchronicity. 185. He describes it as a principle of a causal connection and was struck by the importance of this principle in Chinese thought. But there also was something of it in Leibniz's concept of pre-established harmony, in certain remarks of Schopenhauer, and in the fairly common occurrence of the so-called law of series. Lung's attention was drawn to occurrences of meaningful coincidences. An illustration was the story of a woman patient whose analysis was not progressing because of her hyper-rational animus. She had dreamed that a golden beetle / is presented to her. And Lung / is discussing the dream with her when a live beetle hit the wind / pain. Jung picked it up and gave it to her. She was so impressed that her wall of rationality was thrown over. Jung brought together these phenomena with the experimental data offered by Rhine about extrasensory perception. Whereas Rhine had pointed out the role of the emotional factor in the occurrences of extrasensory perception, Jung found that an archetypal element was implied in his meaningful coincidences. Finally, Jung came to wonder whether modern physics, by taking its distances from the principle of rigorous causal determinism, did not take a step nearer to the principle of synchronicity. From all the philosophers that Jung had read in his youth, Nietzsche kept his particular attention throughout the years. Jung considered Nietzsche a man who slowly developed an unconscious dual personality that emerged suddenly, causing a kind of volcanic eruption and bringing to light an enormous amount of archetypical material. This would explain why Zarathustra exerts such a fascination on so many readers. From the spring of 1934 to the winter of 1939, Jung devoted one seminar each semester to Zarathustra. The collection of these seminars held at his institute comprises 10 typewritten volumes and certainly constitutes the most thorough commentary that has ever been given on Nietzsche's masterpiece. 186. Part of Jung's multiple interests went to contemporary art and literature, although not much of it is to be found in his published works. When an exhibition of paintings by Picasso was organized in Zurich, Jung examined them in their chronological science and found a characteristic psychological evolution. 1807. Picasso's blue period marked the beginning of a Nikaya, that is, a journey through the land of the dead, with a series of regressions, in the sense of Jungian psychology, and he wondered what would be the outcome of the painter's spiritual adventure. Strangely enough, when Jung was asked to write an introduction for the third edition of the German translation of Joyce's Ulysses, he failed to recognize that this work was a modern counterpart to the Odyssey, even including its Nikaya. Jung was puzzled by the apparent nonsense of the book. It seemed to be some sort of interminable tapeworm, and he felt that the novel could be read as easily backward as forward. These comments were published in a Journal J188 and irritated Joyce. 189. It is unfortunate for Jung that this article was the sole piece of literary criticism he ever published. He often referred in his seminars to English, French, or German novels in which he found unexpected illustrations of his theories. In Jung's articles, and particularly in his seminars, one could find the scattered elements of a philosophy of history centered around the idea that mankind has been undergoing a slow process of collective individuation. Jung considered psychic epidemics to be the effect of reviving an archetype on a mass scale. Jung saw in Hitlerism the resurgence of the archetype of Wotan, the old Germanic god of storm, battle, prophetic inspiration, and secret science knows. 190. He distinguished two types of dictators, the chieftain type, such as Mussolini and Stalin, and the seer type, such as Hitler. The Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 723 latter type is able to perceive obscure forces in the unconscious of his followers and lead them as a messiah. L91 in a little book devoted to flying saucers, Jung said that, whether these manifestations have a physical reality or not, they are psychic realities to those who believe in their existence. They are archetypical symbols of a mediation between two incommensurable worlds. They are a myth originating in the fear of the collective destruction of mankind. 192. The greatest danger threatening mankind, according to Jung, was the substitution of a mass mentality for a true democratic mentality based on educating and perfecting the individual. Those who visited Jung during the latter part of his life remember his conversation as a unique mixture of lofty psychological concepts and practical wisdom. He emphasized the meaning of awareness, not only as a therapeutic device but as an ethic principle. Unawareness is the greatest sin was one of his maxims. 193. Many neuroses, Jung said, originate in unawareness, many others in flight from one's life tasks. Such is the case of the young child who shirks going to school, of the delayed adolescent, the perennial student, the man who does not fulfill his duties as a citizen, the older person who wants to live as a youth. Marriage is a factor of emotional health insofar as husband and wife do not project their respective anima and animus on each other. One function of marriage is to forward the individuation of both spouses. A further factor of emotional stability is the individual's social integration. Everyone should possess his own house and garden, be an active member of his community, live in the continuity of his family tradition and his culture, obey the commands of his religion if he believes in one. Though the path of individuation may differ from east to west, it tends toward the same goal. The more an individual has become what he is, the more he is a truly social man. Carl Gustav Jung's work ate the psychology of religion from the time of his religious crisis in adolescence. Jung never ceased to be deeply concerned with religion, even if, in his earlier writings, we find interspersed here and there skeptical remarks in regard to established religion. It seems that his attitude changed as a result of his journey through the unconscious in the period from I-913 to I-918. He came to ascribe a numinous character to the archetypes, and to speak of the natural function of religion. As it so often happens in the history of dynamic psychiatry, it was a contemporary publication which instigated a new direction in the development of Lung's ideas. Rudolf Otto's book The Idea of the Holy appeared in 1917 and was hailed as a substantial contribution to the psychology of religion. 194. Trying to identify a fundamental experience common to all religions, Otto described the numinous as a well-defined, complex, and rigorously specific experience. The numinous immediately inspires a feeling of createdness, that is, a feeling not just of dependency but of the creature's nothingness in the face of its creator. The presence of the creator is experienced as a mysterium tremendum, that is, with a feeling of awe and shuddering before an unapproachable being that is a living energy and totally other. But, in contrast to the true Mindam, the numinous is simultaneously experienced as a fascinans, that is, as something that attracts and fills with blissful exaltation. The numinous is also felt as a confrontation with an unsurpassable value, to which absolute respect and obedience are due out of a feeling of an inner obligation. Jung took over the term numinous but extended its meaning. Otto saw in the numinous an exceptional experience lived by prophets, mystics, and founders of religions. Jung confers a numinous quality upon the experience of the archetype, but this also means that only certain features of the total experience of the numinous, as described by Otto, accompany the manifestation of the archetype. Jung placed the archetypes at the origin of those religious experiences from which are derived the religious rites and dogmas. According to Jung, much of that elementary religious experience is not channeled into established religions. This explains one of Jung's favorite assertions: man is naturally religious. The religious function in man is as powerful, Jung says, as the instinct of sex or aggression. This is also why certain individuals are freed of their neurosis simply by return to the practice of the religion in which they believe, and why. Jung adds, the mental health of aging persons is better among those who have religious faith. Incidentally, the neo-psychoanalyst, Schultz Henk, apparently quite independent of Jung, asserted that he encountered religious feelings and attitudes among non-believers. 195 Jung went even further and contended that among all my patients who are in the second half of life there is not one whose principal problem is not a religious one. It is not quite sure, though, what breadth Jung gave to the word religion. Thus, among the people whom Jung calls religious, some are believers whether they practice their religion or not, others are religiously minded people without knowing it, and lastly there are those who on the conscious level are anti-religious but who under certain circumstances are the subject of an archetypical religious experience. Sometimes religious archetypes burst out in the form of immediate religious experience which changes the life of an individual and therefore may affect the course of history. Such was Saul's vision on the way to Damascus which caused him to become a Christian and the great apostle St. Paul. Another hardly less impressive immediate religious experience was that of the Swiss mystic Nicholas von der Fli.ie. 196 a rich and honored citizen, he left his family and worldly interests to become a hermit in Stans. His advice was often sought by the population. Once he had a vision of the Holy Trinity that was so frightening and awe-inspiring that his physical appearance was changed and he himself appeared frightening. For a long time he meditated upon that vision, painting it in different forms, until he could assimilate it. At this point, in 1481, the Swiss cantons were Carl Gustav Lung and Analytical Psychology 725 on the verge of civil war, but the Confederation was saved through the timely intervention of brother Nicholas von der Fli at the Diet of Stans. However, it should be remembered that the emergence of such archetypes is not only a frightening experience but a dangerous one. The same archetypes whose crystallized forms are at the origin of religious experience in the normal individual can also be manifested in the religious delusions of schizophrenics. Among the archetypes the most closely related to religion is that of self. Jung at times seems to consider this archetype as an intermediary link to the religious experience of God, to the point even of calling it the archetype of God. Nevertheless, Jung always proclaimed that he was an empiricist, that man is naturally religious does not necessarily prove the truth of religion, nor does the existence of the archetype of God prove the existence of God. Jung's non-committal attitude was felt by some to be ambiguous. This feeling increased when Jung published Ion in 1951. 197 in Ion he seems to identify Christ with the archetype of the self and to imply that mankind as a whole is undergoing a process of collective individuation. Christ was manifested at a predetermined moment, that is, when the point of spring entered the zodiacal sign of the fishes. In 1952 appeared Jung's most controversial book, Answer to Job. 198 here he returns to the problem which had preoccupied him in his youth, namely, evil. Like thousands before him, Jung pondered on the question of how perfectly good and almighty God could have permitted evil, particularly the sufferings of the innocent and the just. Could it be that God is both good and evil? Jung critically examines the answers given in the book of Job. He is revolted by God's conduct who caused Adam to fall into a trap in the Garden of Eden, demanded of Abraham the sacrifice of his son, and allowed Satan to torment Job. Because Job has a higher conception of justice than God himself, God meets the challenge by the incarnation of his son. The sacrifice of Christ thus appears as a reparation by God of an injustice he committed toward man. God perfected himself by means of his union with divine wisdom, the Sophia, the feminine counterpart of the Holy Spirit which reappears under the image of the Virgin Mary. For that reason Jung considers that the proclamation in 1950 of the dogma of the Assumption is the most important religious event since the Reformation. Jung's answer to Job scandalized some of his disciples and unleashed animated controversies. Some gave it a psychological interpretation, assuming that Jung meant merely to describe the evolution of the image man created for himself about God. Others thought that Lung had wrought speculations about the metamorphoses of God in a neo-Gnostic fashion. The book might also be understood as a cry of existential anguish from a man desperately seeking for the solution of the greatest of all philosophical riddles, the problem of evil. Asked whether he did or did not believe in the existence of God, Jung never gave a direct answer. At times he cryptically referred to the old man, as if he meant a collective human being with whom every individual is connected through the collective unconscious and the archetypes. 199 Eventually he came to take a more direct stand. He saw the hand of God in those strange, unexpected, but meaningful events which are forced upon each individual during his lifetime. In one of the last interviews he granted to a journalist, he stated that God was at the same time the voice of conscience speaking within us and the inexplicable fateful events. All of what I have learned had led me step by step to an unshakable conviction of the existence of God. I do not take his existence on belief. Know that he exists. 200 and even greater discretion was observed by Jung in regard to the problem of life after death. His opinions on this were divulged only in his autobiography. Jung said that it was as difficult for a thinker to disclose the intimate paths of his cogitations as it was for a respectable woman to speak about her erotic life. How many thinkers had their unpublished manuscripts burned before their death or, as Bergson, forbade their posthumous publication? Jung, of course, does not pretend to give a definite answer, however, he is sure that the quest for a solution is characteristic of the normal individual. But how is one to find one's way in such an intricate matter? Jung considers various hypotheses. The idea of a world of blissful spirits devoid of all suffering seems improbable to him because of the fundamental unity of the universe. There must be much anguish and suffering in the other world. It must be a grandiose and terrible world, but there too, as on earth, there must be some kind of evolution. Jung does not find many arguments in favor of reincarnation. Nevertheless, our individual life must be but a link in a more extended chain, perhaps in relation to the lives of our ancestors. It may be that the life we live on earth is meant to be the answer to questions asked by them or to accomplish an assignment set from without. Or perhaps a life might be no more than the incarnation of an archetype, in other words, a temporary projection of a permanent self. Jung deems it probable that communication exists between the living and the dead. An opinion once enunciated by Fechner and defended with interesting arguments by Frederick van Eeden 201 is that, when in certain dreams a deceased person appears to us and gives us the feeling of absolute reality, this corresponds to an actual apparition of that person. But, when analyzing dreams of this kind which he had had in the course of his life, Jung notes a common feature to them all, far from ever revealing or teaching us anything. The dead need us and ask us questions. Since they live outside time and space they must resort to the help of those who still participate in spatio-temporal life. But all this can be no more than supposition. The main problem is to see whether one takes into account the infinite. 202 Whoever has reached this stage and achieved his individuation is delivered from the fear of death, even less will he be affected by many earthly concerns. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 727 Carl Gustav Jung's sources Jung's most immediate sources were his own personality, his family, his ethnic background. He was a practical man, well adjusted to material reality, but also he displayed an acute psychic perceptiveness. This contrast is expressed in his teaching and his therapy. His Swiss background had given him that practical bent that incited him, first, to bring his patients back to awareness and then, to help them readjust themselves as much as possible to their social and traditional setting. On the other hand, Jung's rare gift for psychological intuition and his aptitude for parapsychological experiences explain that other side of his teaching and therapy, the exploration of the collective unconscious and the world of archetypes. Being the son of a Protestant minister and having several relatives in the clergy, Jung was familiar with religious problems, and the religious crisis of his adolescence marked him for the rest of his life. He owed to his background a certain familiarity with the thought of Protestant theologians, we have already mentioned Albrecht Rouch and Rudolf Otto, and probably with the principle of cure of souls. Interest in medicine, classical languages, and history of religion were again part of the family tradition. There also was the humanistic tradition of Basel, the home city of scholars who combined erudition with imagination, such as Bachofen, with whom Jung has more than one point in common. As all the intellectuals of his generation, Jung was familiar with Greek and Latin classics. So that, when he undertook his journey of the unconscious, it was natural that he should compare it to the travels of Ulysses and Aeneas through the land of the dead. It was also natural that he knew Goethe, and, like Freud, quoted from Faust on almost any occasion. We have seen already how Schiller was one of the main sources of Jung's psychological types. Jung received his psychiatric training at a time when psychiatry was undergoing fundamental changes. His masters were Bleuler, Janet, Binet, and Flournoy. Bleuler's main concern was to understand the patient and to establish an effective rapport with him. He was foremost among those who during those years were attempting to re-psychologize psychiatry. 203 is to Pierre Janet, with whom Jung studied for a semester in Paris. His influence on Jung was considerable. From him Jung learned about psychological automatism, dual personality, psychological strength and weakness, the function of synthesis, the abasement du niveau mental, and subconscious fixed ideas, which Jung later identified with Ziehans complexes and Freud's traumatic reminiscences. Jung learned Janet's distinction of the two basic neuroses, hysteria and psychasthenia, to which he substituted the distinction of extroverted hysteria and introverted schizophrenia. Jung refers to Binet's book on the alterations of personality, and, although he does not quote Binet's book on the two types of intelligence 204, it is hardly possible that he should not have known it and been inspired by it in his description of the introverted and extroverted types. Jung gave due credit to the help and inspiration he had received from Theodor Flournoy. Jung could not have understood his young Basel medium so well, had it not been for Flournoy's research on Helene Smith. It was also from Flournoy that Jung took his interest in the phenomenon of cryptomnesia. From psychoanalysis Jung accepted with enthusiasm Freud's new method of exploring the unconscious through free association, Freud's contention that dreams could be interpreted and thus utilized for psychotherapy, and Freud's emphasis on the lasting influence of childhood and early relationships with parental figures. To be sure, Jung later substituted his own methods and ideas to these three great innovations of Freud, but it was from the latter that he had received the decisive impulse. On the other hand, Jung never accepted Freud's ideas about the role of sexuality in neurosis, sexual symbolism, and the Oedipus complex. Jung repeatedly acknowledged the importance of Adler. He admitted that the drive for superiority can be found at the root of certain neuroses, and that Adler's theory of dreams could give clues to the interpretation of certain dreams. Also that neurotics tend to manipulate their environment, and like Adler, Jung seated his patient on a chair facing his own. What Jung taught about the individual's social age and his social duties has much in common with Adler's concept of the three great life tasks, and Jung made therapeutic re-education a part of his own psychotherapy. Jung accepted Alphonse Meter's theories on the teleological function of dreams. He incorporated them in his system. Giving Meter due credit for them. 2°5 Herbert Silber had also come to the conclusion that certain dream pictures are symbolic self-representations of the dreamer, and he was the first psychoanalyst to be concerned with the symbolic meaning of alchemy. 26 Jung's journey into the unconscious was the great mainspring from which originated his system. We know from his autobiography that Jung acquired from his self-experiment his first notions of anima, the self, and individuation, with its symbols. The collective unconscious and the archetypes that had been known to him from his work with patients and from literature he now experienced personally. The methods he had applied in his self-experiment, namely active imagination, amplification of dreams, and drawing and painting from the unconscious, he now systematized as a therapeutic method for his patients. Jung's extended readings covered the works of philosophers, theologians, mystics, orientalists, ethnologists, novelists, and poets. Perhaps the most important of his sources are to be found in romantic philosophy and in the philosophy of nature. According to Leibbrand, Jung's system cannot be conceived without Schelling's philosophy. 207 Rosmelick found parallels between Fichte's concepts of the soul and some of Jung's basic assertions. 208 other parallels can be drawn between Jung's psychology and the philosophy of G. H. von Schubert 2°9 and what the latter explained in Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 729 philosophical terms E. T. H. Hoffmann utilized as a philosophical background for his note J.210 like von Schubert. Hoffmann depicted the coexistence in each individual of an individual soul, the ego, and of another psychic principle related to the activity of the world soul, the self. The individual may at times become conscious of the world soul. These moments are called cosmic moments by von Schubert and exalted states, Erhard-Zustand, by Hoffmann. Such are certain dreams, visions, somnambulic crises, and psychotic hallucinations. It is customary to designate these great philosophers of the unconscious Carl Gustav Karras, Arthur Schopenhauer, and Edward von Hartmann as Jung's predecessors. It would, however, be fitting to call attention to another romantic philosopher, Ignaz Paul Vidal Troxler, who has recently been rediscovered after a century of oblivion. 211 Troxler saw the course of human life as a series of psychic metamorphoses. The center of the personality is not the ego in the ordinary sense but what Troxler calls the Gemüt or the Ich Selbst. That is, exactly what Jung calls the self. Troxler sees it as a goal to reach in this life and a starting point for life after death and for communication with God. Dream life is a revelation of the essence of man to man himself and is a means of progression. Jung's concept of individuation is also to be found in Schleiermacher. 212 Schleiermacher emphasized the absolute uni-for-you-ness of the individual, the idea that every individual is called to bring into being his primordial self-image, and that true freedom is the accomplishment of that self-realization. Among the other romantics, Friedrich Kreutzer deserves special mention. 213 Jung himself recalls that he had devoured his works with passionate interest. 214 in Kreutzer's works Jung found a rich mind of myths and symbols with their interpretations, and also a specific conception of myths and symbols. They are neither historical nor literary material, but specific realities intermediate between abstraction and life. There is in the human mind a twofold symbolic function. Primitive people translate certain experiences and knowledge into myths, and endowed persons are able to grasp their meaning and interpret them. It is not known whether Jung was acquainted with those romantic psychiatrists like Rael, Heinroth, Ideler, and Newman who emphasized the psychogenesis of mental illness, the symbolic meaning of certain symptoms, and the possibility of the psychotherapy of psychosis. 21s, but, certainly, he was well acquainted with Justinus Kerner and the story of his famous seeress, Friedrich Hoffe, who in certain regards served as model to Helene Priest's work as mediumistic activities. 21.6 Though Jung hardly ever quotes Bachofen, it is unlikely that he was not acquainted with his work. Bachofen was among those few who, like Kreutzer, taught how to decipher the meaning of symbols. 217 He taught that matriarchy had been overthrown and supplanted by patriarchy and how its memory expresses itself in symbolic form. Translated into psychological terms, this would give Jung's picture of the masculine individual with his repressed feminine soul and his anima symbols. As for Nietzsche, Jung quoted him freely, and possibly borrowed the concepts of the shadow and the old wise man from him. It is open to question to what extent the mystics and occultists contributed to Jung's thinking or were merely objects of study for him. Those romantic philosophers who were Jung's more direct sources had themselves a long series of predecessors, from the Gnostics and alchemists to Paracelsus, Boehme, Swedenborg, Saint Martin, von Bader, and Fabre d'Olivet. Some of these men were hailed by Jung as the pioneers of the psychology of the unconscious. Jung seems to have been influenced by the work of the German ethnologist Adolf Bastian, an erudite, well-traveled, and prolific writer who developed a theory of elementary thoughts. 218. Bastian contended that the theory of diffusion did not suffice to explain the occurrence of the same rites, myths, and thoughts all over the world, and that this could be explained only by a theory of the universal structure of the human mind. These ideas brought a noted Italian psychiatrist, Tanzi, to draw a parallel between the hallucinations and delusions of his paranoid patients and the rites and beliefs of many primitive peoples. 219 Another German ethnologist, Leo Frobenius, developed a theory that mankind had gone through three successive visions of the world. The oldest was the animalistic in which men worshipped animals. With the beginning of agriculture came a new vision of the world centered around the problem of death and the cult of the dead. Then came the epic of the sun god, dominated by the cult of the sun day. Men believed that the souls of the dead follow the sun in the underworld, and this belief gave birth to innumerable stories of mythical heroes who were swallowed by a monster and journeyed through its interior before emerging and starting a new life. 220 Jung recognized this basic myth in the subconscious fantasies of Miss Miller, and for some time he and his pupils found it in Patience of the Bergolsli. 221 One may wonder to what extent this myth inspired certain features of Jung's own journey through the unconscious. Albrecht Dietrich's work Mother Yarth 222 seems to have partially inspired Jung's concepts of the Magna Mater and her symbolism. It is difficult to ascertain what in Asiatic literature served as a source or stimulus for Jung's thinking. The effect of conversations with men like Richard Wilhelm or Heinrich Zimmer was probably more decisive than the widest readings. We already mentioned the stimulation which Jung received from novels such as Spitteler's Amigo, Alphonse Daudet's Tart Ehrenser/E.S. Alpes, Ryder Haggard, and Pierre Benoit's Elliot/Ended. Another novelist, Leon Daudet, enunciated ideas which show noteworthy parallels to Jung's psychological theories. 223 Leon Daudet contends that man's main drive is his tendency to realize himself against noxious hereditary influences and to thus acquire inner freedom. Human Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 731 Personality, Daudet says, consists of two entities, the ego and the self, the moi and the soi, and the life drama of each man is in the struggle between these two. The ego does not consist only of the conscious personality with its perceptions, memories, moods, and ague aspirations, but also of an unconscious personality with ageneration instincts, psychic automatisms, and scattered remnants of hereditary influences. The self, on the other hand, is the essence of human personality, the true, original and new being. Creative impulses, major decisions, acts of reason and of faith issue from the self. When the ego predominates, the personality loses its unity and gives way to a number of struggling personages that are none other than the vestiges of our ancestors. Sometimes the personality can be wrecked by the sudden emergence of one or several ancestors. Who take possession of the individual either through the influence of an exterior circumstance or spontaneously through a kind of self-fertilization. At first the individual may experience it as a helpful influence, but in the long run it becomes detrimental to him. Such an ancestor-dominated individual Daudet calls in Heredu. He is restless, impulsive, and moody. The man who is dominated by the self is poised, well-balanced, and shows insight and moral courage. It is the true possession of the self that enables a man to be a hero or a creative genius. Thus the main goal in human life is to overcome the ego with the uncontrolled ancestral impulses, and to discover and actualize oneself. This should be the object of a new science which Daudet calls metapsychology. Many people live their lives in ignorance of their self, discovering it very late or only at the moment of death. There are propitious times in life for the emergence of the self, namely, between the ages of 7 years and puberty, then for a passing moment around the T//20th year, and particularly between the ages of 35 and 40, when the individual is set before the choice of remaining in him, due for the rest of his life or attaining his self. Daudet considers that longevity depends on the methodical tonification of the self. The success of a marriage relationship is bound to how far the two spouses have each attained their self. The self is the eminently sociable part of the personality, whereas ego domination is the source of disturbances in human relationships. Daudet calls imagination a function of the self by means of which a man becomes aware of his heirdisms, so that he can discard the noxious ones and retain as models the images from ISE ancestors only. Mental disease, he adds, is the effect of cataclysms by which certain ancestors take possession of an individual. Thus, man lives and dies by his images. And Daudet concludes that his metapsychology //old fa/ or unforeseen applications. When reading El Heredu in its sequence, The World of Images 2241 has the feeling of reading the epitome of a full-fledged system of dynamic psychiatry that merely lacks substantiation in psychotherapeutic work. To what extent it inspired Jung is not known, but he certainly read it, since he referred to El Heredu on at least one occasion. 225. The influence of Carl Gustav Jung. Jung's influence has been exerted through his personality, his doctrine, his disciples, his former patients, and his school. At first it was limited to psychiatry and psychotherapy, but after 1920 it extended itself to the circles of religion and the history of culture. Later he also attracted the attention of sociologists, economists, and students of political science. Jung's name was first made known through his work with the word association test, an already existing method of which he made the first projective test. 226 It became part of the daily routine in Swiss mental hospitals, and also served as an incentive for the Rorschach test and others. Although Jung's attempts to use the test for criminological purposes failed, research in that direction was taken up by other scientists and culminated with the invention of the lie detector. Next came Jung's studies on schizophrenia, which was in line with Bleuler's efforts to understand these patients and establish a rapport with them. We have seen how Jung first found complexes and then archetypes at the root of schizophrenic symptoms. Jung did a great deal to further the psychotherapy of schizophrenia, and he anticipated the research of contemporary existential analysts in their attempts to understand and make intelligible the subjective experience of schizophrenics. A number of Jungian and non-Jungian psychiatrists pointed out the similarity of universal myths and subjective schizophrenic experiences. 227 C.G. Jung's contributions to psychoanalysis have been duly recognized by Freudians. 221. He introduced the terms complex and imago, and he was the promoter of training analysis. According to Jung, it was he who called Freud's attention to Schreber's memoirs. Long C-itism of Freud's interpretation of the Schreber case caused Freud to revise his libido theory and introduce the concept of narcissism. Jung's preoccupation with myths and his metamorphoses and symbols of libido stimulated Freud to write his Totem and Taboo. Child analysts adopted Jung's techniques of therapy through drawing and painting. Recently a number of analysts have discreetly enunciated ideas offering certain resemblances to Jung's teachings. Erikson, for instance, describes the development of the individual in 8 stages, the first 5 of which are analogous to Freud's stages of libidinal development, and the 3 other ones seem to have been inspired by Jung's concept of individuation. 229 Jung's method of active imagination inspired Desoil's daydream therapy. 230 Desoil has the patient lie on a couch imagining that he is lifted into the air and further up into the sky, telling the therapist all the images that presented themselves to him, thus enabling the therapist to explore his unconscious. Numerous therapists adopted Jung's method of painting from the unconscious under various forms. Psychoanalysts also used it in the psychotherapy of children and psychotics. One of Jung's disciples, Hans Tribe, thought that the one healing factor in psychotherapy was the encounter between the therapist and patient. 231 In developing this theory he parted from Jung, with whom he remained in faithful antagonism, as Tribe Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 733 described it. Jungian treatment of mental illness has been systematized by H.K. Fears. 232 Jung touched upon psychosomatic medicine around 1909 and a Jungian approach has been developed by C.A. Meyer. 233 A variety of group therapy based on Lung's principles has been introduced by Hans Illing. 234 It should also be mentioned that Alcoholics Anonymous indirectly owes its origin to Jung. That little-known story has been clarified by the recent publication of an exchange of letters between one of the co-founders of AA and Jung. 2.3 Around 1931 an American alcoholic patient, Roland H., came to see Jung who gave him psychotherapy for perhaps 1 year. But he relapsed shortly afterward. He returned to Jung who frankly told him that there was no more hope for him in any further medical or psychiatric treatment. Roland H. asked whether there was any other hope and Jung replied that there might be provided he could become the subject of a spiritual or religious experience, which might remotivate him entirely. Roland H. joined the Oxford group where he found a conversion experience, was deluged from his compulsion to drink, and devoted himself to helping other alcoholics. One of them, Eddie, followed his example, joined the Oxford group, and was freed from his drinking compulsion. In November 1934 Eddie visited his friend Bill. // whose case was considered hopeless, and told him of his experience. Bill subsequently had a religious experience and a vision of a society of alcoholics transmitting their experience from one to the other. Eddie and Bill then founded the Society of Alcoholics Anonymous whose subsequent development is KNM/N. Dulong's typology with its distinction of extroversion and introversion and the 4 psychological functions has been criticized by students of characterology. Nevertheless, Eysenck adopted the dichotomy extroversion-introversion as one of his dimensions of personality. 237 A Swiss marriage counselor, Plattner, contends that most individuals tend to choose as their partner a person who belongs to the type and function opposite to their own. For instance, a rational extroverted will choose an effective introverted, hence the existence of certain marriage types, each with its own difficulties and possibilities of conflict. 7. The historian Toynbee found that the world's great religions could be classified in terms of Lung's psychological types. 239. Generally speaking, Lung's concepts of extroversion and introversion enjoyed such popularity that they are now used in colloquial language, although not always according to their original meaning. Lung's original concept is sometimes to be recognized under another terminology, such as David Riesman's distinction between inner-directed and other-directed people. 240. The intensive preoccupation with symbols, myths, and archetypes is a main feature of Lung's psychology. At first it was a matter of applying depth psychology to the study of myths. In a second period Jung used myths to understand psychological phenomena, applying his method of amplification, a method that requires a thorough knowledge on the part of the therapist of mythology and of the manifold possible meanings of symbols. For instance, to a Freudian analyst the snake is just a phallic symbol, to a Jungian it might be this, but it also can have 10 other meanings. In a third period, comparative studies of the same myths were undertaken by mythologists on one side and Jungian psychologists on the other. A prototype of such comparative studies is given by the book published jointly by Karl Kirinai, a Hungarian student of mythology living in Zurich, and C.G. Jung. 241. The myth of the divine child and the divine maiden is analyzed by both Kirinai and Jung in terms of their particular disciplines. Other comparative studies have been presented at the Ehreno's yearly conferences in Ascona and subsequently published in the Ehreno's yearbooks. Jung's concept of the collective unconscious has been applied to the psychology of philosophical insights and scientific discoveries. Such was Jung's interpretation of the discovery of the law of conservation of energy by Robert Mayer. The physicist Pauli gave a somewhat similar interpretation of Kepler's discoveries. 242. Referring to Anaximander's idea of the primordial stuff of a boundless universe without beginning or end, F.M. Cornford remarks that such an idea could not have resulted from observation or from a scientific hypothesis. 243. Therefore the idea emerged from a level of the unconscious mind so deep that we do not recognize it as a part of ourselves, that is, from Jung's collective unconscious. This would explain the similarity of Anaximander's concept with the primitive image of the Polynesian mana. Indeed, Cornford assumes that the development of philosophy and science centrally consists in the differentiation, under the action of conscious intellectual criticism, of these primordial images which had, by a different process, previously given birth to every form of religious representation. In that perspective, philosophy, science, and mythology derive through different channels from the collective unconscious. Jung's concepts of the natural function of religion and the existence of religious archetypes in man provoked lively discussion in religious circles. Several theologians thought that they had found in Jung an ally against atheism, others blamed his psychologism. They said that while Freud was openly atheistic, considering religion an illusion and the result of wishful thinking, Jung saw in religion the projection of religious archetypes about which one does not be to which transcendent reality they correspond. The theologian Frisch Knecht of Basel designates Jung's system as a kind and understanding variety of atheism. 244. Another theologian, Hans Schaar, in Bern, contends that no one concerned with religion today could dispense with studying Jung's work. 245. On the basis of Jung's concepts, Hans Schaar produced his 700-page treatise of the psychology of religion. 246. Another theologian, Roche, developing Jung's idea that man is naturally religious, contends that, unknown to most therapists, transference is in part a religious manifestation. 24/7. Another well-known theologian, Paul Carl Gustav Lung in Analytical Psychology 735 Tillich, states that Lung's doctrine of archetypes is of great help to Protestant theology, especially in regard to the theory of religious symbols. 24s. Lung's ideas also aroused much interest among Catholic theologians. 249. At least 3 of them wrote a comprehensive study, Father White 250, Father Hossier 251, and Father Goldbrunner 252. Among Russian Orthodox theologians, Reverend Evdokimov utilized Lung's concepts of the archetypes and of the anima and the animus in a philosophical anthropological study of woman. 253. In his textbook of collective psychology, Rewald devoted a chapter to Lung, emphasizing the great importance of his concepts for the understanding of mass psychoses. 254. Lung stressed the psychic inflation of the individual in a crowd, whereas Freud saw the mass identifying itself with the leader. Jung, like Janet, underlined that the leader also depends on the mass. Jung explains mass psychoses as being the sudden resurgence among a collectivity of latent archetypes. Among Lung's closest disciples was the Swiss economist Eugen Baller 2SS, who drew the attention of business circles to the psychology of Jung and attempted in numerous publications to apply Lung's concepts of economic science. 256. Especially that of myths in relation to mass psychology. 2s7. Economic life, according to Baller, is not so much dominated by national purposes than high collective impulses originating in fantasy and myth. Or more precisely, whereas producing is the outcome of a rational process, consuming depends on irrational impulse similar to the erotic impulse. Fantasy is the true incentive to economic progress. The progress of science and technique had resulted in an enormous increase of the part assigned to fantasy in human life. Literature, art, Nevada's papers, movie theaters, radio, television, are dream factories, and so are the modern hotels in the tourist business. Modern economy is as much a dream factory as Holly /it. It is based for a small part on real needs, for the greatest part on fantasy and myth. Hence the central role in modern economics of the ad/racing business. Science itself is now surrounded with a mythical halo. While gratifying human imagination, science also creates new needs among the consumers as well as the means to satisfy these artificially created needs. Fashion means for woman Dionysian release from rationality and the enhancement of her personality. And it is its very unpredictability that confers on it the mystery of an oracle that must be fathomed. The stock exchange itself has a mythical function. It is not the brain, but rather the heart of economic life. Compensating for the pressures endured by Homo economicus in his relentless 3/TM/ard rational organization, order, and thriftiness, and the exactingness of bookkeeping, computing, and the setting up of balance sheets. The stock exchange is the only window through which daydreams can enter the life of such a man. At the same time the beliefs, expectations, and desires of numerous men are projected and converge on the stock exchange. Far from ruling economic life, the stock exchange is itself at the mercy of the tides of collective fantasies. Depressions come about when there is a sudden loss of economic myth. Baller extended his criticism to other economic myths, past or present, such as free trade, the Grossraum, and others. The application of Jungian concepts to political philosophy was inaugurated in 1931 by Schindler with his study on constitutional law and social structure. 258. In 1954 Hans F. Ayer applied the concept of archetypes to the philosophy of law. 25/9 Then Hans Marty proposed a Jungian interpretation of the Swiss constitution. To know the most consistent attempts in that direction, however, were those of Erich Fechner in 195-6261 and Maxim Boden in 1959.262 in a critical survey of all possible theories pertaining to the origin of the notion of law, biological, economical, political, sociological, philosophical, theological theories. Erich Fechner comes to propound a psychological theory based on the Jungian concepts of archetypes. Social instinct, according to Erich Fechner, cannot account for the origin of a legal community and of the state. The commandment, thou shalt not kill, or the institution of monogamy, for instance, must have been unconscious representations long before they became legal institutions and therefore must have been primordial images, or archetypes. Maxim Boden asserts that the structure of the state is a reflection of psychic reality. The 3 classical forms of state, monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, correspond to different development/L's of collective consciousness. Monarchy, or autocracy, is the state in /which one individual assumes the ego potential and actualizes the unconscious contents of all others. The dominator and the dominated are strongly tied to each other by a phenomenon of transference, which impedes the development of indi/individuals. Aristocracy, which is domination by a group of chosen men, /S for a certain amount of grm/th in the dominated individuals. But it implies a complex net /org of relationships between the elite and the masses. There is a /rad of such systems depending on whether the tie is more an unconscious transference or a conscious mandate. Democracy should be the state form of citizens / and all are the majority among them have reached a sufficient degree of indie / situation, so that they are clearly aware of their mutual relationship, and become able to create an authentic community. Referring to Montesquieu's theory of the three powers, legislative, executive and judiciary, Imboden points out certain analogies with the dogma of the Trinity, and he thinks that it actually issued from that dogma. Thanks to an increase in collective awareness at the beginning of modern times, it is the fate of all innovators that the development of their work is unpredictable, because it does not depend so much on its intrinsic value as on material factors, historical circumstances, and the fluctuations of the collective mind. There is a basic similarity between the system of Freud and Jung, each one deriving from a creative illness channeled into a psychotherapeutic method. Both offer the possibility of a journey into the unconscious, in the form of a training or therapeutic analysis. But it is a very different journey. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 737. Those who undertake a Freudian analysis will soon develop an intensive transference neurosis, have Freudian dreams, and discover their Oedipus complex, child sexuality, and castration anxiety. Those who undertake a Jungian analysis will have Jungian dreams, confront their shadow, their anima, their archetypes, and pursue their individuation. A Freudian psychoanalyst who would undergo Jungian analysis would feel as disoriented as Mephisto in the second part of Faust, when he comes to the classical Walpurgis Night and discovers with amazement that there is another hell with its own laws. Actually, the contrast between the Freudian and the Jungian unconscious could aptly be illustrated by the contrast between the Walpurgis Night of the Blocksberg, with its demons and witches, and the classical Walpurgis Night, with its mythological figures. This is also why many people react to Freud and Jung more according to their personal tendencies than to an objective scrutiny of facts. Some persons feel that Freud stands on the solid ground of scientific facts, whereas Jung is lost in a hazy mysticism. Others think that Freud deprives the human soul of its aura of mystery, 26, and that Jung saves its spiritual values. Did not Freud himself, they will say, choose for the epigraph of his interpretation of dreams Virgil's verse, Flectere esse iniquo superos, e curantum mufo, if I cannot move those of heaven, I shall rally those of hell. In contrast to this, Jung's motto could be another verse of Virgil, 264 Carmen Avel Silla passant didicero lunem, songs can the very moon draw down from heaven. Thus, the same people who see in Freud the sorcerer who reduced man to his devilish instincts, are likely to visualize Jung as the wizard who was able to sway the moon. It is to be expected that with the passing of time Jung's work will undergo certain transformations. One reason for this is of general nature. It is the fate of any ideology that each successive generation tends to see it in a new perspective. In Jung's case there is something more. His work is essentially known today through the books, articles, and contributions published during his lifetime and gathered in his collected works. When the collection of his typewritten seminars is made available in printed form, Jung's personality and work will be shown in a new perspective, and it will be even more so when his letters are published. It is not impossible that even his red book and black book, perhaps even his diaries, will appear someday and show him in yet another, unsuspected light. Not only a man's life, but also his image and posthumous influence can undergo an unforeseeable succession of metamorphoses. Notes. 1 for an account of the Swiss democratic system. See André Siegfried, La Suisse, Demokratie Moline, edition review et augmenté, Neuchâtel, La Baconière, 1956. 2 we give the most probable date for his birth. Certain documents give it as 1793, others 1795, but the majority place it in 1794. 3 Edward His, Ballergallert Day 19. Laurendertz, Basel, Benno Schwab, 1941, pages 69 to 76. 4 H. Haupt, Ein Vergessener Dichter US der Freizeit der Burschenschaft, Carl Gustav Jung, 1794 to 1864, NP, ND. 5 Ernst Jung, ed. Erst Dentage bei Schoenmeans Vaters. NP, ND. 6 C. G. Jung, Animadversions quidem de ossibus generatum et in specie de ossibus raphigeminentibus, qui vulgo ossis uterarum de Cantor, BASI 1 AE, 1827. 7 According to the community registry in Ball, the psychiatrist's first name was spelled Karl, but he always used the older spelling Karl that had been that of his grandfather. 8 These details are borrowed from a study by Oniel Jaff on Jung's family, compiled from family documents. C. G. Jung, Ehrenurungen, Trium, Gedenken, Zurich, Rascher Verlag, 1962, pages 399 to 407. 9 Professor P. Kielholz, director of the Friedmat Mental Hospital, informed the author that the name of Reverend Paul Jung is found in the annual reports of that institution for the first time in 1888, and that he held the office of chaplain until his death in 1896. Annual reports of that period expressed high appreciation of his character and services to the patients. 10 Pierre Berthoz, La vie quotidienne and Almagnio Temps de Guillaume II, Paris, Hachette, 1962, p. 27. 11 The book by E. A. Bennett, C. G. Lung, London, Paris Dollar Amp, Radcliffe, 1961, is based mainly on interviews given by Jung in his old age. 12 Albert Gary, Ein paar Erinnerungen, in Diku/Tour/Ebitudum.com/Exen-Psychologic, Berlin, Springer, 1935, pages 524 to 528. 13 Gustav Steiner, Erinnerungen and Carl Gustav Jung. Zur Entstehung der Autobiography, Baller's Stockbook, 1965, pages 117 to 163. 14 The main parts of the autobiography appeared serially in the weekly, Die Weltwoche, Zurich, from August 31, 1962, to February 1963, and then in book form, C. G. Jung, Erinnerungen, Trium, Gedenken, Oniel Jaff, Zurich, Rascher, 1962. The English translation, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, New York, Pantheon Books, 1963, is somewhat incomplete. 15 To give only one instance, Albert Gary says that Jung had decided at a very young age to become a physician. In his autobiography Jung relates that the decision was taken abruptly, under the impact of 2 dreams, shortly before registering at the university. 16 An edition of the correspondence of C. G. Jung is currently being prepared under the direction of Dr. Gerhard Adler. 17 All data pertaining to the names, dates, and places of birth of the members of the Jung family have been supplied by the registry office of the city of Basel. 18 Justin Gehrig, A.S. Klein Heineigensvergangenen Tagen, Basel, 1941. 19 Jean Delay, La Jeunesse d'André Gide, Paris, Gallimard, 1956, I, 193 to 199. 20 Though Jung never named the personage, this second personality was most probably that of Goethe as a reflection of the grandfather's legend. 21 Ich kann nicht G/Oben was ich nicht kenn, UND was ich kann brauch ich nicht sie glauben. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 739-22. Data furnished by Dr. Hans Gutzwiller, rector of the Humanistisches Gymnasium in Basel. 23 Information supplied by the State Archive of the Canton of Basel City. 24 Gustav Steiner, Erinnerungen and Carl Gustav Jung. Zur Entstehung der Autobiography, Baller's Stockbook, 1965, pages 117 to 163. 25 The identity of the young medium is no longer a secret. She was the 11th child of Rudolf Prieswerk, who was C. G. Jung's maternal uncle. Further details may be found in the book by Ernst Schaap Prieswerk, Die Baller Family Prieswerk, Basel, Friedrich Reinhardt, N.D., p. 122. 26 Details of C. G. Jung's periods of military service were kindly provided by his son, Franz Jung. 27 We owe this information to Professor Manfred Bleuler, director of the Bergholzli Mental Hospital, Zurich. 28 See Chap 5, pages 286 to 288. 29 Dr. Alphonse Meter, Personal Communication. 30 Professor Jacob Wirsch, Personal Communication. 31 Professor Erwin Ackerknecht was instrumental in obtaining for the author from the archives of the Zurich University the list of the lectures given by Jung as a privat doesn't. 32 C. G. Jung, Über die Bedeutung der Freudsphere Neurologie und Psychiatry, Correspondence by Verschweiger Ert, XXXVIII, 1908, 218 to 222. 33 Dr. Alphonse Meter assures the author he witnessed incidents during which Jung would publicly ridicule Bleuler. 34 Dr. Alphonse Meter, Personal Communication. 35 C chap 10, pages 810 to 814. 36 C chap 10, p 818. 37 C chap 10, pages 819 to 820. 38. According to Drive Alphonse Meter, Jung resigned because the Zurich University refused to grant him the title of professor. 39 Notes on the seminar in analytical psychology conducted by C.G. Lung, Zurich, March 23 to July 6, 1925. Arranged by members of the class. Typescript. 40 C.G. Jung, Irrnerungen, Trium, Diedenken, Zurich, Rascher Verlag, 1962, pages 103 to 104. This episode has been left out of the English translation of Jung's autobiography. 41 Incidentally, the author learned from Dr. Alphonse Meter that the Viennese psychoanalysts who did not like Jung had nicknamed him Blond Siegfried. 42 C.G. Jung's Septem Sermons ad Mortuos have been reprinted in the original German edition of his autobiography, pages 389 to 398. 43 The term self incompletely conveys the meaning of the word selbst, which will be defined later. 44 Dr. Alphonse Meter informs the author that he remained close to Jung and was his disciple during all this period and until 1928. 45 Fanny Moser, ed. Spuck, LRRG/O Boderwag/O. Baden-Baden, 1950, pages 250 to 261. 46 C.G. Jung, Psychologist Type N, Zurich, Rascher, 1921. E.N.G. Trans, Psychological Types, New York, Harcourt, Brace, 1923. 47 The author asked Jung once why he did not publish his observations on the Algoni, and Jung answered that being a psychologist he did not want to encroach upon the field of the anthropologist. A short account of this and others of Jung's travels may be found in his autobiography. 48 Information provided by Drive Paul Geyer, archivist of the city of Zurich. 49 Neue Zürcher Zeitung, November 26, 1932, number 2202, and November 27, 1932, number 2210. 50 Gustav Belli, Durchstammige Psychotherapie, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, February 27, 1934, number 343. 51 C.G. Jung, Zeitgenössisches, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, March 3, 1934, number 437, March 14, 1934, number 443. Ein Nachtrag, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, March 15, 1934, number 457. 52. Gustav Belli, C.G. Jung, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, December 23, 1942, number 2118, Blatt 2. 53 According to information sent by the Registrar of the University of Calcutta, Jung was awarded an honorary degree of Doctor of Laws on January 7, 1938, but could not attend the ceremony because of illness. 54 Jung published his impressions of India in two articles, The Dreamlike World of India, and What India Can Teach Us in the journal Asia, XXXIX, 1939, 5-8, and 9/98. 55 The campaign originated in Swiss socialist circles, with Theodor Swartz and Alex von Muehl. It then extended to certain Jewish periodicals, and was renewed a few years later by a small group of psychoanalysts. 56 The incriminating sentences are to be found in an article by C.G. Jung, Zur Gegenwärtigen Psychotherapie. Central Blatt für Psychotherapie, 7, 1934, 1-16. 57 If Jung really had taken over Kretschmer's post in the German Association, as Jones erroneously contends, it is obvious that Kretschmer would have mentioned the fact in his autobiography. However, Kretschmer does not say anything of the kind and he gives a very sympathetic picture of Jung. See Ernst Kretschmer, Gestalt in UND Diedenken, Stuttgart, theme, 1963, pages 133 to 136. 58 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1957, 3, 187. 59 See the article of Ernest Harms, Carl Gustav Jung Defender of Freud and the Jews, Psychiatric Quarterly, XX, 1946, 198 to 230. 60 C.G. Jung, Noctur Katastrophe, Neue Schweizer Rundschau, 13, 1945, 67 to 88. 61 M. Molyneux, H. Puch, G. Quispel, eds, Evangelium Veritatis. Study in AUS Dem C.G. Jung Institute, 6, Zurich, Rascher, 1957. 62 Ludwig Marcuse, Der Fall C.G. Jung, Der Zeitgeist, number 36, 1955, pages 13 to 15. Monthly supplement of the journal Der Aufbau, New York. 63 Realidisches Wochenblatt, March 2, 1956, pages 39 to 40. 64 Details of the ceremony may be found in the Zurich Seed Zeitung, July 28, I 960. 65 Such are the books by E. A. Bennett, C.G. Lung, London, Berry and Rockcliffe, 1961. Richard I. Evans, Conversations with Carl Lung and Reactions from Ernest Jones, Princeton, Van Nostrand Co., 1964. 66 Carl Jung, M.L., von Franz, Joseph L. Henderson, E. Olandi Jacobi, Amiel Jaff, Man, and His Symbols, London, All This Books, 1964. 67 Gustav Steiner, Irrnerungen and Carl Gustav Jung, Baller Standbuck, 1965. Pages 117 to 163. 68 Personal communication from Drive Alphonse Meter who was on the Burgo, Lee staff at that time. 69 Martin Freud, Sigmund Freud, Man and Father, New York, Vanguard, 1958, pages 108 to 109. 70 Personal communication. 71 Martin Freud, Sigmund Freud, Man and Father, New York, Vanguard, 1958, pages 108 to 109. 72 Ernst Kretschmer, Gestalt in UND Diedenken, Stuttgart, theme, 1963, p. 135. 73 Personal information from Franz Jung. 74 Dennis de Rougemont, L.E. Swiss Moyenne et Quelques Revue de Paris, LCI, 1965, 52 to 64. 75 Karl Barth. Deckerschlag Dogmatik, Zollikon, Evangelischer Verlag, 1951, Vol. 3/4, Part I, PAR 54, I. 76 Paul Haberlin, Der Mensch, in Philosophisch Anthropologie, Zurich, Schweizer Spiegel Verlag, 1941. 77 Among his books on education 2 are particularly noted, Wef UND/Wech der Erzieher, Basel, Kober, 1918. Eltem UND Kinder, Psychologist Bemerkungen zum Konflikt der Generationen, Basel, Kober, 1922. 78 Paul Haberlin, Stadt einer Autobiography, Frauenfeld, Huber, 1959. Frauenfeld, Huber, 1956. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 741-79. Paul Haberlin, AUS Manum Heidenbuch. Orlebnis in Diedenken 1 Gemsjägers, Frauenfeld, Huber, 1956. 80 Paul Haberlin, AUS Manum Heidenbuch, Frauenfeld, Huber, 1956, p. 54. Stettiner Autobiographic, Frauenfeld, Huber, 1959, pages 52 to 55. 81 Paul Haberlin, Zur Lehre von Traum, Schweizer Archiv für Neurologic UND Psychiatric, LCI, 1951, 19 to 46. Reprinted in Swiss and Philosophic UND Medicine, Zurich, Schweizer Speech 1 Verlag, 1965, pages 96 to 136. 82 Rudolf Steiner, Mein Lebensgang, Dornach, Philosophische Anthroposophischer Verlag, 1925. 83 C. Chap 4, pages 206 to 207. 84 Rudolf Steiner, Wir lang Mannerkenntnisse de Hoher Welten, Berlin, Philosophische Anthroposophischer Verlag, 1922. 85 Rudolf Steiner's concepts of the turning of life are scattered throughout his works. His ideas on this point have been summarized by Friedrich Husemann, Das Bild Demens als Grundlage der Heilkunst, Stuttgart, Verlag Freies Geistleben, 1956, 2, 136. 86 Rudolf Steiner, Geisteswissenschaftliche Erläuterungen Zielger des Faust, Dornach, Philosophische Anthroposophischer Verlag, 1931, I, 76. 87 Rudolf Steiner, Anthroposophy UND Psychoanalyze, Dornach, November 10, 1917, volume I reprinted in Anthroposophy, Stuttgart, Vols. 3, 4, April September, 1935. 88 Gustav Steiner, Irrenungen and Carl Gustav Jung, Waller Stockbook, 1965, pages 117 to 163. 89 C.G. Jung, Irrenungen, Trium, Gedanken, Zurich, Rascher Verlag, 1962, p. 106. Memories, Dreams, Reflections, p. 99. 90 Incidentally, this idea was commonplace at that time. 91 C.G. Jung, Zur Psychologie und Pathologie sogenannter okkulter Phänomene. In Psychiatrist Study, Leipzig, Oswald Mutze, 1902. E.N.G. Trans, On the Psychology and Pathology of So-Called Occult Phenomenon, in C.G. Jung Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1957, I, 3-88. 92 C. Chap 2, pages 79-81. 93 Notes on the Seminar in Analytical Psychology, conducted by Dr. C.G. Lung, Zurich, March 23-Y6, 1925, arranged by members of the class, 1926. 94 A lady who managed a dressmaker's shop in Basel for a long time patronized by a distinguished clientele assured the author that Jung's cousin worked well but created dress 5 that lacked originality, copied from fashion magazines. Was this professional rivalry, or is it that psychiatrists are not always the best judges in matters of fashion? 95. Archives de Psychologie, 2, 1903, 85-86. 96 P.E. Cornelier, La Survivance de / et son évolution après I mort. Comptes rendus d'expériences, Paris, Alcan, 1920. 97 H. R. Liner M.A.N.D., Les Confessions d'un auteur dramatique, Paris, Albin Michel, 1953, 2, 134-140. 98 H. R. Liner M.A.N.D., L'amour magicien, 1926, in Theatre Complete, Paris, Press, 1936, 1-113. 99 C.G. Jung, Die Psychopathologist Bidudum des Associations Experiments, Age of Fear Criminal Anthropology UND Criminalistic, XXII, 1906, 145-162. 100 C.G. Jung, Diagnostic Association Studienne, Leipzig, J. A. Barth, 1906, 1909. E.N.G. Trans, Studies in Word Association, New York, Moffat Yard, 1919, 2 vols. 101 C.G. Jung, Über die Psychologie der Dementia Precox, Halle, CMARHO1D, 1907. E.N.G. Trans, The Psychology of Dementia Precox, Nervous and Mental Disease Monograph Series No. 3, 1909. Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1959, ill, 3-151. 102 Eugen Bleuler UND C.G. Jung, Komplexe UND Krankheitsersachen bei Dementia Precox, Central Blatt für Nervenheilkunde UND Psychiatric, XXXI, No. 19, 1908, 220-227. 103 C.G. Jung, Dornhalter Psychos, Vienna and Leipzig, Dudek, 1908, Collected Works, 3, 153-178. 104 C.G. Jung, Zur Psychologischen Tatbestands Diagnostik, Center / Blatt für Nervenheilkunde UND Psychiatry, XXVIII, 1905, 813-815. 105 C.G. Jung, Alieno Vetus della Psychologia Criminale, Revista di Psychologia Applicata, 4, 1908, 287-304. 106 Sigmund Freud, Tatbestands Diagnostic UND Psychoanalyze, Archiv für Criminal Anthroposophie UND Criminalistic, 1906, XXXVI, 1-10. 107 C.G. Jung, Das Ungeheimnis Enormes / UND Kranken C/N/Eben, Zurich, Rascher, 1926. E.N.G. Trans. In 2 Essays on Analytical Psychology, London, Bailey Arrett, 1929, pages 1-121. 108 Richard I. Evans, Conversations with Carl Lung, Princeton, Van Nostrand Co., 1964. 109 Since Jung entered the Bergholzli on December 11, 1900, it is more probable that Bleuler assigned him this task in 1901. 110 It was the custom at the Bergholzli about once a month to hold a doctor's meeting called a referee event, that is, an evening devoted to a report and discussion on a recent psychiatric work of general interest. One member of the staff was assigned the report, after which each one of the others asked questions or made remarks, and Bleuler would make concluding comments. 111 It is therefore erroneous when certain authors contend that the word association test was an application of psychoanalysis to the test method. The test itself and the notion of complex preceded the foundation of psychoanalysis. 112 C.G. Jung, Die Bedeutung des Vaters für das Schicksal der Einzelnen, Jarbuch für Psychoanalyst UND Psychopathologist Forstungen, I, 1909, 155-173. E.N.G. Trans. In Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology, London, Bailey Arrett, 1916, pages 156-175. 113 C.G. Jung, Über Konflikt der Kindlichen Seele, Jarbuch für Psychoanalyst UND Psychopatho/August Forstungen, 2, 191-10, 33-58. 114 C.G. Jung, Ein Beitrag zur Psychologie des Gerichts, Center / Blatt für Psychoanalyse, I, 1911, 81-90. 115 Friedrich Kreutzer, Symbolik UND Mythologie der Alan Volker, Besonders der Region, 4 vols. Leipzig, Les, 1810-1812. 116 C.G. Jung, One Lunch UND Symboli der Beidau. Beitrag zur Entwicklungsgeschichte des Denkens, Jarbuch für Psychoanalyst UND Psychopathologist Forstungen, ill, no. I, 1911, 120-227, 4, 1912, 162-464. Published in book form, Leipzig and Vienna, Dudek, 1912. E.N.G. Trans, Psychology of the Unconscious, New York, Moffat Yard, 1916. New edition with the title Symbols of Transformation in Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1956, Volume B. 117 Miss Frank Miller, Quelques Faits d'Imagination Pre-Tri Subconscient, Archives de Psychologie, B, 1906, 36-51. 118 It must be emphasized that the book underwent so many modifications in subsequent editions that the last one, and the English translation, amount to an almost new book. 119 C.G. Jung, Versuch einer Darstellung der Psychoanalyst in Theory, Jarbuch für Psychoanalyst UND Psychopathologist Forstungen, B, 1913, 307-441. E.N.G. Trans, The Theory of Psychoanalysis, Nervous and Mental Disease Monograph Series No. 19, 1915. Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 4, 1961, 83-226. 120 In Wegener's terminology it would not be a hypothesis, but a fiction. See Chap 7, p. 630. 121 C.G. Jung, Psychoanalysis, Transactions of the Psychomedical Society, Vol. 4, Part 2, 1913. 122 C.G. Jung, Psychologist Type N, Zurich, Rascher, 1921. E.N.G. Trans, Psychological Types, New York, Harcourt Brace, 1923. 123 C.G. Jung, La Structure de l'Inconscient, Archives de Psychologie, 16, 1916, 152-179. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 7, 1953, 263-262. 124 C.G. Jung, Contribution A, A2 Day Type Psycho 1 Ogieks, Archives de Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 743 Psycho/OD, 13, 1913. 289-299. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Papers on Analytica /Psycho/OD, London, Bailey Arrett. Tyndall and Cox, 1916, pages 287 to 298. 125 Wilhelm Ostwald, Grossmanner, Leipzig, Akademische Verlagsgesellschaft, 1909. 126 C.G. Jung, Psychological Types and Problems of Personality, Studies presented to Dr. Morton Prince, New York, Harcourt, Brace & Co., 1925, pages 289 to 302. 127 Annie Lard, L-Time E.T./Literature, Paris, Stock, 1948, pages 89 to 94. 128 C. Chap 10, pages 840 to 841. 129 Emanuel Swedenborg, Heaven and Hell. E.N.G. Trans. London, Dent, Everyman's Library, 1909, pages 11 to 13. 130 Friedrich Schiller, Über Neue und die Sentimentalist Dichtung, 1795 to 1796, in, C. Bleich Schriften, Stuttgart, Cotta, 1871, x, 425 to 523. 131 Oliver Brockfeld, Gelunktag Traum als Hilfsmittel der Psychotherapie, Zeitschrift für Psychotherapie, 4, 1954, 79 to 93. 132 Alfred Binet, L'Étude Experimentale des Intelligence, Paris, Schleicher, 1903. 133 Actually it is reported that Armande became a painter. 134 C.G. Jung, Über die Energetik der Seele, Zurich, Rascher, 1928. Later expanded under the title Über Psychische Energetik und das Wesen der Trium, Zurich, Rascher, 1948. E.N.G. Trans. In Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1960, 8, 3 to 66. 135 This had already been taught by Janet. See Chap 6, pages 396-397. 136. See Chap 10, pages 794 to 795. 137 The translation racial unconscious is improper and should be discarded. 138 Albrecht Dietrich, E. Mittersliturgie Erleichtert, Leipzig, Teubner, 1903, pages 7, 62. 139 C.G. Jung, Juan Lunjong und Symboli Bido, p. 91. 140 Actually, the symbol of the phallic son and phallus, had been mentioned by Friedrich Kreutzer in Symbolic und Mythologie der A/10 Volker, 3rd ed., Leipzig, Lask, 1841, 3, 335, a work with which Jung was well acquainted, and Dietrich stated that a similar conception was popular in many countries. 141 William James, On Some Mental Effects of the Earthquake, 1906, reprinted in Memories and Studies, London, Longmans Green & Co., 1911, pages 209 to 226. 142 Charles Baudouin, Position to C.G. Jung, Schweizerische Zeitschrift für Psycho/Obi, 4, 1945, 263 to 275. 143 The German language distinguishes die Unbewusstheit, unawareness, and das Unbewusstsein, the unconscious. 144 C.G. Jung, Erinnerungen, Trium, Gedanken, Zurich, Rascher Verlag, 1962, pages 188 to 191. E.N.G. Trans, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, New York, Pantheon, 1963, 185 to 189. 145 Karl Neisserer, Die Entstehung der Liebe, Vienna, Karl Koenigen, 1897. 146 Thomas Hardy, The Well-Beloved, A Sketch of a Temperament, London, Macalbane Amp, Co., 1897. 147 H. Rider Haggard, She. A History of Adventure, London, Longmans, Green Co., 1886. 148 Morton Cohen, Rider Haggard, His Life and Works, London, Hutchinson, 1960, pages 102 to 114. 149 M. Jung, Ein Beitrag zum Problem des Animus, in C.G. Jung, Wirklichkeit der Seele, Zurich, Rascher, 1934, pages 296 to 354. 150 Jungian circles refer to literary descriptions of the animus in Mary Hay, The Evil Vineyard, Ronald Fraser, The Flying Draper, H.G. Wells, Christina Alberta's father. 151 C.G. Jung, Die Psychologist in Aspect des Mutterarchetypus, Iranos Yearbook, 6, 1938, 403 to 443. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1959, 9, 75 to 110. 152 Johannes Sinnmacher, Die Geschichte der Individuationsprinzips in der Scholastik, Leipzig, Wiener, 1926. 153. Paul Barget, L.E. Demon de Midi, Paris, Pion, 1914. 154 André Ripon, L.E. Demon de Midi, L'Evolution Psychiatrique, 1939, number 3, pages 87 to 100. 155 C, for instance, the description of Velchaninov's neurosis of the middle of life, in Dostoevsky's novel The Eternal Husband, and that of Claude Lothair in Edmund Jalloud's novel Les Profondeurs de la Mer. 156 This is one of Jung's sayings that circulated among his disciples, but it does not seem to appear in any of his writings. 157 C.G. Jung, Psychology and Religion, The Terry Lectures, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1937. 158 Fabre d'Olivet, Les Verders de Pythagoras, Paris, Trudel Dollar Weirts, 1813. C. Leon Sellier, Fabridio/Yvette Lavray M.W., Henri Etia Celeste Culture, Paris, 1952, pages 75 to 144. 159 Giuseppe Tucci, Teoria e Pratica del Mondo con Particolare Riguardo alle Moderne Psicologia del Profonda, Rome, Astrolabio, 1949. Anagarica Govinda, Mandala. De Heilig Priest, Zurich, Arrigo Verlag, 1960. 160 August Wright, Die Gensates Verstellen Genlor Dante ZMD Die Virgin Literarisken Voraussetzungen der Divina Commedia, Ein C. Dum, Benziger, 1944. 161 Jules Verne's journey to the center of the earth could be interpreted in all its details as a journey through the unconscious with the discovery of deeper and deeper archetypes, until the encounter of a fireball, symbol of the spirit, sets about the enantiodromia, that is the reversal of regression and the return to the common world. 162 Alphonse Daudet, Tardarin sur les Alpes, Paris, Common Levy, 1885. 163 An example could be found in the autobiographic novel of Gertrude Isolani, Stadt ohne Männer, Zurich, Fa, Ken Verlag, 1945. A young Jewish woman finds herself in the concentration camp of Gurs in the first weeks following the French defeat. She and her companions are only concerned with everyday and sometimes frivolous matters, until her eyes are opened by a Catholic nun who tells her of the immensity of the catastrophe that is threatening them. 164 C.G. Jung, Analytisk Psychologie ZMD Erzählung, Heidelberg, Kempman 1926. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1954, 17, pages 65 to 132. 165 C. Chap. I, p. 43 to 46. 166 C.G. Jung, Erinnerungen, Trium, Gedanken, Zurich, Rascher Verlag, 1962, pages 121 to 124. Memories, Dreams, Reflections, pages 115 to 117. 167 C.G. Jung, Die Beziehungen der Psychotherapie zur Seelsorge, Zurich, Rascher, 1932. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1958, 11, pages 327 to 347. 168 Incidentally, this is exactly what Janet had said in 1896 in his paper, El influence somnambulique et le besoin de direction. See chap 6, p. 374. 169 CGU, Die Transcendent Function, in Geist UND Work, Zurich, Rhein Verlag, 1958, pages 3 to 33. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1960, 8, pages 67 to 91. 170 C chap 5, pages 306 to 308. 171 It has not been possible as yet to find out whether this comparison issued from Jung himself or from one of his disciples. 172 Alphonse Meter, La Personne du Medicine, Un Agent Psychotherapeutique, New Chattel, De la Chasse et Niesel, 1953, pages 111 to 134. 173 C.G. Jung, Was it Psychotherapy, Schweizerische Erdeseitung für Standesfragen, 1935, 16, 335 to 339. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1954, 16, pages 21 to 28. 174 C.G. Jung, Einigt Bemerkungen den Vision des Asimos, Iranos Yearbook, v. 1937, 15 to 54. 175 M. Berthelot, Les Origines de l'Alchimie, Paris, Steinheil, 1885. 176 Herbert Silberer, Probleme domestic und ihre Symbo Slashik, Vienna, H. Heller, 1914. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 745 177. C.G. Jung, Die R. Ausgangsvorstellungen in der Alchemie, Iranos Yearbook, 4, 1936, 13 to 111. Psychologie und die Alchemie, Zurich, Rescher, 1944. Die Psychologie der Übertragung, Zurich, Rescher, 1946. Symbolik des Geists, Zurich, Rescher, 1948. Gestaltungen der Ungewesten, Zurich, Rescher, 1950. Mr. Conjunct Dionys, 2 vols. Zurich, 1955 to 1956. E.N.G. Trans, Complete Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1962. 178 C.G. Jung, Paracelsica, Zurich, Rescher, 1942. 179 W.Y. Evans Wentz, The Tibetan Book of the Dead, or The After-Death Experiences on the Bardo Plain, a Coordinate Lamakazi Tawa Stand-Ups English Rendering, London, Oxford University Press, 1927. 180 Das Tibetanist Totenbuch, Louise Gottfried March, Trans, with a psychological commentary by C.G. Jung, Zurich, Rescher, 1935. 181 Richard Wilhelm, Das Geheimnis der Golden Bilti, with a commentary by C.G. Jung, Munich, Dorn, 1929. 182 Jung wrote a foreword for the English translation of Richard Wilhelm's German version, The Ichin, or Book of Changes. Harry F. Baines, Trans. New York, Pantheon Books, 1950. 183 Jung wrote an introduction to the book by T.D. Suzuki, Die Grossbefreiung, Leipzig, Kurt Weller, 1939, pages 7 to 37. 184 J.W. Hauer, The Kundalini Yoga, Tiber Das Seminar am Psychologist in Club, Zurich, 3 to 8. October 1932, Zurich, 1933. TypeScript. 185 C.G. Jung, Synchronizität als ein Prinzip Akossaler Zusammenhang.ng, in C.G. Jung in W. Pauli, Nature Erklärung und Psyche, Zurich, Rescher, 1952, pages 1 to 107. E.N.G. Trans, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1960, 8, 417 519. 186 C.G. Jung, Psychological Analysis of Nietzsche's Zarathustra. Notes on the seminar given by Dr. C.G. Jung, Zurich, 10 volumes, 1934 to 1939, plus an index compiled by Mary Briner. TypeScript. 187 C.G. Jung, Picasso, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, November 3, 1932, number 2107, reprinted in Wirklichkeit der Seal, Zurich, Rescher, 1934, pages 170 to 179. 188 C.G. Jung, Ulysses. Ein Monologue, Europaeist Review, 8, 2, 1932, 547 to 568. E.N.G. Trans, Ulysses, A Monologue, Nimbus, 2, No. I, June-August, 1953, 7 to 20. I-89. Richard E. Iman, James Joyce, London, Oxford University Press, 1959, pages 641, 693. 190 C.G. Jung, Wotan, Neue Schweizer Rundschau, 1935 to 1936, 3, 657 to 669. E.N.G. Trans, Wotan, Essays on Contemporary Events, London, Kegan Paul, 1947, pages 1 to 16. 191 C.G. Jung, Psychology of Dictatorship, The Observer, October 18, 1936, p. 15. Diagnosing the Dictators, Hearst's International Journal Cosmopolitan, CBI, January 1939, 22 to 23, 116 to 120. 192 C.G. Jung, Ein Moderner Mythos. Von Dingen, Die im Himmel Gs. Henwerden, Zurich, Rescher, 1958. E.N.G. Trans, Fly-In. Saucers, A Modern Myth of Thin, S. Seen in the Skies, New York, Harcourt Brace, 1959. 193 On US Titus Die, Ray Saint-Sient. 194 Rudolf Otto, Das Heilerie, Breslau, True and Granier, 1917. 195 Harold Schultz Henk, Das Religios Erleben der Atheisten, Psyche, 4, 1950 to 1951, 417 to 435. I-96. C.G. Jung, Bruder Klaus, Neue Schweizer Rundschau, I, 1933, 223 to 229. E.N.G. Trans, Brother Klaus, Psychology and Religion, West and East, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1958, 9, 316 to 323. 197 C.G. Jung, Ion. Unter such Gensur Symbolgeschichte, Zurich, Rescher, 1951. E.N.G. Trans, Ion. Researches into the phenomenal of, Why of the Self. Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1959, Vol. 9, Part 2. 198 C.G. Jung, Antwort auf Hiob, Zurich, Rescher 1952. E.N.G. Trans, Answer to Job, Psychology and Really, Ion, West and East, Collected Works, New York, Pantheon Books, 1959, 11, 355 to 470. 199 H.G. Wells, Conversation with Jung reported in a letter to the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, November 18, 1928, number 2116, flat 9. 200 Interviews with Frederick Sands, Daily Mail, London, April 29, 1955. 201 Frederick Van Eden, A Study of Dreams, Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, LCI, number 26, 1913, 413 to 461. 202 Bist du auf einen Lichtesbezogen? This sentence literally means, are you in relation with the infinite? 203. See chap 5, pages 286 to 288. 204 see chap 6, pages 355 to 356, pages 702 to 703. 205 Alphonse Meter, Über die Function des Traumes, Jarbook für Psychoanalyst und Psychopathologist Forstension, 4, 1912, 692 to 707. Über das Traumproblem, B, 1913, 647 to 686. 206 Herbert Silberer, Zur Symbol Bildung, Jahrbuch für Psychoanalyst UND Psychopathologist Forskunschen, 4, 1912, 607. 207 W. Leibbrand, Schellingsbedeutung für die moderne Medizin, Atidel XIV Congresso International d'Historia della Medicina, Vol. 2, Rome, 1954. 208 Rosemelick, / H. Fictus C. / UND Yerbesiehung zur Gegenwart, Zurich, Rescher, 1935. 209 C. Chap 4, pages 205 to 206. 210. This has been well explained by Paul Secher. Lay sources du Merveler Chez E.T.H. Hoffman, Paris, Alcan, 1912, pages 132 to 133. 211 C. Chap 4, pages 206 to 207. 212 C. Chap 4, p. 201. 213 Friedrich Kreutzer, Symbolic UND Mythology der / 10 Volker, Besonders der Region, Leipzig and Darmstadt, Lesk, 1910, Vol. I. Leipzig and Darmstadt, Higher Dollar Amp, Lesk, 1911 to 1912, Vols. 2, 3, 4. 214 C. G. Jung, Irrneringen, Treyheim, Gedenken, Zurich, Rescher Verlag, 1962, p. 166. 215 C. Chap 4, pages 211 to 215. 216 C. Chap 2, pages 79 to 81. 217 C. Chap 4, pages 218 to 223. 218 Adolf Bastian, Ethnis Elementar Gedenken in der Lehre von Menschenchen, Berlin, 1895. 219 Eugenio Tenzi, Tu Folklore nella Podologia Mental, Revista de Philosophia Scientifica, 9, 1890, 385 to 419. 220 Leo Frobenius, Das Zeites / Tour des Sonnengottes, Berlin, George Reiner, 1904, 221. Jan Milken, Analytis Beobachtung Tiber Fantasia 9 Schizophrenen, Jahrbuch für Psychoanalyst UND Psychopathologist Forskunschen, 4, 1912, 504 to 562. 222 Albrecht Dieterich, Mutter Erdi. Ein Versuch über Volksreligion, Leipzig, 1905. 223 Leon Daudet, El Heretu, Essay sur le Drame Intérieur, Paris, Nouvelle Librairie Nationale, 1917. 224 Yuan Daudet, El Imam des Images. Suite de El Heretu, Paris, Nouvelle Librairie Nationale, 1919. 225 CGU, The Interpretation of Visions, Unpublished Seminars, Winter 1934, 11, 25. 226 C. Bruno Klopfer ETA / CGU in Projective Techniques, Special Issue of the Journal of Projective Techniques, 19, Number 3, 1955, 225 to 270. 227 C. For instance John Ruperi, The Self in Psychotic Processes, Its Symbolization in Schizophrenia, University of California Press, 1953. John Custance, Weishaupt UND 1, Zurich, Rescher, 1954. John Stahelen, Mythos UND Psychos, Schweitzer Archiv für Neuro / OB UND Psychiatry, 68, 1951, 408 to 414. 228 Sheldon T. Selesnik, C.G. Lung's Contributions to Psychoanalysis, American Journal of Psychiatry, CXX, 1963, 350 to 356. 229 Eric Erikson, Childhood and Society, New York, W.W. Norton, 1950, pages 219 to 234. Carl Gustav Jung in Analytical Psychology 747 230. Robert Desoil, Exploration de l'Effectivité Subconscient PARIA Method du Réveil établi, Paris, Dr. 1938. 231 Hans Tribe, Heilung AUS der Begegnung, Stuttgart, Klett, 1951. 232. H.K. Fears, Klinik UND Analytisk Psychologie, Zurich, Rescher, 1963. 233 C.A. Meyer, Psychosomatic Enjungsgersicht, Psyche, 15, 1962, 625 to 638. 234 Hans Adling, International Journal of Group Therapy, 7, 1957, 392 to 397. C.G. Jung on the Present Trends in Group Psychotherapy, Human Relations, X, 1957, 77 to 83. 235 Bill W. Carl Jung Letters. A. Grapevine. The International Monthly Journal of Alcoholics Anonymous, 19, number 8, January 1963, 2 to 7. The author is grateful to Mrs. Paula Carpenter, who sent him a copy of this issue. 236. C. Bill Story, in Alcoholics Anonymous, New York, Works Publishing, 1939, 10 to 26. 237 H. J. Eisent, Dimensions of Personality, London, Routledge Dollar Amp, Keegan Paul, 1947, pages 10 to 14. 238 P. Plattner, Geo Kleckerahen, Bern, Hans Huber, 1950. 239 Arnold J. Toynbee, A Study of History, London, Oxford University Press, 1954, 7, 722 to 736, 1954, X, 225 to 226. 240 David Reisman, The Lonely Crowd, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1950. 241 C.G. Jung and Karl Kiernayi, E9 P. in Das Westender Mythology, Zurich, Rescher, 1941. 242 W. Polly, Der Ein plus Archetypischer Vorstellung Gen auf die Bildung Nature Wissenschaftlicher Theorie bei Kepler, and C.G. Jung and W. Polly, Nature Erklärung UND Psyche, Zurich, Rescher, 1952. 243 F. M. Cornford, The Unwritten Philosophy, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1950, pages 10 to 13. 244 Max Frischknecht, Die Religion in der Psychologie C.G. Jungs, Religios gegen Artsfragen, Heft 12, Bern, Hock, 1945. 245 Hans Schaar, Religion UND Seal in der Psychologie C.G. Lungs, Zurich, Rescher, 1946. 246 Hans Schaar, Erasungsverstel / Engine UND Ihr Psychologist in Aspect, Zurich, Rescher, 1950. 247 Edmund Rocheview, LE Transfer. ETLE Sentiment Releview, Acta Psychotherapeutica, Psychosomatica ET Orthopedagogica, 3, Supplement, 1956, 592 to 595. 248 Paul Tillich, in Carl Gustav Lung, 1875 to 1961, A Memorial Meeting, The Analytical Psychology Club of New York, 1962, pages 28 to 32. 249 Here personal memory is apropos. On a journey to England after World War II, the author happened to visit a Benedictine monastery. As soon as the abbot heard that a Swiss psychiatrist was present, he called him and asked with vivid interest about C.G. Jung. 250 Victor White, God and the Unconscious, with a foreword by C.G. Jung, London, Harville Press, 1952. 251 Father Hostier, C.G. Lung UND Die Religion, Freiburg, Karl Lauber, 1957. 252 Joseph Goldbrunner, Individuation. Die Tiefenpsychologie von Carl Gustav Lung, Kralingborn Munich, Eric Bull, 1949. 253 Paul Eptikamov, La Femme ETLE Salat du Monde, Étude d'Anthropologie Grecian, Tournai, Casterman, 1958. 254 Paul Rewald, Vom Geist der Massen. Handbook der Massen Psychology, Zurich, and Verlag, 1946, pages 213 to 236. 255 Eugen Baller, Die Grundgedanken der Psychologie von C.G. Jung, Industrial Organization, XXIX, 1960, 182 to 191. 256 A good summary of Baller's ideas is given by Carl Schmidt, Über die Wichtigsten Psychologischen Ideen Eugen Ballers, in Kultur und die Wirtschaft. Festschrift Zoom 70, Geburtstag von Eugen Baller, Zurich, Verwunde Grafischer Verlag, ND, pages 79 to 86. 257 Eugen Baller, Dermithis in der Wirtschaft, Industrial Organisation, XXXI, 1962, 129 to 136. 258. Dietrich Schindler, Verfassungsrecht und Soziale Struktur, Zurich, Schulfest, 1931. 259 Hans Fair, Primitives und Germanisches Recht. Zur Lehre vom Archetypus, Archiv für Rex und Socie/Phi/Osophy, Vol. XLI, 1954 to 1955. 260 Hans Marty, Erbild und Verfassung, Bern, 1958. 261 Eric Fechner, Philosophy. Sociologie und Metaphysik des Rechts, Tübingen, J.C.B. Moore, 1956. 262 Maxim Boden, Die Staatsformen. Versuchiner Psychologist in Staatsrechtlecher Dogmen, Basel and Stuttgart, Helving Dollar Lichten Hahn, 1959. 263 These feelings are well expressed in Vienna. A letter from Karl Burkhard to Hofmannsthal. See Hugo von Hofmannsthal. Karl Burkhard, Briefwechsel, Frankfurt am Main, S. Fischer, 1957, pages 161 to 163. 264 Virgil, Eclog 8. Great Books of the Western World, number 13, p. 27. 10 The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry. One of the difficulties in WNTMG history is that we are always prone to describe past events in terms of the meaning they have acquired in our time. But men of the past viewed contemporary events in their own perspective. They paid much attention to facts that today are forgotten or considered insignificant. They engaged in vehement controversies about matters that are hardly intelligible today, while many events that seem crucial to us attracted little notice when they occurred. Historians must both depict events in their perspective of the past and focus on those we now consider to be crucial. This is why, after describing the social, political, cultural, and medical background of the new dynamic psychiatry and attempting to summarize the doctrines of its four great representatives, Janet, Freud, Adler, and Jung, it remains for us to sketch the complex interrelationship of these great systems with one another and with minor ones, as well as with the general background of contemporary events. We will take as our starting point Charcot's memorable paper on hypnosis in February 1882, which opened the new era, and terminated the end of World War II because after that date we lack sufficient perspective for a synthetic view. Rivalry of the Salpetriere and Nancy schools, 1882 to 1893. The 11 years between 1882 and 1893 saw the resurrection of animal magnetism in a modified form under the name of hypnosis and suggestion. Scientific sanction was given to these practices by two academic centers, the one around Charcot at the Salpetriere, and the other around Bernheim and Nancy. The work of these two schools, and their rivalries, dominated the scene. This period may be divided into three subperiods. 749 Birth and growth of the Salpetriere and Nancy schools, 1882 to 1885. On February 13, 1882, the celebrated neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot climbed to the tribune at the Academy of Sciences in Paris to read a paper on the various nervous states determined by hypnotization and hysterics. This paper purported to give a rigorously objective picture of the hypnotic states in purely neurological terms. In its full-fledged picture, as can be observed in Hysterical Women, Charcot said, hypnotism comprises three conditions that can succeed each other in any combination, or exist independently of each other. In the cataleptic state, the patient holds his limbs in whatever position they have been placed, tendon reflexes are abolished or very weak, there are long respiratory pauses, and various automatic impulses may be provoked. In the lethargic state, muscles are flaccid, respiration is deep and rapid. Tendon reflexes are remarkably exaggerated, and the patient shows neuromuscular hyperexcitability, that is, an aptitude of the muscles to contract strongly if the tendon, muscle, or corresponding nerve is touched. In the third, somnambulic state, tendon reflexes are normal, there is no neuromuscular excitability, although certain slight stimulation causes a state of rigidity in the limb, there is usually an exaltation of certain little-known varieties of cutaneous sensitivity, muscular sense, and of certain special senses, and it is usually easy to bring about. On demand, the most complicated automatic acts. One may bring a patient from the cataleptic to the lethargic into the somnambulic state by gentle friction on the vertex. Pressure on the eyeballs brings the patient from somnambulism to lethargy. In retrospect, it would seem that this paper of Charcot meant a sudden revolution. It was a tour de force, according to Janet, to bring the Academy of Sciences to recognize hypnotism, which during the past century it had thrice condemned under the name of magnetism. Actually, medical men of that time were not very historically minded. It is doubtful whether many members of the Academy of Sciences had read the works of the former magnetists, and whether any of them, including Charcot himself, had an inkling that something old was being revived. These men shared an illusion, which has by no means disappeared today, that everything they brought forth was new. It is an exaggeration to say that at that time hypnotism was considered to be nothing but quackery. A growing number of physicians worked with it, either alone or in small societies, although the topic was considered obscure and controversial. However, it is doubtful whether Charcot's authority would have sufficed to bring forth a revival of hypnotism if the ground had not been prepared in an unexpected way, namely, by stage hypnotizers. 3 Hansen, in Germany and Austria, and Donato, in Belgium, France, Switzerland, and Italy, went from town to town organizing theatrical hypnotic performances, attracting large crowds and often leading the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 751 Trails of Psychic Epidemics. Many neurologists and psychiatrists watched these performances, and some concluded that there must be something in it. The physiologist Charles Richet was one of the first who dared to experiment in this apparently new field and publish the results in a scientific journal. For this probably stimulated Charcot to take up his own experiments, and as he progressed with his investigations, other men were encouraged to use hypnosis. Prior to Charcot's paper, the neurologist Heidenhain of Breslau had been impressed by Hansen's performances, had adopted the method, and published a book on hypnosis in 1880. 5 In Austria, Moritz Benedict had tried it for some time, and his example was followed by Joseph Breuer. Hypnosis also had supporters in Belgium, and in Nancy so much was told about Liebold's cures that the medical society of that town devoted one meeting in 1882 to experiments with hypnotism. Bernheim paid Liebold a visit, was favorably impressed, and decided to adopt and perfect the method. 6 The attention of the public had also been drawn to hypnotism, and it had become a current topic in the newspapers. 7 From that time on, whether because Charcot had given his sanction to it or otherwise, the gates were open, in Janet's words, and the public was submerged with a flood of publications on hypnosis. It was not long before wide divergences appeared among the authors. In 1883 Bernheim read a paper at the Medical Society in Nancy, defining hypnosis as merely a sleep, produced by suggestion, with therapeutic implications. This was tantamount to a declaration of war against Charcot's doctrine, because for Charcot hypnosis was a physiological condition very different from sleep, a condition that could occur only in individuals predisposed to hysteria, and could not be used for therapeutic purposes. In the following year, 1884, the war between the two schools moved onto new ground. A lawyer from Nancy, Lee Gioas, had experimented with hypnotized individuals by suggesting that they commit crimes for which he supplied harmless weapons. He induced the subjects to commit pseudo-murders. However, the Salpetriere school objected to the conclusions drawn by Lee Gioas, and Bernheim's pamphlet about suggestion was received in Paris with criticism. 9 In 1885, when the attention of everyone was on hypnosis and hysteria, Charcot gave his lectures on traumatic paralyses as well as clinical demonstrations of how he reproduced analogous paralyses by hypnosis in predisposed individuals. Charcot and many of his auditors considered that these demonstrations provided scientific proof of the psychogenesis of traumatic paralyses. We have seen that these experiments of Charcot had wider implications. 10 Believing that the mechanism of these traumatic paralyses was identical with that of hysterical paralyses, Charcot now included traumatic paralyses in the field of hysteria. This new terminology aroused marked opposition, especially in Germany, and it revived the controversies about the relative incidence of organic and functional etiology in traumatic paralyses. The opposition to Charcot's new concepts of hysteria generally grew among neurologists. It is at this point, at the end of 1885, that Sigmund Freud received a grant that enabled him to spend 4 months in Paris. We find here a typical example of those events that are crucial in retrospect but seemed insignificant at the time. This will appear more clearly if we contrast this event against the background of life in Paris and the Salpêtrière during those 4 months. A perusal of the Paris newspapers from October 1885 to February 1886 indicates that it was a period of turmoil all over the world. Much was reported about Anglo-Russian rivalry in Central Asia, Franco-English rivalry in Africa, and Spanish-German rivalry in the South Sea Islands. The English were invading Burma. In London there was a scandal caused by the revelation by the Pall Mall Gazette about the prostitution of minors. The Italians were invading Eritrea. The French were fighting in Indochina. The French Canadians in Montreal were agitated about the execution of the leader of an Indian rebellion, Louis Riel. Civil war raged in Peru. United States troops were displacing Mormons in Salt Lake City. There was socialist agitation, strikes, and bloody riots in various towns in France, Belgium, and the United States. War had broken out between Bulgaria and Serbia, bringing the rivalry between Russia and Austria-Hungary to a dangerous peak. The Statue of Liberty had just been erected in New York. In France, General Boulanger, the idol of the nationalists, was appointed Minister of War in January 1886, which encouraged those who were seeking revenge for the defeat of 1870 to 1871. There were many protests about the flood of pornographic literature and theatricals, and a scandal about competitive examinations in the Paris hospitals, where certain candidates were said to have been informed of the questions beforehand by one of the examiners. Public opinion was enthusiastic about the first spectacular treatment of rabies by Pasteur, and people who had been bitten by mad dogs rushed to Paris from all over Europe. The main interest of the public, however, seemed to be in the new plays such as Dodez Sappho, in an incognito visit to Paris of the eccentric King of Bavaria, Ludwig II, and in the exhibition of a group of Australian Aborigines in a zoological park. We learn from the diary of the brothers Goncourt that Charcot had moved, a year before, into the splendid palace he had built for himself in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and according to gossip his daughter Jean was in love with Alphonse Dodez's son, Leon, whose reluctance aroused Charcot's displeasure. Medical journals faithfully reported on the lectures given by Dr. Zarco, who was then at the height of his fame. No doubt the visit of a young Austrian neurologist at the time when so many distinguished men made a pilgrimage to the Salpêtrière, the Mecca of neurology, appeared as an incident of minor importance. And yet, the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 753 in retrospect. We find here one of the historical links between the older and the newer dynamic psychiatry. Sigmund Freud, who had just won his title of Privatdozent at the University of Vienna, was the author of several appreciated papers on neuroanatomy, but had suffered disappointments in his cocaine research. He arrived in Paris on October 1, 1885, after visiting his fiancée in Wandsbek, near Hamburg. According to Jones, Freud saw Charcot for the first time on October 20, 1885, and took leave of him on February 23, 1886. During this short period we must include the duration of Charcot's illness and of Freud's Christmas vacation in Wandsbek, but the remaining period of his contact with Charcot sufficed to make an indelible impression on Freud. No doubt, Freud was not one of those who, like Dolbeuf, went to the Salpêtrière to watch with critical eyes the way Charcot experimented with his hysterical subjects. Freud was fascinated by the personality of the great man. What Freud saw in Charcot was not only the world fame of the great neurologist, the artistic gifts, the eloquence, and the manner of the man of the world, but also his way of seeing people and things without preconceived ideas. But the time was too short for Freud to acquire real knowledge of Charcot's work. Freud was impressed by Charcot's experiments on hysterical paralyses, which had taken place not long before, and the idea that an unconscious representation could be the cause of motor disturbances. But Freud built himself a somewhat inaccurate and idealized picture of Charcot's work. Thus, as can be clearly seen from the obituary he later wrote, Freud credited Charcot with what really was Briquet's contribution on hysteria. 12. He exaggerated the importance ascribed by Charcot to dissimilar heredity, degeneration in the medical jargon of the time, and he did not seem to have known of Richter's description of the Grande history in which the hysterical attack was described as being often a reenactment of a psychic, often sexual, trauma. 13. Had he read it, Freud would not have been so surprised when he heard Charcot mentioning the role of sexuality in neurotic disturbances as a matter of course. We may draw the conclusion that Freud's relationship to Charcot was not really that of a disciple to a master, it was more in the guise of an existential encounter. Charcot provided Freud with a model for identification and with the germinal idea of the unconscious psychic dynamism. There is some question of whether Freud met Janet during his visit to the Salpêtrière. Freud protested against the rumor that he had followed Janet's teaching at the Salpêtrière, adding that during my stay at the Salpêtrière, the name of Janet was not even pronounced. 14. It is certain that Janet at that time lived in Le Havre, where in February 1883, he had been appointed professor of philosophy at the Lyceum. 15. But he sometimes went to Paris for a vacation and then visited the Salpêtrière. 16. On November 30th, while Freud was in Paris, a paper of Pierre Janet about his first experiments with Léonie was read by his uncle Paul Janet at a meeting of the Société de Psychologie Physiologique, under the chairmanship of Charcot. 17. This paper aroused much interest and lively discussion, and it is unlikely that the name of Janet would not have been pronounced at the Salpêtrière on that occasion. 18. But there is no evidence to show whether or not Freud and Janet met or heard of each other at that time. Among the people Freud saw in Paris was Léon Daudet, son of the writer Alphonse Daudet, whom he met at least once in Charcot's house. 19. Though still a medical student, the gifted young man was a social lion, and a brilliant future was predicted for him, either in politics, literature, or medicine. Léon Daudet, who was a keen observer and had a good memory for the people he met, apparently did not notice the Viennese neurologist, because he never mentioned having met him, whereas Freud kept a lasting memory of young Daudet. 20. Who would have thought at that time that the Austrian guest would become world famous and that Léon Daudet would not finish his medical studies, would have a hopeless political career as a leader of the royalist movement, and in spite of an outstanding literary talent would never quite manage to write a masterpiece? Curious similarities could be found between Freud and Léon Daudet, two men who had been deeply influenced by Charcot's personality. Some of Léon Daudet's novels are about incest and other sexual deviations, morphine addiction, and psychopathic heredity. He also wrote non-fiction about daydreams and human personality, notably on the ego in the self, and he called his own psychological system a metapsychology. 21. Daudet's conceptions, however, differ notably from those of Freud and show more similarities to those of Jung. 22. The War of the Schools and the debut of Pierre Janet, 1886 to 1889. From 1886 to 1889 the history of dynamic psychiatry was overshadowed by the polemics between the Salpêtrière and the Nancy School. During those years the literature on hypnosis and suggestion increased from year to year. For the people of the time, 1886 seemed a year of political tension and tragedy. After General Boulanger's triumph, France was the prey of chauvinistic fever that worsened the tension with Germany. In spite of his success with vaccination against rabies, Pasteur was the object of heinous attacks by Peter at the Academy of Medicine, of a campaign in medical journals, and insults of the daily press, so that he broke down and went to Italy to recuperate. On June 13th the young and extravagant King of Bavaria, Ludwig II, who had just been declared psychotic by a medical commission and restricted to his castle of Berg, was found drowned in a lake together with his attending psychiatrist, Professor the Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 755 Gudin. In the United States there was violent socialist agitation, culminating in the Haymarket case in which 4 union leaders, victims of a management plot, were sentenced to death and hanged in Chicago on May 1st, a date that has since been commemorated every year by socialists throughout the world. Meanwhile, if Charcot's star was at its zenith, his work was being seriously questioned in competent circles, and his equating of non-organic traumatic paralyses with male hysteria was generally rejected in German-speaking countries. The cold reception of Freud's paper at the Society of Physicians in Vienna, on October 15th, was only one among many other signs of this attitude. 23 in Belgium, Dolbeuf explained his doubts about Charcot's experiments. 24 in Clermont-Ferrand, a young philosophy professor, Henri Bergson, whose fame still lay far in the future, published a paper on unconscious simulation in the hypnotic state, which was a discreet warning to the many persons engaged in this field. 25 Another young philosophy professor, Pierre Janet and Elie Havre, after witnessing the experiments performed on Leonie by the Commission, became cautious and decided to refrain from any kind of parapsychological experimentation. He limited himself to fresh patients and proven methods, and in this year of 1886 he published the result of his work with the patient Lucy, which in retrospect is considered as the first cathartic cure on record. 26 in Nancy, Bernheim published an enlarged edition, in textbook form, of his first pamphlet on suggestion. 27 This book made him the head of a school, and students of hypnotism began to flock to Nancy to visit him in Liebold. The latter, who had spent his life in obscurity, saw himself suddenly in the limelight. Bernheim proclaimed himself Liebold's disciple, never missed an opportunity to give him credit, and people marveled that a university professor could have become the disciple of a country doctor. But a still more extraordinary thing was happening in Italy. Enrico Morselli, who was professor of psychiatry at the University of Turin and considered a sensitive and distinguished man, attended a stage performance of hypnotism given by Donato, let himself be hypnotized by that coarse and vulgar man, had long talks with him, and thereupon published a book on hypnosis in which 30 pages were devoted to a eulogy of Donato and attacks on those who allegedly plagiarized him. 28 In England, the interest in hypnosis was linked to problems of parapsychology. Myers, who in 1882 had been one of the founders of the Society for Psychical Research, made a careful study of hypnosis and what he called the subliminal self as a preliminary stage in parapsychological studies proper. In 1886 Myers emphasized the analogy of the hypnotic state to genius as well as to hysteria, and foresaw that the pursuit of this research would lead to unforeseeable discoveries in the realm of human nature. 29 In the same year Edmund Gurney and Frederick Myers published Phantasms of the Living, which has remained a classic of parapsychology. 30. In Austria, the main event of 1886 was probably the publication of Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis. In his foreword, Krafft-Ebing emphasized the powerful influence of sexual life on individual and social existence, in the areas of feeling, thought, and action. In this connection, he referred to the philosophy of Schopenhauer and von Hartmann and the assertions of Schiller and Michelet. He quoted Maudslay's theory that sexuality is the basis for the development of social feelings, and added that it gives impetus to the use of physical energy, to thl drive for acquisition, to ethics, and to a good part of aesthetics and religion. Sexuality is the source of the highest virtues as well as of the vices. What would be the fine arts without sexual foundation? In all ethics, sensuality remains the root. The following chapter is devoted to the physiology of libido sexualis. The bulk of the book is a description of general sexual pathology, in which Krafft-Ebing follows the neurological classification used by French authors, distinguishing sexual neuroses of peripheral, spinal, and cerebral origin. To these he adds a number of unclassified abnormalities. The book closed with 2 chapters on psychotic and criminal forms of sexual deviations. It contained 45 case histories, of which 11 were Krafft-Ebing's patients. 31 in Russia. Tarnowski also published a volume on sexual deviations that met much success. 32 However, it was Krafft-Ebing's work, with its more philosophical scope, perhaps also its striking title, that produced on the field of sexual pathology the same effect as Charcot's paper of 1882 on the field of hypnotism. The gates were open, and from then on the number of publications on sexual pathology increased from year to year. Although Krafft-Ebing had been careful to write certain parts of his book in Latin, wider circles than just the medical profession showed interest. There is no evidence of criticism caused by the content of the book, but only for not limiting its circulation to the professional world. The first edition with only 110 pages was quickly followed by enlarged editions enriched with many case histories, and a greatly modified classification. In 1887 the general public's interest was in diplomatic incidents between Germany and France, and political scandals in France. Ceaseless attacks on Pasteur finally brought the intervention of Charcot and Vulpian at the Academy de Medicina, reducing the aggressors to silence. Among the medical events of that year, a few appear to us more important in retrospect than they did to the contemporaries. In 1887 Victor Horsley performed for the first time an operation on a tumor which was compressing the medulla and thus cured his patient. Continental neurologists, however, remained skeptical. In Austria, Wegner Joret, who had noticed the favorable effect of a fever on the mental condition of psychotic patients, the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 757 started that long series of experiments that was to lead him, many years later, to the discovery of the malaria therapy of general paresthetics. 33 In Europe a keen interest was widely manifested in the problems of mental illness, neurosis, and hypnosis. In Zurich, August 4. Gave great prestige to the Bergolsli, the Zurich University Mental Hospital. The young German writer, Gerhard Hauptmann, followed Farl's clinical demonstrations with passionate interest and later utilized this knowledge for his literary work. 34 In Holland, Van Rentergem and Van Eden, on return from Nancy, opened a clinic for hypnotic treatment in Amsterdam on August 15, 1887. In Berlin Albert Moll gave a lecture on hypnotic therapy to a medical audience. 35 It was received, he said, with reluctance. Nevertheless a second lecture was better understood. In Stockholm Wetterstrand opened a practice devoted to hypnotic treatment, which was destined for fabulous success. In Paris Berlin, who had adopted Bernheim's ideas, was authorized to give a series of lectures on the therapeutic application of hypnosis at the medical school itself, that is, in what was considered Charcot's stronghold. 36 The year 1888 was believed at the time to be world-shaking. In Germany it was called the fateful year. Emperor William I died in March at the age of 91, but his successor, the liberal-minded Frederick III, who was expected to reverse his father's authoritarian policies, died 3 months later, to be succeeded by the erratic William II. In France, the Boulangist fever was mounting, and nationalists saw Boulanger as the man to win back Alsace-Lorraine. The French, now thinking of an alliance with Russia, enthusiastically subscribed to Russian loans. European powers were competing harshly for the last remaining colonies. Colonization was seen as a civilizing mission by Europeans. When Brazil abolished slavery in 1888, the rest of the world was shocked to learn that it had existed until then. Such was the general atmosphere in which the knowledge and practice of hypnosis grew and developed. In that year Max Dessoy published a bibliography of modern hypnotism, which contained 801 recent titles but did not include articles on hypnotism in popular magazines and newspapers, nor any novels, short stories, or plays based on hypnosis or dual personality. 37 Hypnosis was recruiting new adherents. In Switzerland, August 4. Went to Nancy, returned to Zurich enthusiastic about hypnotism, and published a book in which he expressed his belief in the possibility of crime under hypnosis, and also discussed the phenomenon of conscious and unconscious resistance under hypnosis. 38 In Berlin, Freyer gave a series of lectures on hypnosis. In Belgium, Massoin provoked a discussion over hypnosis at the Belgian Academy of Medicine. In France original, independent research in hypnosis was pursued in Paris by Binet and in Elie Havre by Janet. Hypnosis was also the topic of judicial controversies. Since the Nancy school admitted the possibility of crime under hypnosis, and the Salpêtrière denied it, there were valid grounds for battles of words by experts. Such was the famous Chambage trial. 39 In January 1888, in a little town in Algeria, the naked body of Madame Brill was found on a bed in a villa, and near her body was a 22-year-old law student, Henri Chambage, who was shot through the face. The victim's husband preferred to believe that his wife's seduction had taken place under hypnosis. Chambage said there had been a violent passion between Madame Brill and himself, that she had wished to terminate the affair by double suicide, and that at her request he had killed her and then shot himself. The prosecution maintained that Chambage had hypnotized her or perhaps used some subtle drug to render her unconscious. Chambage denied this, but nevertheless was sentenced to 7 years hard labor. Everywhere there was also much interest in hysteria. Following Charcot and Street-Impel, Mobius in Germany defined hysteria as morbid changes in the body that are caused by representations. 40 The year 1889 began by bringing about 2 sensations. On January 30th the Crown Prince Rudolf, heir to the throne of the Austrian-Hungarian monarchy, was found shot dead in the hunting pavilion of Mayerling in the Viennese woods with his mistress, the young Baroness Maria Wetzera. The mystery surrounding that double death has never been cleared. The death was a severe blow to the Emperor Francis Joseph I, and created problems in regard to the succession. Another sensation was the triumphal success of Boulanger in the general elections in France. Enthusiasm for Boulanger had reached a peak, and he was expected to seize power, but at the moment of truth he shrank from the decisive gesture and ran away to Belgium, causing the movement to collapse. Political tension now eased in France, creating a more favorable atmosphere for the Universal Exposition. The French government had organized it to celebrate the centennial of the Revolution, and to show that in spite of her defeat by Germany in 1870-1871, France was still a great power. A third sensation was the news that Friedrich Nietzsche was seized by acute psychotic disturbances in turn and had to be committed to a mental institution, where he spent the rest of his life lost in mental darkness. This tragedy helped to draw attention to Nietzsche's work, and for about 2 decades European youth was inordinately fascinated by him. The Universal Exhibition attracted enormous crowds to Paris, who were eager to visit the Eiffel Tower, the Moulin Rouge, and other attractions. There was also an uninterrupted sequence of international congresses, sometimes 5 or 6 being held simultaneously. Visitors had the impression that intellectual activity had never been so high in France. Among the bestsellers of that year were La Bête Humaine by Zola, Taille by Anatole France, Un Homme Libre by Bars, and Le Disciple by Paul Barguet, inspired by the Chambage case. Henri Bergson's thesis The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 759 Immediate Data of Consciousness earned him status among philosophers. 41 His colleague, Pierre Janet, who had brilliantly defended his own thesis Psychological Automatism, also achieved fame in philosophical and psychological circles. 42 Another talked about event was Brown Sequard's paper read on June 1st before the Société de Biologie, on the rejuvenating effects on men of injections of testicular extract. 43 He had used himself as a subject and his colleagues thought that he looked considerably younger. This was one of the earliest known applications of endocrinology. Among the congresses that took place during the exhibition, 3 are of interest for our purpose, those of physiological psychology, hypnotism, and magnetism. The International Congress on Physiological Psychology took place from August 6 to 10. 44 This title was chosen to indicate that psychology was now a science in its own right and no longer merely a branch of philosophy. Charcot had been designated as president of the Congress, but he excused himself, so that the Congress was opened by one of the vice presidents, Ribet. There were 4 sections to the Congress. The first, under the chairmanship of William James, discussed the topic of muscular sensitivity. The second discussed psychological heredity, with Galton as main discussant. The third discussed hallucinations, and particularly their incidence in non-psychotic individuals, and this offered an opportunity for Frederick Myers and William James to tell of certain parapsychological phenomena. In the fourth section, devoted to hypnotism, 3 theories were confronted. Bernheim defended the Nancy position, namely, that anyone could be hypnotized, admitting, however, that a certain impressionability was a prerequisite. Janet contended that only hysterics and exhausted individuals could be hypnotized, and Aporos maintained that hypnotizability is an individual condition that can be found both in normal and sick individuals. The International Congress on Hypnotism took place at the Hotel Dieu in Paris from August 8 to 12. 45 It had been widely advertised, and according to the proceedings, it was attended by journalists from 31 newspapers, an unusual feature at that time, including the Sphinx of Munich and the Sun of New York. Delegates were so numerous that the auditorium was too small to contain them. Among the honorary presidents was Charcot, who had excused himself. Among the participants were Ozam, Babinski, Binet, Dolbeuf, Dessoir, Sigmund Freud, William James, Latham, Lombroso, Myers, Colonel de Roches, Van Eden, and Van Rentergem, a strange mixture of philosophers, neurologists, psychiatrists, and practitioners of hypnotism. The Congress was opened by Dumont Pallier, himself a pioneer of the study of hypnosis, who invoked the memory of a long list of other pioneers and concluded that hypnotism is an experimental science, its march forward is inevitable. Then Latham, of Geneva, read a paper attacking Dolbeuf, and advocated the forbidding of stage performances of hypnosis. This paper aroused a lively discussion. Van Rentergem and Van Eden gave a description of the clinic of suggestive psychotherapy they had opened in Amsterdam 2 years earlier. This may have been the first time the word psychotherapy was used in a Congress. The following day, August 9th, began with Bernheim reporting on the comparative values of the various techniques used to produce hypnosis and to enhance suggestibility, from a therapeutic point of view. He proclaimed, "You are not a hypnotizer when you have hypnotized 2 or 3 individuals who hypnotize themselves. You are one when in a hospital service where you have authority over the patients you influence 8 or 9 subjects out of 10. Bernheim's paper provoked an animated discussion. Pierre Janet declared Bernheim's assertions dangerous because they entailed the elimination of any kind of determinism, and anti-psychological because psychology, like physiology, also has its laws. Bernheim replied that there is one basic law, that any brain cell activated by an idea tends to bring the idea into being. The third day, August 10th, was devoted to clinical utilization of hypnotism with case histories. Marcel Bryan told the story of one of his female patients who used to cry out at the same hour every night. 46 The suggestion "you shall not cry" did not help. Bryan suggested to her husband that he ask her during a crisis what it was about, and he reported that she was seeing herself buried alive. So Dr. Bryan had her review, under hypnosis, the whole scene of the burial and told her that he would rescue her in time, and that would be the end of the nightmares. The patient was cured, but Bryan preferred to reinforce the effect by repeating the session after 5 days, and again after a month. Then Brew and Barat related the case of a 45-year-old woman who, following various trials in her life, had become subject to serious hysterical disturbances. 47 She requested hypnosis, feeling certain that it would recreate a pleasant event that had occurred 2 years earlier. Under hypnosis she relived the happy time, and the symptoms temporarily disappeared. She then recalled her life in the pleasant time in the waking state. From then on the patient became a dual personality, alternating between illness and happiness. From that case history it would appear that the author had achieved limited success, transforming the patient from a permanently ill person into one who was intermittently well, but the paper contains a noteworthy assertion: it is not enough to combat the morbid phenomena one by one through suggestion. The phenomena may disappear while the disease persists. This is only a therapeutics of symptoms. Nothing but an expedient. A real and lasting improvement was achieved only when careful and logical observation led us to the origin itself of the illness. It / is the ascertaining of these hallucinatory crises which inspired the idea of bringing the patient back to that period of her life through provoking a change in her personality. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 761 The authors attributed the therapeutic effect of these crises to there being a kind of discharge or explosion. On August 2, the participants visited the hospital of Villejuif, and August 12th, the last day of the Congress, was devoted to a visit to the Salpêtrière. Characteristically enough, the delegates were not shown Charcot's service, but that of Auguste Voisin, a psychiatrist who claimed to be able to hypnotize 1 out of 10 psychotics, improving many of them with that method. At one of the sessions a paper by Ligios on criminal suggestion aroused acrimonious discussion, and there was a vehement reply from Dolbeuf to Latham's criticism of him on August 8th. It is a remarkable fact that this Congress was dominated by Bernheim and the Nancy School, and almost no one from the Salpêtrière School participated in the discussions with the exception of Georges Gilles de la Tourette and Pierre Janet. The International Congress on Magnetism, which took place from October 21st to 26, 1889 under the chairmanship of the Count of Constantin, confirmed that in spite of the recent and widespread popularity of hypnotism, magnetism was not dead. 48 The Congress was attended not only by many of the laymen who practiced magnetism in the shadow of official medicine, but also by physicians, and it boasted of enjoying the sympathy of illustrious personalities. Camille Flammarion wrote to excuse his absence, saying that he was on the planet Mars, that is, completing a geographic study of that planet. The discussants emphasized that their master was Mesmer, that magnetism should not be confused with hypnotism, and that magnetic sleep was not necessarily a part of the magnetic treatment of illness. Acerb comments were made on Charcot's work. The founding of a school of curative magnetism was recommended, where future magnetizers would receive their training. The year 1889 was a felicitous one for dynamic psychology. Medical journals in Paris were filled with articles by Charcot and reports of his lectures. Obviously he was becoming more cautious about hypnotism, and characteristically he gave a lecture on accidents caused by hypnosis. 49 recent studies on hypnosis and hysteria by Alfred Binet, as well as Janet's newly published thesis on psychological automatism, were proof to the public that Charcot's teachings were progressing in new directions. Charcot created a psychological laboratory in his wards at the Salpêtrière, to be directed by Pierre Janet. Biot began his medical studies investigating and treating hysterical patients, while teaching philosophy at the Lycée Louis Le Grand. However, we have seen that the Nancy School was steadily gaining ground. Liebald took advantage of his belated fame to publish a revised edition of his book, 5 Degrees 4, in Zurich. Opened an outpatient service where he gave hypnotic treatment. In Berlin, Moll now found receptive audiences and published a book on hypnotism. 51 in Montpellier, Grasset gave a series of lectures on hypnotism and began to devise a theory of his own. But Maynard, in Vienna, emphasized the erotic element in hypnosis, and one of his pupils, Anton, published impressive examples of the dangers of the method. 52 among the partisans of hypnotism was Sigmund Freud, who, on his journey to Paris, had made a detour by way of Nancy, to learn from Bernheim and Liebald. Dessoir 53 in Germany and Harcourt 54 in France tried to make an inventory of the knowledge acquired on the unconscious mind. Moritz Benedict published case histories illustrating his observations on the secret life of daydreams and suppressed emotions, especially of the sexual kind, and their role in the pathogenesis of hysteria and neuroses. 55 Sexual psychopathology was another field that increasingly attracted interest. Physicians not only described and classified varieties of sexual deviations, but also studied the masked effects of sexual disturbances on emotional and physical life. Such were the publications, in Zurich, of Alexander Pyre on the noxious effects of coitus interruptus and particularly its manifestations as sexual asthma. 56. The decline of the Salpêtrière School, 1890 to 1893. The Congress on Hypnosis had given the first inkling that Charcot's star was on the wane while the Nancy School was in full-fledged development. From 1890 to 1893, that is, up to the time of Charcot's death, the Salpêtrière School lost momentum. Charcot's enemies said that he ignored any work done in hypnosis outside the Salpêtrière. More likely he was alarmed by the ever-increasing flood of publications of dubious value about hypnotism. The year 1890 seemed to contemporaries to be one of great political and social tensions and of bomb-throwing by anarchists, but in the annals of the medical world it remained famous as the year of tuberculin. Robert Koch, who had discovered the tuberculosis bacillus and was known for the care with which his experiments were performed, prepared tuberculin from a culture of the bacillus. Early experiments led medical men to believe that tuberculin could have a curative action on tuberculosis. This news provoked an unparalleled sensation among tuberculous patients and their physicians. Doctors rushed to Berlin to get supplies of tuberculin, and their hopeful patients felt a temporary improvement, so that the hastily published reports increased hope even more. It took a few months for the terrible truth to emerge, namely, that patients treated with the new method were dying by the hundreds and thousands. 57. In the field of psychology, the important event was the publication of William James' Principles of Psychology. 58. The well-known Harvard psychologist had been working for 12 years on the book, which was the first major work of its kind to appear in the United States, and had an immediate and lasting success on both sides of the Atlantic. This text, The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 763 book, treated not only various aspects of experimental psychology but problems of hypnosis, dual personality, and psychical research as well. Meanwhile, publications on hypnosis became so numerous that it was impossible to keep up with them. Max Dessoir added a supplement with 382 new titles to the 801 titles of his Bibliography of Modern Hypnotism of 1888. Among these, a good number dealt with the problem of crime under hypnosis. This problem was not merely academic, it caused battles of experts in the courts and impassioned discussion in public and in the newspapers. One memorable trial of the year 1890 was that of Gabrielle Bumpard. 59. In July 1889 the bailiff Gouff in Paris had been killed. A few months later a young woman, Gabrielle Bumpard, came to Paris and denounced herself and her accomplice, Michel Hérode, as the murderers. She claimed to have been hypnotized by her lover Hérode into luring Gouff to an apartment where she put a rope around his neck. Then Hérode strangled and robbed him. Following the denunciation, Hérode was arrested in Havana and extradited, but he denied having hypnotized Gabrielle. Hérode was sentenced to death and his accomplice to 20 years imprisonment. Public opinion was highly inflamed over this case of crime under hypnosis and over the arguments of experts in court. Arguing for the possibility of crime under hypnosis, Legiois was the spokesman for the Nancy School. Opposing him were the noted experts Brouardel, Motet, and Ballet, who invoked the authority of Charcot in denying such a possibility. Even years later, Bernheim maintained that Gabrielle Bumpard had acted under suggestion, adding, however, that she was innately lacking in moral sense. 60 other causes tended to discredit the theory of crime under hypnosis. Grasset told of a 19-year-old hysterical woman, who, on being found pregnant, claimed to have been hypnotized by a peddler. 61 experts hypnotized her in turn and thus obtained details on the alleged rape. In spite of his denials, the peddler was arrested. It happened that a full-term baby was born 2 months before the expected date. The new mother then confessed that her charges against the peddler were not true, and that her hypnotic sessions with the experts were completely simulated. In 1891, Charcot defended his positions valiantly against the attacks of the Nancy School. His disciple Georges Gilles de Tourette published his great treatise on hysteria, a synthesis of Charcot's doctrine and a refutation of his adversaries. 62. Meanwhile, Pierre Janet, the new star at the Salpêtrière, was developing his psychological analysis. He published in that year The Story of Marcel, in which the relationship between the symptoms, the subconscious fixed ideas, and the constitutional background were analyzed in detail. 6. A ceremony took place in Nancy, on May 25th, in honor of Liebald, who was retiring, with the customary banquet, speeches, and gifts. This provided an opportunity to see how many adherents the Nancy School had gained throughout the world. 64. A Liebald Prize was founded to reward research in the field of hypnotism. In Vienna, Moritz Benedict restated his theory of hysteria, saying its basis consisted of an inborn and acquired vulnerability of the nervous system, but its actual cause was either a psychic trauma, in men or in women, or a functional disturbance of the genital system or the sexual life, which a woman will keep secret, even from her nearest relative and her family doctor. 05. Benedict proclaimed the futility of hypnotic treatment of hysteria and the necessity of psychotherapy on the conscious level. The criminologist Hans Gross, of Graz, published in 1891 his Handbook of the Criminal Investigator, which contained keen observations on the deleterious effects of and the various masks taken by frustrated sexual instinct. 06. At that time, Sigmund Freud was still mainly concerned with neurology. He published contributions on cerebral palsy of children in his book on aphasia. The year 1892 gave the impression of being a particularly violent one, with its numerous criminal attempts by anarchists in Europe and America. In Paris, Charcot's star was definitely in its decline, and for the first time he suffered a serious setback. Charcot wanted to have Babinski elevated to the rank of professor. Most probably he viewed him as his successor, but Bouchard was able to counter Charcot's will, and as a result, Babinski never received the rank of professor and his university career was broken. Charcot was obviously seeking new paths. He had been impressed by seeing some of his patients return from Lourdes free of their symptoms, not only of hysterical paralyses but also of tumors and ulcers, and came to the conclusion that unknown, powerful healing factors existed that the medicine of the future should learn to control. 67 Charcot was also trying to extend the distinction he had made between organic and dynamic paralyses to other fields. A famous patient, known as Madame D, served as a prototype to demonstrate the distinction between organic and dynamic amnesia. 68 That same patient was entrusted to Janet for psychotherapy and became one of his best known cases of treatment by psychological analysis. 69 At the Salpêtrière, Janet actively pursued his research quite independent from the neurological staff. His lectures on hysterical amnesia and anesthesia, His article on Spiritism, in which he gives a dynamic psychological interpretation of mediumistic phenomena, attracted attention. 70. His psychological analyses of a few chosen patients were establishing a model for later investigation and treatment. Had he published at that time a volume with the case histories of Lucy, Marie, Marcel, Madame D, and the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 765 the others he had already treated with success, no one would ever have questioned his priority in regard to the discovery of what was later called cathartic therapy. Janet was also becoming a source of inspiration for other workers, as shown by the medical thesis of Laurent on the pathological variations of the field of consciousness. 7.1 Meanwhile, the influence of the Nancy School was spreading throughout Europe. This was obvious at the Second International Congress on Psychology, which took place from August 1 to 4 in London. 72. The first Congress, 3 years earlier, had been called the Congress on Physiological Psychology, but on the _ish of certain members, it was their resolve that the word physiological should be changed to experimental. The president of the second Congress was Sidgwick, and the general secretary F.W.H. Myers. One of the first papers was that of Pierre Janet on continuous amnesia, with 3 clinical observations. The longest was the story of Madame D. Janet showed how this patient, who was seemingly unable to acquire new memories and immediately forgot things, had a subconsciously preserved memory behind this apparent amnesia. Janet used 3 means: hypnosis, automatic writing, and automatic talking, a new technique that consisted of having the patient talk at random. He thus was able not only to reach the subconscious fixed ideas and the subconscious dreams, but also to modify them and give back to the patient the greater part of her memories when she resumed her conscious state. Frederick van Eden, the young Dutch physician and poet who together with Van Rentergem had opened a clinic of suggestive therapy in Amsterdam, discussed the theory of psychotherapeutics. The term psychotherapeutics, introduced by Hack was defined as the cure of the body by means of the psychical functions of the sufferers. Van Eden now defines psychotherapy as the cure of the body by the mind, aided by the impulse of one mind to another. Centralization of psychical functions must be the principal maxim of psychotherapy, said Van Eden, the centrum being intellect and conscious volition. Psychotherapy must guide and instruct, not command, and the best means to that aim is training. The remark psychotherapy does not heal wholly and lastingly is ridiculous. E/N more than at the first Congress, the Nancy School carried the day. Janet was the only one who intervened to state that there was such a thing as hypnosis. The demand for a new psychology, wider than just hypnotism and suggestion, was manifested throughout Europe. One further instance was Steinpal's inaugural lecture on the origin and healing of diseases through mental representations, which was read on November 4, 1892, when he was elected vice-rector of the University of Erlangen. Steinpal recalled that the influence of psychological factors in the etiology of bodily disease had been known from time immemorial. Though some persons are more sensitive than others to these influences, if psychological factors can produce disease, they can also cure. Many cures are due less to the medication agents themselves than to the patient's faith in their effectiveness. The fashion today calls for hypnotism and suggestion. Actually, hypnosis is effective insofar as the patient believes in its power, and does not realize its true nature. The normal man who knows exactly what hypnosis is will hardly ever be hypnotized, not to speak of the fact that hypnosis is a severe form of artificial hysteria. No healing occurs through hypnosis that could not have been caused by other means. Hypnotism would not have become so widespread if young physicians had received a better psychological education. Steinpal concluded his address by expressing the hope that psychology would become compulsory in medical schools. As was Physiology. 73, the general interest in new forms of psychotherapy was expressed in the novel by Marcel Prévost, The Autumn of a Woman, which appeared at the end of 1892, bearing as its date of publication 1893, and as its motto a verse of Alfred de Vigny, Il revers pour tout I shall du sen. He will dream everywhere of the warmth of the breast. A young man, Maurice, who had been unusually spoiled by and attached to his mother in his childhood, seeks women with motherly natures. He has a love affair with a frustrated woman who feels that she is getting old, and this love has a tragic quality because of Maurice's immaturity and because his mistress, Madame Surgery, a religious woman, is torn with guilt feelings. On the other hand, her adopted daughter Claire is deeply in love with him, and after a superficial flirtation / with her, Maurice thinks of her as a future wife when he will be tired of his adventure. Meanwhile, the family has arranged an engagement between Claire and an older man whom she respects but does not love. Claire falls into a deep depression caused by her secret which she dare not reveal to anybody. Her condition worsens and she is actually dying, when someone guesses her secret and obtains it from her. Namely, Dr. Daumier, a young neurologist of the Salpêtrière, an unusually skilled psychotherapist. Drive. Daumier handles the whole situation brilliantly and makes each one of the characters aware of the profound cause of his troubles. He shows Maurice what the situation is in reality, and successfully appeals to his sense of responsibility. Maurice ends his affair / with Madame Surgery and decides to marry Claire, who, as a result, rapidly recovers. As for Madame Surgery, Dr. Daumier helps her to overcome the shock of breaking with Maurice, and he refers her to her priest, who will reconcile her with religion. As for that serious gentleman to whom Claire had been engaged, Dr. Daumier helps him recognize his true vocation, which is the priesthood. 74 The interest of this novel is twofold. It is a psychological analysis of several characters. Maurice, who had lacked the authority of a father and had been spoiled by his mother, is an immature, irresponsible youngster, who seeks transient adventures or the love of older, maternal women. Claire / illness begins in the form of an ordinary depression that gradually the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 767 achieves alarming proportions. And then she has a hemorrhage that brings her close to death. She is rapidly cured when her pathogenic secret is discovered, and a means is found to grant her her wish. Today her condition would be called a psychosomatic illness. The other interesting feature of that novel is the picture of the psychotherapist, Dr. Daumier, with his acute sense of perception, his skill in disentangling a situation, and the tact he uses in talking with each one of the characters. For those familiar with the personality and the psychotherapy of Pierre Janet, there is hardly a doubt that the / writer used him as a model for his character. The psychotherapeutic procedures of this Dr. Daumier also resembled those used by Benedict in Vienna with the probing for the patient's secret problems while in a conscious state, and then the cure being achieved by helping him to solve these problems. Thus we can see that in 1892 there was a choice of psychotherapies ranging from hypnotic suggestion and catharsis to the combination of supportive, expressive, and directive therapy. Such was the situation at the beginning of the crucial year 1893. The year 1893 was another year of political and social tension around the world. A flotilla of the Russian fleet visited Toulon, and was given a triumphant reception by the French population. This was the preliminary to the Franco-Russian military alliance. The French felt it as a relief from the threat of Germany's power, the balance of power now being re-established, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy on one side, France and Russia on the other. The French, meanwhile, were bent upon enlarging their already vast colonial empire. There had never been so much anarchist activity, and on December 9 the anarchist valiant threw a bomb in the Chamber des Députés. This incident was followed by the celebrated phrase of the president, Messieurs, ayez séance continue. Gentlemen, the meeting will continue. Following Pasteur's discovery of a preventive treatment of rabies, the discovery by his disciple Roux of a serum against diphtheria was celebrated in France as a triumph of the French genius. At the Salpêtrière new tendencies were slowly emerging. Whereas Janet was pursuing his psychological analysis of hysteria, Babinski was seeking precise neurological criteria to define hysterical symptoms and distinguish them from organic symptoms. This was to lead him to the discovery of the cutaneous plantar reflex, or Babinski's reflex. In Vienna the battle for and against hypnosis was raging more than ever. Kraft-Tebing published a series of investigations on hypnosis that met violent criticism by Benedict, not only in medical assemblies but in the daily press. 75 Sigmund Freud, whose reputation as a neurologist was by then well established, began to make himself known in the field of neuropsychiatry. We have seen that in 1893 Freud still treated patients with Bernheim's method, but also paid his tribute to Charcot with an article on the difference of organic and hysterical paralyses. 76 Freud apparently did not realize the developments that were taking place in Paris. His paper would have been in line with the Salpetriere doctrine of 1886, but in view of the new direction opened by Babinski, it seems slightly antiquated in 1893. However, Freud also wrote a joint paper with Breuer on the psychic mechanism of hysterical phenomena, proposing a new theory, a combination of the concepts of Janet and Benedict. This paper was favorably received. Within 1 month an objective review appeared in the Revue Neurologique, and there were also reviews in the German journals. 77 Obersteiner mentioned the paper in his book on hypnosis as being a very interesting application of hypnotic suggestion. 7H in England, Myers found it a confirmation of his views on the subliminal self. 79 Mitchell Clark and Brain gave an extensive and sympathetic comment. Poe in Belgium, Dallemagna gave a good summary of the Breuer-Freud theory and expressed a few reservations. 81 Janet wrote, I am happy to see that the results of my already old findings have been recently confirmed by 2 German authors, Breuer and Freud. 82 Benedict, who, like Janet, had been mentioned in a footnote, criticized the paper and said that Breuer and Freud must really have been lucky to come upon such an unusually good set of clinical cases. H3 The sudden death of Charcot. On August 16, 1893, was a shock in France and throughout the scientific world. Charcot, as mentioned elsewhere, was surrounded by a host of enemies eager to exploit every incident against him. H4 He was criticized for his attitude in the Valroth case, in which a house servant, Valroth, after attempting to kill the lady of the house and her personal maid, declared that he had acted in a somnambulic state. The accused maintained that he had acted in complete unconsciousness. H.S. Charcot's advice was asked. He was noncommittal, giving a description of the somnambulic state, but could not say whether it applied to Valroth's recent condition. Meanwhile, the campaign for the general elections began with unusual bitterness. Public opinion was upset by financial scandals. In June, at the Chamber of Deputies, several political men were accused of having been bribed by the English, through the intermediary of the financier Cornelius Hertz. The documents brought as evidence proved to be forged. But Hertz, accused of embezzlement, fled to England. The English refused to surrender him to French authorities, because he was seriously ill. The French sent Charcot with another medical expert to England to report on Hertz's condition. Charcot was criticized for having predicted that the man would die within 2 weeks. Actually, it was Hertz who outlived Charcot. The month of July started with student demonstrations in Paris, and a young man was accidentally killed in a cafe. This was the signal for violent student riots, which were backed by workers. For a period of 4 days the Latin Quarter was covered with barricades. The weather was intolerably sultry, making the usual the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 769 pressures at the medical school to finish dissertations more intolerable. On July 29th, Janet brilliantly defended his medical thesis, under the chairmanship of Charcot. Preparations for the general elections were the occasion for enraged polemics that degenerated, in more than one instance, into acts of violence. In these troubled circumstances Charcot left Paris shortly before August 15th, for a vacation in the district of Morvan, accompanied by 2 of his favorite disciples, Debov and Strauss. The Russian physician Lyubimov told of going to fetch Charcot at his home in Hao, unaware of his imminent departure. Was struck by Charcot's expression of suffering. 86 Charcot, however, complied with Lyubimov's request, and thus Charcot saw his last patient on the way from his home to the railway station. On the following day it seemed that Charcot was recovering, but in the late evening he felt ill and called his companions. They gave him an injection of morphine and left him to sleep. The next morning, on August 16th, they found him dead. 87 Charcot was buried with full national honors. An imposing ceremony was held in the chapel of the Salpetriere, with representatives of the government, public administration, scientific bodies, and numerous personalities in attendance. Several medical journals appeared with their covers bordered in black, and newspapers were filled with details accurate and inaccurate of Charcot's career and death. It was told that on the morning of his death a delegation of upset hysterical patients went to the director of the hospital and asked if anything had happened to Charcot, because they had dreamed that he was dead. Some obituaries had an ambiguous tone. The Figaro of August 17th emphasized Charcot's genius and great scientific achievements, but also exhumed the old accusations of inordinate pride, absorbing egoism, and self-aggrandizement verging on histrionics. Dr. Antoine Emile Blanche, who had died on the same day, was eulogized as a physician of the old school able to write intelligible reports, who was humane, compassionate, and for whom patients were human beings rather than case histories. Many obituaries of Charcot appeared in medical journals in France and elsewhere. One of the first appeared in the Wiener Medizinische Wochenschrift of September 9, 1893 under the signature of Dr. Sigmund Freud. 88 The author, who was proud to recount personal reminiscences, compared Charcot with Adam, who had named the animals in Eden, and with Pinel, who had liberated the insane from their chains. In the same manner Charcot had given names to unknown diseases at the Salpetriere and had liberated hysterics from the chains of prejudice. To Charcot's neurological work, Freud gave full recognition. To his work on hysteria, Freud credited his pioneering approach to its understanding. As to hypnosis, Freud acknowledged Charcot's serious, if narrow, investigations. In the eyes of his contemporaries, Freud's obituary of Charcot was just one among many written throughout Europe. In France, after laudatory obituaries by Charcot's pupils, came a perceptive paper by Janet discreetly indicating the weak points in Charcot's methodology. 89 The first book on Charcot, curiously enough, was that by a Russian physician, Lyubimov, who had been acquainted with Charcot for 20 years and recorded information about Charcot that is to be found nowhere else. The general impression was that it would be very difficult to replace Charcot, and that with his death an era in the history of neuropsychiatry had come to an end. Predominance and decline of the Nancy School, 1894 to 1900. With the death of Charcot the reign of the Salpetriere seemed over. Charcot had been losing ground to the Nancy School during the last few years, and a reaction against Charcot's ideas also came from within the Salpetriere. There had been so many dubious elements in the experiments on hysterical patients that a more solid basis for investigations was desired. There were 2 types of reaction. There were those such as Janet, who were in favor of pursuing psychological studies with objective and critical methods, but the majority of Charcot's pupils rejected the psychological in favor of the neurological method. Charcot's successor, Professor Fulgence Raymond, took a middle course. He strongly leaned to the neurological approach, but encouraged Janet's pursuit of the psychological. The Nancy School now seemed to dominate the scene, and was expanding, but in doing so, its teaching was diluted. Bernheim had started with hypnotic sleep, and subsequently concentrated on suggestion. The word suggestion was becoming increasingly vague in meaning, and was gradually replaced by the new, fashionable term, psychotherapy. The search for new psychotherapies, 1894 to 1896. In the year 1894 the political supremacy of Europe was still undisputed, but 2 events should have served as warnings. Japan, on its own initiative, declared war on China, and after a swift victory made Korea its protectorate. The Turkish Sultan, Abdul Hamid II, chose the Armenians for his latest scapegoats and systematically massacred 80,000 of them. Until then it had been the custom for European countries to intervene by declaring war or threatening to do so as soon as the Turks began a massacre of Christians. But this time, in spite of the indignation among Christian nations, the Red Sultan was not effectively opposed, and this meant another moral defeat for Europe. Anarchist activity, meanwhile, continued in Europe, and the French president Sidi Carnot was assassinated. Tsar Alexander III died, and the kind of politics that his successor Nicholas II would follow was a subject of anxiety for the rest of Europe. In Paris the reaction against Charcot was not long in coming both within and without the Salpetriere. LJO nevertheless, Janet, favored by Raymond's attitude of benevolent neutrality, published 2 of his celebrated cases The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 771 Tories, those of Justine and Achilles. 91 But Bernheim now considered himself the great leader of psychotherapy and his influence expanded steadily. In the German-speaking world, the preliminary communication by Breuer and Freud had aroused some interest. Those who had read Janet, though, could not see much that was new in it. But Freud now insisted upon the differences between his theories and those of Janet, and in 1894 published a paper on the defense neuroses in which he took a position against that of Janet. The events of the year 1895 appeared to those living then as being disastrous for the prestige of the Western world. The massacre of the Armenians continued in spite of protests from Christian powers, and there was a reawakening of anti-Semitism in Europe. The anti-Semitic leader, Karl Lueger, was elected mayor of Vienna, but the emperor cancelled the appointment. There was some agitation during the electoral campaign, although practically no violence against Jewish persons or property occurred. In France, anti-Semitism revolved around the Dreyfus case. Captain Alfred Dreyfus was accused of treason, stripped of his rank, and sentenced to hard labor on Devil's Island. In the same year, two great scientific discoveries were made, that of the X-rays by Röntgen, and of cinematography by Lumiere. Pasteur, who died on September 28, was buried with national honors as one of the greatest scientists of all times, and the French felt that the history of medicine could now be divided into two periods, before and after Pasteur. In Paris, Janet published a series of papers illustrating the role of subconscious ideas in the etiology of hysterical symptoms, fugues, and even muscle spasms. 92 But the favor of the educated public went to Gustav L. Le Bon's Psychology of Crowds, which was believed to furnish a new key to the understanding of sociology, history, and political science. 93 In Vienna, Sigmund Freud, as a student of neuroses, was emerging as the rival of Pierre Janet. This was shown by his papers on psychotherapy of hysteria, anxiety neurosis, by another in French on obsessions and phobias, with his theory of the four types of neuroses and their specific sexual etiology, and above all by his joint publication with Breuer on the studies in hysteria. 94 This book, as we have seen, contains the account of Breuer's Anna 0 and 4 case histories by Freud. The evolution from the time of the preliminary communication is noteworthy. Of these 4 patients, only 2 were treated under hypnosis, the other 2 were treated by direct handling of their problems in the waking state, much in the manner of Benedict. The traditional belief that studies in hysteria met no success is definitely contradicted by the facts. Fenwick wrote that the 5 case histories were of extreme interest and that the 2 authors had arrived at the concepts of Janet and Binet. 45 Bleuler gave an objective account of the book and expressed a few reservations. It was not ruled out, he said, that the therapeutic success of the cathartic method was simply the result of suggestion. He regarded the book as one of the most important published during the previous years. 96 According to Jones, the book met uncomprehending and derogatory criticism by Streimpel, but was given an extremely kind review by J. Mitchell Clark. Actually, Streimpel and Clark gave the same praise and the same criticism, though differently phrased. Streimpel said that both authors have tried to give us, with much adroitness and psychological penetration, a deeper insight into the mental condition of hysterics. And their statements offer much that is interesting and stimulating. 97 He did not doubt the therapeutic success of Breuer and Freud, but he questioned how far one had the right to investigate the most intimate secrets of one's patients, and whether what the patient said under hypnosis really corresponded to the truth, because many hysterics are able to fabricate romances when under hypnosis. The same objections, which Jones finds derogatory when coming from Streimpel, were expressed by Mitchell Clark, who wrote, into the question of the advisability of penetrating so intimately into the most private thoughts and concerns of a patient, I do not enter, and it would seem likely that the patients would, in many cases, at least, strongly resent it. The necessity of bearing in mind, in studying hysterical patients, the great readiness with which they respond to suggestion, may be reiterated, as the weak point in the method of investigation may perhaps be found here. 9H The danger, he adds, would be that the patients would make statements in accordance with the slightest suggestion given to them, even quite unconsciously, by the investigator. In England, too, Myers lauded the book, in which he saw confirmation of his own views and of the research of Binet and Janet in France. 99 Havelock Ellis made enthusiastic comments, and said that Breuer and Freud had opened a door, adding, it seems probable that future advances in the explanation of hysteria must lie in further psychic analysis. 100 The story of Anna 0 was utilized by Bressler. 101 in a study on Blumhardt's patient and her cure by exorcism. 102 Breuer's and Freud's theory of hysteria, Bressler said, could help us gain a scientific understanding of that case. In Budapest, Renschberg and Hajos gave a comparative survey of theories of hysteria of Janet and of Breuer and Freud, acknowledging the merits of both, although they did not accept Breuer's criticism of Janet's concepts. The most sobering comment came from Kraft-Hebing, who stated that he had tried the Breuer-Freud method on a few hysterical patients and found that bringing the causal trauma to light did not suffice to cure the symptom. 104 Kraft-Hebing also emphasized that the memory of the repressed trauma could emerge into consciousness in a fantastic and distorted fashion. 10 The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 773 studies in hysteria was also successful in literary circles. The writer Alfred Berger, known for a philosophical essay on Descartes, psychological novels, and also as a literary critic, wrote a review with the title Surgery of the Soul in the Morgan Press. 106 He praised the emotional depth, the psychological sagacity, and the goodness of heart manifested in the work of the two authors. He compared their cathartic cures with Orestes' cure in Goethe's play Iphigenia in Taurus. Above all, he hailed it as a piece of ancient writers' psychology. The writers, he said, are as the great Vikings who were in America long before Columbus. Now at long last physicians were catching up with them. We also know from Hofmannsthal's correspondence that he was interested in the studies in hysteria as source material while preparing his play Electra. 101 He wanted his heroine, in contrast to Goethe's, to be a kind of hysterical fury. 108 Hermann Bahr, who had lent his copy of the Breuer-Freud book to Hofmannsthal, utilized their cathartic method for his interpretation of dramatic works. 10 The year 1896 was marked by another severe blow to Europe's self-esteem. The Italians, who had undertaken the conquest of Ethiopia, suffered a crushing defeat by Emperor Menelik Edidua. But among the events of that year, none perhaps was as terrible as the catastrophe that accompanied the coronation of Tsar Nicholas II and the Empress Alexandra, on May 29th. During the festivities the crowd panicked, and several thousand men, women, and children were trampled to death. This was followed by protests among the liberals and student riots, all of which had to be repressed. The superstitious saw these events as an ill omen for the reign of the new Tsar. The alliance between France and Russia, nevertheless, was taking shape, and when Tsar Nicholas visited Paris, he was given a triumphal reception. All this could only increase the tension between the two political blocs in Europe. Anti-Semitism was becoming an increasing concern in Europe. In France, a group was starting to campaign in favor of Dreyfus, and two opposing camps formed. In Austria, the Jewish journalist and playwright, Theodor Herzl, published his epic-making book The Jewish State. 11 degrees as a journalist in the service of the newly free press, he witnessed the agitation around the election of Luger, and the Dreyfus agitation in France. The only alternative he could see to anti-Semitism was the creation of a Jewish national state in Palestine. He was not the first to suggest such a solution, but in his book he proffered complete plans, and he worked toward their realization. In 1896 the Third International Congress of Psychology took place in Munich from August 4 to 7. 111 The Congress had been prepared with characteristically German Grilllichkeit, and gathered about 500 participants, which was considered a very large number. 176 papers were read in 4 languages, German, Spanish, English, and Italian. Among the participants were the best-known philosophers, psychiatrists, and psychologists of that time. Many of the papers were of high quality, and a few of them remain of particular interest in retrospect. Theodor Lutz read an impressive paper on the concept of the unconscious. 112 The unconscious, he said, is the question of psychology. The unconscious, the general basis of psychic life, is like a chain of undersea mountains, in which only the peaks emerge, the latter representing the conscious. Our conscious life is, to a great extent, dominated by unconscious representations, thus past representations are now active in me, without my awareness of their presence in activity. The unconscious cannot be entirely explained in physiological terms, it is a psychic reality in itself. In a somewhat similar direction was a paper by George Hirth on the Merck system, that is, the lasting associations of perceptions that, below the threshold of consciousness, are actively in conflict with each other. 11 3D's Merck system can take possession of an individual without his being aware of it. In the worst cases their tyranny may be such that it brings an individual to his ruin. Merc system may unite in the form of shadow systems that are at the roots of antipathies, suspicions, perversions, and so on, and are often betrayed by dream systems. The life path of the hysterical and the melancholic is paved with shadow systems. In the discussion following the conference, the rector Ufer commented that Merc system were Herbart's 4 stelliums meson, and Trooper said that they were identical with Lazarus condensations. In a paper on the difference between suggestibility and hysteria, 4. Attempted to give an answer to the old question, what is hysteria? He defined hysteria as a pathological complex of symptoms that can be either constitutional or acquired, or both, though as a rule the constitutional element predominates. This is true, 4. Said, even though there was proof, brought by Charcot, Freud, Breuer, Vogt, and many others before them, that seemingly severe symptoms could be produced by unconscious mental representations and cured by the removal of the latter. Otto Wetterstrand read a paper on his new method of hypnotic treatment and prolonged hypnotic sleep. He rehypnotized patients to keep them in hypnotic sleep for 6, 8, or 10 days or more, and claimed to be able to cure hysterical patients in this way. In his paper on somnambulic influence and the need for direction, Janet gave a clear description of the specific relationship between therapist and patient. On the basis of his own clinical experience, Janet distinguished 2 types of rapport: somnambulic influence occurring in hysterical patients, and need for direction in psychasthenics. 114 The papers described here are only a small sampling of those read at this Congress. The number, variety, and originality of the contributions must have given the participants the feeling that psychology was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry. 775 The General Secretary of the Congress, von Trent-Notzing, in the same year published a study on dual personality. 115 He contended that dual personality was an unconscious revival of forgotten memories. He supported this point of view with a careful review of well-known clinical cases, Ozam's Felida, Charcot's Blanche Whitman, and Janet's various patients, and with recent research by French authors as well as by Breuer and Freud. The fin de siècle period, 1897 to 1900. The years 1897 to 1900 were the culmination of the fin de siècle spirit in Europe. 116 One of its characteristics, as we have seen, was an extreme interest on the part of the public in psychological and psychopathological problems, and the search for new systems of psychotherapy. Bernheim still considered himself the unchallenged leader of psychological medicine, but the Nancy School became an increasingly hazy concept. In Paris, the reaction against Charcot went so far that many deemed psychology unnecessary in the treatment of mental patients. Janet, without denying his previous research on subconscious fixed ideas, gave more attention to minute descriptions of psychasthenia. Few, of course, would know that Flournoy, in Geneva, had engaged on a long-term investigation with the medium Helene Smith, and who would have guessed that Sigmund Freud, in Vienna, was conducting a self-analysis, together with an investigation of dreams. The year 1897 gave the impression of being, like the previous ones, heavily fraught with political and social tensions. The population of Crete rebelled against the Turkish rule and was supported by troops from Greece, but the Turks reconquered the island, provoking the intervention of other European powers. The Franco-Russian alliance was strengthened by the visit of the French President Felix Faure to Tsar Nicholas II. In Vienna, Karl Lueger, the anti-Semitic leader, was elected for the 3rd time as mayor of Vienna, after the emperor had twice cancelled his appointment, and this time his election was ratified. The first Zionist Congress was held in Basel under the chairmanship of Theodor Herzl. But the event that probably made the most dramatic impression that year was the fire in the Bazaar de IHRI, in Paris, on May 4th. The organizers and participants of the bazaar belonged to the elite of French aristocracy. One of the victims of the disaster was the sister of the Empress Elizabeth of Austria. Among the 125 who perished in the fire, only 5 were men, 3 old men, 1 12-year-old boy, and 1 physician. It was revealed that the young aristocrats present had kicked their way out. And this disgraceful behavior was the death blow to what remained of respect held for the aristocracy. Among the numerous publications of that year was Frederick Meyer's survey of the relationship between hysterical symptoms and fixed ideas. 11.7 Hysterical symptoms, he said, have childish features and suggest to me irresistibly the fantastic dreamlike play of the subliminal self. He added, all hysterical symptoms then, I say boldly, are equivalent to ideas peaks, and a hysterical access is the explosion of an idea peaks. Notions like these, suggested to me largely by Dr. Janet's experiments, find, as seems to me, a strange confirmation in the more recent study and Ivor history of DRS. Breuer and Freud. These physicians have had to deal, most of all, in Dr. Breuer's case of Anna Zero, with hysterics of a much higher intellectual caliber than the patients of the Salpêtrière. Myers compared the mechanism by which hysterical symptoms are produced to that of the creativeness of genius. Genius consists largely in subliminal uprushes which express symbolically the result of observations and inference of which the subliminal self is not aware. On the whole, however, all that pertained to hysteria, hypnosis, and suggestion was becoming increasingly suspect, and the word psychotherapy was now the accepted term for all methods of healing through the mind. A typical instance of this NE_attitude is found in Lee Winfeld's textbook of psychotherapy. 1111 After a historical survey of psychotherapy and general principles of medical psychology, Lee Winfeld gives instructions in regard to the patient-physician relationship. Among the chief psychotherapeutic methods, Lee Winfeld expounds psychic gymnastics, hypnotic and suggestive treatment, Breuer Freud's method, emotion therapy, and faith healing. The year 1898 led Europe to the brink of war. The trigger incident was part of the competition for colonial possession in Africa. The French already possessed a large empire from the Atlantic Ocean to Lake Chad. An expedition under the command of Colonel Marchand arrived at Fashoda, where it was halted by the English. This aroused much indignation in France, and war between France and England seemed inevitable, but the French finally yielded to English demands, this being an opportunistic concession on account of a possible future war with Germany. A new and serious blow to European narcissism was given by the Spanish-American War. A rebellion against the Spaniards had occurred in Cuba, and the rebels were supported by volunteers from the United States. As the result of an unclarified incident pertaining to the explosion of the American ship named near Havana, the Americans declared war. The Spanish fleet suffered a crushing defeat, whereupon the Americans occupied Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. In Spain, the defeat initiated what was called Marasmus. The young generation, later called the 1898 generation, deeply felt the impact of the defeat, but in the long run many of them brought about a renewed intellectual life in their country. The Dreyfus conflict reached its peak in France when the novelist Zola published a libel, J'accuse, and one of the accused, Colonel Henry, caught in forgery, committed suicide. And when the Empress Elizabeth of Austria was assassinated, the Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry. 777 by an anarchist in Jean-A, it seemed to many that the hand of fate was at work against the unfortunate Emperor Francis Joseph I. Also in 1898, Pierre Janet published Nevroses et Idees Fixes, the first of his large works to appear under the auspices of the Psychological Laboratory of the Salpêtrière. 119 A great part of it had already been made known in the form of separate articles. Following the French custom of the time, Raymond's patronage was acknowledged by joining his name with the authors. Although everything had been written by Janet, Nevroses et Idees Fixes contained several of Janet's best-known case histories, those of Marcel, Justine, Marcellini, Madame D, and Achilles, as well as contributions of a more theoretical nature. Following the automatism psychologic, and the medical thesis on hysteria, this latest book secured Janet's renown as France's foremost specialist in neuroses. This was the more so because, in the same year, Janet made a substantial contribution on the psychological treatment of hysteria for Albert Robinson's Encyclopedic Textbook of Therapeutics. Janet synthesized there his conceptions about subconscious fixed ideas, their nature, detection, and management, their relation to the symptoms, including the symbolic character of symptoms in certain cases. He emphasized that it was not enough to bring them back to consciousness, that they had to be dissociated in spite of considerable resistance, often in the form of somatic symptoms. Janet also insisted on the capital role of somnambulic influence, and how it had to be utilized for the treatment, though kept down at the minimum compatible with therapeutic effect. Not less essential, Janet said, was to supplement the hypnotic treatment with a program of re-education. 120 The Nancy School had mushroomed, and one of its adherents, the Dutchman van Rentergem, published a survey of the school, first describing the members of the Nancy group, Liebald in Bernheim, and the adherents of the school in all parts of Europe, such as Poland, Sweden, and Germany. 121 Breuer and Freud represented the Austrian branch. The physician of 1898. Reading in medical journals of university appointments. Might have been surprised to notice that the famous Professor August IV had left his chair of psychiatry at the Zurich University to be replaced by an almost unknown newcomer, Eugen Bleuler, in recognition of the latter's remarkable clinical work during the previous 10 years in the Renault Mental Hospital. 122 In the midst of the great output of literature of that year was Albert Mall's investigations on libidosexualis. 123 He developed the idea suggested by Dessoir in 1894, that there was an evolution of the sexual instinct, that normally there was a transient undifferentiated stage in young adolescence, and that in some cases a disturbance in development could be the explanation for homosexuality in adults. The word libido, which had been used by Benedict, Krafft Ebing, and others in the sense of sexual desire, was given a new meaning in the sense of the sexual instinct in its phases of evolution. In Vienna, Freud published his paper on the psychic mechanism of forgetting and on sexuality and the etiology of neuroses. The year 1899 brought about the Boer War. The public had expected that the English would achieve rapid victory, but the English suffered reverses at the beginning and had to send reinforcements. The Boers enjoyed wide sympathy in France and Germany. In France the Dreyfus agitation gradually abated. Dreyfus' sentence was suspended and he was returned from Devil's Island. The progress of the Nancy School was conspicuous in Holland. The psychotherapeutic clinic of Van Rentergem, situated in a residential quarter of Amsterdam, was solemnly transformed into a Liebald Institute. It comprised an entry hall, waiting and examination rooms, offices, a library, and 26 rooms for patients. In the hall was a plaque inscribed, Ambrosio Augusto Liebald ex Fevres Ariando, Lotharingia, dedicatum, reminding visitors that Liebald was born in the village of Fevres, in Lorraine. The clinic was decorated with portraits of Liebald, Bernheim, and Legiois. The interest in sexual pathology, which had been very strong since the publication of the first edition of Krafft Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, was manifested by the foundation of Magnus Hirschfeld's Starbook. 124 This publication offered original contributions in a review of current literature on sexual pathology. It also took an active position, advocating a reform of the laws concerning homosexuality. Among the many publications of that year was Fear's book, Sexual Instinct, Evolution and Dissolution, in which the author tried to introduce an evolutionary concept in the field of sexual deviations. 125 And on the evidence of the many clinical observations he had made, he emphasized the influence of early sexual experiences on the future sexual development of the individuals. In that year, Freud published his paper on screen memories, which was commented on favorably in the Revue Neurologique and in several psychiatric and psychological journals. The year 1900 seemed to be one of the bloodiest anyone had yet seen. War raged in South Africa. The English seemed glued there and in spite of local successes seemed unable to achieve any decisive victory. Transvaal's President Kruger traveled in Europe but received only good words and sympathy. In China an insurrection was launched by a secret society, the Boxers. In June, Europeans were besieged in their embassies in Peking and were rescued in August by an international expedition commanded by the Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 779 German. There was much talk in Europe of the Yellow Peril, and one nightmare was the fear that the Chinese would unite to constitute a powerful army that would submerge and despoil Europe. King Umberto of Italy was assassinated by an anarchist. However, 1900 seemed to be a productive year in many ways. In Germany, Planck read his first paper on the quanta theory, which was to revolutionize physics. Ellen Key published The Century of the Child, in which she proclaimed that the 20th century would bring the liberation of the child. She advocated revolutionary reforms in education. In art, new trends that had grown slowly during the preceding years came to the foreground. Modern style triumphed in France, Jugendstil in Germany and Austria. In Vienna, Gustav Klimt had been entrusted with the mosaic decoration of the new university building, but the designs raised the indignation of the professors. The news of Nietzsche's death after 10 years of dementia reinforced interest in his philosophy throughout Europe. Another German, Edmund Husserl, published a book that attracted little attention outside of a narrow circle of professional philosophers. 126 Who could have guessed that 50 years later it would have become a source of inspiration for a new psychiatric trend? Existential analysis. The new century was expected by many to be the century of psychology. It is perhaps not sheer chance that in 1900 the International Institute of Psychology was founded in Paris with Janet as its animator. L27 In the same year Janet was called to substitute for Ribet in his psychology course at the Collège de France. Janet gave his first series of lectures on sleep and hypnoid states, in which he discussed sleep, dreams, sleep disturbances, and somnambulism. One of the most talked about events of 1900 was the Great Universal Exhibition in Paris. Even more than in 1889, it was a year of international congresses. The International Congress of Medicine gathered 8,000 participants divided into 23 sections, a very large number of participants for that time. The neurology section, with Raymond as its chairman, took care to remain on the solid ground of neurology, and did not encroach upon the field of hypnotism. The Second International Congress of Hypnotism took place from August 12 to 16. 128 The opening address, given by Raymond, illustrates how the ideas on hypnotism had changed at the Salpêtrière since Charcot's death. He said that Charcot had made hypnotism a subject for research with the same methods he applied to neurological diseases, while the Nancy School emphasized the psychological aspects of the same phenomenon. Actually, Raymond continued, both trends had old backgrounds. Pierre Janet had shown that the magnetizers had described the 3 stages of hypnotism as early as 1840, and the quarrel between the schools was nothing but a revival of the old quarrel between the fluidists and the animists. The one really new fact, Raymond added, was that by now we all believe in psychological determinism, and are striving to discover the laws of the mind. This lecture was followed by a long and detailed survey on the history of hypnotism by Berlin, beginning with Braid and leading up to his own day. Oscar Vogt spoke on the value of hypnosis as a tool for psychological investigation. He had worked out a method of having the hypnotized subject concentrate on a certain idea, image, memory, or feeling, which produced increased awareness as if the content and background of the phenomenon under investigation were under a magnifying glass. 129 The participants of the Congress visited the Salpêtrière on August 13th, under the guidance of Drs. Seston, Philippe, and Janet. Journalists who attended probably felt the want of that element of mystery attached to the Salpêtrière in Charcot's time, so they were delighted to spread the news of an extraordinary patient named Madeline, who bore the stigmata of Christ's Passion. The 4th International Congress of Psychology took place from August 20th to August 25th, with Theodore Ribet as president, Charles Richet as vice president, and Pierre Janet as general secretary. 130 Among the participants were an impressive number of philosophers, psychologists, psychiatrists, and even writers. All possible topics of psychological interest were discussed. The 3rd general session was devoted to the phenomenon of somnambulism. Theodore Flournoy, who's from India to planet Mars, had appeared a few months earlier, told of Helene Smith and her somnambulic utterances. The childishness and ineptitude of what she said showed that these phenomena originate in primitive, infantile layers of the individual's mind. They are a kind of transient emergence of stages of psychological development long left behind. Another feature of somnambulistic performances is the audacity with which the subject tries to impose his drivel as indisputable fact. Here, too, Flournoy saw an infantile characteristic as a reenactment of the candor with which the child lives his fictions and games. All of this should be seen as phenomena of regression. F.W.H. Myers, in a paper on the trans phenomena of Mrs. Thompson, quoted Pierre Janet, Binet, Breuer, and Freud as authorities on hysteria. Immediately following him, Frederick Van Eden told of his experiments with the same Mrs. Thompson, a clairvoyant medium. While he was in Holland and Mrs. Thompson in England, he called her 3 times when dreaming, and she was later able to confirm the times and dates. The first 2 times he had called her Nellie, the 3rd time, by mistake he called her Elsie. 2 days later he received a letter from Mrs. Thompson informing him that she had heard him call her Elsie, but that was the name of a spirit of her acquaintance. Van Eden also said that there is no essential difference between a mediumistic trance and a dream, and that a person could train himself to direct his dreams at will. 131 other papers were read by Morton Prince on the multiple personalities of Miss Beecham, by Hardenberg on anxiety neurosis, denying Freud's The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 781 theory of its sexual origin, though in discussion he admitted that it could be so in certain cases, and by Durand, de Gros, on his theory of polypsychism. Following a paper by Jovic, advocating the use of experimental methods in psychology, the young Viennese, Otto Weininger, vivaciously replied that as experimental methods in psychology were being perfected, introspection would reach a degree of refinement impossible to imagine as yet. There were also papers about clinical cases. Paul Ferraz, a disciple of Durand, de Gros, distinguished two types of hypnotic treatment, the one where a command given would be sufficient to cure a patient, and the other in which exploration of the unconscious was necessary to find the cause in order to treat it. 132 The cause could be a nightmare or a vivid impression of which the patient had kept no conscious memory. Ferraz also told the story of a writer who had become the plaything of an actress and complained of gaps in his memory. Under hypnosis he could recall that the actress could hypnotize him and make him do what she wanted and then forget it all. Ferraz was then able to neutralize the noxious influence of the woman. Reporting on the Congress, the Figaro wrote, "Never have more varied minds disputed more diverse questions. There were their philosophy professors, men of letters, priests, Jesuits, Dominicans, physiologists, magicians, Hindu Brahmins, criminologists, veterinarians, Russian princes, and quite a few women, of whom some had come to discuss spiritism." Underscore 133 Two books that became classics in dynamic psychiatry appeared in 1900, Flower Noise from India to Planet Mars and Freud's Interpretation of Dreams. Both actually appeared at the end of 1899, but bore the title date 1900. We have already told of Theodore Flournoy's 5-year investigation in Geneva of the medium Catherine Muller, who claimed to have the gift of clairvoyance and the ability to reincarnate, in her mediumistic trances, phases of her previous lives. She had been Queen Simondini in 15th century India, Queen Marie Antoinette at Versailles, and had lived on Mars, whose language she spoke and wrote fluently. 134 Flournoy described these 3 cycles, calling them romances of subliminal imagination. This book, as entertaining as a novel by Jules Verne or H.G. Wells, is a deep-reaching analysis of some of the subtle processes of the subconscious mind. It brings evidence of subliminal imaging as a creative and continuous activity. Throughout the various subpersonalities of his medium, Flournoy emphasized the fundamental unity of her personality. He also showed the importance of cryptomnesia, the subliminal romances consisting largely of forgotten childhood memories, especially of books. Wish fulfillment was given free rein, dreams of superiority, of being a queen, of giving advice, or information on other worlds, expressed the patient's wishes of grandeur, although mixed with symbolic expressions of humdrum reality. Flournoy traced the regression expressed by each cycle to a specific age. One element that seems underemphasized to the modern reader is the role of rapport or transference, but as pointed out by Claparède, Flournoy was well aware of this phenomenon but treated it discreetly. Flournoy's book incensed some who believed the medium's utterances were true revelations from other worlds. Others, however, brought sound criticism. Dr. Metzger pointed out the disturbing effect newcomers had exerted during the lean seances, hampering the spontaneity of the medium with their clumsy distractions, and influencing her. 135 Comments from Geneva were often less enthusiastic than those from elsewhere. The responsible journal de Genève, in a long review on January 15, gave due credit to the endeavor and psychological acumen of Flournoy. The anonymous critic humorously remarked how strange it was that the very same group of adventurous individuals gathered around Helene Smith from one incarnation to another were now peaceful bourgeois of Geneva, and that From India to Planet Mars really amounted to a novel with a key for the Genevese. The critic even hinted that the medium's smattering of Sanskrit could have originated in a joke played by one of Flournoy's learned friends. He also emphasized the fantastic achievement of the young woman who was able simultaneously to create several characterizations and plots, and read and speak several languages, one of which was of her own creation. He deplored that so much talent was going to waste, and concluded that the medium was, above all, an admirable actress who played her roles with such passion that she bewitched her intimate circle. These allegations were protested against by Flournoy in a letter to the Journal de Genève, which appeared in the January 19th issue. Flournoy's book was widely successful. An English translation appeared in the same year as the French original, Italian and German translations appeared later. According to Claparède, it was reviewed in innumerable journals, magazines, and newspapers, and the New York World added a colored portrait of Flournoy. 136 It was commented upon in humorous journals such as the London Punch of March 14, 1900, and was lampooned by students in end-of-the-year shows. The Casino Theatre, in Geneva, had a play, an avant, Mars. Forward, Mars. Flournoy received letters from all parts of the world. William James wrote, "I think that your volume has probably made the decisive step in converting psychical research into a respectable science." Myers said the book was a model of fairness throughout and also considered it as a decisive step forward in the exploration of the subliminal mind, an opinion shared by Morselli, Dessoir, Oesterreich, and others. The second great book of 1900 was Freud's Interpretation of Dreams, with which we have already dealt. 137 Our interest here is only how the Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 783 book was received upon its publication. Among the many works published each year about dreams, the title Traumdeutung attracted attention because so little had been published on the interpreting of dreams since the time of Schemmer. Also, the word Traumdeutung was reminiscent of Sterngetung, astrology. In spite of this somewhat ambiguous title, Freud's book brought much to the reader. First a historical survey of dream psychology, then an explanation of Freud's own method of dream interpretation, then his theory of the dream, and finally his theory of the mind in general. The book was well written and contained illustrations of the author's own dreams, as well as intriguing details of life in Vienna at the end of the 19th century. It gave promise of being the cornerstone for a new science of the mind. The reception given the interpretation of dreams has given rise to a tenacious legend. Seldom has an important book produced no echo whatever, Jones said, and according to Freud, 18 months after the publication of the book no psychiatric journal had reviewed it. Lisa Bry and Alfred Rifkin have shown that it was, in fact, quite otherwise. The interpretation of dreams was initially reviewed in at least 11 general magazines and subject journals, including 7 in the fields of philosophy and theology, psychology, neuropsychiatry, psychic research and criminal anthropology. The reviews are individualized presentations, not just routine notices, and together amount to more than 7.500 words. The interval between publication and review averages about 1 year, which was not bad at all. It appears that Freud's hooks on dreams were widely and promptly reviewed in recognized journals, which included the outstanding ones in their respective fields. Furthermore, the editors of international annual bibliographies in psychology and philosophy selected Freud's books on dreams for inclusion. In this country, the Psychological Index listed the interpretation of dreams within 4 months of publication. Roughly. By the end of 1901, Freud's publication had been brought to the attention of medical, psychiatric, psychological, and generally educated circles on an international scale. Some of the reviews are thorough and highly competent, several are written by authors of major research on the subject, all are respectful. Criticism appears after a fair summary of the book as main contents. 138 To substantiate the statement, Bry and Rifkin gave an excerpt from a review by William Stern, showing how far from annihilating it was, to use Jones' word. 139 Stern acknowledges the fact that Freud investigated dreams from a new point of view, and that many new perspectives are opened, that Freud had the merit of searching for a new explanation of dreams in the little-known sphere of emotional life, that the book contains many details of highly stimulative value, fine observations, and theoretical outlooks, and above all an extraordinarily rich material of very accurately recorded dreams. Nick gave an extremely favorable review of Freud's excellent book, Border.Flecky's book, in which he says that the book is psychologically the profoundest that the psychology of dreams has produced so far, and he adds that the work is cast as a unified whole, and thought through with genius. 140 Weeding wrote that the book offers a well-observed rich material and goes farther in effort toward the analysis of dreams than anyone has hitherto tried. 141 Flournoy gave a most favorable review in which he says that his book brings us numerous examples of dream analysis, which are pure masterpieces of sagacious penetration and subtle ingenuity. 142 in Paris, Henri Bergson quoted it in a lecture on dreams given at the Institut Psychologique on March 26, 1901. 143 Carl Gustav Jung, who was at that time a young resident at the Berghauslee in Zurich, mentioned it in his dissertation in 1902. Emil Riemann wrote in a book on hysteria, Freud has shown in a quite convincing way that in the dream, the mental life expresses itself, that unconscious wishes and thoughts become the content of dreams in almost unrecognizable disguise. 144 Riemann, however, objected to Freud's sexual theory and suspected that because Freud's theory is known here in the widest circles, the patients who went to Freud were influenced by it in advance. Riemann emphasized that these objections did not diminish the merit of Freud's teaching. There is no disparaging mention of Freud in the entire book. 14.5 The interpretation of dreams was also reviewed in a number of newspapers and periodicals destined for a wide public. The book was hardly off the underscore press before it was reviewed in the Viennese journal Die Zeit of January 6 and 13, 1900. By no less a personage than its chief editor, Max Burkhardt. 146 It was an extensive and learned, though somewhat glib, review. Actually it was by no means negative. Burkhardt had obviously read the Traum du Doom through roughly. He summarized it clearly and accurately, giving many quotations. He thought the author had overemphasized the infantile element, and regretted that he did not explain the dreams of those of the verbal type, those who think in words rather than images, nor the split of personality in dreams. Less than 3 months after the publication of the Traum du Doom, a Berlin magazine, Die Umschau, published a review by Dr. C. Oppenheimer, who called it a highly interesting though strange book. 14.7 On the same date, a Viennese daily newspaper, the Fremden B/ATT gave an equally positive review of what they called an extremely ingenious and interesting book, particularly praising Freud's observations on the world of children, which would fill all friends of children with enthusiasm. 14 The interpretation of dreams was also given a very favorable review in the Viennese socialist newspaper Arbiter Zeitung 149 and an extensive and enthusiastic one in the Neues Wiener Tagblatt 150 by a man who was soon to become one of Freud's first disciples, Wilhelm Stiegel. 15.1 The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 785 Psychological analysis versus psychoanalysis, 1901 to 1914 The entry into the 20th century was felt by contemporaries as the dawning of a new era. Decadence in the fin de siècle atmosphere had become intolerable. The death of Queen Victoria marked the conclusion of outmoded times and the reign of Edward VII was characterized by a combination of aristocratic grace and modern comfort. This period, the Belle Époque, seems in retrospect as one of peace, security, and joie de vivre, but to contemporaries it was one of armed peace with war continually hovering in the near future. This was reflected in works of fiction such as H. G. Wells' The War in the Air, and in Colonel Dannert's novels, each of which depicted a terrifying war. There was a general political trend to the left, and many hoped that a triumph of the socialist parties would secure international peace. An insidious downfall of Europe was manifested in the growth of defiance shown by non-European powers. There was a general desire to turn one's back on the 19th century and seek new paths. The new sports of motoring and skiing became fashionable. Intellectuals hailed new thinkers, the philosopher Henri Bergson, the economist Vilfredo Pareto, and the political thinker Georges Sorel, who introduced a new anti-democratic ideology. In dynamic psychiatry the same attitude was manifested by the rejection of the first dynamic psychiatry, disinterest in hysteria and hypnosis, and the search for new psychotherapies, such as that of Dubois. Two names, however, seemed to polarize the new dynamic psychiatry, Pierre Janet in Paris, and Sigmund Freud in Vienna. The beginning of a new era, 1901 to 1905 The year I-90 was marked by an event that was strongly felt by contemporaries, namely, the death of Queen Victoria, the eternal queen, and grandmother of Europe. Her name had been associated with the expansion and world domination of the British Empire, and also with a set of moral and social values. The Victorian spirit. 152 King Edward VII had been jealously kept away from the empire's business by his mother, but he had his own political philosophy and had started on a political course of his own. Upon his succession, his first concern was to terminate the Boer War and to establish good relationships with France. Other great events of that year were the imposition of a peace treaty by the European powers on China and the assassination of President McKinley in the United States. In that year, Joseph Babinski, who had been Charcot's cherished pupil, dealt the death blow to what was left of his master's teaching on hysteria. In a memorable meeting of the Neurological Society in Paris, he read a paper entitled Definition of Hysteria, proposing a purely pragmatic definition of hysteria. 153 Hysteria, he said, is the sum total of the symptoms that can be called forth by suggestion and dispelled by counter-suggestion, which he called persuasion. Thus certain symptoms such as the alleged hysterical fever, hemorrhages, and so on, were no longer considered as pertaining to hysteria. According to Babinski, there was nothing more to it than a peculiar propensity to respond positively to suggestion. Babinski recommended that the term hysteria be replaced with pythidism. The majority of French neurologists, who had had their fill of performances by hysterical patients at the Salpêtrière, the Charite, or the H6 Teltu, readily accepted Babinski's ideas. Many did not notice Babinski's admission that certain individuals were predisposed to suggestibility, they merely concluded that hysteria was a non-existent entity. The number of hysterical patients rapidly and steadily declined. The French tended to attribute the decrease to Babinski's new conceptions, but since the same phenomenon occurred elsewhere in Europe, it is open to question whether social and cultural factors were not at work. Freud wrote a condensed version of the Traum du Doom. This little book, on dreams, appeared early in 1901 as one of a series of medical pamphlets, so that it reached deeper into the medical world than the Traum du Doom had. 154 The reviews were even more favorable than those for the Traum du Doom. Brian Rifkin writes, for the essay on dreams, we have found 19 reviews, all of which appeared in medical and psychiatric journals with a total of some 9,500 words, and an average time interval of 8 months 155. Among these reviews those by Kornfeld, 156 C. Hennis 7 Mobius, 158 Lippmann, 15 Giesler, 16 degrees Konstam, 161 Pick, 162 and BOSS 163 should be noted for their objective tenor and the fact that their authors were well-known specialists. In the same year Freud published the first results of his studies on parapraxis in serial form in a psychiatric journal. 164. These articles were well received. Ziehen, however, contended that what Freud called repression he himself had already described as Vorstellungsschemung, inhibition of representation. 165 He concluded that Freud's study deserved many but critical readers. Since the publication of Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis in 1886, the number of publications on sexual pathology had steadily increased. Sexual pathology now attracted as much attention as Lombroso's theories had during the past 2 decades. In a treatise on sexual pathology, Rohleder emphasized the frequency of masturbation in the infant, and that the libido sexualis can manifest itself in the earliest youth, even in the infant age. 166. The year 1902 was comparatively more peaceful than the preceding ones. The eruption of Mont Pe1e, in Martinique, which swept away the capital of the island was considered by a few contemporaries a sign of God's wrath against the French anti-clerical government. The new science of sexual pathology expanded speedily. Among the numerous publications on that field was Albert Mall's warning against corporal punishments, because of the dangers of producing vicarious sexual pleasure in the punisher, the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 787 Punished, and the onlookers. 167 The ethnologist Heinrich Schütz proposed the theory that society did not originate in the family, as taken for granted until then, but in men's associations a theory that was to be taken over by Hans Blieher and others. 168 In that year Janet was appointed professor of experimental psychology at the College de France and began lecturing about psychological tension and emotions, while Freud was appointed extraordinary professor at the University of Vienna and began to gather his Wednesday evening circle. Current psychiatric literature showed a growing interest in the incipient new dynamic psychiatry. A physician of Warsaw, Theodor Dunin, compared the theories and therapies of hysteria of Janet and Freud, giving his preference to Janet, adding, however, that other treatments could be equally successful. 169 in a psychiatric congress at Grenoble. Freud's concepts of anxiety neurosis were the object of lively but objective discussions. I-70 in Zurich. Eugen Bleuler, the new professor of psychiatry, after reorganizing the Bergholzli University Mental Hospital, was pursuing his research on dementia. Precox in teaching his new concepts of the illness to his interns. A young man, Carl Gustav Jung, who had joined the staff at the end of 1900, published his dissertation on the psychopathology of so-called occult phenomena, whereupon he went to Paris to follow Janet's teaching. 171 This dissertation was very favorably reviewed by Theodore Flournoy, who gave in the same year a follow-up of his story of the medium, Helene Smith. 172 This follow-up contained what almost amounted to a mea culpa. I deem it not good that a medium be investigated too long by the same investigator, because the latter, in spite of his caution, inevitably ends up by molding the subconscious of his subject. The hitch is so suggestible, and by imprinting more and more persistent distortions that impede any possible expansion of the sphere from which the subject's automatism flows. P. 116. The year 1903 was marked by tensions throughout the world. In Serbia, King Alexander and Queen Durga were assassinated, following a plot organized by a secret society. The new King Peter I opened a new political course. His government was fiercely nationalist, opposed to Austria-Hungary, and supported by Russia. What appeared to be just another palace revolution in a Balkan country actually caused a fearful aggravation of the tensions among European countries. In France, the government decreed the expulsion of all religious congregations. The turmoil that followed was such that it was called a war of religion without bloodshed. On the American continent, the United States, which had succeeded in building the Panama Canal where the French had failed, obtained territorial concession of the canal zone. At the International Congress on Medicine in Madrid, in April 1903, Pavlov read a report on experimental psychology and psychopathology of animals, which contained his first definitions of conditioned and unconditioned reflexes. 173 Among the publications of that year, 3 had a direct relevance to dynamic psychiatry. Janet published his 2 large volumes, The Obsessions and Psychasthenia, a thorough and accurate description of obsessions and kindred psychasthenic disturbances, with many case histories and an elaboration of his new concepts of psychological force and tension. 174 The second was Frederick Meyer's posthumous work, Human Personality. 175 Not only did this book compile an unparalleled collection of source material on the topics of somnambulalism, hypnosis, hysteria, dual personality, and parapsychological phenomena, but it also contained a complete theory of the unconscious mind, with its regressive, creative, and mythopoetic functions. 176 In the psychological literature of that year, however, nothing could match the success of Weininger's book, Sex and Character. Weininger purported to create a new metaphysics of sexes. The difference between man and woman is taken as a starting point for the elucidation of Mumia's psychological, sociological, moral, and philosophical problems. His basic tenet is the fundamental bisexuality of the human being. In the first chapters of his book, Weininger compiles all available anatomical, physiological, and psychological data on the bisexuality of living beings. He refers to a Danish zoologist, J.J. Steenstrup, who as early as 1846 proclaimed that sexuality is characteristic not only of the body as a whole but of every organ and every cell. Weininger considers every man or woman a combination in various proportion of 2 substances, a male one, the arenoplasma, and a female one, the villi plasma. Not only does the proportion differ in every cell and organ of each individual, but it oscillates in the same individual and may change in the course of his life. The basic law of sexual attraction is that any individual is attracted to another of complementary proportion, thus A% M plus 1/4 F man would seek a 3/4 F plus 1/4 M woman. Homosexuals are intersexual beings whose love objects also fulfill this law of complementarity though belonging to the same sex. According to Weininger, the whole individual is present in every one of his acts, utterances, feelings, or thoughts, at every moment of his life. This provides a basis for a science of characterology. Since bisexuality and the opposition of the male and the female type are permanent facts, they will be reflected in every possible sector of psychic life. Weininger sketches a typology of the intermediate types, the feminine man, the masculine woman. To the latter belong those women who fight for emancipation. Superior women are beings in whom a male element is predominant. Above all, Weininger describes 2 opposite ideal types, the absolute male and the absolute female. Not to be confused with the average man and the average woman. The essential difference between man and woman is that in woman the sexual sphere extends to the whole personality. Woman is nothing but sexuality. Man is sexuality plus something else. Woman is only sexual. Man is also sexual. Man has a few well-localized erogenous zones. In woman they extend over the whole body. Woman is continuously, man intermittently sexual. Man has a penis. Vagina has the woman. Woman's whole the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 789 body is a dependency of her genitals. Man is more objectively conscious of his sexuality. To the difference of //OMA and semicolon he can detach himself from it, either to accept or to reject it. Another basic difference bet //in the absolute male and the absolute female lies in their respective level of consciousness. Woman is still on the level of the hen-ID, that is perception and feeling are undifferentiated, in a man perception and feeling are distinct. Hence a greater clarity of thought. The ability to express thoughts in words and to attain objectivity. Man lives consciously, woman unconsciously. The function of the typical male is to bring woman to consciousness. Genius is the ability of higher clarity of thought with a wider consciousness. It thus entails a higher degree of masculinity to which a woman cannot attain. Woman's psychic life and her memory are without continuity. Man's memory is continuous. Continuity is the basis of logical thinking, of ethical life, and of personality altogether. Therefore the abstract female is illogical, amoral, has no ego, and should be kept out of public affairs. Weininger distinguishes T/O opposite ideal types of women, the absolute prostitute and the absolute mother. The mother type exists only for the preservation of the human race. Her sole aim is the child. She would become a mother by any man. She is courageous and thrifty. The prostitute type exists only for the sake of sexual intercourse. She is CO//ugly and lavish. The prostitute type perceives and is stimulated by her son's masculinity, and since no woman is entirely of the mother type, the relationship of mother and infant has always a certain affinity to that of a man in man, as evidenced in the sensuous pleasure of women when feeding at breast. In man, Weininger distinguishes sexuality and eroticism. Love is an illusion created by man's longing. The relation of man and woman is that of subject and object, in Aristotelian terms. Woman is the matter upon which the male form acts. The male and the female principles are unequally distributed, not only among human individuals but among nations. The Chinese, and particularly the Jews, are more feminine. 17.7 The 472 pages of Weininger's book were supplemented with a 133-page appendix, with quotations from Greek, Latin, and German classics, Shakespeare, Dante, ancient and modern philosophers, fathers of the church, and contemporary psychiatrists, including Janet, Brewer, Freud, Fliess, Krafft-Ebing, and the sexologists, and others. Sex and Character was widely reviewed, aroused a storm of controversies, was hailed as a masterpiece, and obtained fabulous success, particularly in German-speaking countries, Italy, Russia, and Denmark. In Sweden it won the enthusiastic admiration of Strindberg. In Vienna it was the talk of the town for months. Its success was enhanced by the fact that the author, who was only 23 years old, committed suicide before the year was over. 178 The concept of the fundamental bisexuality of the human being, together with that of the libido, was the basis of a perfected classification and theory of sexual abnormities expounded by G. Herman in Libido and Mania. 9 This little book did not attract much attention at the time but appears to us in retrospect as a forerunner of Freud's 3 essays. Among the literary production of 1903, 2 other books were destined to acquire fame later through Freud's commentaries. One was an apology by a mentally disturbed magistrate, President Daniel Paul Schreiber. 180 The other was a short novel by Wilhelm Jensen, Gradova. Norbert Hanold, a young archaeologist, lived only for Greco-Roman antiquity, and was indifferent to his contemporaries, and especially to women. As a child, He had been friendly with little Zoe Bertgang, daughter of a zoology professor. He forgot her. To the point / here he did not recognize her. Although she lived on the same street. Once. In Rome. Norbert saw a bas relief of a young woman lift her hemline and walking. Her / 8 on her right foot and the left flexed for the next step. Hanold fell in love / if the relief. And had a cast made of it to hang in his room. He built a fantasy around the young woman. Called her Gradova. The walking one, without noticing that this was a translation of Bertgang, and fancied that she / is the daughter of a priest of Pompeii who perished in the catastrophe of AD 79. Once he dreamed that he was in Pompeii on the day of the catastrophe. That he / Gradova walking under a fall of ashes. Then lying down transformed into stone. This dream inspired a sudden wish to go to Italy. But in Rome and Naples he was repelled by honeymoon couples from Germany. And left for Pompeii. There. He dreamed that he was under a fall of ashes and saw Apollo carrying Venus in his arms to a carriage. On the following day. Sitting amidst the ruin at noon. He / the real Zoe. Whom he believed to be Gradova. As he had repressed the thought of Zoe and transferred it to the Gradova of his fantasy. He now transferred the fantasy onto the real Zoe. The author described well Norbert's feeling that Zoe / is at the same time a stranger and yet familiar. Zoe gradually understood his delusion and entered into it. On the following day, he met Zoe's father hunting for lizards, and learned that he was staying at the Sun Hotel. The following night he dreamed that he saw Gradova sitting in the sun catching a lizard, and saying keep quiet. The colleague is right, she has applied the device / its success. On the third day, Zoe easily rid him of his delusion. They became engaged, and decided to honeymoon in Pompeii. 181 to contemporaries. Gradova was just one of these novels in neo-romantic style that illustrated the current theme of a man's infatuation and a woman's phantom. 1H all the story of a young man searching for the object of his vision in real life and finding it in the person of a childhood companion had been told by Naevolus and the disciples in Seius. 18.3 Norbert's condition would have been familiar to psychiatrists of the preceding century as an example of ecstatic vision. Pritchard has described it in 1835 as a transient condition where a vivid daydream and events of normal life are perfectly blended. 184 Who could have guessed in 1903 that Gradova was to be rescued from oblivion 4 years later, thanks to Freud's psychoanalytic commentary. It would become fashionable for psychoanalysts to have a cast of the Gradova relief in their consulting rooms, and those / who lived in Paris in 1936 or 1937 may remember a little art gallery on the Rue de Seine under the sign of Gradova. The year 1904 brought a more severe blow to European prestige than it had ever known. A great power, Russia, was attacked by a non-European. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 791 Power, Japan, which had been open to Western civilization for hardly more than half a century. Worse, perhaps, was the fact that no other power protested the treachery of Japan's attack on the Russian fleet without a declaration of war. Having thus gained a strategic advantage from the start, the Japanese steadily beat the Russians. It was insufficient compensation that for the first time a Russian, Pavlov, won the Nobel Prize. Meanwhile, a universal exhibition was organized in the United States, in St. Louis, Missouri. Following the example of the French exhibitions, it included a Congress of Arts and Sciences. There were numerous sections devoted to the various sciences. In the division of mental sciences, Department 15 was devoted to psychology and included a section on abnormal psychology, whose secretary was Dr. Adolf Meyer, and the two invited speakers, Pierre Janet and Morton Prince. Pierre Janet went to America for the first time, to read a paper in St. Louis on September 24, 1904, entitled The Relations of Abnormal Psychology. 185 Following Janet's paper, Morton Prince talked on some of the present problems of abnormal psychology, in the course of which he said that certain problems in subconscious automatism will always be associated with the names of Breuer and Freud in Germany, Janet and Alfred Binet in France. A list of works of reference on abnormal psychology that had been prepared by Morton Prince included works by Bernheim, Flournoy, 4, and others, the studies in hysteria by Breuer and Freud, as well as 4 books by Janet, 3 by Binet, and 2 by Freud. 186 Janet's fame was by then well established in the United States, and after the Congress he gave lectures in Boston and elsewhere. Among Janet's publications of that year the story of Irene was noteworthy in that hysterical symptoms were traced and explained by traumatic events, exactly as in Janet's earlier case histories of Marie and Justine, but with this difference, Janet now admitted that the memory of the trauma had been somewhat altered, in contradistinction to Freud, who maintained that unconscious memories remained unchanged. 2 French neuropsychiatrists, Camus and Bugnis, outlined a history of psychotherapy, with emphasis on the methods of isolation, suggestion, persuasion, and training. L87 A Nevada Star, meanwhile, had appeared in the firmament of psychotherapy. A Swiss physician, Paul Dubois, taught that neurotic disturbances and many physical ailments were the products of imagination and could be cured by the will through self-education. 188 In 1904, Dubois gave lectures at the University of Bern on the psychotherapeutic methods he employed in his practice and sanitarium. According to all accounts, Dubois was a very successful therapist. Patients came to him from all over the world, and Professor Desjardins, of the Salpêtrière learned his method from him. The reasons for Dubois' therapeutic success are not apparent from his writings and seem mysterious to his contemporaries. In Vienna, Sigmund Freud's Psychopathology of Daily Life, now published in book form, was favorably reviewed. 189 When Lowenfeld published a volume on obsessions, he asked Freud to contribute with a survey of his psychoanalytic method. 190 In Germany, Hellpatch emphasized the role of the social class in the etiology of hysteria, but in regard to the psychogenesis he adopted Freud's theories. 191 Emil Riemann, who was later to become a bitter adversary of Freud, reviewed the various theories of hysteria, giving an objective account of the Breuer-Freud theory, although he was critical of its therapeutic implications. 192 The year 1905 brought the termination of the Russo-Japanese War. The Russians had suffered defeat after defeat. The Baltic fleet, which reached the Pacific Ocean after navigating halfway around the world, was sunk in a few hours by the Japanese. A Russian army besieged in Port Arthur was compelled to capitulate. President Theodore Roosevelt offered himself as mediator at the peace treaty that was signed in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Following that national humiliation, a revolution broke out in Russia, but was crushed. The Tsar then granted a few reforms and the creation of a representative body, the Duma. Meanwhile the Germans adopted a more aggressive attitude in political affairs and a conflict arose with France over Morocco. In that year Albert Einstein issued his first publication on the theory of relativity. In Geneva, Clapper had published his Psychology of the Child, which was considered by many to be a landmark in the history of child psychology and education. 193 In Paris, Alfred Binet, with Theodore Simon, published his method for the measurement of the intelligence of the child. 194 The two authors probably did not foresee to what an extent and with what speed their method would be adopted and applied. Farrell's book on the sexual question had an immediate success, was translated into many languages, and was to appear in many revised editions. 190 The year 1905 was a fruitful one for Sigmund Freud, who published 3 of his main contributions, the 3 essays on the sexual theory, Jokes in the Unconscious, and the case history of the patient Dora. The 3 essays are often said to have been a revolutionary novelty that aroused a storm of indignation and abuse. These 2 contentions are, to say the least, exaggerated. During the previous 3 decades, and particularly since the publication of Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, there had been a flood of literature on sexual psychology and pathology, and there is hardly anything in the 3 essays that had not been anticipated in one way or another. An objective survey of contemporary literature, furthermore, indisputably shows that Freud's ideas met with much sympathetic interest. Brian Riff and 196 have given excerpts on the favorable reviews written by Eulenberg, 1 and Nate. 198 Rosa Mayreder, 199 Adolf Meyer-Zu and, particularly, by Magnus Hirschfeld. 201 other examples could be added. In Karl Kraus' journal Die Fackel, Otto Soita contrasted Freud's The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 793 3 essays with Farrell's Sexual Question. Soiker wrote sarcastic comments on the latter, but bestowed the highest praise on the content, novelty, and style of Freud's book and equated it with Schopenhauer's Metaphysics of Love. 202 The flourishing of psychoanalysis. 1906 to 1910. Characteristic of this period was the contrast between the slow development of Janet's work in its academic framework and the rapid growth of Freud's psychoanalysis, which had acquired the quality of a movement. The year 1906 was, again, full of tensions and rumors of war. Conflicts over Morocco and the distribution of colonies again brought the European powers to the brink of war, but the peace was maintained thanks to the Conference of Algeciras, which retained Morocco's sovereignty although under French and Spanish administrative control. The Germans felt they were cheated by these arrangements. San Francisco was destroyed by an earthquake and subsequent fire. 203 In Geneva, Claperet organized a seminar of psychology applied to education, but was compelled to close it as a consequence of an intrigue. A man of wide interests, he had also begun experiments with his students on the psychology of testimony, while Binet, in Paris, conducted research on the testimony of children. In Paris, Janet faced the growing opposition of Babinski and Dejerine. Babinski, as we have seen, was the leader of a trend that could be called anti-psychological. Dejerine was in favor of psychotherapy, but the method he introduced to the Salpêtrière was inspired by Dubois. Janet's reputation was very great in the United States. He was invited to the opening ceremonies for the new buildings of the Harvard Medical School and gave a series of lectures at Harvard from October 15 to the end of November. Under the guidance of Eugen Bleuler, the Bergholzli University Mental Hospital in Zurich had become a very progressive and active center, and Bleuler himself published a noted study on paranoia. 204 He had met Freud 2 years earlier and adopted several of his ideas. He acknowledged that Freud's principles could help in the understanding of the meaning of the delusions of certain psychotic patients. 205 Bleuler had entrusted Carl Gustav Jung with an investigation of dementia precox by means of the word association test. As we have seen, this research soon yielded unexpected findings. 206 Jung found that the word association test could be put to use as a detector of complexes. It was the first time that a psychological test was applied for the investigation of the subconscious mind. As Freud's ideas spread, more criticism was expressed. Aschaffenburg wrote that as long as Freud stood alone with his assertions concerning the role of sexuality in neuroses, one could be content to check his interesting ideas in individual cases, but now that noted authors such as Lowenfeld, Pelpatch, Bleuler, and Jung were openly siding with Freud, it was necessary to take a public position. Aschaffenburg did not doubt that there was an element of truth in Freud's assertions about the roles of reminiscences in sexuality and hysteria, but he had reservations about the way Freud explored the minds of his patients, and the enduring quality of his cures. Freud had given no precise indications as to the number of his cases and the proportion of successful treatments. Any psychiatrist, Aschaffenburg said, with any method, devoting as much time as Freud did to a patient, would be successful. Jung soon replied to this criticism in the same journal, saying he had used Freud's method and that he had found confirmation for its use in all respects. 2-7 In the United States, a Swiss-born psychiatrist, Adolf Meyer, began to teach a new concept of dementia precox, even more revolutionary than that of Bleuler. 208 Every individual, Meyer said, is capable of reacting to a great variety of situations by a limited number of reaction types. Some of these are wholesome and lead to a satisfying adjustment, others are temporary, substitutive reactions. Still others are harmful and dangerous, rattle fumbling, tantrums, hysterical fits, false lingering attitudes, and the like. In patients who tend to go to confirmed dementia precox, certain types of inadequate reactions occur with such frequency that this deterioration of habits should be considered the main pathological process, and this would provide a new therapeutic approach. A novel, Imago by the Swiss poet, and future Nobel Prize winner, Karl Spitteler, appeared in 1906 and had an unexpected success among psychoanalysts. 29 A 34-year-old poet, Victor, comes back for a short visit to the little town of his birth and youth. Years ago, he had casually met a young woman, Theoda Newcomb. No 1-1 of love was exchanged. Theoda never knew of his feelings for her, but Victor received from this short encounter Iparusia, that is, a kind of spiritual vision or revelation. He made Theoda into an ideal picture and source of inspiration under the name of Imago. Now, he learned that Theoda married a certain director Weiss and had a child. He decided to inflict a symbolic punishment to the unfaithful one whom he calls Sida, in order to re-establish the original picture of Imago. Soon after his arrival, Victor is invited to the meetings of Vildelia, a local entertainment and benevolent society. Though he makes blunder after blunder, he is invited in the family circle of director Weiss. The latter asks him to write a poem for the annual feast of Vildelia. A kind of active fairy tale is played by disguised members of the group. When the man who 11 is to play the part of the bear is called for an urgent matter, Victor is asked to replace him and he grumbles to the satisfaction of the audience. The highlight comes when Frau Weiss sings a poem to a big chrysalis, the veils fall and the butterfly gets out, a young orphan girl, the idea/kind, ideal child, protected by Vildelia, and who now in turn recites a poem to her benefactors. From that moment on, Victor realizes that he is desperately in love with Theoda. How he commits new blunders. Nevertheless, he is invited by the Weisses to the birthday of their little child, Theoda. In a white gown as a fairy, the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 795 queen, with 111 O-wings and a crown on the head, recites a poem. The enraptured Victor sees her as a goddess. AFU 1 days later he throws himself on his knees before her and confesses his LME. In order to help him out of this situation, she allows him to come one every day and talk to her. Their talks gradually become more impersonal until she once asks him when he 1 ILL be leaving town. On a following 1 ISIT, Theoda is not at home. Victor is received by her husband kindly, but with unmistakable intimations. On the same evening, Victor's landlady, Frau Steinbach, the young 11 IDEO 11, asks him angrily when he will cease to make a fool of himself. Victor learns that E1ERY11ORD he said to Theoda was repeated by her not only to her husband but to Frau Steinbach. Victor feels as if he were DR11ing in shame as a mouse in a chamber pot. On the next day he leaves the town. 11 I THA1ing ever noticed that Frau Steinbach was in love with him from the beginning. But in 011 he has disentangled the true Imago from the real Theoda and the spurious Sida. The purified Imago will be to him a glowing source of inspiration for the rest of his life. Both the plot and the style of that novel appear curiously anachronistic today, but Spitteler's Imago must be understood in the light of the thinking at the time. We have seen that the notion of an imaginary picture projected onto a real person was a common theme in romantic philosophy and fiction, and that it had again become a current topic for discussion at the end of the 19th century. 210 Much was written about the Fomensburg-Trices and the destructive effects of confusing the real person with the phantom. Jensen's novel, Gradova, in 1903, had renewed the theme, in that the woman who was the object of the projection helped the hero of the story out of illusion through a kind of psychotherapy. This is also what Spitteler related in his novel with greater psychological acumen. We find here one of the links between the romantic tradition and the new dynamic psychiatry. Spitteler's novel was greatly admired by psychoanalysts. They adopted the term Imago to designate the picture an individual unconsciously builds of his father or mother independently of what either is really like. This notion later developed into the Jungian concept of anima. The title Imago was also to be given to a psychoanalytic journal, a collection of psychoanalytic books, and finally to the house that published the complete works of Freud. In 1907 French occupation troops landed in Morocco and President Theodore Roosevelt sent the Great White Fleet around the world to show the American power. There were agricultural crises and riots in the south of France, new art shoals 1 year much discussed, and audacious young artists such as Picasso came into the limelight. In Bern Dubois was immensely successful with his theories of the influence of the mind over the body. His books were constantly being retyped and translated. Zurich, in turn, emerged as a great center of psychotherapy. In February 1907, Jung 11 went to Vienna to visit Freud, accompanied by a young colleague, Ludwig Binswanger. Freud, who espied of the growth of his group, was unsatisfied with the reception given to his ideas in Vienna and was pleased to learn that they had been accepted in a university setting. Freud was much taken with Jung's personality and saw him as a potential successor. Jung thought he had now found the master for whom he had long been searching and was eager to propagate the Freudian concepts at the Burgosli. From that day on, it seemed all that psychoanalysis had two centers, Vienna and Zurich. And the entire staff of the Burgosli was seized with an impassionate interest in Freud's ideas. A young physician, Dr. A. Brill, who came to work at the Burgosli at that time, later recalled his impressions of those days. In 907, everybody at the Burgosli was actively engaged in mastering Freud's psychoanalysis. Professor Eugen Bleuler, the director, who was the first orthodox psychiatrist to recognize the value of Freud's contribution, urged his assistants to master these NE/theories and to utilize Freud's techniques in their clinical work. Headed by Lung, all assistants in the clinic worked with the association experiments. 4 hours daily they examined test persons in order to find out, experimentally, whether Freud's views were correct. It is quite impossible to describe today I felt when I was accepted in the ranks of these ardent and enthusiastic workers. I am sure that no such group of psychiatric workers ever existed before or since then. Not only were the Freudian principles applied to the patients, but psychoanalysis seemed to obsess everybody at the clinic. 211 in Vienna, Freud was gathering more disciples each year and receiving foreign visitors. His pupils published original contributions, such as Alfred Adler's study of organ inferiority. 212 a 20-year-old youngster, Otto Rank, impressed the psychoanalytic group with his monograph, The Artist. 213 The more psychoanalysis took the character of a movement, the more polemics arose around it. As an example, we shall take the first International Congress of Psychiatry and Neurology, which took place in Amsterdam from September 2 to 7, 1907 and presented the participants with an opportunity to air the rival trends in dynamic psychiatry. 214 One of the great discussions, on September 4, was devoted to modern theories of the genesis of hysteria, and the main report was entrusted to Janet. Janet restated his theory of subconscious fixed ideas and the narrowing of the field of consciousness resulting from mental dissociation, and concluded that hysteria belonged to a wider group of mental depressions. Following Janet, Aschaffenburg presented a criticism of Freud's theory of hysteria. Freud's theory, he said, did not explain why certain individuals became hysterical and others not. After suffering similar trauma, predisposition must play a role. Freud and Jung, he added, lay so much emphasis on sexuality that they promoted the appearance of sexual representations in patients. The third speaker was Carl Gustav Jung, who began with a historical survey, and declared that the theoretical presuppositions for the thinking work of the Freudian investigation reside, above all, in the findings of Janet's The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 797 experiments. Jung gave a lengthy outline of the psychoanalytic technique, and stated that his own experience confirmed every one of Freud's points. According to Jones, who was present at the meeting, Jung made the mistake of not timing his paper and also of refusing to obey the chairman's repeated signals to finish. Ultimately he was compelled to, whereupon, with a flushed, angry face, he strode out of the room. 15 On the next day, September 5th, there was a lively discussion on the nature of hysteria, and various views were aired. 216 Dupré, Auguste Marie, and Sallier defended their respective theories. Chouart contended that hysteria resulted from modifications in the nervous potential and that he had invented an apparatus, the sphenometer, that could demonstrate these modifications. Vizela said he accepted the old Breuer-Freud theory, but not Freud's more recent psychoanalytic theory. Otto Gross and Ludwig Frank defended Freud's theory of hysteria, whereupon Conrad Alt and Heilbronner attacked it. Alt declared, if Freud's conceptions on the genesis of hysteria prevailed, the poor hysterics would be despised outcasts as before. This would mean a great step backward, to the greatest detriment of the unfortunate patients. Janet declared, the first work of Messrs. Breuer and Freud on hysteria in 1895 is, in my opinion, an interesting contribution to the work of French physicians who had, for 15 years, analyzed the mental state of hysterics by means of hypnosis or automatic writing. Breuer and Freud had found cases similar to those of the French authors, Janet added, but Freud had unduly generalized from them. We all know, he concluded, that in hysteria we sometimes find sexual fixed ideas, but one should not ground a general theory for hysteria on these cases. Dubois told of his method of treating phobias. Emotions, he said, always follow ideas, so the treatment should go to the root, namely, the erroneous idea the patient has allowed to creep into his mind. Van Rentergem gave a classification of psychotherapeutic methods in 3 groups, those directed to the effectivity of the patient, for example, to dissipate anxiety or to encourage, those addressed to his intelligence, explanations as to the causes of the illness, training and re-education, and those aimed at the imagination, varieties of suggestive treatment. It was interesting to see how great the prestige of Janet was at this Congress. He had been charged with the main report on hysteria. Jung credited him the basic ideas from which psychoanalysis originated, and a young English physician, Ernest Jones, in a paper on allogyria, referred to Professor Janet's remarkable essay, which has not received the attention it deserves. Another salient feature at this Congress was the marked animation of the discussions as soon as they touched on psychoanalysis. In a report about the Congress, Conrad Alt stated that the Freudian theories found little support among the numerous German neurologists and psychiatrists who were there. 217 It was said that Janet called the Freudian hypothesis on hysteria a joke, unpleasantry. 218 The discussions on psychoanalysis at the Amsterdam Congress were a part of a wider controversy, the meaning of which has often been obscured by legend. One paper by Friedlander was quoted by Jones as having been full of gross misunderstandings. 219 Actually, Friedlander gave due credit to Freud's method and said, I consider Breuer-Freud's studies as one of the most valuable works on hysteria. 22 Friedlander, though, did not accept Jung's argument that only those who had used the psychoanalytic method had any right to question Freud. One way to disprove Freud was to cure hysteria by non-analytic methods. Friedlander told of 7 severely hysterical patients he had treated by a non-analytic method and who had remained cured for as long as 2 decades. The same could be said about Wiegand's alleged fierce attacks on psychoanalysis. 221 Wiegand objected to the manner in which Freud's disciples compared their master to Galileo and refused to listen to any opinion that did not correspond to Freud's theories. Wiegand also objected to their argument that only those who had used the psychoanalytic method have the right to discuss because faulty methods give wrong findings, and repeating the faulty method will necessarily produce the same error over and over again. Wiegand also deemed certain psychoanalytic terms unscientific, for instance, wish fulfillment. In a book review of Jung's The Psychology of Dementia Precox, E. Serlin wondered whether there was a causal connection between the test word and the answer, and whether the answer really revealed dissociated complexes. 222 This methodological criticism was termed by Jones violent polemics. In 1908 the Turkish Empire, the sick man of Europe, showed that it was not yet dead. An event occurred that some considered the final death throw, others the first sign of recovery. A group of revolutionaries, the Young Turks, tired of the bloody despotism of Sultan Abdul Hamid II, carried off a coup d'état, whereupon the Sultan offered them a share in the government. The oppressed minorities of the Turkish Empire began to gather hope. The Bulgarians proclaimed their independence, and national agitation arose among the Armenians, who dreamed of emancipating themselves as the Greeks, Serbians, and Bulgarians had done. The Austrian-Hungarian government seized the opportunity to proclaim the annexation of the provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which for 3 decades had nominally been under the Sultan's sovereignty, although in practice they had been administered by Austria-Hungary. This annexation increased political tension between Austria-Hungary on the one side and Serbia and Russia on the other. Tensions between Germany and France had not diminished. The rapprochement between France and England, inaugurated by King Edward VII, was taking shape, so that Germany felt itself more and more the victim of an encirclement. People had the feeling of dying under a general climate of violence and destructiveness. Anarchists continued their activity and King Carlos of the Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 799 Portugal was assassinated. New trends appeared among the European intellectuals in the forms of anti-democratism, anti-intellectualism, and futurism. The economist Georges Sorel published his reflections on violence, a negation of the liberalist faith in reason and progress. 223 The public was shocked by exhibitions of cubistic paintings. Many persons came to think of terrifying wars as the inescapable outcome of the international political situation. Karl Kraus predicted that the advent of aviation would unleash the collapse of the world. 224 There had never before been more talk of psychotherapy, both in regard to mental hospitals and private practice. Two Americans, E. Ryan 22S and R.C. Clark 226 who had visited German and Swiss institutions, marveled at the therapeutic achievements in the mental hospitals they visited in Berlin, Munich, Tübingen, and Zurich. Oberndorf, who studied in Germany in the same year, tells of a sanitarium near Berlin, Haus-Donau, where sports, gardening, and art therapy were in full operation. 227 Patients had pets, including a donkey, at their disposal. In Paris, Pierre Janet gave a survey of all methods of psychotherapy at the Collège de France, beginning with miraculous religious healings, and enlarging on hypnosis, suggestion, re-education, and training. Freud was now a psychotherapist of world renown with a large practice, and new disciples continued to come to him, such as Ferenczi and Brill. An informal meeting of persons interested in psychoanalysis was held in Salzburg on April 26, with 42 participants, the majority being Austrians. Among the 6 papers was one by Freud, presenting excerpts from a case history of a celebrated patient, the man with the rats. In later years this meeting came to be known as the First International Congress of Psychoanalysis. Some of Freud's critics expressed benevolent skepticism and puzzlement. Such was Gruel's review of Freud's paper on cultural sexual morals and modern nervousness. 228 After a detailed and objective summary of the paper, Gruel added that it was up to everyone to draw his own conclusions. Perhaps it is pleasant at times to wander along untrodden, fantastic paths that lead you far away into the realm of strange daydreams. The more decided opposition against psychoanalysis came from persons who had previously received it with enthusiasm. Karl Kraus's celebrated journal, Die Fackel, which waged a vehement fight against conventional sexual morality and glorified the Marquis de Sade and Weininger, had lauded Freud's 3 essays. Now Karl Kraus ridiculed a psychoanalyst who claimed to detect masturbation fantasies in Goethe's poem, The Apprentice Sorcerer. 22-9 Kraus denied the healing power of psychoanalysis and compared psychoanalysts to meteorologists who would pretend not just to predict the weather, but to control it. In psychiatric circles, polemics continued. On November 9, 1908, Abraham read a paper at the Psychiatric Association of Berlin on the neurotic significance of marriage between close relatives. 230 In the traditional account it was an almost riotous meeting that led to furious outbursts from Oppenheim against such monstrous ideas. From Ziehen against such frivolous statements and nonsense. And from Bratz who cried out that German ideals were at stake. And something drastic should be done to protect them. 231. According to the official record, however, the meeting was far less stormy. Oppenheim, though rejecting the Oedipus complex, said he had seen cases similar to Abraham's and agreed with his interpretations. Ziehen actually said that Freud's concepts were nonsense, unsin, but found Abraham's observations interesting and generally true. Raffman believed consanguineous marriages were common among Jews because they had lived in isolated communities. In a concluding word Abraham stated that he agreed with Oppenheim. Not in regard to the interpretation but as to the facts themselves. The year 1909 brought further aggravation of tensions throughout Europe. In Turkey, conservative elements rebelled against the Young Turks, whose leaders were assassinated on March 31st. But an army detachment commanded by Young Turks was able to seize power and depose Abdul Hamid II, replacing him with his brother Mohammed V. The new Turkish government decided to reorganize and modernize Turkey. The army was placed under German military advisors. A fiercely nationalistic movement arose. The consequence of which was the massacre of Armenians in Cilicia and Constantinople. The new government strove to revitalize Turkish literature and culture. Throughout the world the public was fascinated by the conquest of the North Pole by Perry, by Shackleton's exploration of the South Polar regions, and by the first airplane flight across the English Channel by Blériot. The 6th International Congress of Psychology took place in Geneva from August 2 to 7 under the chairmanship of Claparède. 232 The main theme of the Congress was the subconscious, and the main report was given by the man who had coined the term, Pierre Janet. Janet's concern was to distinguish the subconscious, which was a clinical concept, from the unconscious, a philosophical concept. The former term had been devised to summarize the singular features presented by certain personality disturbances in one particular neurosis, hysteria. There were no psychoanalysts present to offer a rebuttal, but in subsequent publications they misinterpreted Janet as having rejected his previous views and denied the existence of the unconscious. In view of the ever-increasing interest in psychotherapy, attempts were made to assess and compare the value of the existing methods. In America, a collective work, edited by W.B. Parker, contained contributions on the philosophy and history of psychotherapy, and a survey of various methods, religious therapy of the Emmanuel Movement, Dubois Moral Cure, Desjardins Isolation Method, / Orc Therapy, analysis and modification of the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 801 environment and Cabot's creative assertion procedure. 233 The chapter on psychoanalysis was contributed by Brill J. 234 In a concluding chapter, R.C. Cabot criticized the current fashion to consider Freud's work as the most scientific part of psychotherapy. In his opinion only Janet's work deserved this respect, though every method could be used. J. 235 Meanwhile the psychoanalytic movement was making great forward strides. Freud and Jung, among other scientists, received an invitation to participate in the ceremonies for the 20th anniversary of the foundation of Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. A lively narrative of Freud's and Jung's visit to America has been written by Jones. 236 Accounts of the sessions are found in the proceedings, and interesting sidelights were described in the New York and Boston newspapers. 237 In the first days of September 1909, the New York Times announced that Cook had claimed to have reached the North Pole, that the Crown Prince of Abyssinia had offered a white elephant to President Roosevelt, that the first national aviation meeting on record had been held in Reims, France, and that the steamer George Washington had arrived from Bremen on August 30th. Curiously enough, the list of noted passengers did not include Freud and Jung. The psychologist William Stern, however, was mentioned. The Boston Evening Transcript offered detailed accounts of the celebrations and lectures. On Monday, September 6th, William Stern spoke on the psychology of witnesses, a new branch of applied psychology in which he had pioneered, and on the following day he spoke on the subject of school problems. Among other eminent scholars who talked on Tuesday, September 7th, were Franz Boas and Sigmund Freud. The Boston Evening Transcript reported on September 8th, students of Dr. Freud's book on psychic analysis have doubtless fancied him as a cold and cheerless person, but that prepossession vanishes when one confronts the man, bent and grey, but wearing the kindly face that age could never stiffen, and hears his own stories of his patients. Dr. Freud is modest withal, and gives Dr. Brewer, his colleague, more credit than, perhaps, is due to a man who was willing to let a dysphoiry sleep for 10 years or so. The characteristic appeared once more when Dr. Freud speaking in German, but, like Dr. Stern, with studied clearness spoke of a case of his own. Dr. Franz Boas, who had generously yielded his place on the morning program, was enthusiastic about the sacrifice. And though Dr. Boas's friends consoled themselves that he was worth waiting for, they were glad of an early introduction to the Viennese, who seemed fairly entitled to the honor of an epoch-making discovery. There were also learned lectures on biology, mathematics, and the Italian physician Voltaire reported in French on the theories of Maxwell and Lorentz. On Thursday, September 9th, a wide range of scientific topics was discussed in the various sections. Titchener spoke on experimental psychology, C.G. Jung spoke on the word association test, and Leo Beyer-Gerstein of Vienna, who has already become a favorite with Clark audiences, on coeducation. Adolf Meyer gave a striking essay on the dynamic factors in dementia precox, and Freud's lectures found enthusiastic listeners. On Friday, September 10th, the miscellany of lectures on scholarly topics continued. Freud emphasized that his theory was a dynamic one, in contrast with the hereditary theory of the Janet school. Jung kept his audience spellbound by telling how he used his word association test successfully in detecting crimes and in revealing hidden causes of illness. The scholarly atmosphere was disrupted in the afternoon when, at a conference on education, the anarchist Emma Goldman, accompanied by Ben Reitman, the king of the hobos, broke in on the discussion. On Saturday, September 11th, the Boston Evening Transcript published a long interview with Sigmund Freud by Adalbert Albrecht. 238. According to the journalist, Freud predicted that the then much discussed Emmanuel movement in the United States would die. As pioneers of psychotherapy, Freud mentioned Liebald, Bernheim, and Mobius. He termed hypnosis a failure and a method of doubtful ethical value. In regard to the psychoanalytic cure, Freud said that I have been able to apply my method only to cases which were severe and given up as hopeless by other physicians. It is best suited to severe cases. During their stay at Clark University, Freud and Jung were personal guests of its president, Stanley Hall. Freud declared, in his opening address, that this invitation to America was the first official recognition of his efforts, a rather surprising assertion in view of his established recognition by Bleuler and the Bert Balsley staff. At this time Jung had just resigned from his position as associated director at the Bert Balsley. He now devoted himself to his private practice, to the direction of the newly founded International Psychoanalytic Association, and to the editorship of the Jar Book. It would seem that he had fully identified himself with the fate of the psychoanalytic movement. Psychoanalytic literature was increasing from year to year. Freud published many papers, among which were two of his most famous case histories, The Story of Little Hans, and that of The Man with the Rats. Freud's disciples were prolific writers, especially Siegel, Rank, and Abraham, and there were many others who are less well remembered today. Moreover, there was an abundance of literature about psychoanalysis, either in the form of impartial surveys, or as controversies in favor or against it. Interesting in that regard is a paper read by Friedlander at the International Congress of Medicine in Budapest, because it shows what exactly the objections against psychoanalysis were. First, instead of the quiet demonstrations usual with scientists in their discussions, psychoanalysts make dogmatic affirmations punctuated by emotional outbursts. Psychoanalysts are unique in equating Freud with such men as Kepler, Newton, the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 803 and Semmelweis, and for the vigor of their attacks on their adversaries. Second, instead of proving their assertions in a scientific manner, psychoanalysts content themselves with unverifiable statements. They say, we know from psychoanalytic experience that, and lay the burden of proof on others. Third, psychoanalysts do not accept any criticism nor even the expressing of the most justified of doubts, terming these neurotic resistance. Friedlander quoted from Satter, the prudery of physicians in their discussions of sexual matters is due less to principle than to psychological background. Rather than accept themselves as hysterics, they prefer to be neurasthenics. Even if they are neither, they might have to admit having a hysterical wife, mother, or sister. It goes against the grain to concede such things about one's close relatives or oneself, so they prefer to declare the whole theory invalid and condemn it a priori. 239. Friedlander agreed with Aschaffenburg that such argumentation was unacceptable among scientists. Fourth, psychoanalysts ignore what has been done before them, or by others, thereby claiming to be innovators. It is as if, before Freud, no hysterical patient was E/ER cured, and no psychotherapy ever practiced. Fifth, sexual theories of psychoanalysis are presented as scientific fact, though unproven. As when Wolfman says, all ethical powers in the interior of man, his sense of shame, his morality, his / worship of God, his aesthetics, his social feelings, originate from repressed sexuality. Wolfman reminds one of Weininger when he said, woman is a born sexual criminal. Her strong sexuality when successfully repressed easily leads her to illness and hysteria, and when it is insufficiently repressed, to criminality, often it will lead her to both. Sixth, Friedlander objected to the practice of psychoanalysts of addressing themselves directly to a wide lay public, as if their theories had already been scientifically proven. By so doing, they make those / who do not accept the theories appear ignorant and backward. 240 Friedlander's arguments were supplemented with others by contemporary psychiatrists. One common complaint was the lack of statistics in psychoanalysis. Another was that psychoanalytic ideas were ingenious, geistreich, but not properly scientific. A third was that far from being novel, psychoanalytic ideas were often a return to older, obsolete concepts. This is what Rieger meant when he talked of old wives' psychiatry, that is, psychiatry as it was before the introduction of modern nosology. Freud's sexual theory of hysteria was seen as a return to an already rejected theory. Finally, there was the argument of the genius loci. Aschaffenburg, Lowenfeld, and Friedlander explained the success of Freud's sexual theories by the fact that they fell on fertile ground in Vienna. Kraft-Keeping Psychopathia Sexualis in 1886 had an extraordinary success in Vienna with the lay public, and specific interest in sexual matters had increased since then, as shown by the fabulous success of Weininger's book, not to mention Schnitzler's and the works of other writers. Freud's patients were thus receptive to his specific type of questions. This argument of the genius loci, later to be quoted by Latham, and from him by Janet, has been misunderstood as referring to the general immorality of the Viennese milieu. The first pre-war period, 1910 to 1914 until 1910, Europe had lived under the system of armed peace, but in spite of increasing political tensions it was hoped that the peace would be maintained. Now, it became evident that a general conflagration was inevitable. The Balkan Wars were seen by many as a prelude to the war between the great European powers. France, England, and Germany were the prey of a nationalistic mass neurosis, and the desperate efforts of a handful of pacifists were quite inadequate to counteract it. 241 The expectation of war was reflected in the literature of the time and in the general outlook of the people's mentality. Another ominous sign was the appearance of nihilistic trends such as the futurist movement. An Italian poet, Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, preached the overthrowing of morality and traditional values, the destruction of academies, libraries, and museums. He extolled the beauty of speed, of modern machines, danger, and war. 242 Marinetti and his followers sought to revolutionize painting, sculpture, music, and literature. They organized theatrical shows devised to shock and outrage the public that ended in brawls. They promoted an aggressive Italian nationalism. Later they were to wage a campaign in favor of the intervention of Italy in World War I and the cause of fascism. Marinetti found imitators throughout Europe, particularly in Russia. This general tension, it would seem, was reflected in the history of dynamic psychiatry as well. It was a period of polemics and internal crises for the psychoanalytic movement. The great event of 1910 was the death of King Edward VII, who was succeeded by George V. During the 10 years of his reign, Edward had brought about a rapprochement with France, but the Germans accused him of being the author of the political encirclement of their country, so the situation was considerably more explosive when he died than at the time of his accession to the throne. In the same year, great apostle of peace, the 82-year-old patriarch of European letters, Count Leo Tolstoy, died. His doctrine of nonviolence was to be applied later by his foremost disciple, Gandhi. During the first decade of the 20th century there had been many changes in dynamic psychiatry. When the Jubilee of Bernheim was celebrated, he seemed to be a figure of the past and the address he gave was filled with bitterness. 243 All he had written during the previous 28 years was now forgotten, he said. Suisse, Dubois, was now considered the founder of psychotherapy and had annexed it. This was a simile to Germany's annexation of Alsace-Lorraine from France. Apparently, Bernheim did not realize what was going on in Vienna and Zurich. Psychoanalysts were increasingly active, notably in the field of the interpretation of myths, literature, and anthropology. Freud published his The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 805 celebrated essay on Leonardo da Vinci. 244 Jones published his interpretation of Hamlet. 245 The folklorist Friedrich Krauss, whose periodical Anthropophaidea was devoted to the collecting of obscene jokes from all peoples and countries, asked Freud to give a psychoanalytic appraisal of that material. 24/6 A second international meeting took place in Nuremberg on March 30th and 31. It was decided to form an international psychoanalytic association. Freud preferred to have a Gentile at the head of the organization. 247 In spite of much opposition of the Viennese members, Jung was elected president. As a compensation, a new periodical, the Zentralblatt for Psychoanalyse, was put under the joint editorship of Adler and Stiegel. A great part of the antagonism felt at that time toward psychoanalysis was due to the so-called wild analysts, that is, people who without any preparation for that task started analyzing in ways that often proved detrimental to their patients. Hans Blieher, who belonged to the Freudian group in Berlin, has given a picture of the situation. In Berlin, Blieher relates, as well as in Vienna and in Zurich, a psychoanalytic group consisted of two circles, a small medical one using a strictly medical terminology, and whose aim was the treatment of neurotic, and a much larger lay circle whose task was to attract public attention to neuroses and psychoanalysis. According to Blieher, this lay circle was the main driving force of the psychoanalytic movement. Its adherents wrote a flood of would-be psychoanalytic literature. In their unrestrained way, they proclaimed that psychoanalysis could furnish a key to all possible problems of mankind, from the cure of individual neuroses to the abolition of war. So, although they attracted patients to psychoanalytic treatment, they brought the movement into disrepute. 246. This is what caused Freud to write his well-known paper on wild analysis. 24.9 Freud emphasized that no one should analyze if he had not received proper training. Freud now used the term psychosexuality for the first time. He explained that his concept of the libido not only included the instinctual sexual drives, but also encompassed the total meaning of the German word lieben, to love. How much anger and spite would have been saved if that clarification had been given earlier. Oscar Pfister commented. 250 The International Congress of Medical Psychology and Psychotherapy, which took place in Brussels from August 7th to 8th, showed how the relationship between the psychotherapeutic schools had changed. 251 Janet, who had played a moderating role in the previous congresses, did not attend. His report on suggestion was read in absentia. The discussions often took the appearance of a conflict of the generations between the old, Bernheim and Vogt, and the young, Seif, Jones, and Muthman. At times it was as though the young would reply with a massive attack to anything the old would say. An example was Ernst Tromner's paper on the process of falling asleep and hypnagogic phenomena. Foremost in the discussion on this paper was Seif, who took exception with the author because he had not quoted Freud and Silberer, adding that the material was ripe for a psychoanalytic working through. 4. Rose to protest, whereupon Muthman, Jones, and Grader energetically supported Seif. De Montat undertook to contradict Freud's theory, and then Tromner reminded the audience that his paper had been on the subject of falling asleep, rather than on dreams. In the discussion of one of the next papers, Vogt protested against Seif's pretension in forbidding him to speak of dreams and the unconscious. I object that a man like myself who has collected his own dreams since the age of 16 and has investigated the problems under discussion here since 1894, that is, almost as long as Freud has done and longer than any of his disciples, should be refused the right to discuss these questions by any Freudian. The Brussels Congress is typical of the kind of discussions that arose in almost every congress of that time in the German-speaking areas. The tone was sometimes dominated by the psychoanalysts, as in Brussels, sometimes by their adversaries. In a meeting of the psychiatrists and neurologists of southwest Germany in Baden-Baden, on May 8th, Dr. Hoke made a memorable speech on a psychic epidemic among physicians. A psychic epidemic, he said, is the transmission of specific representations of a compelling power in a great number of heads, resulting in the loss of judgment and lucidity. Freud's FOLLM1ERS, he said, did not belong to a school in the scientific sense but a kind of section that does not bring forth verifiable facts but articles of faith. Psychoanalysis SHM1 all the features of a sect, the fanatical conviction of being superior to others. Its jargon, the sharp intolerance of and tendency to vilify those of another belief. Its high veneration for the master, its tendency to proselytize. Its readiness to accept the most monstrous improbabilities. And the fantastical one-air evaluation of what has already been accomplished and can be accomplished by adherents of the sect. As an explanation for these psychic epidemics, Hockey GA1EA lack of historical sense and philosophical education in its victims and the thanklessness of curing nervous illnesses. The therapeutic successes resulted, he said, from the untiring attention given by the physicians to the patients. Hockey concluded that the Freudian movement was the return, in a modernized form of a magical medicine, a kind of secret teaching, and would bring to the history of medicine another example of psychic epidemics. 252 In Zurich, Ludwig Frank applied a modification of the original Breuer-Freud cathartic method. 253 He had his patients lie on a couch and concentrate on the feelings that occurred in them. The patient would revive emotions from the past, often from forgotten episodes of his life, whereupon the memory of the events would occur in turn and be discussed with the therapist. Sometimes past emotions were abreacted without full knowledge of the facts, and this sufficed to bring about a cure. 4. Proclaimed that this method was the only true, original psychoanalysis of Breuer, which Freud had since distorted. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 807 The year 1911 brought European tensions almost to the breaking point, and the object of discord was again Morocco. By virtue of an agreement with England, France gave up her claims in Egypt in exchange for a free hand in Morocco. Germans, though, also had interests in Morocco, and to emphasize it, sent the warship to Agadir. After difficult negotiations, war was avoided, and Germany gave up her rights in Morocco in exchange for a piece of the French Congo, but both France and Germany felt they had been cheated, and the tension was hardly diminished. Italy objected to being left out in the partitioning of Africa, and seeing that the Turkish Empire was undergoing a severe internal crisis, Italy declared war on Turkey, and invaded Tripoli to acquire a new colony and thus avenge her defeat at Adwa. It seemed that there had never been so many psychotherapeutic schools. Janet in Paris and Dubois in Bern still enjoyed great prestige. Another therapist who acquired great fame at that time was Roger Vidas, who lived in Lausanne on the shore of Lake Geneva. 254 He submitted his patients to an ingenious system of mental training that consisted of graduated exercises of relaxation and concentration. Vidas taught his subjects full awareness of all the sensations, and how to concentrate on one representation or idea, such as the idea of rest, control, the infinite, and so on. Vidas contended that by placing his hand on the subject's forehead, he could check the degree of control. He also taught a philosophy of life. 255 Patients came to Vidas from all parts of the world, but he did not teach his method, and few practiced it after his death. To people of that time the great psychiatric event of the year 1911 was probably the appearance of Bleuler's book on dementia praecox, for which he had coined the new term schizophrenia. This book, which was the fruit of 20 years of work, brought 4 innovations. First, it encompassed under the wider concept of schizophrenia not only the old dementia praecox, but a number of conditions, especially acute transient ones, which had been considered as separate entities. Second, he brought a dynamic concept of the illness, which seemed to have been inspired by Janet's concept of psychasthenia. That is the distinction of primary symptoms directly related to the disease process, and secondary symptoms deriving from the primary ones. Third, Bleuler proposed an interpretation of the content of schizophrenic hallucination and delusion, in which he followed Freud. Fourth, in contrast to the view that dementia praecox was incurable, Bleuler brought the optimistic concept that schizophrenia was an illness that could be stopped or made to recede at any point of its course. The intensive preoccupation of the Berghalsli physicians with their patients and the use of occupational therapy and other devices resulted in a remarkable increase in the number of therapeutic successes. 256 The year 1911 was one of great expansion for the psychoanalytic movement, with the very successful International Congress at Weimar in September. But it was also a period of inner strife. Even after Adler's resignation in July, the Viennese Society was, in Jones' words, torn by jealousies and dissensions. In 1911 a novel by Briet Meisel has appeared, which is the first known work of fiction giving a picture of a psychoanalyst as the public could imagine one at that time. The characters of that novel are a group of sophisticated intellectuals who spend their time with futile love affairs and lengthy discussions on any conceivable topic. A 40-year-old neurotic lady who has lived her best years in that circle realizes that she needs the help of a physician. She hears that a new method, psychoanalysis, is able to cure patients high, bringing the unconscious life into the consciousness. Filled with intense feelings of curiosity and hope, she enters the house of the psychoanalyst. The maid, a tall skinny old woman clad in black, leads her through a long suite of elegantly furnished rooms to the door of the great man's office. The doctor, who sits at his desk, looks at her piercingly for a while and silently strokes his herd. Then he bids her to sit down, and with an encouraging gesture, invites her to tell her story. From now on the consultation evolves in 4 phases. The patient tells her whole story while the psychoanalyst listens quietly and takes notes. Then comes the second phase. The analyst explains to the patient that she has repressed painful sexual memories. Thereupon he strives to drag out these repressed memories by means of a special technique. He asks among others about her dreams. In the third phase, the psychoanalyst turns into a gynecologist, since sexual causes are at the root of the neurosis. A thorough gynecological examination is necessary. Fortunately, the findings are satisfying. So that we may proceed to the fourth phase and / hitch, the psychoanalyst turns into a hypnotist. He has the patient sit in a comfortable armchair and the technique is described at length. Once the lady is in hypnotic sleep, the analyst keeps on stroking her forehead and gives her suggestions to the effect that she will lose all her complexes. When the seance is 0 / CR, the patient leaves the analyst with a feeling of exhilaration. No mention is made of the fee. The psychoanalytic treatment is terminated with this one session. And until the end of the novel, the former patient is free from any neurotic symptom. 257. The year 1912 was marked, above all, by the Balkan Wars. Greece, Serbia, and Bulgaria. The new Balkan states attacked Turkey, claiming to liberate their nationals still under the Turkish yoke. It was the topic of the day, and much was said about Macedonian atrocities. This war caused more tension between the other European powers, particularly between Russia and Austria-Hungary. Another sensational event was the sinking of the Titanic on its maiden voyage on April 14th, with a loss of more than 1,500 lives. The ship was considered the most modern and perfected ever built and had been advertised as unsinkable, but safety measures had been inadequate and lifeboats insufficient. Social prejudices were mirrored in the way passengers of the first and second class were rescued before those of the third. Thus a great number of poor immigrants and their children were sacrificed. 258. The superstitious saw this disaster as an ill omen for the future of European civilization. Much was written about the imminence of the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 809 War. The German, von Bernhardi, explained in his book, Germany and the Next War, that his country would have to face a host of enemies. Victory would be gained only at the price of unheard of efforts and sacrifices. 259. A group of scholars founded a Gesellschaft für Positivistische Philosophik, Society for Positivist Philosophy, with headquarters in Berlin, with the aim of arriving at a unified, scientific conception of the universe, and thus to solve mankind's problems. Among the members of the society were Ernst Mach, Joseph Popper, Albert Einstein, August Four, and Sigmund Freud. It was a period of feverish agitation among European youth. New literary, artistic, cultural, and political groups were flourishing everywhere, claiming to break with the past, to introduce new values, and polemicizing with each other. The polemics around and within the psychoanalytic movement must be understood in that context. Joseph Breuer was now completely ignored by the new generation. When his 70th anniversary was celebrated on January 15, 1912, Sigmund Exner read an address and presented him with the documents of the Breuer Stiftung, a foundation whose aim was to award prizes for research work and enable prominent scientists to lecture in Vienna. A subscription totaled an initial sum of 58,125 crowns. 260. The list of subscribers included the names of the foremost Viennese scientists, writers, and artists. The name of Freud, however, is not to be found on this list. 26. There was a great activity among psychoanalysts. A new periodical, Imago, was launched by Rankin Sachs. In its first issue was Freud's initial contribution to what was to become his Totem and Taboo. Freud's interest in ethnology was apparently stimulated by Lung's metamorphoses and symbols of libido. During the previous few years there had been much interest in the problem of totemism. Fraser had published his Totemism and Exogamy. 262. Durkheim 263 contended that totemism was the original form of religion, and Thirnwald described it as a primitive way of thought. 264. Wundt sketched a vast picture of the evolution of mankind, which he said comprised 4 periods: a primitive period of savage life, a totemic period with tribal organization and exogamy, a period of the heroes and the gods, and the modern period, with world religions, world powers, world culture, and world history. 25. It would seem, furthermore, that when he wrote Totem and Taboo, Freud was also inspired by recent events, the uprising of the Young Turks, the thwarted sons, against Sultan Abdul Hamid II, the cruel old father, who kept a large harem guarded by eunuchs, furnished a model. After the revolution, social organization could be modernized and literature began to flourish in Turkey, just as in Freud's model in which human culture flourished after the murder of the old father. As a complement to Totem and Taboo, Otto Rank published a vast compilation of the incest motif in poetry and legend. 266. Controversies around psychoanalysis raged more than ever. To understand their true meaning requires a thorough knowledge of the cultural background of the time. This is well illustrated by an example of a controversy that occurred in Zurich at the beginning of 1912. 267. No mention of psychoanalysis is to be found in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung before February 8, 1911, when Dr. Karl Oetker published a review of a booklet Die Psychanalyse by Ludwig Frank. 268. This review, in which the name of Freud is not even mentioned, left the reader with the impression that psychoanalysis, sick, was a Swiss discovery, and it contained a materialistic profession of faith, including the assertion that at death the soul perished forever. 10 months later, on December 7th, a certain Drive, E.A., gave an account of a lecture by Dr. F. Ricklin at a recent meeting of the Zurich Philological Society, the Gesellschaft für Deutsche Sprache. Ricklin said that psychoanalysis had proved able to cure neurotics by bringing repressed images back to consciousness, and interpreting dreams. Ricklin added that it had been shown that dream and delusion symbols were identical with the universal myths of mankind, so that the meaning of universal symbols and myths had been deciphered. The sun, for instance, was a symbol of masculine sexual energy, the serpent and the foot were phallic symbols, and gold was a symbol of excrement. All this was presented in the review not as hypotheses but as discoveries of absolute certainty. It would seem that it was this lecture and perhaps others of the same sort that caused the Kepler Bund to devote an evening to the topic of psychoanalysis. The significance of that meeting would be lost without an explanation. In those years, European culture was permeated with scientism, that is, the belief that only science could give answers to the great enigmas of the world. The dominant science at that time was natural science, as atomic physics is that of our day, with the theory of evolution in the foreground. Under that name, 4 different concepts were intermingled, that of transformism, as opposed to creationism or Fixism, Darwin's original theory that evolution of species was achieved through natural selection under the impact of the struggle for existence, an array of pseudo-Darwinist doctrines called social Darwinism, and finally Haeckel's doctrine. No one can imagine today what an overwhelming role Haeckel's ideas played in the cultural life of his time. Haeckel had begun his career as a brilliant naturalist, developed into a philosopher of nature, and was now becoming more and more an enemy of religion. In his eyes science was equated with materialism, atheism, and the Haeckelian brand of transformism. Religion was equated with tradition, superstition, and anti-scientific attitudes. Haeckel was the idol of many young men who had undergone a conversion to his doctrine. There was, for instance, the story of the dramatic conversion of young Goldschmidt. Having read Haeckel's History of Creation, he believed he had found the key to all philosophical and scientific problems and began to propagate these views with the zeal of a missionary. 269 The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 811 Haeckel had now founded an association, the Monism Bund, which claimed to absorb religion into science and to be the religion of the future. It is not surprising that his activity met considerable resistance from the various churches. It was easy for his enemies to demonstrate that he constantly presented hypotheses as certainties, and he was accused of having falsified a number of illustrations in his books in order to make them conform to his doctrine. The fight against Haeckel was conducted from 2 quarters. The theologian Wasman founded the Thomas Bund to refute Haeckel in the name of religion, and the naturalist Dennert founded the Kepler Bund, whose official purpose was to defeat pseudo-scientific speculations in the name of science. It included several noted scientists among its members and had branches in the main German-speaking towns. The Zurich branch of the Kepler Bund organized a meeting on psychoanalysis, on the basis of an account by Oetker on Frank's book, that by E.A. on Ricklin's lecture. The Kepler Bund apparently was under the impression that psychoanalysis was a materialistic and atheistic doctrine that taught fantastic speculations as if they were scientific truths. On January 2, 1912, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung reported on the meeting of the Kepler Bund. Dr. Max Kesserling, specialist in nervous diseases in Zurich, had spoken on the theory and practice of the Viennese psychologist Freud. The speaker began by expressing his regret that Freud's teaching had met with so much success in Zurich among educators and pastors. Kesselring had attended a course of lectures by Freud in Vienna, and he said that Freud was imbued with the conviction that his teaching was true, that in his lectures he encouraged students to ask questions but gave them vague and unconvincing answers. After giving a historical survey of psychoanalysis, Kesselring declared himself definitely opposed to it. He read quotations from Freud that caused laughter from his audience. The reviewer regretted that Kesselring did not do justice to the kernel of truth contained in Freud's teachings. On the next day, January 3, 1912, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung published a short statement by Kesselring, declaring that he was not a member of the Kepler Bund, and that his rejection of psychoanalysis was not based on philosophical opinion, but was the result of his unprejudiced studies. On January 5, a member of the Kepler Bund confirmed that Dr. Kesselring was not a member and explained that the Kepler Bund had a neutral attitude toward the subject under discussion. The only concern of the Kepler Bund was to distinguish hypothesis from confirmed facts in scientific literature. In its January 10 issue, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung published two letters, one signed J.M. contended that the Kepler Bund was actually a combat organization against monism and atheism. Obviously Freud's teaching was opposed to the ideas held by the Kepler Bund, and when the Kepler Bund invited Dr. Kesselring to speak about Freud, they knew in advance what his attitude would be. The second letter, signed Dr. J, said it was in bad taste to conduct such a discussion before a lay audience. Why not, then, gynecological examinations? Even the best educated public could not form an objective opinion on such matters. Moreover, he said the lecture lacked objectivity and contained a great number of untrue assertions. In January 13th issue a certain F. replied to Dr. J. that the most recent Rasher Star book contained a long article by C.G. Jung about Freud's ideas, which was a masterpiece of vulgarization. He found it extremely rash that personal secrets that formerly were confided only to the priest should now be entrusted with no safeguards to the psychoanalyst. He added that he was being overwhelmed with extravagant psychoanalytic literature, that he had just received a work by Johann Nicholson in which Christ was interpreted as a symbol of the sex act, the ox in the stable as a symbol of castration, and every other item pertaining to the nativity scene explained in a similar fashion. 270 FM. Then quoted a few examples of sexual symbolism from Freud himself, as, for instance, if one dreams of a landscape one is certain of having visited before, the scene is symbolic of the mother's genitals, because that is the only place where a man can be sure he has already been. FM. Concluded by pointing out the danger of the psychoanalyst believing he has an infallible secret, and that those who suffer from sexual distress cannot really be helped by psychoanalysis because the cause of the disorder is often social and economic, and in other cases the cure would demand a rejection of moral concepts. In the following issue of January 15, Dr. Kesselring protested against Lung's accusation that he had brought psychoanalysis to a lay public. In Zurich, educators and pastors did so constantly. As shown by the many articles in Evangelist Freiheit, Werner Seminarblätter, and in any case, psychoanalysts themselves had started the practice. In the issue of January 17 there were again two letters. The first, by C.G. Jung, said that the concept of sexuality used by Freud and myself has a much wider meaning than the vulgar one. This can be read in Freud's and my own writings. And also that it was unjust to place Michelsen's book on the same LE/L with Ricklin's valuable works. The second letter was F.M. S reply to Jung. Theoretically, he said, Freud had a wide concept of sexuality but in practice he used the word in its narrow sense. F.M. protested against those who criticized him for speaking about psychoanalysis without being a physician. One did not need, in fact, to be a physician to judge the immense danger of psychoanalysis, a pseudoscience that had found so many more fanatical adherents in Zurich than anywhere else and had unleashed a psychic epidemic. On January 25, August 4, in retirement near Lake Geneva, joined the exchange. He took exception with a criticism by F.M. concerning hypnosis, and with Kesselring's contention that neurotic patients become psychotic after psychoanalytic treatment. He deplored that Brewer's fruitful teaching of cathartic therapy should have been distorted by Freud. One's concern should be not to polemicize about psychoanalysis but to study the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 813 it seriously, as did Dr. Frank in Zurich. This letter was followed by Kesselring's reply. Psychoanalysts constantly spoke of their successes and never of their failures. He gave two examples of neurotic patients who, following analysis, had become psychotic. Finally F.M. replied to 4. that it was the psychoanalysts who addressed themselves to a wide lay public and wrote propaganda by means of numerous pamphlets and newspaper articles. The January 27th issue contained a psychoanalyst's protest in somewhat vehement terms. The president of the International and of the Zurich Psychoanalytic Association sees himself obliged to energetically reject the insulting and severely disparaging accusations formulated by laymen against medical specialists. The article signed by F.M. give a completely distorted picture of psychoanalytic treatment owing to the ignorance of their author. No reasonable man would submit himself to such a disgusting method of treatment as depicted by F.M. The tone of these indictments makes any further discussion impossible. For the International Psychoanalytic Association, C.G. Jung, M.D., President, F. Ricklin, M.D., Secretary. For the Zurich Psychoanalytic Association, All. Meter, M.D., President, J.H.W. van Othlusen, Physician, Secretary. This protest was followed //ed, in the same issue, by F.M. S. answer. The MRSS. Psychoanalysts, he said, identify themselves so much with their science that they take any criticism of it as a personal insult. He pointed out the thoroughly haughty tone of Dr. Jung, in calling him a reporter and a layman, and that there were physicians, too, who were opposed to psychoanalysis. Although Freud had made many interesting observations on neuroses, his method was faulty and unscientific. The fact that his observations were made in half-Slavic Vienna was not irrelevant. Psychoanalysts now analyze not only the living but the dead, the entire spiritual life of mankind, religion, art, literature, and folklore. They cannot accept criticism from laymen, but they do not hesitate to encroach in fields where they themselves are laymen. On January 28, F.M. continued his attack on psychoanalysis, calling it a positively dangerous method. Even in the best of cases, that is when it is practiced by an extremely capable and conscientious physician, it reduces the individual to a sexual formula and pretends to cure him on that basis. What child would not suffer despair after being taught that he had incestuous wishes toward his mother? As for the adult, if his neurosis originated in repressed sexual wishes, what would the catharsis be? F.M. mentioned the case of a friend whom he had referred to an eminent nerve specialist, and who, in spite of warnings, went to a psychoanalyst. Unable to follow the psychoanalyst's advice in his hometown, he disappeared and was never heard from again. If psychoanalysis is such a dangerous instrument in the hands of a conscientious physician, what disasters could it cause in the hands of the unscrupulous? Popularization of psychoanalytic concepts, furthermore, would mean the rejection of sexual morality on the grounds of scientific justification. On January 31st, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung published Kesselring's answer to 4. He maintained that psychoanalysis could be dangerous, and that he was not the only one to have observed its disastrous effects on patients. It was an untenable attitude, he added, that psychoanalysts should speak only of their successes in their treatments while forbidding others to mention their failures. The fact that psychoanalysts were so sensitive betrayed their lack of objectivity, and made any constructive discussion impossible. In the February L issue, Farl's answer to Fritz Marty, designated by his full name for the first time, appeared, in which 4. blamed Marty for lumping together hypnosis, Freudian psychoanalysis, and the new psychotherapies, meaning Ludwig Frank's perfecting of the old Brewer-Freud cathartic cure. I must definitely declare that lucid researchers fully agree with Mr. F.M. with his condemnation of the one-sidedness of the Freudian school, its sanctifying sexual church, its infant sexuality, its Talmudic exegetic theological interpretations. It was Freud and Jung who had involved laymen in these matters. Fortunately there were a few men concerned with utilizing the kernel of truth contained in the Brewer-Freud research. Following this letter were a few lines by F.M., thanking 4. and declaring the discussion ended. From the example of this Zurich controversy of 1912 one can surmise that the real nature of the opposition to psychoanalysis in those years was very different from the picture that is usually given of it today. The current stereotype is that Freud's discoveries met fierce and fanatical resistance from those who could not accept his concept of sexuality, in view of the Victorian prejudices of the times and of neurotic repression. Actually, objective examination of facts shows that the situation was quite different. In the controversies around psychoanalysis, at least 5 elements should be distinguished. First, psychoanalytic concepts were presented to the public in a manner that was bound to produce two opposite types of reactions. One group was bound to be shocked and find these concepts distasteful and dangerous, and another group was to accept them enthusiastically as revelations. Wittgenstein has pointed this out quite clearly. 271 clashes between these two groups were inevitable, and often took the form of a conflict of generations. Midway between these extreme attitudes was that of those lucid men who tried to think for themselves in order to select what was scientific in these theories. Men such as Oppenheim, Friedlander, E. Serlin, who are usually considered today as early opponents of psychoanalysis, actually belonged to the group that attempted to make an objective appraisal. Their criticism of the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 815 has since been considerably amplified, and the kernel of truth they accepted has been overlooked. Second, under the heading psychoanalysis, a great number of trends were confused. There were many possible gradations between the writings of Freud, of his immediate circle, of the wider circle of lay analysts, and of eccentrics, such as Michelson, who claimed to be psychoanalysts. How could the public recognize what pertained to genuine psychoanalysis? The same was true in regard to psychoanalytic therapy, which could be given by analysts of Freud's group or by irresponsible individuals. It was these same abuses that caused criticism of an opposition to psychoanalysis, which led Freud to write his essay on wild analysis. Third, psychoanalysis was received in two different ways. In Vienna, men such as Krafft Ebing, Weininger, and Schnitzler had conditioned the public to accept Freud's sexual theories. In Zurich, another type of genius loci caused psychoanalysis to be accepted as a key to religious and educational problems, and to the understanding of myths and psychosis. It was inevitable that clashes should occur between these two diverging perspectives. Fourth, psychoanalysis was commonly identified with materialistic philosophy and Hegelian monism. To be sure, psychoanalysis could equally well be used as an argument against atheism as for it. Rank and Sachs suggested that atheism was the extreme expression of the overcoming of the father. 272 The knowledge that Freud was an avowed atheist who termed religion a collective neurosis contributed to the misunderstanding. Hans Blieher relates in his memoirs how the Berlin House of Drive. Heinrich Kerber, head of the local Monism Bund, was also the meeting place for young modern artists and writers, and Freudians. 273 To some extent the opposition to psychoanalysis was a part of the growing opposition to Hegel and his Monism Bund. Finally, the most important reason for the antagonism toward psychoanalysis was probably the manner in which it was promoted. Psychoanalysts, particularly the young disciples, proclaimed their findings without backing them up with proofs or statistics. They left the burden of proof to their adversaries, were intolerant to any kind of criticism, and used ad hominem arguments, saying that their adversaries were neurotic. For instance, psychoanalysis was at times used by men such as Michelson to write things that seemed devised only to scandalize the devout reader, much in the fashion of the futurists. 274 The picture of these controversies would be incomplete without mentioning that they were equally vehement among psychoanalysts. Alphonse Meeder relates that once during a discussion about dreams in a psychoanalytic congress, he mentioned his own concept of the prospective function of dreams. This brought a storm of opposition against me as if I had touched something sacred. He had not contradicted any of Freud's theories, but merely proposed to supplement them. 275 In the same period, conflicts raged between the Viennese Society and Stiegel. Worst of all, Jung had begun on the evolution that was to separate him from Freud. In February 1912, the Zentralblatt published a condensed excerpt of a book by the French art historian Sarchos under the signature of Freud. 276 20 centuries ago. In the town of Ephesus, the temple of Diana attracted numerous pilgrims, as Lourdes does today. In 54 AD the apostle St. Paul preached and made converts there for several years. Being persecuted, he founded his own community. This proved to be detrimental to the goldsmiths' commerce, and they organized uprising against St. Paul with the cry, "Great is the Diana of the Ephesians." St. Paul's community did not remain loyal to him. It fell under the influence of a man named John, who had come with Mary, and promoted the cult of the Mother of God. Again pilgrims flocked, and the goldsmiths found Viorg again. 19 centuries later the same site was the object of the visions of Katharina Emmerich. 277 Why did Freud publish this archaeological anecdote? One need not be well versed in hermeneutics to guess its allegoric meaning. Freud, St. Paul, promoted a new teaching, and because of opposition to him, gathered a group of faithful disciples who became the object of violent persecutions because his teachings threatened certain interests. A disciple John, Jung, came to him, who at first was his ally but then introduced mystical tendencies, took his disciples away from him, and organized a dissident community, which gratified anew the merchants of the temple. The year 1913 brought an exacerbation of political conflicts in Europe to the point that, at times, the general war seemed imminent. The center of the conflict was in the Balkans. After Greece, Bulgaria, and Serbia had won victories over Turkey, they began to tear each other to pieces in a second Balkan War, with Greece, Serbia, and Romania allied against Bulgaria. These convulsions shook Austria, Hungary, and Russia. In Russia there was a partial mobilization, and war/vast prevented only by a conference of ambassadors. Tension between France and Germany was heightened by frequent frontier incidents, and the French parliament lengthened the period of compulsory military service from 2 years to 3. Characteristically, Leon Daudet published a book with the title, L'Avant-Guerre, The Eve of War. In that year conflicts were increasingly rife between the various dynamic psychiatric schools. In Paris, Janet was compiling his vast work on psychological healing. In Nancy, Bernheim's resignation was followed by an anti-psychological reaction. Much as had occurred in Paris after Charcot's death. In Bern, Dubois was still a luminary of psychotherapy, as was Vittes in Lausanne. But both were isolated. In Zurich, Ludwig Frank was fighting hard to promote his own brand of cathartic treatment, and in that year he published a textbook on his method. 278 In Vienna the psycho the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 817 analytic movement was undergoing the most severe crisis it had ever known. It had already lost Alfred Adler, who now, as chief of a new school, published a textbook on his method. 279 Stiegel, who had left the movement the year before, was promoting his own method of brief psychoanalytic treatment. And now it was Jung who severed relations with Freud after publishing his own non-Freudian views as a description of psychoanalysis. That year the war of dynamic psychiatric schools was waged on two main battlefields, the 17th International Congress of Medicine in London and the 4th Psychoanalytic Congress in Munich. The 17th International Congress of Medicine took place in London from August 7th to 12th. Psychoanalysis was one of the topics discussed in section 12. The reports and the discussions that followed are known, not only through the official proceedings, but through detailed accounts published in the Times. 2H0 On Thursday, August 7th, Adolf Meyer gave a report on the 5th Psychiatric Clinic, which had just opened in Baltimore under his direction. The discussion showed the amazement of his English colleagues with his ratio of 10 physicians to 90 patients. Sir Thomas Clouston exclaimed, "We feel that our paymasters and our committees will need a great deal of education before they will provide the funds for carrying out such beneficent schemes as that." On Friday, August 8th, Pierre Janet read his report on psychoanalysis. The starting point of psychoanalysis, Janet said, resides in Charcot's observations on traumatic neuroses, which he, Janet himself, had extended to other neuroses, adding to them the concepts of the narrowing of the field of consciousness and the weakness of psychological tension. Thus from the beginning, Janet had seen a confirmation of his own observations in Freud's work. Freud claimed his novel the enormous amount of time he devoted to each patient, the thorough investigation of his life history, the minute observation of words, gestures, and so on. But Janet said he had always done the very same thing. The method of free association Janet called /E because the therapist was unknowingly suggesting the course of associations. As to the interpretation of dreams, Freud had no accurate method of recording dreams, and his methods of interpreting them were arbitrary. Freud called complex what Janet had called subconscious fixed ideas. Many of the so-called novel ideas of psychoanalysis were but renamed existing concepts, such as repression, which was Janet's narrowing of the field of consciousness. Iwanian the 110RD psychoanalysis was another one for Janet's psychological analysis. Above all, Janet did not admit Freud's concept that sexuality 11 is the essential and unique cause of neuroses. In Janet's experience, sexual disturbances 11 are more the result than the cause of neuroses. Freud gave the 110RD libido an immeasurably wide and vague meaning. Psychoanalysis could ACHI1E therapeutic successes as well as any other method. In passing, Janet mentioned, without taking a stand, the curious opinion voiced by certain authors about the role of the genius loci in Vienna 281. Janet concluded, in a conciliatory 11I, that Freud's writings contained a great number of precious studies about neuroses, the evolution of the mind in childhood, the various forms of sexual feelings. In later years, he said, the current exaggerations of psychoanalysis would be forgotten and it only would remember that psychoanalysis rendered great services to psychological analysis. Obviously, Janet based his knowledge of Freud's teaching on the extant psychoanalytic literature in French and English. He had read the interpretation of dreams in Brill's translation, the abstracts of Freudian literature published by Brill and Aker, and certain publications of Meeder, Ferenczi, Satter, Jung, Jones, and Putnam. Thus Janet's criticism was directed against early psychoanalysis rather than against its more recent developments. Jung's defense of psychoanalysis, which followed, was given in English and began with a caustic remark against Janet. Unfortunately, it is often the case that people believe themselves entitled to judge psychoanalysis when they are not even able to read German. Since Freud's theory was not yet, on the whole, very clear nor easily accessible, Jung offered a condensed version of psychoanalysis, with criticisms even more severe than those of Janet. Therefore I propose to liberate the psychoanalytic theory from the purely sexual standpoint. In its place I should like to introduce an energetic viewpoint into the psychology of neuroses. Jung equated the libido in Bergson's libido. Neurosis is an act of adaptation that has failed, causing a damming up of energy and the substitution of lower parts of a function for its higher parts. Incidentally, though Janet was not quoted, this was almost exactly his concept of neurosis. In the discussion that followed, no one replied to Jung. 9 persons participated in the discussion, of whom 5 were favorable to Freud, 3 against, and 1 neutral. Jones said that Janet's account contained a long series of misconceptions, distortions, and misstatements, and that he had understood nothing of psychoanalysis. Coriat said he had been an opponent of psychoanalysis, but had now come to understand the complete validity of its theory and its utmost value from the therapeutic standpoint. Forsyth said that Freud had given a unique insight into the affective attributes of children. Eder wondered how Janet could state that psychoanalysis was absurd and at the same time contend that he was its real author. Savage said that one should not be impressed by Janet's eloquence, and should realize the importance of the infantile subconscious. Frankel Hochwart of Vienna objected that there had been numerous cases where psychoanalytic treatment had failed, that it is often dangerous to stir up the sexual problems in patients, that lay analysts were dangerous, and that, above all, one should set up statistics of successful and failed cases. Walsh also stressed the danger of overemphasis on sexuality, and said that there was no therapeutic method that did not have its successes. Erlen gave 6 criteria for acceptable psychotherapy, and found that none of the 6 was met by psychoanalysis. A divided opinion was expressed by T.A. Williams. Psychoanalytic research for the origin of disease is a great advance over the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 819-year description. However, he said that he had doubts whether the disturbing complexes were really unconscious, that psychoanalysis did not cure faulty psychic habits, and that reorientation was preferable whenever it was effected consciously and rationally. He concluded that the therapeutic criterion was doubtful. All accounts of this discussion confirm that it was somewhat stormy. In his autobiography, Jones said that Janet's report was a slashing and satirical attack on Freud and his work, delivered with his inimitable theatrical skill, adding that it was easy for me to demonstrate to the audience not only Janet's profound ignorance of psychoanalysis but also his lack of scruple in inventing, in the most unfair way, men of straw for his ridicule to play on. 282 Jones ascribed Janet's opposition to psychoanalysis to jealousy, because he felt himself surpassed by Freud. In his biography of Freud, Jones simply said, in the first week of August there was a duel between Janet and myself at the International Congress of Medicine, which put an end to his pretensions of having founded psychoanalysis and then seeing it spoiled by Freud. Following this was Freud's letter of congratulations. 283 Contemporary accounts do not substantiate the story of the duel. In the official proceedings of the Congress, Jones' intervention is very short and it does not stand out from those of the other 8 participants. The London Times in its detailed accounts of all meetings and discussions summarized only Dr. Coriat's forceful intervention in favor of psychoanalysis, and drive. Walsh's contention that psychoanalysis was the latest in a series of psychic epidemics. No mention was made of Jones. Possibly Jones confused his verbal intervention at the Congress with his rejoinder to Janet, which was later published in the Journal for Abnormal Psychology. A complete appreciation of the events of that Congress must necessarily consider the political atmosphere of the day. For several years in England there had been a campaign against anything that was made in Germany. Wallenberg, one of the German psychiatrists who participated in the Congress, later recalled that evidence for this anti-German feeling at the Congress was that no German was invited to offer a toast at the closing banquet. 284 3 weeks after the International Medical Congress in London, the psychoanalysts gathered for their 4th International Congress in Munich, on September 7 and 8. It would seem that the participants at that Congress were concerned not so much with scientific papers as with conflicts within the association. Freud and his close collaborators were anxious about the new turn that Jung and his followers were giving to psychoanalysis. In his capacity of president of the International Association, Jung was in the chair, but his term was on the verge of expiring. In spite of the strong opposition against him, Jung was re-elected by 30 out of 52 votes. Lou Andrea Salome, who came as a guest accompanied by the poet Rilke, noted her impressions in her diary. 285 She felt that Jung's attitude toward Freud was unduly aggressive and dogmatic. Freud stood on the defensive and contained with difficulty his deep emotion when facing the break with the son he had loved so much. One may assume that the conflict was tinged with emotional elements. Did not the relationship of Jung and Freud recall what had been that of Freud and Breuer 18 years before? As for Jung, he was reenacting the conflict he had with Bleuler in 1909, if not his still earlier conflict with his father. But the deeper reason for the conflict was the basic difference in outlook between the Zurich group and Freud. Bleuler and Jung had viewed their relationship with Freud as a collaboration between independent scientists working in the same field. They had accepted from psychoanalysis what they deemed to be true and stated their differences. In that same manner Breuer and Freud had stated the differences in their respective theories in the studies in hysteria. In 1908 Bleuler and Jung had explained their conflicting theories of schizophrenia in a joint article. 286 But Freud wanted disciples who would accept his teaching and block or develop it under his control, so the conflict was inevitable, and this is also the reason why Bleuler always declined to be a member of the International Psychoanalytic Association. The true history of this episode has never been written as yet, nor has the true history of the polemics around psychoanalysis. The current version that Freud and his disciples were the victims of massive attacks by dishonest enemies does not stand before an objective examination of the available facts, nor does the story of alleged persecutions. There were lively, sometimes vehement, discussions in medical societies and congresses, but there is no record that anyone ever questioned Freud's sincerity or integrity. As to Jones' assertion that an Australian pastor, Reverend Donald Fraser, was forced to resign on account of his interest in psychoanalysis and that the Swedish linguist, Hans Sperber, had his career broken for the same reason, both definitely belong to legend. Reverend Donald Fraser voluntarily left the ministry to study medicine with the support of his community. 288 And Sperber was refused the privat doesn't ship for reasons which had nothing to do with his paper on the sexual origin of the language. 289 Characteristic of the legend is the way in which harmless jokes have been turned into heinous offenses. Jones, who was better acquainted with British humor than with Viennese wits, gives as an example of shameless anti-Freudian insults just that link Freud's name with the word Freud and Madchen, harlot. 290 In fact, the joke was, why do certain women go to Freud, others to Jung? The former are Freud and Madchen, harlots, the latter Jungfrauen, virgins. The year 1914 began under black clouds. Europe was full of overt and covered conflicts. In Austria-Hungary the growing Czech nationalistic agitate brought a strong protest from the German-speaking groups against what they considered Slavic encroachment. Relations were tense between Austria and Serbia over Albania, which the Serbians had wished to annex, the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 821 whereas Austria-Hungary had secured Albania's independence. The English were preoccupied by increasing nationalistic agitation in Ireland. The new president of France, Poincaré, went to Russia in June and at an official banquet assured the Russians of France's support in the event of conflict. These were also months of acute crisis in the psychoanalytic movement. Jung found his position untenable and resigned from the International Association in March. Bleuler published a criticism of Freud's theories but did not sever his personal relationships with Freud. The Swiss Psychoanalytic Association was dissolved. The Great Crisis caused Freud to write a history of the psychoanalytic movement as an apologia pro domo, fraught with the usual inaccuracies of memory and polemic overtones regarding his relationship with Adler and Jung. In those months the journal Imago published an anonymous contribution on the Moses of Michelangelo 291. The anonymous contributor analyzed the pose and expression of that famous statue, and concluded that far from showing the anger of the prophet about to break the stone tablets, it expressed the supreme effort made by the great leader to control his righteous anger. Years later it was revealed that the author had been none other than Freud. The consensus was that Freud had been projecting his own feelings. These months also brought one of the main novelties in psychoanalytic theory, Freud's introduction to narcissism. 292 In spite of the crisis in the psychoanalytic movement, Freud's theories were acquiring an ever wider audience throughout the world. Psychoanalysis was becoming popular in Russia, where Freud's main works had been translated, and there were psychoanalytic groups in several large cities. It was also gaining ground in England and the United States. In France, Freud's ideas had been known to a limited number of persons, but in the midst of the strong chauvinism that permeated the country he was the object of vehement attacks, as before the Paris Psychotherapy Society on June 16, where Janet came to his defense. Janet protested against the fact in a session devoted to Freud's work, one had heard nothing but criticisms. This was neither courteous nor just. The research of Freud and his school had acquired considerable development not only in Austria and Germany, but in other countries, including the United States. This be all be impossible if these studies were devoid of value, admitting the part of errors and exaggerations. The general theory served as a basis for valuable studies. Psychoanalysis had contributed numerous data to the knowledge of neuroses, of sexual psychology and psychopathology. Let us acknowledge these merits. Our unavoidable criticisms should not detract us to show our regards for the fine work and the important observations of our Viennese colleagues. 29 But nationalistic feelings had mounted to such a pitch that scientific objectivity was impossible for years to come. It was in that tense atmosphere that the news of the assassination at Sarajevo resounded 12 days later as the death knell of Europe. World War I, July 1914 to November 1918. Henri Bergson relates that when on August 4, 1914, he unfolded a newspaper and his eyes fell on a banner headline, Germany declares war on France. He had the sudden perception of an invisible presence, as if a mythical figure had escaped from a book and had quietly taken a place in his room. 294 As all those who had been children during the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871, he had lived the 12 or 15 years following that war with the idea that a new war was imminent, and after that with a complex feeling that a new war was both probable and impossible. Bergson now realized that this event whose expectation had filled his past 43 years with unrest, had now arrived, and in spite of his horror before the catastrophe, he could not but marvel at the ease with which the abstract idea of the war had become a living presence. This war, which we see in retrospect as a thunderbolt out of the blue and as a dramatic interruption of Europe's march toward happiness and prosperity, appeared to many contemporaries as the inevitable outcome of a long series of conflicts, threats, local wars, and rumors of war, if not as a liberation from intolerable tensions. In 1914 European civilization, in its expansion, was confronted with the last remaining outpost of barbarity, the Turkish Empire. Only the rivalries among the European powers had prevented the death blow from being dealt to the sick man, as Turkey was then commonly called. But from the Dragon Seed the new Balkan countries had arisen. Hardly were they liberated than they started to oppress their own minorities and to fight with each other. Secret terrorist organizations, formerly engaged in fighting the Turks, were now employed as general political weapons. Young men who called themselves patriots were trained as terrorists to be used by nefarious political interests. The principle of nationalities, now extending to the Balkan countries, was more than ever ruling over Europe, and each country had its particular way of solving this problem. France had already assimilated its minorities in the past, but Great Britain had difficulties with the Irish, Spain with the Catalans, and Germany with its Alsatian, Danish, and Polish minorities. Turkey resorted to periodic massacres, of which the Bulgarians and the Armenians had been the latest victims. Russia, which had long been liberal, was now attempting to Russify its minorities. Austria-Hungary's situation was the most difficult, as it was the only large multinational state in a period of universal nationalism. It was exposed to agitation from within, and to intrigues from Russia and Serbia. The problems of the Austrian-Hungarian monarchy could hardly be understood in a time when the concepts of decolonization, satellite states, and supranational state had not yet the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 823 been formulated. The Balkan countries, recently decolonized from the Turkish rule, fell prey to fanatical nationalism and interior strife. Serbia was a satellite of Russia, which practically directed her politics and used them against Austria-Hungary. The latter would today be called a supranational state, but in view of inner dissensions, it needed a thorough political reform. 295 The monarchy was the one binding force of the empire, and the Crown Prince Francis Ferdinand was considered the only man who possessed the will and the ability to conduct the necessary reform. The European public was so accustomed to murders of kings and heads of state by isolated anarchists or paranoiacs that it misunderstood the true meaning of the Sarajevo assassination, which in fact was a plot organized by the Serbian Secret Service. 296 We have already seen that in 1903 the pro-Austrian king of Serbia, Alexander III, and his wife, Queen Druga, as well as some of their supporters, had been assassinated. The new king, Peter, who was supported by Russia, initiated an anti-Austrian policy backed by the terrorists who had brought him to power. The annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina by Austria-Hungary and the creation of the Bosnian Diet enraged the Serbian nationalists, who perpetrated a series of terrorist acts against Austrian civil servants and in 1912 even against the governor of Croatia. On June 28, 1914, a group of young Bosnian conspirators, who had been trained in Serbian terrorist schools, furnished with arms from the Serbian army, and helped across the frontier by Serbian agents, assassinated the Archduke Francis Ferdinand and his wife on a visit to Sarajevo. If ever there was a crime that could be called Machiavellian, this was one, since the Archduke had decided to solve the problems of the empire by giving equal status to the South Slavic groups in order to check the Serbian nationalists. His murder put an end to any hope of such readjustment, leaving a weary old emperor and an unprepared young man as heir presumptive. The Austrian-Hungarian government was now facing a tragic dilemma, either to leave unpunished the activities of a dangerous nest of terrorists who had sworn to destroy the empire, or to resort to an armed intervention with the risk of a general war. In view of Russia's support of Serbia. 297 According to summary, Western Europe did not at all understand what was the matter. They erroneously assumed that a little nation was assaulted by imperialistic malice, and they instinctively took the part of David. Whereas it was a case of the systematic undermining of a civilized empire through a Russian satellite, and the murder at Sarajevo was a typical partisan act. 290 War was a deadly risk, even more so because only a year before it had been discovered that Colonel Alfred Redl, chief of the counterintelligence section of the Imperial Army, had been blackmailed into handing vital military information to the Russians. Moreover, Italy was turning away from her Austrian-Hungarian ally. The problem of whether the war would remain localized or not depended upon what Russia would do. Because of its rapid economic growth, social conflicts, and activities of revolutionary groups, Russia was ill-prepared for war. But a militarist party succeeded in obtaining a general mobilization, which also meant a threat to Germany. Germany was prepared for a war that its military and political leaders had long regarded as inevitable, since the outcome was considered to depend on the rapidity of the first moves. And in order to secure the initial strategic advantage, Germany declared war on Russia and France, and violated Belgium's neutrality, whereupon Italy stepped out of her alliance with the Central Empires, and England declared war on Germany. Thus, in a few weeks, the infernal machine was set into motion. Most of the peoples of Europe had long been conditioned to this war, which they began with a show of extraordinary patriotic enthusiasm. Austrians and Hungarians saw the struggle as the only means of survival for the dual monarchy. The Germans sought to free themselves from the encircling vice of neighboring nations and the invasion of Russian barbarism. The French saw it as a crusade for the freedom of the world and the liberation of Alsace-Lorraine. The war meant bankruptcy for the spiritual powers. Churches of all denominations took sides with their countries, and the Pope simply commended the combatants to God. The socialists, who had repeatedly proclaimed their opposition to war, joined the general movement within their respective countries with hardly less enthusiasm than the others. Pacifists were the minority everywhere, and those who refused to fight were quietly shot. Intellectuals participated with feverish enthusiasm in what has since been called the mobilization of consciences, that is, that fanatical nationalism that was intolerant of the least deviation of opinion. A small number of thinkers remained able to contemplate the catastrophe with lucidity. The French philosopher Alain foretold that this war would be a hecatomb of the elite, leaving the country at the mercy of the shrewd, the tyrants, and the slaves. 299 Anatole France, who in a written protest against the bombardment of Rheims Cathedral, expressed the hope that after the end of the war the French people would again admit the defeated enemy to their friendship, was copiously insulted and his house was stoned by the mob. Romain Rolland, another French writer who resided in Geneva, launched a manifesto praising the heroism of European youth and its sacrifices to a patriotic ideal, but castigating the statesmen who had unleashed the war and were doing nothing to stop it, and condemning the writers who were fanning the flame. 3°0 in the same vein the German novelist Hermann Hesse, while praising the combatants, denounced those who remained in the safety of their homes to write fiery incitations against the enemy. 01 During the initial upheaval each psychiatrist reacted according to his own character and background. Brewer predicted that Austria would either burn up or rise again from the conflagration as a young and strong phoenix. 3°2 The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 825 Freud expressed patriotic Austrian feelings, and one wonders at Jones' surprise in that regard. 30 More unusual was the attitude of Janet, one of the very few who did not participate in the chauvinistic fever. 304 Curious episode is related by Moll in his autobiography. 305 A secret agent came to him and requested that Moll instruct him so that he might convincingly assume the identity of a physician. Moll told the man that this was impossible, but that he could show him how to impersonate a psychoanalyst. He thus taught him the rudiments and the jargon of the profession in a few days, and the man actually served his country throughout the war by exercising his new skill. In Switzerland, August 4 was so distressed by the catastrophe that he left his anti-alcoholic campaign and became involved in intensive pacifist activities. Jo6 Those thousands of men who had gone to fight with such enthusiasm expected a short-lived war, assuming that modern weapons would necessarily bring it to a rapid conclusion. Very few foresaw that the fighting would last more than 4 years. The war began with a period of fiery enthusiasm and murderous attacks. Never, perhaps, in the history of mankind were such feats of heroism demanded from so many men, and never had human lives been wasted with such prodigality. This initial period was followed by a standstill of the armies on the western fronts, where they came to a kind of deadlock. This war of attrition was interspersed with fruitless attempts on both sides to break through the enemy lines. As in a kind of gigantic potlatch, the belligerents vied with each other to see who would throw more riches and more men into the brazier and acquire new allies. At that time the first grand-scale genocide of modern times took place. The Armenians, who had been incited by Allied agents to throw off the Turkish yoke with the promise of independence, fell prey to an organized and systematic massacre. Almost 2 million of them were murdered in a gruesome manner. 307 The spontaneous patriotic enthusiasm exhibited by the belligerent nations in the beginning had gradually been replaced by an ever-present, well-organized, and insidious propaganda. Around 1917 the populations were showing signs of weariness, and there were mutinies in the French army. The Russian Empire was the first to crumble through the Democratic Revolution of Kerensky in March 191-7 and through the Bolshevik Revolution of November 1917, followed by a separate peace with the Central Empires. Germany attempted to force the issue by intensifying her submarine war, which in turn elicited the intervention of the United States on the side of the Allies. After the death of Emperor Francis Joseph, his successor, the young Charles, made vain attempts to obtain a separate peace. Germany tried desperately to attain victory before the United States Army could intervene efficaciously. But once more the decision was forced in the Near East, with the collapse of Turkey, followed by that of Bulgaria, Austria-Hungary, and finally Germany, with the armistice of November 11, 1918. For the English and particularly for the French it was a Pyrrhic victory acquired only through American intervention. By the end of 1918 all the people of Europe had set their unlimited hopes on President Wilson. The Allies saw in him a powerful defender who would support their claims at the peace conference. The Germans and Austrians were convinced that he would carry through a peace of justice and reconciliation. During these 4.5 years, the life of the Western world had been thrown into confusion. The political, economic, social, and intellectual life of the belligerent nations was absorbed in the war. In that regard psychiatrists were no exception. Their most immediate concern was the treatment of war neuroses, and they were placed before problems they were ill-prepared to meet. Treatment by electric stimulation, frequently successful with functional paralysis, was often used in a somewhat drastic manner, which earned it in France the name of torpillage, torpedoing. Babinski, who had overthrown Charcot's concept of hysteria, was faced with clinical disturbances very similar to the old hysteria that, however, resisted the therapeutic action of suggestion. 308 He called them physiopathic disturbances. Wagner-Dora distinguished, in regard to shell shock, the action of physical factors, noise, intense light, vibrations, and air pressure, and of 2 categories of psychogenic factors, the precipitating and the determining ones. Joe 9 He pointed out that there were very few Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and South Slavs among the patients with war neuroses, but in contrast there were many Czechs, and the worst cases of war neuroses occurred among soldiers from the Italian and Romanian ethnic groups. In other words, the incidence of war neuroses was proportionate to the lack of loyalty to the dual monarchy. Psychoanalysts, to whom war neuroses were also a new field, had to revise and extend their theories. Meanwhile psychiatry was making great progress. In 1917 Wagner-Dora published the first results of his research on the treatment of general paresis with malaria therapy. Von Economo gave the first description of epidemic encephalitis and its lesions. The mobilization of the American army made it possible for the first time simultaneously to apply psychological tests to about 2 million individuals, and from then on psychological testing became a common procedure. During the war years the great systems of dynamic psychiatry were reformulated by their authors. Janet was absorbed by the elaboration of his new psychology of tendencies. In 1916 Freud published his introductory lectures to psychoanalysis, which was the first systematic survey of his theories. At the same time he gave a new development to psychoanalysis with his papers on metapsycho 1 It was thought that the increasing importance ascribed by Freud to aggressive drives was due to the war events. Alfred Adler, who like everyone else had at first shown ardent the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 827 patriotism, gradually came to view the war with horror and to consider community feeling a basic component of human nature. For Jung the war years were the period of his creative neurosis. He published almost nothing during this time, but kept a group of disciples around him. Of the 4 great dynamic systems, the only one that made tangible progress during the war was psychoanalysis. In 1918 a psychoanalytic publishing house, the Verlag, was founded in Vienna thanks to the generous gift of Anton von Freund, a //Hilti Hungarian, who had been a patient of Freud. This was the powerful instrument by which the propagation of the movement was assured. In England psychoanalysis became increasingly popular, mainly through the work of Rivers. In America, Frink published his once famous book on morbid fears and compulsions. 310 original contributions developed on the fringes of psychoanalysis, such as Silberus' writings on the symbolism of rebirth. 311 Hans Bleyer contended that what held young men's associations together was a more or less unconscious homosexual bond. This was an early application of psychoanalysis to mass psychology. 312 Circumstances compelled many men to think about the causes and the meaning of war. When Freud published his thoughts for the times of war and death in 1915, he was following a current in which many distinguished thinkers were engaged. A leading German cardiologist, G.F. Nicolai, who was imprisoned for his pacifist ideas, wrote his Biology of War. 313 others such as Arthur Schnitzler in Vienna, or the philosopher Alain in France, took notes that were to be later assembled in book form. During the war, Zurich, the largest city of neutral Switzerland, kept its cosmopolitan character. 14 A group of young artists, poets, and musicians, who gathered around the Romanian Tristan Tzara, in 1916 opened the Cabaret Voltaire in one of the oldest and narrowest streets of Zurich, the Spiegelgasse, the same street, incidentally, where Lenin lived. There these young people, who called themselves the Dadaists, recited poems of calculated absurdity, and expressed in all possible ways their contempt for the establishment, which had been unable to prevent the mass slaughter. Several of these men had escaped their military obligations in their respective countries. 315 A few Dadaists, such as Hans Arp, Hugo Ball, and Marcel Janko, were to become well known later as writers or artists. Friedrich Glauser became the foremost Swiss author of detective stories, and another Dadaist, Richard Heil Senbeck, was to end his career as a psychoanalyst in New York. In Vienna the war events gave rise to divergent trends of thought. The initial enthusiasm had been rapidly reduced by the first defeats. The Serbian army, well trained as a result of the Balkan Wars, proved tougher than expected. The Russian invasion of Galicia caused crowds of refugees, comprising many Jews of the poorer classes, to pour into Vienna. Italy and later Romania declared war on Austria. Skillful propaganda provoked mass desertions among the Czechs and other less loyal minorities. Food and fuel were becoming scarce, while the cost of living was steadily rising. Emperor Francis Joseph's death was felt by many to be the death of the empire. During the last months of the war, opposition to the hostilities was voiced openly. A young physician who actively participated in the literary life, Jacob Moreno Levy, launched a new journal, Daimon, whose first issue opened on a lyrical manifesto, invitation to an encounter, a disguised plea for peace that later was considered as a milestone in existentialist literature. 316 The entire hopes of the population were centered on President Wilson, who on January 8, 1918, had proclaimed his 14 points for world peace. But the defeat and the dislocation of the centuries-old Habsburg Empire were experienced by most Austrians as an unsurmountable catastrophe. This has been well expressed by Ernst Lothar in his memoirs. The day of Austria-Hungary's ruin struck me and countless others in the heart. We knew with wounding clarity that something irreplaceable was dead, the like of which would never return. The empire was reduced to 1/8 of its size. In it there had been room for a little universe, the sea and the steppes, the glaciers and the wheat fields, the south, the west and the east. The Germanic, the Roman and the manifold Slavic, the Magyar and even the Turk, the United States of Europe had existed here for generations when nowhere else it had been possible to bring them to live together. And this hundredfold empire, with its languages, cultures, and temperaments, that brilliant mixture of contrasting color, it existed only here. 317 Lothar, who was acquainted with Freud, felt the need to consult him in his distress and according to his account asked Freud how one could exist without the country one has lived for. Freud, who knew that Lothar had lost his mother 5 months earlier, told him, I have been moved to hear of your mother's death, but you yourself continue to live. The mother is one's homeland. That one survives her is a biological fact, because the mother dies before her children. The time always comes when an adult becomes an orphan. The country exists no longer, you say. Perhaps the country you mean has never existed and you and I have been deceiving ourselves. The need for self-deceit is also a biological fact. It can happen that you notice at a certain point that a person who is close to you is not what you believed him to be. Lothar insisted that Austria was the only land where he could live, to which Freud replied, in how many countries have you lived as yet? Like you, I come from Moravia. And like you. I have an indomitable affection for Vienna and Austria, though perhaps, unlike you, I am acquainted with its seamy side. 318 The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 829 Thereupon Freud took a piece of paper upon which he had written, Austria-Hungary is no more. I could not live anywhere else. Emigration is out of the question for me. I will continue to live with the trunk and imagine that it is the whole. Freud concluded that it was a country that could make one die of rage, but where one would gladly end one's days. In Vienna, in the midst of the disaster, there were also a few men who tried to make the best of a disastrous situation. Their immediate concern was to save the youth and devise new methods for the education of the people. Between the two world wars, November 1918 to September 1939, the war had left France and England ruined and exhausted by their Pyrrhic victory, Russia the prey of revolution and civil war, and Central Europe afflicted by famine and despair. Millions of men had fought with the conviction, instilled by an astute propaganda, that they were fighting the last war, a war that allegedly was being waged to ensure peace and democracy forever. But those politicians who had been unable to prevent the war or to stop it when it had started showed themselves also incapable of securing a lasting peace, so that 20 years after the end of World War I, World War II broke out. The interval between wars was marked by countless vicissitudes that also put their stamp on the evolution of dynamic psychiatry. The year of the failed peace, 1919, the world was anxiously awaiting the promised peace that would bring a new order under the aegis of the League of Nations. But the peace treaties were drawn up in a manner that differed radically from the tradition of the Western world. The Congress of Vienna, where a lasting peace had been signed in 1815 after the Napoleonic Wars, had given defeated France equal status during the negotiations. The treaties of 1919 did not admit the defeated powers to the negotiations. Moreover, Germany was forced to plead guilty, a demand that was unheard of in the history of diplomacy. No wonder that the peoples of Central Europe who had placed their trust in President Wilson were infuriated, and if Freud kept an inveterate dislike of President Wilson, he was merely sharing a feeling that was widely held in Austria and Central Europe. The Treaty of Versailles, signed on 1/28, 1919, returned Alsace-Lorraine to France and Polish Silesia to the resurrected state of Poland. After the disgraceful flight of the Kaiser to Holland, and a short-lived attempt at a communist revolution, the democratic government of Weimar was established on unsure ground. Germany was no longer a world power. She had lost her navy, her colonies in Africa and the Pacific, and her establishments in China. German landowners in the Baltic countries were expropriated. German immigrants in the United States accelerated their Americanization, and German, until now the world's great cultural language, was replaced by English. Under the strain of material and spiritual misery, many Germans rebelled against the situation and accepted the legend that the defeat was due to the stabbing in the back, Dolchstoss, of the socialists, and started to think of revenge. The population that had formed the Austrian-Hungarian Empire was now divided into 3 groups. Those of the first group were attributed to the so-called successor states that sided with the victors, Yugoslavia, Romania, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. In the second group was Austria, deprived of the German-speaking peoples of Sudetenland that were given to Czechoslovakia, and of southern Tyrol that went to Italy, and Hungary, deprived of 1/3 of its Hungarian-speaking population. In the third group were the Slovenians, the Slovaks, and the Ruthenians that went to the successor states. The treaties that had given Alsace-Lorraine back to France had now created a dozen of new Alsace-Lorraines in Central Europe and engendered undying hatreds. The makers of the peace treaty had failed to realize that the breaking up of the Habsburg Empire had released races whose rivalries were 1,000 years old, and who had been held together only by the traditions of the monarchy. 319. Austria now found itself a country of 6.5 million inhabitants with a hypertrophic capital of 2.5 million. It was a period of acute distress in Austria. There was no food, no fuel, no transportation, and there was plundering, rioting, the black market, and moral dissolution everywhere. In Russia the new Soviet government showed itself stronger than the Allies had expected, and Europe began to tremble before the specter of Bolshevism. Until then, nihilism had been to most a rather abstract concept, or a thing that concerned only the Russians, but now it suddenly appeared as a terrible threat to the world. 320 The Turkish Empire was also dismembered, particularly with the founding of the new Arabic states. The Armenians had been promised an independent state, but it was found that there were no Armenians left after the massacres. The Jews had been promised the founding of a national home in Palestine by the Balfour Declaration of November 2, 1917, but this promise was carried out half-heartedly by the British Mandate in Palestine. The general mood was dominated by the impact of the war and the large-scale destruction. War novels began to appear by the dozens, and works were written on the decay of Europe, Western civilization, the white race, and mankind as a whole. Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West enjoyed prodigious success in German. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 831 Like Nietzsche. Spengler sees man as a beast of prey, though a creative predator, who has invented science, technology, and art in order to sever himself from nature and become similar to God. According to Spengler, great cultures are biological forms of life that are born, grow, decay, and die, following an ineluctable pattern. There have been 8 such cultures, and the 8th or the present one, namely Western culture, is already dying, soon to be replaced by the cultures of colored races. The only thing left to Western man is to die an honorable death at his last post. 21 Spengler was criticized by biologists as well as historians for the numerous errors contained in his works. Some compared him to Freud because of his cultural pessimism and the importance he gave to the aggressive drives. The comparison is somewhat faulty because, in contrast to Spengler, Freud believed that libidinal drives neutralize aggressive drives to a certain extent. The catastrophic mood of the period is reflected in the drama by Karl Kraus, The Last Days of Mankind. 322 Like Spengler's book, it had been written during the war years though it appeared later. It is a vast, apocalyptic vision picturing not only the end of Austria, but the destruction of human values, the defeat of mankind, and the disintegration of our planet viewed as a sin against cosmic harmony. Several dynamic psychiatrists attempted to interpret contemporary events. As already seen, Alfred Adler published a pamphlet, The Other Side, in which he attempted to explain why the ordinary working man fought with such courage and endured so much misery for a cause that was not his own. 3D concluded that, besides military pressure and deception through propaganda, his complete isolation had brought him to make the cause of his real enemy, namely his superiors, his own. The psychoanalyst Paul Federn distinguished among the consequences of the Austrian Revolution negative ones, such as strikes, and positive ones, such as the councils of workers. Point 324 he explained both in the light of Freud's concepts of the primeval horde and the rebellion of his sons. Old Emperor Francis Joseph had been the father figure of the country. After his downfall, a fatherless society had appeared. Some orphans rejected any kind of substitute, hence the strikes and revolts. Others sought to create a new organization and a society of brothers. In the midst of the disaster, heroic efforts were made to save the emotional health of the youth. Among these attempts were Eichhorn's celebrated experiment of therapeutic education in Oberhallbrunn, near Vienna. Unfortunately, it is one of the least documented episodes in the history of education. It is not clear to /the degree the experiment was imposed by current conditions and to what extent it was planned by Eichhorn. We have no contemporary account. No statistics, no follow-up. We do not even know how long it lasted. Eichhorn's collaborators remained anonymous, and the scarce data we have all come from Eichhorn's book published 6 years later. Eichhorn had been a public school teacher in Vienna. During the war he had been active in the organization of youth centers for boys where they were drilled in military fashion and instilled with patriotic feelings, as may be seen from the newsletter Eichhorn edited in connection with these activities. 325 When the Austrian-Hungarian monarchy collapsed, Eichhorn was put in charge of a group of difficult boys. According to Eichhorn's own account he had under his direct care a group of 12 delinquent or aggressive boys mostly from broken homes. They were lodged in old military barracks. At a time when Vienna was the prey of revolutionary agitation and riots, it is not surprising that these boys also revolted, demolishing the furniture, breaking in doors and windows, and beating one another. Eichhorn instructed his collaborators to interfere only when there was real danger. And, just as in Vienna itself, the revolutionary manifestations, though noisy, were becoming less dangerous, so the boys' aggressiveness was replaced by a kind of pseudo-aggressiveness, followed by emotional outbursts. And then, just as there was a period of improvement throughout Austria in spite of prolonged instability, so these boys remained unstable for a long time and recovered only gradually. The findings of this experiment were later given a psychoanalytic interpretation. 326 In spite of the extreme harshness of the times, the psychoanalytic movement was reorganized and contact re-established with some foreign countries. 3 American psychoanalysts went to Vienna for a training analysis with Freud. 327 Freud's disciples remained prolific writers. They published among others a collection of studies on war neuroses. 328 In France, Janet was slowly constructing a new system of behavioral psychology, but he had a comparatively small audience. In 1919 he was able to publish his long postponed book on mental healing. 29 But its belated appearance left the erroneous impression that his teachings had stagnated since the years before the war. As for Jung, no one knew of his self-experiment and he was still working on his psychological types. Curiously enough, the first inkling of his new analytic psychology was given by the writer Hermann Hesse, in a novel, Demian. Emile Sinclair has seen brewed up in a /airy religious setting. In his school days, he once hosted of being the author of some mischief committed by others, and this brought him to be bullied and blackmailed by a wicked comrade. He then meets an older boy, Max Demian, to whom he confides his secret, which results in the prompt liberation from an intolerable situation. A close friendship with Demian incites Sinclair to modify his vision of the world, to accept the existence and necessity of E/IL. But Sinclair goes too far and leads a dissolute student's life, until a brief encounter with a young lady, Beatrice, inspires him with a new ideal, though no words have been exchanged between them. Later he meets a learned and 11 ISE musician who teaches him how to interpret the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 833 His dreams and spontaneous DRE11 Both men agree on the notion that God is identical with the D1IL, or rather, God and the devil are two aspects of one supreme being. Arxes. Still later, Sinclair meets Demian's mother, Eva, and recognizes in her the Vioman image he saw in a vision and painted. At this point, the world war breaks out. Demian appears to Sinclair and explains to him that from now on, 11 and he 11 will need help and counsel he will find it within his own deepest self. 11 It is easy to recognize in the spiritual adventures of the hero the phases of Jungian therapy, confession of the pathogenic secret, assimilation of the shadow, confrontation with the anima, the old wise man, and the self. 331 The first post-war period, 1920 to 1925 the Great War, as contemporaries called it, had caused about 30 million deaths, and countless other victims, not to mention those of famines and epidemics. But the greatest disaster resided in the massacre of the elites, that is, of the vigorous young men between the ages of 20 and 40. The leaders of the post-war world belonged to the older generation that often was unable to understand and meet the new problems. The newer generation, that is those who came of age just after the war, felt that they had nothing in common with their elders, were full of contempt for them. Had showed themselves more able to protest than to act in a constructive way. The young as 11L as the old were faced with a general upheaval in all spheres of life. The supremacy of the white race, and particularly of Europe. 11 is questioned. In Europe the French lived with the illusion that they had replaced Germany in her hegemony. The democratic Ligue form of government / is on the decline and a new type of state appeared, based on the absolute power of one party reinforced by the power of political police. Torture, which had disappeared during the 19th century, made a comeback and became a permanent institution in an increasing number of states. 3-2 Revolutionary and counter-revolutionary movements were threatening everywhere, and desperate attempts were made to find new solutions. At least there was a certain progress in regard to social legislation, such as a reduction in the number of working hours. Most striking to contemporaries was perhaps the transformation in the mores, which some saw as a disastrous dissolution of values, and others as a welcome simplification of the style of life. 333 These changes were manifested in the manner of dress, speech, in letter writing, in social relationships, and even in the gestures and tone of voice. Education became less strict. Distances between social classes were reduced, and people from different backgrounds began to mix more freely. Relationships between the sexes became less formal. Young women were permitted to go out without a chaperone even at night. Marriages of reason were in disfavor. Romantic love was accepted as the norm. Marriages were often concluded after a short courtship. The incidence of divorce grew, and divorced women no longer suffered social reprobation. Sports and traveling became popular, especially with the growth of the automobile industry. The theater was gradually displaced by the cinema, which reached a much larger audience, to which it brought the new ideal figures of the movie stars. Jazz music became immensely popular not only in America but also in Europe. The world was seized by a feverish desire for money and pleasure. Thousands speculated at the stock exchange, and works of art and special book editions were used as objects for speculation. In Europe it was fashionable to imitate everything Anglo-Saxon. Whereas before the war the drinking of alcohol had been considered a vice of the working classes, it now became an elegant habit of the upper classes. 334 There was a general iconoclastic trend and a search for new forms of expression. It was the heyday of expressionism and cubism, and the cinema was proclaimed the seventh art. The young literary generation was filled with sarcasm and contempt for the old masters. When Anatole France died in 1924, a group of young writers composed and diffused a vehement diatribe with the title, Un cadavre, a corpse. 335 The new generation as urged in the past for precursors and prophets of the new spirit of the times. Thus in France, the poet La Tremont, who had died young and whose writings had been considered tainted with mental illness, was proclaimed the greatest French poet of the 19th century. The Marquis de Sade was hailed as a mighty genius, a profound philosopher and writer, and the true founder of sexual pathology. Those features of the post-war period such as the contempt for the older generation, anti-intellectualism, and the affectation never to be shocked by anything favored the success of a movement that played a great part in the cultural life of the time. Especially in France the Surrealist movement. 33.6 Surrealism has often been seen as a hoax invented by artists and encouraged by intellectual snobbery. However, there was more to it, and it satisfied an intellectual need of the time. It all began when Tristan Tzara and a few other Dadaists left Zurich and came to Paris to continue their activities. They were joined by others, but soon broke up into different groups. One of these took the name of Surrealists and gathered around André Breton, Philippe Soupault, Paul Éluard, and Louis Aragon. The history of their movement is a rather stormy one, with the members constantly fighting among themselves. However, André Breton succeeded in maintaining himself as the leader of the movement for 2 decades and showed himself as the most creative. The Surrealists had kept the negative attitude and the rejection of accepted values of Dadaism, family, country, religion, work, and even honor. Many of them joined, at least temporarily, the Communist Party. However, their great concern was the exploration of the hidden realms of the mind, which the Romantics had called the night side of nature, that is, the unconscious, dreams, mental illness, the fantastic, and the wonderful. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 835. As a medical student, André Breton was mobilized to work in a military psychiatric unit. Among his patients there was a man who had stood on a trench embankment during battle and, like a policeman directing traffic, had directed the flight of the shells around him. The man was convinced that it was a simulated war, with fake weapons, and fake wounded and dead. A proof was that he had always escaped injury. Breton was impressed to see how a young and well-bred person, who appeared lucid, could live in a fantastic world to such a degree. Breton became interested in the work of Myers, Flournoy, Janet, and Freud, but after the war he gave up his medical studies, joined the Dadaists, and later founded his own literary movement. His aim was the rejuvenation of poetry and art by resorting to untapped sources of creativity. His first interest was in the intermediary state between dreaming and waking, in other words that hypnagogic state where scattered words and images occur to the mind. Once he heard the words, "There is a man cut in two" by the window, and he saw the corresponding image. Breton seems to have been unaware that this type of dream had been thoroughly investigated by Herbert Silberer, who had shown that the hypnagogic image was a symbolic representation of the state of the dreamer who was halfway between the states of waking and dreaming. 337 Breton's attention was drawn to these mysterious sentences in which he saw the very essence of poetry. He distinguished this verbal automatism from the visual imagery, stating that though they can be mixed at times, they are two distinct sets of phenomena. However, verbal automatism was of more value to the poet than to others. Breton then noted that there is in man, not only in the hypnagogic state but permanently, an inner discourse, discours intérieur, which can be perceived at any moment if sufficient attention is paid. This inner voice is quite different from what poets such as James Joyce called the interior monologue, which is rather an imitation of ordinary speech. Breton's inner discourse is intermittent and appears in short sentences in groups of words that are disconnected from one another. Moreover, there can be several simultaneous verbal streams, each carrying a flow of images that vie for supremacy. The problem now was how to tap this inner discourse for creative purposes. For some time Breton working with Desnos tried automatic talking, that is to say whatever came to the mind at random, a method that, incidentally, had been used by Janet with his patients Madame D.338, but they soon found the method to be dangerous, and Breton resorted to automatic writing. That method, as used by the Surrealists, was different from the kind used by the Spiritists, namely, a purely motor automatism, the subject being unconscious of the content of what he is putting on paper. As it was used by the Surrealists, automatic writing was an interior dictation, dictée intérieure, that is, the poet had to place himself in an oniric climate so as to be able to listen to his inner discourse, which he recorded without changing a word. According to Breton, clear consciousness and visual images impeded interior dictation. For this, training is necessary and there is no guarantee that it will produce masterpieces. Actually, only a few among the literary works of the Surrealists originated from automatic writing. 339 Breton came to the conclusion that there is a mysterious realm in the human mind, a kind of central point that links the conscious individual with his innermost self, and at the same time with unknown forces in the universe. The aim of Surrealism is to reconquer that central point so that the individual might recover the totality of his psychic energy and the unknown riches within him. From this center emanate all forms of artistic creativity, poetry, paintings, and sculpting, as well as new forms of art. During the first 2 years the Surrealists made liberal use of automatic writing and hypnosis, but they soon became aware of the dangers of these practices. Breton tells of how an immoderate use of automatic writing sent him into hallucinatory states. 341 of his associates, Desnos, fell more and more easily into deep somnambulic states in which he became agitated and dangerous to the point that once he pursued the poet Éluard with a knife in order to kill him. Another evening, at a Surrealist party, 10 out of about 30 people fell into hypnotic somnambulism, and several of these were discovered attempting to hang themselves in a dark antechamber. One of them actually committed suicide later. This caused a temporary halt in the activities of the movement, which was reorganized by Breton in 1924. Gradually the field of interest of Surrealism extended to painting, sculpture, photography, and the cinema, and it claimed to enrich mankind with a new form of aesthetics. Surrealists looked for ancestry and allies, and listed Freud, Sada, and Lautréamont among their father figures. They omitted in their long list of precursors the only direct ones, namely, the Futurists. Surrealists were interested in all the manifestations of the marvelous, the fantastic, the uncanny, and unexplainable coincidences. Breton suspected that strange invisible beings played a role in human life. They were attentive to those ironies that suddenly betray the tragic character of life. This is what they call black humor or humor noir. Another of their great concerns was the Hesiod objective, or those strange coincidences that seem to have been combined with ironic intent. Surrealists furthered and invented new forms of art, and organized exhibitions of surrealistic objects, including very precise and ingenious machines without any practical use, things that had been seen in dreams or resulting from the combination of creative inspiration, chance, and automatism. 341 among the many other devices of the Surrealists we must mention their conscious imitation of mental illness. At least in writing. Breton and Éluard once published a series of 5 essays in which they imitated the verbal manifestations of feeble-mindedness, acute mania, general paresis, delusions of interpretation, and dementia precox. 342 The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 837 The Surrealist movement is related to the history of dynamic psychiatry in several ways. It is clear that its leader, André Breton, took a great deal from the first dynamic psychiatry, even though his technique of automatic writing had nothing in common with that of the Spiritists, William James, or Janet. Nor was his dictation from the unconscious identical with Freud's method of free association. Had Breton taken his medical degree and remained active in psychiatry, he could very well, with these new methods, have become the founder of a new trend of dynamic psychiatry. This also explains his admiration for Freud and interest in psychoanalysis. He visited Freud in Vienna and exchanged a few letters with him. 34.3 At least 2 of Freud's papers appeared in French translation for the first time in Surrealist journals. 344 Freud, though, seemed to be puzzled and embarrassed by the interest showed in him by these men whose ideas and writings he failed to understand. 345 As might be expected, Surrealism also became an object of study for psychiatrists. Henry E. White contends that both psychopathological art and surrealistic art originate from the same unconscious creative source. However, the surrealist goes consciously to this source and channels its inspiration, whereas the mental patient is overwhelmed by it. 346 In other words, as E. White concludes, the surrealist makes the marvelous, whereas the psychotic artist is marvelous. In 1920, when Western Europe and America were on the way to renewed prosperity, Germany, and particularly Austria, was still in economic and financial distress. Worst of all was the deprecatory attitude of the Austrians toward their own country and their traditional culture. They had nothing but sarcasm and contempt for the days of the dual monarchy. In socialist circles there had been fierce attacks against those military surgeons who had made use of electric stimulation in the treatment of war neuroses. The Austrian parliament appointed a commission of inquiry under the chairmanship of Professor Lehler, an outstanding lawyer. Complaints were received from a number of former military patients, against half a dozen neuropsychiatrists, including Wagner Jorek. 347 The hearings took place from October 15 to I-7, 1920, in the presence of many neuropsychiatrists and journalists. J4H The commission appointed Sigmund Freud and Emil Raymond to give an expert report on the electric treatment of war neurotics. Wagner Jorek declared that Lieutenant Cotters, his main accuser, had been a simulator, and it had been no pleasure for him to make such a diagnosis. Wagner Jorov mentioned that he volunteered to serve as a neuropsychiatrist for the entire duration of the war, having neither uniform, nor military rank, nor salary, nor official recognition. He had examined and treated many thousands of soldiers and officers afflicted with all kinds of war neuroses. Only a fraction of these neuroses had originated at the battle line. None were observed among prisoners of war. Most cases were contracted at the rear and often in the fashion of epidemics, mostly among certain ethnic groups. Among the Czechs, the courageous ones held up their hands and surrendered to the enemy, although they knew that they would have to fight for the enemy. The less courageous took flight into illness. When the collapse came, a great number of neurotics ran away from the hospital. They had suddenly acquired the capacity to move. Many Czechs openly admitted that they had simulated, and there had even been schools for simulators. Wagner Jorov added that he first treated war neurotics with isolation and milk diet, and then he applied for radic treatment, a treatment of hysterical conditions that had been known for a long time, with brilliant results, often after only one session. Freud was next called to read his report. 349 He took exception with Wagner Jorov for having seen too much simulation, and pointed out that the term flight into illness had been introduced by him and accepted by medical science. 30 The number of simulators must have been slight. Here Wagner Jorov interrupted. What about the confessions? The role of the physician should not be that of machine guns directed against runaway soldiers, they should be the defenders of the patients, and not of anyone else. The patient Cotters had been wounded, Wagner Jorov exclaimed. No, and Wagner Jorov has wronged him by calling him a malingerer. I therefore believe that the causes partly reside in court counselor Wagner. This is because he did not make use of my therapy. I do not demand of him that he be able to do so. I cannot ask it of him when even my pupils cannot do it. Freud added that in Germany psychoanalytic treatment had extraordinary success with Dr. Schnee and Dr. Siegel. Wagner Jorov replied, in regard to simulation, I can perhaps say without immodesty that I am somewhat more competent. No simulators come to Professor Freud for treatment, whereas I in my profession have many opportunities to treat simulators. Moreover, I have had a rich experience during the war. That Professor Freud has lacked. Wagner Jorov added that psychoanalysis could not be used during the war, and Freud himself admitted the language obstacle. JST however, Freud said, psychoanalysis can be conducted also in war. Wagner Jorov replied, but only in isolated cases. Freud then stated, in masses, but shortened by hypnosis. It has given much trouble, but in particularly difficult cases it would have been rewarding. On the following day, October 16th, the other expert, Riemann, read his report which as might have been expected from a faithful disciple of Wagner Jorov was entirely in his favor. Freud was also sharply criticized by Fuchs. Freud replied that Wagner Jorov's opinion proves that he is a poor psychologist and is inclined to see malingerers everywhere. If these patients had also been examined psychoanalytically there would have been no such complaints. Riemann then took exception with what Freud had said, namely, I /old have done it differently. Why in the subjunctive? Why did he not the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 839 do it otherwise and show how one cures war neuroses psychoanalytically? He would have immediately been allotted a ward. He has never seen war neuroses, and it requires some courage to give an expert report on these matters without knowing anything about them. Riemann added that at the Psychoanalytic Congress in 1918 two of Freud's closest pupils had admitted that psychoanalysis could not be applied in these cases, not to mention the question of money. Destitute patients cannot be analyzed. When someone cannot pay he thereby admits to be healthy. Otto Kotzlow sided with Freud and declared that from the theoretical point of view he was definitely an adherent of psychoanalysis, although he was of another opinion in regard to its practical application. Fuchs testified that he had studied and applied psychoanalysis, but that he had never had the least results with that method. He had referred war neurotics to psychoanalysts and all of them had been sent back to him without being cured. When Professor Freud says that his pupils were not equal to the task, why did he not go down into the arena himself? He concluded sarcastically. It is obvious that what had begun as a commission of inquiry soon took the character of a verbal joust between the partisans and the adversaries of psychoanalysis, with the latter having the upper hand. The commission concluded that there were no grounds for a trial. In the midst of the general contemporary turmoil the incident was soon forgotten. Later, when Freud's expert report was published, psychoanalysts had the impression that he had been extremely fair to Wagner Jorov, who, however, thought quite otherwise. 352 In his autobiography he claimed that the inquiry gave Freud an unexpected occasion to express his anger against him. 353 Such polemics, however, did not impede the growth of the psychoanalytic movement. It was becoming fashionable for Englishmen and Americans to go to Vienna for didactic or therapeutic analysis. In Berlin the first psychoanalytic polyclinic was opened by Max Eidengon. Freud was in a new creative phase and he published his essay Beyond the Pleasure Principle. The year 1921 showed once more how difficult it was for Europe to recover from the effects of the war. Germany was requested by the Commission of Reparations to pay 132 billion gold marks, resulting in insolvable economic and financial problems. The Irish Rebellion forced Great Britain to allow the founding of the Republic of Ireland, ERA. Italy became prey to leftist subversive movements, while Mussolini was building up his fascist movement. In Russia the Bolshevik government had great difficulties in organizing a purely communist economy, so that Lenin decreed a new economic policy, NEP, with a partial return to traditional methods. Austria was desperately struggling with a seemingly hopeless situation, to the point that SR-radist movements arose in certain provinces. In psychiatry some of the masters of the former generation were moving toward other interests. Eugen Bleuler published his Natural History of the SOUF 354 which he had worked on for many years and which some people called his second Faust. 355 To many it was a surprise to see the positivist scientist adopt some of the speculative concepts of Frisch and describe the development of consciousness out of the psychoid, a hypothetical elementary form of psychic activity, somewhat reminiscent of the organic unconscious of the German Romantics. 4. Who besides his neuropsychiatric vocation, had been a passionate fighter for social reform all his life, and was also considered a world authority on the classification of ants, now published a vast work depicting the allegedly perfect social order of the ants, which he proposed as a model for mankind. 356 In the academic year of 1920 to 1921 Janet gave a course on the psychology of religion that attracted enthusiastic listeners, including the American clergyman, Reverend Horton, who published his notes upon his return to the United States. 357 But Janet was consistently ignored by the new generation, who in France and elsewhere was beginning to turn toward Vienna. One psychiatric event of that year was the re-entry of Jung, with the publication of his Psychological Types. This book was the fruit of years of silent work pursued during the war and, as we know today, of Jung's self-experiment. It explained the basic principles of his system, which he was to develop for the next 2 or 3 decades. At the same time, this book treated a topic that happened to be of great interest among the younger psychiatric generation, namely, the study of psychological types and their correlations with various kinds of mental illness. Characteristically, 3 psychiatrists, Jung, Kretschmer, and Rorschach, published, almost simultaneously, descriptions of systems centered around the distinction of 2 types. Jung's typology has been described in the preceding chapter. 358 For Kretschmer, manic depressive illness and schizophrenia are the extreme degrees of 2 attitudes that he called cyclothymia and schizophrenia. 35 Cyclothymic individuals are syntonic, which means that their whole personality vibrates in tune with their environment, whereas the schizothymic individuals are schizoid, that is, there is a kind of discordance in their reactions to their environment. Kretschmer also made a correlation between cyclothymia and individuals of the picnic type, schizophrenia, and individuals of the asthenic types. In other words, there is a correlation between psychological type, predisposition to mental illness, and constitutional biotype. Hermann Rorschach, a young Swiss psychiatrist who had followed the development of Jung's typology with keen interest, integrated the notions of introversion and extratension into the framework of a psychological theory linked with the invention of a new and original projective test. 360 A man of artistic gifts and multifaceted interests. Rorschach had been Bleuler's pupil, although he never was on the Verdalsli staff, and published studies on the psychopathology of Swiss sex and various psychodidon and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 841 Analytic topics. 361 He had tested school children with ink blots and compared the findings with those of the word association test. He was preoccupied with the problem of the translation of sensory images from one field of perception to another, for instance, visual into kinesthetic perceptions. Marley Boyd had shown that the inhibition of movement stimulates the appearance of kinesthetic dreams. This observation brought Rorschach to conceive introversion as the turning toward an inner world of kinesthetic images and creative activity. Conversely, extratension was the turning toward a world of color, emotions, and adjustment to reality. Rorschach combined these two functions into the more inclusive concept of Orlovnisty_Puss, that is, the extent of introversion, extratension, and their proportion to each other. Further, he conceived Orlovnistypus as being the inmost, intimate capacity of resonance to life experiences, and at the same time a continuous elaboration of these new life experiences. In the same individual, Orlovnistypus is subject to daily fluctuations, but also to a slow, continuous autonomous process of evolution. The knowledge of Orlovnistypus could be investigated with the ink blot test. As compared to similar former tests, notably that of Hens, the main diagnostic element was not the content of the answers but the formal elements, number and proportion of whole and detail answers, of kinetic and color answers, and so on. Rorschach's book on his psychodiagnostic was published in spite of difficult circumstances in the middle of 1921 and found acceptance among a small group of friends and colleagues. 362 Freud's main achievement of that year was his group psychology and ego analysis. 363 The 65-year-old Freud was now analyzing full-time, and in this 1 year he had no less than 4 new American analysands, among whom were Abraham Kardiner and Clarence Oberndorf. 364 The psychoanalytic atmosphere in Vienna was rather stormy at that time. In view of the ever-increasing flow of foreigners coming to Vienna for analysis, there was a shortage of serious analysts and the situation was favorable for incompetent and insufficiently trained persons. There were rumors about rich Americans going to Vienna only to fall into the hands of dangerous quacks who charged high fees and just made matters worse. 365 The psychoanalytic publishing house, the Verlag, also had its good and bad periods. When it published a psychoanalytic novel by Brodeck, sharp criticisms were unleashed. Some analysts found it in bad taste, pornographic, and unworthy of a scientific publishing house. 36 Another work published by the Verlag in 1918 and retyped at that time unleashed a vivacious controversy. It was a diary written by an anonymous adolescent girl between her 11th and her 14th year, and presented by Hermine von Hood-Helmuth with a foreword by Freud. 367 This work was said to be a hoax. To be sure, Cyril Burt 368 in England had pointed out the improbability that such a document could be the verbatim diary of an adolescent without additions, omissions, or other changes. 369 In Russia the movement that had come to a standstill during the war and the revolution was reorganized. A flourishing group was found in Moscow, and interest in psychoanalysis was awakening even in the Balkan countries. Thus a Bulgarian, Ivan Kinkel, published a psychoanalytic study of the foundations of religion. 370 There was still much turmoil in the Western world in 1922, with conflicts between the Germans and the Allies, and between the Allies themselves. In Asia Minor the Greeks were defeated by the Turks. But there were definite signs of economic recovery. In Austria, Prelate Siepel became prime minister and gradually extricated the country from an apparently hopeless situation. New trends were manifested in psychiatry. Wagner Dorov's treatment of general paresis by malaria became generally known and applied. It is difficult to realize today what a sensation this discovery aroused. General paresis was the archetype of the incurable and fatal mental illness, and physiological method was introduced in psychiatry. Clazy, in Switzerland, worked out a new kind of prolonged sleep therapy using somnifane, which was more effective than Otto Wolff's triennial cure. 371 Psychiatrists gradually came to admit that severe mental illness could be treated by physiological methods. Psychoanalysis was emerging more and more as the major psychotherapeutic school. Hypnosis, suggestion, and the teachings of the first dynamic psychiatry were again considered obsolete, as they had been between 1860 and 1880. There was, however, a so-called second Nancy school. A pharmacist of that town, Emil Coué, had devised a method of treatment of nervous disturbances by means of a training of the subconscious. 372 patients came to him from many countries and he treated them in groups and free of charge. 37.3 The first sign of a new and quite different approach was given when Ludwig Binswanger read a paper on phenomenology at the Swiss Society for Neurology and Psychiatry. 374 A psychiatrist with a philosophical background, who was a disciple of Bleuler and was influenced by Freud, Binswanger pointed out the interest of Husserl's phenomenology as a method that could be applied to clinical psychiatry. This contribution did not attract much attention at the moment, but when Rorschach gave his last communication to the S/ISS Psychoanalytic Society on February 18, 1922, it was clear that he / is developing his method of test interpretation in the direction of phenomenology. Soon afterward, however, Rorschach died on April 2, 1922, at the age of 37, and his loss was tragically felt by his colleagues. The year 1923 brought a sharpening of conflicts in Western Europe. Because of Germany's failure to pay the reparations, the French occupied the rich industrial centers of the Ruhr. This caused much political agitation. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 843 in Germany and conflicts between France and England. Dictatorial governments seized power in a growing number of countries. Shortly after the establishment of Mussolini's fascist dictatorship in Italy, Primo de Rivera seized power in Spain. Psychology was developing rapidly and invading all fields of life in what came to be called the psychological revolution. This was particularly evident in Switzerland. In Jean Backslash, the pupils of Theodore Flournoy and Claparede were developing child psychology and the science of education. Jean Piaget published his Language and Thought in the Child, the first of a long series of monographs that were to renew our knowledge of child psychology and development. 37 In Zurich, a group of engineers gathered around Alfred Carrot and founded the Institute for Applied Psychology, Institut für Angewandte Psychologie, making practical use of recent developments of psychology in the fields of vocational guidance, industrial psychology, and counseling. Particular emphasis was given to psychological testing and graphology. The first paper on clinical phenomenology appeared in that year. Eugene Minkowski related the story of a depressed schizophrenic who announced daily that he would be executed in the evening. 376 But when Minkowski pointed out to him that although he had made the statement so many times it had never come about, the patient simply dismissed the argument and contended that he would be executed that same evening. Minkowski concluded that this patient experienced time in a quite different manner from normal people. The usual assumption would have been that the perception of time was distorted because of the delusions. But Minkowski advanced the idea that it was the reverse. Isn't the disorder pertaining to the future a natural consequence of the delusional belief that execution is imminent? Could we not, on the contrary, suppose the Moorhusic disorder is the distorted attitude toward the future, whereas the delusion is only one of its manifestations? This paper of Mink_ES was to mark the beginning of a new trend in psychiatric phenomenology. In that same year, Buber published a little book, I and Thou. That was to become one of the classics of existentialism. 377 Buber emphasized the difference between relations to a thing that I observe and to a person who addresses me and to whose address I respond. But though my relation to a person may be of I and thou, it often becomes a relation of I and it. The psychoanalytic movement was in full expansion, and at the same time was undergoing NE_/ changes. Its publishing house issued Freud's treatise, The Ego and the LD, in which he explained his new theory of the three agencies of human personality, the ego, the ID, and the superego. 378 The term Das Es, the ID, has been borrowed by Freud from Brodeck, whose book of the /D had just appeared and attracted attention. 379 It was a collection of letters allegedly written by a certain Patrick Troll to a woman, concerning the influence of the unconscious on our conscious life and the organism. Brodeck's description of the ID reflected, to an extreme degree, the old romantic concept of an irrational unconscious. He conceived of the ID as impersonal and full of aggressive and murderous impulses, and believed each drive had its obverse. For instance, the young mother who loves her baby also unconsciously hates it. The pregnant woman's nausea, vomiting, and toothaches were symbolic manifestations of her wish to get rid of the child. The true epigone of Naevelis, Karras, and von Hartmann, Brodeck proclaimed that the ID could shape physiological processes and cause illnesses. Psychoanalysis was also spreading in Russia. In the foreword of the third volume of a new collection of translations from Freud, Ivan Ermakov acknowledged Freud's concept of child sexuality as one of the great psychological discoveries of our times, the knowledge of which was absolutely indispensable to every educator. 380 In 1924 many observers felt that the Western world was well on its way to recovery in spite of the political turmoil in Germany. In Italy, after the murder of the socialist leader, Matteotti, the fascists were strengthening their dictatorship. In Austria conditions were slowly returning to normal. In dynamic psychiatry, psychoanalysis was definitely the dominant trend and was discussed everywhere in Western Europe, in the United States, and even in Russia. In Bulgaria, Ivan Kinkel wrote a psychoanalytic study of revolutionary movements, with particular emphasis on the French Revolution from 1789 to 1799. 381 Much controversy developed around newer tendencies, and discussions were held as to whether they were deviant or not. At the very beginning of the year, a joint book by Ferenczi and Rank pointed to new ways in psychoanalytic therapy and theory. 382 In the course of the same year, each one of them brought forth a separate contribution, both publications being remarkably bold. Otto Rank's book The Trauma of Birth was nothing less than an attempt toward a reformulation of psychoanalytic theory and practice, based on the theory that every human being suffers at birth the greatest trauma of his life, tries vainly to overcome this trauma in all possible ways, and is unconsciously longing to return into his mother's womb. 383 The book was dedicated to Freud and purported to be a further development of psychoanalysis, based on Rank's analytic work with his patients. Freud had once expressed the opinion that the infant's anxiety during the process of birth was the prototype of all later anxiety. Rank developed the idea that not only anxiety, but the totality of the individual's psychic life can be related to the trauma of birth. In the dreams and fantasies of his The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 845 patients, he said, the healing process was represented by birth symbols, transference proved to be a reenactment of the earliest fixation on the mother, and at the end of the analysis, the freeing from the analyst represented the separation from the mother at birth. A successful analysis was thus a related action of the birth trauma. This theory entailed a new system of interpretation of dreams, a new code of universal symbols, a reformulation of the pleasure principle as the wish to return to the womb, and a new interpretation of normal and abnormal sexual life, neurosis, psychosis, and cultural life as a whole. Rank's work came as a surprise to psychoanalysts. Freud himself seems to have been impressed by the theory but also greatly perplexed. He hesitated for several months, but finally rejected Rank's theory, and separated himself from him with regret. According to Edward Glover, some analysts rapidly discovered birth traumas in all their patients after the publication of Rank's book, but this ceased after Rank's theory was officially exploded. 384 Ferenczi's theory was even bolder than that of Rank, but it aroused less controversy. 3H5 Intrauterine life. Ferenczi contended, is a reenactment of the existence of the earliest forms of life in the ocean, when an animal species emerged, ages ago, from the sea to pursue its evolution on dry land. It experienced a trauma of // hitch. The trauma of birth is but a repetition. Man is afflicted with the nostalgia, not just to return to his mother's womb, as Rank claimed, but to return to his primeval existence in the depths of the sea. 86 In the year 1925 the Western world could have the impression that it had at last overcome the turmoil that had followed the Great War. In October the Locarno Pact, / hitch aimed at the prevention of further aggression, was signed by the big powers and was considered the end of the post-war period. It was also a period of prosperity for psychiatry, psychology, and psychotherapy, particularly in the two cities of Zurich and Vienna which vied for the title, capital of psychology. Zurich was not only the seat of the famed Bergolsli but also of the Institute for Applied Psychology, where practical psychologists were trained, and of Hans Hanselmann's Seminar for Therapeutic Education for the formation of specialized therapeutic teachers. Psychologists and psychotherapists abounded to such an extent in Zurich and its environment that its lake came to be known as the Lake of Psychology. Eugen Bleuler, the grand old man of Swiss psychiatry, was pursuing his interest in that elementary unconscious activity he called the psychoid. 387 His successor at the Bergolsli, Hans Mayer, who in 1920 had founded the first child observation center, had set the prototype of many similar institutions in Switzerland and elsewhere. Max Bircher-Benner, an outstanding dietitian and gifted psychotherapist, held discussion classes on problems of physical and mental health in his sanitarium. The Swiss Psychoanalytic Society had been revived in 1920 and its leading figure was Reverend Oscar Pfister, a pugnacious pursuiality and prolific writer who published a flow of books and articles on the application of psychoanalysis to the education of normal and abnormal children, to the cure of souls, Seelsorge, and problems of art and philosophy. Jung, in Kiesnack, was enjoying increasing fame and gathered disciples around him in the Psychologist Club. In 1925 he undertook his travels to Mount Elgon in Kenya. Not far from Zurich, in Kilchberg, by the lake shore, lived the German philosopher and psychologist Ludwig Plagius, one of the founders of characterology and graphology. The other city that claimed to be the capital of psychology was Vienna, of which an American visitor, Mrs. Stratton Parker, gave a lively description. 388 Freud, she said, was now an aging and sick man who limited his work to analyzing a few important persons and writing articles, and who was almost never to be seen even by his Viennese disciples. The headquarters of the Psychoanalytic Society in the Pelican Gas was a busy place with the sessions of the Psychoanalytic Society every Wednesday, and lectures on the other evenings. Mrs. Parker also speaks of the extraordinary activity displayed by Alfred Adler. His lectures before large audiences, mostly of the working classes, the clinics he held in the public schools devoted to the handling cases of difficult children, and his discussion evenings for teachers, institution workers, and doctors. There were also Dr. Stilder's lectures on psychiatry on Saturday evenings attended by hundreds of listeners, Dr. Lazar's clinics for difficult children, and the activity of the Stiegel group. The activity of the Freudian group in Vienna is shown by the fact that in the year 1925 two works appeared that are still considered as classics of psychoanalysis. One was Theodor Reck's Compulsion to Confessing and Need for Punishment. C. $GT, A.J. lawyer and lay analyst. Reck took up the problem that had puzzled criminologists such as Anselm Feuerbach and Hans Gross. Why do certain offenders give a confession unexpectedly when they could save their lives by keeping silent, and how is it that a criminal will forget an object on the site of his crime that will serve as evidence against him? As an explanation, Reck gave the need for punishment issued from the Oedipus complex. From the beginning the criminal drives were in conflict with the drives from the superego. Once the criminal drives have been gratified by the crime, the need for punishment becomes relatively stronger and can manifest itself through unconscious self-betrayal, hence the object forgotten on the place of the crime, or the unnecessary confession. Reck emphasized the importance of the need for punishment and of the self-punitive drive in the life of the individual and in society. He concluded that many of the evils that afflict mankind could be understood in this light. Following the publication of Reck's book, the concept of self-punishment became one of the most popular of psychoanalysis. The second classic of psychoanalysis that appeared in 1925 was ITLT Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 847 Horn's book, Wayward Youth, with a foreword by Freud. 390 It is not known why Eichhorn waited until that year to publish the story of the experiment in therapeutic education he had conducted in 1918 to 1919 in Oberholly-Brunn. 3.1 In the meantime Eichhorn had undergone analytic training, and his book was less concerned with giving an account of his experiment than with pro-itting a psychoanalytic interpretation. In Soviet Russia, Freud's earlier works were reissued and new works were translated. A prominent Russian psychologist, Alexander Luria, published enthusiastic books and papers on psychoanalysis that he considered a system of monistic psychology, and the fundamental materialistic basis for the construction of a truly Marxist psychology, including the fields of pedagogics and criminology. The study of crime without psychoanalysis is but the headline of a chapter without content. 392 According to Morzelli, psychoanalysis had become one of the great topics for discussion among intellectuals in Russia. 3.3 In France, psychoanalysis met much opposition, and Freud's intervention in the case of Philippe Daudet was sharply criticized. The 14-year-old boy, the son of the writer and royalist leader Leon Daudet and grandson of Alphonse Daudet, had disappeared from home on November 20, 1923, and was found dead on November 23, from a ball shot in the skull. It was assumed that he had committed suicide, but a judicial investigation showed that the boy had been in close connection with an anarchist group. Leon Daudet was convinced that his son had been assassinated by the secret police, and conducted a violent press campaign against those whom he accused of having trapped and murdered his son. 394 Sometime later the anarchist, André Gaucher, known for his vehement attacks against Leon Daudet, said that shortly before Philippe's mysterious death he had received a visit from an unknown adolescent who wanted to learn whether it was true that Leon Daudet was a pornographic writer, and that he, Gaucher, had shown him some significant excerpts from Leon Daudet's novels. Gaucher implied that this boy was Philippe Daudet, who, upset by the revelations about his father, could have committed suicide. Gaucher utilized the sensation caused by that story to launch a book against Leon Daudet, and tried to enroll Pierre Janet and Sigmund Freud in his campaign. 3-5 to Janet he sent, through an intermediary, an incomplete case history of Philippe Daudet, without giving any names, but he received only a short and evasive ANS //ER. To Freud he sent part of the manuscript of the book he was writing about Leon Daudet and received 2 letters. Freud said that he had met Leon Daudet several times in Paris in 1885 and I-886, but that he had never read anything of him. Alphonse Daudet had been syphilitic, Freud said, adding that he had found syphilis to J$GT, one of the main causes of predisposition to neurosis. Freud declared that Daudet would perhaps have been choked by his neurosis if he had not possessed a talent great enough to enable him to discharge his perversions into his literary production. Freud concluded that Philippe Daudet's case, as well as any other one, could be explained by psychoanalysis. Obviously Freud had been unaware that André Gaucher was a notorious anarchist who would hasten to utilize these 2 letters for his own questionable purposes. The German poet and journalist Tucholsky, reporting on that story, deplored that Sigmund Freud could have given his papal blessing to that evil action. 360 years of failed reconstruction, 1926 to 1929. The signing of the Locarno Pact in October 1925 had given millions of Europeans the impression that peace was now assured. Economic prosperity had returned in varying degrees in European countries, and had reached unprecedented heights in the United States. But the young people who had lived through the war were more disoriented than ever. There were, for instance, those Americans who lived as voluntary expatriates in Paris, the lost generation as described by Hemingway, or the Englishmen who appeared in Aldous Huxley's novels. In those countries where dictatorships were already established or just emerging, the same generation provided the leaders and the adherents for fascist organizations. Emotional immaturity, irresponsibility, hopelessness, cynicism, and rebelliousness were the keynotes of this new malady, often as a cover for real but unavowed sufferings. The rejection of old moral standards and the all-pervading search for pleasure brought the French to call this period Les Années Folies, the crazy years. They came to a close abruptly with the collapse of the New York Stock Exchange in October 1929. To some contemporaries, the admission of Germany to the League of Nations in September 1926 appeared as a step toward the reconstruction of Europe, to others as a disquieting sign of her regaining lost power. Political observers noticed that democracy was losing ground, as when General Pilsudski seized power in Poland in May 1926. In France the leftist government, that had come to power in 1924 had brought the country to the brink of monetary catastrophe, and in July 1926 the parliament was obliged to call Poincaré to the rescue. Pierre Janet, who for the previous 12 years had been absorbed with the construction of his great psychological synthesis, made a brilliant return in 1926 with the publication of From Anguish to Ecstasy, a volume that contained the story of his patient Madeline and the first substantial account of his new system. 3J7 The course Janet gave at the College de France in 1925 to 1926 was also published. 3.8 And finally the lectures he delivered as an invited professor in Mexico, on the psychology of feelings, appeared in Spanish translation. 3 But these works did not attract much attention beyond French academic circles. In Zurich, Jung, who had published almost nothing since the psychological types in 1921, brought forth a collection of previous articles that represented the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 849 An overall view of his system. 400 A characteristic feature of Zurich was the number and variety of independent psychotherapeutic schools existing side by side. Freud's 70th birthday was celebrated throughout the civilized world. In that year, Freud published Inhibition, Symptom, and Anxiety, and the Problem of Lay Analysis. The psychoanalytic movement was confronted with the same problem that magnetism had faced a century earlier, namely, whether the right to practice the method should be restricted to physicians or extended to //ELL-TRAINED laymen. 401 Freud was definitely in favor of lay analysis. Psychoanalysis was developing steadily in many directions. Ernst Simmel opened a psychoanalytic sanitarium, Schloss Tegel, near Berlin. In Russia the psychoanalytic movement reached its peak, but because of the lack of communication with Soviet Russia, these developments were hardly unsuspected in the Western world. In Paris, psychoanalysis had long been a fad among surrealists and avant-garde writers. Now it also attracted the attention of psychiatrists and psychologists, and a psychoanalytic society was founded in Paris in November 1926. Another salient event of 1926 was the Great International Congress for Sexual Research in Berlin, from October 11th to 16, organized by Albert Moll. Its aim was to make a total sun EY of the present knowledge of sexology, and it was divided into various sections such as biology, psychology, sociology, and criminology, and each section was represented by a brilliant array of eminent specialists. Freud declined to attend, and his disciples followed his example. Alfred Adler was among the speakers. Moll himself gave a much commented upon lecture on the tendency of some homosexuals to present their eros as something above ordinary sexuality. The year 1927 was marked by the end of the military control of the Allies in Germany and many other political events, but for contemporaries its great moment is Charles A. Lindbergh's flight across the Atlantic in the spirit of St. Louis. On May 20th to May 22nd. Now Europeans and Americans could say that their respective continents had been brought closer together. Freud's main contribution of that year was his essay, The Future of an Illusion, in which he declared that religion was the equivalent of an infantile as well as a compulsive neurosis, a denial of reality, and a cultural defense that largely failed to attain its object. 40 Reverend Oscar Pfister, who had a tie of mutual friendship and respect with Freud, replied that with a paper, The Illusion of a Future, in which he tactfully but firmly indicated the weaknesses in Freud's argumentation and of his scientific optimism. 404 To this Freud did not reply, and both men kept their positions as well as their feelings of respect and friendship for each other. 2 of Freud's disciples, Federn and Meng, had the idea of publishing a book illustrating the influence and relevance of psychoanalysis in the various branches of science and human activity. 405 Another of Freud's followers, Heinz Hartmann, wrote a systematic, basic account of the psychoanalytic doctrine. 46 In Berlin Franz Alexander undertook a reformulation of the theory of neurosis, referring to Freud's later works, The Ego and the ID, Inhibition, Symptom, and Anxiety. 407 This was the first step toward what was to become the psychoanalytic theory of the ego. A quite different innovation was found in Wilhelm Reich's book, The Function of Orgasm, where he claimed to establish connections between sexuality, anxiety, and the vegetative system. 408 Otto Rank, after modifying psychoanalytic theory, now devised his own therapeutic method. 409 He set in advance a term for the duration of the treatment. Resistance was now considered a manifestation of the patient's will to independence, and therefore a positive factor. Emphasis was placed on the immediate analytic situation rather than on the past, on experiencing rather than learning, on becoming aware of the patterns of reaction rather than analyzing individual experiences. Rank emphasized the will to self-determination in the patient, the creative aspects of his behavior, and the social aspects of analysis. This therapy could be considered as a mixture of Freudian, Adlerian, and Jungian principles. In Vienna, Adler now brought out his book Understanding Human Nature, which was generally considered the best organized and clearest survey he had hitherto given of his system. 410 In Zurich, Ludwig Frank was having great therapeutic success with Breuer's and Freud's old cathartic method that he had perfected. 411 Bircher Benner was also beginning to publish the result of his rich psychotherapeutic experience. 412 In Paris, Eugene Minkowski was leading a new trend of phenomenological psychiatry. 401 His book, Schizophrenia, inaugurated a new approach to that much explored mental illness. Minkowski pointed out the prevalence of the experience of space over the experience of time in the inner universe of the patient and his morbid geometricism. Among international manifestations was the Wittenberg Symposium, held at Springfield, Ohio, from October 19 to 23, at the inauguration of the new psychological laboratory of Wittenberg College. 414 The guests were an impressive array of the world's most distinguished psychologists. Russia, who never sent delegates to international congresses, was represented by the aged Bekhterev of Leningrad. Honorary degrees were conferred upon Pierre Janet and Alfred Adler. In Russia the celebrated physiologist, Ivan Petrovich Pavlov, who had begun studying experimental neuroses around 1921, was gradually becoming more interested in clinical psychiatry. It seems that this evolution was precipitated by a personal event. In 1927 Pavlov underwent an operation for gallstones. And during his convalescence he suffered from a heart neurosis, which he later described in a little-known paper. .41's an account of the year 1927 would not be complete without mentioning Heidegger's books and Zeit, Being in Time, a thoroughly new and original analysis of the structure of human existence. 416 as had happened with H. Searles Lodge's Unter Suchingen in 1900. This philosophical work, The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 851, passed almost unnoticed in psychiatric circles. However, years later, Heidegger's work was to be the starting point of a new psychiatric trend, existential analysis. One of the main events of 1928, the Bryan-Kellogg Pact for the Renunciation of War, was solemnly signed in Paris on August 27 by the representatives of 15 states. Some saw it as a definite step toward peace, others as a meaningless ceremonial. Freud, whose health is severely impaired, published an essay, Dostoevsky and the Murder of the Father, which is one of his few contributions to criminology. 417 He assumed that Dostoevsky's unsolved Oedipus complex had resulted in PM/hurtful parasital tendencies in him that were diverted in various /I's and directed against himself. In Paris, Janet was increasingly active. He published the second volume of From Anguish to Ecstasy with a more extensive survey of his vast psychological synthesis. More M.E.R. Since 1926 his lectures at the Collège de France were stenographed and published every year. But he found little audience among the younger generation. During the same year in Zurich, Jung published two of his main books in German. 418 and a volume of collected essays translated into English. 419 There was an active interest in new psychological approaches. Von Gibbs-Sattel published a phenomenological study on melancholia that confirmed some of Minkowski's findings. 420 Among the new psychotherapeutic methods was Jacobson's technique of progressive relaxation in Chicago and Morita's therapy in Japan. 421 The year 1929 began / Trotsky's banishment from Russia and with King Alexander seizing Po / ER in Yugoslavia. The Lateran Agreement, signed by Pope Pius XI and Mussolini in February, ended a long conflict between the papacy and the Italian government, and created the Vatican State. General elections in England brought the Labour Party to power, while in Germany the agitation of the extremist parties became threatening. In the United States the unprecedented economic boom came to a sudden end with the crash of the New York Stock Exchange in October. In Vienna, Freud published Civilization and its Discontents, expressing the pessimistic opinion that CI/Ilization had been acquired at the cost of mankind's neurosis resulting from the repression of instinct. This theory, which was not any / fitted into the mood of the times. 422 A significant contribution to psychoanalytic criminology / is Alexander's and Staub's book, The Criminal and His Judges. 423 The authors emphasized the old idea that criminal drives exist in every human being. In the psychology of punishment there is not only an inner demand for a violation of the law to be atoned for, but also the desire for re-eng. Furthermore, the spectator's repressed criminal impulses are $LT, / shaken by the example of the criminal and threatened to rise to expression. Hence the need for the reinforcement of one's own repression in the SC / of penal / There was a certain tension in the psychoanalytic movement because the American Association was disinclined to accept the principle of lay analysis that Freud considered essential. Another, perhaps even more far-reaching event, was the rapid disappearance of psychoanalysis in Russia in the period of 1 or 2 years. The story of Russian psychoanalysis has actually never been written, nor do we know why exactly the Freudian theory, which had been considered materialistic, monistic, and compatible with Marxism, was suddenly discarded by communist ideology. One of the last Russian statements in favor of psychoanalysis was to be found in Konovita's History of Psychiatry. 424 He considered Freud a foremost representative of the progressist rebellion against Krapolin's formal, static, impersonal psychiatry, and contended that thanks to him we have considerably progressed in our knowledge of many mechanisms of human behavior. On the other hand, psychoanalysis was progressing in other parts of the world. In Japan, where a few of Freud's writings had been adapted from English translations, Dr. Kenji Atsuki undertook a translation of Freud's complete works from the original German text. Among the new psychotherapeutic methods, some were the revival and perfecting of older ones. Thus Kresnikov, a Bulgarian psychiatrist, devised a new technique of cathartic therapy. He is said to have obtained brilliant therapeutic success, but because he was far removed from large university centers his method did not attract much attention. 425 Hermann Simon S. 426 More active therapy in mental hospitals was a perfecting of those methods that had been applied in Germany before World War I. 427 Simon's principle was that no mental patient should ever be considered irresponsible or be excused from work. Simon had originated an elaborate system of work in occupational therapy in the mental hospital of Jätersloh, Westphalia. At a time when there was neither insulin, electric shock therapy, nor tranquilizers, Simon caused symptoms of agitation, aggressiveness, emotional regression, and deterioration entirely to disappear from his institution. Hermann Simon's method was greatly admired, but was adopted in only a small number of other mental hospitals. Another German psychiatrist, Hans Berger, published in that same year his first findings with a new method of brain physiological investigation, electroencephalography, which in that time aroused little interest. For to be the second pre-war period, 1930 to 1939 the collapse of the stock exchange in New York in October 1929, set off a chain reaction that gradually affected all of America and Europe, bringing in its wake numerous bankruptcies of business concerns and banks, general unemployment, and countless individual tragedies. This was the background against which Hitler set up the propaganda causing him to appear as a savior in the eyes of millions of hopeless Germans. After he seized power in 1933, it seemed that the nations walked to their catastrophes with open eyes without being able to prevent it. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 853 in 1930 the Great Economic Depression dominated America and extended to Europe. The general elections in September in Germany were marked by the great advance of the Nazi Party. The British Imperial Conference took place from October 1 to November 14 and resulted in the adoption of the Westminster Statute, granting each one of the dominions its independence within the British Commonwealth. There seem to have been remarkably few events in the chronicle of dynamic psychiatry apart from the fact that Freud was bestowed the Goethe Prize by the city of Frankfurt. His friends had made attempts to have him receive the Nobel Prize, but these efforts were in vain. In 1931 storm clouds were definitely gathering over Europe. Austria's most important bank, the Kreditanstalt of Vienna, declared bankruptcy in May, and 2 months later the banks closed in Germany, whereupon the Germans declared that they were suspending their international payments. The Spanish Republic was proclaimed in April, and Manchuria was occupied by the Japanese in September. Ludwig Bauer, a political thinker, wrote an analysis of the situation and came to the conclusion that a new world war, more terrible than the first, was inevitable, except in the improbable event of the creation of a universal, supranational state. 429 This deterioration of the political situation influenced the world of dynamic psychiatry. Several well-established analysts emigrated to America. Alfred Adler felt that the future of individual psychology no longer lay in Europe but in the United States, and permanently settled in New York. Psychoanalysis was then the dominating trend in dynamic psychiatry. This was made quite obvious by the numerous celebrations on Freud's 75th birthday and the honors that were bestowed on him, as well as the addresses of congratulations he received from celebrities everywhere. However, other schools were not remaining inactive, and new trends were gradually emerging. Ludwig Binswanger, who had been a student of Bleuler, then an adherent of psychoanalysis, and later a promoter of psychiatric phenomenology, now endeavored to reconstruct the inner world of experience of mental patients. 430 In 1931 he began to publish a subtle phenomenological analysis of manic patients, with particular emphasis on the manifestation of flight of ideas. The year 1932 was marked by an aggravation of the depression and punctuated by political aggressions and threats of aggression. The Japanese created the puppet state of Manchukuo. In Germany Hindenburg was re-elected president and seemed to be the last barrier to Hitler's access to power. Salazar became dictator in Portugal, and in South America the murderous Chaco War broke out between Paraguay and Bolivia. Roosevelt was elected president of the United States, and France refused to pay her debts to the United States. In the general turmoil thousands of individual destinies were shaken. The psychoanalytic publishing house, the Verlag, which had been the supporting structure of the psychoanalytic movement, was now facing bankruptcy and was saved / its difficulty. Some psychotherapists emigrated to America, many lost their patients. But But all this did not impede the appearance of new trends and ideas. Melanie Klein, a child psychoanalyst who had moved to London, introduced new concepts about the early forms of the ego and the Oedipus complex, the prevalence of the mechanisms of projection and introjection in early childhood. 1 These ideas startled some of her colleagues, while others considered them the most brilliant development of psychoanalytic theory after Freud's own contributions. The German psychiatrist, J. H. Schultz, published a textbook of autogenous training, a method inspired by Oscar Vogel's old techniques of self-hypnosis. 432 Autogenous training consists of a series of graduated exercises of relaxation and concentration under competent supervision. Their aim is to increase the individual's control over his neurovegetative functions. The year 1932 has remained famous in the annals of psychiatry as the year in which the term group psychotherapy was introduced by J. L. Moreno. 433 There had been many physicians and laymen who gathered patients and gave them lectures followed by discussions on problems of health and illness. Such had been J. H. Pratt's classes for tuberculosis patients in Boston. In Europe similar experiments had been conducted in Bircher Benner's sanitarium, among anti-alcoholic organizations and elsewhere. But the new group psychotherapy was based on quite different principles, namely, on the dynamics of interpersonal relationships within the group situation. Moreno // is to develop his concepts in the threefold direction of sociometry, psychodrama, and group therapy proper. The fateful year 1933 brought the advent of Hitler to power. On January 30th his government came into office. And on February 27th the mysterious fire which the communists // are accused of having kindled destroyed the Reichstag building. On March 24th, Hitler demanded and obtained full powers. The Communist Party was banned. The slogan, "The Jews must leave," was launched. And a nation // IDE boycott of Jewish business was proclaimed. Thousands of terror-stricken Jews tried to cross the frontiers, but practically nothing had been prepared for their emigration and resettlement, so that many returned. The last attempt to save the peace was the Pact of Rome signed on July 15th between the four big Western states, Germany, Italy, France, and England. But the situation continued to deteriorate steadily. These political events had deep-reaching consequences for dynamic psychiatry. Since everything Jewish was systematically banned, Freud's psychoanalysis and Adler's individual psychology were outlawed in Germany, together with their institutions, organizations, and journals. The German Society for Psychotherapy was to be reorganized, and its president, Ernst Kretschmer, resigned his post. Attempts were made from all sides to save what could be saved, in psychoanalytic as well as larger psychotherapeutic and psychiatric circles. These attempts at compromise were made the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 855 in good faith. Since at that moment no one could imagine what turn the events were subsequently going to take. In a preceding chapter we have seen the role Jung played in this matter. He was not the only one who believed for some time that one could talk with the Nazis. 434 In that turmoil one could hardly expect psychoanalysts to make many original contributions. It was, however, in that year that Wilhelm Reich published his character analysis. 45 He asserted that in the course of psychoanalytic treatment, resistance expressed itself not only through the various psychological /ices well known to the analysts but through specific types of muscular tension. The dissolving of psychic resistance is parallel to that of the muscle armor. Reich also gave a typology of various types of neurotics, particularly the masochist. The phenomenological approach was widened when Eugene Minkowski published his book, Experience Time, a study of the varieties of the subjective experience of time found in many psychopathological conditions. 46 In 1934, Hitler not only consolidated his power in Germany but tried to form an alliance with fascist Italy. This was the object of the meeting of the two dictators in Venice on June 14 and 15. In France the Stavisky scandal caused riotous protest against corruption in the government. It was worse in Austria, where the socialist uprisings of February 1 to 16 were repressed without mercy and the Socialist Party was dissolved. On July 25, Chancellor Dollfuss, who had only recently escaped from an attempted murder, was assassinated by a group of Nazis. Assassination was increasingly becoming a political weapon. On October 9, King Alexander of Yugoslavia and the French minister Barthol were assassinated in Marseille by a group of Ustaki conspirators. In view of the impending catastrophe, the best minds sought desperately for a solution. Einstein deplored the fact that scientists and intellectuals, who in the 17th century had formed a spiritual community, were now merely representatives of their various nationalist traditions. They had abandoned the responsibility of thinking on an international scale to the politicians. And he urged scientists to reconstitute a spiritual community that would assume the leadership of all the efforts against war. Freud, Viho by now was a very old and sick man, was urged by his friends to leave Austria. But like so many of his contemporaries, he was strangely blind to the pervasive /NS of the Nazi danger. He published complements and revisions of his teaching in the form of imaginary lectures under the title, New Introductory Lectures to Psychoanalysis. 43 Jung was obviously in a creative mood and published, among others, a book with the characteristic title, Reality of the Soul. 439 One of his disciples, Gerhard Adler, sketched the history of modern psychotherapy, presenting Freud and Adler as the precursors of Jung. 440 In the United States, Moreno published one of his best-known works, Who Shall Survive? 441 The year 1935 left a frightening memory on those who lived in Europe. Individuals as well as nations felt powerless as if they were hypnotized in the face of the impending disaster that they were unable to avert. Hitler was enjoying immense popularity among a large segment of the German population, as being the man // who had wiped out the shame of the Versailles Treaty and solved the problem of unemployment. In fact, Germany was feverishly rearming and preparing for war. On March 16, Hitler denounced the military restrictions of the Versailles Treaty. On September 15, the Nuremberg laws were proclaimed for the protection of German blood and German honor. The German Jews realized that emigration was their only hope for survival, but it was bound up with immense difficulties, prohibition to export capital and above all the severe restrictions on visas for almost any country. Meanwhile the Italian troops invaded Ethiopia on October 3, whereupon the League of Nations Council declared Italy as an aggressor and decided to enforce economic sanctions. In the midst of all these oppressive occurrences, it seems almost ironic that psychiatry should have made significant progress just during this period. We have seen that in 1929 Hans Berger had found a means to record the electroencephalogram of man. However, the true value of that discovery was to be appreciated only a few years later. In 1935, Gibbs, Davis, and Lennox registered and described the electroencephalogram during an epileptic attack. And Gray Walter was able to localize brain tumors by means of the EEC1. Researchers enthusiastically began applying this new method that was expected to revolutionize our knowledge of brain physiology, neuropsychiatry, and criminology. Furthermore, Manfred Sake, in Vienna published the result of the research he had been conducting over several years on a new physiological treatment of schizophrenia with insulin shock therapy. 442 It was the first time that schizophrenia could be treated successfully with purely physiological methods, and it appeared as a vindication of the old organicist psychiatry against the newer dynamic trends. The year 1936 is experienced by contemporaries as yet another step toward the inevitable disaster. Hitler denounced the Locarno Agreement and proceeded to remilitarize the Rhineland. France and Britain did not dare to intervene. In France the elections brought victory to the Popular Front, and Leon Blum, the leader of the Socialist Party, organized a new government. Belgium restated its neutrality. Italian troops entered Addis Ababa on May 5. Hereupon Mussolini proclaimed the founding of the Italian Empire / if the King of Italy as Emperor of Ethiopia. On July 17, General Franco instigated a military insurrection in Spanish Morocco, marking the beginning of the Spanish Civil War. The Western world was puzzled and shocked by the Moscow trials, where the old Bolshevik leaders publicly accused themselves of treason and requested punishment. However, a perhaps greater sensation was caused by Britain's king, Edward VIII, who, after having succeeded his father, George V on January 20, abdicated on December 10, in order to marry the divorced Mrs. Simpson. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 857 The success of physiological treatment of mental illness led psychiatrists to be more and more bold. The Gasmonese attempted to treat psychotic conditions with lobotomy, and this was the beginning of what a few years later was to be called psychosurgery. 44.3 In that year Janet's last book, Intelligence Before Language, appeared, a study of the nonverbal forms of intelligence, comparing the animal, the infant, and the idiot. 444 Anna Freud published The Ego and the Defense Mechanisms, a decisive step toward the new ego psychoanalysis. 445 She recapitulated the already known types of ego defenses: repression, reaction formation, isolation, undoing, introjection, and projection, described several varieties of denial and added 2 new defense mechanisms: identification with the aggressor and altruistic yielding. The year 1937 began // if the second phase of the Moscow show trials. Political relationships became closer between France and England on the one hand and Germany and Italy on the other, whereas Soviet Russia's attitude remained inscrutable. Civil war raged in Spain, and experts analyzed it as a rehearsal for World War II. Another new physiological treatment of mental illness was introduced by von Meduna. 44. By means of metrazole injections, he produced epileptic attacks in schizophrenic patients and many successes were recorded. Sigmund Freud. // was NM /81 years old and very ill, obstinately declined his friends' pressing invitations to leave Austria. Apparently he still believed that Chancellor Schuschnigg would save Austria from the Nazis. To the bewilderment of most of his friends and disciples, Freud published at that already tragic moment the first chapters of his essay on Moses. Among the vast amount of contemporary literature, one monograph passed almost unnoticed. Namely, Zondi's analysis of marriages. 447 A Hungarian genetician well versed in psychoanalysis, Zondi compared heredity of the husband and the wife in a number of marriages, and contended that the matrimonial choice is unconsciously determined by similarities in the genetic hereditary background. This biological phenomenon he called genotropism. In 1938 the political situation deteriorated to the point where even to the blindest World War II seemed impossible to avert. In the presence of the Nazi agitation toward the annexation, Anschluss, of Austria to Germany, Chancellor Schuschnigg ordered a plebiscite that probably would have given the majority to the partisans of independence. On March 12, one day before the plebiscite, German troops occupied Austria. On the following day Nazi legislation legalized the act. And on March 14, Hitler made a triumphal appearance in Vienna. Germany and Austria were full of Jews who desperately attempted to get visas and emigration permits to foreign countries. Legal regulations in almost all the countries became more and more restrictive. Hitler sold forged documents, and unscrupulous shipping companies embarked Jews on errant ships that were repelled from one land to the other. They were even greeted in Palestine with gunfire. Following the initiative of President Roosevelt, there was a conference to solve the problem of refugees in Evian, from July 6 to July 15, but the only result was the creation of an inefficient intergovernmental commission on refugees. 44H Meanwhile Nazi agitation had seized the German-speaking provinces of Bohemia. This was an occasion for new threats, and of the Munich Conference. In September 1938, Chamberlain and Daladier, the representatives of Great Britain and France, accepted the cession of the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia to Germany. The flight of the Jews took panic proportions after November 7, when a young Polish Jew, Herzl Greenspan, killed an official of the German embassy in Paris. This was used as a pretext for nationwide pogroms in Germany. Moreover, a collective fine of 1 billion Reichsmarks was imposed on the Jews. The history of dynamic psychiatry of those years is largely a part of the tragic political events. After the Nazis occupied Vienna, they suppressed the psychoanalytic and individual psychological societies and destroyed all Freudian and Adlerian books, as they had already done in Germany. Those Jewish psychotherapists who had stayed behind now tried to leave. The gloomy atmosphere of Vienna in 1938, with the terrible difficulties encountered by those who attempted to flee, have been vividly described in a novel by Leopold Erich Hitler. 44.9 To those who have read it, the tribulations encountered by Freud before he could leave Vienna will not seem exceptional. Moreover, he benefited from uncommon protection afforded him by the Princess Marie Bonaparte, by the American Embassy, and by British and American associations. The details of Freud's exodus from Vienna and of the triumphant reception he was given in England were largely publicized, as if it were to divert public attention from certain painful issues. The Nazis not only suppressed Jewish theories and institutions, they also attacked Christian religion and ethics and promoted a National Socialist doctrine, which was a combination of various extra-scientific theories. There were the racist theories devised in the 19th century by 2 Frenchmen, the Count of Gobineau and Walter Dolopoche, and an Englishman, Houston Stewart Chamberlain. 450 These theories were now associated with pseudo-historical representations of the life and culture of the ancient Germans. There were also the pseudo-biological theories of the struggle for life in the life space, Lebensraum, with some remains of Hegelian monism. According to Joachim Besser, Nazi ideology was strongly influenced by theories of occultist and theosophical circles of the early 20th century. 451 Note // Orphy was the favor bestowed by the Nazis on Vorbeiger's glacial cosmogony, alias Welby is Lair, cosmic ice theory. Vorbeiger, an Austrian engineer, taught a complicated astronomic and the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 859 cosmogonic system. Included in this system was the idea that ice was the main substance constituting the universe. 452 His system had prodigious success among the NAZIS 45 and even found adherents in England. 454 The Nazis also favored a so-called Germanic medicine, which was a combination of Bircher Benner's dietetics, naturist principles, traditional use of medicinal herbs, and popular medicine. In spite of the dark cloud steadily gathering over the world and the spreading of obscurantism over Europe, scientific psychiatry pursued its progress. 2 Italians, Sorti and Bini, announced their discovery of a powerful therapeutic agent, electroshock therapy. This method, which had been devised to treat schizophrenia, later proved to be more successful in the treatment of severe depression. 455 One of the new psychotherapeutic methods was Desoil's directed daydream. 456 The patient lying on a couch is invited to imagine that he is ascending into the air and to tell the psychiatrist of all that he feels and fancies is happening to him. The emerging feelings and productions of the subliminal imagination are then discussed between the patient and the therapist. In fact, this therapy is a variation of Jung's method of forced imagination. In the United States, Sullivan defined psychiatry as the study of interpersonal relations and began to publish the basic principles of his system. 457 Those few optimistic persons who had hoped that peace could still be saved had to lose this illusion in March 1939. On these new Ides of March the Germans occupied Bohemia and Moravia, and Hitler made a spectacular entry into Prague. In the same month the Spanish Civil War came to an end with the capitulation of Madrid and the flight of thousands of Republicans to France. As Toynbee described it, the world was now divided into 3 camps: the Western powers, comprising England and the Commonwealth, France and the reluctant United States, the anti-Comintern powers, Germany, Italy and Japan, and Soviet Russia. 458 The problem was to know to which of the T/0 other groups Soviet Russia would become an ally. Efforts were made on both sides to gain Russia's support. The announcement, on August 23, that a treaty of non-aggression had been signed between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia was the last signal that preceded the German ultimatum to Poland, soon followed by Great Britain's and France's declaration of war on Germany. While the French were afraid of the impending war and the possible destruction of Paris, a group at the Sorbonne organized a celebration for the centennial of Theodule Ribbet, which coincided with the 50th year of Janet's celebrated thesis, El Automatisme Psychologique. It was the last public recognition the 80-year-old Janet was to receive before his death. Circumstances were so dismal that the event passed unnoticed and the memorial book has become a bibliographic rarity. 45.9 September 23, 1939, was marked by the death of 2 men who cordially detested each other, Sigmund Freud in London and Albert Moll in Berlin. Though the one died world famous and the other in total obscurity, curious parallels can be found in their biographies. Both were the sons of Jewish merchants. As young physicians both were interested in hypnotism and the exploration of the unconscious mind. Both then turned their interests toward sexual pathology, particularly to the evolutionary stages of the sexual instinct, termed by Moll libido sexualis, and by Freud, referring to Moll, libido. At the time of his death, Moll was living inconspicuously after the Nazis destroyed his books, including his recently published autobiography. Freud, in contrast, was placed in the limelight as a symbol of the struggle between democracy and fascism. Before his death Freud expressed concern about the future of psychoanalysis. He saw it as being on the way toward suppression in Europe and distortion in America. He realized that the time had now come when the creation had emancipated itself from the creator and taken its independent course of life. In fact, deviant schools had already arisen, and others were to follow. Otto Rank had some success with his schools of social work and was now moving toward a kind of religious psychotherapy. Wilhelm Reich arrived in the United States in May 1939, where he was to found the Argonne Institute, with theories far removed from orthodox Freudian psychoanalysis. In that same year, Karen Horney published Her New Ways in Psychoanalysis, the manifesto, and first textbook of a deviant school that combined Adlerian teachings with Freudian terminology. 460 in that same year 1939. Heinz Hartmann published a much-noted paper on ego psychology, which marked a new metamorphosis of psychoanalysis. 461 completing the evolution that had started with Freud's mass psychology and ego analysis. Enlarged by Alexander's psychoanalysis of the total personality and Anna Freud's ego and defense mechanisms, Hartmann definitively put the ego in the focus of the psychoanalyst's interest and work. The emphasis of the technique shifted from the analysis of the content of the unconscious to the nature of the defense mechanisms, as to whether they were adequate to the patient's age, and to the external and internal conflicts he had to backslash withstand. No doubt this new technique was appropriate to contemporary man's condition in a changing and distressing world. World War II, 1939 to 1945. From 1939 to 1945 the fate of the world was at stake. In the general upheaval, dynamic psychiatry underwent new vicissitudes. World War II differed from World War I in several respects. The outbreak occurred without the popular enthusiasm that had marked the beginning of World War I. There was a bitter feeling of helplessness, similar to that of some populations in Austria-Hungary in August 1914. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 861 new strategies, new tactics, and new weapons were devised, all of which culminated in the exploding of the atomic bomb. It was not so much a war between nations as between ideologies, Hitlerian racism, Soviet-Russian communism, and the Anglo-Saxon concept of democracy. World War II brought terrible devastation, the complete destruction of cities from Coventry to Dresden, extensive migrations, massacres of military and civilian populations, and genocide. After the 2 million Armenians in 1915 to 1916, there were now 6 million Jews. It aggravated the decline of the West and was followed by often painful processes of decolonization. However, the League of Nations was reconstructed on a sounder basis under the name of the United Nations Organization, and for the first time in history, a court was set up to judge war criminals. This war accelerated the change in the mores and ways of life that had accompanied and followed World War I. The generation that emerged in 1945 was as different from the preceding one as the 1919 generation had been from that of the Belle Époque. As soon as the war became a fact, it was obvious that it would be unusually cruel and merciless. Hitler had stated his aims in his declaration of August 22, 1939. Our strength is in our quickness and our brutality. Genghis Khan had millions of women and children killed his own will and with a gay heart. History sees in him only a great state builder. What the weak European civilization thinks about me does not matter. Does. For the time being, I have sent to the east only my Roth S head units. /DTH the order to kill without pity or mercy all men, women and children of the Polish race or language. Who still talks nowadays of the extermination of the Armenians? For 2 the German troops started their blitzkrieg in Poland, on the 1st of September 1939. On September 7, the Russians invaded the country from the east to take their share of the booty. So that in less than 3 weeks Poland had disappeared from the map. On the western front it was a drôle de guerre, a crazy war. 2 gigantic armies stood face to face for 8 months engaging in nothing but insignificant skirmishes. In November the Russians attacked Finland. In April 1940 the Germans rapidly occupied Denmark and Norway. On May 10, 1940, the Germans launched a blitzkrieg on Holland, Belgium, and France, with such unexpected impact that the French were obliged to sign an armistice on June 16. But from August to October the Germans lost the battle over England, and this saved the Western world. After a new pause, the Germans invaded Yugoslavia and Greece in April 1941. And on June 22 they attacked Russia. After many initial successes and a rapid advance the German army was stopped outside of Moscow. This campaign was fought with unprecedented fierceness in the rigorous Russian winter. The war took a new turn on December 7, 1941. The Japanese renewed a strategic move that had brought them victory in their war with Russia. As with the Russian fleet in 1904, they attacked the American fleet in Pearl Harbor before declaring war on the United States. Japan's declaration of war on the United States and England was followed by a swift invasion of Malaya, Indonesia, the Philippines, and the South Sea Islands. The Americans' colossal war effort enabled them to conduct war simultaneously in the Pacific and in Europe. The Japanese occupied territories were reconquered one by one by the American General MacArthur, while General Eisenhower prepared the invasion of the Allies in Europe. In November 1942 the Allies landed in Algeria, in July 1943 in Sicily, and on June 6, 1944, in Normandy. Follow backslashing the Anglo-American victories in Western Europe and the Russian victories in the East, the German armies capitulated on May 8, 1945 while Japan continued to resist. But on July 6, after a brief flight of an American squadron over Hiroshima, the shocked world learned of the atomic bomb. The war was over, and a new era had begun for mankind. The fate of dynamic psychiatry was profoundly affected by these events. Among the 4 great pioneers 2, Freud and Adler, had died in exile. Another, Janet, was working on a book, The Psychology of Belief, that remained uncompleted. Whereas the last one, Jung, seemed to concentrate his interest on mythology and alchemy. The major fact, however, was the massive emigration of Central European psychotherapists to England and even more to the United States. As a result, the center of the psychoanalytic and the individual psychological associations were transferred to America. English supplanted German as their official language. After the destruction of the psychoanalytic Verlag in Vienna, a new one, the Amigo Publishing House, was founded in London and began the publication of Freud's Sam Black W. Burke, to replace the destroyed collections of the Gesammelt Werke. More recent B.orgs, and those of German and Austrian therapists, were now being published directly in English. This transfer from the German to the English language did not occur without some semantic fluctuations. Certain shades of meaning in the German terminology were lost, whereas a term such as frustration enjoyed a popularity it did not possess in German. The psychiatric chronicle of those years is relatively short. In 1940 Freud's posthumous outline of psychoanalysis appeared. His book on Moses provoked much controversy and protest in Jewish circles. It seemed extraordinary that at a moment when the physical existence of the people of Israel was threatened, a Jew should publish a book contending that Moses was an Egyptian and had been killed by the Hebrews. Freud's attitude was contrasted with that of Bergson, who through personal conviction had become a Catholic but refused to be baptized so as to express solidarity with his people. Bergson indeed refused to be relieved from any of the indigenities imposed on the Jews. However, he died on January 3, 1941. Before the deportation of the French Jews. The dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry. 863 in 1941, psychoanalysis flourished more than ever in America, but the so-called neo-Freudian trends gained in importance. Karen Horney left the American Psychoanalytic Association and founded the American Institute of Psychoanalysis for the propagation of her own teaching and therapy. Erich Fromm published his Escape from Freedom, inspired more by contemporary events than by psychoanalytic theory. 463 in 1942, Binswanger, in Switzerland, published his Basic Forms and Knowledge of Human Existence, a formidable 726-page book in which he compiled and discussed his new system of Dasein-Analyse, existential analysis. 464 This system was inspired by Heidegger's Dasein-Analytik, but whereas the latter is a philosophical analysis of the structure of human existence in general, Binswanger's purpose is to analyze the being in the world of individuals by means of a system of phenomenological coordinates derived from Heidegger. Binswanger attempts to reconstruct the universe of inner experience, even of severely psychotic patients, and make it intelligible. The search for new psychotherapies was going on as actively as ever. Carl R. Rogers in the United States published the first account of his method of psychotherapeutic counseling. 465 Effective counseling, he said, consists of a definitely structured, permissive relationship which allows the client to gain an understanding of himself to a degree which enables him to take positive steps in the light of his new orientation. In Switzerland, Mark Guillory reported reported to the Psychiatric Association on the psychotherapeutic method he had been applying for the last 15 years. 466 It was an original combination of Vitta's technique of relaxation, concentration, and bodily awareness with Jung's technique of forced imagination. In 1943 a new dynamic trend came to the foreground: psychosomatic medicine. Two classical works were published in that year, those of Weiss in English, 467 and of Flanders Dunbar 468 to be sure. Psychosomatic medicine already had a long history. Primitive healing was to a large degree psychosomatic, as also were the cures performed by Gassner and Mesmer, by generations of magnetizers and hypnotists, by men such as Liebald, Bernheim, Fohr, and their followers. Romantic medicine was not alone in proclaiming that physical illness can originate from emotional causes. The same was taught by the great representatives of scientific medicine and by certain physiologists, Krell in Germany, Cannon in the United States. Adolf Meyer had tried to correlate certain clinical conditions with certain consciously experienced emotions of the patients. The new pioneers of psychosomatic medicine now undertook to delineate the personality profile of the patients in various diseases: hypertension, coronary occlusion, rheumatism, diabetes, and the like. This was to be the starting point for new research and new theories which were to take an unexpected development in the following decades. We may add that in the same year, in the laboratories of the pharmaceutical company Sandoz, in Basel, the chemist Albert Hofmann discovered by chance a substance which produced vivid hallucinations at infinitesimal doses. Why this discovery did not attract much attention at the time, but the product was to become famous later under the designation of LSD-25. In France, Sartre published Being and Nothingness. This elaborate and original work inspired by Heidegger contained, as we have seen earlier, a chapter devoted to existential psychoanalysis, a psychotherapeutic method showing great similarities to the Adlerian approach. 470 In Spain, J.J. López Ibor brought the first account of his new and original theory of vital anxiety, a concept with deep-reaching implications for psychotherapy. 471 The year 1944 was marked by the development of Binswanger's existential analysis and of Zondi's analysis of destiny. Existential analysis had been known until then as a rather abstract theoretical system. With the publication of the case of Ellen West it entered into the field of clinical psychiatry and psychopathology. 472 This model case was for Binswanger what that of Madeline had been for Janet, and that of the Wolfman for Freud. As Binswanger remarked, the case of Ellen West greatly resembled that of Janet's Nadia. 473 Both had been referred to a psychiatrist because they were obsessed by the fear of becoming fat. Both deprived themselves of food but at times devoured greedily in secret. Janet soon recognized that Nadia's illness was no ordinary anorexia nervosa. Her refusal of food / is part of an obsession regarding her body and its functions. And this obsession in turn was connected with her fear that people would reject or despise her. In regard to Ellen West, Binswanger begins his analysis where Janet had stopped Nadia's study, that is the attempts to elucidate and reconstruct the evolution of the patient's dossier with her universe of subjective experience. In that task, Binswanger was favored because Ellen West, a well-educated person, had a talent for self-expression in prose and in verse. In dealing with a clinical case, the traditional procedure consists of a double reduction, from the patient's life history to the story of his illness, and from the clinical picture to its biological substratum, checking, for instance, whether Nadia or Ellen had endocrinic disturbances. Psychoanalysis would supplement / at the reduction of the patient's vicissitudes of drives and object relations. Binswanger retains the framework of Kripalinian nosology and occasionally resorts to psychoanalytic concepts, but his main concern is the unfolding of the patient's being in the world with its metamorphoses since infancy. Ellen West came from a 11 LTJ11-ish family to 11 Hitch belonged distinguished persons, and in which there had been some cases of mental illness and suicide. At the age of 9 months she refused milk and AL11AYS showed difficulties in regard to food intake. She 11AS at LI1ELY. Boyish child. Extremely stubborn and ambitious, and she liked to read. Since adolescence she had kept a diary, wrote poetry, and expressed a kind of pantheistic enthusiasm for life and nature. She the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 865 felt called to great aguinements, to gain undying fame, and was longing for the love of a perfect man. She led the life of a rich cosmopolitan young lady with writing, TRA1ELING, and irregular studies. But 11AS preoccupied with social problems, 11ITH the idea, to go to the people in the hope for a great social revolution. In fact Ellen West had much in common with Marie Bashkirtseff or Lou Andrea Salome. Her BHA1I or appears less erratic if one assumes that she 11 is a Russian aristocrat of the Tsar's time. /T the age of L/1 and T1 she began HA1ing a fear of becoming fat, and gradually it became an obsessive that dominated her entire life. She imposed upon herself drastic diets and 11A reducing cures. But at times she would throw herself on food and engulf great quantities of it to her shame. At the age of about 111 and TISE1N. She married a cousin who seems to have been an extremely devout husband. She remained active in social welfare, but her physical condition altered. At 30 T110 she underwent treatment with a psychoanalyst 11 who brought her the insight that her goal was the subjugation of all other people. 11 Carlat our second analysis was apparently less successful. The analyst pursued it in spite of SE1 era suicidal attempts. And her condition 11 worsened to the point that her internist intervened, stopping the treatment. Ellen West then entered HINS11 Anger S Sanitarium in Kreuzlingen, where she stayed 2.5 months. 011ing to her suicidal impulses. Binswanger could not take the responsibility of keeping her in the open part of the sanitarium. Two foremost psychiatrists called in consultation agreed with Binswanger that the patient 11A is incurable. The husband, informed of this condition and of the danger, preferred to see her home. The patient's sufferings immediately subsided. In an FCSTI1E mood, she ate to her heart's content for the first time in 13 years. Read poetry. 11 RODC letters. And thereupon took poison and died on the FOLLO11ING morning. BINS11 Anger's long thorough and subtle analysis of Ellen West's being in the world cannot be summarized and must be read in the original or the English translation. Ellen West's fear of being fat and of gluttony were but the more conspicuous manifestations of a SLM1 process of existential impoverishment and emptying. She had lost her footing in the world of practical action. Her social 11 Elf Arcade ACTI1 itis had he and a means of filling the emptiness of her life. The patient constantly oscillated HCT11 and T10 increasingly divergent worlds of subjective experience. 111 is an ideal, ethereal, spacious, light, warm, colorful, glowing 11 world of effortless flying, and 11 Hitch 1 does not need to eat. The other world, of which gluttony was the expression. 11A is dominated by the process by which the individual's spontaneity and freedom of action yield to the hold of the surrounding world. It was a world of damp fog, dark clouds, of heaviness, sluggishness, 11 ithering, and decay. At 11 world of the tomb. From the point of view of temporality, Ellen West, who had not been able to build time, had no future, or rather the future 11AS replaced by the ethereal 11 ORLD of daydream that had no roots in the patient's present or past. Neither did she have a past on which to build her present actions in her future. The past 11AS replaced by that world of darkness, heaviness, and decay. 11 Ho's full expression 11AS death. The present was reduced to the instantaneous. The continuity of time was replaced by a succession of instants. The conflict and increasing discrepancy between the two worlds allowed no compromise. And thus came a point when the only act of freedom and authenticity left to Ellen West 11AS suicide. The year 1944 also saw the publication of Zondi's analysis of destiny, containing a theory that has often been misunderstood. 474 Analysis of destiny, Skixels analyze, can best be defined as a synthesis of psychiatric genetics and psychoanalysis. The genetic approach originated in the study of hereditary mental illness. The German school of psychiatric geneticians first engaged in the study of hereditary diseases, epilepsy, schizophrenia, and manic depressive illness, and later arrived at the notion of hereditary circles. A hereditary circle, Erdkreis, comprises not only negative manifestations, specific types of psychosis and character abnormalities, but also positive ones, specific endowments and talents, so that, in the same family, certain individuals can be afflicted with a psychosis, others favored with a particular talent, and others display only specific character features within the limits of normality. This leads to the assumption that in each hereditary circle lies a common denominator that has been called a root factor, or biological radical. What Zandi calls drive factors is a system of 8 such biological radicals derived from psychiatric genetic research. As for psychoanalysis, it has always admitted the existence of a biological substratum of the unconscious life. Freud had called predisposition a mixture of biological anlaga and early environmental influences. Some analysts came to suspect that there were various kinds of predispositions. Abraham claimed that a marked development of oral and anal 1 characteristics could be related to specific predisposing factors. 475 other psychoanalysts talked of patients with a strong or weak ego, thus implying the existence of another kind of specific predisposition. It is precisely this obscure realm of the biological predispositions underlying man's unconscious life that becomes the focus of Zandi's analysis of destiny. Here he finds again the 8 biological radicals or factors that had resulted from psychiatric genetics. We see how the two lines of research, namely, of psychiatric genetics and of psychoanalysis, cross each other. The point of intersection lies in a hitherto almost unexplored realm of the human being that Zandi calls the family unconscious. For the genetic Ians it belongs to the genotype, that is to the hidden, latent, hereditary anlagen. For the psychologist it is, according to Zandi, a newly disco-shared layer of the unconscious, a field of destiny from which proceed the vital choices, choice in love, friendship, profession, illness, and even the manner of death, the sum of which constitutes our destiny. Zandi's fundamental hypothesis is that every man comes to the world with a bundle of destiny possibilities, which are determined by the formula of his genotype. As Freud had analyzed the mechanisms of dream formation, displacement, and condensation, in order to interpret the dream for the dreamer, Zandi analyzes the mechanisms of destiny formation in order to reconstruct the latent genetic structure of the individual. Among the main destiny mechanisms described by Zandi is genotropism, namely, that the love choice is unconsciously directed by similarities latent the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 867 to the gene formula. Another mechanism is operatropism, that is the unconscious tendency of an individual to choose an occupation through which the positive hereditary factor confers a superiority upon him. Zandi found a list of occupations characteristic for each one of his 8 factors. Because of the dual origin of analysis of destiny, the same manifestations can receive biological and a psychological interpretation. What for the genetician are positive manifestations of a biological radical may be sublimation for the psychoanalyst. Zandi distinguished 3 degrees of sublimation: socialization, that is, the channeling of drives in one's occupation, sublimation proper / I in the individual's character, and humanization, a superior form of sublimation extended to the benefit of mankind. The basic method in the analysis of destiny consists in establishing an extremely thorough genealogue of the individual. To the difference of ordinary psychiatric genetics, one will not only record occurrences of psychosis, neurosis, psychopath, or criminality, but also the character structure and the occupation of all persons included in that genealogy. Furthermore, the genealogy established in that / I will be confronted with that of the persons / of whom the individual is closely bound by destiny. This is the method Zandi had applied in his analysis of marriages. Since this method clearly / is much too long and time consuming, Zandi thought of a shorter / I of exploring the family unconscious to find the genetic formula of his subjects. In 1944 Zandi had already devised and applied for years the test he was later to publish. The test material consists of a series of photographs of murderers, homosexuals, epileptics, and other patients representative of the extreme negative manifestations in each one of Zandi's 8 factors. The testee is shown these sets in succession and is invited to show / hat pictures he feels are the most sympathetic and which are the most repulsive to him. A complex method of evaluation is used to elucidate the subject's genetic formula and his personality structure from his reactions. From the beginning, Zandi's analysis of destiny met with enthusiastic admiration and sharp criticism. His genetic suppositions were questioned, particularly his system of 8 factors grouped in 4 vectors. Actually, it seems that in Zandi's mind this system is more a fictitious model, comparable to the resonators devised by Helmholtz with which physicists analyze the constitutive elements of a tone. The choice of the resonators is necessarily arbitrary. But no physicist / will deny their usefulness in analyzing a sound. As years went by, Zandi / is to emphasize his test, and still later his own original psychotherapeutic method. When the war came to an end in 1945, a flow of new publications was the sure sign that the creative spirit was still alive. In France, the philosopher Merleau-Ponty published his Phenomenology of Perception, which soon became one of the classics of phenomenology. 476 The French psychiatrist, Henri Baruch, a Jew who had lived the past years in great danger and who had escaped almost miraculously, published Moral Psychiatry, a book in which he emphasized the persistence of the moral personality in the most regressed and demented of mental patients. He pointed out how in these patients the sense of justice was even increased and showed that a noticeable improvement could be obtained by taking into account the patient's feeling of dignity and need for justice. This concern for the innermost personality of the patient was felt to be a reaction against the organicist and materialistic spirit that had dominated psychiatry since the middle of the 19th century. 477 Another aspect of that reaction was the success of existentialism in psychiatry as / L is in philosophy in Western Europe. Another innovation was Meder's method of brief psychotherapy, a method that postulated from the patient a real and genuine wish for recovery and from the therapist a genuine wish to help his patient. 478 The therapist calls upon the self-healing tendencies in the patient, and the patient projects onto the therapist the archetype of the healer image. Meder's method was partly inspired by Jungian concepts, but his main emphasis is on self-regulation and self-healing processes. These notions he had learned from the biologist Hans Driesch and from Theodor Flournoy. In America the main feature was the growing development of group therapy. Moreno had many followers and imitators and numerous techniques of group therapy were devised and applied. 479 The war left the world with 2 major powers facing each other with increasing suspicion. The United States and Soviet Russia, each one with its allies, satellites, and zones of influence. Between these two colossi the debris of what had been the European countries were struggling to recover their identities. This situation was reflected in psychiatry. In Soviet Russia, Pavlovian psychiatry is now an official doctrine, whereas psychoanalysis and kindred teachings were prohibited. In the United States equal freedom was granted to all psychiatric schools, to the Pavlovian as well as to any other, but psychoanalysis was factually prevalent. The number of psychoanalysts continually increased. They occupied leading posts in the psychiatric departments of universities. And Freudian or pseudo-Freudian ideology pervaded cultural life. The opposition between the two great world powers was also reflected in the controversies between Russian and American psychiatrists. Although no one questioned the achievements of Pavlov as a physiologist, they were regarded as insufficient to form the basis of a psychiatry. Knowledge acquired in experiments with animals in an artificial experimental setting could not be applied offhand to human beings. It could never provide an understanding of the mental patient's subjective condition. Pavlovian psychiatry was thus considered a psychiatry for robots rather than for humans, and the technique of brainwashing its most original achievement. Russian psychiatrists, in turn, brandmarked psychoanalysis as idealistic, with the pejorative the dawn and rise of the new dynamic psychiatry 869 connotation of that word in Marxist terminology, as a pitiful manifestation of decaying capitalism, as a plutocratic therapy restricted to wealthy parasites. Whereas the poor were deprived of the possibility of treatment. As a further reflection of the political situation, Pavlovian psychiatry extended over Eastern Europe and the Balkan countries. In Western and Central Europe, where few pre-war psychoanalysts remained, Freudianism sometimes took the appearance of a cultural importation from America. It became usual for the French to read Freud in English, and even the young Germans talked of the ego, the idea, the superego, instead of using the original terms ich, es, Uberic. On the other hand, the influence of existential philosophy in psychiatry was spreading, and Europe continued to be the cradle of new psychotherapeutic methods. The future of dynamic psychiatry looked promising and filled with possibilities, but as unpredictable as the future of mankind. Notes. 1 J. M. Charcot, sur les divers états nerveux déterminent par l'hypnotisation chez les hystériques. Comptes rendus hebdomadaires des séances de l'Académie des Sciences, XCIV, 1882, 1, 403 to 405. 2 Pierre Janet, Les Medications PSYCLW/AGX, Paris, Alcan, 1919, I, 155. 3a Jacket, Ein halbes Jahr unter Medicine, Basel, Benno Schwab, 1929, pages 169 to 171. 4 Charles Richet, Du Somnambulisme Maker Vogue, Journal de Anatomy et d'Ia Physio / Obi Normal et Pathologique de / Homme et de Animos, 2, 1875, 348 to 377. 5 Rudolf Heidenheim, Der Sagführerische Magnetismus, Physio / August Theobotungen, Leipzig, Breitkopf and Hartl, 1880. 60 Chap 2, p86. 7 Robert G. Hillman, A Scientific Study of Mystery, The Role of the Medical and Popular Press in the Nancy Salpetriere Controversy on Hypnotism, Bulletin of the History of Medicine, XXXIX, 1965, 163 to 182. 8 Jules Lee GOS, de IA Suggestion Hypnotique dans SES Rapports avec LE Droit Civil ET LE Droit Criminal, Seances ET Turbotis / Académie des Sciences Morales ET Politiques, CI, 1884, 155. 9 H. Bernheim, de IA Suggestion den / État Hypnotique ET den / Hat de Veil / E, Paris, Dun, 1884. 10 C Chap 2, pages 90 to 91, Chap 7, 437 to 442. 11 C Chap 2, pages 90 to 91. 12 Sigmund Freud, Charcot, Wiener Medizinische Quakenschrift, Slying, 1893, 1513 to 1520. Standard Edition, 3, 11 to 23. 13 Paul Richer, Etudes Cliniques sur / History AP / FCOU Grande History, D1AJYE Thielkrisner, 1881. 14 Sigmund Freud, Selbstdarstellung, in Grote, Die Medizin der Gegenwart, 1925, 4, 1 to 52, quotation from P4. Standard Edition, XX, 7 to 74. 15 C Chap 6, pages 336 to 337. 16 Personal Communication from Madame Helene Pichon Janet. 17 C Chap 6, p. 338. 18 Ernst Freud, who was kind enough to look, at the author's request, into the letters of Freud to his fiancée, told him that he found no mention of that meeting. 19. Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1953, I, 187. 20 This is shown by the 2 letters of Freud reproduced in French translation in André Gaucher, Elbsat. Dream de I. Libido. Avec lettre de Freud et de Pierre Janet, Paris, André Delpech, 1925. 21 Leon Daudet, Elie Moy et Elie Soie, in El Redoux, Paris, Nouvelle Librairie Nationale, 1917, pages 1 to 38. 22 C Chap 9, pages 730 to 731. 23 C Chap 7, pages 437 to 442. 24 J. Dolbeuf, De L. Influence Day, Imitation et Day, Education dans les Somnambulisme Provoque, Revue Philosophique, XXII, 1886, to 146 to 171. 25 Henri Bergson, Simulation Inconscient dans l'état de Hypnotisme, Revue Philosophique, XXII, 1886, to 525 to 531. 26 C Chap 6, p. 358. 27 H. Bernheim, de IA Suggestion et de SES Applications IA Thérapeutique, Paris, Dun, 1886. 28 Enrico Morselli, LL Magnetismo Animus / E. La Fascinazione e Station Hypnotici, Turin, Rue Favale, 1886. 29 Frederick W. H. Myers, Multiplex Personality, The 19th Century, XXX, 1886, 648 to 666. 30 E. Gurney, F. W. H. Myers, F. Podmore, Phantasms of the Living, 2 vols. London, Society for Psychical Research, 1886. 31 Richard von Krafft-Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis. In Clinis Forensic Study, Stuttgart, Eng, 1886. 32 Benjamin Tarnowski, Der Krankhaften Erscheinungen des Geschlechtssins, in Forensic Psychiatric Study, Berlin, Hirschwald, 1886. 33 Julius Wagner, Über die Morgenfieberhafte Erkrankungen auf Psychosen, Jahrbuch für Psychologie und Neurologie, 7, 1887, 94 to 130. 34 Gerard Hauptmann, Das Abentur meiner Jugend, in Siam Werke, NP, Propoli and Verlag, 1962, 7, 451, 1088. See the description of Farlsbergo, Flee, 1063-1067. 35. Albert Mall, Ein Leben A/S Arster C/E, Irrenungen, Dresden, Riesner, 1936, p. 31. 36 Dr. Kroc, El Hypnotisme Scientific, 2nd ed., Paris, Société d'édition scientifique, 1900. 37 Max Dessoir, Bibliographie des modernen Hypnotismus, Berlin, de Dodinker, 1888. 38 August Farl, De Hypnotismus und Saints für Freak Bietung, Berlin and Leipzig, Gutentag, 1888. 39 Anonymous, L'Affaire Chambage, Revue des Grands Procès Contemporains, 7, 1889, 21 to 101. 40 P. J. Mobius, Über den Begriff der History, Centre / Black Fear Nerven Heilkund, 11, 1888, 66 to 71. 41 Henri Bergson, Les Duns Immediates de IA Conscience, Paris, Alcan, 1889. 42 C Chap 6, pages 358 to 364. 43 Brownsicourt, De Fs Products Shale Home Par de Injections Sals Cutaneous de Unliquide Retire de Testicules Phrase de Kobe et de Gien, Comptes Rendus Hebdomadaires des Séances et Memoirs de IA Société de Biologie, 9th Series, I, 1889, 415 to 419. 44 Congress International de Psychologie Physiologique, Revue Philosophique, XXVII, 1889, 2, 109 to 111, 539 to 546. 45 Premier Congress International de Hypnotisme Experimental et Thérapeutique, Paris, August 8 to 12, 1889. C.R. Publis Par Edgar Berlin, Paris, Dun, 1890. 46 Brian, Premier Congress International de Hypnotisme, pages 182 to 187. 47 Berlin Barat, Premier Congress International de Hypnotisme, pages 228 to 240. 48 Congress International de 1889. Le Magnétisme Humain appliqué au soulagement et à aigu des malades. Rapport General, Paris, Georges Care, 1890. 49 J. M. Charcot, Lur, Ons du Mardi IA Salpetriere. Pollock / Unique, 1888 to 1889, Paris, Progrès Medical, 1889, pages 247 to 256. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 871-50. A. Liebald, L. E. Samile Provoque et les Etats Analogues, Paris, Dun, 1889. 51 Albert Mall, Der Hypnotismus, Berlin, Kornfeld, 1889. 52 Guarnese Anton, Hypnotist Kyle Method und Methyl Neurose, Jahrbuch für Psychiatry, 8, 1889, 194 to 211. 53 C Chap 3, pages 145 to 146. 54 C Chap 5, pages 314 to 315. 55 Moritz Benedict, AUS der Pariser Congress Site. Erinnerungen und Betrachtungen, International Klinis Rundschau, 3, 1889, 1531 to 1533, 1573 to 1576, 1611 to 1614, 1657 to 1659, 1699 to 1703, 1858 to 1860. 56 C chap 5, P301. 57 Adolf Streimpel, AUS dem Lebensduchen Klinikers. Ehrenurung UND Biobottungen, Leipzig, FCW Vogel, 1925, pages 217 to 219. 58 William James, The Principles of Psychology, 2 vols. New York, H. Holt, 1890. 59 Anonymous, Michelle A. Rod E. T. Gabriel Bumpert, Revue des Grands Procès Contemporains, 9, 1891, 19 to 107. 60 H. Bernheim, De IA Suggestion, Paris, Albin Michel, N.D., pages 170 to 171. 61 J. Grasset, L.E. Roman D. on Hysteric. Histo Irebrae Povin Survey, Etude Medical Legal de L. History E.T. de L. Hypnotism, LEC Main Medicale, X, 1890, 57 to 58. 62 Georges Gilles de la Tourette, Trade Clinique E.T. Thérapeutique de L. History d'Avry, S. L. Enseignement de IA Salpetrira, Paris, Ion, 1891. 63 C. Chap 6, pages 364 to 366. 64 Law Manifestation and Eleanor du Dr. Liebald L.E. 25 May 1891, Review de L. Hypnotism, V, 1890 to 1891, 353 to 359. 65 Moritz Benedict, Uber Neuralgia and UND Neuralgic Affection and UND Dern Behandlung, Clinic Site UND Strike /Regan, 6, number 3, 1892, 67 to 106. 66 C. Chap 5, P301. 67 J. M. Charcot, Law FOI Kegrit, Review Hebdomadaire, I, 1892, Archives de Neurologia, XXV, 1893, 72 to 87. 68 J. M. Charcot, Sir Uncati Amnesi Retro Anterograde Probablement de Origine Hysteric, Review de Medicine, 12, 1892, 81 to 96. With a follow-up by A. Hooks, same journal, same year, and volume, 267 to 400, 867-881. 69. C. Chap 6, pages 366 to 367. 70 C. Chap 6, P399. 71 Louis Henri Charles Laurent, De Etat Seconds. Variations Pathologiques du Champ de IA Conscience. These Med. Bordeaux, 1891 to 1892, number 13, Bordeaux, Cataract, 1892. 72 International Congress on Experimental Psychology. Second session, London, Williams Dollar Amp, Norgate, 1892. 73 Adolf Streimpel, Uber die Enstehung UND die Heilung von Krankheiten der Vorstellungen Gen, Erlangen, F. Jung, 1892. 74 Marcel Prévost, L'Automnie de Enfant, Paris, Limaire, 1893. 75 Richard von Kraft-Tübingen, Hypnotist Experiment, Stuttgart, Enk, 1893. 76 C. Chap 7, P485. 77 Review in Neurologic, I, 1893, 36. 78 Heinrich Obersteiner, Die Lehre vom Hypnotismus, Vienna, Breitenstein, 1893, P44. 79 Frederick W. H. Myers, The Subliminal Consciousness, Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, 9, 1893 to 1894, 3 to 25. 80 J. Mitchell Clark, Critical Digest, Hysteria and Neurasthenia, Brain, 16 pound, 1894, 119 to 178, 263 to 321. 81 J. Dalmagny, Digu, Res ETDC Equilibres, Brussels, Lamerton, 1894, pages 436, 445 to 446. 82 Pierre Janet, Contribution A/A2 de Accidents Mental chez les Hysterics. These Med. Paris, 1892 to 1893, number 432, Paris, Roof, 1893, pages 252 to 257. 83 Moritz Benedict, Hypnotismus UND Suggestion. In Clinic Psychologist Study, Leipzig and Vienna, Breitenstein, 1894, pages 64 to 65. 84. C. Chap 2, pages 96 to 97. 85 Auguste Motet, Affaire Val Roche. Double Tentative de Murder. Somnambulisme Al/E, Paris, Baillieret, 1893. 86 Eli Ubimov, Professor Charcot, National Biographic Chesky Idiot, St. Petersburg, Tip. Siborna, 1894. 87 C. Chap 2, P100. 88 C. Chap 7, pages 486, 538, Chap 10, P753. 89 C. Chap 2, P98. 90 C. Chap 2, pages 100 to 101. 91 C. Chap 6, pages 367 to 370. 92 C. Chap 6, P372. 93 Gustave L. Bon, Psychologie des Charles, Paris, Alcan, 1895. E.N.G. Trends, The Psychology of Peoples, New York, Macmillan, 1898. 94 C. Chap 7, pages 480 to 484. 95 Fenbuck, Zeitschrift für die Psychologie und die Physiologie der Sinnesorgane, X, 1896, 308 to 309. 96 E. Buhler, Münchener Medizinische Wochenschrift, Slane, 1896, 524 to 525. 97 Adolf Strolimpel, Deutsche Zeitschrift /Ihr Nervenheilkunde, 8, 1896, 159 161. 98 J. Mitchell Clark, Brain, 19, 1896, 401 to 414. 99 Frederick W. H. Myers, Hysteria and Genius, Journal of the Society for Psychical Research, 8, number 138, April 1897, 50 to 59. 100 Havelock Ellis, Hysteria in Relation to Sexual Emotions, The Alienist and Neurologist, 19, 1898, 599 to 615. 101 Johann Bressler, Kulturhistoriker Beitrag zur History, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatry, LII, 1896 to 1897, 333 to 376. 102 C. Chap 1, pages 18 to 22. 103 Paul Renschberg and Ludwig Hijos, Neue Beiträge zur Psychologie des hysterischen Geisteszustands. Kritische Experimentalstudien, Leipzig and Vienna, Dudick, 1897. 104 Richard von Kraft-Tübingen, zur Suggestionsbehandlung der Hysterie Gravis, Zeitschrift für Hypnotismus, 4, number 1, 1896, 27 to 31. 105 Richard von Kraft-Tübingen, Arbeiten aus dem Gesamtgebiet der Psychiatrie und Neuropathologie, Leipzig, Barth, 1897, 3, 193 to 211. 106 Alfred Freiherr von Berger, Chirurgie der Seele, 1896. Partially reprinted in Almanach der Psychoanalyse, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1933, pages 285 to 289. 107 Hugo von Hofmannsthal, Elektra, Berlin, Fischer, 1904. 108 quoted by Walter Jens, Hofmannsthal und die Region, Fleibingen, Niemeyer, 1955, p. 109 Hermann Bahr, Dialogue vom Tragisgen, Berlin, Fischer, 1904. 110 Theodor Herzl, Der State. Versuch einer modernen Lösung der Schüttenfridge, Leipzig and Vienna, M. Breitenstein, 1896. 111 3. Internationaler Kongress für Psychologie in München vom 4. His 7. August 1896, Munich, J. F. Lehmann, 1897. 112 Theodor Lips, 3. Internationaler Kongress für Psychologie in München, pages 146 to 164. 113 George Hirth, ill. Internationaler Kongress für Psychologie in München, pages 458 to 473. 114 C. Chap 3, pages 154 to 155, Chap 6, p. 374. 115 Albert Freiherr von Trent-Notzing, Überspaßlacht unter Personlichkeit, Sogenanz Doppelitsch, Vienna, Holder, 1896. 116 C. Chap 5, pages 281 to 284. 117 Frederick W. H. Myers, Hysteria and Genius, Journal of the Society for Psychical Research, 8, 1897, 50 to 59. 118 L. Lowenfeld, Lehrbuch der Gesamten Psychotherapie MIT einer Einleitenden, Darstellung der Hauptsatzung der medizinischen Psychologie, Wiesbaden, Bergman, 1897. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 873 119. C. Chap 6, p. 374. 120 Pierre Janet, Trait Psychologique de l'History, and Trait de Thérapeutique, Albert Robin, ed. Fascicule 15, Second Part, Paris, Group, 1898, pages 140 to 216. 121 A.W. Van Renterdam, Leopold and Sigen School, Amsterdam, Van Rossen, 1898. 122 C. Chap 5, pages 286 to 288. 123 Albert Mall, Unter Suchen J. Für die Sexualis, Berlin, H. Kornfeld, 1898, Volume I. 124 Jahrbuckles für Sexualwissenstufen unter Besondere Barry J. Zugang der Homosexualität, Leipzig, Max Farr, 1899. 125 Charles Fenn, L. Instinct Sexual. Evolution et Dissolution, Paris, Alpen, 1899. 126 E. Husser, Logis unter Suchen Gen, Halle, Niemeyer, 1890, Volume I. 127 C. Chap 6, pages 342 to 343. 128 La Congress International de Hypnotism, Paris, August 12 to 16, 1900, Paris, Revue de L. Hypnotism, Viget, 1902, p. 320. Comptes rendus publiés par Dr. Guerillon et Dr. Ferraz. 129 C. Chap 3, p. 173. 130 at Congress International de Psychologique, Paris, August 20th to 26th, 1900, Paris, Alpen, 1901. 131 C. Chap 5, p. 308. 132 Paul Ferraz, L. Hypnotisme et Evocation du Subconscient, at Congress International de Psychologie, 1900, Paris, Alpen, 1901, pages 670 to 674. 133 L. E. Figaro, August 29, 1900. 134 C. Chap 5, pages 315 to 317. 135 Anon. D. Metzger, Otter Day in CIA Planet Mars, Bale E. T. Geneve George Dollar M, CIE, ed. Paris, Livre de Riesbereit, 1901. 136 Edouard Clapperad, Theodore Flournoy, Essay by E. T. Son Ovra. 1854-1920, Archives de Psychology, 18, 1923, 1-125. 137 C. Chap 7, pages 450 to 452, 490 to 493. 138 Lisa Bryan Alfred H. Rifkin, Freud and the History of Ideas. Primary sources, 1886-1910, Science and Psychoanalysis, v. 1962, 6 to 36. 139 William Stern, Zeitschrift für Psychologie und Physiologie der Sinnsorgan XXVI, 1901, 30 to 133. 140 Nick, Archive for Criminal Anthropo/OB und Criminalistic, 7, 901, 168 169. 141 W. Whedon, Central Black Beer Nerven Hay/Con, XXIV, 1901, 548 to 549. 142 Theodore Flournoy, Archives de Psychologie, 2, 1903, 72 to 73. 143 Henri Bergson, L.E. Reve, Bulletin de Institut Psycho/Agit International, I, 1901, 97 to 122, reprinted in Review Scientific, 4th Series, 15, 1901, 705 to 713, and in Review de Philosophie, I, 1901, 486 to 489. 144 Emil Riemann, Die Hysterisch und Geistesorigen. In Clinisk Study, Leipzig and Vienna, Dudick, 1904. 145 in the same book, Riemann gives the highest praise to Breuer's and Freud's theory of hysteria. It is indeed extraordinary that Jones could consider this book a vitriolic attack against Freud. 146 Max Burkhardt, Ein modern Strongbook, Die Zeit, XXII, January 6, 1900, number 275, p. 911, and January 13, 1900, number 276, pages 25 to 27. 147 Dion Show, 4, number 11, March 10, 1900, 218 to 219. 148 HKTDM UND Traumdudung, Fremdenbeit, Liv, number 67, March 10, 1900, 13 to 14. 149 Arbiter Zeitung, 12, number 289, October 21, 1900. 150 News Wiener Tagblatt, January 29 and 30, 1902. 151 These last mentioned two reviews were discovered by Dr. Hans Beck Widmanstetter. The author is grateful to him and to K.R. Eisler for photocopies. 152 C. Chap 5, pages 257 to 258. 153 J. Babinski, Definition to L. History, Review Neurologic, 9, 1901, 1074 1080. 154 Sigmund Freud, Über den Traum in Lowenfeld and Kurella, Grant/Regan de Enerven UND Seelenlebens, Wiesbaden, Bergman, 1901, pages 307 to 344. Standard Edition, v. 633 to 686. 155 Ilse Bryan Alfred Rifkin, Freud and the History of Ideas. Primary sources, Science and Psychoanalysis, v. 1962, 6 to 36. 156 Hermann Kornfeld, Psychiatrist Wochenschrift, 2, 1900 to 1901, 430 to -431. 157 Ziehen, Jahresbericht über die Listung UND Fortschritt auf dem Gebiet der Neuro/OB UND Psychiatry, v. 1901, 829. 158 Mobius, Schmidt-Starbucher in. UND Ausleihen des Insgesamten Medicine, 6, 1901, 271. 159 Littman, Monat Script for Psychiatry UND Neurology, X, 1901, 237 to 239. 160 Giesler, Zeitschrift für Psychologie UND Physio/OB der Sinnsorgan, XXIX, 1902, 228 to 230. 161 0. Konstam, Fortschritt der Medicine, XX, 1902, 45 to 46. 162 APIC, Prager Medizinische Wochenschrift, XXVI, 1901, 145. 163 BOSS, ST. Petersburger Medizinische Wochenschrift, XXVI, 1901, 325. 164 C. Chap 7, pages 494 to 495. 165 Jahresbericht über die Listung UND Fortschritt auf dem Gebiet der Neurologie UND Psychiatry, v. 1901. 166 Hermann Rolleder, Vorlesen über Sexual Tree UND Sexual/Evan Demens Chen, Berlin, Fischer, 1901. 167 Albert Mall, Uberi Munich Beach Tech Affäre Priage 1 Strafbay Kindem, Zeitschrift für Psychologie und Physiologie der Sinzergain, XXVIII, 1902, 203 to 204. 168 Heinrich Schitz, Altersklassen und Männerbind. In Darstellung der Grundformen der Gesellschaft, Berlin, G. Riemer, 1902. 169 Theodor Dunin, Grundsätze der Behandlung der Neurasthenie und History, Berlin, Hirschwald, 1902. 170 Congrès des Médecins Alienists et Neurologistes de France, 12th Session, Grenoble, 1902, 2, Paris, Masson, 1902. 171 C. Chap 9, pages 689 to 691. 172 Theodore Flournoy, Nouvelles Observations sur un cas de somnambulisme avec la Solili, Archives de Psychologie, I, 1902, 101 to 255. 173 XIV Congress International de Medicine, Madrid, 23 to 30 Avril 1903. Volume General, 1904, p. 295. 174 C. Chap 6, pages 374 to 377. 175 Frederick W. H. Myers, Human Personality and its Survival of Bodily Death, 2 vols. London, Longmans, Green Dollar Amp, Co., 1903. 176 C. Chap 5, pages 313 to 314. 177 Otto Weininger, Geschlecht und Charakter, Vienna, Vermeuler, 1903. 178 Among the widespread literature about Weininger, see notably, David Abrahamson, The Mind and Death of a Genius, New York, Columbia University Press, 1946. 179 C. Chap 7, pages 503 to 504. 180 Paul Daniel Schruber, Den Queerdicht Nines Nerven Kranken, Leipzig, Oswald Metze, 1903. 181 Wilhelm Jensen, Gradova, Ein Pompianisches Prozentasiasiek, Dresden and Leipzig, Riesner, 1903. 182 C. Chap 5, pages 292 to 293. 183 C. Chap 5, p. 293. 184 C. Chap 3, pages 123 to 124. 185 C. Chap 6, p. 344. 186 It is not clear from the proceedings of the Congress whether this was an exhibit of books or just a recommended list. 187 Jean Camus and Philippe Pignes, Isolment et Psychodol 0p, Paris, Alcan, 1904, pages 5 to 82. 188 Paul Dubois, Les Icônes Roses et leur Traitement Moral, Paris, Masson, 1904. 189 C. Chap 7, pages 494 to 496. 190 Sigmund Freud, Die Freudsche Psychoanalyst Method, M. L. Lowenfeld, The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 875 Die Psychischen Zwangserscheinungen auf klinischer Grundlage Dargestel /T, Wiesbaden, Bergman, 1904, pages 545 to 551. Standard Edition, 7, 249 to 254. 191 Willy Helpach, Grundlinien einer Psychologie der History, Leipzig, Wilhelm Engelmann, 1904. 192 Emil Riemann, Die Hysterische Geistesorigen. In Klinisk Study, Leipzig and Vienna, Dudek, 1904. 193 Edouard Claparede, Psychologie des Enfants et Pédagogie Experimental, Geneva, Kiendig, 1905. 194 Alfred Binet and Theodore Simon, Methods Nouvelles pour le diagnostic du niveau intellectuel des normaux, L. Psychologique, 11, 1905, 191 to 244. 195 August 4, Die Sexual/E. Frage, Munich, Reinhardt, 1905. 196 Lisa Bryan Alfred H. Rifkin, Freud and the History of Ideas, Primary Sources, 1886-1910, Science and Psychoanalysis, v. 1962, 6-36. 197 Medicinus Clinic, 2, 1906, 740. 198 Archiv für Criminal Anthropology und Criminalistic, XXIV, 1906, 166. 199 Wiener Klinis Rundschau, XX, 1906, 189 to 190. 200 Psychological Bulletin, 3, 1906, 280 to 283. 201 Jahrbuch für Sexualwissenstufen, 8, 1906, 729 to 748. 202 Otto Soika, Zweibeicher, Die Fackel, number 191, December 21st, 1905, 6 to 11. 203 C. William James Experience of the Earthquake, Chap 9, p. 706. 204 Eugen Bleuler, AF Activität, Suggestie/Idit, Paranoia, Halle, Marhold, 1906. 205 Eugen Bleuler, Freud SCHE Mechanismen in der Symptomatologie von Psychosen, Psychiatrist Neurologist Wochenschrift, 8, 1906 to 1907, 316 to 318, 323 325, 338 to 340. 260 Chap 9, pages 691 to 694. 207 Gustav Aschaffenburg, Die Beziehungen des sexuellen Lebens zur Entstehung von Nerven und Geisteskrankheiten, Münchener Medizinische Wochenschrift, LIII, 1906, 1793 to 1798. 208 Adolf Meyer, Fundamental Conceptions of Dementia Precox, British Medical Journal, 2, 1906, 757 to 760. 209 Karl Spitteler, Imago, Lina, Diedrichs, 1906. 210 C. Chap 5, pages 292 to 294. 211 A. Brill, Translator's Introduction to CGU, The Psychology of Dementia Precox, Nervous and Mental Disease Monographs, 1936. 212 C. Chap 8, pages 603 to 606. 213 Otto Rank, Der Kienzler, ANC It's a Sexual Psychology, Vienna, Heller, 1907. 214 Premier Congress International de Psychiatrie, de Neurologie, de Psychologie, et/Assistance de la Who, S. Amsterdam, September 2nd to 7th, 1907, Amsterdam, Debussy, 1908. 215 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1955, 2, 186. 216 The account of the meeting by Jones implies that this session was nothing but a concentrated attack on Freud's theories. The official proceedings leave a quite different impression. Most speakers were only interested in defending their own theories, among the others, as many were for as against Freud. 217 Minutry/1 Fear Neurology und Psychiatry, XXII, 1907, 562 to 572. 218 This supposed assertion of Janet's is not to be found in the proceedings of the Congress. It may have been an offhand remark during an intermission. It was nonetheless distorted in later accounts. Janet, the saying went, had declared publicly that psychoanalysis, not just its theory of hysteria, was a mauvaise plaisanterie, a practical joke. 219 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1955, 2, 119. 220 A. Friedlander, Über History und die Freudsche Psychoanalyst Behandlung der Selben, Monatsschrift für Psychiatrie und Neurologie, XXII, 1907, Ergensungsschrift, 45 to 54. 221 W. Wiegand, Kritisch bemerken zur Psychologie der Dementia Precox, Monatsschrift für Psychiatrie und Neurologie, XXII, 1907, 289 to 302. 222 M. Easterlin, Center/Blatt für Nervenheilkunde und Psychiatry, 18, 1907. 329 to 343. 223 Georges Sorel, Reflections sur I. Violence, Paris, Libre Hérité, Pages Libres, 1908. 224 Karl Kraus, Apocalypse, often a brief in Das Publicum, Die Facus /X, No 261/262, October 13, 1908, 1-14. 225 Edward Ryan, A Visit to the Psychiatric Clinics and Asylums of the Old Land, American Journal of Insanity, LXV, 1908-1909, 347-356. 226 R.C. Clarke, Notes on some of the Psychiatric Clinics and Asylums of Germany, American Journal of Insanity, LXV, 1908-1909, 357-376. 227 Clarence P. Oberndorf, A History of Psychoanalysis in America, New York, Brun and Stratton, 1953, p. 75. 228 H.W. Gruhl, Zentrale Blatt für Nerven Heilkunde, XXXI, 1908, 885-887. 229 Karl Kraus, Tatebook, Die Fackel, X, number 256, June 5, 1908, 15-32. 230 Karl Abraham, Verwandten und Neuros, Zentrale Blatt für Nerven Heilkunde, XXXI, 1909, 87-90. 231 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1955, 128. 232 by Congress International de Psychologie, 1909, Rapports et Comptes Rendus, Edouard Claparède, ed. Geneva, Guiandic, 1910. 233 W.B. Parker, ed. Psychotherapy, A Course of Reading in Sound Psychology, Sound Medicine, and Sound Religion, 3 vols. New York, Center Publishing Co., 1909. 234 A. Brill, Freud's Method of Psychotherapy, Psychotherapy, 2, number 4, 36-47. 235 Richard C. Cabot, The Literature of Psychotherapy, Psychotherapy, 3, number 4, 1909, 18-25. 236 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1955, 2, 54-59. 237 Lectures and Addresses delivered before the Departments of Psychology and Pedagogy in celebration of the 20th anniversary of the opening of Clark University, September 1909, 2 vols. Worcester, Massachusetts, 1910. 238 C. Chap 7, p. 460. 239 A. Friedlander, History und Modern Psychoanalyse, Congress International de Medicina, Budapest, 1909, Sect. 12, pages 146-172. 240 J. I. Satter, Die Bedeutung der Psychoanalytischen Method nach Freud, Centre/Blatt für Nervenheilkunde und Psychiatry, XXX, 18, 1907, 45-52, quotation from p. 50. 241 Caroline E. Plain, The Neuroses of the Nations, London, Allen and Unwin, 1928. 242 F. T. Marinetti, L.E. Futurisma, L.E. Figaro, number 5 I, February 20th, 1909. 243 Anonymous, Jubal du Prof. Bernheim. 12 November 1910, Nancy, 1910. 244 C. Chap 7, pages 530-531. 245 Ernest Jones, The Oedipus Complex as an Explanation of Hamlet's Mystery, A Study in Motive, American Journal of Psychology, XXI, 1910, 72-113. 246 Sigmund Freud, Brief and Dr. Friedrich Krauss, A Anthropophaidea, 7, 1910, 472-473. Standard Edition, 11, 221-227. 247 It is noteworthy that, at the same time, Ludwig Zamenhof, the creator of Esperanto, wanted to leave the direction of his organization to a non-Jew. See Israelitisches Wochenblatt, 11, 1912, 541-542. 248 Hans Blei Traktat über die Kunst, Stuttgart, Klatt, 1926. Quoted from the 3rd edition, 1950, pages 99-107. 249. Sigmund Freud, Über Wild Psychoanalyse, Zentrale Blatt für Psychoanalyse, I, 1910, 91-95. Standard Edition, 11, 221-227. 250 Oscar Pfister, Die Psychoanalytische Method, Leipzig and Berlin, Klinkhardt, 1913, pages 59-60. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 877-251. Journal für Psychologie und Neurologie, 17, Bergenzungsheft, 1910-1911. 307-433. 252 Alfred Hatch, In Psychische Epidemie unter Ärzten, Medizinische Klinik, 6, 1910, 1007-1010. 253 Ludwig Frank, Die Psychanalyse, Munich, E. Reinhardt, 1910. 254 Roger Vidis, Traitement des Psychoneurosis Pari Re-Education du Contrôle Cerebral, Paris, Baillieret, 1911. 255 Further details about Vidis' method may be found in the medical dissertation of Robert Dupont, La Cure des Psychoneurosis Pari Method du Dr. Vidis, Paris, Jouvet, 1934, and in a booklet written by an admirer, Henriette Lefebvre, Unsober, / Dr. Vidis, Paris, Jouvet, N.D. 256 E. Buhler, Dementia Precox, Oder Gruppe der Schizophrenie, in Aschaffenburg, Handbook der Psychiatry, Stieler Thiel, 4. ABT, 1. Half, Vienna, Dudick, 1911. See Chap 5, pages 287-288. 257 Greek Meisel Hess, Die Intellektuellen, Berlin, OS Health, 1911, pages 341-346. 258 At one of the hearings after the shipwreck, a third-class passenger gave evidence under oath that during the rescue operations a gate separating the steerage from the upper deck was locked in their faces. Those third-class passengers who escaped did so by breaking the lock. Titanic disaster. Hearings before a subcommittee on commerce. United States Senate, 62nd Congress, 2nd session. Document number 726, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1912, P1021. 259 Friedrich von Bernhardi, Deutschland und die St. Krieg, Stuttgart, Gottes Nachfolger, 1912. E.N.G. Trans. Germany in the Next War, London, E. Arnold, 1912. 260 It has not been possible to find out whether any part of the foundation funds were dispersed. The Brewer Stiftung was one of the many victims of the post-war inflation. When the Austrian currency was stabilized in 1922, 10,000 crowns became 1 shilling, 1/7 of a dollar. 261 The author is grateful to Mrs. Kathy Brewer, who showed him these documents, and to Mr. George H. Bryant, Joseph Brewer's grandson, for complimentary information. 262 Sir James Fraser, Totemism and Exogamy, a treatise on certain early forms of superstition in society, 4 vols. London, Macmillan Co., 1910. 263 Emil Durkheim, Leif von C/Emmentires de Ie Slash LE System Totem in Australia, Paris, Alton, 1912. 264 Richard Thurnwald, Die Denkart als Wurzel des Totemismus, Correspondenzblatt der Gesellschaft für Anthropology, Ethnology, UND Urgistik, 1911, pages 173-179. 265 Wilhelm Wundt, Element der Alter Psychology, Leipzig, Alfred Kroner, 1912. 266 Otto Rank, Das/Ancest Motive Entdeckung UND Sage, Leipzig and Vienna, Dudick, 1912. 267 The author is grateful to Dr. Gustav Mohr who drew his attention to the interest of that episode, and to the archive department of the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, Zurich, for their help. 268 C. Chap. I0, P 806. 269 Richard B. Goldschmidt, Portraits from Memory, Recollections of a Zoologist, Seattle, University of Washington Press, 1956, p. 35. 270 Johann Nicholson, Ein Wort und Geist einer Deutscher Nation, Munich, Bonsals, 1911. 271 Norman Malcolm, Ludwig Wittgenstein, A Memoir, London, Oxford University Press, 1958. 272 Otto Rankin Hans Sachs, Die Bedeutung der Psychoanalyse für die Geisteswissenschaften, Wiesbaden, Bergman, 1913, p. 68. 273 Hans B. Uher, Werke und Tage. Geschichte Denkers, Munich, Paul List, 1953, p. 252. 274 in the same year Marinetti published a novel in French verses, Elie Monop / and Du Papa, Roman Politique and Bear Fibers, Paris, Sansot, 1912, with the shocking story of the Pope kidnapped and traveling by airplane. Little could he guess that many young readers would live long enough to see a Pope flying to Jerusalem and New York. 275. Dr. Alphonse Meter, Personal Communication. 276 Sigmund Freud, Grosses die Diana Drefser, Central Blatt für Psychoanalyse, 2, 1912, 158-159. Standard Edition, 12, 342-344. 277 C. Chap 2, p. 78. 278 Ludwig Frank, A Historien, Berlin, J. Springer, 1913. 279 C. Chap 7, pages 606 to 608. 280 17th International Congress of Medicine, London, 1913, Sec 12, Parts I and II, London, Henry Froude, 1913. 281 This has given rise to one of the most tenacious legends in the history of dynamic psychiatry. Janet is reputed to have insulted Freud, and to have said that psychoanalysis could arise only in such an immoral place as Vienna. It is sufficient to refer to the text of Janet's report to find that he was quoting Latham, who in turn had quoted Friedlander's opinion of the genius loci, that is, the particular interest of the Viennese public in sexual pathology following the publications of Krafft-Ebing and others. 282 Ernest Jones, Free Associations, Memories of a Psychoanalyst, London, Hogarth Press, 1959, p. 241. 283 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1955, 2, 99. 284 Robert Wallenberg, Erinnerungen 1a/10 Psychiaters, Stuttgart, Enk, 1931, p. 126. 285 Lou Andreas Salome, In der Schule bei Freud. Tagebuch Einstars 1912-1913, Zurich, Max Hans, 1958, p. 190. 286 C. Chap 9, p. 693. 287 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1955, 2, 109. 288 The author is most grateful to Mrs. Paula Hammett, of Melbourne, who inquired in that matter on his behalf and brought evidence from persons who had been acquainted with Reverend Donald Fraser's family. 289 Professor Birger Strandell kindly made investigations into the archives of the University of Uppsala and procured for the author a photocopy of the faculty council's discussion of Sperber's candidacy. Sperber's thesis was rejected after a long discussion in which he had only one supporter. Among the opponents only one made a casual, derogatory remark about Sperber's article on the sexual origin of the language. Actually this paper played no role whatever in the rejection of Sperber's thesis. 290 Ernest Jones, Free Associations, Memories of a Psychoanalyst, London, Hogarth Press, 1959, p. 225. 291 C. Chap 7, pages 529 to 530. 292 C. Chap 7, pages 510 to 511. 293 C. Chap 6, p. 344. 294 Henri Bergson, Les deux sources de IA Moralité de IA Religion, Paris, Alcan, 1932, pages 166 to 167. 295 Robert A. Kahn, The Multinational Empire, 2 vols. New York, Oregon Books, 1964, 0296. C.A. Bieserman, The Breakup of the Habsburg Empire, 1914 to 1918, London, Oxford University Press, 1961, p. 24. 297 In so doing, the Austrian-Hungarian government was following the political practice of the times. 2 months previously the U.S. government had sent an expedition against the Mexicans at Veracruz, following a much less grievous act of aggression. To give a parallel to the Austro-Serbian situation, one should imagine what would have happened if President Wilson had been assassinated in Santa Fe by a group of terrorists from New Mexico, armed, trained, and directed by the Mexican secret police with the occult support of a major power. 298 Felix Summary, Erinnerungen a US Main Leben, Zurich, Menes Verlag, 1959, p. 114. 299 Quoted by Georges Pascal, Pour connaître IA Ponce d'A/N, 3rd ed. Paris, Bordes, 1957, pages 176 to 177. 300 Romain Roland, Audacious de IA Melee, Journal de Genève, September 22-23, 1914, SUPP, p5. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 879-301. Hermann Hesse, Zero Freunde, Nick Diestone. Number 1487, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, November 3, 1914, pages 1 to 2. 302 Joseph Brewer, Letter to Maria Ebner Eschenbach, June 28, 1914. Kindly communicated by Mrs. Kathy Brewer. 303. Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1955, 2, 192. 304 C. Chap 6, p. 345. 305 Albert Mall, Ein Leben als Arzt der C/E. Erinnerungen, Dresden, Karl Wiesner, 1936, pages 192 to 193. 306 August 4, Riot Blick auf mein Leben, Zurich, Europa Verlag, 1935, pages 263 to 270. 307 C, among others, the official documents compiled under the title, The Memoirs of Nürnberg. Turkish official documents relating to the deportations and massacres of Armenians, London, Potter and Stoughton, 1920. 308 Joseph Babinski and Eugene Froment, Histopathietisme et troubles nervos d'origine reflexi and neuro/Ogie de guerre, Paris, Masson, 1917. 309 J. Wegner Joret, Erfahrungen Typer Kriegsneurosen. Reprint from Wiener Medizinische Quackenschrift, 1916 to 1917. 310 Horace W. Frink, Morbid Fears and Compulsions, Their Psychology and Psychoanalytic Treatment, New York, Dodd Mead, 1918. 311 Herbert Silberer, Der Tag zum Leben, Leipzig, Times, 1915. 312 Hans Blieher, Die Rolle der Erotik in der Männergesellschaft, Jena, Diederich, 1917 to 1919. 313 George Friedrich Nicolai, Die Biologie des Kriegs. Betrachtung eines Deutschen Naturforschers, Zurich, O. Fiesli, 1917. E.N.G. Trans. The Biology of War, New York, The Centurico, 1919. 314 See the special issue of the Swiss magazine Du, XXVI, September 1966, Zurich, 1914-1918. 315. According to Friedrich Glauser, Tristan Zara went so far as to simulate mental illness before Romanian Medical Commission. He simply answered yes, to each question asked by the experts. 316 Jacob Moreno Levy, Einladung zu einer Begegnung, Daimon, Inemo, Tatschrift, number 1, February 1918, pages 3 to 21. 317 Ernst Lothar, Das Wunder der Huber/Evans, Erinnerungen und Orlebnis, Hamburg Wern, Paul Jolnay, 1960, pages 36 to 37. 318 LCLC Haguisie unbinded to Nagung Ziavin UND Österreich incidentally. This is further evidence against the legend according to which Freud deeply hated Vienna during his entire life. 319 Malcolm Bullock, Austria, 1918 to 1938. A Study in Failure, London, Macmillan Co., 1939, p. 67. 320 Characteristic in that regard was a pamphlet by Hermann Hesse, Litten's Chaos, Bern, Verlag Seldwyla, 1921. 321 Oswald Spengler, Der Untergang des Abendlands, Umriss Morphologie / 2 vols. Munich, Beck, 1919, 1922. 322 Karl Kraus, Die Letzten der Menschheit, 1926, in Werke, Munich, Kosel Verlag, 1957, Volume V. 323 C. Chap 8, p. 588. 324 Paul Federn, Zur Psychologie der Revolution, Die Gesellschaft, der Aufstieg. Neue Zeit UND Streitschriften, No 12/13, Leipzig and Vienna, Onsen Gruber Verlag, 1919. 325 A. Eichhorn, Editor, Saki 5 line. Mitteilungen zum Ausbau der Hortbetriebs der Wiener Staatskunde Benort, Erstes Heft, Vienna, 1917. 326 C. Chap 10, pages 846 to 847. 327 Clarence P. Oberndorf, A History of Psychoanalysis in America, New York, Grun and Stratton, 1953, p. 75. 328 Sander Ferenczi Zur Psychoanalyser Kriegsneurosen, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1919. Forward by Freud. 329. See Chap 6, pages 345, 377 to 386. 330 Hermann Hesse, Demian, Die Geschichte einer Jugend, von Emil Sinclair, Berlin, S. Fischer, 1919. E.N.G. Trans, Demian, New York, Boney and Livright, 1923. 331 Hermann Hesse had a Jungian analysis in 1916 and 1917 with Drive Joseph Lang Indiana Lucerne, and later, in 1920, Therapeutic Talks with Jung himself. Demian was written in 1917 and published 2 years later. Information kindly provided by Frau Ninon Hesse in a letter of March 15, 1964. 332. Alec Miller, Law Torture, Sun Histoire, Sun Abolition, Essay Reparition au XXE siècle, Tours, Marne, 1961. 333c, for instance, Maurice Sachs, Au temps du Professeur Elitoit, Paris, Nouvelle Revue Critique, 1939, pages 108 to 127. 334 It is characteristic that in Marcel Proust's novels there is no mention of alcoholic drinks, whereas in those of Hemingway and other post-war writers, alcohol plays a considerable role. 335 Philippe Soupault, Paul Éluard, Pierre Drouot Rochelle, Joseph Delteil, André Breton, and Louis Aragon, Un Cadavre, Paris, 1924. Partially reprinted in Marcel Nadeau, Histoire du Surrealisme. 2. Documents Surrealists, Paris, Editions du Soil, 1948, pages 11 to 15. 336 Among the widespread literature devoted to surrealism, see particularly, Maurice Nadeau, Histoire du Surrealisme, 2 vols. Paris, Editions du Soil, 1945, 1948. M. Cariges, André Breton et les Danses Fondamentales du Surrealisme, Paris, Gallimard, 1950. Yves Duplessis, Cases J.E. L.E. Surrealisme, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1958, number 432. 337 Herbert Silberer, Beard Tiberi Method, Twisted Symbolist Hallucinations Erscheinung in Hervorsier von UND Ziobiobaden, Jarbook for Psychoanalyst UND Psychopathos / August Forstension, I, 1909, 513 to 525. 338 C. Chap 6, p. 366. 339 One of the best known of them was that of André Breton and Philippe Soupault, Les Champs Magnétiques, Paris, Au Sans Burrell, 1921. 340 André Breton, Entradians, 1913 to 1952, avec André Parnot, Paris, Nouvelle Revue Française, 1952, pages 89 to 91. 341 This was not as new as the Surrealists believed. During the mental epidemics called Ghost Dance Religion, American Indians systematically made objects they had seen in visions and dreams. See James Mooney, The Ghost Dance Religion and the Sioux Outbreak of 1890, 14th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology for 1892 to 1893, Part 2, Washington, 1896. 342 André Breton and Paul Éluard, L1 Macau / E. Conception, Paris, Cordy, 1930, 343. See Chap 7, p. 460. 344 A part of Freud's paper on lay analysis appeared in Long Revolution Surrealist, 3, no 9/10, October 1927, 25 to 32. A part of his essay on jokes in the unconscious appeared in Varieties, special issue, June 1929, pages 3 to 6, under the title L Humor. 345. As to Jung, he is reported to have said of Dadaist productions, it's too idiotic to be schizophrenic. 346. Henri E. White, La Psychiatrie devant le Surrealisme, L Evolution Psychiatrique, 1948, number 4, pages 3 to 52. 347 This episode has been termed, quite wrongly, the Wegner-Jorek trial. Actually it was an administrative inquiry that had to hear not only Wegner-Jorek but several other former military neuropsychiatrists. 348 The author is most grateful to Renée Geckelhorn, who lent him the manuscript of her unpublished book, De Wegner-Jorek Process, a detailed account of the inquiry, including the text of the main documents and the stenogram of the discussions. The account given by Jones conveys an inaccurate impression of the debates, because it tells only of Freud's written report, not of his verbal interventions during the discussions. 349 Freud's expert report was published first in English translation in the Standard Edition, 17, 210 to 215. 350 In fact, the concept of flight into illness had been formulated almost in the same terms by Liller, see Chap 4, p. 213, and had been current in Romantic Medicine. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 881 351. Let it be recalled that no less than 11 languages were spoken in the armies of the multinational empire. 352 Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1957, 3, 21 to 24. 353 Julius Wagner-Jorek, Lebenserinnerungen. Von L. Schonbauer and M. Jans, eds. Vienna, Springer, 1950, pages 71 to 73. 354 Eugen Bleuler, Nader Geschichte der Seele und ihres Westwardens, Berlin, Springer, 1921. 355 Meaning that like Goethe with his second Faust, Bleuler wrote it toward the end of his life, and that this work was profound and obscure. 356 August 4, L. Iman Social Deformis, 5 vols. Geneva, Kiendig, 1921. 357 C. Chap 6, pages 394 to 400. 358 C. Chap 9, pages 700 to 703. 359 Ernst Kretschmer, Corper by UND Character, Berlin, Springer, 1921, pages 189 to 192. Medizinisk Psychology, Leipzig, Theme, 1922, pages 149 to 156. 360 H. F. Ellenberger, The Life and Work of Hermann Rorschach, 1884 to 1922, Bulletin of the Meninger Clinic, 18, 1954, 173 to 219. 361 Hermann Rorschach, Gesammelt Aufsätze, Bern, Huber, 1965. 362 Hermann Rorschach, Psychodiagnostic. Methodik und Ergebnis eines Diagnostischen Experiments. Dudenlassen von Ziffelsformen, Bern, Berger, 1921. 363 C. Chap 7, pages 527 to 528. 364 C. P. Oberndorf, A History of Psychoanalysis in America, New York, Grun and Stratton, 1953, p. 138. 365 George Seldes, Can These Things Be? New York, Brewer, Warren, and Putnam, 1931, pages 409 to 423. 366 George Brodeck, Der Seelensetter. Ein Psychoanalytiker Roman, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1921. 367 Hermine von Hut-Helmuth, Tagebuch eines Halbwuchsigen Mädchens, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1918. 368 Cyril Burt, British Journal of Psychology, Medical Section, I, 1920 to 1921, 353 to 357. 369 Not only were literary qualities and logical coherence above the level of those of an adolescent, Cyril Burt said, but the personal trivialities that usually fill young people's diaries were strangely absent from it. Moreover, she went to much trouble to describe and explain the personalities and relationships of the persons she spoke of. Certain entries were so long that she could not have written for less than 5 hours in one day, although it was an allegedly secret diary written under conditions where privacy was impossible. And one wondered why she took the trouble of copying the full text of long letters, rather than just annexing them to the diary. 370 Ivan Kinkel, Kern Beckers Z.A.C. Psychologische Osnovia Krois Coda N.A. Real Jada, Sofia, 1921. 371 Jacob Clazy, Über die Therapeutisch Anwendung der Narcos Mittel Somnifens Base Schizophrenen, Zeitschrift für die Gesamtneurologie und die Psychiatrie, Ulciv, 1922, 557 to 592. 372 Emil Kau, Long Allpreis des Wapier /Autosuggestion Conscient, Nouvelle Edition, Nancy, Shea, Author, 1922. 373 Ella Boyce Kirk, My Pilgrimage to Nancy, New York, American Library Service, 1922. 374 Ludwig Binswanger, Über Phenomenology, Schweitzer Archiv für Neurologie und die Psychiatry, 12, 1923, 327 to 330. 375 Jean Piaget, L.E. Language E.T.I.A. Ponce /Enfant, New Chattel, De Lachos E.T. Niesel, 1923. E.N.G. Trans, The Language and Thought of the Child, New York, Harcourt Brace & Co., 1926. 376 Eugene Minkowski, Études psychologiques E.T. Analyse phénoménaux, Logique d'un cas de mélancolie schizophrenique, Journal de psycho/Obi normale E.T. pathologique, XX, 1923, 543 to 558. E.N.G. Trans, Rollo Ernst Angel, and Henri F. Ellenberger, eds, Existence, New York, Basic Books, 1958, pages 127 to 138. 377 Martin Buber, Ich Leipzig, Insel Verlag, 1923. E.N.G. Trans, I Am Thou, 2nd ed. New York, Scribner, 1958. 378 C. Chap 7, pages 515 to 517. 379 George Brodeck, Das Buch vom E.S., Psychoanalytisches Brief an ihn Freunden, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1923. E.N.G. Trans, The Book of the J.D., New York, Funk and Wagnalls, 1950. 380 Ivan Dam. Ermakov, ed. Psychologische I. Psychoanalytische Bibliotheka, 3, Osnovny Psychologische Theorie IV Psychoanalyse, 1923. 381 Ivan Kinkel, Soziale Psychopathie of Revolution Virginia, Annuaire de la University de Sofia, 1924. 382 Sander Ferenczi and Otto Rank, Entwicklungsziel der Psychoanalyse, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1924. 383 Otto Rank, Das Trauma der Geburt und die Betätigung für die Psychoanalyse, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1924. E.N.G. Trans, The Trauma of Birth, New York, Harcourt, Brace & Co., 1929. 384 Edward Glover, The Therapeutic Effect of Inexact Interpretations, A Contribution to the Theory of Suggestion, International Journal of Psychoanalysis, 12, 1931, 397 to 411. 385 Sander Ferenczi, Versuch Genital Theory, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1924. 386 Incidentally, a similar theory was expressed by the neurotic Ellida in Ibsen's play The Lady from the Sea, Fruin/, 1888, trans. By Eleanor Mark Zabelin, London, Unwin, 1890. 387 Eugen Bleuler, Die Psychoid, Das Prinzip der Organisken Entwicklung, Berlin, Springer, 1925. 388 Cornelia Stratton Parker, The Capital of Psychology, The Survey, New York, Liv, September, 551 to 555. 389 Theodore Reich, Gest Niswam UND Strafbieternis. Problemator Psychoanalyse UND der Criminaux/Obi, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1925. 390 August Eichhorn, Verwirrlich Gegend, Die Psychoanalyse in der Versorgiersiehung. Zenborder zur ersten Einführung. MIT Intellect Word von Professor Drive. Sigmund Freud, Leipzig, International Psychoanalysis Bibliothek, 1925, number 19. E.N.G. Trans, Wayward Youth, New York, Meridian Books, 1955. 391 C. Chap 10, pages 831 to 832. 392 Alexander Arluria, Psychoanalyse Tax Systema Monisticus Psychologiae, in Psychologiae I Marxisma, 1925, pages 47 to 80. 393 Enrico Morzelli, La Psychanalyse, Turin, Baca, 1926, I, p. 19. 394 Leon Dodet's version of the case can be found in his book La Police Politique, SES Millions et SES Crimes, Paris, Denoil et Steele, 1934, pages 170 to 324. 395 André Gaucher, Elbsed, Dream de Il Bido. Avec lettre de Freud et de Pierre Janet, Paris, Delphica, 1925. 396 Kurt Tucholsky, Herr Morris Borgera, Indus M. Alberta, Hamburg, Rowold Verlag, ND, 2, 217 to 223. 397 Pierre Janet, de Langoise/Extase, Etudes sur les croyances/les sentiments, Paris, Alpin, 1926. See also Chap 6, pages 395 to 396. 398 Pierre Janet, Les States de l'Evolution Psychologique, Paris, Mellon, 1926. 399 Pierre Janet, Psico/Auge de los Sentimientos, Mexico, of, Sociedad de EDICI 6 and Y Liberia Franco-Americana, 1926. 400 CGU, Das Unbewusste Norma/NUND Franken/N/Eben, Zurich, Rescher, 1926. 401 C. Chap 3, p. 156. 402 at the Bureau des Recherches Surrealistes, Office for Surrealistic Research, in Paris. A copy of Freud's introductory lectures to psychoanalysis was on exhibit, surrounded with forks as an invitation to devour the books. André Masson, L.E. Painter ETSES Font SMES, Les Etudes Philosophiques, 2, number 4, 1956, 634 to 636. 403 Sigmund Freud, Die Zukunft einer 1/Lusion, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytischer Verlag, 1927. Standard edition, XXI, 5 to 56. The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 883 404. Oscar Pfister, Die Illusion einer Zukunft, in Freund Staff like Aussehen einer Sitzung MIT Sigmund Freud, Imago, 14, 1928, 149 to 184. 405 Federn Ming, Das Psychoanalyst Bio/Casebach, Stuttgart, Hippocrates Verlag, 1927. 406 Heinz Hartmann, Die Grundlagen Psychoanalyse, Leipzig, Theme, 1927. 407 Franz Alexander, Psychoanalyse der Gesamtpersönlichkeit, nun vorlesungen über die Anwendung von Freuds Theorie auf die Neurosimlehre, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1927. 408 Wilhelm Reich, Die Funktion des Orgasmus. Zur Psychopathologie und zur Soziologie des Geschlechtslebens, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1927. 409 Otto Rank, Die Technik der Psychoanalyse, Leipzig and Vienna, Dudick, 1926, Volume I. 410 C. Chap 8, pages 608 to 616. 411 Ludwig Frank, Die Psychokathartische Behandlung nervöser Störungen, Leipzig, Theme, 1927. 412 Max Bircher Benner, Dimensionsziele not, Erkrankung und die Gesundung, 2 vols. Zurich, Wendepunkt Verlag 1927 to 1933. 413 Eugene Minkowski, La Schizophrenie, Paris, Payot, 1927. 414 Martin L. Raymer, ed. Feelings and Emotions. The Wittenberg Symposium, Worcester, Clark University Press, 1928. 415 M. K. Petrova, Posli Operaczni Nevra Serca, Chestai Van 1 Samem Patsy and Physi Algoma PP Klinicheski Medicina, 8, 1930, 937 to 940. The author is much obliged to Professor P. Kupilov, of Leningrad, who sent him a photostat of this article, which is not to be found in Pavlov's collected works. 416 Martin Heidegger. Sen UND Zeit, Fleibingen, Niemeyer, 1927. 417 C. Chap 7, P. 532. 418 C. G. J. O. Bezihungens Twist in Dem LCHUND Dem Unbefassen, Darmstadt, Regel, 1928. Über die Energetic der Seal, Zurich, Rescher, 1928. C. Chap 8, P. 000. 419 C. G. U. Contributions to Analytical Psychology, Trans. By C. F. Baines and H. G. Baines, London, Keegan Paul, 1928. 420 B. E. Freiherr von Gibbsattel, Zeitbesogene Swarmsdenken in der Melancholie, Beruscheiner Konstruktiv Genetisken Betrachtung der Melancholie Symptom, Nervenart, I, 1928, 275 to 287. 421 Edmund Jacobson, Progressive Relaxation, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1928. 422 C. Chap 7, pages 528 to 529. 423 Franz Alexander and Hugo Stock, Der Verbrecher und Sein Richter, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verein, 1929. A revised and augmented English translation has been published, The Criminal, the Judge and the Public, A Psychological Analysis, New York, Macmillan, 1931. 424 Yuri V. Konovit, Historia Psychiatrii, Leningrad, Goes. Medias, 1929, pages 455 to 458, 470 to 471. 425 Nicholas Kresnikov, Die Heiland Working Herverger and Reproduction von Pathogen Effective in Orlebnissen, Archiv für Psychiatric und Nervenkranken, Ulst 1929, 369 to 410. 426 Hermann Simon, 8 Severe Krankenbehandlung in der Rennanstalt, Berlin, De Gruyter, 1929. 427 C. Chap. I0. P. 799. 428 Hans Berger, Über das Elektronenkettlegramm Demenschen, Archiv für Psychiatrie und Nervenkranken, Ulst 1929, 527 to 570. 429 Ludwig Bauer, Morgan Leader Krieg. Untersuchung der Gegenart, Blick in die Zukunft, Berlin, Rowold, 1931. 430 Ludwig Binswanger, Overy Dankluft, Schweizer Archiv für Neurologic und Psychiatry, XXVII, 1931, 203 to 217, XXVII, 1932, 18 to 72, XXVII, 1932, 183 to 202, XXIX, 1932, IN 193, Triple X, 1932, 68 to 85. 431 Melanie Klein, The Psychoanalysis of Children, London, Hogarth Press, 1932. 432 J. H. Schultz, Das Autogene Training, Concentrative Selbstentspannung, Leipzig, Theme, 1932. ENG Trans, Autogenic Training, New York, Grun and Stratton, 1959. 433 J. L. Marino, Group Method and Group Psychotherapy, New York, Beacon House, 1932. 434 Let it be recalled that as late as July 19, 1936, Ernest Jones had a meeting in Basel with Dr. M. H. Goring, Bohm, and Diller Braunschweig. He obtained promises from Goring guaranteeing the freedom to practice psychoanalysis. See Ernest Jones, The Life and Work of Sigmund Freud, New York, Basic Books, 1952, 3. 435 Wilhelm Reich, Charakteranalyse, Copenhagen, Sexball Verlag, 1933. ENG Trans, Character Analysis, New York, Argonne Institute Press, 1945. 436 Eugene Minkowski, L.E. Tempsvico. Etudes Phenomenologiques et Psychopathologiques, Paris, Diartry, 1933. 437 Albert Einstein, Manuel Bild, Amsterdam, Corrigo, 1934, pages 36 to 69, 72. 438 Sigmund Freud, Neue Falsch der Vorlesungen zur Einführung in die Psychoanalyse, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytiker Verlag, 1934. Standard Edition, XXII, 5 to 182. 439 C. G. Jung, Worklichkeit der Seal, Zurich, Rescher, 1934. 440 Gerhard Adler, Entdeckung der Seal von Sigmund Freud und Alfred Adler C. G. Lung, Zurich, Rescher, 1934. 441 J. L. Moreno, Who Shall Survive? Washington, Nervous and Mental Disease Co., 1934. 442 Manfred Sate, Neue Behandlungsmethode der Schizophrenie, Vienna and Leipzig, Pearls, 1935. 443 Gasmoniz, Les Premiers Tentatives Operatoires dans le Traitement de certaines psychoses, L-Encephal, XXXI, No. 2, 1936, 1 to 29. 444 Pierre Janet, L1 Intelligence Avant LE Language, Paris, Flammariot, 1936. C. Chap 6, P. 390. 445. C. Chap 7, P. 517. 446 L. J. von Meduna, De Convulsions Therapie der Schizophrenie, Halle, Karl Marhold, 1937. 447 L. Zondi, Analysis of Marriages, Acta Psychologica, 3, 1938, 1 to 80. 448 Mark Wischnitzer, To Dwell in Safety, The Story of Jewish Emigration Since 1800, Philadelphia, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1948. 449 Leopold Ehrlich Hitler, 1938 Ein Wiener Roman, Vienna, Europäischer Verlag, ND. 450 C. Chap 5, P. 281. 451 quoted by Anne-Marie Whitley, August 4 / Salzburg, Otto Muller, 1953, pages 116 to 117. 452 Hans Wolfgang, Horbiger. Einskixel, Leipzig, Kohler and Aimling, 1930. 453 Ironically, the headquarters of the Horbiger Institute came to be located in the house that had belonged to Alfred Adler in Salmonsdorf. 454 H. S. Bellamy, A Life History of Our Earth. Based on the geological application of Horbiger's theory, London, Faber and Faber, N.D. 455 Hugo Serletti in Albany, Electroshock, Archivio-Generate de Neurologia, Psychiatria e Psychoanalyse, 1938, 266 to 268. 456 Robert Desoil, Exploration de l'Effective Subconscient PARIA Method du Réveil Eveille, Paris, Diartry, 1938. 457 Harry Stack Sullivan, Introduction to the Study of Interpersonal Relations, Psychiatry, I, 1938, 121 to 134. 458 Arnold Toynbee and Frank T. Ashton Guapton, The World in March, 1939, London and New York, Oxford University Press, 1952. 459 L.E. Centenaire de Theodore Rivet et Tijabite de IA Psychologie Scientifique Frenrays, Hagen, Mary Franise, 1939. Neither the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, nor the College de France possesses a copy. See Chap 6, p. 346. 460 See Chap 8, pages 639 to 640. 461 See Chap 7, p. 518. 462 Quoted from the translation given by The Times, London, November 24th, The Dawn and Rise of the New Dynamic Psychiatry 885-1945. See Grant Pastor Magian, Histoire de l'Armes et depuis les Origines Just Quote de Lausanne, Paris, Simulian, 1949, p. 456. 463 Eric Fromm, Escape from Freedom, New York, Ferrer and Reinhardt, 1941. 464 Ludwig Binswanger, Grundformen und Erkenntnismenschlichen Daseins, Zurich, Nyahans, 1942. 465 Carl R. Rogers, Counseling and Psychotherapy, Newer Concepts in Practice, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1942. 466 Mark Guillory, Medicine Psychologique, in Alexis Carrel and Auguste Lumiere, Emidessence Official LCT Medicinis Heretiques, Paris, Pion, 1943. 467 Edward Weiss, and 0. Spurgeon English, Psychosomatic Medicine, Philadelphia, W. B. Saunders Co., 1943. 468 Flanders Dunbar, Psychosomatic Diagnosis, New York, B. Rober, 1943. 469 The importance of this discovery from the psychiatric viewpoint was shown by W. A. Stahl, Lyserg or diethylamide, Ein Fantasticum AUS de Matter Korngraf. Schweiter Archiv für Neurologie und Psychiatry, LX, 1947, 279 to 323. See also B. Homestead and Liljestrand, Readings in Pharmacology, New York, Pergamon Press, 1963, p. 209. 470 C. Chap 8, p. 642. 471 J. J. Lopez-Elbetter, Psychopathologia de IA Angustia, reprint from Revista Clinica Española, 1943. Lopez-Ibor's theory of anxiety was developed and expounded in his book La Angustia Vital, Madrid, Paz Montalvo, 1950. 472 Ludwig Binswanger, Der Fall Ellen West, Schweiter Archiv für Neurologie und Psychiatry, LIII, 1944, pages 255 to 277, Liv, 69 to 117, 330 to 360, LB, 16 to 40. E&G Trends. In Rolome, Ernst Angel, and H. F. Ellenberger, eds. Existence, New York, Basic Books, 1958, pages 237 to 364. 473 Pierre Janet, Lay Obsessions ETIA Psychasthenia, Paris, Alpin, 1903, I, 33 to 41. 474 Leopold Sondi, Skixels Analyze, Basel, Benno Schwab, 1944. 475 Karl Abraham, Klinist by Triage zur Psychoanalyse, Vienna, Internationaler Psychoanalytischer Verlag, 1921, 231 to 258. Psychoanalytisk Studien zur Charakterie/Dung, 1925. 476 Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Phenomenologie de IA Perception, Paris, Gallimard, 1945. 477 Henri Baruch, Psychiatrie Morale Experimental, Individualité Sociale, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1945. 478 Alphonse Meter, West zur Seelisken Heilung, Zurich, Rascher, 1945. 479 J. L. Moreno, Group Therapy, New York, Beacon House, 1945. 11 Conclusion. Throughout this survey of the Ong and development of dynamic psychiatry, we remained as much as possible on the ground of historical facts. We shall now try to analyze the factors that caused and directed that evolution in order to find an answer to the problem that was the starting point of our inquiry, as stated in the introduction. These factors may be grouped in several categories pertaining to the socio-economic and political background, the cultural trends, the personality of the pioneers, the role of the patients, and the occurrence of a variety of events. In the first place, let us find / the evolution of dynamic psychiatry against the socio-economic and political background, notably that of economic history and class struggle. Mesmer's victory over Gassner was that of the aristocracy over the clergy. One Mesmer's société. Harmony was mainly composed of members of the French nobility shortly before its downfall. The crises elicited around Mesmer's baquet were identical to the vapeurs, the fashionable ailment of the ladies of the society. The shift from Mesmer to Puisigur meant a shift from magnetism for the aristocrats to amagnetism for the people, with corresponding changes in doctrine and therapeutic practices too, but the growing power of the new ruling class, bourgeoisie. / is falm / ed high the shift from magnetism to hypnotism. Whereas the rapport bet / in the magnetizer and his patient reflected the paternalistic and symbiotic relationship between the nobleman and his subject. The rapport bet / in the hypnotizer and the hypnotized reflected the authoritarian attitude of the bourgeois master toward his dependents. The bargaining therapy of the old magnetizers and their handling of the patient's pathogenic secrets were thus replaced by the imparting of hypnotic commands. Speaking of Bleuler, we noted that the origin of his work on schizophrenia can he traced back to the political struggles between the 886 conclusion 887 farmers and the city aristocracy of Zurich. In that perspective, the genesis of Bleuler's concept of schizophrenia would appear as a byproduct, as it were, of the victory of the farmers' party over the city patricians. Point 4 The failed revolution of 1848, whose implications for dynamic psychiatry we have noted, brought forth a reinforcement of the domination of the bourgeois class. 5 Meanwhile, the Industrial Revolution had led to the constitution of a powerful industrial and commercial upper class on one side, and of a numerous and destitute proletariat on the other side. Darwin's theories / are distorted in order to provide the upper bourgeoisie with an ideology of blind and merciless competition, whereas Marx furnished an ideology for the working class and its allies. 6 The failed revolutionary attempt of the Paris Commune in 1871 unleashed a wave of anti-democratic feeling. Dupree has shown that Gustave Le Bon's theory of the psychology of crowds was an expression of that trend, and yet it was taken as indisputable scientific truth and utilized as such by many authors, including Freud / 7 at the same time. That is, by the end of the 19th century, the upper classes could no longer be content with the existing method of hypnotic and suggestive therapy and demanded a new, non-authoritarian psychotherapy that would explain to the patient what was going on in his own mind. 8 We have seen also how the great social and political upheavals caused by World War I led to deep-reaching changes within the new dynamic psychiatric systems. 9 Freudian concepts were distorted so as to furnish an ideology to the hedonistic utilitarian world of mass consumption born from the technological revolution of the 20th century. In the same way as distorted Darwinian concepts had furnished an ideology to the world of ferocious competition wrought by the Industrial Revolution. Point 10 The socio-economic structure is the ground upon which cultural trends originate and develop. In Chapter 4 we reviewed those cultural movements that succeeded each other in the Western world after the Renaissance, namely those of Baroque, Enlightenment, Romanticism, and Positivism. Mesmer's victory over Gassner was not only the victory of the aristocracy over the clergy, but also that of Enlightenment over the declining Baroque, and it is ironic that Mesmer's teachings were taken over and developed by the Romantics. 11 The Enlightenment inspired the psychiatric work of Pinel and Esquarel, and Mesmer considered himself a representative of the same trend. But Romanticism appropriated and reinterpreted magnetism, and extended its influence over medicine and psychiatry. We have seen that many of the concepts that are considered characteristic of Freud's psychoanalysis and Jung's analytic psychology permeated the work of Romantic psychiatrists. 12 Then around 1850, Romanticism was checked by Positivism, the cultural trend that forwarded organicist psychiatry and prevailed throughout the second half of the 19th century. By the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th, the revival of Romanticism exerted an unmistakable influence on the incipient new dynamic schools. 14 It is no wonder that many of Freud's and Jung's ideas are similar to the teachings of the old Romantic psychiatrists. Janet, in contrast, is definitely a late representative of the Enlightenment, as is Adler to a lesser extent. In that light, the rivalries between Janet, Freud, Adler, Jung, and their disciples may be understood as belated waves of the struggles of the Enlightenment and Romanticism at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. Like the artist and the writer, the dynamic psychiatrist mainly draws from his specific talents and sensitivities to determine his way of perceiving the world. Each dynamic psychiatrist has his own specific feeling for psychic reality, and his theories are also influenced by the events of his life. Janet was an active and unemotional man, hence his interest in founding a kind of behavioral psychology. 15 is detached, mildly humorous, and benevolent attitude is reflected in his rational psychotherapy. The laborious and thrifty customs of his ancestors is reflected in his theory of the budget of psychological forces. Since Janet did not remember his dreams, he could not possibly have written an interpretation of dreams, as did Freud, who was a good dreamer. The unsolved religious crisis of his adolescence caused him to come back repeatedly to the psychology of religion. Freud, as we have seen, shared with the great writers a deep interest in the secret aspects of people's lives and personalities, and a superior command of language. Point 16 The notion of the Oedipus complex and of its central place in human destiny was obviously derived from his own life history, and is also the reason why neither Adler nor Jung could accept it, since they had experienced quite different family situations in early childhood. As to Adler, his foremost talent was that quick sense of exact observation that makes the great clinician. What the Germans call the clinical look, der Klinist Blick. Point 17 Transposed into the field of psychology, it was the ability of making at first sight an accurate evaluation of a normal or sick individual's style of life, and consequently to become the founder of a system of pragmatic psychology. Events of his childhood led Adler to attribute a basic importance to the situation of the individual in the siblings' row, even more than to the early relationships with parental figures. In Jung's case, the striking feature is the contrast between the practical abilities of a man well adjusted to material reality and a rare gift for psychological, if not parapsychological, intuition. 18 This contrast is reflected in Jung's typological system, and his psychotherapy, which includes the bringing back of patients to awareness and the synthetic hermeneutic method for the furthering of individuation. As in Janet's case, the unsolved religious crisis of Jung's adolescence exerted a lasting influence on the development of his psychological system. Furthermore, a student of the mind may be confronted with his own neurosis or neurotic elements in his personality. A basic distinction must be made, however, between those psychiatrists who merely took their own neurosis as an object of study and those whose life work was the outcome of creative illness. Conclusion 889 It would not be difficult to find many examples for the first group. Robert Burton described his own condition in his sad but vigorous description of the scholar's melancholy. 1 George Cheney gave a classical description of hypochondriasis based on several case histories, of which the longest and most interesting is his own. 20 Benedict Augustin Morel enhanced his description of the deliriumative, later called phobia, with the vivid story of his own case. 21 As to Janet, there is some reason to assume that certain features of his description of psychasthenia were taken from his personal experience. According to Phyllis Botholm, Adler was afflicted at an early age with rickets, and this would account for his theories of organ inferiority complex, and compensation. Pavlov himself gave a short but significant account of the heart neurosis he suffered after being operated on in 1927, and it seems that his interest in psychiatry was greatly stimulated by this event. Point 22 The common neurosis that provides a psychiatrist with a topic for reflection and perhaps incites him to efforts at self-healing should not be confused with the manifestation of the creative illness. It is our hypothesis that Freud's and Jung's systems originated mostly from their respective creative illness, of which their self-analysis was but one aspect. The main features of creative illness have already been described in former chapters. Point 23 Let us recall them briefly. This rare condition begins after a long period of restless intellectual work and preoccupation. The main symptoms are depression, exhaustion, irritability, sleeplessness, and headaches. In short, it presents the picture of a severe neurosis, sometimes of a psychosis. There can be oscillations in the intensity of the symptoms, but throughout the patient remains obsessed by a prevailing idea or the pursuit of some difficult game. He lives in utter spiritual isolation and has the feeling that nobody can help him, hence his attempts at self-healing. But usually he will feel that these attempts intensify his sufferings. The illness may last 3 or more years. The recovery occurs spontaneously and rapidly, it is marked by feelings of euphoria, and is followed by a transformation of the personality. The subject is convinced that he has gained access to a new spiritual world, or that he has attained a new spiritual truth that he will reveal to the world. Examples of this illness can be found among Siberian and Alaskan shamans, among mystics of all religions, and among certain creative writers and philosophers. A well-documented example is that of Fechner, and it seems probable that Nietzsche, 2, conceived his most original ideas during the agony of a creative illness. 2 For the clinical aspect of the creati/e illness differs from one individual to the other. Above all, a sharp line of distinction should be drawn between 2 categories: the illness of the pathfinder and that of the follower. The first shaman, who perhaps thousands of years ago found a means of sending himself into a trance to explore the world of the spirits, was a model for generations of shamans after him. He was the pathfinder, and they were the followers. Many individuals underwent a creative neurosis that no one repeated after them, because, like Fechner, they never thought of encouraging others to do so. However, it is not enough to describe the way and to encourage others to follow it. Thus Rudolf Steiner wrote a precise account of his method to obtain cognizance of superior spiritual worlds, but it seems that none of those who tried it ever succeeded. 25 In order to have followers, the pathfinder should not only teach the theory but provide a practical guide for others to follow that theory. Thus the shaman apprentice must see an old shaman, at regular intervals, whose instruction he will put into practice step by step throughout his initiatory malady. Similar considerations apply to the mystics of most religions. Here too, the need of a spiritual guide is universally emphasized. Even more so, the follower must find the appropriate guide. Mystics such as Saint Teresa of Avila and Saint John of the Cross insisted upon the importance of finding the right director of conscience in order to avoid harmful experiences. In regard to dynamic psychiatry, we surmise that Mesmer underwent a creative neurosis from which he emerged with the conviction of having made the epoch-making discovery of animal magnetism. However, he was only able to communicate it theoretically to his disciples, but not to initiate them to his own secret path. And this, by contrast, reveals the full originality of Freud and Jung. Both of them underwent the creative illness in a spontaneous and original form, and both of them made it a model to be followed by their disciples under the name of training analysis. Jung promoted the training analysis, and Freudians accepted it for didactic value, but the Jungian school later came to consider it as being a kind of initiatory malady comparable to that of the shaman. We do not need to relate the story of the creative illness of Freud 26 and Jung. 27 Among the characteristic features of the creative illness, however, is the subject's conviction, after his recovery, that whatever he has discovered is a universal truth. This This is how Mesmer came to proclaim the truth of animal magnetism, Fechner the principle of pleasure, Nietzsche the eternal return, Freud the Oedipus complex and the infantile sexual root of neurosis, and Jung the anima and the process of individuation. Those who have known Freud report that he talked of the Oedipus complex and the libido as absolute truths that could not suffer any doubt. But Jung also spoke of the collective unconscious, the anima, and the self with the quiet certitude of the man who know /vs. We are thus led to make a distinction between two groups of dynamic systems. To the first group belong those of Janet and Adler. Even if Janet made use of his own experience of psychasthenia, and Adler of his personal experience of organ inferiority, their main discoveries were obtained by means of objective clinical research. In the second group are the systems of Freud and Jung. Here the basic tenets originated from within, that is, from the experience of a creative illness. Conclusion 891. This distinction, in turn, brings a difficult question: what is the heuristic value of a creative illness? Is the certitude of having discovered a universal truth sufficient proof of the validity of that discovery? This question belongs to the more general problem of the validity of dynamic psychological experiences. One of its aspects is the specific character of the creative illness. It is a strictly personal experience for its pathfinder, but it sets a model for the follower, and this conformity of pattern will tend to be transmitted from one initiated to the other within the same school. The shaman apprentice will never come to the nirvana experience of a Tibetan monk, nor will the yogi travel in the land of the spirits like the shaman. The same kind of specificity had been noted in regard to the various schools of hypnotism, and is also true for the NE/dynamic schools. 28 persons analyzed by a psychoanalyst will have Freudian dreams and become conscious of their Oedipus complex, while those analyzed by Jungians will have archetypical dreams and be confronted with their anima. Involuntarily, one is reminded of Tart's dictum that genius is the capacity to engender one's own progeny. 29 In addition to their own personalities, the most important source of achievement for dynamic psychiatrists lies in their relationship with their patients, the role of the latter being manifested in two different ways. The first one is the relationship between psychiatric theories and the class of patients to which the psychiatrist has access. As mentioned elsewhere, I. Wasserman held that the difference between Freud's psychoanalysis and Adler's individual psychology derived from the difference in the concepts communicated to them by their patients. In the wealthy group to which Freud's patients belonged, the prevailing concern revolved around amorous problems. For Adler's patients, the problems of material existence and their drive to success were much more anxiety-inspiring. 3 degrees Freud's long researches in the field of neuroanatomy would also explain his emphasis on conceptual models inspired by brain physiology. The wide divergences between Freud's and Jung's concepts of the unconscious may be related to the fact that they did not deal with the same type of patients. Freud, who worked with neurotic, and had not much experience of psychoses, came upon the unconscious of repressed drives and memories. Jung, who worked for 9 years with severe schizophrenics, was bound to find the collective unconscious in the archetypes. There is another, probably more important aspect of the relationships of the dynamic psychiatrist with his patients. Sometimes a psychotherapist, who has taken a patient as a special object of study, finds himself engaged in a prolonged, difficult, and ambiguous relationship. This patient is usually a hysterical /oman. What the psychiatrist comes to learn from the patient is sometimes quite different from what he had expected, and the true findings may be better understood by one of his successors than by himself. 31 Since the role of patients in the history of dynamic psychiatry has been all too neglected, it is appropriate briefly to recall a few typical episodes. While treating his young patient, Fräulein Oesterlin, Mesmer acquired the conviction that a therapeutic effect did not originate from the magnets, but from a magnetic fluid emanating from his own person. 32 Then he believed to have cured Maria Theresa Paradis from her blindness, and she herself believed for a short time that she could see again. Today we see in that story a typical instance of suggestion, transference, and counter-transference, but Mesmer misunderstood the case, suspected a plot against him, and left Vienna. 33 Quisigur was far more fortunate. Not only did he observe in Victor Reis the first example of a perfect crisis, but he learned from him how magnetic sleep could be used for therapeutic purposes, that Mesmer's fluid theory was fallacious, and that a magnetizer should not use a patient for demonstrations as if he were an inert instrument. 34 Apparently, these teachings were not lost. When reading the story of Dispin and Estelle, one realizes how much experience Dispin needed to become aware of his patient's tricks and to utilize the rapport to lead her skillfully out of her illness. 35 As to Justin S. Kerner, he did not fall so blindly into the snares of Friedrich Haufe as is often said. He rather looked upon her with a mixture of wonder and criticism. He did not encourage her supposed therapeutic talents, he was proud to show her to celebrities of philosophy and theology, and if he made his CRS famous, the publication of her story procured fame to Kerner. 36 A more extraordinary example of involvement between therapist and patient may be found in the struggle of Pastor Blumhardt with his possessed parishioner, Gottlieb Indidus. For 2 years, Blumhardt fought a desperate fight against the powers of darkness. The more he fought, the more severe became Gottlieb's symptoms. After achieving his final victory, Blumhardt's personality had undergone a great change. 37 It is unfortunate that the teachings of Quisigur and the old magnetizers had been so completely forgotten in the last decades of the 19th century, as shown by the examples of Charcot and Breuer. We have seen how Charcot utilized Blanche Whitman and other hysterical women for what he believed to be experimental studies. 38 The case of Breuer's celebrated patient Anna Zero. Bertha Pappenheim actually belonged to those great magnetic diseases that were so much sought after by the early magnetizers. She had unique symptoms, directed her cure, explained it to the physician, and prophesied the date of its termination. Because she chose for her self-directed therapy the procedure of catharsis, which a recent book had made fashionable, Breuer believed that he had discovered the key to the psychogenesis and treatment of hysteria. It was a theoretical misconstruction and a therapeutic failure, which, however, stimulated Freud toward the inception of psychoanalysis. 39 But it was given to Janet to rediscover the findings of the old magnetizers, notably the therapeutic conclusion 893 utilization of the rapport. Janet learned from Leone that another personality, which emerged under deep hypnosis, was but the reenactment of former hypnotic experiments performed upon her. He was thereby able to understand the error of Charcot's 3 stages of hypnosis. 40 Leone's capacity of being hypnotized at a distance imbued Janet with an invincible distrust in regard to parapsychology. This in turn may explain Janet's extreme caution when he later had to deal with Madeline, that patient/Beho at intervals showed the stigmata of the passion and oscillated between anguish and ecstasy. 41 Flournoy's findings with Helene Smith were rich and manifold. He demonstrated the importance of forgotten childhood memories, the reversion to various stages of childhood in the patient's fantasies, and that these were the expression of secret wishes. But though he understood the nature of the medium's feelings toward him, he was not cautious enough. The publication of his book antagonized her. She restricted her activities to a sterile autistic life, and Flournoy came to understand the danger of carrying on prolonged studies of that kind upon one subject. 42 Jung's medium, Helene Priest's work, combined certain features of the CRS of Prevorst, and of Helene Smith. Jung benefited from the experience of Kerner and Flournoy, though he understood only later the role played by the feelings of the patient toward himself. Jung's discovery was that the mediumistic humbug was a desperate attempt of the young lady to overcome the obstacles that hindered the development of her personality, and this was the first germ of his later concept of individuation. 43 Actually, it is noteworthy that Mesmer's former patient, Maria Theresa Paradis, though blind, was to achieve a brilliant career as a musician, that Gottlieb Indidus entered Blumhardt's household and became his assistant, that Blanche Whitman became a radiologist's assistant and died a martyr of science, that Bertha Pappenheim became a pioneer in social welfare, and that Helene Priest's work successfully operated a dressmaker's shop in Basel. As to Freud, it must be recalled that the method of free association was partly suggested to him by one of his patients, Elizabeth von R, and that his Wolfman played a historical role in the development of psychoanalysis. 44 Freud learned a great deal from him and was so grateful that he later treated him gratis and collected money to support him for several years. But the Wolfman conceived an intensive attachment to Freud, with paranoid delusions, which necessitated a further, prolonged treatment. 45 We thus see that the history of dynamic psychiatry is inseparable from the contributions of a gallery of eminent patients whose role has been strangely overlooked. Throughout the present book we have encountered a variety of other sources of the achievements of dynamic psychiatrists. No man is an island, not even the pioneer undergoing a creative illness with the feeling of utmost isolation. Creative minds are indissolubly bound to their social environment, and also to a more restricted specific human context that comprises their masters, colleagues, friends, pupils, critics, and even adversaries. It is impossible to distinguish in a man's thought what is truly his and what has been suggested by those around him or what he has read. The power of cryptomnesia should never be underestimated, nor that of the stimulation produced by contemporary events. We have referred in that regard to the revolution of the Young Turks in 1908 to 1909 and the way it is reflected in Indiana Freud's Totem and Taboo. 46 Sometimes the psychologist seeking a new path will find the lead toward a solution in a recent book. Freud was inspired by Fraser's book on totemism. 47 Jung was inspired by Frobenius' Epic of the Sun God. 48 and Adler was inspired by Weyenger's philosophy of the as if. 49 The publication of Schroeder's memoirs incited Jung to depart from Freud's theory of the libido, but inspired Freud's theory of paranoia. 50 Even a novel can be thought-provoking, as were Jensen's rate of a 51-inch Biddler's Imago. 52 Another, often overlooked, aspect of the process in dynamic psychiatry is the adoption of ideas that were current in another branch of knowledge. Once transferred into the psychiatric field and formulated in another terminology, they present the appearance of new discoveries. The possibility of awakening the sexual instinct in the infant, and the amorous attraction of the little boy toward his mother, were well known to Catholic educators, and these notions had been popularized by Michelet, but when proclaimed by Freud they appeared as startling novelties. 53 The notion that homosexuality was in most cases due to psychological causes and not physical constitution was well known to educators before it imposed itself on psychiatrists. Similarly, the psychosexual theory of hysteria was current among gynecologists before it prevailed among neuropsychiatrists. Criminal investigators knew the meaning of parapraxis and utilized them before it became an established part of psychoanalysis. 54 Long before Moreno had introduced psychodrama as a therapeutic procedure, reconstructions of crimes was in practice, which not infrequently resulted in a confession by the murderers. Progress is sometimes merely the picking up of an old, abandoned idea. Certain concepts of the new dynamic psychiatry, far from being shocking in their novelty, appeared old-fashioned. Such was the concept of the flight into illness, which had been proclaimed by the old romantic psychiatrists and was still alive in the popular mind, as was the idea that the stereotyped movements of a psychotic could have a psychological meaning. In a novel by Edmund de Goncourt, an unfortunate woman undergoes so many sufferings that she takes flight into a severe psychosis. 55 We see her sitting in a corner of the asylum, ceaselessly making circular movements with her hand. The author explains that in her delusions she imagines herself gathering flowers falling from a cherry tree, as she did in her happy childhood years. Psychiatrists reading that novel must have smiled about conclusion 895 that obsolete romantic fancy, but when Bleuler and Jung came to teach similar ideas, it appeared as an illuminating novelty. Whatever its novelty and originality, a creative work is almost always a part of a contemporary trend. It crystallizes a great number of insights that lay scattered around. Freud's interpretation of dreams appeared at a time when public interest had been aroused by a flow of literature on dreams. His 3 essays on the sexual theory was published in 1905 in the midst of a flood of writings on sexual pathology that started around 1880. Totem and Taboo also appeared during a contemporary trend that brought historians, ethnologists, and psychologists to view totemism as one decisive phase in a hypothetical reconstruction of the history of mankind. It is extremely difficult to ascertain to what extent an epoch-making work really inaugurates a cultural revolution, or is not rather the embodiment of an already existing trend. We are thus brought back to the paradox that was the starting point of our inquiry, namely, the fact that dynamic psychiatry underwent a seemingly incoherent succession of vicissitudes with phases of rejection and revival, in contrast to the consistent course of evolution of the physical sciences. At this point we must note that further basic differences distinguish dynamic psychiatry from the other sciences. Modern science is a unified body of knowledge in which each separate science has its autonomy and is defined by its object and by its specific methodology. The field of dynamic psychiatry, in contrast, is not clearly delineated. It tends to invade the field of other sciences, if not to revolutionize them. Freud insisted that the founder of psychoanalysis must be the person best qualified to judge what was psychoanalysis and what was not. 56. Such a point of view is foreign to modern science. Nobody would imagine Pasteur, for example, declaring that he was the one to decide what was and what was not bacteriology, whereas it would be perfectly normal if Heidegger would assert that he is the one to define what is and what is not Heideggerian philosophy. Within a unified science, the term school merely designates the temporary grouping of a few pupils around a master working along a new trend, not yet fully incorporated into the general body of knowledge. Such was, for instance, Pasteur's school before his discoveries became common knowledge. Among the founders of modern dynamic psychiatry W.I.P. note that only one, Janet, remained faithful to the tradition of unified science. Although he was a co-founder of a psychological society and of a psychological journal and although he created a powerful psychological synthesis, it never occurred to him to found a movement or a school. He expected his teachings to be integrated into the discipline of psychology, as Pasteur expected his discoveries to be integrated into medicine. Speaking of Freud, Adler, and Jung we note, in contrast, that within the word school has assumed the meaning it had in connection with the philosophical schools of Greco-Roman antiquity. 57 That return from the concept of unified science to that of independent schools is an extraordinary novelty that does not seem to have attracted the attention it deserves. All these paradoxes cover another deeper one, namely, the contrast between the commitments of dynamic psychiatry and of experimental psychology. Modern science is based on experimentation, quantification, and measurement, not only in physics, but in the total realm of the human soul. In that perspective, dynamic psychiatry is no doubt open to criticism. Who has ever been able to measure the libido, ego strength, the superego, the anima, individuation, and the like? The very existence of these entities has never been demonstrated. But to those psychiatrists who devote themselves exclusively to dealing with their patients in the immediate psychotherapeutic situation, these terms are not abstract conceptualizations, they are living realities whose existence is much more tangible than the statistics and computations of experimental researchers. Jung, who spent years developing the word association test, later declared, whosoever wants to know about the human soul will learn nothing, or almost nothing, from experimental psychology. 58. Hans Kuhns explained why the Freudians did not accept the objections of epistemologists, because the psychoanalysts have experienced the truth of psychoanalysis in a way which widely transcends in forcefulness and convincingness the usual evidence of logically formulated insights. They could hardly give up their convictions on the grounds of the incomparably smaller evidence of formal logics. 59 Actually, we have to deal with two conceptions of reality facing each other, and it would seem that the realm of psychic life can be approached from two sides, both legitimate, either with the accurate technique of measurement, quantification, and experimentation of the research specialist, or with the immediate, non-quantifiable approach of the dynamic psychotherapist. The dynamic psychotherapist is thus dealing with what Jung calls psychic existences or psychic realities. But what exactly are psychic realities? We are only concerned here with those that are discovered in the process of creative illness and in the daily work of depth psychologists. Even so, there are many kinds of psychic realities, and they often are contradictory and incompatible with each other, though endowed with the same character of certainty for those who are working with them. It would be vain, for instance, to attempt a reduction of Jung's analytic psychology into Freud's psychoanalysis or vice versa, no less than to attempt to reduce any of these two into the conceptual framework of experimental psychology. And many other dynamic systems are conceivable. 60 The coexistence of two mutually incompatible approaches to the cognition of the human psyche shocks the scientists yearning for unity. Shall we keep the principle of the unity of science by sacrificing the autonomy of the new dynamic systems, or keep these systems, and possibly further conclusion 897 ones that will arise in their wake, and consider the ideal of unified science as a noble dream? A way out of this dilemma could be provided by the combined effort of psychologists and philosophers. In our survey of the exploration of the unconscious, we noticed that psychologists have been mainly interested in its conservative, dissolutive, and creative aspects, whereas too little attention was devoted after Flournoy to the mythopoetic unconscious. 61 A //ed investigation of that still largely unexplored field could shed a new light on many obscure problems. On the other hand, one would wish that philosophers extend their reflections upon the notion of psychic reality and define its structure, as Heidegger did for the structure of human existence in contrast to that of material and manufactured objects. We might then hope to reach a higher synthesis and devise a conceptual framework that would do justice to the rigorous demands of experimental psychology and to the psychic realities experienced by the explorers of the unconscious.